The young man just swallowed a red-green poisonous centipede raw, a creature dubbed the most venomous in the world. Before that, while Tan Tu Kwong and his mother were sound asleep, he was suddenly awakened by a strange scent. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his mother frothing at the mouth, eyes wide open, clearly signs of poisoning. Tan Tu Kwong sat up in terror, shaking his mother incessantly, but she pushed him onto the floor. Her mouth weakly told him to run, but immediately after, Tan Tu Kwong realized his own body was also poisoned, and it was centipede venom. Just as he thought of this, several red-green poisonous centipedes crawled out from behind his mother's back and rushed straight towards him. Tan Tu Kwong was already poisoned, his whole body limp and unable to move. He watched helplessly as the centipedes slowly crawled over, climbing onto his neck. He could only scream in horror without being able to react. It wasn't until the centipede's poisonous fangs sank deep into his neck once more that Tan Tu Kwong convulsed in agony. Tan Tu Kwong let out a blood-curdling scream, but his mother clearly no longer had the strength to save him. In his eyes was the image of his mother motionless on the bed. He wanted to save her, and he wanted to save himself. At that same moment, the centipede's fangs were still firmly embedded in his neck. Tan Tu Kwong flew into a rage. "You dare bite me, I'll bite you to death." A stream of foul liquid gushed into his mouth, but he actually managed to destroy the centipede that was aggressively attacking him. The fury over his mother being poisoned earlier made Tan Tu Kwong's anger hard to suppress. He bit to death the two centipedes that had just attacked him. Just then, the door was slammed open, and Tan Tu Kwong's grandfather rushed in, his face full of horror. When he saw his grandson frantically chewing on the deadly centipede, he was even more terrified. "What is this? Who on earth committed such a cruel crime?" Tan Tu Kwong's grandfather shouted, then rushed over to hug his grandson, scooping the centipede remains out of his mouth, then stuffed a pill into it, hoping he could expel all the toxins. But the problem was not yet solved. Another person appeared in the small room, and this person's appearance here seemed to harbor no good intentions. Haha, what a pity that precious clearing heart pill is wasted on a useless brat. If you had listened to me sooner, things wouldn't have come to this. Now what do you intend to do? Your stubbornness has brought tragedy to your innocent family. Max Sivu, Tan Tu Kwong's grandfather, gritted his teeth. Our White Flower Valley may be small, but it is a medicine sect with over 300 years of history. Why should we submit to you poisoned sect people who abuse poisons and treat human life like grass? It's a dead end anyway. Why struggle? The old man Mac Sivu burst into laughter. Tan Tu Kwong's grandfather was furious, ceaselessly cursing Mac Sivu as a scoundrel, worse than a beast, and once again affirmed that White Flower Valley would absolutely not bow down to Mac Sivu's poison sect. But despite being insulted like that, the old man's face remained as thick as a city wall, showing no shame at all. You really have a temper. Whether it's a medicine sect or a poison sect, they all come from the same root originally. If you decided, then so be it. Besides, there's nothing you can do now. Anyway, saving your grandson's life seems very difficult, because I specifically released red centipedes into your daughter and grandson's room. Haha. Tan Tu Kwong's grandfather was even more horrified. Only now did he have time to observe closely. They were indeed red centipedes. This was a dire situation, because among all centipede species in the world, the red centipede has the most potent venom. It seemed his daughter had stopped breathing, leaving only his young grandson gasping for air in his arms. Furthermore, the old man Max Sivu did not intend to spare his old life either. He demanded Tan Tu Kwong's grandfather carry his grandson outside immediately. If he had any last words, say them quickly. Then he would send the whole family to reunite in the underworld. Tan Tu Kwong's grandfather fell into despair because of this, hugging his grandson and stumbling outside, ready to accept the judgment of the bastard Max Sivu. However, just then, Tan Tu Kwong, who was limp in his grandfather's arms, suddenly coughed a few times. Max Sivu found this interesting, stepped forward 2 paces, observed him carefully, and said excitedly, "Do you see this kid? Bitten by a red centipede, and he can still struggle." Tan Tu Kwong dragged a body that almost didn't feel like his own, left his grandfather's embrace, and crawled to Max Sivu's feet. The old man was still laughing, thoroughly enjoying the sight of his painful struggle before death. But precisely because he looked down on the opponent as just a child, he made a fatal mistake. While he was busy mocking, Tan Tu Kwong suddenly stabbed the object in his hand into Max Sivu's leg. The crucial thing was that object was the shell of the red centipede. Max Sivu glared in anger, immediately striking out, wanting to send Tan Tu Kwong to heaven with one palm to vent his rage. But his grandfather managed to hug the boy in time, using his own back to take the palm strike for him. As for Maxi Vu, the situation had become serious. The red centipede's toxin spread very quickly, from the instep spreading to the calf. Importantly, this thing had no antidote. With no other choice, he had to urge his subordinate to use a sword to chop off his leg. Only then could his life be preserved. His subordinate dared not disobey and immediately took action. The intense pain caused Max Si Vu to faint. When he woke up, Tan Tu Kwong and his grandfather had disappeared. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead began to throb continuously. "What are you standing there for? Chase them for me. Don't let them escape." Tan Tu Kwong's grandfather took him to a cave not far away. By now, his body, after taking a fatal palm strike from Maxi Vu, was like a lamp running out of oil, but he still tried to carry his grandson to escape. Looking at the pieces of centipede shell scattered beside Tan Tu Kwong, he suddenly remembered something. It is said that if one swallows the poison sac or internal core of a venomous creature carrying deadly poison, one might gain resistance to that type of toxin. It seemed that earlier, when Tan Tu Kwong used his mouth to bite through the centipede attacking him, he had encountered that destiny. Regrettably, Tan Tu Kwong's grandfather could not wait until the end to see if his grandson could defeat the red centipede's toxin. He breathed his last beside Tan Tu Kwong. Until the final moment of his life, the only thing he worried about was what the boy's future would be like without him. By the evening of that day, as rain poured down, Max Si Vu's men found the cave. Tan Tu Kwong's grandfather had passed away, but the boy was still alive. They roughly grabbed Tan Tu Kwong by the hair and dragged him up. Seeing him still gasping for breath, the bastard Max Si Vu immediately smiled a twisted and terrifying smile. When Tan Tu Kwong groggily woke up, the first thing that struck his eyes was not his grandfather, but the old man Max Si Vu. Then he discovered his hands and feet were tied tight. Tan Tu Kwong's first reaction was to look around for his grandfather, but he saw no sign of him anywhere. "I thought you would die immediately after being bitten by the red centipede, but for some reason, you were able to resist the toxin. You're quite impressive." Max Si Vu looked at him with eyes full of interest, as if looking at a piece of merchandise. Tan Tu Kwong paid no attention to what he was saying, only ceaselessly calling out, "Grandpa!" The opponent saw his panic and laughed even more smugly. "Ha! You mean that old man?" That old man indeed wanted to run away, but he didn't get far before dying under one of my palm strikes. Having said that, Max Si Vu used force to squeeze Tan Tu Kwong's face tight, his eyes suddenly becoming extremely terrifying. Max Si Vu said he originally intended to dispose of the boy immediately because he had caused his leg to end up like this. But a more reasonable solution was to turn Tan Tu Kwong into a test subject. In his hand was a black centipede. Although its toxicity was not equal to the red centipede, it was still a type of deadly poison. With that, Max Si Vu placed the centipede onto Tan Tu Kwong. Because his limbs were tied, he could not resist. He could only writhe continuously, trying to shake the creature off, but it was useless. I've always wondered, how could I waste such excellent material like you? A body bitten by a red centipede that still survives. Truly one in 1,000 years. While Max Si Vu was extremely excited, Tan Tu Kwong fell into extreme panic. It was understandable, for at this moment he was still just a child. But because Tan Tu Kwong kept writhing ceaselessly, it became an eyesore to Max Si Vu. He then used a stick to strike Tan Tu Kwong's right leg hard, the immense force causing Tan Tu Kwong's shin bone to snap in two instantly. He cried tears of pain, while Max Si Vu enjoyed the feeling of bullying a child, as if it were the achievement of his lifetime. "Looks like you'll only lie still after a beating. Don't worry, it's just a crippled leg." Afterward, Tan Tu Kwong fainted from the excruciating pain. Unknown how much longer it was before he woke up, Max Si Vu was still there. As soon as he saw Tan Tu Kwong wake up, he forced him to drink a bowl of medicine called wisdom soup. Tan Tu Kwong knew this was medicine to cure amnesia and restore physical strength, but he hadn't lost his memory. So why did Max Si Vu force him to drink this? "Why are you making me drink this?" Tan Tu Kwong asked tremblingly. Because you keep falling unconscious, interrupting my experiments. Maxi Vu smiled a cunning smile. You need to be awake so I can record your reactions. I will give you this to drink often, so your memory will be better. But Tantu Kwong always felt his purpose was not that simple. Was Maxi Vu really kind enough to give him such good medicine? Sure enough, his body's reaction immediately afterward answered this question for him. Tantu Kwong suddenly coughed violently, his whole body convulsing in pain. Only then did Maxi Vu reveal that he had also mixed pufferfish poison into the medicine. Moreover, assuming the usual dose would have no effect on Tantu Kwong, he had increased the dosage, enough to kill 10 grown men. The sight of Tantu Kwong struggling in pain in his eyes was a wonderful experiment. As for that poor child, under Maxi Vu's inhumane experiments, he went through a long, dragging period, possibly up to several months. He constantly forced the boy to drink wisdom soup mixed with all sorts of different poisons, from simple toxins to complex poisons concocted from many venomous creatures. Each time he experimented, Maxi Vu carefully recorded his reactions. Thanks to that bowl of wisdom soup, not for a single moment could Tantu Kwong fall asleep. It forced him to endure the full effects of the poisons in a state of complete wakefulness. This made Tantu Kwong feel like he was in the deepest level of hell, a bottomless, terrifying place with piled up pain. After a long time, Maxi Vu noted that Tantu Kwong could resist all types of toxins, but he didn't know the exact cause, guessing it was the effect of the healing pill his grandfather had given him earlier. Whenever a toxin invaded, Tantu Kwong's blood seemed to clot in a few places, stopping the toxin from spreading. Then for some reason, the toxin would disappear. Although he couldn't find the answer, Maxi Vu had no intention of stopping his brutal experimental plan. Today, he brought something new. It was a two-tailed female spider, and he excitedly introduced that this was goods the Sichuan Tang sect could only buy 5 of each year. Like those poisonous centipedes, Maxi Vu placed it on Tantu Kwong's chest, letting him experience for himself a sensation of that many-legged creature crawling on him, then taking a bite on his neck. Tantu Kwong's scream echoed throughout the room, his vision gradually blurring, and his breathing began to labor. In his panic, Tantu Kwong unconsciously begged Maxi Vu for help, which ended up provoking him. Maxi Vu roughly choked Tantu Kwong, then cursed right in his face. If you still want to beg for your pathetic little life like that, then think about what you did to my leg. I became crippled, had to chop off a leg, all because of you. A person who dedicated his whole life to expanding the poison sect like me, ending up like this, it's all because of you. Do you find that reasonable? Tantu Kwong was no longer lucid enough to hear what Maxi Vu was saying. When his body went limp, Maxi Vu finally came to his senses and let go. Tantu Kwong collapsed on the experiment table, showing no reaction. Maxi Vu thought he was dead, so he untied Tantu Kwong and carried him down. He knew that someone who could resist the red centipede poison like Tantu Kwong could not possibly die from the average poison of a two-tailed female spider. Moreover, his body was now swollen and he had difficulty breathing, likely due to compression of the nasal cavity or trachea. How troublesome, but don't dream of dying peacefully like this. He muttered, I will save you. You must live until you pay the price for what you have done. Then, he transferred his internal energy into Tantu Kwong's body to alleviate the effects of the venom, thereby helping Tantu Kwong breathe again. The internal energy was transmitted from the Baihui acupoint through the Shaozi acupoint to the little finger. He also inserted a needle into the boy's little finger. Blood flowed out ceaselessly from there, causing the toxins to be slowly discharged and helping Tantu Kwong's body reduce swelling. But even if he didn't die from the toxins, he needed time for these complications to completely disappear. Just then, someone ran in to report to Maxi Vu, saying that he was urgently summoned to a meeting. The elder heard that people from the Martial Arts Alliance had come to the poison sect for an inspection. Hearing the name Martial Arts Alliance, Maxi Vu hurriedly left. Before leaving, he did not forget to observe Tantu Kwong lying unconscious on the ground again. He guessed the boy would take a long time to wake up, so he didn't plan to tie him up again. I will squeeze every bit of value out of you until I die of old age or get struck by lightning, or even if you die, don't dream of escaping my grasp. After saying that, He gave a satisfied smile and left. But Max Sivu did not expect that as soon as he left, the child he thought had only one breath left suddenly sat up, as if nothing had happened. On the way back from the assembly hall, Max Sivu kept complaining that his status in the sect was not what it used to be, all because sect leader Van Shu was suppressing him. He also swore that he would use Tan Tu Kwang to create the best poison, thereby rebuilding his lost power. When he arrived at the door of the laboratory, Max Sivu smelled a faint scent of toxins and a foul stench. Clearly, something had happened inside. He carefully pushed the door open, and immediately a snake lunged at him. Unfortunately, this old man's reaction was quite fast. The snake was caught alive before it could bite Max Sivu. What the hell is this? Why is this iron-flesh soldier snake here? Max Sivu was still in shock. Then he discovered that his entire laboratory had been turned upside down. The floor was covered with the carcasses of spiders, scorpions, snakes, and centipedes, while the main character, Tan Tu Kwang, had disappeared. "You bastard! Where are you hiding?" Max Sivu roared. "Is this how you repay my life-saving grace?" There was no answer. Max Sivu forced himself to calmly observe. Tan Tu Kwang was now covered in wounds. He guessed the boy didn't have the strength to escape without leaving traces. Moreover, there were no signs that he had escaped through the main door, so it was very likely he was still hiding in this room. But he had turned the whole room upside down and still couldn't see Tan Tu Kwang anywhere, until he saw that the exit of the garbage chute had been pried open. Max Sivu burst out laughing, thinking that Tan Tu Kwang was truly a fool, because that sewage outlet was so small that a person couldn't fit through. Wasn't crawling in there just walking into a trap? Come out now. You are a good boy, aren't you? Come out. We should continue our work, shouldn't we? You know, hiding here is useless. He squatted in front of the sewage outlet, then smugly opened it. However, when the baffle was lifted, Max Sivu's face was immediately slashed by a sharp object. When looking closely, he discovered it was a bamboo leaf, but the problem was it was poisoned. Because the wound was on his face, the toxin quickly weakened Max Sivu's nerves. He immediately collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his mouth still cursing Tan Tu Kwang for daring to use such a despicable trick. Moreover, Max Sivu's symptoms proved that he had been hit by more than one type of poison. It was just that he himself didn't know what poison was on that bamboo leaf, so he could only slowly crawl towards where the antidotes were kept in the room. Only at this moment was there some movement from a grass basket in the corner of the room. Tan Tu Kwang calmly crawled out from inside, his hands still gripping a venomous snake that was biting him tightly. But Tan Tu Kwang expressionlessly broke it apart with his hands, feeling no pain whatsoever. Max Sivu glared in anger. It turned out Tan Tu Kwang hadn't left yet. He had been hiding in that grass basket all along, watching him fall into the trap step by step. Max Sivu had been perfectly played by a brat, but he didn't have time to settle the score with the boy, because now the most important thing was to find out what kind of poison the boy had soaked the bamboo leaf in, otherwise his life would be in danger. Very quickly, Max Sivu found the answer to his question, because he saw the needle wound on Tan Tu Kwang's little finger, still oozing blood. Had the boy used the toxins in his own blood? Max Sivu felt his vision go dark. If Tan Tu Kwang's blood was used as the poison, where would he get the antidote? His body became increasingly limp. He watched with his own eyes as Tan Tu Kwang opened the door, preparing to leave openly through the main door, but he had no way to stop him. No matter how frantically Max Sivu screamed from behind, Tan Tu Kwang paid no attention. He had waited a long time for this opportunity to escape. Tan Tu Kwang dragged his thin body alone, staggering deep into the forest. He hadn't gone far before he collapsed to the ground, not because of fatigue, nor because of pain, but because all the emotions suppressed for so long now exploded. After those days of being imprisoned by Max Sivu in that hell, Tan Tu Kwang had finally destroyed the enemy of White Flower Valley. He had always hoped it was just a nightmare, but the truth was that his mother and grandfather, and even the White Flower Valley, had all perished because of this poison sect. It was just that, even though he had kept his life and sacrificed Max Sivu, Tan Tu Kwong didn't know what to do next. His tears fell ceaselessly while his mind was blank. What was that sound? A voice echoed from afar, immediately snapping Tan Tu Kwong back to reality. He immediately hid in the bushes nearby. Nothing, I thought I heard something just now, but it must be wild animals in the mountains. That voice spoke again. No time to mind these things anymore. We have to hurry. We were ordered by sect leader Van Chu to gather at the main hall immediately. It seems there are all distinguished guests today. Even the great general of the Martial Arts Alliance has come. What? Why would a figure like him come here personally? I don't know, but surely someone reported the poison sect to the Martial Arts Alliance. He definitely came to investigate. Does that mean we will also meet with disaster? Don't worry. It seems sect leader Van Chu already has a plan. Tan Tu Kwong focused on listening to the conversation of those two people, combining it with the invitation Mac Si Vu received earlier, but he couldn't extract any important information. Regarding that martial arts alliance, his grandfather had told him about it before. It was an alliance of members from sects in the martial arts world who decided everything that happened in the martial arts world, ensuring fairness for the factions and setting the rules. Tan Tu Kwong didn't know who had reported Mac Si Vu's poison sect, but he felt this was his chance, because he just needed to meet the person from the Martial Arts Alliance and tell him all the injustices that White Flower Valley had suffered. At this moment, all members of the poison sect had gathered in front of the main hall, respectfully welcoming Bok Lai Dong. Tan Tu Kwong also sneaked behind. This was the first time he had met Bok Lai Dong, but he had heard a lot about him. Everyone said he was a respectable leader, famous for being fair and upright since he took over the martial arts world. Tan Tu Kwong's heart was full of hope, feeling that if it was Bok Lai Dong, the brutality of the poison sect and the grievances of White Flower Valley would certainly be brought to light. After the grand ceremony welcoming Bok Lai Dong, the disciples of the poison sect also dispersed significantly. Tan Tu Kwong took advantage of his small stature and agility to sneak deep into the inner courtyard and successfully approached Bok Lai Dong's private room. He stood outside the window, saw him in the room, and was overjoyed. He was about to rush in when he saw sect leader Van Chu walking right behind him. Tan Tu Kwong had to stop outside, focusing on listening to their conversation. Do you see? They're all thoroughly trained people. If they join the Martial Arts Alliance, they will utilize their full potential, Van Chu seemed to say proudly. Van Chu kept rambling on about the level of the disciples under his command, not forgetting to emphasize that he was constantly striving to bring individuals with the most superior strength to the Martial Arts Alliance. But Bok Lai Dong didn't seem to have any interest. I only hope you do better for all of us, not get us into trouble, he said coldly. Then, Bok Lai Dong mentioned that someone had reported to the Martial Arts Alliance, saying that the poison sect had destroyed another small sect specializing in medicine. However, after that tragedy, there were still some survivors. I truly apologize, but suppressing the people of that sect is indeed not an easy matter. It seems some of them took advantage of the chaos to escape. This is my negligence. Van Chu bowed his head to admit his fault. The next turning point was astonishing. Bok Lai Dong said that he had eliminated the person who came forward to report. He also assigned the remaining task to sect leader Van Chu, which was to cleanly dispose of the survivors of that medical sect. Because if news of their involvement in this matter leaked out, it would clearly be a huge trouble. Tan Tu Kwong was stunned with fear. Even if he racked his brain, he could not have expected that Bok Lai Dong, whom he always revered, was actually one of the masterminds behind it all. If so, if Tan Tu Kwong stood up now to report similar events regarding White Flower Valley, he would immediately be exposed, because as a witness to the poison sect's crimes, he would also be silenced. Tan Tu Kwong hurriedly covered his mouth tight, and at this moment, Bok Lai Dong also heard a very faint noise outside the door. He immediately drew his sword and stabbed through the thin wooden door, then quickly retracted it. The tip of the sword had no bloodstains, so Bok Lai Dong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had misheard. But he didn't know that there was indeed someone outside the door, and that sword thrust just now had missed Tan Tu Kwong by only a fraction. After Bok Lai Dong and Van Chu left, Tan Tu Kwong was so scared that he slumped to the ground. He couldn't digest this information. That fair, tolerant, and just leader was in cahoots with this brutal poison sect. And the Martial Arts Alliance knew of Max Si Vu's crimes. But not only did they not handle them, they even helped them clean up the aftermath. Just then, two guards walked over. Quick as lightning, Tan Tu Kwong hid in the empty room next door, but his heart was still pounding from the tension just now. Just now, Bok Lai Dung had said he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who knew the truth and threatened the reputation of the Martial Arts Alliance. That meant Tan Tu Kwang's life was in extreme danger. The more he thought, the angrier he got. On one side was the poison sect indiscriminately killing innocent people. On the other was the Martial Arts Alliance praised by the world. But in the end, they were all birds of a feather. The images of his grandfather and mother reappeared, causing his heart to twist in pain. At that moment, Tan Tu Kwang made up his mind. He had to live, and he had to become stronger without needing anyone's help. He would walk this path of revenge alone. Later, in the inner courtyard of the poison sect, a lavish banquet was held to welcome Bok Lai Dung. While Van Chu was joyfully giving a welcome speech, suddenly a subordinate stepped up and whispered a few words in his ear, only to see Van Chu's expression change abruptly. He immediately apologized to Bok Lai Dung and withdrew. Indeed, the news the subordinate brought was that Elder Max Si Vu had been poisoned with a complex toxin, likely due to carelessness during experiments, and was currently in a coma, his life hanging by a thread. Van Chu felt something was amiss. Max Si Vu had been studying poisons for decades. How could a so-called mistake happen? Could there have been an error during the experiment? He immediately remembered the test subject Max Si Vu had been using for months. Have you seen the brat Max Si Vu brought back from White Flower Valley for experiments? The sect leader's subordinates looked at each other, then shook their heads. When they arrived, there was no one in the room other than Max Si Vu. The sect leader suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If Tan Tu Kwang had died during the experiment, the body should still be there. But the subordinates reported the place was empty. Moreover, Tan Tu Kwang was the one who had crippled Max Si Vu's leg. If he was still alive, he would surely be a major threat. Therefore, the sect leader immediately issued an order requiring his subordinates to find Max Si Vu's test subject at all costs, dead or alive. Leaving the inner courtyard of the poison sect, Tan Tu Kwang happened to encounter the ill-fated victims of a medical sect being escorted away. He recalled the conversation earlier between the sect leader and Bok Lai Dung. These people were being escorted to the southern area where poison sect members were waiting, and they would certainly die. Tan Tu Kwang saw the leader of this small sect, an old man with white hair and beard, being treated with absolutely no respect. The cart drivers treated these people with fists and boot heels, even using weapons when they resisted. These drivers were not kind people either. If not for the orders to escort them, they would have long since taken the lives of these poor souls. Taking advantage of the chaos as the crowd fussed over the bullied old man, Tan Tu Kwang seized the opportunity to blend in. The moon rose high as the poison sect's prisoner cart sped along the mountain road. Tan Tu Kwang sat obediently among the crowd, but soon someone noticed he didn't belong to their sect. It was the young man who had stood up to protect the old man earlier, the one with a knife slash on his face. Looking closely, you don't seem to belong to the poison sect. Who are you exactly? Tan Tu Kwang looked a bit awkward, then tried his best to lower his voice, whispering that he was from White Flower Valley. The whole group was astonished upon hearing this. White Flower Valley? Why is someone from White Flower Valley here? Was your sect also oppressed by the poison sect? Tan Tu Kwang nodded silently. His aggrieved expression made the people from the medical sect even more indignant. Since being secretly backed by the Martial Arts Alliance, the poison sect had become increasingly arrogant and inhumane. The young man asked Tan Tu Kwang how he got here. He didn't hide the fact that he had been captured by Max Si Vu as a test subject for months. And today, taking advantage of Bok Lai Dung's visit and the bustle in the manor, he managed to escape. The young man looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Boy, escaping this far is already impressive. But this cart won't take us out of our misery. It's only dragging us to another hellish abyss. Tan Tu Kwang glanced at the 5 guards escorting the prisoner cart. The young man followed his gaze, immediately guessing his intention, and advised Tan Tu Kwang to give up. He didn't know about the others, but the bald man named Dai Tao, holding a long sword, was not easy to deal with. The one who used a sword to slash his face earlier was that very man. With Dai Tao's combat strength, even energetic young men might not escape, let alone them, who were exhausted from being hit with power-dispersing poison. What if I have poison? Tan Tu Kwang asked. Poison? Better than nothing, but does the poison sect lack poisons? they can easily neutralize it. But this is truly a lethal poison that can take a life. Tan-Tu Kwong tried to persuade him. What poison is it that makes you so confident? Tan-Tu Kwong didn't know the name of the poison, as it had seeped deep into his blood. He could only truthfully say that the poison in his body had helped him escape the poison sect and rendered that bastard Mac Sivu unconscious. Hearing the name Mac Sivu, everyone present gasped. Mac Sivu? He is one of the leaders of the poison sect. You poisoned him. Everyone, keep your voices down, Tan-Tu Kwong reminded. So, where is this poison? The young man asked again. Tan-Tu Kwong didn't just talk. He rolled up his sleeve and used his teeth to bite open his little finger. But what oozed out wasn't blood, but a clear liquid. At a glance, it indeed looked like a pure toxin capable of taking a life. The victims from a medical sect were even more astonished seeing this. How can such a thing exist in your body? Tan-Tu Kwong didn't hide anything and continued to recount his experience, including how he accidentally ate a red centipede Mac Sivu released in order to survive. Afterwards, the centipede's venom failed to kill him. When Mac Sivu found out, he took it back as a test subject, testing hundreds of poisons on him for months. Finally, he turned Tan-Tu Kwong into a vessel of pure poison. The young man wanted to check for himself, so he asked Tan-Tu Kwong to turn his back. Then, he transmitted a stream of internal energy to probe his body. The sensation was very strange, because the man felt that Tan-Tu Kwong's meridians were all blocked. However, his internal vessels, stomach acupoints, and the acupoints on his limbs seemed connected by a flow of qi, and that qi was gathering in his internal vessels. It was very likely the poison. As a member of a medical sect, he couldn't explain this strange phenomenon in Tan-Tu Kwong's body either. Meanwhile, Tan-Tu Kwong was eager to use the poison in his body to create an opportunity for everyone to escape. Wait, a woman sitting opposite suddenly spoke up. What if it fails? If your plan doesn't work and we all have to die, what then? Didn't you think about that? Another man immediately agreed, as he thought the cart's destination might just be a place for hard labor, but at least they wouldn't die. But Tan-Tu Kwong knew the poison sect people wouldn't spare those on the cart. If they waited until the cart stopped, it would be too late to act. The young man also agreed with his plan. We have numbers now, there's still a chance. If we wait until the cart stops, there will be more guards, and it will be too late. Saying this, he turned to Tan-Tu Kwong and said earnestly, You said your name is Tan-Tu Kwong, right? If possible, please help us, and let us help you too. The man then realized he hadn't introduced himself. He called himself Dong Min, the vice-sect leader of this medical sect. Dong Min was incredibly grateful for Tan-Tu Kwong's sudden appearance, grateful that he was willing to help them escape when he could have totally left on his own, and also grateful that he exposed the evil faces of Bak Lai Dong and the Martial Arts Alliance. Don't thank me yet, we haven't escaped, Tan-Tu Kwong mumbled. Honestly, he wasn't 100% sure he could defeat all the escort soldiers. Just as Tan-Tu Kwong finished speaking, the sound of hurried hoofbeats suddenly rang out. You there, stop. A messenger on horseback arrived and spoke hurriedly. The sect leader has ordered you to return immediately. What's the matter? The man named Dai Tao turned his head impatiently to ask. The messenger reported that the elders at home were going mad because Mac Sivu was unconscious and his life was in danger, and the test subject he kept had also escaped. The sect leader had ordered that the person be found at all costs. Dai Tao listened with a look of disdain. Mac Sivu is knocked out? That old man is truly old, not like he used to be. He even got a leg broken. But that doesn't matter. The messenger suggested that Mac Sivu's escape test subject might very well be hiding on this prisoner cart. Hearing this, Tan-Tu Kwong and Dong Min looked at each other tensely, neither daring to breathe loudly. Luckily, since being captured, Tan-Tu Kwong had always been locked in a closed laboratory, so these low-level disciples didn't recognize his face. To be sure, he asked Dai Tao to bring all the prisoners back, but returning now wasn't easy, as the cart was traveling on a narrow road along a cliff. A road so narrow it was difficult to turn around. Dai Tao didn't choose to take everyone back, but thought of another way to check. How many people are we escorting in total today? He turned to ask the person next to him. Report, a total of 11 people. 11 people? So we just need to count heads to know, right? Hearing Dai Tao say this, Tan-Tu Kwong became extremely tense. The victims of the medical sect on the cart were equally tense, only able to keep their heads down. Dai Tao carefully counted each person, and finally, when he discovered there was one extra person on the cart, a very twisted smile appeared on his face. Two words flashed in Tan Tu Kwang's mind. It's over. Interesting. At this point, you still want to hide a fugitive. Is this the compassion you people preach all day? He laughed loudly at the sky, then drew his sword. Then you don't need to go any further, because now I have a perfect reason to deal with you right here. His smile was full of bloodlust, making everyone shiver without being cold. Tan Tu Kwang was extremely tense. He indeed had poison that could take the lives of these bastards. He just didn't expect them to pursue so quickly. Seeing him trembling, Dongmin slapped Tan Tu Kwang hard on the shoulder, then gave him a look full of determination. But before Tan Tu Kwang could calm down, an old man suddenly jumped up, pointing at him and accusing, "It's him. He sneaked onto the cart when we weren't looking. We are willing to hand him over. Please spare us." Tan Tu Kwang was startled. But before he could react, that old man was sliced in half by Dai Tao with a single sword stroke. This horrific scene stunned everyone present into silence. After finishing off one person, he even nonchalantly stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on the blade. "Go back and report to the sect leader. Say that this lot planned to hide the fugitive, so I killed them all to eliminate future trouble. Killing a few prisoners isn't a big deal anyway, is it?" Dai Tao asked. "Yes, that is true." But the messenger seemed a bit awkward. His brutality was unbearable for the prisoners of the medical sect. Then a girl stood up to resist. "You are a devil. How can you treat human life like grass? If you're so capable, come take my life. You shameless bastard." This girl's action ignited the flames of hatred in the remaining prisoners. Without distinguishing between men, women, old, or young, they all stood up, facing Dai Tao's blade without fear. Taking advantage of the chaos, Dong Min ordered a general attack. The young men, captured on the cart, rushed together towards the escort soldiers. Although they were healers, their martial arts skills were quite decent. Before long, the first soldier was taken down by Dongmin, but Dai Tao stood still without moving, watching as if it were a play, because he was confident that even if this crowd rebelled, they wouldn't escape his blade. But suddenly, the soldier who had just been taken down collapsed, vomiting a large mouthful of blood and coughing violently. He reached out his hand towards Dai Tao for help, but before he could finish his sentence, he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. The messenger, seeing this scene, was terrified out of his wits and immediately spurred his horse to turn back. "I'm leaving first. Dai Tao, think of something fast." Another soldier shouted anxiously. At this moment, Dai Tao frowned, revealing a hint of what could be considered concern. He stared at the weapon Dong Min had just used to attack the guy. It was just a broken piece of pottery. At most, it could cause a minor wound, but the guy died immediately after one hit. As a member of the poison sect, it wasn't hard for Dai Tao to recognize that the pottery shard had been coated with a lethal poison sufficient to kill. Who is next? A rabbit cornered will also bite. Including Dong Min, the warriors of the medical sect were now burning with spirit. But Dai Tao remained incredibly calm. "I'm not that stupid. I've discovered your weapons are poisoned. I just need to keep my distance. Are you stalling for time? Waiting for us to get exhausted?" A man beside Dong Min asked with a laugh. "Not exactly." Dai Tao raised the sword in his hand, looking smug. "I just want to show you something." As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively slashed down. Although the two sides were quite far apart, the power from that wave of sword energy was immense, instantly slicing that poor man into two halves. Dong Min and the others turned pale with fear. They didn't expect that bald guy to know how to use sword energy. It seemed dealing with him was much harder than they thought. "Now, it's my turn to counterattack, right? It's time to end it all." Dai Tao, out of habit, brought the sword to his mouth to lick after killing someone, as if savoring a delicacy. But seemingly intoxicated by the joy of victory, he didn't notice at all that Tan Tu Kwang was currently rushing at him from behind, holding a broken pottery shard soaked in poison. This was the plan that Tan Tu Kwang and the prisoners of the medical sect had discussed beforehand. They had a broken ceramic jar. After using the boy's blood to poison it, it would become a lethal weapon. However, Dai Tao was still the biggest problem, because that bastard's combat power couldn't be underestimated. Dong Min believed they needed to set a trap to distract him, then needed someone to sneak attack from behind. Only then would there be a chance to strike. The plan was executed perfectly. Immersed in the feeling of victory, Dai Tao didn't detect Tan Tu Kwang approaching from behind at all. With a small but agile body, the boy successfully used all his strength to slash that pottery shard across the back of his neck. He thought he had succeeded, but the truth was, Dai Tao's flesh was as hard as steel. Tan Tu Kwang's attack just now didn't even scratch his skin, let alone poison him. Is this your plan? Dai Tao asked coldly. What a pity, with just that weak strength of yours. You want to hurt me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately changed targets, turning around to slash a sword strike toward Tan Tu Kwang. Dong Min screamed the boy's name in horror, but Tan Tu Kwang couldn't dodge in time at all. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Tan Tu Kwang was pinned firmly to the ground. Dai Tao's sword stabbed straight into his abdomen. Just a brat like you wants to fight me? It's commendable that you aim for my weak point. But is that all? Is there anything else to open my eyes? Tan Tu Kwang reached out and tightly grasped the opponent's blade, but couldn't stop it from plunging deeper. Along with the ceaseless flow of blood, he felt his vitality gradually draining away. But he didn't want to give up. If he died here, the poor people of the medical sect wouldn't have a good ending either. And the vengeance for his grandfather, mother, and everyone in the White Flower Valley couldn't be exacted. Nothing else? Then let me send you on your way, Dai Tao said with a provocative tone, then pulled the sword out of Tan Tu Kwang's abdomen. Seeing him treat a child like that, none of those present were not outraged. Regardless of age or gender, they rushed forward together, wanting to tear this beast apart piece by piece. Yet that bastard was not only unafraid, but on the contrary, smiled a very satisfied smile, as if he'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. They only saw him swing his sword once, and the carriage exploded with a loud boom, sweeping up blinding dust and rubble. Dong Min was the only one standing outside the attack range. When the smoke and dust cleared, enough for him to open his eyes and see clearly, Dong Min's eyes were already filled with tears because of the tragic scene before him. Nearly 10 survivors of the medical sect were all taken down by Dai Tao's strike just now. Some had broken arms, some broken legs, some lost their heads, and some were reduced to mere scraps of flesh, scattered everywhere like a pile of minced meat. This scene was truly too heavy for a vice sect leader like Dong Min. And Dai Tao knew that too, so he tried even harder to strike at his psyche. You're the vice sect leader, right? How does it feel seeing this scene? This is the fate of the weak dying in pain. Dai Tao continued his habit of licking blood. That hateful appearance made Dong Min feel a cutting pain. Just as he was busy provoking Dong Min, Tan Tu Kwang struggled to stand up behind him. His mouth didn't stop counting from 1 to 10. What the hell are you counting? Are you mentally deranged? Your day of death has arrived. Count to 10. Tan Tu Kwang concluded. What nonsense are you spouting? Dai Tao completely lost patience, taking a few steps forward intending to deal him another sword strike. But right at that moment, he suddenly stopped. Blood poured ceaselessly from his mouth. Immediately after, Dai Tao felt his body rapidly being drained of strength. He had to stab his sword into the ground to barely stand firm. He was both astonished and panicked, his mouth muttering incessantly. How is it possible? Because earlier, Tan Tu Kwang clearly hadn't wounded him. You swallowed this, didn't you? Tan Tu Kwang raised his right hand. On his palm was a cut caused by a sword, and what flowed from it was not blood but venom. A loud boom went off in Dai Tao's head. He didn't expect Tan Tu Kwang to make this move. The boy had secretly smeared the venom from his palm onto his blade, then exploited his habit of licking the enemy's blood to lead him step by step into a death trap. At this moment, the poison had spread throughout his entire body. Dai Tao had no strength left and collapsed to the ground. But he still maintained his arrogant demeanor. You are truly unfathomably deep, commendable. Turning back now is still timely. How about joining the poison sect? I will recommend you. In exchange, give me the antidote. Tan Tu Kwang felt it was ridiculous. This guy was about to die, yet still spoke stubbornly. The poison sect had a blood feud of extermination with him. How could he agree to his request? Hey, the person you should be begging isn't me. Tan Tu Kwang kindly reminded Dai Tao. Only then did he realize someone was slowly approaching from behind. It was Dong Min, holding a sharp sword. But, so what if he discovered it? Dai Tao no longer had the strength to resist. He was just unwilling to die at the hands of these weaklings who only knew how to practice medicine. Tan Tu Kwang had no impression of what happened after that, because he fainted the moment Dong Min swung the sword. When he woke up, Tan Tu Kwang found himself on horseback with Dong Min sitting behind him. He had used his medical skills to give the boy first aid, temporarily preserving his life. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to avenge my sect, Dong Min said. But Tan Tu Kwong felt incredibly ashamed and guilty. He felt that if he hadn't deliberately sneaked onto the carriage, the people of the medical sect wouldn't have had to die. Dong Min didn't blame him, because he knew his sect's people were not cowards, nor did they want to live a miserable life of slavery. Although it was very painful, they had lived with dignity until the very last moment of their lives. As for Tan Tu Kwong, he was still not satisfied, because even though Dai Tao was dead, he was just a low-level soldier. The poison sect still existed. The boy knew his path of revenge could only end when that evil sect and the martial arts alliance were overthrown. To do that, Tan Tu Kwong needed to become stronger. Just as he thought this, Dong Min suddenly spoke up from behind. "That's right, you'll be the one to overthrow the poison sect." Saying that, he took Tan Tu Kwong's hand and placed it on the horse's reins. "There will be pursuers behind, so don't stop. Please, avenge us as well." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly became light. Then he fell off the galloping warhorse. It turned out Dong Min had long been exhausted. He had only tried to hold on a while longer to ensure Tan Tu Kwong ran far enough and was safe enough. "Go forward, Tu Kwong." Tan Tu Kwong felt he would never be able to forget the look on Dong Min's face at this moment in his entire life. His tears poured down, not daring to turn his head back to look. The warhorse was still galloping, while Tan Tu Kwong cried ceaselessly. He would never forget the crimes of those bastards, and swore that he would not stop moving forward until he trampled every single one of them under his feet. Not long after, the sect leader sent more subordinates to the scene. There was incredibly gruesome corpses piled up. Among them were people from the medical sect, as well as people from the poison sect. But Tan Tu Kwong was the only one not found. When they brought this news back to report, the old man stomped his feet in anger. "You absolutely must not let the esteemed venerable lord." The sect leader spoke half a sentence before being interrupted by another voice. "Hear about this matter? Is that what you mean?" Alliance leader Bok Lai Dung suddenly appeared behind the sect leader, startling the old man. But he didn't say much about Tan Tu Kwong's escape, only hinting that the wine here was a bit bland and he would leave tomorrow morning. The sect leader, afraid of offending Bok Lai Dung, hurriedly apologized and promised to resolve the problem immediately. A huge sect is also made up of small matters. Don't think a small grain of sand cannot create waves. Bok Lai Dung's voice held not a trace of anger, yet it made the sect leader involuntarily tremble with fear. "My lord, we will use all our strength to catch that rascal. Please give us another chance. This will be your final chance." Bok Lai Dung's voice turned cold. "Remember well, if you fail, don't expect the poison sect to have a future." This threat from the mouth of someone high and mighty like Bok Lai Dung created immense pressure on the sect leader. The old man became even more frantic to catch Tan Tu Kwong. Thus, he hurriedly dragged his old body to Mak Si Vu's sick room. Mak Si Vu was still lying there, his life hanging by a thread. The sect leader actually wasn't too worried about Mak Si Vu's life, because for him, the most important thing now was catching Tan Tu Kwong. After telling him about the boy's escape from the poison sect, Mak Si Vu, dying on the bed, was also so angry he let out a roar. "You brought the person back. Do you have any way to catch him now?" the sect leader asked. Then, he heard Mak Si Vu mutter a few broken words. It wasn't clear what Mak Si Vu said, but at that moment, the sect leader had to lean his ear close to Mak Si Vu's mouth to barely hear a few words clearly. 1 week later, Tan Tu Kwong was still wandering in the deep forest and high mountains. His health condition was now relatively stable. Surprisingly, he hadn't treated himself at all, yet his wounds were able to recover quickly. Tan Tu Kwong wondered if this was a side effect of Mak Si Vu's cruel experiments. But regardless, surviving intact was already good enough. Currently, Tan Tu Kwong was still struggling to hide from the poison sect's people. But running away forever wasn't the solution. Tan Tu Kwong felt he should continue going further, building a new force of his own to be able to take revenge. He arrived at a rather distant village. Luckily, he didn't see anyone who looked like a member of the poison sect here. After wandering around the streets for a while, Tan Tu Kwong decided to step into an inn to ask about the situation. "Excuse me, are there any reliable tribes or sects recruiting workers nearby?" Bandits destroyed my home, and I lost all my relatives. Now I have nowhere to turn, so I want to find a job that includes room and board. The waitress in the inn looked at Tan Tu Kwang's ragged appearance, added to the pitiful story he just told, and couldn't help but let out a few sighs of sympathy. Oh my, then you should look for a wealthy family. Duong Vong is the administrator of this region. Perhaps you should go find him to present your situation. His clan is one of the most powerful clans in this Yunnan region. Tan Tu Kwang interrupted the woman. He probed for information regarding the poison sect. This time, the person who spoke up to answer was a guest eating noodles in the inn. He said the poison sect wasn't a suitable place for a child like Tan Tu Kwang, especially since internal strife had occurred within the sect recently. Internal strife? What? Tan Tu Kwang continued to probe. Don't you know? They were attacked by two medical sections. I heard it was because those two sects wanted to stop their growth. Rumor has it many were killed and injured. But it was no use, as the poison sect still gained control in the end. The man only recounted rumors he heard in the martial world, but Tan Tu Kwang felt absolutely disgusted. This poison sect is truly a thief crying, "Stop thief," clearly the perpetrator, yet pretending to be the victim. But from that man's mouth, Tan Tu Kwang heard an important piece of information. Among the two medical sects suppressed by the poison sect, one belonged to the White Flower Valley. It was said that the survivors of the White Flower Valley had been escorted to a hard labor camp far away. Hearing the words, White Flower Valley, Tan Tu Kwang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He hurriedly pressed the man. Do you know where the labor camp they were taken to is? Well, I think they are at some mine in Manhwa, but there are quite a few mines in Manhwa. Why do you ask? Tan Tu Kwang didn't wait to hear the rest before rushing off. Since being captured by Max Si Vu, he had always assumed the White Flower Valley had been annihilated. But if the man's words were true, then besides him, there might still be survivors, and they were being taken to a mine for hard labor. Tan Tu Kwang's first thought was to go find them. However, after running a short distance, Tan Tu Kwang suddenly stopped. Thinking back, this could very likely be a trap set by the people of the poison sect to catch him. But what if all of this is the truth? How could Tan Tu Kwang stand by and watch the people of his sect be oppressed without stepping in to save them? But facts proved Tan Tu Kwang's suspicion was correct, because at this moment, at an underground mine in Nam Hoa, Van Chu was lying in wait. Moreover, the person standing beside him was Max Si Vu. After that earth-shattering poisoning event, Max Si Vu had recovered, though he was now blind in one eye. The idea of spreading rumors to lure Tan Tu Kwang was also Max Si Vu's. But several days had passed, and the boy still hadn't taken the bait. So Van Chu began to lose patience. He will definitely appear. Just be patient a little longer. Our sect's survival depends on whether he shows up or not. You really are calm, Max Si Vu. Actually, Max Si Vu was not as calm as he appeared. In fact, just thinking about catching Tan Tu Kwang and hacking him into pieces made Max Si Vu extremely excited. Max Si Vu could not forget the pain after being poisoned by that brat, including lying on the sickbed, taking all sorts of antidotes, and the moments of near madness when his mind wasn't clear. During that period of suffering, the only thing Max Si Vu remembered clearly was the name of his enemy, the one he believed had taken everything from him, even though clearly he was the one who provoked the White Flower Valley first. Tan Tu Kwang, I will definitely wait for you. So, you better show up soon. Not long after, Tan Tu Kwang arrived in the Nam Hoa area. After scouting a few mines, he indeed met his acquaintances. There was Mr. Dung Ich and also Old Man Gong. Seeing these familiar faces, Tan Tu Kwang believed even more that the rumors about the White Flower Valley survivors were true. It was just that there were more guards here than he imagined. Therefore, charging straight in to save them was truly a crazy plan. What should I do? Tan Tu Kwang thought to himself, his eyes darting around. When he saw a wooden house not far from the mine entrance, the answer appeared. Tan Tu Kwang set fire to that wooden house. Since it was a warehouse, the guards panicked upon discovering the fire. They stopped guarding the mine and put all their effort into fetching water to extinguish the fire. Tan Tu Kwang used this chaos to blend in among the prisoners and had the chance to meet his people. Seeing Tan Tu Kwang appear, they were also extremely surprised, as they had previously heard the news that he was alive and had escaped the poison sect. I heard the survivors of the White Flower Valley were being oppressed here, so I couldn't just look out for myself and run away. Tan Tu Kwang helped them dig or while exchanging information about the situation over the past days. At the same time, he believed he could get everyone out of this living hell. Tu Kwang, we are so glad you are alive. The White Flower Valley won't be lost because of this. If we lost you, how could we face the Valley Master in the afterlife? Don't worry, old man Gong, we will be fine. Tan Tu Kwang tried to reassure everyone. Meanwhile, due to the dry weather, the wooden house quickly burned to ashes. Since there was no one inside and nothing important, the guards secretly felt lucky. They also didn't forget to report to Max Si Vu, claiming that a nearby farm was burning straw and sparks flew over with the wind, catching the warehouse on fire. But an old fox like Max Si Vu didn't think so simply. You know the consequences of lax supervision, don't you? He said. The captain of the guards was terrified and hurriedly justified himself. Sir, all slaves are strictly guarded, ensuring not a single one can escape. What if someone intentionally snuck into the crowd? Rather than escaping, the captain didn't understand Max Si Vu's point, and Max Si Vu didn't bother analyzing it for him. Max Si Vu dragged his lame leg, heading toward the mine entrance. He was convinced that this fire wasn't simply caused by sparks from a farm, but was arson. And at this moment, in this place, the one with the most reason to cause chaos was none other than Tan Tu Kwang. He rushed into the mine like a madman, amidst the confused looks of the guards. With eyes sharp as a hawk, Max Si Vu quickly spotted that extremely familiar back. Tan Tu Kwang was really here. This was indeed a harvest worthy of a big grin from him. But Max Si Vu didn't want to startle the prey, because he wanted Tan Tu Kwang to nurture a huge hope that he could rescue the prisoners here. That would be the perfect moment to tear him to pieces and push him into the abyss of despair. Max Si Vu hurriedly returned, barging into sect leader Van Chu's room without even announcing himself. Sect leader, I guessed right. That bastard Tan Tu Kwang came back on his own. I have people watching them. So, before he could finish, Max Si Vu suddenly fell silent. He saw another person in the room, Van Chu and Queet Song of the 100 Poisons. Long time no see, Max Si Vu. Seems like you've been busy. Queet Song took a sip of tea, then politely greeted Max Si Vu. Queet Song was the sect leader of one of the 3 strongest poison sects in Yunnan. Compared to Max Si Vu's small poison sect, Queet Song's sect was much larger in scale. He himself was also a poison prodigy, capable of refining and using over 100 different types of poisons proficiently. But why would a figure like Queet Song appear here? His appearance truly made Max Si Vu extremely tense. Yes, it has been a long time. He pretended to be calm, then asked, "What wine blew you here?" Before Queet Song could answer, Van Chu spoke up first. It turned out Van Chu had taken the initiative to invite Queet Song for advice on the current situation. But it seems Elder Max Si Vu already has a solution. So, do I have nothing to do? However, I still have a few things to discuss, so you arrived at the right time. Max Si Vu looked at Queet Song with suspicion. What do you want to discuss? Queet Song leisurely took another sip of tea, then said that recently he discovered Van Chu's poison sect was striving to join the Martial Arts Alliance. Like them, Queet Song's sect secretly supported Bok Lai Dung and was backed by him to annex the medical sects in the Yunnan region. It was just that recently, those who always considered the poison sects a thorn in their side had started infiltrating the Martial Arts Alliance, wanting to sabotage this agreement. If anyone found out about the secret agreement between them and Bok Lai Dung, his reputation and the survival of the poison sects would be in danger. What Queet Song wanted to do was eliminate anyone who might know about this agreement, including the 2 medical sects that Van Chu's poison sect had suppressed. In return, Van Chu's poison sect could officially join the Martial Arts Alliance and simultaneously become one of the 4 great poison sects, equal to Queet Song's sect. For Van Chu, this was too attractive an offer, so he didn't hesitate to want to root out the weeds. However, Max Si Vu wanted to keep Tan Tu Kwang alive for revenge, because for him, a single knife stroke to end that brat wasn't enough to vent his anger. But in the current sect, Max Si Vu's voice obviously couldn't compare to sect leader Van Chu. Therefore, his ambition was immediately pushed aside. Back at the mine, Dungich talked to Tan Tu Kwang while digging ore. Although Tan Tu Kwang said he had a way to save them, they didn't really trust it, because what big things could a child like him do? I have poison in my body. If we smear poison on the tools, they will turn into weapons. Tan Tu Kwang not only persuaded Dung Ich and Old Man Gong, but also rallied the other prisoners. He had grasped their psychology, knowing they were also people who lost their families due to the poison sect's brutality. Therefore, instead of doing hard labor here for life, it was better to start a riot and use that chance to escape. Everyone, it is not too late. Let's leave here together. Tan Tu Kwong spoke decisively, but those present were still half-doubting. After all, these were just the words of a child. Just then, a loud explosion rang out, and the mine began to shake violently. The guards hurriedly ran out, running and screaming, "Hurry up! They're starting to blow up the mine!" Hearing their words, the prisoners in the mine couldn't hide their panic. "What? You intend to blow up the mine? What about us? Take us with you. Don't bother us, you scum. Just wait to be buried alive here." The guards couldn't avoid them fast enough. "This is the sect leader's order. Don't blame us." The guards ran as if they had engines on their butts. As for the prisoners who weren't fed enough all day and were beaten while doing hard labor, their weak bodies didn't have that luck. Another explosion rang out. Soil and rocks crashed down from above, blocking the exit and sealing off their path to life. Hearing the order to blow up the mine, Max Sivu also ran over in panic. He had spent so much time and effort, having lost a leg and now an eye to Tan Tu Kwong. He still wanted to use that brat as a test subject for his poison-making career. Therefore, when he saw the mine entrance blocked by debris, he collapsed in near despair. "Tan Tu Kwong, I should have killed you myself. Killed you myself," Max Sivu muttered like a madman. Meanwhile, inside the mine, people were in panic, creating a chaotic scene. They tried to push the rocks at the cave entrance, but it was almost useless. The guard's words earlier were very clear. The sect leader ordered the mine blown up. Didn't this mean burying them alive here? A few calmer people realized the gravity of the problem. This mine was managed by all the poison sects, not just Van Chu's sect. Therefore, blowing up the mine and burying all the prisoners of the poison sects must have been agreed upon by all the poison sects beforehand. Tan Tu Kwong also began to feel frightened. Was this a trap? But blowing up the entire mine just to catch him was baffling. Tan Tu Kwong felt there must be a puppet master behind this, and the first face that appeared in his mind was Bok Lai Dong. But the most important problem now wasn't finding the mastermind, but how to escape. Now, with everyone in panic, but Tan Tu Kwong, the only child among them, was the calmest. "If we only know fear, we won't accomplish anything." He spoke up. "The entrance is blocked, but we still have strength and tools. If everyone is united, we can definitely dig a path out." Tan Tu Kwong's words were like a wake-up call. The crowd that was noisy and crying suddenly fell silent. Old Man Gong also took this opportunity, as the oldest person here, to step forward and reassure everyone. "Everyone calm down. Look, a child isn't even panicking. How long do we adults plan to sit and lament? Even with this old body, I will do my best to help everyone. As long as we unite, we will get out." With the words of an elder like Old Man Gong, credibility increased greatly. The crowd started to calm down again. They felt Tan Tu Kwong was right. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it was better to give it their all, so they wouldn't regret it even if they died. Thus, they started digging. But in reality, things were not easy at all. In conditions lacking food and with only dim light, digging a path to life was truly too difficult. Everyone gradually became exhausted. Although the digging work had made significant progress, at this speed, I fear everyone will die before getting out. Tan Tu Kwong took a torch to examine the surroundings, and then he actually dug up a treasure. He discovered a small hole, only enough for a dog to crawl through. But with Tan Tu Kwong's thin body, he could easily crawl through. On the other side of the hole was another mine section. There was a large pool of water there, surrounded by moss and green grass. So much water and moss, enough for everyone here to hold on. Tan Tu Kwong was so happy he wanted to jump up. He knelt down to scoop a mouthful of water into his mouth, but was slapped painfully by cruel reality. Because he discovered the water was poisonous. The hope just kindled was extinguished again. The water and moss were poisonous. How could he give it to everyone to eat? Only Tan Tu Kwong was not struck down by the poison. He ate his fill of moss, drank enough water, then returned to everyone. After eating and drinking his fill, Tan Tu Kwong worked strenuously, surpassing his own limits. While others took turns digging the tunnel, his hands and feet never stopped, not resting for a moment. The rest were mostly adults. Seeing Tan Tu Kwong like that, they couldn't help but admire him. Even the strong young men were in pain from fatigue. Tan Tu Kwong was just a child, perhaps already exhausted, but still persisted without giving up. Everyone also knew Tan Tu Kwong could absorb toxins, and about the fact that he found a pool of water full of moss. Afterwards, he gave all his food and water to everyone, living only on that water and moss, risking his life to dig the path. Tan Tu Kwong hoped he could use his own strength to open a path to life. However, cruel reality once again slapped him hard in the face. Due to lack of light, the wooden stakes they used to support the earth and rocks were not erected to standard. The tunnel collapsed again, burying alive several people who were desperately digging at that moment. This scene happened right before Tan Tu Kwong's eyes, pushing him into extreme pain. At this moment, the survivors in the mine were all in despair. Because their food and water were running out, if they continued digging, it meant starting over from the beginning. Mournful and cold cries echoed. Everyone thought it was all over, but Tan Tu Kwong stubbornly refused to give up. He started using his two hands to dig the earth and rocks blocking the exit, throwing them to the sides. If you dig alone, it will take 10 years. An old man stepped forward and gently reminded him, "As long as I survive, what does it matter how long it takes?" Tan Tu Kwong answered decisively. "Don't you know when to give up?" he muttered, then continued. "I used to be the valley master of the Yellow Silkworm Valley, but I couldn't protect any of my relatives. Now I'm about to die miserably in this mine too. But even if my body dies, I still hope our secret arts can continue to exist in this world. I have observed you since you first arrived here. With your current strength, I believe you can shoulder this responsibility." Knowing he could not survive this calamity, Old Man Gong wanted to transmit all the sect's secret arts to Tan Tu Kwong. Seeing this, a few others also stood up in response. They also wanted to pass down their sect's techniques. All those present, more or less, wanted to entrust their sect's secret arts to Tan Tu Kwong, like keeping a ray of hope, hoping their sect would not be completely exterminated. Enough! He's just a child. The only person standing up to object was Old Man Gong. If you can guarantee the family's secrets are passed down, you can rest in peace. But this child will have to bear that burden of responsibility for his whole life. Do you want to bind this child like that? Tan Tu Kwong knew Old Man Gong was worried about him, but he knew, ever since his mother died, his grandfather died, and he was treated as a test subject. This life had long ceased to belong to him. There was also Dong Min's life, the lives of the people in his sect, and those about to die here. He was willing to shoulder the lives of those who sacrificed for him, at least so their sacrifices wouldn't become meaningless. I must fight until my last breath. I will not die here. I will leave here safely, and I will definitely make those who drove us to a dead end pay the price. If I can send them to hell, then I am willing to accept everyone's entrustment. A series of ear-piercing sounds rang out. The wooden axe was quickly flung out of that small arm. Dungich sighed helplessly. "Enough, kid. You need a rest." Tan Tu Kwong was covered in injuries, but still demanded decisively, "No. One more time." Looking at the immature, but mature beyond his years face, Dungich couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "This child has incredible focus." First was mastering the latent internal energy. The two practiced footwork together, then attack techniques from close to long range. Tan Tu Kwong not only learned fast, but was also very creative. According to Dungich, this child could maximize the potential of every sect even without resting. This child is absolutely a genius. I remember he said he took the fire recovery pill. I didn't expect the medicine's effect to seem to affect even his will. His ability to persevere and survive. Could it be because he is stronger now? Dungich was preparing to continue training when suddenly from afar there was a call for Tan Tu Kwong. A little girl sobbed, stammering word by word to announce, "Old Gong." The event happened too suddenly, leaving Tan Tu Kwong a bit dazed. A moment later, he knelt before the motionless body of his loved one, whispering softly, "I am here, Old Man Gong." The old man gently opened his eyes, his lips moving to speak. Tu Kwang, are you there? He tried to raise a hand. I know you will never give up, but perhaps I am about to make everyone suffer more. How can you survive alone in this cruel adversity? Old man Gong gently tilted his head. I'm sorry. In the end, I still couldn't protect you, nor could I fight side by side with you. Infinite regret rose in his heart. I want to look at that place one more time. His voice became smaller and smaller. A place where only white flowers bloom. Old man Gong had fulfilled his wish, slowly departing from this world. Everyone around cried out in grief. Only Tan Tu Kwang kept his head down from beginning to end. He staggered to his feet. Now I must go, must continue practicing. Despite the words of dissuasion behind him, it's best now to still. Tan Tu Kwang clenched his fist, turned around, and emphasized, everyone knows we don't have time anymore. Under the golden tree shadow in the chilly autumn weather, the sound of reciting poetry echoed. Oh, the green grass surrounds me. Maxi Vu, drunk, sat alone in a corner muttering, coming to my abyss of suffering, lost to the mortal world just because of you. The deer bleats calling its herd to graze, echoing in all four directions. Two young men saw this and complained. He's been like that for weeks. Elder Mac looks as if he lost something very important. Why does he torment himself like that? Mac Si Vu still asked himself, you left behind an unfinished promise and left me? Why? Finally, he used force to smash the wine jar. You leaving like that? What am I supposed to do, do you know? Damn it, he panted, accidentally seeing something catch his eye. The puddle caused by Mac Si Vu's show to change. Small vibrations appeared, signaling that under that rock, there was still life. Max Si Vu stared in astonishment. Why is it vibrating? Impossible. There was the sound of wind blowing through the crack of the water trough. Inside, where dim light flickered, the sound of instruction echoed. Countless sparks flashed, illuminating the cold space. Max Si Vu tried to follow the vibrations to search. Are you still there? Suddenly, he let out a creepy laugh. Hee. Max Si Vu roared madly. Ha, finally I'm about to do that. If it's really you, this is the only way to find you. The old man's face distorted, twisted. He's still alive? It seems heaven hasn't abandoned me yet. All right, no matter how long it takes, it doesn't matter, as long as you still exist. In the most extreme moment of fate, only one person remained. Other close people had all died. When the little sister trembled and said, I'm so hungry, memories flashed through Tan Tu Kwang's mind. The image of the old uncle falling to the ground. Finally, I can meet everyone again at Vu Gate, or the despairing eyes of the aunt. No matter what, you must take revenge for Lo Gate. Dung Itch's advice. Don't forget everything you have learned and seen here. Not long after, Tan Tu Kwang became the sole survivor. He had dug through patches of earth and rock. Behind him were the bodies of villagers. Even Tan Tu Kwang's relatives lay next to each other. His lips were pressed tight with hatred. The weather turned to winter. Everything around was completely covered in white. Max Si Vu stood before the great mountain. He no longer looked sloppy and drunk, but looked quite decent. Some mock me, calling me a madman. But just having this tiny signal is enough for me to nurture hope. The corners of Mac Si Vu's mouth lifted slightly. It might take 5 years or longer. I hope you will eventually get out to satisfy this old man. He slowly turned to leave. Soon enough, we will face each other again. A small hand forcefully pulled a handful of grass, then put in the mouth to chew. After filling his stomach with grass and poisonous water, Tan Tu Kwang took time to practice. He focused on meditation, recalling and reconstructing more clearly, regulating breath to open meridians, combining heaven, earth, and all things with the body, and continued to endure. Even Tan Tu Kwang himself didn't know if he could escape this dark earthen pit. A while later, people saw him hugging his knees, crying uncontrollably. These hardships seemed to have worn down Tan Tu Kwang's will, making him helpless. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, for seasons just passed by. Time was like flowing water. On a moonless night in the 8th year, the stone slab that lay silent suddenly showed a crack. Small stones fell, creating momentum for the creature inside. Just a few seconds later, a hand reached out. That child finally stood up from the abyss. His face was pale from not being exposed to sunlight for a long time. His legs were thin, but stepped out powerfully. The bright moon high above cast down gentle beams of light. Tan Tu Kwang stared blankly for a long while, then gritted his teeth, transforming into a god. In the quiet, dark night, a scream full of hatred echoed. At this very moment, not far from Tantu Quang, soldiers were looting. They did not hesitate to slaughter all civilians encountered on the road. Corpses lay scattered in various poses. Most of the remaining village was burned or damaged. Some individuals, presumably leaders, knelt in despair on the ground, surrounded by enemies. Amidst the chaos, a hoarse voice rang out. "Did you think hiding in such a remote place meant I wouldn't find you?" The wise sect leader, the red-haired woman, pursed her lips, extremely furious. "You bastard, still unable to give up your ambition," she roared. Sect leader Van Chu, "Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" The old man laughed at her expression. "Everyone in the medical circle tells me that. These hands have slaughtered over 20 sects already." He unceremoniously squeezed the red-haired woman's beautiful face, leaning his white beard close, emphasizing, "Heaven? What are you talking about? Is it only in prayers? All right, we're the Red Sect's secret manuals." The red-haired woman refused to submit. Spitting saliva onto his wrinkled face, she scolded with great determination. "Do you think killing and robbing, exploiting and oppressing are things to be proud of? Is the Alliance's standard that pathetic?" Van Chu wiped away the sticky mess, listening silently. "Even scum is accepted." Then he delivered a powerful kick to her body. The red-haired girl coughed up blood in pain. Amidst the shocked and fearful gazes of everyone around, the Red Sect leader slid back several meters. Van Chu was provoked by her words just now, unable to hold back curses at these filthy wretches. He looked at the helpless red-haired girl before him. "You know nothing, yet dare to speak like that." The cruel Van Chu wanted to continue torturing her. "Do you think I wanted this?" Suddenly, a subordinate approached from afar, calling out to the sect leader. He reported respectfully, "Subordinate has found a few things that look very much like fist technique manuals." Hearing this, Van Chu said smugly, we would have found them sooner or later anyway. What is the use of your hiding? I will definitely put them to good use." He began speaking with a scornful tone. "Be grateful. Even if your sect disappears, the secret manuals will still be passed down. Furthermore, they will belong to the poison sect." A vile laugh rang out, mixed with whispers. "How should we handle these prisoners? We cannot leave any evidence here. Dispose of them all." The Red Sect leader could only wail in despair. "Who will punish these bastards for the crimes they have committed?" Finally, everything became the past. In the most magnificent capital city, inside a large room, only urging sounds were heard. "Anyone else? Bring me more wine." The subordinate worriedly reminded the sect leader, "That's enough for today, my lord. You must restrain yourself a bit." Van Chu paid no heed, shouting loudly, "Shut up, stop nagging. Bring the wine here." It seemed he still held a grudge about being called scum by those people. A thought flashed through Van Chu's mind. "I just wanted to live a calm life like those big shots." He drained the cup of bitter wine. "I once thought that after joining the Alliance, it would become like that. But all plans vanished in a thin smoke. All because that bastard Max Sivu took everything." He slammed his hand heavily on the table, roaring, "That son of a bitch!" Van Chu stared dreamily at the fist technique manual placed before him. He slowly picked it up. "Even so, I will not give up. I don't care what anyone says now." He frowned. "I will continue until I achieve my goal." Determination rose. Learn and turn all the secret manuals of other small sects into my own. If doing so allows me to catch up to you, I will go even if it's 10,000 miles away." He muttered to himself, unaware that a strange aura was gradually invading the surroundings. It was a pitch-black mass, a space as dark as ink, mixed with a bit of chill enveloping his body. Old Van Chu woke up groggily, thinking, "When did I fall asleep?" Suddenly, a sharp pain shot straight from his arm to his brain. Van Chu was horrified to discover his body covered in large and small blisters, and they were still popping up ceaselessly. "What is this?" He let out a series of mournful screams. "What on earth is happening?" Van Chu did not hesitate, hurriedly calling for help. "Someone come. My body." The scene before him shocked him to the core. All the soldiers were dead, traces of poisoning lingering at the corners of their mouths. "What the hell is this thing?" A few survivors shouted. "Sect leader, something is wrong." They were just like Van Chu. "When we woke up, our bodies were already like this." "Sect leader, what exactly is going on?" The old man forced himself to calm down to assess the situation. "Symptoms are pale face, red rashes. I thought it was the wine, but my senses are also gradually disappearing. Could this be the effect of cinnabar?" Cinnabar is one of the most toxic substances in the world. Its main component is mercury, causing victims to experience symptoms like tremors, loss of consciousness, and death. Van Shu suddenly roared. "We have the cinnabar antidote, right?" The subordinates reported in panic. It was used up for mining ores. But there must be a little left. Impossible. He quickly signaled, "Quick, bring all the remaining parts here." He gritted his teeth, guessing. Could someone have carelessly let the cinnabar sublimate? This doesn't look like smoke. I can't feel the moisture inside. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Van Shu realized the critical situation. The sect was under attack. He looked at the thick smoke rising in the dark night, suspicious of who had arrived. The smog crept deep into the forest, where the energy was heaviest. A young man was standing nearby, a few falling leaves obscuring half his face, finally revealing eyes filled with hatred. Tan Tu Kwong felt the night, dew, as if it wanted to pierce through his skin. He let out a miserable howl. The moonlight also gradually dimmed. Everything was no longer the same. Suddenly, a streak of light shone on the pile of ashes where Tan Tu Kwong appeared. He turned his head to observe. Even so, there were things that had not changed. Tan Tu Kwong whispered to himself, "I must fulfill my oath." Then, he walked forward tremblingly, stepping onto that path, at this moment standing before the smoke. Everything was destined. Tan Tu Kwong's emotionless face appeared and disappeared behind the layer of ashes. A subordinate raised an arm full of pustules. "This is all the antidote left," Van Shu demanded with a hint of satisfaction. "Good. Everyone take one pill, then follow me," a bald guy among them asked pressingly. "Then what about the other soldiers?" The old man ground his teeth slightly, looking anxious and uneasy. "We will know soon." Van Shu's disciples, after taking the antidote, quickly regained the upper hand and chased into the forest together. The experienced old man had an excellent sense of space and quickly detected the problem. He pointed ahead. "Smoke is rising from over there." The footsteps slowed down and then stopped completely. Van Shu took the initiative to speak. "Who are you?" He clasped his hands behind his back, looking extremely solemn, emphasizing, "Show yourself quickly." A hand was controlling the smoke, accompanied by a sigh. "You have come." Van Shu did not hide his anger, roaring a question. "Why attack us? Ask why." As soon as the words fell, a tornado rose from nowhere, rolling up the poisonous smoke, blowing straight towards Van Shu's group. Tan Tu Kwong strode forward proudly, his face strangely calm, simply uttering one word: revenge. The young man faced the seniors, solemnly introducing himself. "My name is Tan Tu Kwong, here to avenge the medicine sect." Hearing this, Van Shu sneered mockingly. "Medicine sect? What a surprise. This brother has quite the guts. All right, where are the others?" Tan Tu Kwong remained silent for a long time, seeming to think about something. A moment later he replied, "I came alone." This stunned all the enemies. Only Van Shu appeared extremely smug. "Ha, your joke has gone too far. How can one person do all these things?" Tan Tu Kwong glared, his voice slow but full of threat. "Do I look like I'm joking?" The subordinates looked towards their elder, as if waiting for orders. Van Shu waved his hand, snorting coldly. "Either way, this is good news for us. Beat him to a pulp and ask later." A man in yellow spoke up in praise. "You are very smart, burning cinnabar and blowing it towards us. But it seems you haven't been taught properly." The old man continued. "This type of poison used to be the most signature poison of the poison sect. Do you think we can't create an antidote?" They all rushed forward to attack simultaneously. "We will make you regret coming here." Facing the curse of death, Tan Tu Kwong's face did not waver. A fierce-looking guy exerted force to rush forward. Suddenly, the scene his eyes became blurry, a very strange state. Tan Tu Kwong dodged the first fatal strike. He quickly pulled out a small knife prepared in his pocket. While the enemy was flustered, Tan Tu Kwong stabbed hard into his abdomen. The sharp blade must have damaged internal organs. The accomplices behind saw this, cursed son of a bitch, and rushed up. Tan Tu Kwong shoved the fierce-looking guy away hard, immediately switching to the next target. Sparks flew from the collision between the two sides. Dust and smoke filled the air. At this moment, Tan Tu Kwong slid his step and raised his left arm to block the blow. The enemy broke into a cold sweat, thinking, he knows martial arts? Eventually, he was still defeated. Van Shu saw the situation was not good and aggressively ordered his subordinates. Attack together, yes. An indescribable unease rose in the old man's heart. Tan Tu Kwong's figure nimbly weaved through the gaps in the crowd, simultaneously knocking down those mediocre fighters. Van Shu's heart was a tangled mess. Something was wrong. He evaluated the opponent's swordsmanship and footwork with astonishment. It was extremely immature and amateur. Van Shu concluded, he is not a seasoned warrior. It's impossible to perfectly dodge every attack. He widened his eyes. But why? Tan Tu Kwong stood in the middle of the encirclement. Although he had many wounds on his body, he still gripped his sword tight, swinging a strong arc. A thug realized the situation was bad, but still couldn't dodge in time. Screams of pain echoed throughout the vast forest. Ah! Tan Tu Kwong calmly turned his head to look. Van Shu stood stunned. Why can't they catch that rascal? He roared angrily at his subordinates. Get up! How long are you planning to lie there? Van Shu shouted, scolding. Are you still warriors of the sect? How disgraceful! Watch me end this. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Tan Tu Kwong. Van Shu was full of confidence. Although I haven't fought hand-to-hand for a long time, dealing with him shouldn't be a problem. Tan Tu Kwong looked calm, as if playing a game. He took a step back, successfully dodging the dangerous move. Van Shu was stunned, not expecting to miss. His old body fell heavily to the ground in unbearable pain. His limbs suddenly became stiff. What is happening? Why is my body? At this moment, Tan Tu Kwong finally spoke. Sluggishness and paralysis. It finally took effect. He explained coldly. The cinnabar poison will slowly paralyze your senses, causing them to lose their inherent functions. Skin begins to break out in pustules, itching unbearably. Did you really think you had neutralized the poison? Van Shu was terrified to the extreme. How can this be? We clearly took the antidote. Tan Tu Kwong reminded. Try to recall. He said, when you found me, what I burned was not only cinnabar, but also green tea leaves. Van Shu trembled. Things to remember when using the antidote. First, are liver and kidney functions normal? If there is a problem, it should not be used. Second, do not use the medicine together with green tea leaves. If the two combine, it leads to full body paralysis. Tan Tu Kwong sighed. I'm still very weak. I never thought I could use my own strength to defeat you, only finding a way to buy time, so the toxicity slowly seeps into the blood. Van Shu wanted to speak, but his throat was dry and stiff. Meanwhile, Tan Tu Kwong continued asking, was I not taught properly? Tan Tu Kwong slightly bent his knees. I waited 8 years just for today. This knowledge is perfect. Van Shu tried to offer terms. Will I be defeated here? We only followed orders from above. Wait, let's make a deal. He justified. If you give me the antidote, the sect will help a lot on your path of revenge. Therefore, please. Tan Tu Kwong replied indifferently. I don't have an antidote because I myself am immune to all poisons. He emphasized, cinnabar essence, it's been 8 years. The child immune to the medicine sex poison, remember? Van Shu was shocked. The mine? Impossible. You're the sect leader's child? How could you escape and survive? Tan Tu Kwong turned to leave. The medicine sect is gone. He spoke slowly. In the mine, there wasn't just one person from the sect. They were all individuals tortured by poison. Finally, must make all poison sects pay for their crimes. Van Shu writhed in pain. My tongue. Tan Tu Kwong left behind a chaotic battlefield. But if no one punishes those bastards, he said decisively, then I myself will punish their crimes. Tan Tu Kwong returned to the poison sect headquarters, wiping out all remaining soldiers. He quietly stepped past each corpse. Pus had started to smell putrid. Tan Tu Kwong approached the main gate. He looked up, whispering, grandfather, mother, everyone. The dying words of villagers or loved ones before death. Haunting memories flooded back. I have finally avenged everyone. The cruelty of the poison sect has been paid for with death. Tan Tu Kwong carefully stepped into the great hall. However, the space before his eyes was cluttered with chests and scattered books. Although the poison sect was destroyed, that did not mean everything was resolved. Tan Tu Kwong opened an old chest with his hand. Inside were a few secret manuals that Van Shu had stolen. After all, these things are just shields for that rotten alliance. Small sects belonging to the poison branch in Yunnan can abuse power this much. Tan Tu Kwong flipped through the old pages. There must be someone backing them. He kept reading intently, time passing from noon until the sky was dyed with the color of twilight. Tan Tu Kwong had read to the third manual without any sign of stopping. When flipping to the middle of the book, he suddenly froze. This is the order of Grand Sect Master Kui Tong, with the consent of all sects belonging to the poison family, ordering the destruction of all mines to alleviate Bok Lai Dung's concerns. Tan Tu Kwang suddenly recognized a familiar figure. The Grand Sect Master of the Poison Family, Kuitong. He silently concluded. Just like any other alliance, sure enough, the three largest sects of the Poison Family are all involved in this. He recalled Dung Ich's words from before. The entire mine is maintained by all the sects together. Tan Tu Kwang gritted his teeth in hatred. Here, there are only victims of other poison sects. Attacking so many places, it's not something the poison sect alone could decide. Finally, Tan Tu Kwang began burning down most of the area. If I tolerate them now, more people will be oppressed. As he walked out of the mine, he had decided what he must do. He told himself decisively, blood debts must be paid in blood. I will pull them up by the roots. Sometime later, in a quieter place, the sound of teaching echoed. If wind power is likened to a hurricane, then the storm will inevitably destroy everything in its path. Only the human heart can withstand those storms. A man placed his hand on his chest with a solemn expression. However, the thing that protects the heart is the liver. It always resists attacking elements. He explained, if struck by heart-damaging poison, the liver will be the first place damaged. The disciples below praised ceaselessly. Oh, worthy of being the advisor of the poison manufacturing department. They clamored, you are truly wise. Your knowledge is shockingly profound. Today's lecture was absolutely wonderful. The man grinned and replied, oh, are you praising a dying man like me? If this shallow knowledge of mine can help you talented individuals, it is truly my honor. The disciples were bewildered. What do you mean? Regarding poison knowledge, no one can compare to you. Please let us continue to be taught by you. And this old man was none other than Maxi Vu. Next time, I will lecture on how to diagnose poisons affecting the liver. The disciples bowed in unison, paying respects to Lord Advisor. Maxi Vu watched their retreating backs. Suddenly, a subordinate appeared beside him and reported, Lord Advisor, the Alliance has summoned you. Maxi Vu obeyed, moving towards Hojong City. A few minutes later, an announcement was heard. The advisor of the poison manufacturing department has arrived. Maxi Vu stood at the door, asking respectfully, my lord sought me? A young man was playing with a pet in the corridor. It was sect leader Bak Lai Dong. Maxi Vu hurriedly corrected his words. Ah, no, you have been promoted to sect leader of the 6th Dragon Sword sect, haven't you? Then allow me to call you sect leader Bak Lai Dong. Bak Lai Dong replied unhappily, you are late, Maxi Vu. He just laughed heartily. This lame leg of mine tried its fastest speed, yet you still say that. Is there something urgent? Bak Lai Dong replied indifferently. I think I found some rather interesting information, a letter from Yunnan. Maxi Vu took what was handed to him. His eyes bulging as if they wanted to fall out, his expression utterly terrified. Bak Lai Dong exclaimed, your sect, it seems, has been wiped out. In just one day, he suddenly sighed. I didn't let this spread within the Martial Arts Alliance, but I still feel uneasy. I must investigate what happened. But a hoarse laugh from the opposite side quickly cut through his depressed mood. Maxi Vu threw his head back and laughed triumphantly, momentarily confusing Bak Lai Dong. Is there something worth laughing at? Maxi Vu revealed a vile expression. Roaring, Lord Sect Leader, I think that person has returned. He explained, Tan Tu Kwang, I have waited for him for a very long time. Bak Lai Dong asked suspiciously, you mean the child mentioned last time? That's him. He waved his limbs frantically. I have thought about this for a long time. I've been impatient to start. If he escaped, the first place he would go is certainly the medicine sect's greatest enemy, because they deserve to be punished. Bak Lai Dong said faintly, the secret manuals and spiritual medicines of the poison sect. Because you secretly took them all, the poison sect was weakened. Anyone who wanted to could defeat them. He doubted, but the one doing this is a child buried alive in the mine 8 years ago. Too absurd. Maxi Vu tried to justify. Other possibilities are also very small. Unless they are crazy, who dares to touch the poison sect? He persuaded. Wasn't the medicine sect destroyed? Impossible. From the beginning, the reason I insisted on leaving the poison sect was precisely to lure him there. If Tan Tu Kwang is the mastermind, he certainly won't stop there. Maxi Vu said decisively. He will become bloodthirsty and slaughter everyone. Perhaps he is looking for the next prey to gradually grow stronger. From now on, whatever happens, the one who destroyed the poison sect can only be Tan Tu Kwang. Bak Lai Dong fell into thought. Whatever happens doesn't matter. The old man suggested, please let this subordinate investigate this matter. Other poison sects are about to end up like the poison sect. You can send someone who understands the situation. He listened silently. someone trustworthy. Finally, he had to agree. All right. Bok Lai Dung threw an object to the ground. This is the command token. It will give you the authority of a martial arts alliance investigator. Then he reminded, the authority is quite high. Don't cause any trouble. Maxi Vu replied respectfully. This subordinate accepts the order. He chuckled. Right now you don't understand me yet, but in a few days, I will definitely bring you a big gift. He turned to walk towards the door. You'll have to rule this world with me. A sudden anomaly appeared, injuring Mac Si Vu's hand. He immediately composed his expression, because Bok Lai Dung was truly angry. Watch your dog mouth. Max Si Vu agreed. I will remember. But then again, aren't we on the same side? After leaving the room, Max Si Vu happily thought, finally, I can harvest the sweet fruit I planted long ago. Excitement rose in his heart. People say the longer the wait, the sweeter the fruit. I am truly impatient to see how excited you can make me. Tan Tu Quang. On a clear, moonlit, and breezy night, Max Si Vu rode his horse through the forest. Hatred is one of the most powerful motivators. He reminisced. Moreover, if a person had to struggle for nearly 10 years in that hell on earth, the image of the child and his bloody eyes appeared. It's not strange that he became strong. Max Si Vu thought to himself, if one day you escape that place, I dare say the poison sect will be nothing. He calmly pulled the reins. That is also why the front courtyard was strewn with corpses, with a faint smell of burning. I decided to leave this place, Max Si Vu whispered, his voice only loud enough for himself to hear. That brat. He carefully assessed the surrounding situation. He burned everything clean. Max Si Vu used his profound medical skills to examine the nearest corpse. Surely there will be some traces left. Suddenly, from above, a small dagger flew over with incredible speed. The sharp blade grazed Max Si Vu's shoulder, finally sticking into the cold ground, slicing a line on his shirt. Then, a deep voice rang out, breaking the silent atmosphere. I was wondering which stranger was sneaking around in a place like this. Isn't this the elder? Oh no, Lord Advisor. He chuckled. You are very lucky. If I hadn't realized in time, your throat would have been pierced. Someone promoted to the Martial Arts Alliance. Why are you here? Max Si Vu remained silent for a long while, then exclaimed, quite a few acquaintances, huh? Iron Umbrella Sect. The old man struggled to stand up. Darkness Sect, and even the Poison Sect. Max Si Vu coldly looked at each person's face and said, it seems the three great poison sects of Yunnan have all gathered here. Huh. He began to pay respects. My purpose for coming here is the same as you brothers. Although I have left the poison sect, this place is still considered a second home by this old man. How can I ignore the sex incident? He continued to explain, I was entrusted by the Alliance to come here to investigate, and I could get here fastest to corner the criminal. Chuno heard this and sneered. Second home? I'm hearing this from the mouth of a guy who stole the sect's money. Max Si Vu hurriedly justified. Haha, this brother seems to have some misunderstanding, right? The Alliance has already proven my innocence. Chuno replied indifferently. They only acted after you became part of the system. He roared angrily. If you hadn't done that, the poison sect would have long ago. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Thuong Company. Patriarch, stop it. He analyzed solemnly. The advisor comes here as an investigator, which also means the Alliance is very concerned about this matter this time. If we have support, everything will be easier to resolve. While Chuno clicked his tongue in annoyance, Max Si Vu appeared much more relieved. I am extremely grateful for the mediation of the Darkness Sect leader. At this moment, Tri Tu asked, so, how does the Alliance view this matter? Max Si Vu's answer is, they believe the culprit is a sect-opposing sect leader Bok Lai Dung. This surprised the old man. Aren't they all destroyed? Chuno gritted his teeth in anger. Then, they should have attacked the headquarters directly. Why the poison sect? Max Si Vu answered gently. Once I catch the criminal, everything will be clear. Thuong Ko asked suspiciously. So, does the investigator have any new findings? He suddenly scoffed, then looked towards the corpses. Apart from these bodies, there is nothing. Although I tried to search carefully, I didn't find any signs of injury. It seems the criminal assassinated them along with a former member of the poison sect. I can only say the enemy used poison. The problem lies in the method. Thuong Ko suddenly turned away. Follow me. I just discovered something interesting. The group went deep into the forest. We found this while patrolling this morning. Thuong Ko complained quietly. Can't even recognize who this is anymore. Max Si Vu was immediately stunned. The poison sect leader, Isn't this the symptom of cinnabar poisoning? Thuong Ko looked worried, but to poison someone, one needs long-term contact. I can't imagine how the enemy did it. Max Sivu accidentally noticed the large jar placed behind his back. He carefully checked the remaining residue, finally concluding, it seems the answer lies here. Max Sivu slowly explained, a medical method. By controlling the dosage and burning a small amount of cinnabar, one can cure a type of smallpox called Kim Tao mist. But if overdosed, it becomes a deadly poison. He added, the criminal definitely used this technique. There is still some cinnabar residue here. The others were panicked upon hearing this. Max Sivu said calmly, there are also green tea leaves here, meaning the enemy prepared a method to counter the antidote. It's understandable the poison sect couldn't withstand it. Thuong Ko crossed his arms. This is absolutely not something we should underestimate. We must act carefully. Try to side, knowing we couldn't use force, so they came up with this way. If we expand the search range, maybe we'll find them. Thuong Ko immediately retorted, need to report the situation first. But inside, Max Sivu was thinking something else. This is definitely the work of that body. Max Sivu suddenly trembled. That bastard Tan Tu Kwong. The old man judged. Cinnabar. Only he can use this difficult technique because his body has absorbed hundreds of toxins. Max Sivu continued to speculate. Perhaps he wants everyone to know about him. If slaughtering without letting anyone know the identity, it's not called revenge. His hand clenched slightly. This hasty and angry method, he really has become very strong. Everyone started noticing Mac Sivu's strange expression. I really want to witness your revenge with my own eyes. You know? The old man's face wrinkled. Want to see even more with my own eyes. A voice cut through his thoughts. Advisor, are you all right? Thuong Ko reminded. It's late. We want to continue the investigation tomorrow. Will you come tomorrow? Max Sivu hurriedly replied. Perhaps I am more suited to acting alone. He turned to leave. Then we will meet here again tomorrow. Waiting for the group to leave. Max Sivu looked up at the moon. Tonight, he told himself, perhaps it will be quite an interesting night. Time slowly passed until midnight. An area not far from the crime scene. A group of people were busy manufacturing something. The door was pushed open. Try-Two appeared. It seems you found a decent place. A subordinate hurriedly asked, how is the murder case? The old man simply replied, found nothing. I joined just to have a chance to fight that guy, yet they backed out. TSK. The subordinate smiled slightly. Surely they fled before the lords arrived. One person suddenly realized something was wrong. Who are they? Those who refused to hand over their houses. The old man looked unhappy. Clean it up quickly. If these things remain here, it'd be strange if I didn't have nightmares. The subordinate immediately obeyed. Yes. The old man turned to the manpower waiting for orders nearby. That's it for today. We continue tomorrow. Suddenly, from deep in the forest, countless large bags were thrown towards them. Try-Two was announcing, we will have quite a lot of work coming up. Prepare yourselves. Some of them stared blankly at the strange objects. On the outside, they looked like normal small cloth bags, but they were not. All the cloth bags exploded, spewing out a purple gas, causing panic. What is that? Try-Two immediately roared. What is happening? What is this smoke? The scene gradually became chaotic. Careful, don't inhale, it's poisonous. Try-Two covered his nose, guessing silently. Is it an enemy ambush? The old man retreated to a safer position. Could it be? Ahead, several people had fallen. Were they lying in ambush? Footsteps rang out from the main gate. Try-Two tried to observe. Since we arrived here, who is it exactly? Tan Tu Kwong looked at the ruin caused by his own hands and the screams of agony. Who are you? Thick smoke covered the whole area. Try-Two told himself not to let his guard down. The old man looked around, his vision restricted. That guy didn't run away after destroying the poison sect. Finally, the old man concluded. He planned to confront us directly and waited for the opportunity. A normal person coughed painfully. Cough, cough. I can't breathe. Suddenly, he spotted a figure approaching. A miserable scream echoed through the space, sending the remaining people into panic. One person was so scared his limbs lost control, screaming incessantly. Where is he? Where exactly is he? A noise from behind startled him. Hurriedly thrusting the umbrella in his hand forward, counterattacking fiercely. The young man thought he had succeeded. Was about to curse you brat when he suddenly realized the person he just attacked was none other than his teammate. His body stopped trembling Only faint breathing remained. He was stunned by the scene before him. I didn't mean to. He completely failed to realize he was about to be pushed into hell. Immediately after, fresh blood sprayed, splattering the stone floor. Try-2 calmly judged the situation. He moves freely in the poison mist and seems very accustomed to fighting in the dark. At this rate, we will be completely wiped out. Without hesitating another second, the old man shouted orders. Deploy formation immediately. Watch your teammates' positions. Surround the enemy. The subordinates saw this and signaled each other with their eyes, moving carefully through the smoke. One person quickly spotted a problem. A figure flickered ahead. He is here. Try-2 was flustered when he heard the report. He is here. The old man quickly ordered, Good, don't let him escape. Close in. The person next to him was apprehensive, but that might be our own people. Try-2 frowned slightly, I know, but finally decided to attack anyway. A series of moves focused on one spot, a loud noise echoing through the forest. A subordinate screamed in panic. Sect. The words were cut off before finished. Do you want to let the enemy escape? Falling for such a simple trick, truly humiliating. But, shut up, it's over anyway. In the old man's mind, anyone hit by hidden weapons would have their bones melted, experiencing extreme pain. As long as I hit him once, this battle will. Tan-Tu Kwong was bowing his head, leaning against the wooden wall, and immediately, Try-2 couldn't help but be astonished. Isn't he just a kid? We spent so much effort for this. The old man lowered his voice, judging. He must be hiding something. I must act before he... Just then, Tan-Tu Kwong's eyes flashed. He swung the knife hidden in his sleeve, attacking Try-2. The old man immediately blocked, but the pressure was not small. Both separated. Try-2 was amazed at what just happened. Impossible. The old man gritted his teeth. He was hit by hidden weapons. How can this be? Did I miss? A subordinate hurriedly stepped up asking, Sect leader, what's wrong? Tan-Tu Kwong utilized the secret technique of the twin sects on his hands, carrying hidden weapons. A move called 12 Flying Threads, shooting out 12 threads. The two others were astonished when suddenly the subordinate fell. He reflected the poison needles. Try-2 took a stance, must dodge them at all costs. Suddenly, the old man discovered his body couldn't move. Anxiety appeared on Try-2's face, his eyes shifting from panic to horror. Impossible. Ahead, a dart was flying towards him. Try-2 recalled he might have inhaled some poison gas back then. The old man couldn't accept reality, angrily roaring two words. Damn it. The small needle flew right in, embedding deep into Try-2's shoulder. Tan-Tu Kwong watched intently as the old man lay helpless on the ground. How did you do it? A figure like me, Try-2, how could I be defeated by a kid? He tried to reach for the dart. I cannot let this. Then quickly stabbed into Tan-Tu Kwong's calf. Happened. The space ahead seemed to freeze. Try-2's eyes opened wide. Tan-Tu Kwong stared and exclaimed, Poison needle, huh? Pretty formidable, but useless against me. The old man stammered. Who exactly are you? A monster? He only replied with 3 words, medicine sect. The stunned Try-Tuesday someone from that place. How could? Tan-Tu Kwong, expressionless, answered frankly, You only need to know that much. My story is very long. These words were like a blade stabbing into Try-Tu's desperate heart. You won't be able to hear it all. Finally, the old man breathed his last. The moonlight tonight is more beautiful and brighter than usual. A call rang out in the forest. Lord Chuno, please come this way. He blurted out, This is the residence of the Iron Umbrella sect. The person opposite reported anxiously. The assassin sent us a message. That area seems to have had some problems. Chuno pondered. The assassin faction is probably on their way there. They were attacked by the enemy? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Footsteps echoed from afar. We leave immediately. Tell everyone to get ready. Chuno stood silently. I never thought Try-2 and Thuong Ko would fail. But we don't know what kind of person the enemy is, so we can't be careless. On the other side, everyone was urging each other. Hurry up. Do you want other sects to steal all the credit? He was about to turn around when he suddenly froze. Chuno asked loudly to the person ahead, Why are you here? Advisor Max Vu. Chuno was stunned, asking suspiciously, Did you not hear me? Why are you here? He explained, I have some business to do here. Hearing this, he lost patience and roared, What business? We are busy here. Leave your business for later. Max Sivu sighed slightly. I'm afraid that won't do. Facing the unfriendly gazes of the crowd ahead. What do you want? What is the business you mentioned? He simply exclaimed, Oh, my dear poison sect. Max Sivu's mouth curved into a radiant smile. But the meaning of his words was the complete opposite. It seems, I need all you senior brothers to die here. All the sect members were bewildered, unable to believe what they just heard. Chuno glared, speaking up first. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you crazy? Max Sivu kept that despicable face, even complaining. You must be too old and senile. I want everyone to die. Chuno was so angry his veins popped. It seems since joining the alliance, you've forgotten your place. You arrogant bastard. On what grounds do you demand we die? Max Sivu quietly observed everyone's expression, then explained, just for some personal reasons. Chuno quickly stopped the agitated subordinates, speaking calmly. That bastard probably hasn't realized what bullshit he just spouted. Fine, I intended to find a day to clean up you traitors anyway. Since you started it yourself, the Alliance can't protect you either. Max Sivu stood quietly, watching a crowd of enemies rushing towards him. A fierce battle broke out immediately. Dig your own grave, you bastard. Just then, in an area not far away, urging sounds rang out. Everyone charged together. Countless assassins dressed in black, wearing iron masks, hurriedly sneaked in. Now is the time. Suddenly, from beneath the ground covered in poisonous mist, a groaning sound was heard. One of the assassins noticed the emergency and shouted in panic, Hey, are you okay? He immediately alerted his teammates. There's a survivor here. Over here, too. He was clumsily trying to help the man up when he suddenly heard a few words, but couldn't make them out. The assassin tried to get closer when he suddenly felt a sharp pain shooting from his chest to his arm. He was terrified, thinking to himself, is this a poison needle? In just a few seconds, both of them fell down. Ugh, run. Did I miss something? Blood started to boil like lava, and his throat tightened. The scene gradually became chaotic, heart-wrenching screams echoing throughout the area. Thuong Ko stood high above, quietly observing, using a survivor as a meat shield, then attacking from a blind spot. That guy can also skillfully dodge our side's weapons. He's very capable. I heard he defeated Try 2, so I thought he must be a master, but that was a huge mistake. If that were true, he would have confronted us head-on from the start. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. I saw his position after the attack, just now. Finally, he decided to use the dark secret technique of the Minpian sect. In the blink of an eye, Thuong Ko's figure disappeared. Below, the smoke showed no sign of clearing. In the spacious courtyard and the position in front of the main room, a tall figure loomed. Found you. The sharp blade pierced through the shoulder, drawing a stream of bright red blood. Thuong Ko's face was full of smugness. I intentionally avoided your heart. Stab a little deeper, and you will die immediately. If you don't answer this question, the words were not yet finished. When both separated in panic, Thuong Ko was shocked to discover that the body he just attacked was none other than Try 2. That enemy. The mask suddenly loosened. Just as he blurted out, bastard, Thuong Ko was startled and terrified. Tan Tu Kwong stood towering before him, gripping his combat weapon tightly. A huge bolt of lightning exploded from the tip, forming a straight line. Thuong Ko was completely unguarded, coupled with the shock, and froze for a moment. He took the full brunt of the move, then was flung far away, rolling dozens of meters on the damp ground. The smoke around Tan Tu Kwong gradually cleared as he silently walked forward. That brat, he froze. The one who was knocked down just now had vanished in the blink of an eye. He appeared behind him, with eyes burning. Do you think you could defeat me that easily? Tan Tu Kwong gritted his teeth. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. Back at the fierce battleground of the poison medicine sect, Chuno stood frozen in a daze. Max Sivu crushed a subordinate's arm while exclaiming, How pitiful, attacking immediately without knowing the opponent's strength. He tilted his head slightly. You lot are just frogs in a well, relying on the poison sect's reputation. Is this really all the skill you have? Regardless, it's too disappointing. Chuno's mind was momentarily chaotic. I couldn't see clearly what he did at all. Is there some trick here? Why aren't you attacking me anymore? Max Sivu provoked. I didn't expect a group of you to be afraid of an old man like me. Where did that spirit go? I get it. Their pride wounded, a few people aggressively rushed forward. Damn old man, go to hell. Only to see Max Si-vu standing motionless like a statue, his face calm, while the others stood still on the spot, the expressions on their faces turning to horror as countless cracks appeared. All those who just attacked Max Si-vu had their heads explode. Isn't this a trick? Seeing this scene, he laughed heartily. Yes, do you understand now? When Max Si-vu came into view, Chu-no's body stiffened. This is the gap in strength between us. Everything seemed to be settled. He quickly widened the distance between them. Max Si-vu stroked his beard and praised. As expected of the poison sect's #1 expert, I originally intended to kill you in one move. Chu-no clutched his uncomfortable throat. You bastard, you've been hiding your strength until now. Max Si-vu leisurely explained. I just didn't have a chance to show it. I wanted to save my strength for this moment. Hearing this, he asked directly, did you target the poison sect from the very beginning? He suddenly closed his eyes. I don't care about the poison sect. Everything I do is for one person. The hand holding the blade trembled. Although his actions were faster than I thought, it seems he wants to grab as much as possible before the sects gather. Thuong Ko and Tan Tu Kwong are evenly matched, but dealing with several leaders in one day seems a bit too much for him. So I had to lend a hand and take care of one of the three. Max Si-vu, you indeed know who the mastermind is? Chu-no asked suspiciously. How do you know him? Max Si-vu was silent for a moment. That is a story from a long time ago. To me, he is an enemy, a son, and also the one who helps me complete myself. After leaving the poison medicine sect, I lived like a beggar. 2 traitors abandoned us, leading to the status I have today. His hands suddenly raised high. The desire for revenge and all the preparations for this upcoming moment. No words can describe the resentment in my heart. The only motivation to persist until now is the obsession with you. His legs trembled with excitement. You're the only reason I have survived to this day. Now in my heart, there's not only anger, but also many other emotions. How can I easily let go, Chu-no? The person opposite was bewildered. I really don't understand what you're saying. Max Si-vu smiled again. Perhaps I said this a bit too early. Just some personal reasons. Talking nonsense is enough. How about we end this soon? It seems Lord Chu-no is also ready. He even calmly mocked. That yellow thing, is it your special skill? This made Chu-no roar in anger. You bastard. He put all his strength into this attack. Take this. 2 forces were about to collide. You know its power too, don't you? Smoke rose and then dissolved into the air. Chu-no was horrified to find that he hadn't even touched the enemy before his head was grabbed by the old man. That aged face wore an incredibly cruel expression. Well then, farewell. Chu-no only managed to utter a few pleas. Don't stop. The cracking sound of a spine breaking suddenly rang out. Max Si-vu landed safely, stretched, and dusted off his clothes. It's done. Max Si-vu quietly looked towards the distant poisonous smoke. It must be over there too. The hand holding the blade relaxed, while the other gripped the weapon tight. Tan Tu Kwong aimed straight for Thuong Ko's chest, attacking fiercely. He continued to pull out darts dipped in deadly poison. With rich combat experience, Thuong Ko quickly realized the problem and hurriedly opened his umbrella to block, waiting until everything around gradually settled before revealing himself. Thuong Ko clicked his tongue impatiently. How much longer do you want to play hide and seek with me? Tan Tu Kwong hid behind the dust cloud, listening quietly. But your plan won't succeed. The knife that just cut my hand was poisoned. Although it only grazed your shoulder, your body will soon be completely paralyzed. He frowned, looking at the bleeding wound. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for you. Thuong Ko moved in a disadvantageous situation, trying to focus on observing the surroundings. Suddenly, he was startled. A gust of wind rushed in, and Tan Tu Kwong charged with dizzying speed. Right, come here. 2 blades sparked. Thuong Ko crouched, gathering strength. The power tactic was too obvious. Thuong Ko lowered his voice to comment. Although you are young, your basic kung fu is very solid, and it seems you aren't good at close combat, right? He immediately spread his 5 fingers. Tan Tu Kwong successfully dodged the dangerous move and retreated. Thuong Ko sighed in disappointment. How troublesome. I originally intended to capture him alive to get information about his accomplices, but it seems it won't be easy. Why don't you give up? You can't win using one hand. Tan Tu Kwong faced his mockery. That's just a waste of time. If you confess your accomplices, he immediately interrupted. No, now it's my turn to counterattack. Thuong Ko asked back in surprise. What? He saw that small figure appear right before his eyes. He froze for a moment, but his quick reaction saved his life. Thuong Ko gritted his teeth and cursed. This bastard. He was just about to swing his blade when he discovered there was no one in front of him, and Tantu Kwong was already standing behind him. Thuong Ko was panicked. He's too fast. When did the situation turn around? In the nick of time, Thuong Ko used all his strength to defend. Has he been hiding his strength all this time? How is that possible? All the moves proved that the character opposite was absolutely not simple. Thuong Ko seized the opportunity to throw a punch. A loud explosion rang out. Rocks and earth around shattered, and the poisonous mist cleared significantly. Thuong Ko felt exhausted, suddenly hearing a question. Do you think I suddenly got faster? Tan Tu Kwong said coldly. I don't have any special martial arts. That's just your hallucination. Green veins began to bulge and rose under his skin. Thuong Ko realized it then. He passed me. A wave of anxiety rose in his heart. He didn't get faster. Is it that I have slowed down? You switched directly to close combat to let the poison spread faster in my body, didn't you? Tan Tu Kwong agreed with the statement. You are truly a dangerous person. Thuong Ko stomped his foot hard. Therefore, I won't drag this battle out any longer. He immediately used his full strength. Reality is not that beautiful. Just as he finished boasting, his eyes rolled back, and his body reached its limit. Tan Tu Kwong was a bit surprised, thinking it was over, but it wasn't. That was just the preparation for Thuong Ko to execute the Shadow Soul return ability. A thought flashed through his mind. Damn it, Thuong Ko's main target. I will aim for his left arm. The patch of flesh invaded by toxins had turned purple and lost control. Thuong Ko was about to execute his plan when he froze. He thought the enemy's arm was completely paralyzed, holding it before his chest along with that blade. Impossible. Tan Tu Kwong's determined gaze pierced deep, the blade tip penetrating the heart, then finally relaxed. Thuong Ko's quick death signaled that everything was coming to an end. He staggered a few steps, leaving the world. Tan Tu Kwong just watched silently. He didn't know that poison is useless against me, and not using my left hand was just to wait for the right opportunity. He sighed softly. There are still many enemies, but my body is exhausted. Should I continue, or stop here for now? Something unusual appeared in the distance. Tan Tu Kwong froze. I can sense killing intent from such a distance. Is it the poison sect leader? Facing him now is too much. He quickly turned around. Although it's very embarrassing, I have to run away from here. The forest returned to its inherent silence. Max Sivu exclaimed, Yes, there's still a long way to go. Today is enough. I am very happy to observe your growth. He told himself, I look forward to our next meeting. Sitting on the high roof, gazing at the moon, Max Sivu appeared very satisfied. The wine tonight is truly delicious. He spoke in his drunken state. If he knew the truth of what happened that day, his anger would surely only be directed at the family clan. From the way he attacked the leaders, the next target will definitely be the poison sect. He pondered. Now, the only remaining fellow sects are the Iron Umbrella sect, the Darkness sect, and the Poison sect. I wonder which one he will choose first. First is the Iron Umbrella sect. Their skills mainly involve hiding arrow fragments for counterattacks, nothing special. Considering the current situation, they're the weakest sect. If he plans an attack, this doesn't seem like it would be the priority. Maxivu lightly shook his aching head. But if he attacks the weakest family, and the other two elders concentrate their forces for an all-out assault, the situation will become very difficult. Next scenario, what about attacking the top-ranked sect, the Poison sect? If he successfully defeats them, it could dampen the morale of the other allies. Max Sivu took another sip of wine. Although this is unrealistic, if he did that, I wouldn't be surprised either. In his mind, the collapse of the Poison sect doesn't mean the other sects will decline. If the situation truly becomes irretrievable, the alliance will take power in Yunnan. Maxivu pursed his lips slightly. Then, what if it's the Darkness sect? The Darkness sect's skills lean towards martial arts and assassination. Whether in a crowded place or on the streets, they can launch an attack. Therefore, one cannot be negligent. The old man reached into his pocket and rummaged around. I understand now. If he wants to attack the entire Poison faction, the issue doesn't lie in the strength of the sect. Then he pulled out a command tablet. I dare say he will go there first. Max Sivu calculated. With my current strength, I could kill him at any time. But this old man wants you to experience all the pain and humiliation that I have endured over the years. Otherwise, how can my thirst for revenge be satisfied? The old man's face wrinkled with excitement. But once you choose the cruel path, your hand will be stained with blood for life. A long time later, Max Sivu struggled to stand up. In that case, why don't I give you a hand? The green carpeted road ahead is now soaked in blood, with stiff corpses scattered everywhere. I'm very happy to give you a hand. Some corpses were no longer intact. Tan Tu Kwong, that madman, he has become a slaughter-obsessed maniac blinded by hatred. Distinguishing neither old nor young, male nor female, he has even crazily slaughtered innocent civilians. Max Sivu sighed, but the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. His strange cackling laughter echoed in the cold space, echoing before the small souls that had not yet had the chance to experience the joys of life. Early the next morning, at a dilapidated, abandoned house deep in the forest, Tan Tu Kwong poured a ladle of cold water over himself from head to toe. He stood by the mouth of the well, seemingly contemplating his next plan. The successive battles over the past few days had left him with quite a few injuries, both internal and external. In his subconscious, the familiar voice of Grandpa Gong rang out. Tan Tu Kwong, when you finish your training and leave here, your strength will naturally be much greater than before. But remember, that is ultimately just theory. Learning must go hand in hand with practice. You currently lack actual combat experience. The child heard this and asked, "Then what should I do?" Grandpa Gong seriously emphasized, "A picture is worth 1,000 words. Calm down. You must understand your own strength and use it in the right place. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles." Tan Tu Kwong clenched his fists. They were right. Having trained alone for 8 years, I lack combat experience. In the recent battle, because I couldn't predict the enemy's next move, I took too many unnecessary injuries. He pondered, "Since I haven't awakened yet, my martial arts skills are limited. Learning how to fight in every situation, it's all worth it." Tan Tu Kwong put his clothes back on, telling himself, "I will still have to face stronger enemies. I must prepare thoroughly for that time." He observed a few stains on his fingers. Poison is no exception. Tan Tu Kwong was very decisive. "When facing terrifying enemies, my strength will be further consolidated." His gaze became more determined than ever. "This is the power you have bestowed upon me, so I will directly repay this favor." A gust of wind blew past, rustling the canopy of trees. "I must hurry." 4 days later, in the Yunnan region, the headquarters of the poison sect, a report rang out outside the main hall. "Sectmaster, there is news. This man, named Kui Song, a master of 100 poisons, was giving an order. Speak." The subordinate's face was full of urgency. "Captain Chu, the one who went to investigate the attacker of the poison medicine sect." The next words astonished him. "His corpse has been discovered at the scene." "What?" The subordinate respectfully reported. "Not only that, but the investigators from the Darkness sect and the Iron Umbrella sect were also found dead nearby." Kui Song asked suspiciously, "Are you sure? What exactly happened?" "The warriors sent to the scene will soon find clues." But he was still extremely confused. Although the poison medicine sect had lost its standing in the martial arts world, to defeat all of them in one night, even Chu No was defeated. Kui Song stroked his silver beard, thinking carefully. Could the ringleader be someone who has a grudge against all the poison medicine sects? It seems the problem is more serious than I thought. He hesitated no longer, saying, "I will go there personally. The poison medicine sect conference is about to take place. We cannot let the problem become more troublesome." Just then, a voice intervened. "You don't need to go there personally. The enemy will soon come knocking at your door." Kui Song was somewhat surprised. "I don't want to see you here." Martial arts advisor Mac Sivu stepped forward, greeting him. "Long time no see, Sect Master Kui Song." Kui Song clearly showed his displeasure. "Don't you know this place doesn't welcome you?" The old man calmly replied, "Yes, you are the one who branded me with the crime of betrayal." Max Sivu added, "But that was just a small friction. You and Captain Chu both misunderstood me." Murderous intent began to flare up from Kui Kong. "You dare." Seeing this, the subordinate was frightened and hurriedly backed away. Kui Song gritted his teeth, mentioning, "Chu No?" An invisible force suppressed everything. Only Max Sivu remained standing tall like a statue. He smiled slightly. "It seems the sect master still thinks I am the leader of a lowly sect whom you can bully at will." Max Sivu suddenly craned his neck, then spat a mouthful of saliva onto the ground. He mentioned the words 100 poison fragrance. and the puddle of saliva on the ground indeed slowly turned green. This title is given to the person who can use 100 different types of poisons, just like you. Maxi Vu glared in warning, but that ends here. The aura enveloping the surroundings was suddenly blasted away by a repelling force, quietly dissolving into the air. Maxi Vu emphasized with disdain, "That thing is useless against me." Kuizong was extremely astonished. "You have become stronger." His pupils flashed with a glint of light. Maxi Vu. The pressure radiating from the two men invisibly made the surrounding space turn cold. Kuizong revealed a cruel look. "Since joining the alliance, your skills have improved quite a bit, haven't they? As you said, I don't just know how to use one type of poison." Max Sivu suddenly started. "Wait, can I consult those poisons of yours?" "Don't worry, I didn't come to cause trouble. I mentioned Chuno just now because I am the one who came to report the news of his death." Kuizong glanced suspiciously at his subordinate. "Is that true?" "Yes, it is true." Hearing this, he hurriedly asked, "Maxi Vu, how does a bastard like you know about this?" The old man leisurely rummaged in his bosom. "The poison medicine sect is a sect under the Martial Arts General Alliance." Finally, he pulled out a command tablet. "I am just someone sent by the Alliance to investigate." But when I arrived, Kuizong listened seriously. Everyone there had already been murdered. Furthermore, the innocent civilians around were also brutally slaughtered. Truly shocking. He pressed, "Have you found the killer?" Max C. Vu judged. "It is likely the same person who destroyed the poison medicine sect. He certainly hasn't satisfied that rage yet." He said with a hint of fear, "I'm afraid all the sects belonging to the poison medicine family are his targets." Kuizong frowned. "Wait, if the killer is capable of doing these things, they must have formed a gang of some sort. But your advisor sounds like he is talking about one person." Max C. Vu replied with satisfaction, "You are very sharp. I saw that enemy from afar. The way he slaughtered, or rather the way he was immersed in a sea of blood, looked like a demon." Kuizong fell into confusion. "Why didn't you chase after him?" Hearing this, the old man justified himself. "I was frightened by that power. Moreover, if I died, who would be able to testify? Therefore, I thought coming here to request cooperation was the right choice." An ominous premonition rose in his heart. "You are proficient in poisons, yet you were scared enough to run away? It seems he is still the same as before. Then I guess you came here. You must have brought some useful information." Max Sivu bowed his head slightly, although I didn't see his face clearly after following him for a distance. "I think I can guess the next place the enemy will go." He raised his hand high, affirming, "He is heading towards the headquarters of the Iron Umbrella sect. Therefore, as an investigator sent by the Alliance, we should use them as bait, gathering the remaining sections." Max Sivu emphasized brutally, "Set up a heaven and earth dragnet." Kuizong felt anxious. Heaven and earth dragnet? That is a tactic of using numbers to suppress and capture the enemy. Even a top expert would have no way to escape. It will certainly be effective, but if the enemy attacks the weakest point of the formation, he concluded with fear, then our side will suffer heavy losses. Kuizong concentrated on thinking. The poison medicine family must anticipate the losses. When it is not yet clear who the enemy is, we cannot use the heaven and earth dragnet. Moreover, if we mobilize such a large force just to catch a murderer, how will outsiders judge our sect? He questioned decisively. "You speak of the heaven and earth dragnet. Have you not thought that the reputation of the medicine sect will be seriously damaged when executing it?" Max Sivu hurriedly countered. "Sect Master, I have traveled thousands of miles to get here because I witnessed that power with my own eyes. Do you understand?" Kuizong gritted his teeth, speaking plainly. "Exaggeration is not my style. And I also don't like outsiders interfering in the poison medicine family's affairs." He reminded firmly, "You can only go this far. The poison medicine family will consider its own actions." Maxi Vu raised the object high. "Sect Master, perhaps you have forgotten that I am an investigator sent by the Martial Arts General Alliance. If I use the authority of this command tablet." Before he could finish, Kuizong was frightened out of his wits. He roared in anger, "This is Yunnan, not a place for your alliance to show off." The roar echoed throughout the mountains and forests, shocking enough to make one feel as if their five senses were about to crack. Max Sivu remained silent for a long time, then put away the command tablet, speaking in a calm voice. "If that is your will, I will withdraw from this matter." The old man suddenly remembered. "All right, there's one more thing." Max Sivu turned around, leaving only a short sentence. "The culprit looks like he has a lame leg, walking with a limp. Please be careful with such a person, my lord." He slowly walked down the mountain, thinking to himself, it's absolutely impossible to cooperate peacefully with Song. After all, I was the one who weakened the poison medicine family, causing his influence to decline. And to force him to accept such a proposal, he certainly feels his self-esteem has been hurt. He speculated silently, but precisely because he is angry, he will certainly not doubt the words I just said. Now, the poison medicine family will probably focus all their attention on the Iron Umbrella sect. His eyes flashed with excitement, and not the Darkness sect. The plan was quickly constructed, with someone who prefers tactics over brute force like you. The people of the Darkness sect can attack from anywhere, so they must be eliminated immediately. If it were him, I would definitely prioritize handling this matter and anticipate every situation. Max Sivu strolled leisurely. I think I've almost finished calculating. Now he needs to effectively utilize this help. Let me see how far you can go. Tan Tu Kwang. A solitary bird silently soared in the vast sky. The sect master of the poison medicine family had issued an order to all subordinate sects, requesting the selection of the 20 most elite warriors to hunt down the culprit heading towards the Iron Umbrella sect and to look out for lame people in the vicinity. The scene shifts to a field in the Yunnan region, where people were diligently farming, waiting for the harvest season. Nearby, guards were constantly patrolling. Tan Tu Kwang hid behind a bush, assessing the situation. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary rural village, but just observing how they moved revealed no wasted movements. All were rigorously trained, worthy of being the Darkness sect's headquarters. Tan Tu Kwang calmly counted. There are about 30 people here. Charging out like that would be throwing my life away. What should I do? His attention was immediately drawn to the large stacked sacks. He suddenly remembered hearing that during the harvest season, farmers would use buckwheat to make rice cakes for everyone to eat. Is poisoning through those things the only way? Tan Tu Kwang continued to observe the surroundings. In the previous battle, I used up almost all the toxic mercury in my body. After that, I also used most of the poison sect's poisons, so I need to find a way to stock up more. Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwang was surprised to discover a forest of morning glory flowers right before his eyes. This colorful herb can expel poison from the body through excretion, but an overdose causes diarrhea, hallucinations, and even death. Tan Tu Kwang calculated. A few young plants can't kill a person, but if I accumulate enough toxins. He put the flower in his mouth and started chewing. 30 people are nothing. A few days later, by a clear stream, some villagers were chatting. I'll finish washing this batch and follow behind. Okay, see you later. The man dipped the bamboo basket full of rice into the cool stream, saying happily, "We'll have cakes to eat tonight, hee." He was engrossed in his work, unaware of a figure quietly approaching from behind. Feeling a sharp pain, the man was startled. He looked in horror at the poison needle stuck in his body. Light footsteps approached. Tan Tu Kwang looked at him emotionlessly. The alarm bell rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere. A member washing buckwheat by the stream has been murdered. Over there, the soldiers shouted. The sect leader thinks this was done by the rumored assassin, because our member died from poisoning. Therefore, except for a few staying behind, everyone follow me up the mountain to hunt down the killer. He emphasized that this was the sect leader's order. A bearded man, seeing this, felt doubtful. Didn't the news from the poison family say the enemy was heading towards the Iron Umbrella sect? Is there a mistake? But eventually, he dismissed it himself. Probably no problem. He came to throw his life away himself. I should be happy. Thuong Ko, I will personally avenge you. A few flickering flames in the gloomy forest. Tan Tu Kwang looked up and glanced over, paying no mind, and continued towards that old house. Placing the sack of rice in front of the well, Tan Tu Kwang thought to himself, "This is the remaining poison. I will use it to..." Suddenly, something flashed by very quickly. Tan Tu Kwang couldn't guard in time. His left arm was immediately pierced, and that bag of poison fell to the ground. A voice rang out from afar. "Despicable bastard. Did you think we didn't know you were hiding here?" A group of people immediately surrounded Tan Tu Kwang, daring to sneak into the Darkness sect and even wanting to contaminate our well water. "You have some nerve. But this is the end. You've fallen into the trap." The bearded man with a fleshy face appeared. "You have no way out." Anxiety gradually rose in Tan Tu Kwang's heart. He clutched his injured arm, which was bleeding ceaselessly, facing these strangers. Although he felt terrified inside, he tried to hide it on the outside. The bearded man looked stern, wondering how he found you, right? The diversion plan was indeed not bad. He continued, but that was before we were informed of your existence. From the moment you stepped in here, you were already in our trap, kid. Tantu Kwong looked surprised. Now, no matter how much you struggle, you will only fail. He thought to himself, existence? I should have dealt with that killing intent already. The bearded man said bluntly, before you die, I want to ask one question. Did you kill the people of the poison sect? He calmly admitted, yes. Was it also you who murdered those innocent villagers? Hearing this, Tantu Kwong looked bewildered. It's true, I killed the poison sect leader, but regarding the villagers, this is the first I've heard of it. What exactly are you implying? The bearded man frowned impatiently. Stop pretending. I know it was you who killed those villagers to silence them. An ominous feeling rose in Tantu Kwong's heart. What was he talking about? I knew there were villagers living nearby, but they were killed. What exactly happened after I left? The bearded man sighed helplessly. Whatever, it doesn't matter anymore. More importantly, I've caught you. While he rambled on asking, who exactly are you, and why attack the poison sect, Tantu Kwong had quietly prepared a poison needle behind his back. When the bearded man realized a small object was flying fast towards him, his eyes widened, and he used his giant hand to snatch it violently. Still not giving up? Tantu Kwong seized the opportunity, grabbed the cloth bag, and threw it to the ground, creating a thick cloud of smoke, instantly throwing the scene into chaos. The subordinate covered his mouth, coughing violently. Tantu Kwong weaved through the smoke, intending to attack. Suddenly, a gleaming blade was in his hand. The enemy's accomplices realized the situation was bad and rushed forward. Damn it! Tantu Kwong quickly unleashed a move of the Jongsam sect. Explosion. The two sides collided violently. The enemy couldn't withstand it and was sent flying. Right then, the bearded man roared an order. Don't kill him. We need to capture him alive. Some people started to feel afraid, but leader, with the current situation, Tantu Kwong panted, thinking he was safe standing in the smoke. But no, a tall, bearded figure rushed out from nowhere, closing in on him. Tantu Kwong was knocked rolling several times, then slammed into the stone wall. He suppressed the intense pain, trying to struggle up. Before his eyes, the bearded man was walking towards him. Just a brat like you. He roughly grabbed Tantu Kwong's head. Yet you managed to kill two of my subordinates. It's unbelievable. Before he could explain anything, his chest took a thunderous punch. Tantu Kwong passed out. The bearded man simultaneously ordered, he can't move for now. Lock him in the dungeon quickly. Tomorrow morning, we will take the prisoner to the main family for interrogation. He was taken into a dark cellar. All losses of the poison sect have been resolved. The doors slowly closed, returning the space to its original state. Outside the main hall, a lavish banquet was taking place. Finally, we can eat and drink to our fill. The rice cakes are even more delicious than usual. The bearded man was very satisfied with his achievement this time. The darkness sect can now stand firm in the martial arts world. The subordinates quickly chimed in. You are right, sir, haha. Tantu Kwong groggily woke up, his whole body exhausted, devoid of vitality. Suddenly, a questioning voice rang out beside him. Oh, you're awake? The guard looked sympathetic. This is rice cake. There is a tradition here of making rice cakes every harvest season. The leader told me to wait for you to wake up and bring some over. Be grateful. But then he pulled his hand back from the plate of food. These are probably the words you want to hear, right? Finally, he disgustingly took a bite. My sworn brother was killed by you, so why should I bring you cakes now? You don't deserve it. The guard even frantically used abusive language to torment Tantu Kwong. Son of a bitch, it's all because of you that my sworn brother. His face remained expressionless, just silently listening to the curses. The guard's calf was suddenly grabbed. He panicked and lost his balance. Impossible. How can you still move? Tantu Kwong calmly replied, this petty acupoint sealing trick is useless against someone whose meridians haven't opened like me. It's time, isn't it? The guard discovered that from his crotch, fresh blood was gushing out. He fell down in pain. What is happening? Tantu Kwong picked up the long sword. You may have lost your sworn brother, but I have nothing left. He looked at the face distorted with pain before him, saying, therefore, I won't feel guilty. Tantu Kwong raised the weapon high, saying coldly, because you are just paying the price for your crimes. He stared in horror. The banquet that was just bustling with excitement instantly turned into a tragedy. Screams and groans resonated everywhere. Some foamed at the mouth, others died with eyes rolled back. Someone begged, leader, Save us. The bearded man crushed the wine cup, shouting anxiously, "What's going on? What exactly is going on?" Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his abdomen. "My guts are twisting. Is it poison? But when was I poisoned?" Right then, Tantu Kwang's voice rang out. "Looks like I arrived just in time." The bearded man looked full of shock. "You bastard, you couldn't possibly." On the floor now were countless stiff corpses. He slowly explained, "I intentionally pretended to be caught by you, precisely so I could eat rice cakes without suspicion." The bearded man was terrified. "What did you say?" "I clearly ensured he didn't poison the water source, and I even threw away all that buckwheat this morning." "So how'd he do it?" Tan Tu Kwang pointed to the side. "I set up another rack over there." He said sarcastically, "The wheat inside seems to have all gone into your bellies." The bearded man was speechless with shock. It turned out that carrying that bag at that time wasn't just for disguise. Now he understood. Rice cakes are made from buckwheat and wheat. After poisoning it, he mixed it with other sacks, creating a big picture to deceive the enemy. The bearded man vomited fresh blood. He lured us up the mountain, then pretended to be caught. Before poisoning the well, he made everyone let down their guard. "Who exactly are you?" Tan Tu Kwang arrogantly replied, "Disciple of the White Flower family, disciple of the medicine sect." Seeing this, the bearded man roared madly, "I've never heard of it." Then, Tan Tu Kwang leisurely listed each sect: Da Kwang, DTN, Song Hong, Tam Dai Tam, Diet Duong Da Kanga, and Van Hack. Then he got to the main point. "Have you heard of them?" Receiving no answer, he concluded, "You probably have heard of them." Tan Tu Kwang thought seriously. "Although poisoned with the glory seed, your hearing definitely has no problem. If you have heard of them, then you definitely know why I have to kill all of you." The bearded man said with a scornful voice, "So you're a hunting dog for those declining sections. Do you think I'll die that easily? You turn to leave, we'll know soon enough." Watching that small figure leave, the bearded man cursed angrily. "Arrogant bastard. All right, I'll use Qi to force the glory seed poison out of my body." Suddenly, a shout rang out from outside. "Leader!" A burning smell began to spread. "That brat has set this house on fire." The bearded man gritted his teeth in hatred. "We must evacuate quickly, but if I move my body now..." His anger reached its peak. Tan Tu Kwang heard the roar. He stopped, turned his head to look back. Before the fire-consumed threshold, the bearded man was standing there. His voice turned from normal to hoarse. "I will." The bearded man's face became more ferocious than ever. He roared, "Kill you." The bearded man's eyes widened. Why is it like this? A train of thought involuntarily flashed through his mind. His martial arts are not high, nor does he have a superior bloodline, nor is he any top-tier figure. The bearded man kept asking himself, so why do the burning house, the lifeless corpses on the ground, and all these scenes want to etch themselves into his mind? The bearded man was pushed into the deepest abyss of despair. Is the darkness sect being slaughtered by someone like that? The small figure ahead blurred in his vision. The bearded man clutched his throbbing head. The effects of the deadly poison had already kicked in. Tan Tu Kwang quietly observed the enemy's expression, then spoke softly. "Do you feel it is unfair? Because you have lost everything. Why must you die at the hands of someone like me?" The bearded man clenched his fist so tight the wall cracked. "I cannot let it end like this." Those words seemed to have touched his pride. "Who do you think will be killed?" Tan Tu Kwang nimbly dodged. The abnormal power within the rage quickly erupted. The bearded man roared, "By a guy like you?" The stone wall was smashed to pieces, but Tan Tu Kwang was nowhere to be seen. "What did you run to? Come out, you brat." The bearded man even frantically smashed everything he touched. Tan Tu Kwang sat on the high roof, carefully observing the situation below. He thought anxiously, even though he was hit by the glory strain poison, he is still this strong, worthy of being the darkness sect leader. I shouldn't confront him head on right now. While he was hesitating, he accidentally saw something. In the thick smoke, a man's corpse was revealed with his weapon beside him. A large rock suddenly crashed down onto the wet ground. After a bout of destruction, the bearded man began to feel exhausted, able only to curse hoarsely. "You little rat." Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out from behind. The darkness sect, a cult that only knows how to hide like rats, dares to laugh at others. Over there, the bearded man recognized a looming figure in the dust. This time, the bearded man stomped his feet hard on the ground to gain momentum. He identified that figure as Tan Tu Kwong and immediately charged like a wild beast. I won't miss. The enemy was right in front, but why was he standing still? A few flashes of light appeared. Countless sharp needles flew from nowhere, piercing the bearded man's chest and abdomen. He immediately stared in shock. This is arrows? From this direction. He opened his mouth wide in rage, his giant hand grabbing the enemy's head. Even if I go to hell, I have to drag you with me. Immediately after was a massive explosion. A few seconds later, realizing what happened, the bearded man was horrified to discover that the corpse he had just crushed was not Tan Tu Kwong at all, but a fellow sect member. Panic appeared clearly on the bearded man's face. His massive body began to stagger. It wasn't him. A blade pierced through, followed by a spray of blood. Tan Tu Kwong, with eyes like a demon, said coldly, "The grudge between the medicine sect and the darkness sect ends today. Soon enough, your other fellow members will go down to keep you company." Finally, he ended it with 2 words, "Farewell." The bearded man only heard the last sentence, "Go to hell," and then unwillingly departed from the world. Tan Tu Kwong looked up at the night sky, calculating silently. With such a big commotion, people from other poison sect branches will arrive soon. Not far away, a few people shouted, "Wait, there seems to be something over there. Everyone look, the neighboring village is on fire." They hugged buckets full of water, moving hurriedly. "How are the people inside?" "This way, hurry." Tan Tu Kwong had already left to avoid detection. "Bring water here quickly." The villagers looked at the raging fire, feeling helpless. "Oh heavens, this fire can't be extinguished anymore." From afar came a strange voice, expressing agreement. "That's right, it's hopeless." Everyone's attention focused on the direction of the sound. A few hours later, a wooden door was slowly pushed open. Tan Tu Kwong walked into a dark room, surrounded by hanging medicinal herbs and prescriptions. Outside, there was suddenly the sound of rustling leaves. Tan Tu Kwong thought to himself, "Fighting continuously like this, my poison is running low. Besides, I can't be lucky every time to find medicinal herbs like the glory strain on the way." He calculated, the darkness sect is also a part of the poison sect. I should take all usable finished products. Tan Tu Kwong reached out and took a brown bottle labeled Divine Snake Poison. If someone drinks this, their body will immediately be paralyzed. The heart will stop, leading to death. Tan Tu Kwong was amazed. This is one of the few death drugs that even experts don't have an antidote for, and it is also the precursor drug that created the poison sect today. He drank it all without hesitation. The body reacted immediately. Tan Tu Kwong writhed in pain. The pain transmitted from his stomach to his heart, then slowly spread to every cell. "Once I gain immunity to this poison, it will become my secret weapon." A few minutes later, he seemed to fall into a coma, his body gradually stabilizing. Tan Tu Kwong slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his arms. They were fine. On his ring finger, a few drops of deadly poison were dripping down. He quietly left the warehouse, his steps slowing down. Tan Tu Kwong discovered something unusual on the road ahead. In the area where he had just defeated the bearded man, several new corpses had appeared. What happened? Tan Tu Kwong suspected. "I was only in the warehouse for a moment." Was it done by the remnants of the darkness sect disciples? No, this stream of power, a fragment of memory accidentally flashed through his mind. The previous conversation with the bearded man when he mentioned civilians. Tan Tu Kwong suddenly realized, plus the strange sounds from a neighboring village. Tan Tu Kwong, disregarding his gradually depleting stamina, ran frantically, panting. His face was determined. If they wanted to target me, they had countless opportunities to act before, but they only acted behind my back. His brows furrowed tightly. Their target isn't me. Tan Tu Kwong wondered if he had missed something. He gradually felt uneasy. I was isolated for 8 years, so I don't know much about what happened during that time. I came here not to seek the truth, but for revenge. But the tragedy before my eyes is truly too horrible. Tan Tu Kwong stood stunned, or rather, the expression on this teenager's face was horror. Because on that bloody road, there are only corpses. He calmly walked past a few incomplete bodies, heading deeper into the area that was now considered an abandoned village. His steps suddenly stopped. Tan Tu Kwong fell silent, his hands slightly clenching. The smell of blood assaulted his nose. He seemed to be calculating something. Suddenly, a noise rang out from afar, surprising Tan Tu Kwong momentarily. It turned out to be a dog barking in panic. Tan Tu Kwang carefully observed the stiff shapes of the bodies before him. He looked around, thinking, I absolutely cannot sense the existence of anyone. But Tan Tu Kwang squatted down to check. He quickly concluded, these bodies are still warm. The culprit left not long ago. Only a master possesses such power. Tan Tu Kwang lightly touched the wound on a body. He knew I would come here to fight and waited until I finished. He stroked the man's eyelids. Once I left, he slaughtered these innocent villagers. No different from what happened at the medicine sect back then. My head is full of chaotic thoughts. Why do you pile all these crimes on my head? You could have clearly come here to kill me directly. What exactly are you calculating? A tiny trace of sorrow flashed through Tan Tu Kwang's eyes, pitying the lives that hadn't had time to enjoy the joys of the world. Finally, Tan Tu Kwang still left this place. Be optimistic. No matter how complicated things get, my goal has not changed. He always told himself that he must continue his revenge. But if someone is exploiting this, Tan Tu Kwang's face involuntarily became gloomy. At the Ku Valley area belonging to the Luong sect, under the bright moonlight, a young couple was chatting animatedly. Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice of a man rang out. You two are truly a perfect match. Hearing this, the couple, without needing a reminder, both blushed in embarrassment. Father, it's so late. Why are you still out? This person was the sect leader of Ku Kok Luong sect, Ho Thursday, who also managed the Long Sword sect. He said leisurely, because the scenery tonight is too beautiful. It makes me captivated, and my daughter-in-law's belly is just like this moon. She bowed her head slightly, answering gently, yes, the baby is growing fast. Next month. Yes, father. Ho Thursday laughed heartily, truly reassuring. I only hope the child can grow up healthy. If Thuong Ko can take over Ku Kok Luong sect, I will definitely be very happy. The young man immediately said respectfully, it is still very early, father. Aren't you still leading very well? Ho Thursday clasped his hands behind his back. I am only temporarily filling in. Your son feels he is no longer worthy of this position. San Thursday said decisively, your son only hopes to build Ku Kok Luong sect to be stronger together with father. The conversation between father and son was getting lively. Suddenly, Ho Thursday felt a stream of killing intent run down his spine. All three looked toward the source of the movement. Ho Thursday actively spoke up to ask, who is it? There was no answer, only the grass ahead rustling slightly. Ho Thursday immediately signaled his two children to stand still. Do we need to call someone? No need, it's probably just some wild beasts. Saying that, he slowly approached that dangerous area. Ho Thursday was startled to see pools of fresh blood on the ground. A stranger was turning his back to him, bowing his head, doing something unknown. He quickly grabbed the sword at his waist, preparing to rush up and attack. That figure must have also realized there was movement, so he suddenly turned his head, revealing cloudy eyes. The unexpected situation terrified Ho Thursday, causing him to involuntarily step back a few steps. Maxivu hurriedly waved his hand to explain, oh, sorry to disturb you so late, my worthy brother. Ho Thursday breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no conflict occurred yet. A few minutes later, the two men sat talking in the main hall. Big brother, what happened? Ho Thursday asked worriedly. Why was there blood there? Are you injured? Maxivu leisurely wiped the dirt off, replying, it's nothing big, don't mind it. But I want to tell you this, worthy brother. Ho Thursday looked puzzled. What is it? Just say it straight, brother. Actually, I met the person who massacred the poison sect. Ho Thursday was extremely astonished. Is it the murderer you mentioned? Has he been caught? Max Sivu shook his head slightly. I still haven't caught him. Now, even the darkness sect has been wiped out. Ho Thursday was stunned. Really? Then the matter is even more serious. That person must be a top-tier master. Max Sivu frowned, his eyes determined. No, the culprit is a whole gang. The lame guy mentioned before is just small fry. His accomplices act extremely secretively. Ho Thursday listened attentively. We still don't know who they are, but if we catch that lame guy, we must quickly interrogate him for more news. Max Sivu sighed. Their target is all the sects belonging to the poison family. The next one might be the Iron Umbrella sect. Hearing this, Ho Thursday was terrified. You mean, Max Sivu emphasized, if that person wants to reach the Iron Umbrella sect, he must pass through our Ku Kok Luong sect. Now do you understand why I appeared here, worthy brother? Ho Thursday asked impatiently. Do you want me to send reinforcements? But how can we fight against so many masters? Max Sivu said, oh, just catching that lame guy is enough. The others will scatter and wait for his signal. Ho Thursday pursed his lips, his heart in a tangle. Max Sivu tried to persuade. I am truly too disappointed. Who helped you revive Kukak Luong sect after the previous sect leader passed away? I even introduced this place to join the alliance. Ho Thursday said sadly, of course, it is all thanks to you, big brother. But I don't think this is a problem that my sect can get involved in. I will pay remuneration. Max Sivu took a step closer. The two strongest sects in Yunnan have been wiped out. Not a single member survived, but their money and assets are still there. Think about it, worthy brother. Who will those things belong to? The old man's hand grabbed Ho Thursday's shoulder, squeezing hard. Max Sivu's face revealed a mean and cruel look. Of course, they belong to the sect that can stop this chaos, right? I intend to report to the alliance like that. Such a God-given opportunity. Don't you want it, worthy brother? His voice turned into a whisper. I won't force you. But remember your son's future and the future of Kukak Luong's sect. Finally, Max Sivu concluded. Is the answer still not clear enough? Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, the wife looked at her husband uneasily. You're leaving so early. Is it because of what happened last night? San Thursday hurriedly softened his voice to comfort her. Father's sworn brother. He is very important to our sect. He grinned. He has helped our sect many times in the past. I can't explain it clearly to you, but this is definitely a huge opportunity. The wife still seemed worried. San Thursday finished packing his gear before stepping forward to hold his wife's fair hand. If successful, the influence of the Kukak Luong sect will become greater than ever before, San Thursday said. I truly feel father was right to accept that offer. I have always wanted to pass down the strongest sect to our firstborn child. If nothing goes wrong, I will bring back gifts. The wife seemed immersed in happiness. Their group hurriedly left. She waved goodbye to her beloved husband, watching the figures of the young men getting further and further away. Max Sivu remained silent, calculating all sorts of schemes in his heart. The sun had reached its zenith. A fellow disciple lethargically complained. Will he really pass through here, vice sect leader? San Thursday's voice was calm. Not necessarily. This isn't the only path to cross this mountain. Then he explained, but father has already stationed men on the other routes, so he will be caught soon. The other guy grinned excitedly. Then I actually hope the killer doesn't come this way. What? The guy explained. He's a murderer. Didn't he single-handedly wipe out the poison sect and the darkness sect? San Thursday sighed. They say it wasn't just that cripple who did it. Even so, if he's involved with a dangerous gang, he must be a prominent expert. Another person couldn't help but speak up. You, kid. Kids these days are afraid of everything. If you practiced harder, you wouldn't be. This remark made San Thursday laugh out loud. Ha! I understand your mood right now. Very tense, right? He comforted, but don't worry too much. We just need to stall him, slow him down. The sect leader will come to support. So if we succeed, the rewards will be countless. The other two's eyes lit up. Really? How generous. Hey, that's enough, you brats. San Thursday looked helplessly at his fellow disciples. He kept telling himself, that's right, we must catch him. Suddenly, the sound of rustling footsteps on dry leaves broke the silence. Someone is coming. San Thursday was startled. Vice sect leader. A figure walked over slowly. It was Tan Tu Kwong. The slow footsteps got closer. The other three also calmly approached. Their faces all showed a certain degree of fear. Only San Thursday was a bit confused, as he didn't expect a commoner to appear in this area. Tan Tu Kwong's face was gloomy, quietly passing by the position where the three were guarding. One disciple saw this and summoned all his strength to shout, "Halt!" The echo made Tan Tu Kwong involuntarily stop. The young man cupped his hands, introducing himself. I am San Thursday, young master of the Kukak Luong sect, investigating a matter here. Can I ask a few questions? Tan Tu Kwong asked in surprise. What matter? San Thursday said solemnly. Please tell us your name, sect, and reason for passing through here. Tan Tu Kwong thought for a moment, then started to equivocate. My name is Matt Kwong, a local of Yunnan, on my way to a mine in Tung, Xian to visit relatives. San Thursday asked further, do you carry an identity token? The answer no made him even more worried. Then, can you come with us for a bit? Just to verify. Tan Tu Kwong immediately refused. I refuse. The situation isn't even clear. On what grounds do you tell me to follow? The two disciples were also annoyed. We are from the Kukok Luong sect, also part of the Martial Arts Alliance. If you resist, you are resisting superiors. Tan Tu Kwong calmly replied. I asked because how do I know if you are truly Kukok Luong people or highwaymen? Hearing this, they got angry. What did you say? Stop talking nonsense. Follow us. San Thursday immediately intervened. He's right. I will call someone who can prove our identity to come here. A disciple received the order and hurriedly ran to report. Yes. Young master, Tan Tu Kwong gradually lost patience. Sorry, I'm quite busy, farewell. The person behind had to explain. Please wait a moment. We are also in a hurry. Recently, a killer appeared who massacred 2 sections. San Thursday tried to persuade. Hope you cooperate with us. The disciple saw the result wasn't as desired. Grinding his teeth in anger. Clang, he drew a small dagger from his chest, throwing it across Tan Tu Kwong's face like a dart. The disciple roared in anger, cursing, Bastard, we are trying to cooperate, yet you want to leave. That's too suspicious. He intended to say more. You'd better. The words weren't finished when they were cut off by a voice from Tan Tu Kwong's mouth. Don't. A cold, killing intent ran down the spines of the 2 men, making them astonished and slightly afraid. Tan Tu Kwong widened his eyes, his face gradually becoming cruel, simultaneously emphasizing, You've provoked me. He spoke loudly like a demon. I have no grudge against the Kukok Luong sect. San Thursday was confused by the heavy killing intent when suddenly the soldiers behind rushed up. He is definitely the killer from the rumors. We can't let you go. Don't even think about resisting. Tan Tu Kwong sighed helplessly, watching quietly. San Thursday was caught off guard by this sudden situation. Wait. We must think carefully before acting. A small cloth bag was squeezed open. The things inside squirmed, finally spraying out a purple poisonous smoke. The smoke covered an area, causing everyone to cough and choke in pain. Tan Tu Kwong coldly pursed his lips. He quickly channeled internal energy, changing the state of the gas. The group fell into chaos, added to the panic of realizing they had attacked the wrong target. Bodies fell one by one. San Thursday was stunned by the horrifying scene just for a moment. He no longer hesitated, decisively rushing forward. Isn't he just a scout? San Thursday drew his sword, unleashing the first move of Mat Hai Long. As soon as the sword move came out, Tan Tu Kwong only needed to lean to dodge. San Thursday continued to unleash the second move, but it was still ineffective, not even scratching Tan Tu Kwong. Just as he was panicking, Tan Tu Kwong closed in, tightening his grip around his neck. He intended to slam San Thursday down immediately. The fellow disciple screamed in panic. Young master! San Thursday's back slammed hard onto the ground, added to the terrible pressure. His spine almost shattered. He rolled his eyes back, his vitality fading. Tan Tu Kwong's face was expressionless. Don't you know? He raised his voice. You are all poisoned. Under the astonished gaze of the enemy, Tan Tu Kwong explained, The poison bomb I used is a sublimated mixture of toad poison. This poison is very strong. Just inhaling a little will cause severe pain all over the body. He released his hand, choking San Thursday. But you won't die. Just channel your energy to push the toxins out. Don't follow me anymore. But as he turned around, he heard a warning. Wait, San Thursday, though near death, remained stubborn. I can't let you go like this. Even if I die. Tan Tu Kwong raised an eyebrow, replying, Didn't I already say? I have no grudge against the Kukok Luong sect. What kind of hatred do you have to risk your lives to catch one person? San Thursday looked determined. For someone who kills innocent civilians, you are no different from a beast. We just want to protect this area as members of the Martial Arts Alliance. A few soldiers struggled to prop themselves up. Tan Tu Kwong tilted his head slightly. Members? This statement made San Thursday speechless. Killing people, is that one of the justices of this alliance you bastard mentioned? Tan Tu Kwong spoke directly. I'm only avenging the sects that caused the destruction of the medicine family. Besides that, it is unrelated to other matters, and I certainly do not kill innocent civilians. The young man lying on the ground was stunned. You are avenging? Tan Tu Kwong sneered. I will execute the justice that doesn't exist in that so-called martial arts alliance of yours. Before questioning others, take a look at your own organization. San Thursday could only helplessly watch his back slowly leave. Sunset gradually dyed the sky red. San Thursday was suddenly startled to see someone approaching. It was none other than Max Sivu. Seeing this, San Thursday hurriedly explained, "My subordinates were defeated by that guy. I wanted to help you, sir, but now I can't even face him." Max Sivu comforted, "Check your body first. Come, bring water here." A subordinate quickly obeyed. "Yes, my lord." Max Sivu rummaged through his pocket while asking urgently, "What did that guy look like?" San Thursday was sweating profusely, recalling that person in his mind. Is he really a cold-blooded killer? He recalled. Although his killing intent was heavy, he didn't look like someone who kills without cause. He also said he was avenging the medicine family and wasn't the killer of innocent civilians. Max Sivu asked, "You believe him?" San Thursday replied in a weak voice, "Not quite sure, but I think we need to clarify the truth. Otherwise, the Kukok Luong sect will." Max Sivu suddenly roared, "Impossible!" The old man pretended to be panicked. "This poison is too potent. There's no way." Max Sivu covered San Thursday's nose with his hand. "It's too late," then forced him to swallow some kind of pill. Max Sivu grinned a despicable smile and deliberately spoke loudly. "Oh, how could you die so young? How could you bear to leave your wife and aging father? The child just born will be without a father." Ignoring the young man's violent struggles, he continued, "Sigh, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have involved the Kukok Luong sect. It is only because of my stupid suggestion that you lost your life." Max Sivu leaned closer. "Do you know the saying, leading the cat to poke the tiger? It means leading the cat's tail, but luring out the lion." He widened his eyes. "You are that cat's tail, and your death will lure that lion to Yunnan." The toxins spread throughout the body. Blood and flesh boiled, mouth foaming, but San Thursday's eyes still gleamed with unwillingness. "I am very grateful to you. You have completed your mission very well. Rest in peace." Before passing away, only familiar figures were etched in his mind. Father, wife. San Thursday really didn't want to die, but how could he escape this destined outcome? The sun gradually set behind the high mountains. Max Sivu perfunctorily cleaned up the scene and returned. Ahead, a few people were waiting. It was Ho Thursday and his eldest daughter-in-law. Both appeared extremely worried. Max Sivu held a limp body in his arms, a white cloth covering the face. But everyone recognized that the corpse was the filial son, the thoughtful husband, San Thursday. Ho Thursday was so shocked he couldn't stand steady, and the daughter-in-law behind him fainted. His mouth kept crying out, "No." The sound of tragic weeping echoed in the mournful air. The deeper he went into the dense forest, the slower Tan Tu Quang's steps became. Thoughts involuntarily flashed through his mind. Did my strength increase thanks to practicing the martial arts of the medicine sect? Using it feels truly refreshing. He recalled the scene just now. Kukok Luong sect. They aren't like the enemies I've met before. Tan Tu Quang thought to himself. But the only thing that caught my attention was that Kukok Luong sect mentioned the Martial Arts Alliance. He felt confused. But the Martial Arts Alliance couldn't possibly act that fast. The Darkness sect was destroyed only a day ago. A judgment suddenly formed in his heart. If the Alliance really acted, those people wouldn't have used them to scare people. Tan Tu Quang concluded. This means this incident was entirely the decision of the Kukok Luong sect alone, and there is definitely someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. He angrily clenched his fist. That person could also be the one who has always been using me. Tan Tu Quang pursed his lips slightly. The one who turned me into a shield. Who exactly are you? Max Sivu stood silently amidst a scene of mournful weeping. Ho Thursday knelt before his son's body, his voice trembling with emotion. Who did this to my San Thursday? Max Sivu spoke slowly. Not just San Thursday. Everyone there is dead. He even emphasized. It was that damn lame guy. He used poison to kill everyone. Max Sivu said to Ho Thursday, who was sinking into despair, "Junior brother, you know San Thursday's character well. He surely faced those deceitful tricks honorably." Ho Thursday's eyes were bloodshot, filled with helplessness. Why? How could this happen? The death of his son made him feel unprecedented pain, occupying his entire mind. Ho Thursday then recalled a few things. It was all because of senior brother. He was convinced that his senior brother had deceived him. Ho Thursday angrily wanted to question him. but seeing two streams of tears flowing down Mac Sivu's wrinkled face, he hesitated. I always considered San Thursday as my own son, Mac Sivu said, choking back sobs. If my heart is broken like this, then how much more painful must it be for you? Ho Thursday gradually calmed down at these words. He could not imagine that pain. I'm sorry. His lips trembled, and he finally collapsed, bowing his head. This isn't entirely your fault, brother. It is all due to my greed. But Ho Thursday asked himself in anguish, why did everything happen right at this moment? Night covered the residence in sorrow. Mac Sivu walked away, his expression turning extremely annoyed. Indecisive bastard. He irritably picked his itchy ear. He should have killed everyone in his way. With such indecisiveness, what kind of revenge is that? His good eye opened slightly. If you don't walk the right path, then I'll give you a hand. Max Sivu stroked his sparse beard, looking up at the bright moonlight. Now, perhaps I should just wait for that tiger to arrive, shouldn't I? At the Ban Rhine area, Yunnan, Poison Sect headquarters. The tea table was overturned on the ground, chess pieces scattered everywhere. Kuitong looked furious. Max Sivu clearly said the killer would attack the Iron Umbrella Sect, so why was the Darkness Sect the one harmed? What on earth is going on? He clasped his hands behind his back, deep in thought. Max Sivu might have tricked us. Because of his false information, the Darkness Sect was destroyed before they could fully prepare. However, Kuitong judged, even if the killer mobilized their full force. The Darkness Sect leader must have been there at the time. He isn't someone easily defeated, yet he still died. He regretted and blamed himself. Heaven and Earth Dragnet. I should have listened to Max Sivu's advice and set up the Heaven and Earth Dragnet to trap them. Kuitong continued to glare. This is an order, he roared angrily. Summon all sects belonging to the Poison family in Yunnan. Immediately hold an emergency meeting. The subordinate obediently complied. Yes, my lord. Countless small notes were tied to pigeon legs, and flocks of carrier pigeons were released into the night. Early the next morning, a carrier pigeon was shot down by a hunter, dying tragically as it fell to the ground. A person quickly walked over. Urging sounds rang out from the carriage. Hurry up, he roared loudly. We must reach Ban Ryan within half a day. At this speed, we'll be late. Why are you all so slow? The bearded man then turned back into the carriage, complaining, honestly, yesterday the family told us to prepare to catch the killer. Now, they've moved the meeting up by a whole month. The person opposite him tightly gripped the notice in his hand. I really don't understand what the Poison Medicine family is thinking. That was the Iron Umbrella Sect leader, Gutsong. Gutsong spoke calmly. The situation has become much more tense. Although the letter didn't say clearly, every word makes the bearded man terrified. It seems the Darkness Sect has fallen. What did you say? Gutsong crumpled the piece of paper. Otherwise, why would that crazy old man do something so shameful? Although the periodic meetings were to strengthen relations between the sects of the Poison Medicine family, they were essentially just a place for the family head to show off his power. He emphasized, we may be in a rush, but we must also be careful. Gutsong turned his head to look at the scenery outside. The killer's next target could very well be us, the Iron Umbrella Sect. About an hour later, the bearded man respectfully reported, there are no villages nearby. Let's rest here for the night. Someone in the inn lobby welcomed the guests. Greetings, valued guests. The lively atmosphere made the bearded man happier, and he immediately requested, give us a few bowls of beef soup and arrange rooms for 20 people. I'll prepare it right away. Gutsong quietly observed his surroundings. The chef quickly brought the food out. This is our shop's famous beef soup. The bearded man drooled with craving. This dish is very famous. Just looking at it makes me crave it. Then he turned to the sect leader. My lord, please enjoy your meal. But Gutsong sat as still as a statue. What's wrong? He pulled a silver hairpin from his robe. If someone wants to make a move on us, we must be extremely careful. Saying that, he thrust the hairpin hard into the bowl of soup. The bearded man was startled, and the chef was also stunned. Gutsong held the hairpin in the soup for a few seconds before judging. Seems there is no poison. He placed the hairpin on the table. Eat. The chef was secretly amazed. You truly are a strange guest. Then he turned away to give instructions. If you need anything, just call me. He was starting to eat when a waiter from afar rushed over. "Boss." The chef put his hands on his hips, asking impatiently, "What is it? Does he not have money to pay?" Gu Song gradually paid attention to this argument. "How much money do you owe the shop?" "I'm sorry. Perhaps I was pickpocket. I clearly brought money when I left home." The chef held his head helplessly. "Hayes, how troublesome." At this moment, the young man suggested, "I will work here for a few days to pay off the debt." His voice was decisive. "So please, I beg you." Tan Tu Kwong bowed and pleaded, but his attention was focused on the two people behind him. "Please forgive me." Early the next morning, at the inn, Gutsong stepped out of his room, hearing a strange noise, and couldn't help but be surprised. Down in the lobby, which was used to receive passing guests, Tan Tu Kwong was diligently sweeping. A thought flashed through Gutsong's mind. "I noticed him yesterday. He walks with a limp. His steps are very difficult. He doesn't look like that lame guy." But Gutsong frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Or should I try testing him?" He decided to walk over, flashing a friendly smile. "You're the guy who ate without paying yesterday, right? Working here now." Tan Tu Kwong was a bit flustered and replied politely, "Ah, yes. It seems I've embarrassed myself." The boy explained further, "I was pickpocket when I wasn't paying attention." Gutsong sighed in sympathy. How unlucky. Immediately after, he went straight to the point, voicing the suspicion in his heart. "Do you practice martial arts?" Tan Tu Kwong bent down, burying his head and mopping the floor, grinning widely. "Of course not. I'm just a normal person." Gutsong's face darkened, killing intent flashing past. "Oh, then living in the martial arts world must be very difficult." Tan Tu Kwong casually agreed. "Yes. I always hope nothing happens." Gutsong's hand clenched slightly, but his mouth continued to advise. "Then you should train yourself, maybe join a martial arts sect, or find a weapon." Tan Tu Kwong ignored his strange expression, still chatting happily. "Me? Sorry, I don't dare touch things beyond my ability." Gutsong pursed his lips, suddenly falling silent. Can't sense any killing intent from him. Perhaps I was too suspicious. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned away. "You shouldn't limit yourself like that, because in this world, anything can happen." Gutsong waved goodbye, adding instructions, "Tell the owner to prepare food. We'll hit the road once everyone is up." The sun slowly rose from behind the mountain, just as Tan Tu Kwong brought the food. It was corn and egg soup. The boy hesitantly explained, "Since it's so early, we only have these ingredients left." Gutsong looked disappointed. "That's terrible. Anyway, we said we had to leave early." The bearded man watched his master's actions with a helpless look. "If they wanted to poison us, they would have done it yesterday." He retorted with dissatisfaction. "But we still have to test." The needle tip showed nothing unusual. Gutsong checked carefully before answering the bearded man's concern. "So, are you reassured now?" "All right." The two began to eat. Tan Tu Kwong stood to the side, silently observing. Gutsong was slowly bringing the first spoonful of soup to his mouth. Tan Tu Kwong's pupils dilated, filled with madness. Finally, he turned and went into the kitchen. After about 15 minutes of ravenous eating, the group set off. The owner personally came out to see the guests off. "Thank you for stopping by." The sky, which had just been clear, now turned a gloomy gray. The sound of footsteps continued ceaselessly. The carriage slowly crossed a large iron bridge. Gutsong gazed absently at the scenery outside. The bearded man opposite him had fallen asleep. After going a bit further, suddenly, a subordinate clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain, causing the person next to him to ask anxiously, "What's wrong?" He looked uncomfortable. "I suddenly don't feel well." The other person laughed upon hearing this. "I knew it. You ate too fast just now." He waved his hand, signaling the guards to go ahead. "I'll stay with him." The two said to each other, "Sorry about this. Rest a bit and you'll be fine." "Right. We've only gone halfway. This is a bit early." Suddenly, the person with the stomach ache looked up, but strangely, blood gushed from his eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth. "What's wrong?" The other person was stunned, his throat dry. He questioned in confusion, "Are you really okay?" The person with the stomach ache also asked in surprise, "What?" A wave of heat suddenly surged from his lower body. The person with the stomach ache vomited violently, terrifying the other person to the extreme. "Hey, something's wrong." But he also gradually discovered that he was no exception. Screams outside the carriage startled Gutsong awake. He looked at the bearded man struggling in pain, crying for help in front of him. Just as I predicted, the subordinates all died tragically. Song could only sigh helplessly. It seems my advice was useless. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. With that small stature, yet daring to oppose a master of the medicine family level, I should have known you never limited yourself. Song calmly spoke loudly. In this world, any damn thing can happen. How ironic, isn't it? The tall figure of Tan Tu Kwong appeared. He seemed to have been waiting here for a long time, or perhaps he had been following this group the entire way. He didn't reveal any emotion, but the evil aura in his eyes could not be hidden. Song exclaimed, "It seems you aren't actually a cripple." Tan Tu Kwong spoke up in response. I discovered that the poison sect bunch assumed the suspect characteristic was having one lame leg. Just knowing what the enemy is looking for, I can pretend to be disabled for a while. Song said calmly, "I understand. Let me ask you a few questions. When did you poison us?" "I didn't sleep at all, and there was no poison in the food," Tan Tu Kwong said in a casual voice. "More precisely, it was on your tableware." As soon as the words were spoken, Song exclaimed in shock, "What? So that's it? No wonder I didn't detect poison in the food. You deliberately came to work there just to do this." "Well done," Tan Tu Kwong said calmly. "The poison I used originates from the Darkness sect. It is a type of sediment that only takes effect after a period of time. It corrodes the intestines and liver, causing the victim to die from internal bleeding." Song threw his head back and laughed loudly. "So, my time is running out, isn't it?" Tan Tu Kwong was just about to agree. "You are right," when he immediately sensed danger, his expression changing in a flash. He leaned to dodge, but was still grazed on the cheek by a hidden weapon, leaving a small cut. Song roared madly. "Then, I must end everything before that happens." Tan Tu Kwong's movement technique was as fast as the wind, weaving through the rain of hidden weapons. Song felt it was somewhat interesting, so he praised. "Reaction is fast, too. Blood is starting to flow, but there is still time." He frantically swung his dagger to slash, but still couldn't avoid accidentally getting hit. Song intended to unleash the final blow. This will be, but suddenly he was utterly astonished. The toxicity had fully taken effect, causing him to cough up fresh blood and collapse to the ground. At that very moment, Tan Tu Kwong seized the opportunity to rush forward. Fresh blood splattered onto the surrounding grass. Before drawing his final breath, Song still kept a smile on his lips. "I guess dying like this is better, isn't it?" He gasped for air, his lips moving to ask one last question. "Who are you?" "A descendant of the medicine sect, the Bakhoa family." Tan Tu Kwong thrust the dagger in deeply. "You people of the poison sect attacked and caused the extermination of an innocent medicine sect, then plundered everything to expand your own power and influence." Having said that, he ruthlessly pulled the dagger out. "Take responsibility for your actions." He turned to walk away, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly heard a labored laugh. "You're really stupid, aren't you?" Song gasped and said, "Do you really think the medicine sect died unjustly, or do you think they were innocent?" Tan Tu Kwong asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" Song decided to reveal. The destruction of the medicine sect was. Tan Tu Kwong gradually became astonished. An inevitable event. He walked closer in horror, asking aggressively, "I ask you, what exactly are you saying?" Song bowed his head sadly. "There is no smoke without fire. Everything has a cause." He resolutely told it all. "The sin lies not only with the poison sects, but also with you people yourselves." Seeing this, Tan Tu Kwong could not hold back anymore, immediately grabbing Song by the collar. "Warning, don't joke with me." His face turned red with anger. "There is no reason for my family. The people of the poison sect must suffer the consequences for everything they have done." Song spoke with a scornful voice. "You only know that much about the poison sect and the medicine sect, yet you want revenge?" He even emphasized, "You will soon turn into a monster out of control in your rage." Tan Tu Kwong shouted, urging him, "Then say it all." Song, though about to die, still smirked triumphantly. Ironically, he hesitated, as if wanting to say his final words. "All of it." Tan Tu Kwong helplessly watched the frail body collapse in front of him, eyes rolled back, clearly dead. Only Tan Tu Kwong remained, completely shaken. "I know too little." Out of control in rage, he silently clenched his fist. No, it was the poison sect that massacred the medicine sect. Tan Tu Kwong held his head in pain. "When that happened, I resolved to become strong enough to avenge us." My anger is not so shallow as to be swayed by those words. He struggled to stand up, telling himself, "I will believe in what I have seen, heard, and experienced." Finally, he left the crime scene. It was a frenzied and determined Tan Tu Kwong, using it as motivation to push himself forward. At this moment, at a place just a few hundred meters from the battlefield, a man had witnessed it all. Naturally, it was none other than Maxi Vu. Back at the residence, the atmosphere was now shrouded in mourning. San Thursday's beautiful wife sat silently in the cold room, no longer holding the presence of her husband. She was in extreme pain. The wet nurse said with a face full of sorrow, "I regret to inform, madam, the child in your womb has." Ho Thursday, hearing those words, drank a whole jar of wine in one breath. Just then, Max Sivu returned. "Do you think this can go on forever?" He replied with a voice as cold as ice. "Without a single clue about that damn cripple, your pain cannot be soothed." He feigned concern, reminding, "Calm down," before the surprised gaze of his sworn brother. Max Sivu emphasized, "I have a feeling I know where he is. And I also know who he is." The older man calmly explained, "Two other sects were also destroyed along with the medicine sect. It looks like the Poison Alliance suffered heavy losses, but in reality, that is not the case." Max Sivu gently kicked the wine jar rolling on the ground. "Do you remember the business between the medicine sect and the darkness sect that I originally intended for you? I thought something was wrong, so I went to check." Max Sivu speculated, "That matter seems to have been transferred to the poison sect at the request of sect master Kui Kong." Speaking of this, the older man suddenly became solemn. The previous event returned to his mind, the refusal of the offer to use the Heaven and Earth Dragnet, and beginning to show an extreme desire to catch the culprit. Max Sivu fell silent. As a result, after inheriting all the assets of the other sects, he had enough capacity to expand his scope of power. Moreover, that assassin cleverly evaded the hunt, as if he knew the terrain of Yunnan like the back of his hand. The culprit also possessed a lethal poison sufficient to kill San Thursday, yet the ingredients did not belong to the darkness sect or the medicine sect. Max Sivu finally concluded, "What do you think about what I just said?" Ho Thursday said tremblingly, "You mean that assassin received help, and that person could be the mastermind behind it all." Max Sivu ruthlessly emphasized, "The poison sect." He could not suppress it anymore, sobbing loudly. "How can that be?" He replied bluntly, "Kui Tsung is an insatiably greedy man. He will seize any opportunity to become the king of Yunnan and expand his influence to the Hong-Duan region." Max Sivu closed his eyes helplessly. With the assets of the destroyed sects, the poison sect no longer needs to keep those small families. He could totally use that crippled assassin as an opportunity. Ho Thursday suddenly smashed the wine jar, interrupting him. "How could the poison sect do such a thing? The Kakak Luong sect and them have no feud." Max Sivu quietly observed his expression and then said, "He did it extremely carefully, probably not wanting to leave any witnesses." "Even so," Ho Thursday said tremblingly, "why did it have to be my only son?" The mournful crying grew louder, and my grandchild too. After a long while, Ho Thursday opened his eyes in fury. "Things have come to this. I can no longer sit still and wait for death. I must expose the true face of the poison sect." He roared, "Even if I have to use force to drag them out, I will not share the same sky with the one who killed my son." Max Sivu sighed. "I held back when San Thursday was murdered, but hearing your uncontrolled words, I'm not saying these things for you to go throw your life away." He was completely stunned, not knowing what to do anymore. Max Sivu suggested, "Go and persuade the righteous sections. What you need to do is gather the power of justice to defeat the evil in Yunnan." Ho Thursday gently poured a small cup of wine. After they finished their plan, they might go kill that assassin, then pretend they were uninvolved. Therefore, we need to act quickly, prove their crimes, and use that way to bring down the poison sect. Ho Thursday just listened silently. This is the only way San Thursday's death won't be meaningless. I mean, blindly pursuing revenge for your son is not the best option. Max Sivu's body trembled. "Brother, the child who died was our San Thursday." The cup of wine in his hand seemed to boil with anger. "I will take responsibility for this." The rage caused the intact tea table to shatter into pieces. Ho Thursday gaped in astonishment. Max Sivu raised his voice. "I vow to pour this cup of wine on the enemy's head." His eyes widened. "Use these very hands to bury San Thursday's soul." Ho Thursday was extremely moved inside. "Thank you. brother. Then he stepped forward to hug him. Thank you so much. Perhaps in his whole life, he would never have expected that the person he trusted most was actually a vicious wolf ready to devour its own kind. At the headquarters of the poison sect, flickering candlelight illuminated the room. Song was focusing on cultivating his energy, surrounded by a misty haze. A thought flashed through his mind. Among the 4 great factions in the Yunnan region, only the poison sect remains. My biggest threat right now is any small fluctuation just because of a mistake where the action wasn't wise enough. He calculated silently. However, this had nothing to do with the poison sect killing the heir of the Kukak Luang sect. The medium and small families in Yunnan, originally oppressed by the poison sects, were gathering under the banner of the Kukak Luang sect, preparing to rise up. At this moment, Ho Thursday had also just given instructions to his subordinates. They looked at each other mysteriously. Those people are full of benevolence and morality in their mouths. But in reality, they're just a bunch of vile, petty people seeking benefits when the poison sects are weak. Song gently opened his eyes. However, no matter how much you struggle, the poison sect will not easily collapse. From outside the corridor, a voice echoed in, Sect Master, have you awakened yet? Everyone has arrived. Seeing this, Song quickly prepared the assets received from the Martial Arts Alliance. He frowned slightly. I will use these things to revive the poison sects in Yunnan. A moment later, a solemn voice rang out. The sect master of the poison sect has arrived. The doors slowly opened, and in front of Song were hundreds, thousands of people respectfully coming to see him. The poison sects of the Yunnan region. Welcome the sect master. A thought flashed in his mind. King of Yunnan, huh? Seems not too bad. The conference of the poison sects began. Nearby was the weapon processing and manufacturing area. Idle workers were buzzing with discussion. So many people came early this morning. This conference seems to be the biggest. All the poison sects are gathered here. A guy chewing voraciously said, 3 great poison sects have been destroyed, so the sect master of the poison sect is probably a bit impatient. He is accelerating the restructuring process to regain reputation. How do you know everything? The person opposite hurriedly reminded him worriedly. Have you forgotten where you are working? Watch your mouth. If you have free time to chat, then hurry up and finish eating to go to work. He stepped out of the tent, calling out, Matt Kwong. The young man sitting on the roof was listening intently. Eat something or you'll be hungry. He blurted out a refusal. No, this person was none other than Tan-Tu Kwong, who had successfully infiltrated. I'm fine. Time passed quickly. In a flash, it was late afternoon. While the workers were diligently working, Tan-Tu Kwong accidentally noticed in the distance sect master, Song, talking to a few juniors. He was lost in thought. Suddenly, a deep voice of a man rang out behind him. I think you probably haven't eaten properly yet. The man with the hair bun excitedly held up a cloth bundle. You should take care of yourself more. Inside, besides 3 hot rice balls, was his urging voice. Eat a little. Tan-Tu Kwong politely said thanks and accepted it. The man with the hair bun grinned, instructing, no need to risk your life like that. You've done very well. Then he explained, we let you work because we saw you were all so pitiful, but initially, we weren't sure if we should hire anyone. We didn't even know where this kid came from or if he just looked like someone with experience. But in the end, he continued to praise ceaselessly. Unlike those wandering kids out there, you are very persistent and learned very quickly. Song Du continued to instruct softly. We are working quite urgently, but if we keep this pace, we should make it in time. Tan-Tu Kwong asked in surprise. Why do you say that? Isn't there still some time before the main event? Song Du happily replied. Because the rainy season is about to start. Usually, it rains all throughout July in this area. Tan-Tu Kwong listened attentively. We can't work when it rains. The conference of the poison sects has been pushed up by a whole month, and the plan has become more complicated. Then he nodded in response. I understand. Song Du finished his afternoon snack and waved his hand. Come down after you finish eating. The sun is about to set anyway. Tan-Tu Kwong agreed, then leisurely arranged the remaining work for the day. Every word of Song Du was like nails driven into Tan-Tu Kwong's heart. Rain. A sudden gust of wind blew past, rustling the leaves. A few yellow leaves flew to Tan-Tu Kwong's side, surprising him. The sunset illuminated a corner, making the sad scene poetic and, at the same time, awakening his senses. Tan Tu Kwong observed quietly. It seemed he was also gradually getting some clues about the plan. The evening was a brief rest period after a long day. On the way back, Tan Tu Kwong suddenly heard someone calling his name. It turned out to be Song Du and a few drinking buddies inviting him. "Come over and have a drink." Tan Tu Kwong intended to refuse, but the other side spoke first. "Just leave him be. He doesn't want to play with us." Two drunken friends mocked. "A greenhorn like him wouldn't know the taste of wine anyway." Song Du is really a busybody. What's the matter? Seeing him reminds you of your early days in the trade? As soon as the words were spoken, they saw Tan Tu Kwong calmly sit down next to them. His expression was steadfast, leaving the group of drunkards bewildered. But then they burst into laughter. "See, I told you he would come." Youngsters like him have a lot of pride. Tan Tu Kwong raised the bowl in his hand, haughtily declaring, "As it happens, my alcohol tolerance is also quite good." Upon hearing this, everyone shouted in excitement. "That's the spirit. Now you look like a colleague." Night gradually fell amidst the boisterous sounds. "Since you're past 20, don't even think about escaping. All right, bottoms up." A long while later, Tan Tu Kwong supported a drunk Song Du on the way home. "You're pretty good, kid. I don't know if it's because you're young, but drinking so much didn't affect you at all. My body eliminates waste quite well." The man with the hair bun suddenly grinned widely. "You remind me of my son who has been away from home for a long time. I hope he is still doing well." Suddenly, a woman's scream rang out from the house. "Good heavens, why did you drink so much?" The wife hugged her husband, while saying to Tan Tu Kwong, "Thank you." He politely replied, "You're welcome. I'll take my leave now." Although very sleepy, Song Du still suggested, "Don't go just yet, kid. We still have a spare room." Tan Tu Kwong continued to refuse, while the other side tried to persuade. "You don't have a place to stay, do you? I know this kid usually sleeps on the street." The wife quickly chimed in, "That's right, come on in. It's late anyway." Tan Tu Kwong bowed his head slightly, hesitating a bit. Song Du collapsed onto the bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The wife covered him with a blanket and said happily, "He has never brought anyone home before. It seems he really likes you." Then she turned to ask his name. "My name is Tan Tu Kwong." The wife was very thoughtful. "Then let me prepare some bathwater for you." "Mr. Tan," this made Tan Tu Kwong a bit shy. "You don't need to do these things for me." She insisted and comforted him. "Don't worry, just make yourself at home." Tan Tu Kwong was very surprised. He didn't expect to be treated so well. "It's all right, let me get you some clothes." Hot steam rose up. Tan Tu Kwong sat in the middle of the bathtub, his expression thoughtful, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He didn't know how long it had been. He had almost forgotten himself, but the feeling deep in Tan Tu Kwong's heart felt truly unfamiliar. The next morning, when sunlight crept through the window cracks, Tan Tu Kwong appeared earnestly and said, "Thank you both for letting me stay the night." Song Du responded enthusiastically, "You're up?" He looked him up and down and marveled. "Oh, look who this is. Before, you were dirty, so I didn't pay much attention. Now you look just like a young master from a noble family." Even the wife was surprised and said, "My goodness, he's actually right." Tan Tu Kwong stepped forward. "It's morning. I'm getting ready to leave." Seeing this, Song Du hurriedly asked, "What's the rush? We'll go to work together. Leave after eating breakfast." He pointed to the large dining table. "Does it look good?" "My wife's cooking is number one," he added. "She got up early to prepare this for you." Tan Tu Kwong had to comply. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." He slowly picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth. Song Du chuckled, impressed. "How is it? Is it delicious?" A rare look of happiness gradually appeared on Tan Tu Kwong's face. "Yes, it's truly very delicious." Song Du smiled and said, "This is the dish my son likes. He always said he would make this dish famous in the martial arts world." Tan Tu Kwong asked curiously, "Didn't you say your son ran away from home?" Song Du confided sadly, "Actually, he passed away from a sudden illness 5 years ago." He recounted, "My son, the most talkative one in the house, after he died, this place became strangely silent. My wife and I aren't the same as before either. We can't make things go back to how they were." Song Du spoke with a bit of joy. "But it's been a long time since I've seen her so enthusiastic about preparing breakfast like today, as if our son had returned." He took a small sip of wine. "I don't understand why you do this job, but you can stay as long as you want, because everyone has their own story." Tan Tu Kwong remained silent, continuing to eat. But in his mind, the gentle smile of a woman appeared. "Mothers Tu Kwong, remember to chew well and swallow slowly." The second image. Grandfather patting his head. Eat fast. Grow up quickly, little one. A family that was once very happy gathered around the dining table. Little Tan, Tu Kwong, ate voraciously, the smell of food filling his nose. Then, the boy suddenly realized the surrounding scene became silent. A pitch-black darkness like ink, pulling Tan Tu Kwong back to reality. He pursed his lips tightly, looking aggrieved. Then suddenly he put his chopsticks down on the table. I'm sorry. Tan Tu Kwong bowed his head, his voice choking up. I also used to have memories of eating like this. Now it is too late to cast everything aside and continue living. But I still bear too many responsibilities that must be fulfilled. Tan Tu Kwong returned to his initial cold demeanor. Peace is not for someone like me. Songdu nodded and said, I understand. He mused. You must have your own suffering. While working, Tan Tu Kwong closed his eyes in reminiscence. I think of the Bok Hoa Absolute Valley. When I cover my ears, I still hear their dying words. He ate a cursory lunch. No matter how much I try to plug my nose, I still smell the corpses, and the bloodstains on my hands can never be washed clean. Tan Tu Kwong used a toothpick to pick away leftover food. Even now, I am still struggling in the past, not the future. Deadly poison dripped from his little finger. Peace is not for someone like that. Songdu is working down below. But thank you very much for telling me these things. Tan Tu Kwong smiled gently. The rice was very delicious. A few days later, the sound of drums resonated throughout the valley. Hundreds of people lined up in neat vertical rows, obeying the instructions of the leader. There was the presence of the Sa and sect leader, Jia Ho, and all the poison sects in the Yunnan region were fully present. Now, Kui Tong loudly declared, I will begin the conference of the Yunnan region sections. After sitting firmly, he took the initiative to speak first. Our Poison Sect Alliance is facing the greatest obstacle since its establishment on this land of the martial arts world. Kui Tong spoke sternly. 3 factions in our alliance have been wiped out by a mysterious force, and external forces are lurking, plotting to profit from this situation. They want to usurp our influence in this region. Everyone listened calmly. Although the Yunnan region is quite far from Hongdu, and so it hasn't been affected much by the martial arts world yet. If the situation continues, the Poison Sect Alliance will no longer have enough strength to resist this force. Therefore, we must strengthen our allies within the valley and prepare very carefully. Kui Tong emphasized to be ready to deal with all impending dangers. However, just strengthening allies is not enough. A few voices of agreement rang out from below, saying that was very wise. He demanded true unity to ensure such a disaster would never happen again. I am ready to give up everything to achieve this goal, even if it means giving up the Poison Sect martial arts. Each word terrified all the divine soldiers, or the business of the 3 great poison sects. Kui Tong angrily clenched his fist. Today we are here to discuss the issue of asset division. When the question of what the esteemed members thought was raised, everyone looked at each other, as if waiting for someone to take the initiative. Suddenly, from below came the shout of a man. Sect Master, do you not see that things are gradually spiraling out of control? He clasped his hands in salute, introducing himself. This humble one is Jia Ho, sect leader of the San sect. Although I know I'm overstepping my bounds a bit, permit me to speak a word on everyone's behalf. Everyone nodded. What we need to care about now is exposing the culprit who caused the collapse of those 3 poison sects. Uniting before doing that makes no sense. Moreover, Jia Ho spoke loudly. There's a rumor that the culprit causing the destruction of the poison sects is none other than the Poison Valley. Therefore, we should prioritize investigating this matter. Kui Tong closed his eyes, waving his hand to signal. I agree with your point of view. Bring them up here. A total of 3 bodies covered in white cloth were placed in front of all the witnesses. Please take a look yourselves. Jia Ho was suddenly startled to discover that they were bodies recovered from the destroyed poison sects. Kui Tong spoke frankly. Chu Noc, one of my right-hand men, is also among them. I invite you all to freely examine those bodies thoroughly until there is no doubt left. He frowned slightly, but if there are still questions, I myself will take responsibility. Kui Tong, will drink poison and commit suicide in front of you all. Everyone focused their gaze on the bodies. Kui Tong mused. Even in poison, there exists a way, and that is the reason the Medicine Sect Alliance prospers. But that assassin used poison arbitrarily in many different ways, even using violent and crude methods, to the point where one cannot imagine how despicable that behavior is. Jiaho suddenly turned to look at Kuitong. If you consider yourselves part of the Poison Sect Alliance, you surely realize. His face remained expressionless. That assassin's way of acting is completely different from the Poison Valley. In the evening, in the large room, small sounds of conversation rang out. If the matter continues under such great pressure, it could very likely lead to violent thoughts. Therefore, we must divert their attention by bringing the bodies in. That way, the possibility of chaos will decrease. Jiaho replied gently. Understood. This humble one greatly admires the wisdom of the Grand Sect Master. Kuitong calmly poured tea, replying, by responding to the rumors, it looks like I have made a concession to them, so it will be harder for them to refuse my requests. He added, you also did very well. So then, Kuitong went straight to the point. As promised, I will transfer a portion of the Darkness Sect's business to the San Sect. Thank you very much, sir. Jiaho was rejoicing when he suddenly remembered. However, this issue might not be very relevant, but why don't you borrow the power of the Martial Arts General Alliance? Kuitong drank tea while calmly answering. Recently, there have been some strange fluctuations in the martial arts world. Borrowing the power of the Martial Arts General Alliance at this time is no different from walking into a trap. Jiaho asked suspiciously, then what about the Sichuan region? They might want to ally with Yunnan. Kuitong sighed slightly, saying dejectedly, it seems you still haven't realized doing that is no different from jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. Under the silent night, a figure moved carefully. The old man glanced to both sides, observing the surroundings before leaping high. Max Sivu landed safely on the roof, muttering to himself, a bit strange. He looked suspicious. Aren't you waiting for the situation? So why haven't you acted yet? Suddenly, his attention was caught by something. Max Sivu picked the object up, a piece of tile glowing under the moonlight. He suddenly stuck out a disgusting tongue and began to lick it. Quite suspicious indeed. A feeling of stimulation immediately flooded his body. Max Sivu gradually realized this was spirit snake poison. He quickly concluded, so he definitely used the poison stolen from the Darkness Sect to smear on the tiles. He slowly wiped away the streak of blood flowing from his nostril. Now I know what you're trying to do. Maxi Vu raised both hands frantically. It's about to rain. He wants the rainwater to mix with the spirit snake poison. The old man finally left the roof, and the aftertaste of the spirit snake will be enough to fill the weakness of the Poison Sect Alliance. Either way, this plan is a bit risky. He was extremely smug. However, everything won't go exactly as you want. Max Sivu leisurely laid out a plan. I will create a more catastrophic situation. Just thinking of your furious face is enough to make my heart beat fast. The valley was peaceful for a few days, and just like that, the conference ended with the consensus of all the clans. Kuitong successfully proved his wisdom. Meanwhile, beside a grave overgrown with green grass, a man gripped his weapon tightly, eyes filled with resentment. Everyone has their own plans. Maxi Vu thought a new move and dispatched several groups of assassins. He smirked triumphantly. Everyone is waiting for that decisive moment. Finally, Tan Tu Kwong looked up at the gloomy sky. 4 days left until the Poison Sect Alliance conference ends. He thought confusedly, I'm not sure if I'll have another chance like this in the future. He slowly turned to leave. I must act as soon as there is even a sliver of opportunity. The small figure gradually disappeared behind the stone wall. A fierce argument was breaking out in the second hall. Then, the mines in Bailam Valley should belong to us first. People on our side heard this and immediately retorted, I don't understand why you said that first. Isn't that just focusing solely on that mine? Kuitong sat in the center, silently listening. As for all other businesses, I cannot make concessions on this matter either. His heart was in a tangle. Eventually, they would all become a branch of the Poison Medicine Sect Valley anyway, so fighting back and forth was useless. A subordinate stepped forward holding a strange piece of paper. Sect Master. This was attached to the letter delivered by a pigeon. Kuitong's eyes widened in surprise. This is Maxi Vu's silver token, the thing confirming his status as the supervisor of the Martial Arts Alliance. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. I cannot trust him. But Kuitong still picked up the piece of paper. No one can use this command token for personal matters. If he sent the token with the letter, immediately check what is written inside. Tan Tu Kwong was on his way back when he suddenly heard a shout. Hey, you there, stop. A group of aggressive soldiers asked. What are you doing here? All of them looked extremely arrogant. Tantu Kwang's face darkened, guessing that a chaotic battle was about to break out here. Kui Tong was stunned with horror by the words on the paper. A cripple has sneaked into the area. The soldiers cursed impatiently. Hey, are you deaf? We asked what you were doing here. Tantu Kwang bowed, hurriedly making an excuse. I'm a construction worker here. While working, I seem to have dropped something, so I came back to look for it. If it's not too much trouble, please allow me to big brothers. His words were cut off before he finished. Then look for it later. The soldier pointed towards the main hall and warned. The poison medicine sect master has ordered. Everyone must gather in the meeting room. Tantu Kwang had to obediently comply. He gathered with all the workers in the area. Everyone was bewildered by the summons. The soldier stood on a high stone platform, shouting sternly 2 words. Order! He raised his voice first. Thanks to you all, the event could proceed smoothly. Then he explained, therefore, the poison medicine sect master wants to personally congratulate everyone on their achievements. The doors were pushed open. Kui Tong and all his fellow sect members gradually appeared. Next is a transmission through a cup of wine filled by his own hand. Kui Tong smiled gently, simultaneously proposing, Come, everyone, come up here. All the workers looked bewildered. What is his intention? He's never done this before. What is going on? The soldier randomly chose one of them, urging, Go up, you first. Killing intent radiating from the high-ranking figures ahead made the space freezing cold. The worrying thing was, Kui Tong saw the worker hesitating and reassured him with a soft voice. No need to be afraid. As if given a bit more courage, he slowly stepped forward and took the bowl of water from Kui Tong's hand. Before the sect master question of how does it taste, that worker drank it all in one gulp. 2 figures. He immediately opened his eyes wide and praised loudly. Very delicious. This firm answer made everyone feel as if a burden had been lifted, breathing a sigh of relief inside. Only Tantu Kwang was extremely worried. This situation, a strange ostentation, this behavior definitely had a deeper cause. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Tantu Kwang judged that to drink that cup of wine, one had to walk to where Kui Tong was standing. By forcing each person to walk about 20 steps, they could distinguish. He looked down at his legs, whether that person was able-bodied or not. The call rang out again. Next person. Tantu Kwang pursed his lips tightly, his heart anxious. It's a trap. Do they know I'm here? Your turn. He gradually fell into a state of panic. All eyes would be on the person stepping up. Even if he tried to act normal, he couldn't fool the countless experts scrutinizing him. Just as Tantu Kwang was calculating what to do, the commanding voice grew louder. Next, the soldier pointed straight at him. Hey, your turn. Tantu Kwang froze for a moment. He looked up uneasily at the gray sky. The rain had not fallen yet. The guard opened his mouth and shouted, Hey, you there? Hurry up. Tantu Kwang obeyed. Have I been discovered? His heart suddenly became steadfast. He couldn't run, and stalling wouldn't work either. If that's the case, the soldier looked impatient, quickly drawing the knife from his back. I told you to come up here. Kui Tong saw that small figure approaching and was slightly startled. Wait. His expression shifted from surprise to complexity. Tantu Kwang aggressively approached. Let's just do this first. Kui Tong stopped the guard who was about to strike. Let him go. All attention was focused on the figure ahead. Tantu Kwang was not afraid at all, confronting Kui Tong fiercely. He glared, speaking in a low voice. It must be you, the one who always coveted the poison medicine sect. Tantu Kwang's tone was calm. So you are the mastermind behind controlling the poison medicine sect in Yunnan all this time. Kui Tong gritted his teeth. What a bastard. Sneaking into the poison medicine sect like a rat, and now pretending to be noble? What do you want to do? Tantu Kwang did not hesitate to expose the plan. Slaughter everyone, including you. Kui Tong was stunned by what he just heard. The fellow members behind him were speechless. He suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. Did everyone hear that? He said he would come to slaughter us all. Just as Kui Tong was gloating, Tantu Kwang had drawn the knife prepared beforehand. Why not give it a try? Suddenly, something whizzed past. Tantu Kwang was pushed by a force, lost his balance, and fell forward. The soldiers gathered, the leader roaring in anger. Do you think we will let you insult the sect master? Jia Ho also wanted to join in, this bastard, but was stopped by Kui Tong. Wait. He calmly requested, observe him first. Tantu Kwang faced a group of soldiers. Cursing a few words, die. He dodged the first move, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to counterattack with poison needles. The guard hit by the move fell down. His accomplices immediately rushed up. Tan Tu Kwang's body moved as fast as flying. He aimed at the weak points on the human body, slashing madly and continuously. Warm, fresh blood sprayed from the wounds, splashing everywhere. The remaining guards witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel afraid. This guy, seeing Tan Tu Kwang approaching, they involuntarily stepped back. Just then, a man voluntarily asked for the sect master's order. I can't stand his arrogance any longer. In his hand, he held a giant circular object. Since it has come to this, I, Tao Van Q, asked to make the first move, throwing the treasure out furiously. Tao Van Q put all his strength into his arm, using the Kin Q palm to counterattack with full force, causing Tan Tu Kwang to clearly stumble. His face showed excitement. Kin Q palm is a secret acid technique of the Black Disaster sect. If even a little touches you, your skin will slowly melt. Tan Tu Kwang glanced at the nearest corpse, quickly grabbing the corpse's clothes, causing Tao Van Q to be momentarily surprised. Tan Tu Kwang used that person's body as a shield, blocking all damage. His eyes were filled with cold resentment, throwing the corpse away, continuing the attack. Tao Van Q was immediately stunned by this unexpected situation, but quickly regained his stance. Useless. Tan Tu Kwang was knocked down painfully, his body sliding across the stone slab. Tao Van Q breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Just as he was preparing to finish off the enemy, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Turns out he'd been hit by 2 poison needles. Since when? Tan Tu Kwang struggled to stand up. Several fellow members brought weapons to join the fight. Sect Master, let us help him. Kui Tong frowned slightly. It was strange. The small Tan Tu Kwang used only a dagger and poison to block the moves. His eyes determined, his expression cold. The battle exploded, tearing through the space. A moment later, Kui Tong spoke up. I feel very strange. You're not bad either. He clearly showed suspicion. Your skills are much worse than I imagined. Tan Tu Kwang was suppressed by 3 men, but his eyes were strangely calm. Who are you, really? Kui Tong approached the brat pinned to the ground. He roughly grabbed a few strands of Tan Tu Kwang's hair, matted with sweat and construction dust. With just this introductory martial arts, is it enough to tear enemies apart? Kui Tong recalled the hardships of the past, roaring in anger. No, impossible. This is not something someone like you can do. Who is it? Facing the interrogation, Tan Tu Kwang resolutely remained silent. Who is the real mastermind behind this? Kui Tong gradually lost patience, his voice becoming hoarse. Speak, if you don't confess. Killing intent erupted from his person, causing the surrounding sect members to cover their mouths to avoid making any fearful sounds. Kui Tong looked into his hate-filled eyes, threatening. Today I will let you taste what 100 fragrances is. The hatred in Tan Tu Kwang rose to the extreme. A dark aura began to creep into every corner of the main hall. Tan Tu Kwang's hand suddenly twitched, showing the first signs of convulsions. The juniors tried to suppress the nausea rising in their throats. Kui Tong raised his eyebrows triumphantly. Well, do you want to open your mouth now? Blood flowed from Tan Tu Kwang's eye sockets, but he decided not to utter a word, while his purple eyes still bulged, containing endless resentment. Kui Tong was furious, cursing, "You stubborn brat." Suddenly, from the main door, a guard rushed in, his voice crying out miserably. "Sect Master," Kui Tong asked irritably, "what is it?" He showed clear anxiety. Emergency situation. According to the guard's report, outside, a group of strangers is aggressively rushing into the valley, led by an elderly expert. He roared solemnly, "I, Ho Thursday, Sect Master of Kokok Luong's sect, come to pay respects to Your Excellency Kui Tong of the Poison Medicine sect." Inside, the wind blew bleakly, silence terrifyingly still. A moment later, Kui Tong appeared. "Ho Thursday of the Longsword sect, and the people behind you are..." The sect master listed the characters one by one. Fu Tun of the Flying Dragon sect, Lam Tung of Blue Sword, and Maklap Fo of the Lai Clan sect. All outstanding figures of Yunnan, but bringing fully equipped soldiers here. How should I understand this? Kui Tong frowned in suspicion. They spoke up frankly and loudly. "We came here to demand justice for the Yunnan region and require the poison medicine sect to announce the truth about recent events." Hearing this, he denied it. "I don't know what you're talking about." Ho Thursday drew his weapon, his tone firm. "You hired highly skilled assassins to destroy 3 other poison medicine sects, creating a pretext to gather Yunnan sects here, and in the process murdered my son, the heir of Kukok Luong's sect." Kui Tong gritted his teeth, speaking resentfully. "Absurd. Are you saying I'm behind everything?" Ho Thursday raised his sword high. "That is why we came here, to find the cause from the cripple you are intending to silence." Attention shifted to the chaotic crowd behind. Ho Thursday was absolutely furious. "My son died from a deadly poison while being hunted down. If the killer truly has no connection to the poison medicine sect, then hand him over to us." He was like a mad beast, screaming in despair. "I will find the truth, even if I have to tear his mouth open." Kui Tong fell in a deep thought, seemingly calculating something. His mind was racing. On one hand, he still hadn't uncovered the hidden truth about this cripple. Finally, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up in contempt. Seeing this, Ho Thursday became even more annoyed. "What is so funny?" Kui Tong looked up to the sky, gesturing wildly. "Haha, wonderful. Truly a desirable coincidence." His pace quickened. I was also curious about his identity. Grabbing Tan Tu Kwang's hair again, Kui Tong pulled his face upward. "Find him. Look, even when I go to these lengths, he still refuses to open his mouth." He even emphasized that it's such a coincidence that the Kukok Luong sect appears right when we are interrogating him, questioning the relationship between the killer and the poison medicine sect. Kui Tong roughly dragged Tan Tu Kwang outside. "Understand now," he firmly accused. "The ones who have been using this cripple all along must be you people, the self-proclaimed righteous ones." As soon as he finished speaking, all the subordinates present erupted. "What did you say? How shameful. There must be a limit to framing good people. Who do you think you are messing with?" Kui Tong forcefully strangled Tan Tu Kwang. "Perhaps the ones standing behind him all this time are you people. Whatever the reason, I know what to do now." Ho Thursday was startled. "You foolish, righteous people dare to oppose the poison medicine sect. After today, you will cease to exist." Kui Tong immediately showed a resolute attitude. "I will show you the true power of the poison medicine sect, the sect that has dominated the Yunnan region for so long." Starting with him, Ho Thursday realized the situation was critical and immediately shouted a warning. "He wants to destroy the evidence. We must stop him." He ordered the guards defending the front. "Move out of the way." Kui Tong looked and exclaimed, "I have to thank Ho Thursday for this. He has gathered all the trash that needs cleaning up in one place." Tan Tu Kwang's vision was gradually taken over by the sensation of suffocation, his ears only catching a few vague words. "If I don't eliminate them now, they will become obstacles later. I must uproot all weeds blocking my path." In his heart, he recalled the cold stone pit of the past. For the cause of the poison medicine sect, Tan Tu Kwang fell into a daze, then suddenly snapped awake. Kui Tong was shocked to feel power transmitting from the arm. Tan Tu Kwang was looking at him with a complex expression. A mass of viscous black liquid immediately flew toward the left side of Kui Tong's face. Kui Tong was hit by the deadly poison. The acid-like toxin quickly corroded his flesh. A miserable scream immediately halted the chaotic battle below. Kui Tong rolled on the ground, screaming incessantly, "My face!" The fellow sect members were completely panicked. The sect master is attacked. What happened? That is... Only Tao Van Q was shocked to the extreme. My black disaster poison? How did he do it? He suddenly remembered something. Earlier, when Tan Tu Kwang initiated the attack, Tao Van Q had used force to knock him away, and he was also hit by a poison needle. Could it be he hid the poison in his mouth at that time? He was utterly astonished, and the reason he refused to open his mouth all this time was because Tan Tu Kwang wiped the liquid from the corner of his mouth, finally speaking. "I escaped from the mine you people caused to collapse." He recalled the small, bloody hands, rough from holding tools for so long, and the feeling of helplessness, not knowing if he could escape this dark hell. Tan Tu Kwang roared at the panting Kui Tong. You guys want to know? He turned his head to look at the stone-piled graves behind him. Who I am. His gaze gradually shifted from pain to hatred. Fu Tun hurriedly ordered, "We must seize the opportunity while Kui Tong is down." Both sides rushed into a historic battle, accompanied by shouts that shook the sky. "Attack! 4 sect masters, stop him!" Meanwhile, Tan Tu Kwong continued, "You want to know who I am?" In the sky, rain began to pour down like a waterfall. He slowly took a deep breath, gathering all his courage, and then exposed everything. "I am Tan Tu Kwong, a descendant of the White Flower Valley." He angrily clenched his fists. "I came here for revenge." He opened his mouth wide. "I represent the White Flower Valley and the other medical sects in the Yunnan region." Kui Tong was momentarily stunned, even forgetting the burning pain on his face. Ho Thursday was equally astonished. The fellow sect members were speechless, their bodies feeling as if they were falling into an abyss. Tan Tu Kwong glared, declaring, "I will not let you live. Not a single one of you will escape." The vast sky was dyed a gloomy gray. On a high roof not far from the battlefield, a woman's voice rang out. "Why haven't you acted yet?" She wondered. "For a small-scale battle like this, you could easily settle it." Max Sivu spoke leisurely. "I spent so much effort arranging this play. Wouldn't it be a waste not to watch it?" He even reassured the female assassin, "Don't worry. Everything will proceed according to plan." She hesitated for a moment, then decided to ask further. "Is that boy also part of your plan?" "Of course." The corners of Mac Si Vu's mouth suddenly curled up, a smile that looked incredibly cruel. "Everything is as I anticipated, unfolding exactly according to plan." The female assassin softly muttered a few words. "White Flower Valley, Tan Tu Kwong." Meanwhile, down below, Ho Thursday was confused. Medical sect? He seemed unable to digest the information he had just heard. Not the poison medicine sect. Blood vessels filled the corners of his eyes. He hadn't slept well for days. Then why did San Thursday? The killing intent on Tan Tu Kwong erupted like a stern warning. "Do not come up the steps. They are my prey. If you get close, you will die too." Ho Thursday's heart was in turmoil. This aura, it's so evil, not something a normal person possesses. It seems he is truly burning in his revenge. Just as he was sinking into despair, a companion's voice rang out from behind. "Calm down. They have lost their leader. This is our chance." Ho Thursday gradually regained his senses, ambition surging through his mind with every nerve. "If we can defeat them, Yunnan will be ours." His face unconsciously revealed a dazed look. "Is that so?" Looking up at the sky and the corpses lying scattered at his feet, Ho Thursday asked himself, was his purpose for coming here ultimately for his son or for those hollow desires? Above, everyone from the poison medicine sect revealed looks of terror. Kui Tong struggled to crawl away, with a frenzied Tan Tu Kwong behind him. "I don't know who among you collaborated with the medical sect," he said word by word, "but I will kill everyone here, if anyone is unrelated. Then leave." Jia Ho and the others heard this and cursed angrily. "Are you crazy? Do you think we will back down because of that?" Someone from medical sect is being too greedy. Sweat trickled down Tan Tu Kwong's face. Then it's clear. The rage throughout his body had burned to its peak. "Now, I will punish you all." He used a high jump as his first attack. The enemy calmly raised his twin blades, accompanied by a curse. "Stupid brat." It was none other than Chung Quan of the Iron Bamboo sect. "Stay down for me." A terrifying force slammed down onto the stone slab of the main hall, cracking the ground, but Tan Tu Kwong was nowhere to be seen. A cold chill ran down his spine. Chung Quan sensed an extremely terrifying presence approaching. Tan Tu Kwong gripped his head tightly, his other arm wrapping around his neck in a chokehold, using force to shatter his cervical vertebrae. He had killed the enemy. Next, it was the turn of the Poison Snake Sect Master, Han Tuan, to attack. "I'm coming to help you, Sect Master Chung." Tan Tu Kwong let go, facing the old man directly. "Let him go." He suddenly dropped to the floor, using the force of his legs to slide backward while simultaneously throwing a dart. Han Tuan was equipped with a pair of extremely sturdy wolf claws and was initially able to dodge. Seeing Tan Tu Kwong fleeing, the old man hurriedly chased after him. "Where do you think you're running?" He skillfully weaved through the bookshelves, suddenly spitting out deadly poison. Just as Han Tuan rushed in to attack, this thing, when you can't touch me. Just as the words were uttered, the old man also slashed through Tan Tu Kwang's hidden weapon. A shard of the dart flew off and grazed Han Tuan's arm, causing it to quickly go numb. The old man gradually fell, but the matter was certainly not over. Tan Tu Kwang detected a flash of strange energy behind him. He immediately dodged, simultaneously increasing his speed, becoming faster and more agile. Countless insects appeared in front of him, looking like beetles, but much lighter in color. The crowd witnessing this from start to finish began to panic. If we keep fighting him this way, we will lose. They decided to form a team. We must set aside our honor and deal with him together. Understood. Tan Tu Kwang took out a few small poison needles again, rushing toward the mob of villains without hesitation. The outcome of a life-and-death battle was still unpredictable. Nearby, Tao Van Q anxiously asked Kui Tong, "Sect Master, are you all right?" He clutched his cracked face, asking with difficulty, "How is he?" Tao Van Q calmly assessed the situation. He is resisting fiercely. But Tan Tu Kwang had just used a critical strike to take down one person. And the valley's military force was incredibly numerous. Dealing with so many people alone was a bit overwhelming. An enemy attacked unexpectedly, and Tan Tu Kwang was wounded. It was only a matter of time before he fell. Tao Van Q sighed. He came here alone, just for revenge? It would have been better if he came with his sect. Tan Tu Kwang stood in the middle of the encirclement, losing for the sake of his worthless honor. He panted heavily. The battle was truly too physically draining. Kui Tong suddenly stammered in Tao Van Q's surprise. Impossible. The eye of the sect master that was hit by the deadly poison was completely destroyed. He gritted his teeth in anger. He is plotting something. Kui Tong recalled that even while standing on the brink of death, Tan Tu Kwang had remained calm, waiting for the decisive moment. He silently speculated. He wouldn't seek death just for revenge. If he is still moving, it proves he is still plotting something. Tao Van Q was on tenterhooks. What exactly is he plotting? One of the villains suddenly foamed at the mouth gaping open, head tilting back. This scene shocked Kui Tong to the core. This is clearly poisoning. Only then did he suspect the rainwater. Kui Tong looked up at the dilapidated roof. Rainwater was pouring in. With a loud noise, Tan Tu Kwang was thrown far away. Jia Ho arrogantly said, "Looks like it's over, you rat. This is the second time, but it's finished now." He drew his sword, warning, "I will send you, brat, back to the medical sect." While struggling, a familiar provocative voice rang out. "You idiots!" Kui Tong shouted in panic. "Everyone, get away from him!" Everyone was astonished. What were you saying? Suddenly, blood slowly dripped from their nostrils. All the villains realized the gravity of the problem, screaming in panic. Tan Tu Kwang scanned the area, his gaze stopping on the sect master. Kui Tong collapsed forward, despairingly saying, "Blood will flow from every part of your bodies, then turn into paralysis. And finally, death by suffocation." Kui Tong's body trembled violently. "This is..." Tan Tu Kwang stood up with a wound on his back, calmly saying, "Fatal poison medicine, killing spirit snake." He watched unblinkingly as each person fell one by one. "I told you from the start, they struggled like dying fish." Tan Tu Kwang emphasized, "If you stay here," the anger flared up again. "I will kill you all." Stepping onto the path of revenge meant he was destined never to turn back. Now, only Tan Tu Kwang and the two elders from the valley side remained. A thought flashed through Kui Tong's mind. Killing spirit snake poison, the most terrifying, deadly herb possessed by the dark sect. He speculated that he must have attacked the dark sect before coming here, so possessing their poison was not strange. But how could he mix it into the water? Tan Tu Kwang gradually calmed down and said, "I once heard that it rains a lot here around July." He explained, "So I bore holes in the roof beforehand and applied poison to them so it would mix with the rainwater." Kui Tsong was shocked upon hearing this. "So you prepared this trap from the very beginning." His lips curled in self-mockery. "No wonder you were always so arrogant." "But the killing spirit snake poison only works when it enters the body. We just need to be careful not to get injured." Kui Tsong was about to turn to tell Tao Van Q that luckily they hadn't been injured yet, when he suddenly saw the man's skin covered in pustules. The two looked at each other in panic. "What's wrong with you?" "Sect Master, I itch unbearably." Tan Tu Kwang's face darkened. "Therefore, besides the killing spirit snake, I also prepared another type of poison. If you come into contact with it, just as you said, It will cause rashes and terrible itching. Song saw Tao Ven Q writhing and hurriedly stopped him. Don't scratch. However, the unbearable itch made him unable to control himself. His hands frantically scratched and blood spurred from the wounds. Tan Tu Kwong explained further. Then, the rainwater will seep into the nerves through the wounds. This is the effect of ginkgo bark. Song was astonished. What? You used ordinary ginkgo bark to do this. He replied frankly, that arrogance is the reason you die at my hands. Tan Tu Kwong finally could vent all the emotions hidden for so long. It's over, Kong. Rainwater from the roof continued to flow down the eaves. He showed clear anxiety. He shouldn't have used internal energy to suppress the poison, and even if he could escape here, he couldn't stop that crowd of righteous sects alone. Tan Tu Kwong faced him expressionlessly. Is it really going to end like this? Killed by someone like him? The corpses of all fellow sect members in the valley lay scattered on the floor. In this last breath, Song asked himself in despair. It was all meaningless, wasn't it? He suddenly exclaimed, I must say, I acknowledge you. You have completely destroyed the 4 great sects of Yunnan and the poison medicine sect. Even seeing it with my own eyes, I find it hard to believe. His palm curled slightly, intending to summon energy. The old body bent down, taking a stance. As long as I live, the poison medicine sect will last forever, because I am the leader. Tan Tu Kwong clamped poison needles between his knuckles. I don't intend to let you escape either. Song initiated the attack. You don't have the right to decide that. The brat focused his mind to observe the enemy's movement direction. The sect master hung himself in the middle of the hall like a spider, roaring. I am the master of 100 poison fragrance. Song, destined to become the king of Yunnan. And you, a brat from the medicine sect, also want to defeat me? Why did he have to use the poison medicine sect's poison technique while retracting his limbs? Wait another 100 years. With just a wave of his hand, he radiated thousands of shards of energy, aiming straight at where Tan Tu Kwong stood. He turned pale with fright. The ability was like a giant net, putting him in a dilemma, even emitting scorching smoke. Tan Tu Kwong accepted his tragic fate, only able to tense his body to withstand the countless sharp shards. He also realized in his heart this was heart destruction, a poison that kills by destroying the target's internal organs. Flesh was constantly torn apart. Lung-melting poison prevented the opponent from breathing by dissolving the lungs, and finally brain-melting poison. Noticing Tan Tu Kwong vomiting blood, Song quickly seized the opportunity. I will use all my poisons in this attack. He cursed frantically. Get lost, you fool. Let your fragile body melt in my venom and enjoy the most painful death. He had reached his limit. His vitality gradually depleted, and he fell. Tan Tu Kwong's eyes rolled back, seemingly having completely lost the strength to fight. Song landed safely, also completely relieving the burden in his heart. You're still alive? I'm actually quite surprised. However, the 100 poison fragrance will slowly steal your last breath. The feeling of suffocation spread throughout his body. Tan Tu Kwong used a strained voice. I'll wait, even in hell. He glared angrily, hatefully guaranteeing that when the words, I will kill you, rang out, his small body would fall apart with them. Amidst Song's mocking laughter, Tan Tu Kwong fainted unwillingly. What a stubborn bastard. He clutched his stomach in writhing pain. I must leave here quickly, must hide temporarily, and wait for the time to be ripe. But before that, looking at the exhausted Tan Tu Kwong on the ground, Song raised his arm high. I don't think I should give you a chance to survive. Just as he thought he had successfully executed the sinner and taken his last breath, suddenly, a huge figure appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, while a chaotic battle was taking place outside, the main gate suddenly collapsed, and a black figure flew out from the main building. Everyone opened their eyes wide in surprise, watching that body fall in the pouring rain and roll a few times. A soft sound rang out. Almost everyone present knew that the person who had just been defeated was none other than Song. He roared in anger. Which bastard is it? Ho Thursday was bewildered, then suddenly heard a familiar voice. Do you still not understand? Dressed neatly, sporting a neatly trimmed black beard. I really don't understand if you know how to read the situation or not. Song trembled all over. Or are you all too stupid? He looked shocked. Could it be it's you? The one behind everything and who murdered Chu Nuok. Ho Thursday seemed unable to stand steady. The scoundrel using the righteous sect to attack the poison sect was, of course, none other than Maxi Vu. Kuizong was filled with rage. What deep hatred do you have with the poison sect to go this far? Not satisfied with exterminating the sect, Maxi Vu replied in a casual tone. Deep hatred? Of course there is. Didn't you take away something I really wanted? Kuizong was about to curse what the hell, but was suddenly interrupted by the old man. What I want to talk about is that cripple. Maxi Vu emphasized. He is the one who caused my eyes and legs to become like this. 8 years ago, on your orders, we buried him alive in the mine. Remember what happened? Kuizong was extremely confused. The mine? Could it be? He suddenly screamed. Impossible. Absurd. Could it be him? Maxi Vu sighed in annoyance, replying, just as you guessed. The old man explained coldly in his heart. That guy's desire for revenge was 10,000 times stronger than the thought of resting. When Tantu Kwong spent a full 8 years digging a path from underground, that kid turned into a monster living only for revenge. The poison medicine sect's destruction, lying in the palm of his hand, is only natural. The corners of Maxi Vu's mouth curled up, and I am a monster created by him. A life full of anger and hatred, surviving until today, is entirely for revenge. He even sneered, just like that. You kept blocking my way time and time again. How could I not hate you? Kuizong heard this, his body trembling violently. Crazy, destroying the whole poison sect just for that reason. Maxi Vu clenched his fist in excitement. He isn't dead yet. I intend to grant him the most despairing death. I can't let him survive only to be killed by the likes of you. The old man's eyes flashed with a crueler light. Compared to what happened, the destruction of the poison sect is just the beginning. Kuizong was so shocked his throat went dry, stammering a few words when suddenly interrupted by the female assassin stepping forward. She calmly reminded, you talk too much. We should end this soon. Maxi Vu was slightly surprised. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. It's just I'm a bit excited myself. Kuizong observed secretly. When did they get behind him? The black aura on the assassin flickered. Wait, this level of internal energy. Even if they hit it, I can still feel a bit. This is not something that exists in Yunnan. Kuizong realized. Right, even if Maxi Vu is crazy, without permission, he couldn't complete everything alone. Then, he spoke up to ask, is it you? The one standing behind him from the beginning. The female assassin seemed very impatient with his request to state your name. Do I need to do that? Kuizong roared arrogantly. You are standing before the sect master of the Poison Sect Valley. State your name immediately. The female assassin was silent for a long while, finally exploding with an ability many times stronger. The female assassin mocked. Is the #1 expert in Yunnan only at this level? Kuizong was suppressed to the point of coughing blood, unable to speak. How is it possible? They suppressed my poison gas. Maxi Vu looked up at the rainy sky. I don't think I need your help anymore. I will finish him off with my own hands. Kuizong was instantly astonished. Such sharp poison gas. I remember, no doubt about it. Maxi Vu, you are truly the worst kind of scum, respecting not even your parents. He gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. Born and raised in Yunnan, yet you. He supported himself on the ground, cursing, betraying Yunnan to join Sichuan. Maxi Vu turned to the female assassin and said, he realized it, because you used poison. The old man waved his hand calmly. As long as I get what I want, I don't care what happens to Yunnan. So you should die too. A man suddenly stepped to the side, stopping the old man. Ho Thursday wore a pained expression, his eyes seemingly begging his elder brother to stop. He asked hesitantly, brother, what is going on? Ho Thursday knew nothing about revenge or Sichuan. The female assassin observed the two seriously. Amidst Ho Thursday's confusion, didn't the Poison Sect Valley and that cripple kill San Thursday? Maxi Vu hurriedly pretended to comfort him. Brother, you're alive. I'm very happy, he whispered, as if wanting only the other to hear. There is something I still haven't been able to tell you. Maxi Vu decided to reveal everything. The one who killed San Thursday has nothing to do with the Poison Sect Valley, nor that cripple. This made Ho Thursday gradually lose patience. Then who is it? The two words it's me echoed, shattering all illusions, destroying trust in an instant. Maxi Vu finally just fell silent, while Ho Thursday was clearly too panicked. At the old man's final sentence, Ho Thursday's eyes widened. I killed San Thursday with my own hands. Some poison medicine sect disciples were also extremely shocked. What? You killed him? A disciple even shouted in annoyance. Then what are we fighting the poison sect valley for? There should be a limit to your jokes. Max Sivu was forced to explain. You came here only for the assets. Avenging San Thursday's death was just an excuse. Salty tears rolled down Ho Thursday's gaunt cheeks, his voice hoarse from hurt. Are you telling the truth? Please tell me it's not, that this is just a joke, to scare me at this point. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do with you. Max Sivu sighed. I truly understand your feelings. If the person you hate is standing right in front of you, it's very hard to stay calm. But I told you everything about San Thursday's death because I pity you. If you died without knowing the truth, it wouldn't be fair to you, would it? Ho Thursday tremblingly gripped his sword. You have the right to revenge. I won't stop you. Why did you do that? Max Sivu raised his voice. It was part of my plan. He leaned close to his face, smiling madly. The prosperity and destruction of the Kukok Luong sect were all within my plan. Ho Thursday was outraged to the extreme. Unable to hold back anymore, he launched an attack. But before he could even swing his sword, Max Sivu ruthlessly crushed his skull. Fresh blood splattered, staining the robe. The shattered head was thrown straight into the air. This horrifying scene stunned all the fellow sect members. When the sect master's head rolled on the cold ground, they finally snapped out of it. Everyone simultaneously pointed their swords at Max Sivu. How dare you? The old man listened calmly. We won't forgive you. Then, in the pouring rain, a fierce battle broke out. Suddenly, a loud explosion. Max Sivu had finished everyone off and started pacing back and forth. Now, the old man arrogantly clasped his hands behind his back. Only you remain, sect master. A desolate wind blew toward the mountain. The female assassin stood there from start to finish, not saying a word. Only Kuitong remained, still gasping for breath. His mind was in chaos. All the righteous and poisoned sects of Yunnan had fallen here. This would surely cause an earth-shattering shock in the Jianghu. I can't imagine what he will use this for. A noise surprised Mac Sivu slightly. Going mad because you're about to die? What are you laughing at? Kuitong felt like he was falling into an abyss of despair. I didn't expect the Poison Valley sect to be destroyed like this. How despicable and humiliating. You filthy bastard. Max Sivu unceremoniously stepped right on the sect master's head, laughing triumphantly. Now you realize? The chaotic battle finally ended. The female assassin turned to announce, everything has been confirmed. I'm leaving. Max Sivu smiled with satisfaction. Very well. Report back to your superiors. Hearing the next sentence, she paused slightly. I will also report to the Flower Imperial City. This answer surprised Max Sivu. I bet Advisor Mac wouldn't be foolish enough to leave behind a dangerous seed of trouble, right? Glancing toward the main building, Max Sivu concluded, you don't need to worry about that. I will handle it myself. The female assassin nodded slightly and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Max Sivu asked himself, seed of trouble? The old man walked up the steps one by one. Only those who still cling to life fear such things. Rain continued to fall on his small, thin frame. As for me, since 8 years ago, I have had no attachments left. Max Sivu sighed softly. It's been long enough. He stared intently at the contours of Tan Tu Kwang's face. I have always been waiting. Whether you live or die now is unknown, but it was all for you. Max Sivu said to himself, you have come this far. The old man said, 8 years ago, you were just an ordinary child. After digging a path to life from that wretched cave yourself, you successfully took revenge on the 4 great sects. The masterminds who planned the destruction of the medicine sect. He didn't spare his praise. You completed a mission that seemed impossible for an ordinary person. I feel very proud. Silent for a moment, as if pondering, Max Sivu continued. How were the 8 years underground? Did you live well? While you were there, I traveled to many regions. This world is a very vast and strange place. The old man took out another sharp piece of metal. I wanted to drink wine with you and talk about everything that happened in the past 8 years. But regrettably, that is impossible. Then, he suddenly stabbed hard into the top of Tan Tu Kwang's head. The sharp metal piece stirred frantically within the brain. I think you can feel it too, right? The poison medicine sect still left a few things behind. Max Sivu grabbed a few strands of Tan Tu Kwang's matted hair. Revenge is not over yet. To finish it, you must become stronger. The technique he used was called the meridian opening technique. A burning sensation spread from the brain to the body, causing signs of convulsions. Tan Tu Kwong screamed, though still in a coma. Now, your meridians are locked by the fire cleansing drug, plus the 5-color kill poison and the secondary meridians I opened for you in the past. You can only store a small amount of internal energy. Max Sivu tightened his grip on the arm. What I am doing is opening the meridians and forcibly infusing energy to unlock the blocked organs. The old man tried to focus. Meridians locked for 8 years. Even with my strength, I can only open half of them. The effect should be significant. About 10 minutes later, the aura surrounding the main building finally dissipated. Maxi Vu pushed Tan Tu Kwong back to his original position. This is a gift I give you. The old man wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth caused by overexertion and instructed, to achieve your goal, you must become stronger. Be resilient and use all your strength. He walked away from there. And once you climb to the peak, the one who will push you down. Max Sivu laughed triumphantly. Will be me. Huh. The laughter echoed in the sorrowful valley. Max Sivu roared, as if reminding the small youth. Until that day, don't die. Since the chaotic battle ended, not a single person at the Poison Sect assembly survived. The death of Yunnan's #1 expert, Kui Tong, along with many sect members in the valley and the martial artists of many righteous sects, caused a shockwave in the Jianghu, and the name of the person responsible for this turmoil spread in all 4 directions. Upon returning to the manor, the supervisor roared, I trusted you and gave this mission to you because you are from Yunnan. The Ministry of Justice advisor, Luke Lam Tam Ha, was flying into a rage. Although on the surface, it seems to be just a conflict between the poison sects and righteous sects, there are many rumors that the one stirring everything up is that crippled killer. As they say, a miss is as good as a mile. This is exactly such a case. Just because you couldn't even catch a brat, he was extremely anxious. You must take responsibility for the Yunnan region. Don't you know how other branches will laugh at me for handling the issue so carelessly? Max Sivu patiently coaxed, calm down, advisor. It's not like you gained nothing from this. Tamhar retorted decisively. But you didn't catch that killer. He spoke in a nonchalant tone. More accurately, I let him go, because a live bait serves perfectly amidst the heated argument. What nonsense is this? Haha, still don't understand? Was quickly interrupted by a voice. Enough, you two. Bak Lai Dung sat at the tea table, speaking indifferently. Perhaps I overestimated Advisor Mac. Agreed by Tam Ha. You are right. He looked very unhappy. I can't imagine what this guy has done. Why does the Lord trust Advisor Mac? He sighed, but what's done is done. It cannot be salvaged. Bak Lai Dung helplessly suggested the advisor return to think of a way to avoid being laughed at by rival branches, which left Tam Ha completely confused. Watching his staggering back as he left, Max Sivu asked, I still don't understand why you keep such a person by your side and even gave him the position of advisor. Bak Lai Dung reluctantly stood up, answering coldly. He is just a tool of mine, used to understand the perspective of ordinary people. Slow footsteps approached. The corners of Bak Lai Dung's mouth curled up slightly, smiling as he said, Well done. I will reward you. Maxi Vu was slightly surprised. Are you sure? Just as Advisor Tam Ha said, the rival branches have always wanted to use this to humiliate you, and the Lord's influence on this region will certainly decrease. Bak Lai Dung seemed very calm. I don't think that will happen to me. Max Sivu clicked his tongue in praise. So the Lord has seen through the big picture. You truly have vision. I said I would give you a gift. The old man analyzed. Yunnan has little value to the Martial Arts Alliance, considered one of the worst peripheral regions. However, the conflict between the poison sects and righteous sects led to the destruction of both sides. I will gain a lot from this. Then he glanced curiously. Which guild are you considering? Is it a minor sect or the demon clan? Bak Lai Dung judged. In this case, a minor sect is better than the demon clan. Hearing this, Maxivu burst into laughter. Those sects are truly unfortunate. Their fate was decided by a single decision of the Lord. Although they are outsiders, they have to take the blame for everything. Haha. The two sides proceeded with the transaction, so it could begin. I need to find a sacrifice. Lord, feel free to choose. Bak Lai Dung was silent for a long time. He was very hesitant. Should he choose one of the 3 divine dragons or one of the 4 great birds? Maxi Vu involuntarily recalled. They belong to the 7 greatest martial arts families in the Jianghu today, descendants trained with various true medicines and secret traditions. Unless a major event occurred, they would forever lead future generations of martial arts. The old man sighed inwardly. Is it me who has to sacrifice again? His mouth still praised. As expected of the Lord, you are truly capable. One of them is more than enough. Turning around to leave his sentence, I will consider it. Bak Lai Dung spoke hurriedly and emphasized, I discovered strange movements in Sichuan. They are very interested in the events in Yunnan. Max Sivu silently listened to the implication. You haven't meddled in the matter I'm thinking of, have you? The old man took a deep breath, then pretended to be surprised. Is there such a thing? I didn't know. In the valley, rain poured down. Tan Tu Kwong looked at the flowing water, dreamily asking himself, what did I come here for? He had been awake for a long time, his body completely exhausted, plus difficulty breathing. I came for revenge. But Tan Tu Kwong had been defeated and almost died. In his heart, he just wanted to apologize to everyone in the clan, and the blurry figure of the man before he truly fell into a coma really made Tan Tu Kwong feel suspicious. Who are you? The old man's face became blurry in the dream. Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwong felt extremely uncomfortable. The left half of his body was occupied by a stream of black energy. Intense pain made Tan Tu Kwong's world spin. He startled awake from the coma, finding himself lying on a warm bed, his wounds carefully bandaged. Tan Tu Kwong thought drowsily, is it a dream? He looked around in astonishment. Where is this? Just then, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. Awake, Song Du brought in a basin of warm water, his expression a mix of concern and relief. Kid, you slept for 4 days. I thought you were dead. Tan Tu Kwong asked weakly. Why am I here? He hurriedly answered. I heard about the terrible accident at the Poison Sect Assembly. Since things didn't seem right, I planned to leave here for a while. Just after seeing my wife off, I suddenly remembered you. Song Du began to recount. I went to the Poison Sect Assembly to see if you were there. The scene before my eyes was too tragic. No one survived. Of course, except for Tan Tu Kwong. Song Du gently set the basin of water down. You only had 1 breath left, so I brought you back. What on earth happened there? Turmoil rose in Tan Tu Kwong's heart. How was that possible? I clearly was defeated by Kui Tong. I should have died. He was extremely confused. But not only am I alive, but the entire Poison Sect was slaughtered? Everyone there died? Who was that man with the blurry face? Seeing Tan Tu Kwong deep in thought, Song Du put his hands on his hips and comforted him. If you don't want to talk, don't force yourself. I also thought about it. It might be related to the consequences you mentioned before. Then he walked away and instructed, I'm going to the neighboring village to find a doctor for you. Try to treat it, but there's no guarantee of a full recovery. Seeing this, Tan Tu Kwong tried to stop him. Don't. I shouldn't trouble you anymore. But Song Du was still very determined. It's fine. He gave a gentle smile to comfort him. Don't shoulder everything yourself. At times like this, try relying on others. You're still young. Tan Tu Kwong lowered his head slightly. Those words completely touched the bottom of his heart. Song Du's figure was staggering as he intended to leave. You rest. Suddenly, he fell to the ground before Tan Tu Kwong's astonished eyes. He immediately jumped off the warm bed and ran to the man's side. Tan Tu Kwong carefully helped Song Du up. Let me help you. He helplessly held his forehead. How embarrassing. I intended to look cool, but it seems I'm exhausted. Maybe I need to rest a bit. From his skin, the youth accidentally discovered something unusual. A layer of dark gray patches was clearly visible under the shirt. Not from fatigue. Symptoms of poison turning the skin purple. Horse skin infection. Tan Tu Kwong recalled. This was a symptom of a poison coming from the blood or waste of dead horses. It would cause a terrible skin infection, eventually invading the internal organs of the contact and killing them. He appeared extremely confused. Why is there horse poison on him? Song Du started having symptoms of shortness of breath. You are the patient, yet I'm being helped by you. Never mind, you just rest first. Connecting everything together, Tan Tu Kwong finally realized. Could it be? In the sunlit room, Song Du lay on the bed with his eyes closed, his face gradually distorting from enduring successive waves of pain. Tan Tu Kwong sat keeping watch by his side, thoughts racing through his mind. When he brought me here, he surmised, perhaps my body was covered in various poisons from Kui Tsong's attack. The residual toxins on my body might have transferred to Mr. Song Du. He unconsciously clenched his teeth. Is someone else about to die because of me? Tan Tu Kwong didn't want to hesitate for another second. He stood up with high determination. I must save him at all costs. Can't let the pain of past mistakes repeat itself. The current self is different from the helpless person in the past. A large fire flared up in the forest. Tan Tu Kwong took his burn tools with him. Everything in the house that could be contaminated had been burned. Now the only thing to do is find a way to detoxify. He examined the pile of medicinal herbs he had just picked. Need to collect many types of herbs. Luckily, most of what I need is easily found on the mountain nearby, but there was still a bit of anxiety in his heart. The most important thing to find is the purple gold medicine. Without it, the horse poison cannot be cured. But first, I must find high-quality pills from a proper pharmacy. Walking a bit further, Tan Tu Kwong discovered a manor ahead that looked very much like the place he was looking for. Suddenly, a cold chill ran down his spine because Tan Tu Kwong sensed that this place was filled with dark killing intent. His footsteps slowed down. Killing intent comes in many types and forms. Ahead, people were bustling back and forth, but this kind of killing intent was like a fog covering the whole village. On the day of the Poison Sect assembly, if so many people died, Tan Tu Kwong pondered, then perhaps the entire attention of the Martial Art Alliance is focused on Yunnan. He quietly observed the figures looking like will-o'-the-wisps in front of him. Are they people sent by the Martial Arts Alliance to investigate? But no matter what, finding the purple gold medicine is more important. Tan Tu Kwong clenched his fists. Even if I have to face them, I must take the risk. Suddenly, a pain from his nerves shot straight up to his brain. The attention of all the guards quickly focused on where Tan Tu Kwong collapsed. His face clearly showed pain. What is this? It feels like thorns are piercing through almost every part of my body. Meridians bulged into countless lines. A few guards in the distance hurriedly stepped forward to ask about the situation. Hey, are you okay? Tan Tu Kwong didn't answer. Just staggered trying to walk. Although they felt suspicious, it wasn't convenient to interrogate him. Sweat soaked Tan Tu Kwong's face. Is there something in my body that has changed since the battle with the Poison Sect? Internal energy is moving frantically, uncontrollable. I absolutely cannot control myself. A blade gently touched Tan Tu Kwong's neck. He was slightly surprised. Those two guards had detected he had a problem. Hey, what's wrong? When he demanded, very suspicious, you must come with us. Tan Tu Kwong tried to move his arm, but it seemed not to obey, becoming completely stiff. Even the energy flow spread to other parts. The two guards lost patience, adding to the fact that Tan Tu Kwong wasn't obeying, which made them even angrier. Damn it, you dare to challenge us? If you don't answer, we'll slash. The glaring sunlight reached overhead. A folding fan timely blocked the blade. Zhang Du Hoa suddenly appeared, a gentle smile on her face. She looked incredibly calm. I was wondering where you guys were and what you were doing. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Didn't expect to find you here. Tan Tu Kwong turned his head in astonishment, then heard, I don't know if you understand, but keeping superiors waiting is very rude. Zhang Du Hoa reminded them with an elegant posture. The two guards stepped back a few steps in surprise. Zhang Du Hoa then suggested, I have some business with this young man. She even playfully raised the fan to her chin. What about you guys? Hearing this, the guards couldn't help but get angry, shouting, back off. We are interrogating regarding the recent event at the Poison Sect. Don't block the way. Zhang Du Hoa revealed a look of disgust. Recent event at the Poison Sect? I'm also very interested in that, so there is no other choice. In just a blink of an eye, within the hazy smoke, the two guards were stunned. Zhang Du Hoa's eyes were alluring like silk, smiling with a hidden meaning. Why don't you guys take a rest? Tan Tu Kwong witnessed it all, only able to widen his eyes in surprise. Those guards seemed to have their vitality drained, heads tilting back, mouths foaming, finally falling to the ground without a trace of life. Zhang Du Hoa said happily, they will wake up in 2 hours. Facing Tan Tu Kwong, who was still standing there dazed. My eyes couldn't keep up with her movements. She's a master. Zhang Du Hoa excitedly opened her folding fan, waving it, and urged, so what about this little brother? Coming with me? Tan Tu Kwong's mind was in chaos. Afraid I can't escape her palm. Apart from temporarily following her, there is no other way. But who exactly is this person? The tavern was located in the trading center, with customers frequently coming in and out, bustling. No wonder Zhang Du Hoa chose this place for a talk, perhaps partly because she likes the lively feeling. A steaming cup of tea was placed neatly on the table. Drink up. Tantu Kwong was just about to lift the cup. With just that simple movement, Zhangdu Hoa immediately saw through the problem. Stiff meridians, spinal joints convulsing in spasms, blood and energy not flowing, leading to a sensation of blockage. Zhangdu Hoa frowned slightly. Just a stream of my killing intent caused your internal power to lose control? Didn't expect someone like that could kill Kui Kong and even wipe out everyone present at the Poison Sect assembly that day. Tantu Kwong immediately asked, "Did you come to avenge them?" She suddenly laughed, replying, "Of course not. Kui Tsong's death is not regrettable." She quickly added, "But I am very interested in that matter." Tantu Kwong was somewhat hesitant. "I collapsed after losing to Kui Tsong. I have no idea about what happened afterward." The two exchanged information. "So, that wasn't your doing." "That's right." Zhangdu Hoa sat up straight, sharply going straight to the point. "Whatever. So, have you ever heard of the person with the nickname the Malignant Poisoner?" She whispered. "He is said to be the culprit causing all the turmoil in Yunnan and is gradually attracting the attention of the entire Jianghu. Recently, it seems because of that guy's brutal use of poison, they gave the killer such a nickname." Zhangdu Hoa smiled. "They're talking about you. Young man, many people rumor that you are an assassin trained by the minor sect because they think only the minor sect would come up with this scheme to take over the Yunnan region." Tantu Kwong kept shaking his head in denial. "I don't have any relationship with the minor sect." "I know." Zhangdu Hoa's words surprised him. "Because I don't remember ever training you. She definitely comes from the minor sect." Then, a look of boredom flashed across the eyes of the female sect master. "But people will only believe what they want to believe. Moreover, if the minor sect is blamed for things happening to you, isn't that very unfair to us?" Zhangdu Hoa lowered her voice. "There are two solutions. We can recruit this killer to make the rumor come true, or ensure that we are no longer blamed for any incidents. The second way is to eradicate the root of the problem." Tantu Kwong had been silent all this time, anxiety rising in his heart. Only then did he frankly reply, "What you said earlier is not correct." Tantu Kwong asserted, "People don't really care about things they can't truly believe. Do you think they would easily go along with that rumor just because of a few things the minor sect did in the past?" Zhangdu Hoa grew curious. "Do you have a grudge against these families?" He suddenly looked serious. "I once heard that the minor sect exploited the world for their own benefit, turning an entire region into a lawless place. Despised by many." Zhangdu Hoa crossed her arms over her chest. "But do you think those orthodox people who despise the minor sect really act out of goodwill, following their conscience and the rules of this world?" Tantu Kwong was momentarily tongue-tied. She continued to enlighten him. "Shaolin Temple, known as the Pillar of Jianghu, is also managed by a bunch of devils. If you only judge the world through prejudiced rumors, instead of experiencing it yourself and drawing conclusions, you will never see the truth." Zhangdu Hoa was like a teacher, facing her little student. "Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a man famous throughout Jianghu for his chivalrous spirit, often helping the common people, so he was admired by many. No one would suspect a man like him. A young and naive girl, not understanding much about the world, accepted that man's affection and did not doubt for a moment that he would make her happy. However, that man didn't love her at all. It was all for the secret manual her family possessed. After obtaining the manual, that man not only abandoned the girl, but also proclaimed to others that her family was part of a demonic cult, causing them to be slaughtered. As for himself, he was regarded by the world as a righteous gentleman because he could forsake even his wife and children for the spirit of chivalry." Zhangdu Hoa gently put down the teacup. "What do you think of this story?" Tantu Kwong didn't think, saying immediately, "I must kill that guy." She was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. "Ha, an interesting answer. You really are a stubborn one. No wonder you dared to face the entire poison sect alone." As a descendant of a medical sect, he silently assessed, "She knows so much." Then he introduced himself. "My name is Tantu Kwong, a descendant of the White Flower Valley family. I'm still avenging those whose entire families were massacred just because they were framed." Zhangdu Hoa giggled and asked, "So now that the poison sect has been slaughtered, the revenge is done, right?" He blurted out, "Not yet, until I eliminate all the masterminds behind it." "That seems much harder than anything you've done so far. Surely you've realized there are a few masterminds planning to use you for their benefits, right?" She even emphasized, "If you didn't cause everything, then on the day of the poison sect assembly, the one who did it all must be that person." Tantu Kwong replied decisively, "I guarantee I will make him pay." Zhangdu Hoa smiled with satisfaction, praising Very good. I like your determination. I want to cooperate to turn the rumor into reality. Tan Tu Kwong was suspicious. Why should I accept your offer? Zhang Du Hoa flicked the teacup hard. Because I have the ability to grant you the power you need. The sect master coughed a few times, then introduced. My name is Zhang Du Hoa, living in Jianghu. They call me by the nickname, the Servant of Fairness and Justice. Tan Tu Kwong, upon hearing the words Servant of Fairness and Justice, couldn't help but be astonished. He remembered hearing this name before. In a small region in the east, there is a lord possessing invincible power. Even the White Flower Valley family, a place far away in the outskirts of Jianghu, had heard her reputation. The great female general and the godmother of the minor sect, the Servant of Fairness and Justice. Zhang Du Hoa said happily, I will teach you martial arts skills and provide necessary resources. That way, you can take revenge, and I will get what I want. Tan Tu Kwong felt a bit uneasy. She is not just a normal ranking member of a minor sect, but the sect master. His heart was in a tangle. The further he goes, the stronger the enemies he faces will be. But refusing such an offer is also truly foolish. However, in the end, Tan Tu Kwong still chose not to accept. Zhang Du Hoa immediately got angry. What? Do you not realize your situation? The entire martial arts world is focusing its eyes here, and many people are also hunting you. Fighting alone in this situation is no different from suicide. Tan Tu Kwong trembled before the killing intent, replying, Revenge is my own private matter. I don't need others' help, especially when that help uses my affairs as bait. Zhang Du Hoa was extremely annoyed because things didn't go her way. She slammed her hand on the table. Don't forget what I just said. There are only two options. If you refuse, I will choose the remaining way. Tan Tu Kwong tried to tell himself not to be used. She pretends not to know anything to approach me, but in reality, she knows everything. He gritted his teeth. She mentioned the existence of exploiters, but her real purpose is to use me as bait to lure out the mastermind behind the scenes. Tan Tu Kwong began to pant. Moreover, there is no guarantee she will provide the power I need. Furthermore, if I agree, I will have another tie with the minor sect. His arm lifted slightly. I only seek revenge for those who died unjustly. Are you not even giving me a choice? The little finger hidden in his sleeve pocket was pricked by a prepared sharp needle. Dark energy exploded instantly. A cloud of smoke engulfed Zhang Du Hoa. She covered her nose, recognizing it as bone poison. Tan Tu Kwong turned around, channeling the heat in his body. The 12 flying palms were unleashed. Zhang Du Hoa was slightly surprised, but still suppressed it, accompanied by an exclamation, truly impressive. Zhang Du Hoa regained her calm expression. I can understand why you survived. She snapped the poison needle. But that is as far as it goes. Tan Tu Kwong felt anxious. Have you played enough? A dissatisfied voice rang out amidst the gloomy sky. I don't understand. Zhang Du Hoa probed. Why do you refuse an opportunity laid out before your eyes? Tan Tu Kwong, gradually exhausted, gasped and replied, At least I still know how to distinguish between a good opportunity and a bad one. As soon as the words ended, he felt Zhang Du Hoa's hand completely cover his face. Tan Tu Kwong was pushed down by her, his head hitting the ground. The feeling of suppression washed over him. Zhang Du Hoa clearly showed the posture of a victor. Your arrogance is the culprit causing this situation. Tan Tu Kwong refused to submit and intended to use a dagger for a sneak attack, but it was futile. Zhang Du Hoa spoke with the ruthlessness of a sect master. Before that weapon touches my throat, your head will have already exploded. Tan Tu Kwong said bluntly. Now we have truly attracted everyone's attention. You will see many factions gathering here. Do you think if they discover the minor sect master here, what will happen? The passers-by were watching the two intently. Zhang Du Hoa said a sentence. Sounds interesting. So that was your calculation. She immediately roared, ordering everyone around. Everyone can leave now. The scene, originally noisy and bustling, suddenly became silent. Tan Tu Kwong was utterly astonished. The people who were just here, Zhang Du Hoa raised her eyebrows triumphantly. Do you think I would really come here without any preparation? The poison mist has also gradually dissipated. You have personally blown out your only candle of hope. Now what? Zhang Duhoa spoke with an arrogant tone. Even if cooperating with a minor sect means being used as bait, what do you have to lose? We can eliminate a common enemy together and even gain greater power. She focused on persuading. Aren't you willing to do anything for revenge? Tan Tu Kwong suddenly changed the subject to the story of the chivalrous man and the young girl. Among them, who are you? As I see it, you resemble that chivalrous man more. Zhang Duhoa listened quietly. If threatening others to get what one wants is the style of the minor sect, then I will still refuse this offer. Deep inside, she seemed deeply affected by those words. Zhang Duhoa asked herself, threatening others to get what I want. She sighed softly, finally letting go. To this point, and you are still not afraid. Very well. She slowly turned around and walked away. I will not harm you, nor will I use you as bait. Zhang Duhoa emphasized, if my actions do not align with the values I represent or cannot prove my integrity, then the minor sect would have long become what the world rumors it to be. The smile on the female sect master's face softened. Understand. Tan Tu Kwong momentarily did not know what to do. The warm cup of tea was now rolling on the ground. Times have changed, and so have the people in the minor sect. Zhang Duhoa mused. Those who grew up in oppression are gradually losing their patience. And there are those who want to ignite the flames of that oppression. Her eyes showed a hint of sadness. It seems I have worried too much about turning this worsening situation around. What a foolish act. The teacup was placed back on the table, no longer intact. You don't need to cooperate with us. Instead, as two equal entities, let's make a pact. Zhang Duhoa said seriously. Today, by this pact, I will owe you 3 favors. In return, you must promise me one thing. Tan Tu Kwong was full of questions. You are the one holding my life and death. Why is there a need for a pact? Seeing this, the sect master seemed a bit reluctant. It seems you already hate me, don't you? But just listen to me because these 3 favors are very important. Tan Tu Kwong felt like she hit the nail on the head. I guess you're looking for the purple gold medicine to cure the potent poison, right? However, what you need is not Tai Ma. Zhang Duhoa curled her lips slightly, smiling and saying, just like that, make a pact with me. Tan Tu Kwong hesitated for a moment, then agreed. I agree. The pact was made, making Zhang Duhoa look much happier. She added, the master of 100 poison fragrance, Kui Tsong, used various solutions and medicinal herbs to hide the true lethal poison. That poison will affect the target's heart and stomach, then drain their blood, leading to death. She rummaged in her pocket. The first favor I pay you is the antidote for that poison. Tan Tu Kwong quickly took the pouch. It is called Trick Tin. If mixed with liquid for him to drink, the situation will improve. He was focusing on memorizing. Next is the second favor. Zhang Duhoa said calmly, it is power. Since you refuse to accept martial arts skills, I won't teach you that. However, absorbing this will be more beneficial. A glowing convection current erupted from the ground where she stood. The right half of her body showed a transformation. You start from the toes, elbows, and knees, passing through the center of the body or shoulders, to the palms, purifying the inner body. Use your sense of touch to feel the flow of qi. Tan Tu Kwong watched intently. Zhang Duhoa used her fingertips to gather power and then released it. The energy stirred the space like a storm. The sect master explained, the name of this combat technique is Qi Fong Tian Tak. Although simple, the steps must be performed correctly. Do you remember it? Tan Tu Kwong immediately replied, yes. Zhang Duhoa glanced at him. The reason I taught you this is related to the third favor, information. Tan Tu Kwong felt surprised. Just as I found you, many others will be able to do so. Song Du's condition is very critical. He's been in a coma for several hours. Several people are searching the room. Perhaps they have found your hideout. And in that team, there's a very dangerous person. According to Zhang Duhoa, that is a renowned figure in the Jianghu, also one of the 3 divine dragons, for great condors, the extraordinary Great Jia Cat Yen. She warned, you must be prepared. They are much stronger than any poison sect member you have ever met. Tan Tu Kwong looked at his hand, thinking to himself, in this state, facing such a master, can I keep my life? Zhang Duhoa continued, if you encounter a dangerous situation, remember the combat technique I taught. You will need it to defeat her. especially with your current body condition. Tan Tu Kwang revealed a determined look. So now please tell me, what do you want? Zhang Duhoa pursed her lips slightly. She said, later, if I ask, please spare one person, even if it is someone whom you, Tan Tu Kwang, desperately want to kill. He asked in confusion. Just that, yes. The atmosphere between the two stagnated for a moment. After receiving Tan Tu Kwang's consent, Zhang Duhoa truly breathed a sigh of relief. That is great. She changed the subject to small talk. That's enough. I apologize for being so rough with you, young man. I hope you will definitely survive until the day we meet again. As soon as the word goodbye was spoken, Zhang Duhoa disappeared. Tan Tu Kwang silently exclaimed, the servant of fairness and justice. In front of her, I was truly helpless. His hand unconsciously clenched tight, as if only realizing reality now. On this path, when meeting those masters, there are too many dangerous enemies waiting. Tan Tu Kwang determined, but I cannot stop. I must sacrifice everything to pursue it, as I have always done. And the next opponent is none other than the extraordinary Great Condor. A subordinate reported respectfully, Miss, we found a man who seems to be his accomplice and have detained him. But I don't think that guy is here. Jia Cat, Yen asked coldly. Is that all? She sighed in disappointment, asserting he must have fled. Jia Cat Yin crossed her arms over her chest, smiling arrogantly. But hiding is useless, malignant hawk poisoner. I will personally catch you. The shout echoed through the vast forest. Hasty footsteps ceased not. Tan Tu Kwang returned to the resting place, but the surroundings were strangely quiet. The bed was now empty. The figure of that man was nowhere to be seen. He recalled Zhang Duhoa's words earlier. Just as I found you, many others will be able to do so. Tan Tu Kwang was anxious to the point of panic. Have they arrived here already? An object caught his eye, inadvertently attracting his attention. A piece of paper was pinned to the table by a sharp dagger. Tan Tu Kwang stepped forward, pulled out the weapon, and picked up the paper to read. Deep in the area near the pass, there were whispers of people. Will doing this lure him here? I've heard that guy is cold-blooded and heartless. Jia Cat Yin evaluated. That guy was poisoned and seemed to be receiving care. Perhaps he is also a member of the minor sect. She questioned, I don't know if he cares about his accomplice. But this is not the worst idea. Even if the culprit disappears, just killing this guy will do. Jia Cat Yin seemed quite expectant. This is a wonderful opportunity to prove I am superior to the other three great condors. Her eyes unconsciously narrowed. This plan must succeed for my guild and for Brother Quan. Recalling a time ago, under the dense shade of trees, a young man's voice rang out. Yen, I have good news. He seemed excited. You must have heard about the recent incidents in the Yunnan region, right? Clearly, the Alliance is looking for someone to handle the aftermath of that case. One of the three divine dragons. 4 great condors. Bak Lai Quan smiled happily. And Master has called for you. I think he is considering recommending you. Hearing this news, Jia Cat Yin was so happy her cheeks turned pink. Yes, perhaps he is acknowledging our relationship. She even burst into tears. Master is very powerful in this guild. If I have his support, oh, what a relief. Bak Lai Quan looked at his beloved, softly calling Yin. The two hugged each other tightly, immersed in happiness. He comforted the emotional Jia Cat Yin. You have suffered much hardship recently, but now there is no need to worry anymore. The magnificent gate closed. An anxious voice echoed in the room. I, Jia Cat Yin, request an audience. The person standing opposite outside the corridor spoke 2 words loudly. Welcome. Bak Lai Dung curled his lips slightly, saying, Extraordinary Great Condor. Jia Cat Yin immediately knelt down to pay respects. Greetings, Minister of Justice. Lord Blue, Ice Dragon. Bak Lai Dung displayed a dignified posture. Surely you have heard the details from my disciple? She replied respectfully. Yes, I know that poison-using guy is rampaging. I am confident I will handle this matter well and not disappoint you. Please entrust it to me. Hearing this, he praised with satisfaction. Very good. Jia Cat Yin was slightly shy. He agreed. I will let you handle it. The guild wanted Quan and the disciple of the Sword Empress, the Ice Frost Great Condor, to become in-laws, but I consider this a great opportunity for you. Bak Lai Dung glared to remind her. After all, in relationships, we should all respect feelings more than power, right? If you complete this mission well, I will reward you. So, failure is absolutely not an option. Jia Cat Yin replied loudly. Understood, young miss. Returning to reality, she exclaimed, although the whole world is talking about that Hung Dak, he is just someone with a bit of fame in the Yunnan region. Then she sneered, compared to me, one of the 4 great condors, he is nothing. Finally, suddenly, the sound of dry leaves crushing interrupted the conversation. Tantu Kwong appeared. He's here. His face was gloomy, his eyes sharp as if wanting to kill. The subordinate stepped forward and asked, Are you Hung Dak? Younger than I thought. Tantu Kwong replied simply, Where's Mr. Zhang? Jia Cat Yin was slightly surprised. She pointed, You mean that guy over there? I tied him up to prevent him from escaping. Didn't expect the cold-blooded minor sect to care about their accomplices like that. The subordinate impatiently reminded, Don't do unnecessary things. Hung document. We come from the Jia Cat gang, under orders from the Martial Arts Alliance to execute a mission. He listed commoners, the Orthodox Path, and the Poison Sect in the Yunnan region. We are here to arrest you, to atone for the slaughter of hundreds of lives. Last chance, surrender. Otherwise, both you and that guy must die. Tantu Kwong clarified bluntly. I am not related to the minor sect, nor do I know who the mastermind of the massacre is. I only killed those involved in avenging the medical sect. The other 2 began to feel confused. What do you mean by that? Tantu Kwong roared. I am a descendant of the White Flower Valley family sect, only taking revenge on the 4 great poison sects that caused the extermination of the medical sect. You say they are innocent, and I, the Avenger, become the mastermind. They looked at each other, doubtful. I don't really understand what he's saying. Was the White Flower Valley family sect a medical sect in the Yunnan region? I heard it was destroyed after a power struggle 9 years ago. Jia Cat Yin hurriedly questioned. So, it was the poison sect that did those things, so you took revenge on them, and you're not the one who caused that massacre? Tantu Kwong nodded as an affirmative answer. That's right. A ray of suspicion rose in her heart. Then how can I believe you? The 2 sides began to argue. Why would I lie to you? Obviously, to get out of this difficult situation. Then why not find a more convincing excuse? Jia Cat Yin suddenly came up with a plan. Wait, if I exploit this situation, maybe it will be easier to catch him. She immediately changed to a calm tone. Very well, I will believe you. However, you need to repeat those words before the Martial Arts Alliance. The members will investigate and consider whether you really committed the crime or not. Tantu Kwong calmly retorted, I must refuse. Jia Cat Yin was completely stunned. What? He justified. Even if I go to the Alliance, nothing will change, because among them is the one who colluded with the poison sect to destroy the medical sect. Who would do that? Veins popped up from anger. Indestructible holy sword. Tantu Kwong emphasized each word. Bak Lai Dong. Jia Cat Yin couldn't believe it, then laughed mockingly. I knew I shouldn't waste time with a disciple of the minor sect. She gripped the hilt of her sword. Who do you think you're talking about? Just for these disrespectful words, I must execute you right here. Tantu Kwong lowered his face slightly. Use your own eyes to see the world. Don't look through inherent prejudices. From what I see, Bak Lai Dung is just a fraud, nothing more, nothing less. Jia Cat Yin tried to suppress her anger. The great wisdom of the Jia Cat Gang. Tantu Kwong recalled. The wisdom of the Jia Cat Gang reached the high heavens and used it to create great achievements. That's what I heard about that guild. He sighed. Yet you are deceived by a bastard like that, and even take an innocent person as a hostage? To say the last sentence, you are not worthy of the reputation of the Jia Cat Gang. At that very moment, Jia Cat Yin cursed, shut up, then rushed to attack. The space was torn by the sword blade. A powerful, strange energy exploded violently along with it. Jia Cat Yin was furious. You are just an ant from the minor sect, not allowed to tarnish the reputation of the Jia Cat Gang. A small figure appeared and disappeared behind the smoke. I guess, crippling your 4 limbs, surely you'll be a bit more awake, right? Tantu Kwong said scornfully, getting angry a bit too early. Because today, the Jia Cat Gang will be defeated by me. Tantu Kwong stated firmly, and will no longer exist. Jia Cat Yin always felt this was ridiculous. She shouted, a mediocre guy from the minor sect like you dares to say you will destroy the Jia Cat Gang? Too arrogant. Tantu Kwong suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, The subordinate hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Please calm down, young Mississippi. No need for you to take action. Jia Cat Yin asked warily. What do you want to do, Gong Sin? She saw him moving and warned, don't cross the line. Are you planning to stop me? Of course not. I just want to make use of what we have in front of us. Gong Sin pointed his weapon backwards. Hung Ung Dak, I remember saying don't do unnecessary things. Did you forget we have a hostage in hand? His life depends entirely on the Jia Cat gang. If you want to save that guy's life. He was suddenly interrupted by Tan Tu Kwang's threat. Put the sword down. In his eyes, threads of blood appeared. If not, I will cut off your hand. Strange energy began to explode extremely powerfully. All witnesses were stunned. Gong Sin revealed extreme panic. This is tangible killing intent. There are many types of killing intent in the world. If it can be seen, it is because a person's killing intent has been perceived in the form of qi. Even ordinary people who don't know how to use internal energy, when stimulated by extreme anger, have the ability to reveal this power. And the strange energy that Tan Tu Kwang released is tangible killing intent. Only murderers who kill people like cutting grass can use it. Those who emit this kind of killing intent often kill without hesitation. That's why it's so terrifying. Gong Sin looked extremely terrified, but I didn't expect him to emit so much tangible killing intent to the extreme, cold to the bone. I have never felt so much from one person. What kind of life has he actually lived? From behind, a few guards suddenly rushed up madly, completely ignoring Gong Sin's frantic dissuasion. Wait a moment. Tan Tu Kwang gripped the small knife in his hand. Using internal energy is very dangerous, especially when it cannot be controlled. He bent down into a defensive stance. But now I can't give up no matter what. Using the move Giant Roar Chi. When the iron blades collided wildly, all guards were knocked back. Gong Sin witnessed everything, unable to help but be extremely terrified. 3 words impossible slipped out of his mouth. Tan Tu Kwang held his forehead. The next target is you. Gong Sin was momentarily terrified. While confused, he suddenly heard Jia Cat Yin's voice. Move aside. Tan Tu Kwang realized something was rushing towards him fast, but the speed was too fast for him to react. He immediately took a heavy blow to the stomach. Jia Cat Yin retracted her weapon, saying coldly, I knew I shouldn't have let you small fry handle it. Move aside, Gong Sin. Blood from the wound gushed out, soaking the shirt. Jia Cat Yin retracted her weapon, declaring, Now, your opponent is me. Tan Tu Kwang knelt on the ground, clutching his body in extreme pain. Even without holding a hostage, someone from the minor sect can never compare to me. Jia Cat Yin arrogantly swung the exquisitely equipped iron whip. Let me use Jia Cat's strongest secret technique, Flying Whale Sword, to give you a taste of the true difference in power. The sharp fragments on the weapon instantly separated, extending like a cobra. Tan Tu Kwang looked at the thing rushing at dizzying speed. He tilted his thin body, dodging the first fatal attack. But the battle obviously didn't end there. The whip blade appeared right before his eyes. Under that force, Tan Tu Kwang's neck jerked back violently, blood constantly oozing from a wound. The attack range is very wide. In terms of distance, she has an overwhelming advantage over me. Jia Cat Yin seized the opportunity, constantly provoking. What's wrong? Where is your confidence? The strange whip blade moved continuously. Tan Tu Kwang tried to concentrate his mind to judge. Between 2 attacks, there is a gap. If I can seize that opportunity. The giant roar chi exploded, creating a blinding light that made Jia Cat Yin unable to open her eyes. Jia Cat Yin was momentarily surprised, not expecting to be countered. Tan Tu Kwang gritted his teeth, thinking, not done yet, must try a bit more. 12 darts. 2 poison arrows suddenly shot out. It seemed everything would go smoothly as planned. However, Jia Cat Yin regained her arrogance, laughing scornfully. Is that all the skill you have? She skillfully controlled the iron whip, blocking the 12 darts, while causing Tan Tu Kwang to fall into panic. Too easy. The iron whip suddenly wrapped around his body, finally tightening ruthlessly in a line. Tan Tu Kwang coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Jia Cat Yin uttered sarcastic words. Only know how to be arrogant and complacent. Hum undocument. She raised her voice, as if declaring to everyone, this is the power of the Jia Cat gang, something the likes of you cannot dream of. Gong Sin stood by quietly thinking. To deal with an enemy attacking over a wide area, it indeed takes time to approach. He turned to Jia Cat Yin again. However, what the young miss possesses is the flying whale sword, a type of sword technique that allows the user to move freely without revealing any flaws. After mastering that sword technique of the 7 paths, she received the title Extraordinary Great Condor. Tan Tu Kwong was writhing in pain. Just as the young miss said, in front of her, you have absolutely no chance. He dragged his feet, intending to run away. Jia Cat-yin saw that, mocking, now you want to run? How pathetic. Gong Sin hurriedly reported. Young miss, he seems to have serious internal injuries, coughing up blood every time he channels energy. She replied calmly, yes, I saw it too. I've heard the minor sect has a martial art that can enhance power by damaging the meridians. The subordinate looked worried. I think he is trying to recover. If we don't want to give up the hostage, he will attack again soon. Jia Cat-yin said sternly and decisively. Then, I won't give him that chance. Tan Tu Kwong leaned back against a large tree. Looking at the blood on his hand, extreme pain gradually invading his body. Tan Tu Kwong gradually felt despair. At this rate, I will die before I can act. Opportunities are running out. Must find something to prevent them from pursuing. Suddenly, the sound of chanting a spell rang out from afar. Secret technique, flying whale sword. Jia Cat-yin created a large explosion, smoke and dust flying straight to where Tan Tu Kwong was hiding. The weak body gradually became blurred. Waiting for the smoke to clear, Jia Cat-yin spoke. So that's it. You hide this way? All the large trees were cut across the trunk. No place to hide anymore. Sweat soaked Tan Tu Kwong's pale face. All right, Hung document. Jia Cat-yin coldly raised her eyebrows. This is the end. She pointed her sword at Tan Tu Kwong, as if pronouncing a sentence. You have no way out. And here, Hung document. Standing nearby, Gongsun also boasted an agreement. Just now you were so arrogant, boasting about defeating the Jia Cat gang. Now look at you, no different from a weak mouse hiding. Seeing the brat still stubborn, Jia Cat-yin did not hesitate to touch the sword blade. Seems you don't know what shame is. The sharp whip blade appeared before Tan Tu Kwong's eyes again. He could only use all his strength to use the giant roar chi to resist. But because the impact force was too strong, he lost his balance and fell flat. The wound that was already torn open now hurt even more. Tan Tu Kwong spat out a large mouthful of blood. His right arm became stiff, seemingly unable to move anymore. He gasped for breath with difficulty, now having to listen to mocking words. Want to know why you can't beat me? Jia Cat-yin smiled with absolute confidence. The difference between us lies in the basic principles. She thought Tan Tu Kwong was sure to lose, so she graciously explained. The flying whale sword technique I have cultivated since childhood stems from 100 years of development by the Jia Cat gang, a top organization in the martial arts world. He just remained silent. Thanks to using such a technique, I became one of the 3 divine dragons, 4 great condors. And what is your skill? Jia Cat-yin raised her voice. Nothing but cheap tricks and deception. Also what the minor sects call basic principles. She was even smugly contemptuous. You want to rely on such mediocre martial arts to destroy the Jia Cat gang? Truly daydreaming. You couldn't do it even if you lived another life. Tan Tu Kwong was agitated by those words. The resilience deep within him began to waver. Just as she said, the gap between us has always been too great. Tan Tu Kwong realized. Compared to himself, who had walked through the gates of hell step by step, she grew up in a perfect environment under the protection of the Jia Cat gang. In other words, she had always cultivated the highest level martial arts. But does that mean my ability is inferior to theirs? He looked up at the gloomy sky. No. Jia Cat-yin observed the enemy's expression, provoking. Given up already? Very well. Then pay the price for your arrogance, just now. She swung her sword fiercely again. Pay with your life. Beneath the ground where Tan Tu Kwong stood, a circle of strange aura appeared. Though perhaps it cannot be called great, he widened his eyes. But I have also been given some guidance. Zhang Du Ho's words involuntarily echoed in his ears. When facing danger, remember what I just taught you. You need to use it to defeat her, especially with your current physical condition. Tan Tu Kwong tried to adjust his spirit, concentrating chi in his toes, then moving it to his heels, knees, through his heart, all the way to his fingertips. While Tan Tu Kwong wasn't paying attention, his body gradually changed. The meridians blocked for many years. When he cleared them, streams of poison began to surge in his blood vessels, tearing apart Tan Tu Kwong's entire body. The movement technique Zhang Du Hoa taught him was the whirlwind finger, born by mobilizing qi within the body. And the stream of toxins originally sealed in Tan Tu Kwang's body flowed along with the internal energy, then began to converge at a point on his hand. In other words, this was the upgraded version of the whirlwind finger, seizing arrow. Jia Cat Yin's sword could not withstand this sudden and violent attack. She was stunned, her body stiff. Although she knew she should dodge, she couldn't control herself. Gongsun, standing nearby, hurriedly shouted twice, "Miss!" Fresh blood immediately sprayed out. He rushed forward, decisively taking a fatal blow for her. Jia Cat Yin finally snapped out of it. Looking at Gongsun sacrificing himself for her, she couldn't help but panic. Although in pain, he still smiled to comfort her. "Miss, don't let your guard down. I'm fine, just..." Suddenly, blood welled up at the corner of his mouth, feeling something was wrong. Gongsun quickly realized the dangerous situation. "Miss, his whirlwind finger is poisonous. Quickly take an antidote pill." On the other side, Tan Tu Kwang was struggling to stand up. Before he could unleash the next strike, Jia Cat Yin gritted her teeth in anxiety. She took a pill from a small pouch and stuffed it into her mouth. "Hung Dak, did you hide this trump card to catch us off guard before poisoning us? Truly despicable," Jia Cat Yin warned. "But that strike was your last chance to counterattack. I just took an antidote pill from the Alliance. Now the poison is useless against me." The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, intending to smile. "How pitiful. If Gongsun hadn't taken that blow for me, perhaps you would have had a bit more of a chance." But as the words defeat were about to be uttered, her voice suddenly distorted. In a place not far from the battlefield, Maxi Vu was wondering, did they enhance it? "It looks no different from before," an assassin softly explained. "We changed the formula a bit for mass production and to enhance toxicity, making the refining more efficient." He emphasized, "It will severely damage the 5 viscera of the body." Maxi Vu listened and exclaimed, "Oh, that's much gentler." He crushed the pill. The old formula was too hard to fuse. The school of carp below thought it was food, competing to snap it up continuously. "So what should I name this poison?" The seniors usually call it the 5-destroying pill. With a smug look, Maxi Vu laughed loudly. 5-destroying pill, truly a malicious concept. I didn't expect him to disguise such a venomous thing as an antidote pill. The assassin coldly replied. "The core lies in the fact that when the antidote is mixed with poison, the effect will be even more intense." His voice was indifferent. After giving them hope by taking the antidote, it pushes them into a more tragic tragedy. That's why his taste is so bad. Maxivu rolled his eyes. "I shouldn't say that either. After all, I was the one who handed these things to the Alliance." Amidst his savage laughter, the carp that were happily swimming in the lake just now had all turned belly up, dead and floating. And this will make the situation even more spectacular. Gongsun looked at his master in confusion, while Tantu Kwang was equally curious. A few drops of fresh blood dripped down, soaking the grass. Jia Cat Yin covered her mouth, a wave of nausea making her uncomfortable. Her hands were covered in red. "What is this?" Jia Cat Yin was extremely confused. What exactly happened? Jia Cat Yin completely failed to realize why she had become so weak. Sweat began to pour down her face like a bath. "I clearly took the antidote pill." Suddenly, Jia Cat Yin's skin quickly turned pale. "What?" She finally collapsed in incomprehension. Gong Sin shouted in astonishment. "Miss!" He was so panicked that he was clumsy, even forgetting the wound on his shoulder. "Miss, please wake up." There was no response. Gong Sin finally realized, recognizing this as a symptom of extreme poison. Could it be that in that moment, he used a different kind of poison? Tan Tu Kwang stepped forward from behind. Like a ghost, that killing intent was truly terrifying. Even a fleeting glimpse could make one feel it immediately. Seeing Tan Tu Kwang just standing there watching, expressionless, Gong Sin gritted his teeth, begging earnestly, "Can you spare us? As long as you spare us a path to life, the Jia Cat gang will definitely give up pursuing this matter." Seeing this, Tan Tu Kwang said, "For someone from the Jia Cat gang, this behavior is truly shameful." He sighed in despair, replying, "My duty is to protect the young miss, not to take your life." He frowned. "If the situation were a bit worse, you would have killed me long ago. Now you expect me to disregard future troubles and let you survive. Gongsin suddenly regained his seriousness, hurriedly countering. Or, this could also be a way to prevent potential danger in the future. He explained, if she dies now, the Jia Cat gang will spare no cost to hunt down the murderer. At that time, you'll have to face thousands of people. Is it really necessary to experience that? Tan Tu Kwang's voice was filled with hatred. Do you think I haven't prepared for that? These meaningless words are useless. Gongsin raised his weak arm, seemingly wanting to dissuade him. Please reconsider. You can take my life. Although he was about to succumb, he was still determined to sacrifice himself. But at least please spare the young Mississippi. After speaking in front of Tan Tu Kwang, Gongsin also fainted. He stood between two choices, the hand holding the blade unconsciously tightening. After going through all this, you still expect me to be merciful? The anger gradually spiraled out of control. Stop joking. I absolutely will not forgive. Tan Tu Kwang held his wound with one hand, raising the blade with the other. Those who destroyed my peaceful life. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, waking the young man's heart that had long since grown cold. Tu Kwang. He suddenly snapped out of it, successfully extinguishing the flames of hatred that had just risen. The warm sunlight gradually emerged from behind the mountains. Song Du lay on the sickbed, his breathing difficult and intermittent. Tan Tu Kwang, who had been constantly by his side, suddenly felt regretful, saying a word of apology. He looked extremely sorrowful. I know I shouldn't have come here, just because of this. In his heart, he always carried a disappointment that he was causing more trouble for others. Tan Tu Kwang couldn't face it and decided to leave. Uncle took the star-plucking pill. You will recover soon. Song Du called him back with a weak voice. The man closed his eyes, confiding. Every time I see you, I feel like you are carrying the burden of hundreds, thousands of people on your shoulders. At this moment, Song Du was like a kind father, instructing his young son. Don't forget what I said. If it's too difficult, rely on others. If you don't want to cause trouble for them, then just become stronger. Tan Tu Kwang's eyes were moist with emotion. From the bottom of his heart, he said thank you, then decided to bid farewell. The dense forest remained as quiet as ever. The sound of slow footsteps. I've always been thinking about the reason to become stronger. Until now, it was only for revenge, not to help others. Tan Tu Kwang told himself, because I no longer have anyone to protect. His expression showed a hint of sadness. However, I have always survived thanks to the help of others. To not cause them any more trouble, he resolved. I need to become stronger, no matter the price. Walking a bit further, Tan Tu Kwang stopped in front of a large and deep cave. A greeting vaguely came from inside. You're here, hung on document. Gongsin breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, I thought you would leave us to our fate. The young man coldly introduced, my name is Tan Tu Kwang, not hung on document. Gongsin silently memorized this name in his heart. Just as he was at a loss, Tan Tu Kwang stepped forward. I brought medicinal ingredients. Using this can alleviate the symptoms. Gongsin stood up, carefully accepting it. Tan Tu Kwang, thank you for saving me and the young Mississippi. He remained silent for a long while before reminding, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of being merciful to you. Gongsin was feeding the medicine to Jia Cat Yin's mouth. Hearing this, he lifted his head to listen. I just don't want to be misunderstood anymore. Tan Tu Kwang involuntarily recalled the villagers, Kukak Luongmon, his family sect, and the righteous people. The whole world thought he was the mastermind behind every event. Tan Tu Kwang calmly emphasized, but I never killed the successor of Kukak Luongmon, yet those righteous people still came to seek revenge on me. I could only watch helplessly as they were slaughtered in an incredibly stupid battle, which was the battle with the poison medicine sect. Of course, everything was still blamed on me, and I was considered a member of a minor sect. Gongsin was astonished. So you mean the recent events have nothing to do with you? Tan Tu Kwang's voice was calm. I already said, what I did was only to take revenge for the destruction of a medical sect. He even reproached. Yet you still came to hunt me down and almost lost your lives, just for something you yourselves didn't even know. Gongsin was about to retort, but was interrupted. I bet everything on that final whirlwind finger strike, and decided that if it didn't work, I would admit defeat. Therefore, the person who poisoned the young miss in the end was not Tan Tu Kwang. Gongsin was so panicked that the world seemed to spin. I can't believe it. Then who exactly poisoned her? Suddenly, a brief fragment of memory flashed in his mind. Gongsin became fearful. Could it be that antidote pill? Impossible. He held his forehead, which was starting to ache. She received it from the Alliance. Why would they want to harm the young miss? Facing the losing control, Gong Sin, Tan Tu Kwong only calmly said, "The Alliance would absolutely not do such a thing." "I used to think so too," he explained, but after meeting the chief inspector of the Martial Arts Alliance, Bak Lai Dung, standing on the side of the poison sect, I no longer have any expectations of them. He dropped his hands in despair. Whether it's to drive me into a corner or they have some grudge against her, one thing is certain. Tan Tu Kwong concluded decisively. There is someone in the Martial Arts Alliance who wants her life. Gong Sin fell silent, seeming unable to accept the information just received. Tan Tu Kwong turned around. "I'm leaving. Whether you live or die is entirely up to you." He left behind only a single sentence. "Giving you a chance to live is because I don't want any more misunderstandings. But abandoning my own path to save those who came to take my life would be truly stupid. I think I've done enough." Gong Sin hurriedly retorted, "Wait, you can't just leave us like this. Take us to the Jia Cat gang. They will definitely repay you." Tan Tu Kwong refused with a simple reason. "I don't trust you." He glared. "Bak Lai Dung's life is what I want. If the Jia Cat gang is part of the Alliance, sooner or later they will become my enemy. Not killing a bastard like you right now is already my greatest mercy." He walked out of the cave. "So, try your best to survive." Ignoring Gong Sin's calls from behind. "Wait." Seeing that he couldn't stop Tan Tu Kwong, he truly felt helpless. "I didn't expect him to really leave like that." Gong Sin turned to the young miss, but she still showed no signs of waking up. He was extremely sorrowful, whispering comfort. "Don't worry, I will definitely protect you." Night quietly fell outside the vast forest. A soft groan echoed. A call of Gong Sin made him startle awake from his dozing. He jumped up, immediately turning to check. "Young miss, you're awake?" "Thank heavens, oh, what a relief." But Jia Cat Yin didn't care about his worry at all, instead looking suspiciously at the dark figure holding a long blade, standing toweringly behind him. "Who is that?" Hearing this, Gong Sin immediately spun around, swinging his blade to block the slash from the assassin. The two sides fought fiercely. Only then did Gong Sin angrily ask, "Who are you?" Through the dim moonlight, the assassin's smile could be clearly seen hidden behind a mask. "Are you dogs of the Jia Cat gang?" Then, the assassin glanced at young Miss Jia Cat, Yin lying dying on the ground. "So, she's my target then, isn't she?" Gong Sin noticed a clear mark hidden on the wrist of the assassin's armor, causing him to immediately realize the enemy came from the dark gate. Without hesitation, Gong Sin rushed forward, shouting, "Don't touch the young miss." The assassin stepped back, neatly dodging the attack. Gong Sin's mind gradually fell into chaos. "My body is too weak. In this condition, I'm not sure I can defeat him." He silently encouraged himself. "But if I fall here, the young miss will be in danger." The assassin opposite him spoke impatiently. "I didn't receive orders to kill you too." But the assassin still reminded him out of pity, circulating energy in this state. "You will die." Gong Sin didn't care at all, decisively roaring, "Dying beside one's master is the wish of every guard. Do you think you can step over me?" Suddenly leaping high, Gong Sin unleashed a move called Dragon Dance, slashing consecutively towards the assassin. The assassin's expression remained unchanged, calmly dodging each wide and open slash. The poison hadn't been fully cleared, plus days of starvation had inadvertently reduced Gong Sin's speed significantly. The assassin didn't even have a scratch. He even seized the moment Gong Sin wasn't paying attention to close in. "Compared to your arrogance, you are too slow." Gong Sin's eyes widened as the sword in his hand was knocked away, spinning a few times in the air. Gong Sin stumbled, his tall body swaying, almost falling. The assassin violently gritted out each word. "It's over." A long blade slashed across half of Gong Sin's face, piercing through his eye, blood splattering everywhere. The miserable scream sounded particularly clear in the cave. Gong Sin rolled on the rubble in pain. The assassin began to shift his target to Jia Cat Yin. He was about to step forward when he was stopped by a hand. "No!" Gong Sin, though heavily wounded, was determined to sacrifice himself. "I can't let you near the young Mississippi." This made the assassin lose patience. "This guy changes nothing," he loudly declared. "It's over for you and for Jia Cat Yin of the Jia Cat gang." Suddenly, When the battle seemed to have ended, another voice intervened. No, it's you. Just then, Tan-Tu Kwong appeared, holding a poison needle. If the assassin made even a small movement, he would lose his life immediately. Drop the weapon. The assassin glanced over, extremely astonished. Gong Sin was also extremely confused, as Tan-Tu Kwong had clearly left this afternoon. So why appear here now? Small drops of liquid dripped from the needle tip. This needle is soaked in spirit snake poison. Tan-Tu Kwong spoke softly, his voice just loud enough to hear. All assassins should have heard of it. I won't repeat myself a second time. Drop the weapon. The enemy obediently dropped his sword, asking, Hung Ung Dak, you haven't left yet? Tan-Tu Kwong replied with a voice cold as ice. I pretended to leave, precisely to catch those who want to fish in troubled waters. The assassin was forced to kneel. Fish in troubled waters? I only received orders to eliminate Jia Cat Yin of the Jia Cat Gang. Gong Sin heard this and went mad. What? Who dares to send a bastard like you to harm the heir of the Jia Cat Gang? The assassin pursed his lips tightly, determined not to reveal anything. Tan-Tu Kwong suddenly increased the force in his hand. You will speak. He glared threateningly. Or die. The assassin lowered his head, his face full of anxiety, saying, I don't understand. Jia Cat Yin of the Jia Cat Gang was supposed to be sent to capture Hung Ung Document. He adjusted his helmet, asking curiously, Aren't you enemies? Why stop me from eliminating an enemy for you? Without waiting for Gong Sin to answer, Tan-Tu Kwong spoke up first. Because I don't believe that your purpose is simply to help me. The assassin frowned. In the martial arts world, there is no such thing as a simple purpose. Everything will change depending on how you view or discuss it. Once it cannot be changed, then might as well exploit it for profit. Tan-Tu Kwong adjusted the poison needle, touching the enemy's cheek. You think I want to hear these meaningless words? Two choices. Either speak the name of the mastermind or die. The assassin closed his eyes, stubbornly saying, I have no other path. At this moment, Jia Cat Yin also sat up, listening to their conversation. Find and kill the extraordinary Great Condor who is chasing Hung Ung Document. That was the order I received. The assassin tried to justify. I don't know the client's information. Small fry like us only obey orders from superiors. He recalled the day he was summoned. As he knelt trembling on the ground, a voice rang out from above. But one thing was certain. The person speaking had striking orange hair, trimmed rather messily. If you fail, the leader with eyes flashing a cold light emphasized, then don't come back alive. The assassin suddenly snapped to reality. Either way, I only have one path to death. He quickly used his helmet to smash into Tan-Tu Kwong's face. Gong Sin saw this, stunned into silence. Jia Cat Yin nearby had just woken up, still groggy. Without any defense, the assassin escaped the youth's control. Although Tan-Tu Kwong shouted stop and stabbed the poison needle into his throat, the assassin still managed to counterattack in time. A hidden weapon flew as fast as the wind, embedding itself in Jia Cat Yin's chest. As she gradually realized where she was, intense pain also washed over her. Gong Sin was so shocked he was speechless. He only managed to scream, young miss, then saw her faint. On this side, Tan-Tu Kwong struggled with the assassin. Damn it, failure is unacceptable. He rolled his eyes back. The potent poison had spread throughout his body, stammering out his last sentence. That is our rule. Tan-Tu Kwong let go, quickly turning back to check the situation. Amidst the miserable cry of young miss, Gong Sin tried to comfort her. Don't faint. But Jia Cat Yin was already too weak. 2 lines of tears rolled down her pale face. Am I about to die? Why is it like this? Gong Sin could only sob in despair. Until this moment, Jia Cat Yin was still thinking about that person. Brother Quan is still waiting for me. Gong Sin helplessly turned to Tan-Tu Kwong, begging, Save her, I beg you. I'm willing to do anything. The boy just stood there, silently enduring all the pleas. I will give you everything, so please. Gong Sin just kept repeating the word please. Jia Cat Yin's breathing became weaker and weaker. If it ends like this, I thought that he and I... Gong Sin's voice was hoarse with emotion. Young miss, you were finally acknowledged, weren't you? Jia Cat Yin whispered with difficulty. I thought, finally. Her words suddenly cut off. Gong Sin was shocked to the extreme. He couldn't accept this cruel reality. The person who just passed away in his arms today was his very own master. The sound of weeping, rising and falling, echoed in the dark cave, then blended into the dense forest. Early the next morning, only Gongsun's voice could be heard confiding. I have protected the young miss since the age of 4, as a servant of the Jia Cat gang. I always considered it my mission. Jia Cat Yin's stiff body was laid out neatly on the ground, but gradually everything about me and her became familiar. Attitudes, daily habits. Do you know what that feeling is? Tan Tu Kwong shook his head. He continued, I gradually understood another person better than myself, having a goal to protect, even considering them more important than one's own life. Gongsun pulled back the white cloth covering Jia Cat Yin's face. Today, the person I lost was such a person. To me, she was the whole world. Tan Tu Kwong wasn't good at comforting others, so he decided to just listen quietly. Gongsun suddenly changed the subject. Do you think the conspiracy this time is related to the one who tried to use you? He replied immediately, very likely, because they have internal information of the Alliance and have a close relationship with that place. He picked up the body, instructing, then after I return, I won't come forward to testify for you, won't provide any information to help you prove your innocence, and won't mention that another assassin ended the young Mrs. life. Gongsun's heart was filled with hatred. That way, those who wanted to harm the young miss, we will find out why they did it. Tan Tu Kwong solemnly showed agreement. I hope so too. Gongsun glanced at him, reminding, the princess of the Jia Cat gang is dead. The price you have to pay might be more terrible than you imagine. Tan Tu Kwong completely agreed. That is my burden. Gongsun was silent for a long time before asking his inner thoughts. How long do you intend to persist? Tan Tu Kwong spoke frankly. Until I... Gongsun pursed his lips slightly, looking straight into his eyes, hearing, until I get this revenge. The two sides made a pact. If you happen to meet people from the Jia Cat gang and fall into danger, remember the cycle of the fish. Gongsun explained, the Living Gate Pass exists inside the Death Gate Pass, and the Death Gate Pass exists inside the Black Gate Pass. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. Tan Tu Kwong nodded in response. I will definitely remember. Well then, good luck to you. Stepping out of the gloomy mountain cave, Tan Tu Kwong and Gongsun, two people each with their own path. Live well. This was like a plea from an ambitious man. No matter what, you must survive, to expose the true face of those scums to the whole world. 6 days later, at a residence in the imperial city, Bak Lai Quan was striving in his cultivation. In the distance, there was someone always silently watching him. Bak Lai Quan had just stopped to rest when he was slightly surprised. He saw Bak Lai Dung and immediately called out politely, Master, then hurriedly bowed. Do you have any instructions? This disciple is confident he has touched the threshold of the heavenly master sword, though not yet very proficient. Before he could finish, Bak Lai Quan's shoulder was gripped tightly. Bak Lai Dung looked at him sorrowfully, as if wanting to send his deepest condolences. Bak Lai Quan was bewildered, completely not understanding what was happening. The body was covered by a neat white cloth, surrounded by heart-wrenching cries. Kill me. I failed to protect the young miss. Gongsun knelt on the ground begging, please execute me. Beside him were a few relatives connected to Jia Cat Yin. Just then, a person rushed over. How could this happen? My poor Jia Cat Yin. Bak Lai Quan squeezed through the crowd. But at this moment, before his eyes remained only a cold corpse. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment, his hands trembling with agitation, calling out in a distorted voice, Sister Yin. Bak Lai Quan grabbed the last piece of white cloth and yanked it off forcefully. The pale face underneath began to show signs of decomposition. Jia Cat Yin's gray but still beautiful features were revealed. Bak Lai Quan immediately burst into sobbing tears. Why is it like this? Sister Yin. Intense pain invaded his whole body. As if drained of all strength, he collapsed to the ground. The sorrowful crying even reached Mac Si Vu's residence. How unfortunate, he sighed, lamenting, truly a scene that makes one shed tears. Losing a lovely sister in just one morning, this pain will likely be very hard to resolve. Banging sounds echoed in the house. If this causes him to lose control of his chi, Maxivu pondered. Although the two have no blood relation, Is it necessary to slam the door just because you don't want to hear him cry? Bak Lai Dung said angrily. There is nothing more stupid than the tears of a grown man. I just hope this makes him tougher. Mak Sivu sneered, truly cold-blooded. You knew well she was certain to die. You should have chosen someone other than Jia Catyin from the start. He asked suspiciously, was it necessary to do this? Mak Sivu was about to retort to Sect Master Lai. Don't tell me you. Suddenly, Tamha ran in frantically from outside. He seemed to want to report something, but behind him, another stranger stepped forward. Is Sect Master Bak Lai Dung here? Bak Lai Dung was immediately overjoyed. You have arrived. No need to stand up. This person is the vice sect master of the Jia Cat gang, named Jia Cat Myong. He reported that everything was fully prepared. Steady footsteps. He slammed a palm onto the tea table. We will immediately go to Yunnan. Bak Lai Dung calmly replied, understood. I will relay this message to the Alliance. Watching my Ong's retreating figure, Mak Sivu was suddenly startled. What is this? Beneath, for some reason, lay an old map. Mak Sivu slowly realized this was the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams array map of the Jia Cat gang, then started in panic. Could it be the Heaven and Earth net? His face turned pale. Sect Master, what exactly do you want to do? Why arrange this without telling me? Bak Lai Dung spoke in a casual tone, destroying the poison medicine sect of Yunnan and defeating one of the 3 divine dragons and 4 great condors. That Hung Ung Dak's reputation is resounding more and more. Although we can still exploit him a bit more, we should eliminate him before he becomes a major disaster. Hearing this, Mak Sivu roared in anger. The sect master hurriedly reminded, it was you who ignored my warning. Bak Lai Dung glared. I gave orders not to set foot in Sichuan. Mak Sivu was rendered speechless. You think I didn't know you went there? He hurriedly admitted his fault. I only cooperated with them to develop new poisons. Bak Lai Dung simply demanded coldly, Strategist Tam, deploy the plan. He was surprised to hear his name called. Plan? Bak Lai Dung sank into thought. The marriage between the Frost Great Condor, disciple of the Sword Queen, and Bak Lai Quan. Mak Sivu immediately turned pale with fright. You aimed for this from the very beginning? The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Mak Sivu suddenly realized. It turned out Bak Lai Dung intended to pull the Sword Queen to his side through the marriage of their 2 disciples. Thus, Jia Cat Yin, who was extremely close to Bak Lai Quan, became an obstacle to this plan. Although people say the Jia Cat gang is no longer as powerful as before, they still cannot be underestimated. Bak Lai Dung outwardly gave her a chance, but in reality, he wanted to eliminate her. In doing so, he also pulled the entire sect to his side. Now they will seek revenge by all means, along with the minor sect alliance. Mak Sivu concluded, at this rate, I myself, who helped eliminate Jia Cat Yin, am walking into a trap. He gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be so cruel, heartlessly trampling on what I have painstakingly nurtured for so long. Exactly, Sect Master Bak Lai Dung. The resentment reached its peak. You are truly a bastard, even more than I am. Bak Lai Dung cast an incomprehensible look, glancing at the angry man. He was forced to warn coldly, you have crossed the line twice. Killing intent quickly erupted from Bak Lai Dung, causing the surrounding air to seem frozen. I told you to watch your mouth. Tamha immediately covered his mouth tightly to avoid making any fearful sounds. Then he hurriedly turned to Advisor Mak. Tamha grabbed Mak Sivu's collar, screaming frantically, are you crazy? Who do you think you're spouting nonsense in front of? Facing the question, what exactly are you doing? Hurry up and apologize. He remained stubborn. Bak Lai Dung's eyebrows almost twisted together. He suddenly regained his composure. Fine, ignore him. I'll spare you today. Mak Sivu roughly pushed Advisor Tam away. It seems I'm still useful to you, right? Bak Lai Dung raised his teacup, smiling. Whether pawn or horse, as long as they remain on the chessboard, they have their uses. Mak Sivu could only bow his head, his heart in turmoil. A man who can manipulate the entire Jia Cat gang. Would he value the life of an advisor like me? He says that, meaning he wants to use me. A long while later, Mak Sivu adjusted himself and asked, do you intend to stir up all Sichuan? Bak Lai Dung did not answer. Simply bringing the teacup to his lips, slowly enjoying it. Indeed, not unexpected, although Max Sivu was unwilling in his heart. He had to admit there is indeed always a higher mountain. Thank you for your guidance. Although Tamha witnessed everything from start to finish, he still seemed extremely confused. Maxi Vu was about to justify, but is killing him now too hasty? There are still a few uses for him. Tamha immediately scolded angrily. We are preparing our entire combat power to deal with a minor sect alliance. Do we have time to worry about that kind of small character? Max Sivu looked suspicious. Entire combat power? You want to be the commander-in-chief of the coalition, don't you? As soon as the words were spoken, Bak Lai Dung immediately stiffened, as if his thoughts were caught. With a snap, he crushed the teacup with force. No, that is still far off. My true goal. Suddenly, a window burst open, bringing a commotion. The tea table and the documents on it became chaotic. Bak Lai Dung's solemn face became more radiant than ever under the sunlight. I want to rule the world. Max Sivu listened silently. Therefore, take back those arrogant thoughts of yours and obey my orders like a capable subordinate. Bak Lai Dung emphasized cruelly. Wait until I hold the whole world. I can share a city with you. Max Sivu laughed out loud, but his tone was full of resentment. I accept your generosity. He finally turned and left. Even if it's poison, I have no other choice but to accept it, right? Footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. A stronghold? The world? I have no interest in those things. Maxi Vu was extremely spiteful because he only needed that one person. Blood vessels crawled all over his eyes. Tan Tu Kwang. I only need him, and that is enough. The initial strategy failed. Now Max Sivu could only find another way out for himself. Deep in the dense forest, a hand continuously opened and clenched tight. Tan Tu Kwang sat by the stream, striving to cultivate. He unconsciously recalled the past. Ever since using the seizing wind arrow in the battle with Jia Cat Yin, his body seemed to have undergone some change. Now, every time he wanted to control his luck chi, he no longer felt pain or backlash. The bushes nearby suddenly made noise. Tan Tu Kwang was immediately alert. He used the dragon capturing hand to counterattack, his hand tightly gripping a snake's neck, causing it to open its mouth in pain, revealing two sharp fangs. Tan Tu Kwang looked at the snake, silently analyzing. I can utilize the chi accumulated over 60 years. Not just the luck chi connected to the Bak Lai group, but also the ability to use all energy from parts of the body. He concluded, thus, I can use the secret techniques of the medical sect that I couldn't use before. Could this also be the merit of the seizing wind arrow? The snake evaluated the object in front of it with hazy eyes. I have never heard that wind can only strengthen internal force. However, Tan Tu Kwang gently released it. The waterfall of fairness and justice. When she taught me this martial art technique, perhaps she already knew something. Watching the snake's retreating figure, which seemed joyful, Tan Tu Kwang told himself, I can do it. He stood up, adjusting his clothes. Become stronger. Continue the unfinished journey. The sun gradually set behind the mountains. Tan Tu Kwang followed the instructions on the map, gradually moving towards the northwest of Yunnan. Only by passing through Sichuan could he reach the imperial city, the final destination in his journey of revenge, which was also where Bak Lai Dung was staying. Tan Tu Kwang quietly observed the stronghold in the distance. This must be the final road leading to Sichuan, Lanchi village. The dry breeze blew through the treetops, making a rustling sound. Tan Tu Kwang stiffened, a cold, murderous aura running down his spine. He glanced back slightly, asking loudly, who? He recognized a man standing with arms crossed on a large rock. Show yourself. The upper half of that person was submerged in shadow. Tan Tu Kwang had to squint to look closely. It turned out the enemy this time was none other than Jia Cat Mayong. His gloomy eyes seemed to be occupied by some strange power. He was immediately alarmed. The pressure Mayong emitted was powerful and dangerous. Tan Tu Kwang's whole body stiffened, the feeling of discomfort increasing manifold. I can't move. His right arm tensed up until blue veins popped. His teeth gritted tight until they bled. The momentum from Mayong's side grew stronger, showing no sign of declining. Tan Tu Kwong frowned, biting his lips slightly. He was concentrating his spirit, observing every smallest expression of the enemy. Myong suddenly closed his eyes, exclaiming, "Truly a shallow person." It turned out he had discovered Tan Tu Kwong's intent. "You plan to wait for me to lose my cool and rush over, then use the poison prepare behind your back? I don't play those dirty tricks." Myong opened his paper fan with a swish, covering nearly half his face. "Even if it's just a scratch, the noble bloodline of our Jia Cat gang is more precious than your filthy blood. If I killed you too easily, it wouldn't be worthy of the sins you have committed." Tan Tu Kwong asked, "Then what do you want?" He spoke in a casual tone. "Our Jia Cat gang has its own methods." Myong shifted his attention into the distance. "Looking at the way you stand here, it seems you just passed Lan Chi village, preparing to go to Sichuan, but you will never reach there." He suddenly swung the fan in his hand vigorously, his face becoming extremely angry. "If you leave Lan Chi village, this world will turn into hell." Something fell at Tan Tu Kwong's feet. It was a thin sheet of yellow paper, on which several blood-red words were carved. "According to Myong's request, take it." Tan Tu Kwong calmly picked up the item to observe. "According to his warning, this is the death warrant of the Jia Cat gang. We only give it to those we swear to kill." Myong roared in anger. "We will imprison the criminal at the Jia Cat gang headquarters. There you will neither be able to live nor die." Tan Tu Kwong just listened silently. "Then, die in ultimate agony." Myong turned around. "Once there, get ready. Your despair will increase manifold." He finally left. Tan Tu Kwong forcefully crumpled the notice, then casually put it in his mouth and chewed. "I accept this invitation." Lan Chi village lay behind several large mountain ranges. Tan Tu Kwong looked around the crowded streets, calculating in his heart. The Jia Cat gang has indeed taken action. I thought I had to reach Sichuan to meet them, but they deployed faster than I thought. There are few people quietly observing you from behind. This time is completely different from previous battles. Before, there was always a chance to set a trap first. Even that sloppy beggar was staring unblinkingly at Tan Tu Kwong. This time, the key lies in how I deal with the enemy's tactics. Intuition also told him something was wrong, but they have the advantage in numbers and location. I am no different from a bird in a cage. A stall displayed countless weapons and some crude tools. Tan Tu Kwong was thinking, but the Jia Cat gang didn't arrest me immediately, instead letting me come to Lan Chi village. At this moment, the shopkeeper saw a customer and spoke up. "Greetings, sir." Seeing him looking distractedly around the shop, he took the initiative to start a conversation. "Are you looking for something?" An axe accidentally caught Tan Tu Kwong's attention. "I cannot waste any more time." He walked over to the rack and asked, "How much is this?" His heart was filled with determination. An unexpected move might be able to turn the tide. I must create countless variables, making it impossible for the enemy to predict. The night grew thicker. At a small camp deep in the mountains, Myong had been calculating for a long time. He suddenly spoke up and asked, "Have the scouts returned yet?" Beside him, a fellow member of the Jia Cat gang, named Tun Tri, coldly replied, "They will return to the tent soon." As soon as the words were spoken, a subordinate rushed in from outside. "Here is the report." "How is it?" The person respectfully clasped his hands and explained, "Still no unusual movements detected. It seems the criminal will leave Lan Chi village soon. Since the first day he bought a few weapons. Apart from cultivating every day, he hasn't done anything else." Tun Tri heard this and laughed contemptuously. "Cultivating? Truly ridiculous. No matter how hard he tries, it's useless." The subordinate hurriedly raised a question. "Do you think he's like the others who received the Jia Cat gang's death sentence and has gone mad?" Myong looked solemn. "No, I cannot underestimate that guy. Have you forgotten he is the one who killed Jia Cat Yin?" He recalled that Jia Cat Yin had learned the Lin Min Chi luck skill. Her martial arts were absolutely not weak. That kid also received the antidote from the Alliance. A flash of anger sparked in his eyes. To kill that kid, that Hung Ung Dak fellow definitely has another trump card. Myong recounted. "The last time I confronted him, he showed no fear at all. On the contrary, he made me feel the gravity of the situation and immediately look for an opportunity." Tun Tri now felt a bit anxious. People say the criminal is very cunning. When facing the poison medicine sect of Yunnan, he used his brain more than his strength to fight. It's best we assume this guy is plotting something again. The subordinate tried to analyze. "Then why do you still give Hung Ung Dak time?" If that could cause danger, we should attack Lanchi village right now. Myong impatiently slammed his palm on the stone table, making a loud noise. The tactics of the Jia Cat gang are invincible. Tun Tri saw his master get angry and hurriedly composed his expression. If he wants to use his intellect, I will show him my skills. The subordinate prostrated himself on the ground. This is the way the Jia Cat gang behaves. Yes. This subordinate was wrong. Myong gritted his teeth in hatred. If I just kill one person to offer as a sacrifice to Jia Cat Yen, the whole world will laugh at the Jia Cat gang. He is essentially just a live bait. A carrier pigeon spread its wings, soaring through the vast sky, and finally landed on its keeper's hand. Just in time, my friend, he excitedly removed the scroll tied to the pigeon's leg to read. Just as written inside, truly astonishing. Noisy calls echoed in the cave. My lord, the supervisor reported with a hurried expression. We received this from the messenger in Yunnan. It also says that currently, the Jia Cat gang is besieging Lanchi village. Although the commoners don't realize it, the entire martial arts world is buzzing with discussion. The supervisor hesitated. The person there, I'm afraid, is Zhang Duhua took the information. It's Hung Ung document. That kid is really unlucky. I knew after he killed Jia Cat Yen, this would happen sooner or later. But I didn't expect the entire sect to go hunting him down. She suddenly changed the subject. But do you mean since 2 weeks ago? The supervisor explained. In other words, that Hung Ung Dak, ever since receiving the Jia Cat gang's death sentence, has never left Lanchi village. Zhang Duhua smiled enigmatically. He pretended to pack his things, then unpacks them, precisely to make the Jia Cat gang exhausted. Because every time the criminal plans to flee, they receive a report. This amused Zhang Duhua, and she laughed. Truly a stubborn kid. The supervisor said, because of this, they have consumed a large amount of provisions. So the Jia Cat gang has requested aid from the Martial Arts Alliance. His expression gradually turned to horror. And after capturing Hung Ung Dak, they promised to attack the Black Sword together with the Martial Arts Alliance. Finally, he hurriedly suggested, isn't now the best time to attack the Jia Cat gang? Suddenly, Zhang Duhua uttered 2 words, not bad, making the supervisor think his master was praising him, causing him to blush in embarrassment. Thank you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the Jia Cat gang. Zhang Duhua judged. The great Jia Cat gang chose a path with no suitable supply route. They have extensive knowledge of military strategy. They absolutely cannot forget the most important part of tactics is military provisions. She suddenly revealed a mysterious expression. What do they want? If we come out to save Hung Ung Dak, who is thought to be a member of the little sect, the supervisor asked in panic. So should we ignore it? Zhang Duhua calmly vetoed. No. Get ready. Head to Yunnan. If we ignore it, the Jia Cat gang, having painstakingly prepared this trap, will be very disappointed. She pointed at the magical flame in her palm. Giving such a kid a flamboyant name like Hung Ung Dak must have been your idea, the one behind the Jia Cat gang. Zhang Duhua smiled, sighing inwardly, still immersed in your dirty plots and tactics like that. One day, they will turn back and point at me. In that case, let's just act out a play with them. At the Huizhou branch of the Martial Arts Alliance, a flying dagger carrying a piece of paper hissed through the air, intentionally grazing past Bok Lai Quan, who was drinking wine. He was stunned for a few seconds before turning his head to look. The piece of paper was pinned firmly to the wall. A long while later, the door was suddenly pushed open. Seeing Bok Lai Quan storming out aggressively, the subordinate was astonished. Young master, what are you doing? Right now, he had no mind to pay attention to his concern. He roared grumpily. There's an urgent matter. Just make up a reason for master. He gritted his teeth tightly, making a small grinding sound. Bok Lai Quan was filled with hatred. Hung Ung Dak, you just stay right there, wash your neck and wait for me. The notification paper was placed neatly on the table. Inside it was written, Snake and Scorpion Channel, Yunnan, Lanchi Village. He was extremely decisive. I will use your life to comfort Sister Yin's soul in heaven. The clear moonlight illuminated the night sky. Below, a convoy of provision wagons was quietly advancing. Since it was midnight, it wasn't strange for sudden drowsiness to strike. Suddenly, a volley of hidden weapons flew out from the bushes, embedding into the carriage. The guards immediately turned to check the source, discovering countless pairs of eyes staring at the convoy. These people are, as he screamed in terror, enemy attack. Report immediately. A hand suddenly stopped him. Don't panic. Tun Tri appeared from the crowd, coldly reminding, this doesn't look like how people of the Jia Cat gang should behave. A moment later, the last assassin was finally taken down. The guard arrogantly said to Tun Tri, these people, I don't think they are from the little sect. Not a single one of them used internal energy. He emphasized, they don't even know who they are attacking. Perhaps just a bunch of ordinary bandits. Tun Tri crossed his arms, frowning in response. No, ordinary people wouldn't know this path. They attacked immediately as the cargo wagon passed. He pulled the sword sharply out of its sheath. Therefore, they could be acting on someone else's orders. I must find out the truth at all costs. Seeing this, the assassin screamed incessantly, please spare me. I was only following orders. Tun Tri pressed the sharp blade against the enemy's neck and interrogated. Then answer me. Who gave you the order? The execution took place in the silent forest. Early the next morning, as dawn just broke, people were already coming and going on the streets. The summer wind blew leaves into the air, but they were immediately sliced into pieces by something sharp. It turned out to be Tan Tu Kwong working hard at his studies. The axe in his hand swung rapidly, his face covered in sweat. Since I arrived here, exactly 3 weeks have passed. While I practiced the sickle skill learned in the mine, the Jia Cat gang has been constantly monitoring, but they seem to have no intention of acting yet. Tan Tu Kwong kept thinking, although this gives me time to prepare, what exactly are they waiting for? The sun had reached its zenith. Tan Tu Kwong was on his way to find something to eat when suddenly a voice called out from the side. Hey, the supervisor under Zhang Du Hoa, currently playing the role of a fortune teller, enthusiastically invited. Why the frown and gloomy look? Come for a divination of heaven and earth. Only 2 copper coins. Tan Tu Kwong seemed to hesitate a bit. I have never met him. He quietly glanced at the 2 stalkers. Aside from his suspicious appearance, in this situation, there's no harm in trying. Finally, he decided to sit down. I want to see my fortune. Understood. The supervisor shook the bamboo tube vigorously, singing loudly what they desire at the final moment of the storm. Tan Tu Kwong just watched silently. Oh, flowers, whether peach blossoms or apricot blossoms falling on the branch. As he sang, he suddenly pulled out a wooden stick. This is your fortune. Tan Tu Kwong carefully accepted it, but the characters carved on the wooden stick immediately astonished him. On it was written, Jia Cat Gang plans to deploy the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams formation. The supervisor continued to offer. Do you want to hear the interpretation? Tan Tu Kwong quietly looked around, replying in a low voice. We should move to another place. Hearing this, the supervisor stood up, leading him through a small alley. The weather is beautiful, perhaps even more pleasant than Sichuan. He turned around sharply, saying firmly, this place is good enough, right? Before Tan Tu Kwong could understand what was happening, the supervisor threw hidden weapons behind him. The 2 stalkers fell down amidst his astonished expression. You must not be an ordinary fortune teller? Tan Tu Kwong asked. Did Zhang Du Hoa send you? He placed his hand on Tan Tu Kwong's shoulder, replying, correct. My lord, order me to come help the brat stuck in Lanchi village like you. He immediately looked confused. Strange. What reason does she have to help me? The supervisor rummaged through the bodies of the 2 stalkers. I said the same thing. Why be so good to a fellow who refuses to accept help like that? It seems my lord likes you very much. He emphasized, if things are unfavorable for us, it only benefits the Jia Cat gang. Tan Tu Kwong asked worriedly. So the reason they're slow to act is... The supervisor excitedly held up a string of coins. Perhaps they're waiting for us to jump in and dance along. Since the whole world thinks Hung Ung Dak comes from the little sect, they think we will come to save you. Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwong immediately argued. Then helping me, wouldn't that prove the rumors are true? The supervisor sighed. Whether we do it or not, people will still consider you a member of the little sect. Then he threw the 2 corpses into a desolate corner of the wall. My lord thinks that instead of waiting for the Jia Cat gang to act, it's better to save you first and probe the enemy's intentions. He recalled the events of last night. We intend to help you escape, while simultaneously luring them elsewhere. Tun Tri was led to a base deep in the forest. This is not easy at all, because our opponent is the Jia Cat gang. The huge wooden door was kicked open by several guards. Bang! Tun Tri was burning with rage because there wasn't a single soul inside. They will soon understand what we intend to do, the supervisor said calmly. So you surely understand the current situation, right? Let's go. The next words terrified Tan Tu Kwong to the extreme. A massacre will soon sweep through this southern village. Isn't the Jia Cat gang's target my life? Why is everyone being attacked? The supervisor explained firmly. Don't you understand yet? It makes it much easier for them. Rumors that the Jia Cat gang is hunting Hung Ung Dak have spread everywhere. In the Jianghu, relying on news of him, many people have gathered here to watch the commotion. If a massacre happens in the village, who do you think they will blame? Wouldn't they suspect you, kid, or those small sects of taking villagers hostage? Then use that as an excuse to move against us. He suddenly remembered the past. I've seen it plenty. Surely you have too. Tan Tu Kwong worried. But it's hard to believe a prestigious sect like the Jia Cat gang would attack civilians. The supervisor looked bored. I see you don't understand what you're facing. The Jianghu today isn't built on righteousness and justice, but on gain and loss. Those in power only care about what's on the scale. The supervisor hurriedly pointed and said, we don't have much time. I'll be brief. The Jianghu today, he said, even though we fully cooperated with the Jia Cat gang and expressed condolences for Miss Jia Cat Yin's death, we haven't received any news for months. Therefore, it's understandable that alliance members are increasingly resentful of the Jia Cat gang. The supervisor worried that if in this situation, all they do is take Hung Ung Dak's life for revenge, the Jia Cat gang's reputation will fall into the abyss. So to avoid that situation, he wants to suggest they use an appropriate method. Tun Tri bowed apologetically. I thought those small sects organized a raid. Considering they hired bandit gangs instead of acting themselves, I suspect they lack the ability to rescue Hung Ung Dak on their own. Myong gritted his teeth. Or, they have seen through our intentions and are mocking us. Zhangdu Hoa, I guess you won't be caught so easily. Tun Tri asked curiously, what do you intend to do? Myong cleared his throat and replied, regardless of what they want, the Jia Cat gang's reputation is in critical danger. I absolutely cannot become a laughingstock for the world. Then he ordered, prepare to move out. We must go to the southern village. Myong glared ferociously. I will slaughter both the villagers and that Hung Ung document. On the way back to the village, the supervisor was recounting. Once upon a time, people in the Jianghu always followed the spirit of chivalry and justice. He explained seriously, the time when the virtue of sacrificing oneself for righteousness and fighting against evil existed. But decades ago, after the martial arts world was established and one person was revered as the alliance leader, everything gradually changed. The current alliance leader of the Martial Arts General Alliance, Hung Chan Nan, chose to manipulate the ideals and integrity that sects always protected to unify the martial arts world, instead of eliminating those who were different or other sections. On the surface, he seemed to be talking about greater things, but in reality, he made the new world steeped in the ideology of gain and loss. Who gains how much, who loses how much, who is a friend, who is a foe. The martial arts world took this logic as its compass, and gradually, as Hung Chan and desired for the greater good, justice became something easily sacrificed. The supervisor said sternly, those called righteous gentlemen or great sects all became distorted, starting to follow that ideology. The world you knew no longer exists. It remains only in distant stories. Tan Tu Kwong was astonished. So the Jia Cat gang too, are their new moves considered normal in the Jianghu? As long as it brings them benefit. He suddenly wondered, why did the alliance leader of the Martial Arts General Alliance make the world like this? The supervisor spread his hands. How would I know? I can only guess that doing so benefits him. He added, the person you want revenge on, kid, is probably the same. Tan Tu Kwong sank into thought. Recently, I always thought I was fighting against Bok Lai Dung and the evil forces he created. His thoughts spun like a top. But if those words are true, then everything they do is just for their own preferences. Thinking of this, Tan Tu Kwong held his forehead, which was starting to ache. What I need to fight against is the law of the world that justifies every cruel act. The supervisor hurriedly stepped forward to remind him, hey, if you understand, let's go. I just told you, Lan Chi village will turn to ash sooner or later. Tan Tu Kwong pursed his lips in anger. The people who have to sacrifice for this massive law are forever the weak. He then spoke up decisively. I'm not going. This startled the supervisor. What? Tan Tu Kwong said firmly. If the people here are in danger, I have no intention of running away, especially when I'm still standing here. I must bear the responsibility. The supervisor shouted in surprise. What do you mean by that? Bear responsibility? He replied. I will stay here and fight against them. His small figure appeared clear under the sunlight. I want to use my own eyes to witness the distorted world you spoke of. The supervisor was clearly panicked. What? Are you crazy? This isn't something you can just do because you want to. Do you intend to fight the Jia Cat Gang's great army alone? Tan Tu Kwong calmly explained. I never expected to win. I just feel I have to do this. He added, but that doesn't mean I didn't think about what to do while waiting for the Jia Cat Gang. Tan Tu Kwong slightly lowered his head, his eyes flashing with sadness. I don't want it to exist. I told myself that a long time ago. Please help me send my thanks to her. The supervisor resignedly scolded. I've gone through all this trouble for you. He annoyedly scratched his thinning hair. No, I'm starting to understand why that lady likes you so much. If you've made up your mind, I can't do anything more. I can only pray for you, kid, not to die here. Saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving a parting word. Good luck. Infinite sympathy rose in the supervisor's heart. A young man wanting to fight against the whole world. Tan Tu Kwong watched that figure disappear. The road leading to Lan Chi village was always bustling. Rows of identical flags were hung high. A gentle woman instructed her husband, Husband, have a safe trip. The man was waving goodbye to his wife when he suddenly crashed into a group of strangers. The leader had a villainous face, grinning from ear to ear. His name was Jayap Du Boy, a vassal of the Jia Cat Gang, sneering at the man's fear. What is it? Who are you? On the mountainside far from the village, Tun Tri was observing the situation. The front and back gates both have green flags hung, he told Mayan behind him. But Lan Chi village's defenses seem very lax. I can see that too. Mayong annoyedly tapped his paper fan against his palm. Looks like we should start this game, right? The sound of a horn echoed through the village, as if signaling something. Jayap Du Boy immediately recognized it as the signal. Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, he brutally swung his sword, cutting across the man's body. Everyone present witnessed that scene from beginning to end. They screamed in terror. Someone died. The bandits are here, Jayap Du Boy said scornfully. Don't compare us to those weaklings. I am an army. He continued to order his accomplices. Listen up. Better to kill by mistake than to let one escape. Streaks of fresh blood splattered across the small village. The whole town immediately fell into chaos. People pushed each other, trying to find a way to escape. Everyone run. These strange bandits cut down anyone they see. Go to the back gate. But the front was also blocked by the army's men. Jayap Du Boy said calmly. This place is completely surrounded. There is no way to escape. Some people shouted angrily. Why are you treating us like this? There must be some misunderstanding. He replied casually, for the greater good. You will be reported as members of the demonic cult. Jayap Du Boy was about to warn them to stop complaining when suddenly a loud explosion rang out from afar, black smoke billowing up. He was extremely astonished. What? Fire erupted from a small alley, spreading towards them, simultaneously terrifying Jayap Du Boy. What is this? On the other side of the slope, Tun Tri was also bewildered. Impossible. Why is there an explosion in Lan Chi village? Is gunpowder hidden there? Mayong gritted his teeth in fury. Isn't it obvious? The fire of hatred flared in his eyes. The person who could cause this scene, there is only one. Decisive footsteps rang out. Mayong roared amidst the chaotic scene. He wants to fight against the Jia Cat Gang's army. Jayap Du Boy and his men were scared out of their wits. Why is there such a huge commotion? Jayap Du Boy looked up. Following the direction of his hand, sweat began to pour out. On the giant roof, a small figure faintly appeared. Black smoke obscured his upper body, but the shining axe blade was clearly visible. Jayap Du Boy quickly recognized him. The one who killed Miss Jia Cat Yin, staining our gang's reputation. Hung Ung Dak. That cripple Hung Ung Dak. Tan Tu Kwong silently observed the battle below. He silently lamented that even though Hung Ung Dak had declined, too many people still had to die. Some even died with their eyes open. Tan Tu Kwong looked at the innocent bodies lying scattered on the cold ground. Screams, pleas, sounds of pain and fury. This is the chaotic world of today. His hand instinctively tightened around his weapon. Then he used all his strength to shout, "Everyone listen!" All attention shifted upwards. Tan Tu Kwong declared. The gates of Lan Chi village are all surrounded. If you want to live, evacuate from the outer perimeter. I have opened a path there. The villagers heard this and looked at each other in confusion. Who is that? From the outer perimeter? Isn't that where we keep fertilizer? Finally, they gradually understood. So, the explosion just now, what if it's a trap? That place is normally a dead end. They could kill us all at once. Tan Tu Kwong lost patience. Plus time was pressing, so he urged, "There's no time to hesitate. Staying here means certain death." Jayap Du Boy gritted his teeth in anger, momentarily not knowing what to do. All the villagers pricked up their ears to listen. "Go!" And the two words "survive," uttered from Tan Tu Kwong's mouth, completely awakened the survival instinct of all the villagers. They froze for a moment, then began to stir. "Yeah, staying here means waiting for death. No other choice. Must go now. Hurry!" The guard saw the people changing direction and immediately ordered, "Catch them. Don't let a single one escape." Jayap Du Boy swore in frustration. "Bullshit." Veins popped out on his face. Just a brat from the demonic cult. Some people in the crowd suddenly shouted in joy, "Look, the wall ahead has a huge hole." That guy was right. The outer wall was blown up. Just as they were immersed in the joy of "we're alive," they suddenly discovered the enemy running from afar. "Don't let them escape." Most of the villagers couldn't help but panic. The guard swung his sword intending to kill, when suddenly a small dagger flew in whistling. The guard was hit right in the throat, screamed miserably, and fell off his horse. It turned out to be the supervisor's men waiting there. "This way. Folks, hurry up." A bright smile unwittingly bloomed on the corner of his mouth. Tan Tu Kwong was always busy doing something before the Jia Cat gang arrived, so this was what he prepared. That brat saw through Lan Chi village as well. We are using his wisdom to evacuate the villagers. Tun Tri was equally worried. The villagers were fleeing. He turned to suggest to Myong, "Big brother, I'll go catch them back." Too late. But like this, our plan will... Myong looked extremely angry. Too many people witnessed the explosion just now. Moreover, he appeared on the roof. Besides our allies, there were countless civilians watching nearby. The two sides began to argue. We don't need to care about the nonsense of those commoners. But who knows if someone is secretly watching? Myong calculated. If we chase those people instead of that cripple Hung Ung Dak, we ourselves will become the suspects. When the Jia Cat gang's actions are exposed to the world, the losses incurred will outweigh the benefits. His mind was in turmoil. That cripple Hung Ung Dak, you have humiliated us many times, yet you pretend not to be the killer, cruelly murdering Jia Cat Yin and the others. Has that awakened some new compassion in you? Myong clasped his hands behind his back, his expression decisive. "I don't know why you're doing this, but I won't let you escape." He hesitated no longer, ordering, "From now on, activate the prepared formation." Thick black smoke covered the entire back mountain. Tan Tu Kwong's hoarse voice rang out. "Do you hear that sound?" Jayap Du Boy gritted his teeth. The Jia Cat gang won't chase the villagers anymore, but that means the army is targeting you, and only you. If you stand still obediently, you might live a little longer. Tan Tu Kwong turned his head slightly, hearing him say, "But helping villagers escape, that's really not your style." He replied with a determined voice, "When Jia Cat Yin first sought me out, I thought there was a misunderstanding. Surely the martial arts world gave her false information." Tan Tu Kwong emphasized, "When you, who claimed to be her uncle, blocked my way, I understood what could happen. Because Jia Cat Yan's death is rumored to be caused by me." He looked down, but the people here are being slaughtered so ruthlessly. Killing intent erupted from Tan Tu Kwong. How depraved has the Jia Cat gang become? Hearing this, Jayap Du Boy flew into a rage. "What? You struck first. A murderer who killed Lady Jia Cat Yin dares to lecture us?" Tan Tu Kwong coldly defended himself. "I didn't do it. Even if I did, there is no reason for these innocent people to suffer such a massacre." He spoke bluntly. "You are lying. The demon sect stands behind you. Lady Jia Cat Yin died due to the demon sect's plot. This is a war between the demon sect and the Jia Cat gang." The next word surprised Tan Tu Kwong slightly. "In war, unexpected casualties are unavoidable. Is that so?" Jayap Du Boy laughed cruelly. "That's right. The demon sect seems to want to wash their hands of you, but we won't let that happen. If they don't show up, we will fabricate one." He spread his arms wide. "You must die here, serving as a stepping stone for us to eradicate a more evil force." Tan Tu Kwong shouted in anger. Deceiving yourself cannot erase your sins. His eyebrows almost twisted together. We are just soldiers following orders. Why you care about them? You've never met them anyway. Hatred rose within Tan Tu Kwong. He glared back. I used to be like them. Jayap Du Boy was confused by his words. Then you were just a pawn too. I understand. A terrifying pressure radiated from behind Tan Tu Kwong. Then, killing a pawn isn't a sin either. Jayap Du Boy suddenly snapped his fingers. Snap! Too late. Countless allies lying in wait immediately rushed forward, aiming straight for Tan Tu Kwong. D. He calmly observed first, then softly chanted 3 words, Lonely Moon Skill, with just 1/4 moon slash. He successfully broke the encirclement. Enemy blood splattered in front of Jayap Du Boy. Tan Tu Kwong was like a demon, cutting through the chaos, his eyes flashing, anger evident on his face. Jayap Du Boy tried to block with his sword, but was entangled by the chain on Tan Tu Kwong's weapon, which tightened more and more. He quickly unleashed the shattering peak fist, taking advantage of Jayap Du Boy losing his balance, using the dragon-killing bind to knock him down. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, his voice trembling, truly a demon-sect weapon. But Jayap Du Boy, though a spent force, remained stubborn. It's done. Rows of flags were raised, fluttering in the wind. The Jia Cat Gang's 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation. An illusion of a giant yin-yang circle appeared in the sky. Jayap Du Boy said arrogantly, even if you kill me, it's useless. You're completely trapped. This is a maze, impossible to escape. Naturally, Tan Tu Kwong didn't let him finish. He lifted that weak body up with force, speaking clearly, I am not trapped in the formation. Tan Tu Kwong stated firmly, it is you who are trapped in my formation. He coldly confirmed, since I received an invitation, I'm just responding out of politeness. Jayap Du Boy's face turned pale from suffocation. Get ready. Tan Tu Kwong let go. Jia Cat Gang. Jayap Du Boy fell from a height of several hundred meters. Tan Tu Kwong slowly turned around, his purple pupils suddenly widening, looking towards the aura of the Jia Cat Gang on the mountain, where Myong was waiting. Fire engulfed the stronghold, screams of people echoing from within. Over here, it will be quick. Soldiers formed a circle, looking around. Where is he? Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwong jumped down from the roof, causing a series of noises. The guards immediately shouted to their cohorts. It's the cripple Hong Ung Dak. The first enemy was quickly taken down. The remaining 2 witnessed that scene, couldn't help but be terrified, and cursed. Damn it. Blood splattered onto the bearded man's face, temporarily blinding him. Tan Tu Kwong took the opportunity to cut down the one next to him. When he opened his eyes, he only saw a sharp scythe appearing before him. A heavy collision sound rang out, accompanied by viscous bodily fluids spraying out. The fire was still burning. Around the stronghold, the Jia Cat Gang horde continued their search. He couldn't have gone far. Hurry and find him. Tan Tu Kwong hid in a small alley, seemingly calculating something. He silently observed the villains, assessing the situation. I'm hiding in the smoke, but the pursuers are countless. The heat makes sweat pour out endlessly, soaking my clothes. The enemy is a well-trained army. I must break their formation to win. Without hesitation, Tan Tu Kwong cautiously approached. No matter how perfect a formation is, it surely has a weakness because it is man-made. That guard had no idea he was about to be sent to hell. Tan Tu Kwong covered his mouth, preventing him from struggling and alerting his cohorts, then cut his throat with the scythe. A clean long cut, the guard died on the spot. Tan Tu Kwong threw his corpse into the fire to destroy the evidence. Continue attacking. I must eliminate them one by one first. And find out. His train of thought was abruptly cut off by the sound of metal clashing. A soldier had been taken down. Tan Tu Kwong startled, realizing someone was running from the left. He nimbly slashed forward, but naturally alerted other enemies. They called out to each other to chase in that direction. At this moment, hanging by a thread, Tan Tu Kwong suddenly heard a sound like whistling. Only then did he realize, so this is how they find my location. On the other side of the mountain slope, Myong was deep in thought. The 9 palaces, 8 trigrams formation searches for the enemy to lead them into an endless loop of fear. The formation is created based on the enemy's actions, like a self-transforming maze. The 8 gates of this formation are not in fixed positions. Through continuously deploying forces according to each of the enemy's actions, the 8 gates will naturally form and continue to spawn elsewhere to divide, assault, and surround. Like two fish swimming in a circle, the complex gears of the formation mean that once a part stops working, the problem is easily detected. Tan Tu Kwong struggled to run. The formation master can use this to track the enemy's traces. In front of him, a large gate slowly opened, pushing the enemy to the place of greatest power, the Jia Cat Death Gate, to crush them completely. Myong retracted his paper fan. No matter which direction he takes, it only leads to death. Tan Tu Kwong spotted a soldier attempting to attack from behind and immediately used the iron chain to block. Weapons clashed, making a piercing sound, sparks flying everywhere. Tan Tu Kwong swung with force, causing the guard to stumble, then stabbed the scythe into his lower body, destroying most of his internal organs. That soldier fell down. Around him, corpses lay scattered. The hot environment combined with lack of oxygen made Tan Tu Kwong gradually tired. I feel like I'm being tricked like an animal. He gritted his teeth. If I keep moving like this, I'll fall right into their hands. But unable to escape the formation, I must find a way to break the 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation. Suddenly, Gong Sin's voice rang in Tan Tu Kwong's ears. When facing the Jia Cat gang, the only way to survive is to remember the swimming trajectory of those 2 fish. He recalled the past. The Life Gate is the 4th city, and the Death Gate is in the dark. Seeing white flags scattered on the ground, Tan Tu Kwong suddenly shuddered. In the sky, thousands of arrows were shooting towards him. Tan Tu Kwong was terrified to the extreme as he couldn't run in time. Rows of arrows rushed in, beginning the attack. Tan Tu Kwong was forced to use enemy corpses as shields. But the number of arrows truly exceeded imagination, causing his strength to fade. On the other side, Tun Tri was reporting. He has passed 2 gates. Now he is at the upper gate. We must order fire arrows to be shot immediately. Myong coldly replied. The killer isn't dead yet. He is definitely still alive. He emphasized the need to lure him to the Black Family Gate. Tan Tu Kwong moved through the thick smoke, with swarms of arrows chasing behind him. He discovered something unusual ahead. It turned out to be an ambushing soldier, swinging a sword, but failing. Tan Tu Kwong immediately cut him down. The smell of blood was overpowering. Myong frowned. After reaching the Black Family Gate, lead him to the Death Gate. Tan Tu Kwong was rummaging in his pocket, suddenly spotting a figure ahead. He pulled out a few small poison-tipped darts. Waiting until the enemy caught up, Tan Tu Kwong calmly threw them onto the ground. Beside the outer wall, a fire burned fiercely. There was nothing left. When he enters the Death Gate, 2 men silently observed. Tun Tri was excited upon hearing the report. The Death Gate is complete. Hearing this, the corners of my Ong's mouth lifted into a triumphant smile. His life ends here. In the hearts of the guards, there was only one order. We must lead him to the Death Gate. They secretly communicated. Okay, surround and attack simultaneously. But suddenly, something frightened this squad of soldiers. In the center of the encirclement where they thought Tan Tu Kwong was trapped, there was not a single soul. A few soldiers were bewildered. The soldiers looked at each other in astonishment. Not here. A massive fire in Lan Chi village. At this moment, those who wanted to kill Tan Tu Kwong were ceaselessly searching for him. Did that bastard disappear? Is he not at the Death Gate? On a certain cliff, 2 men were observing the scene of Lan Chi village. Myong stood beside Tun Tri. Listening to his subordinate's report, he shouted in shock. He's not at the Death Gate? How is that possible? With so many people surrounding him, how could he escape? As for Myong, after hearing the report, he frowned in thought. There have been some martial arts masters with profound internal energy who relied on amazing strength to escape the formation. But there has never been a case of disappearing like this. How could he do it? Suddenly, his face darkened. A lightning bolt seemed to explode at the back of his neck. He seemed to have realized something. He opened his mouth, but couldn't speak a complete sentence. Could it be? Then he looked down at Lan Chi village below, gritting his teeth. No, impossible. A lowly demon sect brat, not a member of the Jia Cat gang. How could he know that a life gate exists within the 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation? At this moment, in a small corner of the raging fire, Tan Tu Kwong was hiding and thinking. I understand. He had found his answer through deduction. The Life Gate is inside the Death Gate. The Death Gate is inside the Black Gate. I finally understand what that means. Now, he is in the Life Gate. An image appeared in Tan Tu Kwong's mind. In those light and dark areas where the Jia Cat Gang subordinate stood, that was the Death Gate. And within it, the blind spot of the formation, meaning the life gate inside the death gate was exactly where he was hiding. If he kept hiding, he wouldn't be able to escape. Beads of sweat covered Tan Tu Kwang's face. He had to find a way out of this formation. Tan Tu Kwang recalled Gong Sin's reminder in the cave that day. When you face the Jia Cat gang, the only way to survive is to remember the swimming trajectory of the two fish. Tan Tu Kwang thought of the image of black and white fish swimming in a circle. The fish's trajectory metaphorically represents the cycle of yin and yang. Therefore, the formation trapping him must also rotate in a cycle. After thinking, Tan Tu Kwang looked out at the Jia Cat gang men who were searching ceaselessly, thinking to himself, but they have lost track of me. They can't focus. If that's the case, Tan Tu Kwang silently made a decision. A Jia Cat gang subordinate cursed. Damn it, the fire is getting bigger. The companion next to him heard this and asked, do they want us to find him in this situation? Right now at the Peace Gate, two subordinates were talking. The higher-ups know nothing about the situation down here. The other replied, yeah, I agree with you. The subordinate with a white cloth wrapped around his head looked at the person next to him and said, they say that cripple Hung Ung Dak is at the death gate, but do you think that makes sense? Maybe he died somewhere already. So why do we have to waste time like this? The subordinate heard his companion and replied, yeah, I get it, right? At this moment, the two subordinates were walking forward, not noticing the sharp iron shards scattered on the ground. His foot stepped on the shards, and he cried out, ah! Then he hurriedly lifted his foot. The companion next to him saw the commotion and turned to ask, what's wrong? He replied, ah, something stabbed my foot. Before he could finish his sentence, his face darkened. At that moment, a large amount of white substance gushed from his mouth. He coughed once and collapsed to the ground, the sword in his hand slipping away. Seeing this, his companion panicked and shouted, hey, what's wrong with you? Get up quickly. A moment later, he seemed to realize something was wrong, his body stiffening. A few seconds later, he placed his hand on the fallen companion's shoulder, looking closely at his face. From the neck up to the face, veins of blood were gradually appearing. His eyes now showed only whites, and he was foaming at the mouth. He stammered, Is this poisoning? Then he looked in another direction and shouted, it's him. Saying that, he took out a small whistle, preparing to blow it to signal everyone that the cripple Hung Ung Dak was here. In the smoke-filled space, the whistle sounded. Myong and Tun Tri were watching from above. Hearing the whistle, Tun Tri spoke up. A signal? At the Peace Gate? Why is he there? He immediately looked toward the camp, ordering his subordinate, go arrange the formation around the Peace Gate again. The subordinate accepted the order. Yes. Tun Tri gave him a few more instructions. A long while later, the subordinate turned and hurriedly left. Myong remained silent, lost in thought. The Peace Gate. His face gradually became gloomy, his pupils narrowing. Strange. Did he not enter the life gate? At the closed gate, a subordinate received orders from superiors and announced, the enemy is at the Peace Gate. Everyone move immediately. We are rearranging the formation. Two subordinates guarding the perimeter heard the order, looking at the companion ahead in confusion, muttering, Peace Gate? Wasn't that guy just at the death gate? How'd he get here so fast? The companion behind wiped sweat and replied, he must have hidden in the smoke. He's not an ordinary person. Just then, a rope tripped their feet. The companion, wiping sweat, suddenly cried out, ah, as if something struck his neck hard. The companion in front heard the sound, turned back in confusion, and asked, what is it? What happened? The one behind touched his neck and replied, something pricked my neck. Immediately after, cough. He rolled his eyes back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The companion in front saw this and panicked. Hey! With a thud, the other person fell to the ground. The one in front looked at him, then around, shouting, It's him. Where did he come from? Didn't they say he was at the Peace Gate? As soon as he finished speaking, he put a whistle to his mouth. Then, the shrill whistle sounded in the firelight. At the Black Gate, two subordinates heard the whistle and immediately said, signal at the closed gate? What's going on? He couldn't have moved from the Peace Gate to the closed gate. Just then, Tan Tu Kwang approached the ponytailed subordinate at the Black Gate from behind with a weapon. The guy sensed something and turned his head. Immediately, a slash came down in front of his face. The ear-piercing whistle sounded again. Tun Tri froze upon seeing this. Here too, Myong immediately turned pale, trembling with anger. The entire Lon Chi village was submerged in a sea of fire, black smoke billowing. In the smoke-filled village, whistles sounded continuously, ceaselessly. Tun Tri put his hands on his hips and said, this is the Peace Gate. At this moment, the subordinates were just soulless corpses. The closed gate, too. The black gate too. Bodies lay scattered everywhere. The upper gate as well. All had lost signs of life. Tun Tri observed for a while, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He roared, can he control clones or something? How can he be everywhere? Myong was so angry that veins popped out on his face, replying, it's a trap. He set traps everywhere while fleeing. The other man heard him say this, sweating cold sweat in fear, and fell silent. Myong said, even while being hunted, he can still use his brain. But struggling at death's door is useless. Out of 100 soldiers, fewer than 20 have died. He immediately ordered, don't hesitate, spread out, rearrange the formation. Those petty traps won't save him. Where's the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams map? On another side, Tan Tu Kwong was hiding. Although his face was drenched in sweat, he observed silently. Tan Tu Kwong saw a small opening behind the enemy. Tan Tu Kwong circled behind a Jia Cat Gang subordinate hunting him, causing him to get poisoned. The man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Ugh. Tan Tu Kwong looked at him. This meant that Tan Tu Kwong could avoid the flow of the formation, use the traps he had set to cause chaos, and use this time to reverse his tracks at the life gate. This choice was correct. Tan Tu Kwong turned in a certain direction, thinking to himself, if I move like this, then he rushed in that direction. He would be able to escape the magic array. In the flickering firelight, a voice shouted, Hung Ung Dak has appeared. Over there, Tan Tu Kwong, holding a sharp weapon, rushed up and slashed hard at the back of a Jia Cat Gang subordinate. Then he used his strength to throw that person backward. Ugh. Next, he rushed toward the person in front, delivering another knife strike. In the thick smoke, Tan Tu Kwong's sweat fell ceaselessly. Another subordinate was beaten until he vomited blood and fell. He looked at Tan Tu Kwong, shouting. Before he could finish, an iron chain flew over, whipping hard against his neck and head, making him scream in pain. After a bout of fighting, Tan Tu Kwong also began to tire, gasping for breath. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. A huge wall appeared, revealing the mountains outside. Tan Tu Kwong looked outside. Although he didn't truly smile, his eyes shone with the joy of escaping death. He thought, just need to get there. However, in less than a few seconds, his face darkened. A figure appeared. The person said, looks like you've escaped the formation. Tan Tu Kwong tightened his grip on his weapon. The backlit silhouette continued. Thanks to you, I didn't have to go looking. Tan Tu Kwong couldn't see his face clearly, thinking, who is this guy? Then, he took a deep breath, stood up straight, and asked, who are you? The man pursed his lips tightly, looking extremely angry, his whole body radiating murderous intent, and replied, Bok Lai Quan. Tan Tu Kwong heard this, and his expression darkened. He looked at Tan Tu Kwong and said, I came to avenge Jia Cat Yen. You hung on document. On the city wall of the Jiangxi Martial Arts General Alliance, an old hand was constantly repeating the motion of grinding herbs, the sound echoing through the room. I am Bok Lai Dung. I'm coming in. Outside the door, Bok Lai Dung was walking into the room. A person wearing a red cloak with his back to him, gray hair, slightly long and messy, was sitting at a table absorbed in doing something. Even though Bok Lai Dung had entered, the person showed no reaction, still engrossed in the work. Bok Lai Dung saw this and asked, What are you doing, sir? The person didn't turn his head, replying coldly, I am refining the Purple Heaven pill. Bok Lai Dung heard this and asked with some disbelief, Is it the Purple Heaven pill? That is the Wudong elixir, known as one of the top-grade pills that can increase internal energy. Aren't you worried about refining it so openly? The old man heard this and replied, The Purple Heaven pill is nothing special, just need to knead and refine it, nothing to worry about. Then, as if remembering something, he said, All right, I heard you're doing something very interesting. You sent the Jia Cat Gang to Yunnan for a whole month, just to eliminate a demon sect member? Bok Lai Dung heard this and replied, I didn't give the order. Because he killed the eldest daughter of the Jia Cat Gang leader, they just wanted to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The old man asked, But why do they have to wait a whole month? Bok Lai Dung picked up a teacup, replying while speaking, That demon sect member is named Hung Ung Document. We received a secret report that he is an important member of the demon sect. The Jia Cat Gang seems to want to use him as bait to attack the demon sect. The person heard this and said, So you leaked this rumor to them? Bok Lai Dung heard this, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curling into an arc, as if smiling but not answering. The person's voice began to sound a bit angry. Kid, how could the Jia Cat Gang do this alone? It was you who set the trap. It seems the Jia Cat Gang is about to suffer unnecessarily. The demon sect won't fall for the trap. Bak Lai Dung heard this, drinking tea while replying, who could have predicted it? Given Zhang Du Ho's errata personality, I thought they would come to save him, so I found it worth a try. The old man replied, Humph, so you're very clear about your stance, right? Bak Lai Dung heard this, remained silent for a while, then said, but it seems things didn't go as planned. I forced the Jia Cat Gang. I couldn't keep them there forever. To prepare for this time, they surely exaggerated things to save face. So they will find another excuse to attack the demon sect. The person continued grinding medicinal herbs, saying, I'm not worried about that. The more excuses we have to attack the demon sect, the better. But the old man suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. You must separate public and private matters. I can see your personal feelings in your actions toward the demon sect. Bak Lai Dung immediately denied it. Nonsense. Before he could finish, the person said, the invincible holy sword. Do you think you can deceive me? The old man finally revealed his face, an old face with a long white beard, eyes like lightning, looking straight at him. He was none other than the alliance leader of the Martial Arts General Alliance, Hung Chan-nan. The old man's eyes emitted a massive force. That force constantly pressed toward Bak Lai Dung, making him shout, Alliance leader. However, the force didn't stop, but radiated even more strongly, touching Bak Lai Dung. Bak Lai Dung felt the force tearing at his body, only able to grit his teeth and endure, sweat gradually seeping out. At this moment, Hung Chan-nan finally spoke. Sigh, I only said that because I was worried. Then, he withdrew his power, smiling and saying, resolve your private matters well yourself. Aren't you very clever in these matters? Then he opened his eyes to look at Bak Lai Dung and said, we'll talk next time. It seems you have work to do. Bak Lai Dung heard this, frowned, then sighed. A loud scream echoed from the corridor, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Sect Master, Sect Master. Then, a figure appeared outside the door. The subordinate shouted, forgive me, Sect Master. I have urgent matters to report. Speaking halfway, he stopped. Bak Lai Dung saw this, so he looked at him and said, don't worry, speak. The subordinate looked anxious, sweating profusely, and replied, I received news from Bak Lai Quan and Hui Chao. He has, the subordinate spoke halfway, then fell silent for a few seconds. Bak Lai Dung's expression changed slightly at this moment. Then he said, gone to Yunnan. In the flickering firelight, Bak Lai Quan was currently marching towards Tan Tu Quang with murderous intent. His figure, illuminated by the firelight, looked even more terrifying. Tan Tu Quang stood opposite him, sweating profusely as he looked at him, muttering. Tin Long. Tan Tu Quang looked straight at him. Tin Long is one of the 3 divine dragons and 4 great birds, just like Dung Fuang. Why is he here? Bak Lai Quan saw him looking at himself like that. So he said, you seem not to know why I am here, do you? You thought only her gang came to seek revenge? Bak Lai Quan grit his teeth in anger. Jia Cat Yin, whom you cruelly murdered, was the person I loved. Yin insisted on handling the matter in Yunnan herself, hoping to prove our relationship to her gang so they would no longer oppose us being together. Bak Lai Quan recalled that day. He hugged Jia Cat Yin and said, I hope so too. Then he said, so I gave her my blessing and sent her off. But she became a prisoner in a faraway place, a distant place from which she could never return. Bak Lai Quan had witnessed her corpse with his own eyes back then, his eyes becoming empty. The one who suggested this mission to her was me. At this moment, his bleeding hand kept clenching, trembling ceaselessly. If I hadn't sent her, she wouldn't have ended up like that. The more I think about it, the more I cannot forgive myself. So I once wanted to follow Jia Cat Yin. Bak Lai Quan had once sat in his room, holding a sword to his neck. But he stopped for a few seconds, thinking to himself, if I just go like this, who will wash away this grudge for Jia Cat Yin? Truly pitiful, isn't it? Returning to the present, Bak Lai Quan's bleeding hand loosened. Thinking that I can take revenge with my own hands, I should thank you in the heavens. Tan Tu Quang heard Bak Lai Quan recounting his story, looked at him, and said, you may not believe it, but I still have to say it. I did not kill Jia Cat Yin of the Jia Cat Gang. Before he could finish his sentence, Bak Lai Quan had already rushed towards him. At this moment, Tan Tu Quang reacted, a look of surprise revealing in his eyes. Boom! A loud explosion, a huge cloud of dust rose up, with a few sparks mixed in the dust. A few drops of blood fell to the ground, forming a small pool of blood. Tantu Kwong was knocked back at this moment, propping up his body to look at Bok Lai Kwan. He is too fast. Bok Lai Kwan's eyes, full of hatred, were clearly visible, looking at him. Don't joke with me. Is your death not enough to satisfy your evil thoughts? Blood streaks appeared in his eyes, gritting every word. If you think those nonsense words can extinguish my anger, then you are mistaken. Tantu Kwong heard this and did not rush to answer. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Bok Lai Kwan, thinking to himself, the killing intent is so strong. He is completely sunk into the desire for blood. He propped his body up to stand. This guy can no longer be reasoned with. In front of him, Bok Lai Kwan was approaching step by step. He thought to himself, the Jia Cat gang will soon know I have escaped the formation. The longer I stay here, the worse things will get. Tantu Kwong suppressed the intense pain, clenching his teeth tightly. I must resolve this quickly. It seems there is no other way. Tantu Kwong swung his weapon, and two long, thin silver needles appeared from his fingertips. He shouted, 12 wind-blocking needles. At the same time, Bok Lai Kwan was also rushing towards him at high speed. Tantu Kwong crossed his hands, blocking the attack to his face. Bok Lai Kwan's palm emitted light at this moment, gradually striking towards him. In diamond soul-burying palm. A powerful light exploded, knocking Tantu Kwong far away. Boom, boom. Amidst the smoke and fire, his entire body slammed heavily into the opposite wall. Bok Lai Kwan. A large area of spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the entire wall. After this blow, Tantu Kwong's body was shattered. He propped up his body, slowly standing up. Bok Lai Kwan's voice rang out. Stand up, I have only just begun. Tantu Kwong gasped for breath, his eyes looking towards him. Bok Lai Kwan was blazing with anger at this moment, aggressively advancing towards him. The pain that Jia Cat Yin had to suffer. Bok Lai Kwan's eyes were bloodshot, looking at Tantu Kwong. I will let you taste it bit by bit. At this moment, Bok Lai Kwan seemed to sense something and asked, what is wrong with you? Why is it like this? Even counting the time you were lost in the formation, your ability cannot be just this much. If you only have this little skill, how could Jia Cat Yin lose? Tantu Kwong heard this and said, that is why I told you. I did not kill Jia Cat Yin. You say she was your lover. Do you not care how she died? Bok Lai Kwan heard this and gritted his teeth in anger. You dare? Then, Bok Lai Kwan rushed towards Tantu Kwong and shouted, good, I will tear that filthy mouth of yours apart first. As Bok Lai Kwan rushed over, Tantu Kwong had already tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand. Then, Tantu Kwong counterattacked Bok Lai Kwan, a blade brushing past Bok Lai Kwan's face, cutting off a lock of his hair. You used the provocation method for this? Bok Lai Kwan was surprised, his pupils contracting. Just needed you to lure me half a step closer. Then, Bok Lai Kwan struck a palm into Tantu Kwong's abdomen. He was once again knocked flying hundreds of meters away, falling into the raging fire. Smoke and dust billowed. Bok Lai Kwan looked towards Tantu Kwong. Those despicable tricks, that must be how you killed Jia Cat Yin. At this moment, he realized his right arm had been tightly wrapped by the iron chain on Tantu Kwong's weapon. Since when, the chain suddenly went taut. Seeing this, Bok Lai Kwan looked in the direction of the chain. Then, he exhaled a breath. Seeing Tantu Kwong standing firmly, Bok Lai Kwan said, come, let me see what ability you have. Hearing this, Tantu Kwong suddenly pulled hard on his chain, his expression also changing. Bok Lai Kwan's arm was suddenly pulled hard, startling him, but then he did not resist at all. Suddenly, Tantu Kwong shouted, 12 flying needles. 2 flying needles shot towards Bok Lai Kwan. At this moment, the 2 flying needles flew over, only more than 10 meters away from Bok Lai Kwan. Tantu Kwong fired the 2 flying needles, praying in his heart. This time, however, the sword at Bok Lai Kwan's waist suddenly flashed a ray of light. Tantu Kwong was so shocked that his pupils contracted. Heavenly sword killing style. Raging fire 100 birds ascension. Bok Lai Kwan drew a flaming sword, slashing down smoothly and powerfully. The flying needles also shattered because of this. The chain wrapped around Bok Lai Kwan's body was also cut, crumbling and falling down. I will break every one of you petty tricks. Tantu Kwong heard this, feeling a bit of fear towards Bok Lai Kwan. then show you what true strength is. Bak Lai Quan looked extremely terrifying at this moment. Saying that, Bak Lai Quan jumped down from above, swinging his sword to slash at Tan Tu Kwang. He was always alert to his surroundings. Sensing the killing intent at this moment, he immediately looked behind. Then, he hurriedly raised the weapon in his hand. Bak Lai Quan's sword slashed down, colliding with Tan Tu Kwang's weapon, creating a force of friction. His arm was trembling incessantly at this moment. Even though he blocked that blow, his hand felt like it wanted to break. At this moment, the image of Bak Lai Quan in Tan Tu Kwang's eyes had become incredibly powerful. Just as he thought, he and him were not on the same level at all. Suddenly, the front became empty. Tan Tu Kwang retracted his weapon and retreated. Tan Tu Kwang thought to himself, I don't have any chance to attack. I must find a way to escape. Suddenly, at this moment, Bak Lai Quan appeared behind him. He said, where do you want to go? Tan Tu Kwang heard the voice behind him, startled in terror, then immediately swung his weapon backward. Tan Tu Kwang's weapon was knocked out his hand by Bak Lai Quan using his sword. The weapon just flew behind Bak Lai Quan. At this moment, Bak Lai Quan's face was extremely gloomy, while Tan Tu Kwang stared at Bak Lai Quan. Then Bak Lai Quan immediately attacked him. It is over. Tan Tu Kwang knew his opportunity had come. Now, he used a wind finger move to strike at Bak Lai Quan's face, shouting, Separation Arrow. Bak Lai Quan hurriedly dodged this sudden attack, but was still hit in the shoulder. Tan Tu Kwang suffered a cut from his shoulder blade to his abdomen, fresh blood spraying out. A few drops of blood dripped onto the ground. He gasped for breath, his whole body exhausted, his eyes still looking in the direction he had just attacked, confirming if it hit the target. Even Tin Long must be injured. His body staggered, completely unable to stand firm. Suddenly, Bak Lai Quan's voice rang out, making Tan Tu Kwang startle. So you were still hiding a trick. Bak Lai Quan's shoulder was torn open by the attack, revealing burnt skin. He said, in the moment you used that move, I felt your energy suddenly increase. Tan Tu Kwang looked at the unscathed Bak Lai Quan, doubting, did I not cause any damage? Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwang's entire body was in intense pain. Ugh, countless blue veins and blood streaks appeared all over his body. This is Tan Tu Kwang recalled his painful symptoms from back then. Why are the symptoms recurring at this time? His hands trembled, his whole body breaking out in a cold sweat. Bak Lai Quan looked at him and said, if hiding your true strength is part of your conspiracy, then you are too arrogant. Do you think I, Tin Long, would lose to that puny power of yours? Bak Lai Quan spoke up. Come, now it is time to play for real. Hung Ung document. Tan Tu Kwang heard this, gritting his teeth tightly, suppressing the intense pain as he looked at him. Yunan. Bak Lai Dung looked at his subordinate with a serious expression and asked, what do you mean, Yunan? Then he roared, I had him confined at home. I blocked all information that could reach him. How'd he know? The subordinate hurriedly rummaged in his chest. Rustle, rustle. Then the subordinate took out a piece of paper to report. They said this was left in the eldest disciple's bedroom. Then we received dozens of reports about seeing the eldest disciple in Yunnan. Bak Lai Dung held the paper in his hand, pondering. A letter without any explanation? But Quan must have hallucinated in his despair. Who would do this? Thinking of this, he angrily crumpled the paper in his hand. Then he asked, where did the source on this paper come from? The subordinate replied, we cannot find it. Hearing this, he immediately turned to leave. I will go to Yunnan immediately. The subordinate found it strange and called out, but sect master, the eldest disciple is Tin Long, considered a pillar of the 3 divine dragons and 4 great birds. Even though Dung Fuang is lost, I don't think you will lose to Hung Ung document hearing this. He roared loudly. I am not afraid of that kid. If that woman knows my adopted son is there. His expression was extremely anxious, his brows furrowed tightly. She will definitely appear. In the wind, 2 strips of yellow silk gently fluttered. On the hill, the woman with the intention of overthrowing everything I have built. Zhang Du Hoa stood by the cliff, quietly observing the scene of Lanchi village. At this moment, her gaze remained rippleless, as if she were just observing something. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her. Luckily, I didn't arrive late. That person asked, you are here? She just glanced silently, then asked, who are you? Maxi Vu stood against the light at this moment, smiling and replying, oh, no need to be on guard. From now on, The old man laughed strangely, saying, "Just consider me the one who called Bok Lai Kwan here." Zhang Duhoa heard this, turned to look at Maxi Vu, and asked, "You called Bok Lai Kwan here? What do you mean?" The old man heard this and said, "As I just said, it was I who told him that the killer of Dung Fuang is in Lanchi village. Compared to using Hung Ung Dak as a small bait, lady of beauty and talent, don't you have a more preferable bait?" Hearing this, she just stared in the direction of the voice without answering. Then she shouted angrily, "State your name. I don't like talking to those who hide their heads and show their tails." The old man replied, "My name is Maxi Vu, currently holding the position of advisor in the Martial Arts General Alliance." Hearing this, Zhang Du Hoa's aura became even gloomier as she replied, "Advisor Max Sivu? Never heard of him." The old man replied calmly, "Naturally, if you knew my name, it would mean I had made a mistake. That position is just for show." Then, he said, "I act as an errand boy, dirtying my hands for the sect master of the Green Dragon Long Sword Sect, General Bok Lai Dong." Hearing this, she looked at him in astonishment. Then, Zhang Du Hoa flew into a rage, roaring, "Then I should trust you even less. You dare mention that name in front of me? You dare to insult me?" Seeing her react so violently, the old man hurriedly waved his hands to stop Zhang Du Hoa. Let me finish. Just because I work under him doesn't mean I'm on his side. My goal is different from Sect Master Bok Lai Dong's. To prove that, I already let his adopted son run to Lanchi village. See? She replied, "He is someone who dares to betray his brothers for success. An adopted son means nothing to him." Hearing this, Max Sivu said to Zhang Du Hoa, "Bok Lai Kwan has inherited the legacy of General Bok Lai Dong and has mastered the 6 forms of the heavenly sword killing style. People say he poured his heart into grooming this eldest disciple." At this moment, in a forest, a figure was moving, leaving only after images. If he sacrifices such a person, would he come here? He absolutely will not let the Jia Cat gang steal this glory. The afterimage in the forest also disappeared, but the sect master is currently in Jiangxi province. The demon sect's intelligence must already know this. Zhang Duhoa looked at him and said, "When a person wanders outside for too long, they start doubting small things like why leaves fall. I don't know who you are. I don't trust you." Max Sivu, hearing that Zhang Duhoa still didn't believe him, said, "So you want to fail in front of him again? Such a perfect opportunity?" Hearing this, she replied calmly, "Perhaps." Max Sivu heard this and pretended, "Oh my, if rumors spread, I'll have a hard time keeping my head." Zhang Duhoa heard this and looked at him silently for a few seconds. Then she asked him, "So let me ask you, why did you betray Bok Lai Dong? What is the benefit in doing so?" Hearing this, the old man, as if receiving a signal, replied, "Benefit? I received it." He pondered for a few seconds, then acted mysterious. "Hee." Max Sivu replied with a strange expression, "Tan Tu Kwang." Hearing this, she looked at him with even more confusion. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. "Fine, I'll tell you, though it will take some time. The life that I have lived." At this moment, the fire was burning more intensely. A sword and a sickle clashed. Boom! A ring of light enveloped the two inside. Suddenly, Bok Lai Kwan seemed to sense something. At this moment, Tan Tu Kwang rushed forward again, his eyes extremely determined, his face drenched in sweat, looking exhausted. "The meridians in my body are screaming. My body feels like it's being torn into 1,000 pieces. But in pain, I can do it." Tan Tu Kwang looked at Bok Lai Kwan, caught up with this guy. His eyes were fierce. The current scene, one side was gradually being pushed back. Bok Lai Kwan realized at this moment that he was being forced back by the person in front of him. Seeing this, he immediately slashed his sword towards Tan Tu Kwang, a stream of sword energy forcing him to hastily retreat. The two created a moderate distance between them. Tan Tu Kwang looked at Bok Lai Kwan, his whole body exhausted. Bok Lai Kwan had also consumed a lot of energy by now. Looking at him, he panted and said, I understand what you are doing. Is it a forbidden technique to boost energy? I didn't expect to witness the blood art berserk here with my own eyes." Hearing this, his head was full of question marks. Blood art berserk? What was he talking about? Bok Lai Kwan ignored his confused expression and continued, unscrupulous for gain, even at the cost of one's life. "You would go this far for this battle?" He stood in the raging fire, looking at Tan Tu Kwong with a terrifying expression, saying, "Heartless and unjust, I understand why Jia Cat Yin lost to you. I don't want to lose like that, because this is the battle I fight for Jia Cat Yin." Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwong did not show weakness, taking a stance and replying, "I also have many reasons I cannot lose." Bak Lai Quan replied, "Good, then come." At this moment, the two stood on opposite sides, facing each other. Then, both disappeared at the same time. No figures were left on the ground. Bak Lai Quan shouted, "Heavenly sword killing style, ancient pursuing steed." At the same time, he also shouted, "Heavy roar chi." The two rushed towards each other, their powers grinding against each other, creating a powerful wave of energy that shook the surrounding earth and rocks, sending them flying. Boom! Both were thrown back by their own power. Bak Lai Quan's sword was knocked away, and so was Tan Tu Kwong's sickle. However, in a moment both were thrown back. Tan Tu Kwong immediately channeled strength from his arm down to his little finger. Both channeled internal energy to attack again. Tan Tu Kwong used internal energy to execute the separation arrow move, while Bak Lai Quan used internal energy to attack. Diamond's soul-burying palm. He rushed towards Bak Lai Quan, and simultaneously Bak Lai Quan rushed towards him, shouting loudly, "I will kill you." In the scorching fire, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Boom! Tan Tu Kwong's entire body was thrown back, slamming hard into the cliff behind him. Tan Tu Kwong coughed up blood from taking such a heavy hit. Suddenly, he noticed something. Looking down at his arm, he saw it had been twisted until it was red. He let out a miserable scream, echoing everywhere. Meanwhile, Bak Lai Quan stood tall amidst the smoke and fire, unharmed, his eyes flashing with light. Diamond's soul-burying palm, one of the 3 ultimate techniques of the Bak Lai clan. With a certain power, it can even uproot an ancient tree. To be able to withstand that power, I must compliment you, Bak Lai Quan said, looking at Tan Tu Kwong. But that arm of yours is ruined. It ends here, Hung Dak. Go to hell and repent. Before the words were finished, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, only managing to utter, "You." Tan Tu Kwong, panting incessantly, gritted his teeth to endure the extreme pain and said, "You think I wanted to match your strength? I fought like that just so I could touch you." Bak Lai Quan held up the hand that had been pricked by a sharp spike to look. That hand was trembling uncontrollably. Tan Tu Kwong looked at him and said, "I tested many poisons here. This is poison from the fruit of the poplar chrysanthemum. It causes nervous disorders, nausea, and weakens the respiratory system. I coated those needles with poison. Soon you won't be able to stand steadily." Bak Lai Quan was so uncomfortable that breathing became difficult, and spoke up, "Truly, Hung Dak, poison is your real weapon." He spoke with difficulty. "So you're playing dirty tricks again? Have you no shame?" Tan Tu Kwong propped himself up. "I cannot lose this battle. If I lose, I will die here. To survive, I must give my all." Bak Lai Quan heard this and thought to himself, "I understand. This guy's strength doesn't come from ability." Thinking so, he replied, "You're right. I didn't want to rely on this thing, but you gave me no choice. I can't lose either." He reached into his shirt and took out an orange pill. Tan Tu Kwong was a bit surprised seeing it, that thing. He recalled the scene from before. Could it be the thing Jia Cat Yin had eaten? The Martial Arts General Alliance not only wants to eliminate Deng Fuang, but also wants to destroy Tianlong. He put the thing in his mouth, then said, "Your poison is useless against me." Having said that, Bak Lai Quan rushed like a tornado towards Tan Tu Kwong in the sea of fire. "With these hands, I will avenge Sister Yin." His palm gathered a stream of light. Tan Tu Kwong saw this and cursed inwardly. Damn it, nowhere left to hide. My strength. Bak Lai Quan's powerful hand was only a few meters away from Tan Tu Kwong. He looked on helplessly, gritting his teeth, thinking, can't avoid it. Suddenly, a yellow object flew over, striking hard against the back of Bak Lai Quan's neck. Bak Lai Quan's eyes swept towards the direction of the attack. Then his whole body was knocked flying into the fire. Tan Tu Kwong looked in that direction in astonishment. Only then did he recognize the voice of the person who had helped him. Zhang Du Hoa said, "Young hero, step back. Let me deal with him." Tan Tu Kwong was out of breath. He looked at Zhang Du Hoa in astonishment and called, "Servant of justice and righteousness?" In the smoke, Bak Lai Quan's voice rang out. "You finally arrived, Zhang Du Hoa of Shandong." Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwang looked over, only to see Bok Lai Quan clutching the wound on his hip, staring at Zhang Du Hoa, saying, I know you are the one behind Hung Ung Dak. In other words, you are also Sister Yan's sworn enemy. Hearing this, Zhang Du Hoa laughed once. Did your adoptive father not teach you how to speak? Although I look young, my age is about the same as your mother's. Speak carefully. Bok Lai Quan heard this and roared, Shut up, then shouted loudly, Why should I respect my enemy? Hearing this, she closed her eyes, sighed helplessly, and said, Truly uneducated, it seems you only know how to attack others without considering where you are. Then Zhang Du Hoa slowly opened her eyes, speaking softly, if that's the case. Having finished speaking, she immediately rushed quickly towards Bok Lai Quan. As she rushed, Zhang Du Hoa said, I have no choice but to teach you a new lesson. She appeared nearby, causing him extreme astonishment. Bok Lai Quan glanced sideways. His sword, which had fallen on the ground, suddenly moved slightly, then flew back into Bok Lai Quan's hand. Having grasped the sword, he immediately unleashed a move, Heavenly Sword Killing Style. At this moment, the sword was wrapped by a strip of yellow silk, then yanked hard by Zhang Du Hoa. Bok Lai Quan was a bit surprised. The sword held tightly in his hand could not move at this moment. After wrapping the silk strip tightly around the sword, she asked disdainfully, Want to use the Heavenly Sword Killing Style to fight me? Truly weak. Hearing this, he was startled, and the sword was pulled even tighter. A clang rang out. The sword was yanked out of Bok Lai Quan's hand, just by her silk strip, and was tossed into the air. Seeing this, he flew into a rage, roaring, You aren't much stronger either. Don't be too arrogant. Saying that, Bok Lai Quan rushed toward Zhang Du Hoa, unleashing the second move, Diamond Soul-Burying Palm. Hearing the name of the move, her expression did not change, and she leisurely pushed her palm forward. Boom! Two streams of power ground against each other, forming a circle. Seeing that Zhang Du Hoa could block his move, he found it hard to understand. How is it possible? Am I suffering a backlash? Blood streaks appeared in Bok Lai Quan's eyes, and the power also erupted violently. Boom! He was completely knocked back. Tan Tu Kwang stood outside the battle circle watching. Seeing this scene, he was extremely astonished. She defeated Tin Long so easily. At this moment, Bok Lai Quan was beaten until he vomited fresh blood, collapsing onto a rock. The difference in power is too great. Is this the skill of the servant of justice and righteousness? After that move, Zhang Du Hoa spoke up. You see me as a sworn enemy. To me, you and the entire Bok Lai clan are my sworn enemies. He was currently propping himself up to stand. Bok Lai Quan looked at Zhang Du Hoa and roared, I won't let everything in like this. If it ends here, then. Suddenly, Bok Lai Quan spat out a mouthful of blood. I won't be able to take revenge. Then he fell down, only managing to say the last two words, Sister Yan. Seeing this scene, she also felt surprised. Tan Tu Kwang immediately said, He showed signs of poisoning right from the start. Could it be that the result of this duel was predetermined from before? Zhang Du Hoa turned away disdainfully, but her eyes still glanced back, saying, I gave him a chance, but he still tried to force it. I didn't expect Tin Long to lose like this. As for you, she looked over at Tan Tu Kwang, also somewhat surprised. He had collapsed on the ground. Seeing Tan Tu Kwang unconscious, not moving an inch, Zhang Du Hoa fell silent, calling out with a hint of worry, Hung Ung Dak. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual aura appearing behind her, that aura attacking toward her. Zhang Du Hoa immediately shifted her body to dodge the blow. She looked up at the opposite roof, asking, Have you reached the realm of killing Qi? Truly worthy of your name. Jia Cat Myong. At this moment, Jia Cat Myong's entire body radiated a red aura. It seems all we did was not in vain, for you have finally appeared. Zhang Du Hoa landed on a broken wall, replying, You went to great lengths to set up this situation. How could I miss it? He heard this and asked, Did you come here to save Hung Ung Dak? She smiled calmly and replied, No, I came here because I need someone carrying the Bok Lai clan bloodline. Hearing this, Jia Cat Myong did not understand. He looked confusedly at Bok Lai Quan lying on the ground. Why is Tin Long here? Did he come to avenge his lover? Zhang Du Hoa seemed to be reminding him not to think about saving Tin Long, because you cannot defeat me. Saying so, a powerful cold aura appeared around her. Jia Cat Myong saw this and turned pale with anger, saying, You truly regard no one. Having spoken, he immediately lunged forward, using the fan in his hand to strike towards her. That stream of power struck towards Zhang Du-hoa, splitting a large boulder in two. However, she still easily dodged that attack. Then, Zhang Du-hoa used her silk strip to strike towards Jia Katmayong. The silk strip lashed heavily onto the roof, sending broken tiles flying. He was not to be outdone, immediately reversing the rotation of his fan. However, her silk strip quickly wrapped around Jia Katmayong, forming the shape of a cocoon, startling him. Zhang Du-hoa shouted, "You are just a strategist, yet you dare to set foot on the battlefield? Jia Katmayong, you're not my opponent." Next, her golden silk strip wrapped tightly around his body, forming the shape of a mummy. Zhang Du-hoa pulled hard on the golden silk strip while saying, "If you block my path, I will crush you." Being wrapped in the silk strip, hearing these words, he struggled a few times, but could not say anything. Jia Katmayong's body ceased, not to move. Suddenly, inside the tight layers of cloth, his eyes flashed a ray of light. Zhang Du-hoa saw this and was somewhat astonished, her expression changing slightly. A beam of light flashed past her person. An explosion rang out in the sea of fire. Boom! After the explosion, smoke rose blindingly. "I'm not your opponent. You want to crush the Jia Cat gang? Who do you think you are?" Jia Katmayong was uncontrollably furious, his eyes full of murderous intent, veins bulging on his face. "The Jia Cat gang has hunted you for so many years. The Zhang faction was destroyed long ago." Zhang Du-hoa stood there looking at him, her expression unchanged, but her hand was making a choking motion, twisting slightly, without saying a word. Only Jia Katmayong remained, rambling incessantly. "Yet you are still immersed in the past." Zhang Du-hoa listened in silence for a few seconds, then spoke. "Vice Sect Master of the Jia Cat gang, surely you are very clear about the tragedy of my family, are you not? If you know what happened, why still speak like that?" He closed his eyes at this moment, calmly replying, "Naturally I know. The reason your Zhang faction ended up in such a state is because of excessive greed." Hearing this, she was stunned. "What did you say?" "And the one who did the right thing was Lord Baklai. Even if he is involved with people like you, he still resolutely enforces justice, while you join the demon sect out of hatred." Hearing Jia Katmayong speak to this point, Zhang Du-hoa shouted loudly, "Shut your mouth. How dare you speak such absurd words in front of me?" She looked at him with a blazing aura, as if wanting to see through him. Jia Katmayong at this moment seemed to sense something, feeling a bit worried. Unforgivable. Bloodshot veins appeared in Zhang Du-hoa's eyes. Suddenly, the gazes of both turned upwards in one direction. In the air, a black shadow fell with a thud, causing the ground to tremble slightly. That person walked forward step by step, then spoke. "You are more pathetic than I thought." She had just used her hand to block a blow. Hearing this voice, she looked warily at the new arrival. Jia Katmayong saw the arrival and, on the contrary, seemed calmer. That person was Maxi Vu. The old man laughed eerily and said, "Do you need me to help you?" At this moment, Maxi Vu, Jia Katmayong, and Zhang Du-hoa stood in three different corners, forming a triangle within the raging fire. Jia Katmayong heard Maxi Vu's words and spoke. "You are Lord Baklai's man, are you not? Why are you here?" Zhang Du-hoa heard this conversation, but remained silent. Maxi Vu heard this and laughed with interest, replying, "What am I doing here? Although I'm not as strong as the two of you, I dare say, as long as I lend a hand to one side, there will be a very big difference." Jia Katmayong heard this and said, "You want to compete with us for credit in this mission? Truly shameless." Maxi Vu heard this, looked at him, and said, "No, I am not talking to you. I'm speaking to her." Saying so, he used his thumb to point towards Zhang Du-hoa. Jia Katmayong heard this and was astonished. "What?" Zhang Du-hoa retorted. "I do not need the help of someone like you." The old man replied, "Then hurry up and finish him off. At this rate, the Jia Cat gang is about to return to the formation. Do you not know he is stalling for time with you?" Saying this, he made a suggestion. "I have a good idea." Jia Katmayong heard this and ground his teeth in anger, cursing, "Bastard! You dare to collude with the demon sect and betray the martial arts world?" Maxi Vu heard this, looked at him calmly, and asked, "Betray? It was that bastard Baklai who betrayed me first. I am just giving him a taste of his own medicine." The old man walked forward step by step, saying, "If he snatches away something precious to another." Maxi Vu squatted down, forcefully pulling Baklai Kwan's head up, laughing eerily. "I should also let the person he cherishes meet with misfortune." Jia Katmayong heard this and shouted straight at his face, "Despicable wretch! You intend to use Tin Long as a hostage. Max Sivu asked further. If you truly care about your granddaughter, you would not turn a blind eye to a man coming to avenge her, right? Moreover, he is the most excellent disciple of the Long Sword sect. Jia Katmai Ong heard this and immediately understood the old man's intent, asking, "What do you want?" The old man laughed loudly and said, "First, withdraw the Jia Cat army. Once you do this, I will discuss the rest later." Max Sivu grabbed Bok Lai Quan's head, forcing him to kneel up, and said, "Tin Long's head is in my hands. It is best you do not do anything superfluous." Then he said, "Silence." Zhang Duhua saw this and looked towards Max Sivu. Jia Katmayong also looked at the old man in confusion. Max Sivu was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. "You always surprise me." Beneath the old man's feet, Tan Tu Kwong was using a golden needle to stab into the old man's leg. "But have you forgotten? I lost a leg a long time ago." Hearing this, the boy thought in shock. What? At this moment, Tan Tu Kwong was still not completely conscious. A few seconds later, his pupils regained their spirit. "Impossible." Tan Tu Kwong looked up, weakly replying, "Impossibly." The backlit silhouette of Mac Sivu became unusually terrifying. The old man turned around, laughing as he spoke. "Long time no see, Tan Tu Kwong." The boy was extremely astonished. Tan Tu Kwong's pale face revealed the shadow the old man had left in his heart. Tan Tu Kwong's voice trembled. "You? How can you still be alive?" Then he shouted loudly, "Clearly I already." Max Sivu laughed eerily and asked Tan Tu Kwong, "Why didn't I die?" Without waiting for the boy to answer, the old man immediately said, "Yes, if I had died then, perhaps it would have been better. After that incident, I spent a lot of time detoxifying, nearly dying. I went through severe bouts of pain, leaving me exhausted in both body and mind. But I did not give up because I could not let you, the one who took everything from me, remain at large outside the law. Until I could understand you completely, the motivation to kill you urged me to survive. Therefore, I have always been waiting and was very happy to learn you had disguised yourself, infiltrating the mines, even when you fought the poison sect." Tan Tu Kwong heard at this point and asked, "So, up until now, the one behind all these things has been you?" Before Tan Tu Kwong could finish speaking, the old man decisively replied, "Correct. It was all me." The old man laughed frantically. He, from beginning to end, you have been in the palm of my hand. And all of this is to let you know what despair is. How about it? Is it painful? Are you surprised? Zhangdu Hoa, hearing the entire story at this moment, felt extremely uncomfortable. On this side, Jia Cat My Ong frowned slightly. "Yes, just like that, he. Endure a little longer." The old man laughed loudly. "Despair a little longer. To let you experience all of this, I am truly so lucky." Suddenly, the old man's voice rang out. Then his pupils stopped moving. Only then did Max Sivu lower his head, somewhat surprised. What? The golden needle had pierced into his waist. Bloodshot veins began to appear in Max Sivu's pupils. Tan Tu Kwong's hands trembled incessantly, but his gaze was unusually cold, saying, "Truly lucky, because I did not lose to you." The old man looked at him in silence. "Therefore I swear, I will not let any of you survive." Tan Tu Kwong ground his teeth looking at Max Sivu, not sparing a single one. "You bastard." The old man's face darkened, then he shouted loudly, "Get lost," and immediately kicked him away. "Tan Tu Kung Wus Ki Get Feng Bin Zhang Juhua." Your body is now crippled. The old man panted, speaking angrily. "You basically cannot stand up." But even so, the boy at this moment once again lay motionless on the ground. Max Sivu breathed with difficulty, thinking to himself, "I originally intended to let you survive in this endless war because I wanted you to suffer in ceaseless battles. But right now," the old man gripped the golden needle at his waist, pulled it out, then threw it hard onto the ground. Blood on the needle splattered. "Everything has only one single meaning, which is to make you suffer. Abandoning you achieves nothing. You have lived in the darkness, become one with the darkness." The old man spoke for a while, as if realizing something, saying, "Right, I showed you the light. I should give you hope, not despair." Then the old man laughed to himself, then laughed loudly again, ha. After laughing, Max Sivu was silent for a few seconds. "I changed my mind. I will take Tin Long away." Zhangdu Hoa heard this and spoke up. "Do you want to interfere?" The old man heard this and denied it. "No, listen to me first." The old man struck Bok Lai Quan's body hard. causing him to cough violently. Cough. He ceased not to cough up blood. At this moment, the blood had turned purple. Cough. Cough. Jia Cat My Ong shouted at this moment. What do you people want to do? Tin Long has been poisoned. Max Sivu saw this and said, the only person who can detoxify him is me. Therefore, I want to borrow Tin Long for a bit to treat his illness. She heard this and said with murderous intent, I do not trust you. On what basis should I trust you? Watching helplessly as the Baklai clan bloodline is taken away. Max Sivu heard this and said, talented lady, your goal is not to take his life, but to threaten Bak Lai Dong. If so, him being alive is more beneficial to you than dead. I will cure him and then return him to you. How about that? After I am done, take good care of Tan Tu Kwong. Use him to exchange for Tin Long. You do not need to trust me, but since you know how important Tan Tu Kwong is to me, you have also grasped my weakness. Is that not so? Jia Cat My Ong heard this and shouted loudly. What conspiracy is this? Do you think I will spare you? Maxivu looked at him and said, if you follow me or block my path, I do not guarantee I won't kill Tin Long. Because he was not supposed to be here in the first place, right? If he dies because you hindered me and you want to save him, can the Jia Cat gang bear this responsibility? Jia Cat My Ong gritted his teeth upon hearing this. If you are loyal to the Baklai clan, why not return to the original objective? I will take Tin Long for treatment, and the Jia Cat gang can continue fighting the servant of justice and righteousness. The talented lady will take Poison Dragon away, using him to exchange for a healthy Bak Lai Quan later. This is the perfect outcome for everyone. The old man decided everything on his own, then turned to leave. Before leaving, Max Sivu said, all right, if there is nothing else to say, I will take it as your agreement. I am leaving. You all handle the rest. Neither of them could say anything more, forced into silence. The old man finished speaking and left, leaving only the sound of his farewell echoing around. Jia Cat My Ong remained silent for a few seconds, then asked, what is the relationship between you and him? Zhang Du Hoa heard this and replied, there is no relationship between us. That guy just does whatever he wants. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh. Then the kidnapping of Tin Long has nothing to do with us, because our original purpose was not to let you leave here. Zhang Du Hoa replied, if Bak Lai Quan is no longer here, I don't need to stay here any longer either. Jia Cat My Ong felt confused hearing Zhang Du Hoa say this. Boom! Crack! Golden lightning struck down, her eyes flashing with light. And lightning enveloped Zhang Du Hoa. Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders, Zen Art. I will end this right here. At this moment, the smoke and fire around gradually weakened. The houses were now just ashes. Jia Cat My Ong's face darkened. You're actually this strong? His clothes were tattered all over his body, kneeling amidst the ashes of the houses. Is this your true capability? Then his whole body collapsed. The surroundings gradually quieted down, leaving only Zhang Du Hoa and Jia Cat My Ong lying on the ground. Having used too much strength, she also let out a long breath. Suddenly, 2 bald men landed from the air. Lady Mingzun, are you all right? They were martial artists of the Dark Pavilion, the Took Thursday brothers. Seeing Zhang Du Hoa looking at them, they reported, we subordinates sense the energy of the 5 Thunder Zen Art, so we rushed over. She listened and said, I am fine. Report on the battlefield situation. The Jia Cat army is currently advancing. We are about to be unable to hold on. Please prepare to leave immediately. Zhang Du Hoa looked in another direction and replied, understood. But before that, bring him along. He must go with us. The Took Thursday brothers of the Dark Pavilion replied, yes, Lady Mingzun. As she left with them, she thought to herself, I don't know what you are calculating, but you better not be deceiving me. In a room, sunlight shone through the window, signaling the start of a new day. Tan Tu Kwong lay on the bed, frowning in pain, his face drenched in sweat, his body tightly wrapped in bandages. He squeezed his eyes shut even tighter. Max Sivu's voice echoed in Tan Tu Kwong's head. I am the one behind manipulating you. The old man's silhouette was deeply imprinted in his mind. From beginning to end, you have been in the palm of my hand, and you will never escape my grasp. Max Sivu's giant hand reached out toward Tan Tu Kwong, who looked incredibly small at that moment. Everything has been destined this way. Seeing that hand about to touch him, Tan Tu Kwong gritted his teeth in heightened vigilance. The old man's voice rang out, and it will be like this forever, forever. In reality, he was gasping for breath continuously. A a soft hand reached out, and as that hand was about to touch Tan Tu Kwang's face, he suddenly opened his eyes, looking warily, then raised his hand to push it away forcefully. Seeing Tan Tu Kwang's reaction, the small hand stopped. He gasped for air, staring warily at the strange girl standing by the bed. Then Tan Tu Kwang asked, "Who are you?" He fell silent for a few seconds, then asked, "Where am I?" The girl seemed to understand what Tan Tu Kwang wanted to know, so she raised her hand to gesture but made no sound. At that moment, a voice rang out from the side. "We are in a large town, about 200 miles from the capital of Sichuan, a secret base of the Black Way." Zhang Duhua looked at him and called out, "Young warrior, no need to be vigilant. It is very safe here." Hearing her voice, Tan Tu Kwang was a bit surprised. "Servant of justice and righteousness?" Zhang Duhua replied, "Correct." He sat up on the side of the bed to talk to her. Tan Tu Kwang's voice was filled with worry as he asked, "Maxi Vu took Tin Long away. So what about Lan Chi village?" Zhang Duhua sat on a chair, understanding his meaning, and replied, "When that place was burned down, thanks to your quick wits, many villagers were saved. Those people owe you their lives. The Black Way is helping the rescued villagers resettle. No need to worry about them." Tan Tu Kwang denied it upon hearing this. "No, if I hadn't been there in the first place, they wouldn't have been in danger." She listened to these words and refuted. "The one in the wrong is not you, but this rotten martial arts world. The martial arts world and the sects under it, for personal gain, have burned down thousands of villages to date, and this time the target was Lan Chi village. But you got caught up in this and fought against them single-handedly. That is what I sensed while observing you." Hearing this, he spoke his thoughts. "Initially, I thought I only needed to take revenge on the poison sect and Bak Lai Dong, but the more I learn about the martial arts world, the less I know who the enemy is. Moreover, the target of my vengeance has appeared before me once again." Zhang Duhua spoke up after hearing this. "If we were talking about this issue, it seems he is very obsessed with you. You broke his leg and blinded his eyes, correct?" Tan Tu Kwang explained upon her question. "Maxi Vu is the one who slaughtered my family in the White Flower Valley. He is my sworn enemy." Hearing this, Zhang Duhua said, "But to Maxi Vu, you seem to be more than just a sworn enemy. You mean something more to him. It was he who led Tin Long to you, and it was also he who let me save you." Hearing this, his pupils froze, filled with astonishment. "He exploited the fact that you have a feud with the Bak Lai clan, and he insisted on curing you. It was he who used the heavenly blood rage technique on you." Tan Tu Kwang looked at his arm covered in bulging veins, muttering, "Heavenly blood rage technique? Young warrior, your body is different from ordinary people. I'm not sure what happened to you, but the energy and blood in your body have condensed, giving you extremely strong resistance to poison. This is also why you use poison by accumulating in your dantian and recover at an astonishing speed. But conversely, this makes it impossible for you to easily use your internal force. Maxi Vu wanted you to become stronger, and Heavenly Blood Rage was the method he found. That move splits the main bloodlines. It is a secret technique of the Black Way that forcibly expands your energy flow. I don't know why he knows this technique, but you certainly used it before I met you." At this moment, Zhang Duhua seemed to notice something unusual about him. A flash of electricity crossed her mind. At that time, your internal force was unstable, running rampant everywhere. That day, Tan Tu Kwang's arm was in extreme pain, and veins were bulging, though not very clearly. So I taught you acupressure to help you adjust the energy flow and stabilize it. But that is only a temporary solution. Heavenly Blood Rage is a dangerous technique that can completely cripple a person. If we don't do something quickly, your body will soon be unable to bear it, and you will die. While Maxi Vu helps you take revenge, you're unaware that he has also always been pushing you into danger. I don't know what goal he aims to achieve by doing this, but his obsession with you will hinder your vengeance." Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwang replied, "On top of that, there isn't enough time, and I have a scheming and unpredictable enemy. This is the worst part." Zhang Duhua said, "That's not all. It has only been 5 days since you fought the Jia Cat gang in Lan Chi village, and the news has already reached the troublemakers in the Central Plains. That Hung Ung Dak broke the Jia Cat gang's 9 palaces, 8 trigrams formation. That you defeated the brave Phoenix and even fought Tin Long. The world now calls you Poison Dragon. That is what they all call you. You, who were previously known only in the remote regions of Yunnan, have now become the center of the Jianghu. Compared to what you have experienced, things will get even more complicated, and you will also have to face many more enemies. The problem is, you are still not strong enough to fight them. Not only that, you have no allies either. He remained silent and did not reply as she spoke. Zhang Duhua looked at Tan Tu Kwang and asked, "Young warrior, do you understand why I'm telling you these things? Do you still not want to join the demon sect?" Elsewhere, a black shadow appeared, a cloak fluttering in the wind. Bak Lai Dung was standing amidst the ruins of Lan Chi village. In the sky, a bird flew past, carrying a letter sent by the Jia Cat Gang to Bak Lai Dung. The letter confirmed that the 9 cities, 8 gates formation set up to destroy Hung Ung Dak had been broken, and his son Tin Long had unauthorizedly broken into Lan Chi village, fought Hung Ung Dak, and was defeated. Zhang Duhua is in the Shandong region. The Jia Cat Gang intended to stop the demon sect from kidnapping Tin Long, but their efforts failed due to Max Si Vu's interference. Currently, Max Si Vu is holding Tin Long and has fled, while Zhang Duhua in the Shandong region has escaped with Hung Ung Dak. Although this chain of events is not the Jia Cat Gang's fault, they still feel they must take responsibility. At this time, on a high vantage point behind Bak Lai Dung, several strangers were observing. "That is the indestructible holy sword Bak Lai Dung, isn't it? Why is he here?" A stranger with short hair replied. "I heard that after becoming the sect master, he no longer involved himself in field operations." A person wearing a hood heard this and voiced his doubt. "Is he looking for Tin Long?" He's too late." Then the leader spoke up. "This is our chance," while his guard is down. The short-haired person beside him immediately warned, "Ignore him. We came here for Lan Chi village, not to assassinate him." The other one, hearing the short-haired person, turned back and shouted, "Have you forgotten what Bak Lai Dung did to the demon sect? Do you know how many of her brothers have died at his hands?" The short-haired person said, "I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous." The other one replied, "If we succeed, the tide of the war between good and evil with the martial arts world will change. Since the master has accepted us, we must eliminate him. If you won't go, I will go alone." Hearing these words, the short-haired person silently looked at the hooded figure. That person, seeing he was being stared at, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, the Jia Cat Gang will support the sword sect master upon your request." Bak Lai Dung fell silent as he read this. Just then, the 3 strangers suddenly attacked him. Bak Lai Dung was boiling with rage, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You bastards." He crumpled the letter in his hand. Just a bunch of bugs who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The attackers rushing down suddenly felt a terrifying power wash over them. Their eyes widened in shock, blood even trickling from the corners of their eyes. They exclaimed in horror, "How is this possible?" Boom! Along with miserable screams, the bodies of the 3 instantly exploded into pieces, dying just like that. I will turn this entire Jianghu upside down if that is what it takes for you all to understand the consequences you must bear. Bak Lai Dung's eyes at this moment resembled those of a bloodthirsty demon. "If you dare touch my property," Sichuan capital, in front of the Tang family estate. The elders of the Tang family have granted permission to enter. After entering, Max Si Vu placed Tin Long on a stretcher, letting the Tang family servants carry him in. A guard stepped forward, pointing inside. "Please go this way." The old man followed behind and asked, "Is this the headquarters of the famous Tang family? I heard this place has been as solid as a fortress for hundreds of years. Indeed, it deserves its reputation." At the front hall of the Tang family estate, the vermilion red doors were tightly closed, looking both ancient and luxurious. In a medicine preparation room. "This time you really caused a heap of trouble. What on earth were you thinking? Or were you not thinking at all?" Hearing this, Advisor Mac asked back, "Trouble?" The man performing acupuncture treatment replied, "Furthermore, I heard that Bak Lai Dung is suspecting the Tang family. Why did you bring this dying Tin Long here?" Tin Long was currently drenched in sweat, enduring the pain. "If this gets out, we will be in big trouble." Max Si Vu heard this and said, "They should be grateful instead." "Then you should have followed that Hung Ung Dak fellow from the start." The man who had just finished acupuncture turned around and shouted, "What?" The old man was unfazed by his anger, saying, "You people were very confident in that so-called 5 Sons pill. But the toxicity didn't fully activate in Dung Fuang and Tin Long, which is why we've run into this situation. If it had taken Tin Long's life on the spot, we wouldn't have been dragged into this. Why should I take responsibility for the Tang family's error?" The other man was so angry he was speechless. Have you forgotten who you are? Watch your mouth." Max Si Vu replied, "Oh, Did I say something wrong? If Bok Lai Dung brings Tin Long back from Lanchi village, he will surely investigate the truth about the Five Sons pill and the fact that the Tang family of Sichuan is the mastermind. If that happens, wouldn't that be even more trouble? The man heard this and said angrily, from the beginning, you should have chosen someone who could use it properly. He explained, the families of Deng Fuang and Tin Long poured all their resources into nurturing them. At this moment, Tin Long groaned in pain, but neither paid attention. The man continued, with such a foundation, the toxicity couldn't fully activate, so the effectiveness was greatly reduced. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, flashing with purple light. Hung Dak, that guy talks too much. He struggled to sit up unconsciously. The man saw Tin Long like this and looked at Max Sivu in horror. Seeing this, Max Sivu immediately placed a hand on his shoulder to pull him back, then pressed one hand firmly on Tin Long's face, pushing him down. Bam! That forceful push slammed Tin Long back onto the bed. After letting go, he fainted again. Honestly, he talks too much. Think about what we should do next. Those excuses won't work. If it can't even handle the 3 divine dragons and 4 great birds, how will it deal with the thousands of martial arts masters outside? The old man rotated his arm while looking at the Tang family member. The Tang family member nervously avoided his gaze, replying, we will improve it. Incidents like this will be a lesson for us to develop the poison. So please remember, we are mass-producing this pill. Hearing this, Max Sivu sighed in relief. In that case, bringing him here was a good thing. While we're at it, let's take a look at the Bok Lai family's internal cultivation technology. The Tang family member heard this and immediately replied, yes, yes. Max Sivu turned to leave, saying as he walked, I've been trying to build a close relationship with the Tang family, so why haven't I had a chance to meet the Tang family head yet? The other person replied, the family head is very difficult to meet. It would be easier to meet the young miss. After the poison sect incident, she has been wanting to meet you, Advisor Mac. Max Sivu heard this and asked, young miss? Humph. Even if she is a descendant of the Tang family, I hate getting involved with women. In a wooden house, a voice rang out, you still don't want to join the demon sect? At this moment, Tan Tu Kwong remained silent. Zhang Duhoa finished speaking and looked at him, waiting. The little girl with twin buns, standing nearby, also quietly watched Tan Tu Kwong. Seeing this, he remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. Zhang Duhoa knew she couldn't persuade him, so she sighed and said, it seems you need time to think about the offer you refused earlier. No need to rush your answer. Your body needs time to recover anyway. Just stay here and think it over slowly. Saying that, she stood up. Tan Tu Kwong looked at her and replied, I cannot take advantage of you any longer. She turned to walk toward the door. Hearing this, she looked back at him gently and replied, don't say foolish things. Just consider it the demon sect thanking you for doing the things for us that we couldn't do for the common people. She left him with a view of her back and a sentence. You need allies now. With your current strength, you cannot overcome the things you are about to face. She reminded him once more, the Jianghu is a harsh and chaotic place. Having said that, she walked out and the door clicked shut. He began to ponder deeply. Then he turned to the little girl beside him and said, sorry, making the girl feel both shy and confused. I scared you. I was so engrossed in the fight that I didn't notice. But hearing this, the little girl hurriedly shook her head, then slowly bandaged his hand. He didn't say anything more. The sun gradually set, and the sunlight in the courtyard grew weak. Tan Tu Kwong supported himself as he walked outside, breathing heavily with difficulty. He propped up his body while thinking, I pushed myself too hard in this battle. The fight was so fierce. Surviving it is truly a miracle. I need time to recover, just as that beautiful and talented lady said. But I can't rest properly. I feel very uneasy. In Lanchi village, I witnessed with my own eyes what the Jianghu is like. The Jianghu is no longer like what I knew as a child. It is no longer a place where justice and righteousness exist. Now it is a filthy, tainted place. If only 1 or 2 fish dirty the water, I just need to scoop them out. But if the problem lies in the water itself, what are we to do? Because in it lies the General Alliance Martial Arts Alliance leader, Hung Chan-nan. He is the one who turned the world into this. Should I take revenge on the General Alliance Martial Arts Alliance leader, the one responsible for this? My enemy is stronger than I thought. There's also an enemy clinging to me that I need to pay attention to. Could it be that relying only on my own strength, revenge is truly impossible? A greeting voice rang out. Why are you here? Tan Tu Kwong turned his head, slightly surprised. You. a man carrying a deer on his shoulder. He said, "We've met before, haven't we? I am bien Phuc." After introducing himself, he put the deer down from his shoulder. "Huh, just call me Bien Phuc." Tan Tu Kwong looked at him and asked, "Did you escape Lan Chi village safely?" Hearing this, he laughed and replied, "Of course. Don't look at me being this pathetic. I was born in the year of the snake. Running away is my specialty. Look who's talking. You still survived after everything that happened in Lan Chi village. TSK. Looking at your state now, I wouldn't dare say you escaped safely." Hearing Bien Phuc tease him, he just remained silent. Bien Phuc smiled and said, "Anyway, it's good to see you again. I heard the master invited you to join the demon sect. Don't be too high and mighty. Come join our gang," he said to Tan Tu Kwong while smoking a cigar. Tan Tu Kwong heard this and wondered. "Gang?" Bien Phuc replied, "Yeah, we help each other to survive, so I think calling it that is fine. Calling a gang is cool too, nothing big deal. Sounds better than those formidable sounding words like sect this and that." Saying that, he looked at Tan Tu Kwong with a look of distaste. "Ah, but I don't like you joining. I heard people call you Poison Dragon. I think if you join, I'll plan to kill you. If I happen to curse at you, how would I know if you put poison in my food or drink?" Tan Tu Kwong heard him say that and stared at it blankly. Seeing Tan Tu Kwong's expression, Bien Phuc burst out laughing. "I'm kidding. It's the first time I've seen our sect leader put so much effort into caring for someone like this. At first, I didn't understand either, but after meeting you in Lan Chi village, I changed my mind. If you want to join, I will warmly welcome you. Just consider this a gift for the event in Lan Chi village." He pointed at the deer and said, "Anyway, this will help you recover faster. Although I caught it, it was the sect leader who ordered me to catch it." Tan Tu Kwong heard this, his eyes gloomy as he replied, "Thank you, but I still haven't." Hearing this, Bien Phuc quickly said, "Ah, this isn't a condition to force you to join the demon sect. Just eat it." Then he shouted loudly toward the front, "Hey Tatu!" Opposite them, the little girl with twin buns was standing at the door of a room. Hearing the call, she turned her head. Seeing this, Bien Phuc said, "Call everyone over. We're having deer meat tonight." The little girl heard this and nodded to signal she understood. Tan Tu Kwong quietly observed everything, then spoke up. "It's absurd for such a little girl to be in a demon sect base." He heard this and said, "It's hard to consider that child a normal kid, because she is the daughter of the medicine sect leader." Tan Tu Kwong heard this and turned his head in disbelief, asking, "Is that so? I didn't know, since I didn't talk to the child much." Bien Phuc said, "It's not that you didn't talk to her, but that you couldn't talk to her. That child cannot speak." Tan Tu Kwong heard this and was somewhat surprised. He continued, "That child has been here for about 8 years, I think. She was sold to a wealthy family as a servant, but I discovered her and brought her here. She looks happy now, but before, she looked very gloomy. But after a while, she opened up more." Tan Tu Kwong looked at Bien Phuc and asked, "Was she born like that?" He immediately denied it. "No. Look, her tongue was cut out." He stuck out his own tongue to point. The price for her survival was her cut tongue. Everyone says she was lucky to survive, but she didn't do anything wrong. Tan Tu Kwong heard this and immediately asked, "Who was it?" Hearing this, knowing what Tan Tu Kwong wanted to ask, he replied, "The poison sect in the Central Plains did it." Tan Tu Kwong heard this, thinking to himself, "Poison sect?" Tan Tu Kwong immediately asked, "The poison sect would do such things to the innocent medicine sect?" Hearing this, Bien Phuc looked at him with surprised eyes and asked, "Innocent medicine sect? I think perhaps you have misunderstood something." He was startled, looking at Bien Phuc in confusion. Bien Phuc immediately explained, "Although it is unfortunate that the child became like this, the poison sect did not attack them without cause." Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwong became even more confused. He immediately explained, "The one who started the war in the Central Plains was the medicine sect, not the poison sect." At this moment, he felt like he had heard earth-shattering news. He looked at Bien Phuc in disbelief and repeated, "The medicine sect?" Tan Tu Kwong found it hard to believe. "Attack the poison sect? What do you mean by that?" His face darkened, as if he had just received information completely different from his existing knowledge. Tan Tu Kwong thought to himself, "The poison sect?" He recalled the appearance of the man from that time. "It wasn't just the responsibility of our side. You people played a part too." Tan Tu Kwang's face gradually turned pale, and his pupils froze. Could this be related to what he had said? At that time, he had rushed forward and grabbed the man by the collar. He thought, if I don't know the truth and only focus on revenge, then I am no different from a beast imprisoned by hatred. Then, Tan Tu Kwang looked at him and said, regarding that matter, please tell me the details. Bien Phuc heard this, smoking while replying, I don't know the truth either. I only know what the world knows. He heard this and said, that's fine. Please tell me what happened. Hearing this, he remained silent for a few seconds before replying, all right then. Bien Phuc recounted, about 10 years ago, a flag bearing the symbol of a sect appeared. The medicine sect launched a large-scale raid on the poison sect. Because the attack was so sudden, the poison sect could not resist. In his narration, the tragic scene of the village engulfed in a sea of fire appeared. Then Bien Phuc said, if the situation hadn't turned around, the poison sect would have become the medicine sect of today. The situation turned around because the Tang family of Sichuan joined the war. The image of a man with a beard, a tall figure, and an extremely terrifying face appeared. The Tang family utilized their skills in poison arts and flexible strategic vision to help the disadvantaged poison sect and support their counterattack. Due to the Tang family's participation, there was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. The scales tipped in favor of the poison sect. The medicine sect gradually collapsed, its members either assassinated or forced to submit to the poison sect. After the poison sect joined the martial arts world, no one stood on the side of the medicine sect, as they did not want to oppose the Martial Arts General Alliance. The surviving members of the medicine sect cried for help with nowhere to turn, driven to a dead end. Finally, people only knew the possible cause leading to the confrontation between the poison sect and the medicine sect. No one knew exactly what happened. Tan Tu Kwang heard this and immediately asked, what could the cause be? Bien Phuc looked at him, then blew out a ring of smoke and replied, the medicine sect's reason was that the poison sect mass-produced banned drugs, while the poison sect's reason was that the medicine sect attacked them first. The two sides had long disliked each other. So many believe that the incident was actually an explosion of long-accumulated grievances. Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwang lowered his head, unable to believe his previous thoughts, and said, I always thought the medicine sect were victims, so I never hesitated in avenging them. Seeing Tan Tu Kwang's reaction, he placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Hey, no need to blame yourself. This happened in the Central Plains, completely different from what happened in your hometown of Yunnan. Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwang clenched his fists, remained silent for a few seconds, then replied, but the world has too many secrets I don't know. What guarantee is there that there aren't many more things outside that I don't know? Bien Phuc heard this, sighed, not knowing how to answer. Then he looked at the people carrying the deer with tattoo and said, the world is not a place where we can clearly distinguish black and white. The poison sect has their story, and so does the medicine sect. The important thing is you try to set a correct standard and use it to judge the situation, right? Hearing these words, he looked up, seemingly deep in thought. A correct standard? In the evening, moonlight illuminated a wooden house. Tan Tu Kwang lay there, his hand on his forehead, lost in thought. The medicine sect attacked first, so the poison sect counterattack was justified. If so, is my revenge against the poison sect the right thing to do? He stared at the ceiling, immersed in his own thoughts. Until now, I have lived only for revenge. But if I just keep moving forward knowing nothing like this, I will commit even greater mistakes. Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwang looked outside. At that moment, Tada walked in from outside. The girl gently closed the door, then smiled shyly at Tan Tu Kwang, holding a basin of water with a towel in her hands. A while later, the gauze on the wound was removed. He looked at Tatu, who was bandaging him, and called out, Mississippi. Tada heard Tan Tu Kwang call her, said nothing, and just looked at him in confusion. Tan Tu Kwang ignored the girl's feelings and said, from tomorrow, you don't need to come change my bandages anymore. Just bring the gauze here. I will do it myself. He spoke without stopping, not letting the girl understand what was happening. Just leave my meals at the door. I will get them myself. Tan Tu Kwang's eyes were full of evasion. This matter has nothing to do with you. It is because... He did not continue, falling silent. He recalled what Bien Phuc said in the afternoon. The one who started the war in the Central Plains was the medicine sect, not the poison sect. Tan Tu Kwang closed his eyes and said with difficulty, I feel a bit unwell. Hearing this, the girl looked at him in panic. Then there was a silence. Tan Tu Kwang said nothing more. Upon hearing this, the girl's face revealed a look of sadness. Click. Now only he remained in the room. The next morning, Tan Tu Kwong sat in meditation by an ancient tree. His whole body's internal energy surged. At the same time, bloodshot lines appeared on Tan Tu Kwong's arms. He struggled to endure the pain, sweat pouring down like rain. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Tan Tu Kwong's shoulder, saying, "Relax." Zhang Du Hoa walked over and said, "Breathe slowly. Let your internal energy stabilize, like waves crashing on the shore." A while later, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, she praised, "Very good." Zhang Du Hoa opened the fan in her hand, waving it gently, looked at Tan Tu Kwong tenderly, and said, "It seems you have recovered after more than a week. I did not expect you to be able to channel your energy already. Your physical capacity is truly amazing." Although praising him, she still reminded him, however, the heavenly blood rage acts up during the energy channeling cycle. So, Zhang Du Hoa fell silent for a moment, then said, "It seems you are a bit distracted. What is troubling you?" Hearing her ask this, Tan Tu Kwong began to sink into thought. The wind rustled, tree canopies brushing against each other. In a quiet space, a while later, seeing he did not answer, Zhang Du Hoa asked again, "Is this the matter you have always been worried about?" Tan Tu Kwong knew he could not remain silent any longer. So he replied, "For the past 8 years, I only looked at the world from the perspective of the medicine sect. But I discovered that the world has too many stories different from what I thought. I do not think that in my current state, I can take revenge in a righteous way." Hearing this, she folded the fan in her hand, propped it against her chin, and replied, "You are only 20 years old, yet have experienced so many things in the world. But if you knew what happened, you would hesitate in taking revenge. That would put you in danger and cause you to make mistakes." He did not deny it, only remained silent. Then he spoke again. "Even so, I believe that revenge must be righteous. Otherwise, the wishes of the White Flower Valley, the Max Sao sect, and the medicine sect will be corrupted." Zhang Du Hoa seemed to understand Tan Tu Kwong's meaning and replied, "I understand." Then she calmly stood up and said, "I have mentioned something similar to you before, haven't I? You must experience it yourself to see the world, not judge it through prejudice. This applies here as well." She looked towards the majestic, distant mountain ranges, where sunlight illuminated all things, and said, "This might temporarily put your great vengeance on hold." Then Zhang Du Hoa pointed the fan in her hand forward. "For you to stop, look around, see what is happening, see how everything develops. Your path of revenge might be very long, but it can give you new motivation, helping you realize a clearer path." He heard her say this and began to think. A clearer path of revenge? Is this also the reason you do not want to join the demon sect? In the distance, Bien Phuc shouted loudly, "I said that because I feel you just have a bit of prejudice, that's all." He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Everything is fine, nothing is wrong. But remember, someone is sad because you are keeping your distance from them." Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwong looked at Bien Phuc with some surprise. Then he spoke up, "I didn't know you were so worried about me." Hearing this, he was startled, knowing Tan Tu Kwong misunderstood, and hurriedly said, "What? No, not me. I'm talking about Tu." Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwong asked with some confusion, "Tutu." Bien Phuc immediately explained, "Yeah, you told the girl not to take care of you anymore, not to look for you anymore. She thinks of herself as a burden, because when her family fell one by one, she couldn't do anything. She just wants to help you, because you were in a similar situation to her family in the past." In a corner of the courtyard, Tutu, with teary eyes, boredly held a broom sweeping the yard. He recounted up to here, then angrily pointed at Tan Tu Kwong and said, "But after you heard that the medicine sect might be victims, you started having your own prejudices. Even if the medicine sect were victims, what wrong did that child commit?" Hearing this, he was a bit confused. Then Tan Tu Kwong just lowered his head and listened to Bien Phuc say, "It is good that you want to be firm in your heart, but you cannot view everyone as a collective, because within that collective, there are living human beings." Hearing this, he did not deny it and continued to remain silent. That late afternoon, as twilight gradually fell, Tutu carried a tray of food with a lid, placing it on the ground with a face full of sadness. Tan Tu Kwong walked over from afar and called, "Miss Tutu," making the girl, who was teary-eyed, startle, then turned back in panic to look at him. Tan Tu Kwong looked at the covered food tray on the ground, then felt he was truly terrible. Finally, he bowed his head and spoke seriously. I want to apologize for what happened earlier. You did those things certainly out of good intentions, but I did not view them as good intentions at all. I blew things out of proportion, creating a distance between us. Hearing this, the girl's sad expression shifted slightly to happiness. I absolutely did not expect that my words would hurt you. Sorry. Tan Tu Kwong closed his eyes in shame, not daring to look at the girl, and said, I was bothered by a matter, so I didn't see what was happening around me. The kindness of others is something I am not familiar with. It feels strange. You can consider that my weakness, so? Halfway through his words, he felt his hand being grasped by a pair of small hands. Tan Tu Kwong opened his eyes and Sada looking at him with a happy smile, as if saying, it's okay. Tan Tu Kwong was so surprised that his eyes widened. Then, his face also softened, as if he had shed a layer of defense. In the evening, at the Tang family citadel, a call rang out. Advisor Mac. The man working in a wine room chased after Mac Si-vu and asked, Where are you going? I told you, outsiders are not allowed to wander in this area. The old man ignored the man and replied casually, Don't worry, I just found the room too stuffy, so I came out for a walk. The man knew he couldn't stop Mac Si-vu. By then, the old man had already walked far away. The man could only chase after him and shout, Sir, where are you going? Mac Si-vu walked leisurely. Then he looked up at the sky and exclaimed, The moon is truly beautiful today. I wonder what you are doing. Suddenly, an object flew over. A rope tightened around Mac Si-vu's arm, hanging him upside down in the air. The back of a person wearing Tang family attire appeared. That person asked in an unhappy voice, Is this the time for you to leisurely gaze at the moon? The old man, without any fear, replied, This kind of greeting is truly rude. Even though we haven't met for long. Mac Si-vu looked at the rope wrapped around his arm and said, So I'm thinking, what makes the young miss so annoyed? Young Mississippi. At this moment, the figure of the person in Tang family attire became clear. It was Tang Halan. Her gaze looking at the old man was extremely sharp and powerful. On the Tang family city wall, in the dark night, Mac Si-vu's voice echoed, Why are you doing this? The rope was pulled taut. Tang Halan replied, I'm sure I told you. Do not leave consequences when you work. She looked very unhappy at this moment, saying, But looking at the current situation, what on earth happened? Deng Fuang, the Jia Cat gang, and even Tin Long all lost to that guy. Truly too weak, unbearably weak. Could it be that Advisor Mac could not foresee that things would spin out of control? The old man did not look at her, only staring at the rope tightening around his arm. Tang Halan's gaze shifted slightly. It seems I have no choice but to kill you. The scene of that day replayed in her mind. He was one of the lucky survivors in the old land of Yunnan. Deep in my heart, I could sense he was a dangerous person. That guy is Tan Tu Kwong, the bane of that day. A gaze full of killing intent appeared in Tang Halan's mind. If we just ignore him, he will become an obstacle. The words he spoke have now spread throughout the world. People even call him the Poison Dragon. Hearing this, Mac Si-vu laughed strangely. Poison Dragon. This title flatters him too much. But everything is under my control. Hearing this, Tang Halan exclaimed in astonishment. You foresaw this? Didn't you say the exact same thing when you were at the poison sect? The old man spoke while untying the rope wrapped tightly around his hand. One's vision should look a bit further, young miss of the Tang family. That brat possesses infinite untapped potential. If we can utilize him, it will bring immense benefits to your clan. The firelight extinguished, and Mac Si-vu revealed a face of unfathomable depth. This is a bad move, he said while rotating his wrist. A master would think of planting grass in a place that has been scorched by fire. Could it be that someone destined to inherit a high position in the Tang family cannot think that far? Hearing these words, she was somewhat shaken. I have planned everything. Even if Bak Lai Deng wants to investigate the Tang family later, it will not be a problem. Tang Halan retracted her whip and said, I don't know what you want to achieve, but you should have acted sooner. Before my grandfather speaks up, her eyes looked at the old man with a warning. I don't want to disappoint him. Hearing this, Mac Si-vu said, I have prepared to act as the time is ripe. Since the young miss is under pressure to do well, I will also try my best. She heard these words, seemingly satisfied, turned to leave, but still gave a slight, unhappy snort. Suddenly, the old man seemed to remember something. But aren't you curious how he is doing? Tang Halan glanced at him. The one called Poison Dragon, the enemy of the Tang family. Her eyes seemed to want to see through him, but she said nothing. Early in the morning, a bird flew across the clear blue sky, then landed on Jong Do-ho's arm. She removed the letter from the bird's leg, read it, and fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, Jong Do-ho noticed a movement and turned to look. She breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing in her eyes. In the distance, Tan Tu Kwong and Tatu were walking over. Seeing her, Tatu's face beamed, while he nodded slightly in greeting. Then a voice rang out. Tan Tu Kwong was now standing next to Jong Do-ho, looking into the distance, saying, "I will walk the path I have chosen myself. Listening to your advice, I intend to go see what this world is like. I will travel, see with my own eyes, and experience this world personally to confirm if what I know is the truth. If during my travels I encounter things I don't know, I will face them. Only then can I truly take revenge without turning myself into a monster." She listened quietly, waiting for him to finish before speaking. "I understand. I guess you would do that. What a pity." Then Jong Do-ho said, "Giving advice on what to do is easy, but walking that path is very difficult. That is why I hoped you wouldn't take that path." Tadu was sitting at a distance, waiting for them. The girl looked at the two, hearing Jong Do-ho say, "But perhaps you have already made up your mind." Tan Tu Kwong replied, "I have decided. This is something I must go through." Jong Do-ho voiced her thoughts. "I guess you have decided that no matter what, you will give your all for revenge." Then she said, "I hope you can also look at this world with a different eye." He turned his face, looking at her, in confusion. Jong Do-ho didn't mind, just said, "I wish you smooth sailing on the path you have chosen." Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwong nodded in thanks. At the gate, Jong Do-ho's group stood seeing Tan Tu Kwong off. She looked at him and said, "Let's part ways here." Seeing this, Bien Phuc also pretended to be impatient, scratching his head and saying, "Tsk, you guy are really as stubborn as a bull. We tried every way to change your mind, but it was all in vain. Even though we first met in Lan Chi village, I already knew this personality of yours." Tan Tu Kwong gripped the strap of his bag, smiling slightly. "Although the time together was short, I learned a lot from you." He recalled the days here with him. "I learned many things that I couldn't learn down in the abyss." That day, Bien Phuc held his head in some surprise, saying, "Aren't you very good at fighting? How come you don't even know basic martial arts?" "Thank you for patiently teaching me." Hearing this, he avoided eye contact, looking elsewhere, replying, "That was because I thought you would join the demon sect. If I knew you would leave." Seeing this, Jong Do-ho looked at Tan Tu Kwong and said, "Don't mind him." She smiled happily at him. "He only looks like that on the outside, but actually he is a very sentimental person." Hearing this, Bien Phuc put on a scary look all over, looking at her, thinking, "Looks like that?" Tan Tu Kwong saw them teasing each other like that and smiled slightly. Suddenly, he seemed to see something. While Bien Phuc and leader Jong Do-ho were arguing, "What about my appearance? Even looking like this, I'm very popular, you know." Tan Tu Kwong saw Tata standing timidly behind, staring at him, as if she had something to say. Tan Tu Kwong saw the girl fumbling behind her back, as if taking something out. Then, Tata held out a cloth bag towards him. Tan Tu Kwong was a bit surprised. What is that?" On the side, Bien Phuc felt helpless, looking gloomy as he said, "I'm not handsome, but I have a beautiful soul." Jong Do-ho also noticed it nearby. She saw the yellow pill in the bag and said, "Is that the regenerative circulation pill?" Then she explained, "I heard this is a pill prepared from a secret recipe of the medicine sect, having miraculous effects in maintaining internal energy and blood circulation. This child stayed up several nights making things. It turns out it was to make this." Jong Do-ho reached out to pat the girl's head, saying, "It seems she wants to give it to you before you go." Hearing this, he looked gently at Tatu, then placed his hand on hers, accepting it. Tan Tu Kwong sincerely replied, "Thank you very much." Then he said to the girl, "I hope the day we can take a walk together will come soon." Bien Phuc and Jong Do-ho both looked towards the girl. Then Tan Tu Kwong waved goodbye to them. "Thank you, everyone." Seeing this, Jong Do-ho's group also waved back. "Take care. Remember to eat on time." Jong Do-ho and Bien Phuc watched his steps until Tan Tu Kwong's figure completely disappeared. Bien Phuc then spoke up asking, "Is it okay to let him go like that?" Jong Do-ho replied, "Didn't you know long ago? Although considering the current situation, I wish he would stay, but if he doesn't want to, I don't intend to force him." He thought of this and couldn't help but admire. Truly a brave lad. I am very curious which path he will take. and what choices he will make. Then he turned to ask her, "What do you intend to do? You are considering ignoring the letter we received, right?" At this moment, her hand was holding the letter, silent. On the letter were written 2 lines. "The appointed date is approaching. The location is at Lao Tre Mountain, Guangxi. I will bring Tin Long. You should also bring the person you need to bring." After reading the letter, Zhang Du Hoa replied to Bien Phuc's question, "No, having come this far, I cannot ignore this matter." Hearing her answer, he exclaimed in surprise, "What? That is too dangerous. If he set a trap, then no, I am certain this is a trap. Please reconsider. This is not like in Lanchi village. This opportunity might not come a second time." Zhang Du Hoa's eyes suddenly darkened. Bien Phuc saw this expression of hers and felt a bit scared. If it is to take back that thing from that person's hands. Zhang Du Hoa clenched the piece of paper in her hand, her eyes filled with hatred. "No matter how dangerous, it is nothing to me." Late at night, in a forest, a fire flickered in the distance, with a figure beside it. The person spoke up, "Let's see." The man held a piece of paper, sitting before the fire muttering, "Since I have set all the necessary traps, all that's left is to hook that big fish." That man was Maxi Vu. His face was full of excitement. "Everything is progressing very smoothly." Suddenly, another voice rang out behind his neck. "You don't need to worry about anything." Bak Lai Dung appeared behind him at this moment, speaking softly in a low voice, "Because from now on, everything will be different." This caused Mak Si Vu's whole body to shake. The palm of the man slapped Mak Si Vu's face hard, sending the old man flying far away. Boom! That blow resonated through the forest, causing the sleeping birds to fly away in a hurry. After that blow, Bak Lai Dung looked at the pile of broken trees and shouted, "Come out. I know you're not the type to be easily taken down by that blow." From the dust and smoke, Mak Si Vu's figure propped himself up to sit, replying, "I understand what you are thinking." The old man dusted off the dirt on his body, saying, "But you shouldn't hit me without listening to my story, my lord." He spoke calmly. How impatient. At this moment, the man rushed forward like a demon. An explosion rang out, and white smoke rose up. In the smoke, a figure flew high into the air. Max Si Vu was gathering strength, shouting, "If you do this, I have no choice but to fight back, right?" Poison palm. A purple hand flew towards Bak Lai Dung. The man also did not yield, gently drawing the sword at his waist. Heavenly slash. Several powerful slashes rushed towards the old man. Seeing the sword blades coming, Max Si Vu stepped on them, then spun around, dodging the other slashes. Suddenly, his body shrank on the ground, now remaining only as a layer of smoke, with no figure to be seen. Max Si Vu thought to himself, where did he disappear to? Vajra, soul-burying palm. Suddenly, Bak Lai Dung appeared behind the old man. Max Si Vu only now discovered someone behind him. Pow pow! The palm struck hard on the old man's back. Boom! The surrounding trees snapped. A groan of pain rang out. Ugh! Max Si Vu was beaten to the point of immobility, lying in a depression in the ground, saying, "I guess I am not your opponent," before the old man could finish. Bak Lai Dung appeared from above, causing his whole body to be terrified. The man's figure rushed straight at Mak Si Vu like the god of death. The surrounding earth and rocks were also shaken by this force. Ugh, ow, ugh. After that blow, the old man vomited blood incessantly. Bak Lai Dung looked at him, asking with murderous intent, "You bastard, how is Quan?" Max Si Vu gasped for breath with difficulty, replying, I did not intend to hide this. Tin Long is still safe. He is at the Tang family home in Sichuan." Hearing this, Bak Lai Dung looked at the old man with a somewhat puzzled look, asking, "With the Tang family?" Max Si Vu saw his expression change slightly, immediately seizing the opportunity to say, "Please do not misunderstand. Tin Long was poisoned with a lethal poison. It was very difficult for me alone to treat him. I took him to the Tang family, asking them for help." The old man hurriedly explained, "If I hadn't taken him there, he would have died." Bak Lai Dung looked at Max Si Vu and said, "Do you think I will bow my head and thank you? The one who incited him to go to Lan Chi village in the first place was definitely you. Moreover, you let Zhang Du Hoa show herself and then escape." Hearing this, the old man immediately denied, "I absolutely did not know Tin Long had gone there. As for Zhang Du Hoa, how could someone let me stand against her? Besides letting her go, what else would I dare to do? I originally thought I just needed to bring Tin Long back, and the Jia Cat Gang would deal with her. I didn't expect them to let her escape. Bak Lai Dung became more angry the more he heard the old man speak. His eyes bloodshot, cursing, "Shameless bastard." Bak Lai Dung looked like a demon at this moment, raising his hand high, aiming at Maxi Vu. I was wrong to think I could tame a wild dog and use it. His raised hand began to slowly tighten. Maxi Vu, suppressed on the ground, began to struggle in pain, his face flushing with blood. Ugh! The old man knew saying more was useless, so he held up a white piece of paper, saying, "I will prove to you that I'm still useful." The hand that was slowly moving also stopped. The man asked, "What is this?" The old man replied with difficulty, "A weapon that can prolong my life." Maxi Vu turned the content towards Bak Lai Dung, asking with a smile, "Do you know what this is?" Hearing this, the man also looked over, somewhat surprised. "Ha ha ha." The old man didn't wait for him to answer before saying, "Of course you must know. This is the handwriting of the wife you have never forgotten your whole life." Bak Lai Dung took the piece of paper in his hand. Maxi Vu asked, "What are you plotting again?" The old man gave a grotesque smile, replying, "I will eliminate Zhongdu Hoa in the Shandong area. This time I guarantee it." In a forest, Tan Tu Quang was walking on a worn dirt path. He walked with a limp. At this moment, in the distance behind Tan Tu Quang, a figure in a green-sleeved shirt appeared, observing him. Tan Tu Quang continued to limp through the forest. Suddenly, he felt something unusual. Before this, Zhongdu Hoa had reminded Tan Tu Quang, "After you leave here, someone will soon follow you." Hearing this, he asked, "Who would do that?" She replied, "The 3 tyrants of Sichuan. After all, they have great influence in this area." Hearing this, Tan Tu Quang looked at her. "The 3 tyrants of Sichuan?" Zhongdu Hoa saw that he didn't understand. So she explained, "They're the Tang family, a Mei sect, and Qingchang sect. The Tang family is the most famous noble family in the poison sect. The Amei sect is considered one of the 2 great Buddhist sects on par with Shaolin. As for the Qingchang sect, a Taoist sect established by a reclusive entity, since they do not participate in the Martial Arts General Alliance. Sichuan has long been under their rule. The map of Sichuan displays 3 colors, 3 different territories managed by the sections. Blue belongs to the Qingchang sect, red is managed by the Tang family, and yellow belongs to the Amei sect. They have long built influence in their respective areas and developed their power by maintaining a balance between the 3 sects. Because they have such a solid system, even after the Martial Arts Alliance was established, they retain the title of the Sichuan 3 Tyrants. Now they are called the Sichuan 3 Kings. Like most people living in Sichuan, they are very independent, very stubborn, and not good at communicating with outsiders." Then she looked at Tan Tu Quang. "You, someone who causes much controversy in the Jianghu, might not be welcomed in Sichuan. They will certainly scrutinize your every move. The level in Sichuan is different from Yunnan." Zhongdu Hoa reminded him, "Be a little careful." At this moment, Tan Tu Quang pondered, "The closer I get to the Sichuan border, the more I feel eyes watching me. Does this mean they all know I'm here? If they keep following me, I won't be able to move freely." Thinking this, he reached for the bag on his back. He looked at the brown cloth bag in his hand. "I have to cut off their tail." Tan Tu Quang sprinkled a layer of white powder on the ground as he walked. His footprints were imprinted on the ground, followed by a stretch of powder, and then his limping footprints appeared again. A long trail of Tan Tu Quang's footprints appeared in the quiet forest. Suddenly, a foot appeared, jumping up and shouting, "Primordial heaven worthy, numinous treasure heaven worthy, moral heaven worthy." Finally, those feet landed on a clearing, right in front of the pile of white powder. He cursed in frustration. He dared to sprinkle poison on the road? Truly a cunning fellow. Then he reached out to collect the powder. "No, this is my fault, my negligence, for letting him discover I was following him. Anyway, I have no choice but to deal with him, so he doesn't harm others in the process." The pile of poisonous powder on the road was gradually collected, resting safely in that small hand. A teenager dressed in blue with delicate features muttered, "I must report to the Qingchang sect. Half a day ago, at the Qingchang sect, Sichuan, and Zhang, wearing blue clothes, was sweeping the courtyard with a drowsy expression, yawning widely. A person walked over and called, "Zhang, come here for a moment." And Zhang, who was sweeping, heard this, looked over and replied, "Yes, master." A moment later, a voice sounded very surprised. "Yes? What?" And Zhang looked at the man opposite him and asked, "Poison Dragon?" The man opposite heard this and replied, "Correct. He is an assassin of the demon sect. His movements started from Yunnan. He slaughtered villagers and killed people from the Martial Arts Alliance sent to question his crimes." And Zhang listened intently to the man in front of him. "He is a common enemy who has recently caused much disturbance in the martial arts world. Rumor has it he went into hiding, seemingly fleeing to a secret location with some demon sect. The man with a beard, short hair, and a stern expression was the sect leader of Qingqing, the Northern Heaven Taoist master. Today he has left that place. I want you to track him while he is in Sichuan." And Zhang heard this and was startled. "Huh? You want me to track such a dangerous person?" Seeing in Zhang's fearful look, he knocked on the boy's head, causing Zhang to tear up in pain. "Ouch!" He scolded angrily. "You brat, how can a disciple of the Qingchang sect be afraid of him? Did I teach you to be a coward?" The boy held his head and cried out, "Ouch!" then stammered, No, master. I didn't tell you to fight him or capture him." He tapped the back of his own neck with a wooden stick, sighing as he spoke. "I just want you to watch and see if he does anything unnecessary." And Zhang held his head, looking up at him with tears still in the corners of his eyes, asking, "But he is a villain. Why don't we catch him before he commits more crimes? Why just watch him?" The Northern Heaven Master heard this and replied, "If we get involved, the Tang family and the Amei sect will also be drawn in. That would make the chaos even worse. Moreover, his movements are very suspicious. Instead of interfering and making things tense, I believe observing would be better." He paused, then began to threaten Zhang. You have learned quite a bit during your time here. This mission should be nothing to you. If you can't even do such a simple task, you will have to face the wall in cultivation for another year." And Zhang heard this, felt a bit scared, and immediately replied, "Yes. Now." And Zhang was collecting the powder Tan Tu Kuang had sprinkled, muttering, "If the mission is so simple, why didn't you do it yourself?" Then he sighed in resignation. Suddenly, and Zhang cheered up. "No." He quickly put the bag of powder into the cloth bag in his hand. "Master trusted me with this task, which means he has recognized my ability." He immediately regained his spirit and clenched his fist. "All right, I will definitely complete the mission, so Master will allow me to venture into the Jianghu." Suddenly, at this moment, and Zhang noticed, the distance between us has grown again. Then he hung the powder bag back on his waist. "Does he want to shake me off?" And Zhang put his hands on his hips and said confidently, "Haha. No matter how hard he tries, it's useless, because Poison Dragon is a cripple. His left leg is different." Thinking this, he lay flat on the ground to observe the footprints. "As long as I follow this distinct footprint, I won't lose the trail." After walking for a while, the footprints disappeared, and Zhang looked at the broken tracks, frozen like a statue. He screamed, "I lost him!" And Zhang held his head and yelled loudly, "Oh no." Then he searched in the grass. Where did he disappear to? He overturned the surrounding rocks. I never heard that Poison Dragon knew invisibility techniques. And Zhang looked up at the tree branches. After searching for a while, he began to panic, his face turning pale, eyes tearing up as he shouted, I can't stand facing the wall for another year." Then he immediately used his lightness skill to fly away. The forest returned to silence. A rustling sound came from the bushes. Tan Tu Kuang stepped out from behind a tree, leaning on it for support. He observed the surroundings, saw it was safe, and sighed in relief. Phew! In the afternoon, in the city of Sichuan, he sat in a restaurant, deep in thought. Although I said I would travel the world, I have no plan at all. At this moment, a waiter brought out a plate of food, but I don't know where to start. Maybe I should first see what has happened recently. At this time, two customers in the restaurant were leaving together, discussing recent events in the martial arts world. The guest in green looked at the one in blue and said, "I heard that both Brave Phoenix and Pure Dragon of the 3 divine dragons and 4 great birds have been defeated." The man in blue beside him immediately said, "I heard that Pure Dragon and Poison Dragon were both heavily injured in the confrontation." Does that mean he is on par with Pure Dragon? Since they fought after Poison Dragon destroyed the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams formation, perhaps he is even stronger than Pure Dragon. Anyway, another big figure has emerged. Tan Tu Kuang heard this and fell into an unhappy silence. Even though I hear them discussing me like that, I can't say anything to them. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out. Ah, brother, you're here, causing him to startle and open his eyes. And Zhang was sweating profusely, leaning his hand on the door, his face beaming as he said, I looked everywhere for you. How did you manage to shake me off? I had to search all the nearby villages to find you. Hearing this, he remained silent, thinking to himself, the nearby villages? That would take a whole day. Did this brat check them all? The boy stumbled over to Tan Tu Kwong, groaning as he walked. Hu, can I sit down? Hearing Zhang ask, he replied, Make yourself at home. Hearing this, the boy happily replied, Then I won't stand on ceremony. After sitting down opposite him, and Zhang slumped onto the table and said, At first, I thought you used an invisibility technique to hide because your tracks disappeared. Turns out you were over there. You're really good at deceiving people, like a ghost. Saying this, he smelled a fragrant aroma, causing him to drool as he looked over. A glistening bowl of food, looking delicious just by sight. And Zhang looked at the bowl of food in front of him and shouted, So delicious! Seeing this, Tan Tu Kwong gestured towards the bowl. If you like it, eat it. Hearing this, the boy's eyes immediately lit up looking at him, drool flowing as he asked, Really? And Zhang immediately clasped his hands in greeting. Ah! How rude of me. Let me introduce myself. I am the ascetic monk in Zhang, cultivating at Mount Qingcheng. I heard that brother was in Sichuan, so I was sent to track you. Tan Tu Kwong heard this and looked at the boy warily, thinking, An ascetic monk of the Qingcheng sect? The boy said shyly, At first, I was secretly tracking you, but since you try to shake me off, I have to go with you now, okay? Even if you refuse, I'll follow you anyway, haha. He looked at Zhang, thinking, he's revealing his identity and purpose to someone who he doesn't even know as a friend or foe yet. Is the Qingcheng sect in Sichuan that confident? After finishing the introduction, Zhang said with a happy face, I'm eating now. Tan Tu Kwong seemed to want to say something and opened his mouth. Ah, but the food is poisoned. The boy was eating, and upon hearing this, his face instantly turned pale. He spat out everything he had put in his mouth, his face ashen as he stammered, What? Brother, are you kidding me? He calmly replied, I thought you knew. And Zhang heard this, his face darkening. How could I know? Tan Tu Kwong explained. There is rhododendron powder sprinkled on the rice. He pointed at the bowl and said, Isn't it changing color? The boy looked in the direction he pointed. Rice grains still stuck to his mouth, not even noticing them. Hearing him say that, he replied, Ah, you're right. I didn't know what that was. I thought it was a special dish. Then Zhang looked at Tan Tu Kwong and shouted loudly, Wait, why did you give me poisoned food? He heard this and replied, I wasn't the one who poisoned it. The boy heard this and asked, Not you, then who? In here, you should. He stopped halfway, falling silent as he looked at two people wearing red cloaks and hats, saying, Ask those people. The man holding a cup heard this, glanced at them, and laughed loudly. Ha ha, Fiske, I didn't expect a kid from the demon sect to be able to recognize poison. Then he stood up and said, I guess you are very knowledgeable about poison. Huh? And Zhang seemed to realize something and spoke up. Wait, those clothes. You are. The man with red eyebrows looked at the boy, frowned slightly, and greeted, Greetings, ascetic monk in Zhang. I am Tang Loi Sam of the Tang family. Hearing this, the boy looked at him, then said in an unhappy voice, Although I ate poisoned rice, I'm still very pleased to meet you. But now that I know you are from the Tang family, I'm not sure if I should say that anymore. Hearing this, his eyes flickered slightly. Tang Loi Sam heard this and asked with some confusion, What do you mean? Seeing he didn't understand, and Zhang replied, As far as I know, this territory is under the management of the Qingchang sect, the Tang family, and the Amei sect. You dare to use poison here without permission? Does that mean you're looking down on our Qingchang sect? The other person wearing a hat at this moment cast a sharp look at the boy from beneath the brim. Tang Loi Sam heard this and said, I was just testing the skill of the demon sect kid. How can that be considered looking down on the Qingchang sect? If I had known you were going to eat, I wouldn't have put poison in the food. And Zhang heard this, and his eyes turned angry. Oh, is that so? Seeing him like this, Tang Loi Sam's expression also darkened. And Zhang did not back down, his eyes staring intently at Tang Loi Sam. The two began a staring contest, the tension rising steadily. Seeing this, Tan Tu Kwong pushed himself up to stand and said, I can't even eat a meal in peace. I'm leaving now. If you two have a problem, solve it yourselves. Goodbye. Seeing him ignore him, Tang Loi Sam's face turned angry, and he gritted his teeth. Brat! As he shouted, he reached behind and pulled a chopstick from the chopstick holder. Do you think you can walk out of here after insulting me? Tang Loi Sam forcefully threw a chopstick towards him. The chopstick flew quickly towards Tan Tu Kwong. Suddenly, another pair of chopsticks clamped onto the incoming chopstick with incredible speed. Tang Loi Sam was now a bit surprised and angry, and Zhang held a pair of chopsticks in his hand, clamping Tang Loi Sam's smoking chopstick, and said, You dare attack someone else while talking to me? This time it's you. His gaze and aura were in no way inferior to the opponent's as he looked at him and said, Looking down on me? In a quiet restaurant. And Zhang's voice rang out evenly. The three sects respect each other and do not infringe upon one another. This is the unwritten rule my master taught me. Hearing this, Tang Loi Sam was a bit displeased. The figure of northern heaven appeared behind the boy, full of majesty. And Zhang said, Yet you not only used poison, but also used hidden weapons right in front of me. By saying that, aren't you slandering my master? Hearing this, he shouted somewhat angrily, You are young, but I have always tried to respect you. Yet you've been pestering ceaselessly since earlier, and even protecting that guy. Do you want to hinder our Tang family's business? And Zhang heard this and did not back down, replying, You are the one hindering me. I was the one who approached Poison Dragon and spoke to him first. As he spoke, he picked up the chopsticks he had just used to pick up food. I'm returning this to you. Saying so, he threw the chopsticks toward Tang Loi Sam. The chopsticks flew straight at his face, only a few centimeters away. Suddenly, a red string flew over, and with a snap, broke the chopsticks flying toward him. Before Tang Loi Sam could compose himself, the chopsticks, broken in two, clattered onto the ground. And Zhang was a bit surprised and let out an "oh." He and Tang Loi Sam looked simultaneously toward the person behind him who had just acted. And Zhang spoke up, Your skills are quite agile too. Opposite them, Tang Halan calmly raised her cup of water, drinking slowly, but her hand still gripped the whip tightly. Seeing this, he said, I can still continue. Suddenly, and Zhang's whole body was drenched in sweat, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Ugh, my stomach hurts so much. He looked at them and said, Can you give me the antidote first? Hearing this, Tang Loi Sam's face went blank. At the same time, Tan Tu Kwong, who had his back to them, also spoke up. You all can stop this farce now. If you have something to say to me, just say it directly. Hearing this sentence, both of them looked toward him. Tang Loi Sam gritted his teeth and said, This is a warning for you. Today, out of respect for the Qingqing sect, we will temporarily withdraw. But if you continue to loiter in this area, there won't be a good ending. Tan Tu Kwong nodded as if he understood, replying, Understood, many thanks for the reminder. And Zhang watched him leave and started to get a bit anxious. He held his stomach, looking at him, then at Tang Loi Sam. Ugh. Wait for me. And Zhang shouted loudly, calling after Poison Dragon. Tan Tu Kwong showed no sign of stopping, still limping footsteps. At this moment, and Zhang had been detoxified and immediately chased after him. He called out loudly, Poison Dragon, wait for me. Tan Tu Kwong sighed somewhat helplessly. Sigh, and Zhang finally caught up with him, walking beside him with hands on hips and calling, Poison Dragon. Originally, I didn't intend to get close to you. I'm just walking with you until you leave Sichuan. Because if I don't monitor you, I'll have to face the wall and cultivate for another year. Tan Tu Kwong calmly replied, All right. Hearing this, and Zhang looked at him happily, a smile clearly visible. Wow, you're really letting me follow you? Tan Tu Kwong replied helplessly. Even if I didn't want you to follow, you would still tag along. Right? Then he thought to himself, instead of letting this brat tag along behind my back, it's better to just let him walk beside me. If something like just now happens again, who knows, he might even lend a hand. After thinking for a moment, Tan Tu Kwong said, If it were me, I wouldn't want to face a martial arts training wall for a whole year either. Hearing this, he responded, Right? Suddenly, and Zhang seemed to remember something. What happened today surprised me greatly. He stared at Tan Tu Kwong and said, Seeing that you suppressed your killing intent and didn't react to him, seemingly having no intention to fight, I intervened. The Poison Dragon in my imagination was supposed to be someone with an eccentric and arrogant personality. Tan Tu Kwong did not deny it, only stating the truth. Whether I am arrogant or not was not important at that moment. If we had really fought, that restaurant would have suffered heavy damage. Hearing him answer like that, and Zhang's eyes were filled with admiration. Oh, you even thought about that. Then, he said to Tan Tu Kwong, but his tone was a bit uncertain. You're a good person, aren't you? He fell into thought again. Ah, but you sprinkled poison on the road, so that's not entirely being a good person, right? Tan Tu Kwong heard Zhang muttering and said, I wanted to see who was tracking me, so I sprinkled some powder. Hearing this, he started what? Tan Tu Kwong began to explain. You look for footprints on the ground in the forest to track me, right? I sprinkled poison right at that spot. A bit of white powder sprinkled over the footprints you left. It was a powder containing poison, concocted from various poisons and kudzu powder. Although not lethal, it affects a person's judgment within 2 hours, making it difficult for them to find me. And Zhang now acted like a detective, replying, No wonder my vision became blurry and I felt dizzy, so I couldn't find you. Then Zhang smiled innocently and said, But the poison you used was only to shake off others, not a lethal poison. You are far different from what I heard. Ha! Tan Tu Kwong looked at Zhang, acting so innocent, and remained silent. After that, Tan Tu Kwong asked, Are you always like this, or are you acting? Hearing this, he looked over in confusion. Huh? What do you mean by saying that? Tan Tu Kwong replied, I know very well that everyone in the world says I am a demon who kills without batting an eye. He looked at Tan Tu Kwong and replied, Correct, that's why I am monitoring you, ensuring nothing happens before you leave. Then Zhang asked, Is there a problem? Tan Tu Kwong looked at him and said, You seem to have lowered your guard when you are beside me, just like when you ate the poisoned food, or even when someone with malicious intent approached you. And Zhang seemed to understand something. Approach me? Then he denied, That won't happen. Tan Tu Kwong looked at Zhang in confusion. Seeing Tan Tu Kwong looking at him like that, he replied, Because in Sichuan, no one dares to harm a disciple of the Qingchang sect. Tan Tu Kwong was a bit surprised to hear this. If anyone wants to cause trouble with us, they must be prepared to have their entire clan exterminated. Hearing this point, Tan Tu Kwong didn't know what to say. Tan Tu Kwong thought to himself, I had to endure a hellish life for 8 years, thinking only of revenge. What happened to me in the medicine sect was all because I was incompetent. And Zhang seemed to notice the unusual look on his face and looked over in confusion. Meanwhile, Tan Tu Kwong was still immersed in his own thoughts. But the situation of the person before me is completely different. Like a mother protecting her child, the sect and master protect him. Is that why he is so innocent that he knows nothing about what happens around him? Thinking of this, Tan Tu Kwong closed his eyes in pain. I'm jealous of him. At this moment, Zhang came in front of him, squatted down, looked up at him, and called, Hey. Then he asked, Worried about me? Worried someone will attack me? You really are a good person. Saying this, Zhang laughed loudly. Ha! Meanwhile, Tan Tu Kwong remained silent. A moment later, he regained his composure and said to him, The sun is about to set. We must go quickly. In the distance, the people from the Tang family were still observing the two of them. TSK. The sound emitted seemed quite annoyed. Tang Loi Sam gritted his teeth in frustration and said, It seems that Ching Chong's sect brat is guarding Poison Dragon, monitoring him very closely. At this time, Tang Halan also spoke up. If we don't do anything to him, things will get worse. Although we are not the main line of the family, they have trampled on the Tang family's reputation. Hearing this, he looked at Tang Halan reproachfully. Halan, what are you saying? Just now, didn't you also not intervene? I try my best. Hearing Tang Loi Sam's reproachful tone, Tang Halan's eyes turned red with anger, saying, What did you say? Seeing her reaction, he became tongue-tied and remained silent. After that, he gave a slight humph and walked away. As for Tang Halan, she remained standing there silently, watching the two of them. In southern Guangxi, a pavilion appeared on the mountainside. This place was called Gilin Lao Mountain. In midair, a strip of golden silk swirled like a tornado and then landed. After touching the ground, the golden silk slowly unfurled, revealing the figure inside. A foot stepped onto the ground, then her entire body appeared. It was none other than Zhang Du Hoa. 2 more beams of light appeared in the sky, rushing straight down. Behind her, an explosion rang out. It was the martial artist brothers, Tuk Thursday of the Dark Pavilion, appearing behind Zhang Du Hoa. Inside the pavilion, a figure dressed in brown spoke up. You've arrived. Maxi Vu sat there leisurely, speaking loudly. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. I looked forward to this transaction so much I couldn't sleep. I have prepared the goods exactly as agreed. He has been drugged and is unconscious. Wake him up, and he will be able to move." At this moment, the old man's eyes moved slightly. But Max Sivu looked behind her and didn't see Tantu Kwong. So he said, "Why don't I see the item I requested?" Hearing this, Zhang Du Hoa smiled and replied, "Because I didn't come to trade with you. I came to rob the thing in your hands." The old man looked at her with interest, a smile clearly visible. Max Sivu spoke up at this moment. "I'm certain the agreement I proposed was to exchange Tin Long for that villain Tantu Kwong." He looked at his hand. "But now you say you want to snatch him from my hands? This is completely different from what we agreed, isn't it? Servant of justice. Come to think of it, someone like you easily breaks faith and forgets righteousness. Truly disappointing." Zhang Du Hoa, standing at a distance, also replied, "I don't know if you still remember, but I never agreed to your transaction." Hearing this, Max Sivu laughed loudly. "Huh, is that what you intend to do? Are you infatuated with that brat?" She immediately replied, "He has decided to walk a different path from us. I cannot keep someone who will implicate us around." The old man immediately asked, "So you let him go?" Zhang Du Hoa calmly replied, "As for what happened after he left, I also do not know clearly." Max Sivu laughed strangely at this moment. KHA. He began to calculate. The servant of justice is someone who doesn't follow the usual path of the demon sect, even though she is also in it. She knew that if she handed that bastard Tantu Kwong over to me, you would be in danger, so she didn't do it. Indeed, it was not outside my expectations. Max Sivu spoke loudly, his face becoming distorted. "I let the servant of justice take him away, giving him a path to live. Indeed, I did the right thing." He bowed his head, laughing until his whole body shook, then said, "Take Tin Long away." At this moment, she was a bit confused and asked, "You don't intend to resist?" Max Sivu stood up, made a gesture of invitation, then stepped aside to make way, replying, "Yeah, I don't look like someone who can resist you. I came here only because I believed in the reputation of the servant of justice. If you intend to break that trust, then I have to accept it." Hearing this, Zhang Du Hoa said, "Are you insulting me?" The old man heard this and said, "It seems you also know you are wrong." Max Sivu crossed his arms, looked at her, and said, "Take him away, then leave quickly, because from now on, I still have to think of a way to survive." Hearing this, Zhang Du Hoa gave a slight humph and strode forward. She walked up to Bok Lai Quan. At this moment, he sat motionless in front of Zhang Du Hoa. At this moment, she slowly reached out toward Bok Lai Quan, but was still a bit guarded. Suddenly, he spoke up, "Shandong." Zhang Du Hoa was a bit surprised. Bok Lai Quan opened his eyes, staring at her. Then he shouted loudly, "Zhang Du Hoa." Seeing this, Zhang Du Hoa immediately reached out and pressed on Bok Lai Quan's face. With a snap, she used force to press his head down to the ground. After that, Zhang Du Hoa looked behind her, gritting her teeth and cursing. "Max Sivu, you animal." At this moment, a pair of shoes kicked toward her face. Zhang Du Hoa reached out to block the sole of the shoe. Bam! She had to use both hands to defend, struggling a bit, but still provoked him. Is this all the skill you have?" Max Sivu looked at her with interest, saying, "It's not just this little strength." At this moment, some black smoke rose from the heel of his shoe. She also realized it. The smell of gunpowder? Zhang Du Hoa had just reacted when it was already too late. Max Sivu's prosthetic leg opened up, revealing spikes inside. 2 spikes immediately shot out, flying towards her. Zhang Du Hoa stared at them in astonishment. Seeing this, the two Thursday brothers of the Dark Pavilion shouted, "Cult leader!" They screamed in pain. "It's a trap. We must save the cult leader." At this moment, a squad of archers appeared, drawing their bows and knocking arrows, preparing to fire. The two brothers seemed to realize it and turn their heads back. Just then, arrows rained down, blocking their path. Behind the thick smoke, dozens of figures holding bows and arrows appeared. An ambush? The smoke gradually cleared, and the figures became visible. The leader was Tun Tri. "Are they people from the Juvi gang?" He shouted angrily. "You monsters of the demonic cult. We won't let you escape this time." The two Thursday brothers of the Dark Pavilion looked at her and asked, "Cult leader, are you all right?" Zhang Du Hoa was drenched in sweat, looking a bit bedraggled. They said, "This place is surrounded. You must leave immediately." "Cult leader." She looked angrily at Max Sivu and asked, "Was all of this your plan from the very beginning?" He picked up the smoking prosthetic leg and replied, "Yes. But I don't need to feel guilty, because you didn't keep your promise either." Max Sivu rushed towards Zhang Du Hoa. Seeing this, she cursed, "Words of coward." Boom! A powerful force exploded around the pavilion. Rumble, a violent collision, dust and dirt flew everywhere. Bam, 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 bam. He attacked Zhang Du-Hoa relentlessly. Maxivu shouted, "What's wrong? Can't you even beat this old man?" She was slightly surprised, thinking, what is going on? How does he have such profound internal energy? Zhang Du-Hoa seemed to have realized something. It is, knowing she had discovered it. He replied, "Heavenly blood art." Maxivu roared. "He isn't the only one who swore revenge at any cost. Do you understand?" She shouted, "Are you talking about Tantu Kwong? Is he the reason you continue to live even with a ruined body? You're insane." At the same time, the two launched palm strikes, clashing violently. Bam! A massive force collided, cracking the ground and sending rocks flying. Both were pushed back by the impact. Maxivu was flung away, landing on the ground with difficulty. He laughed loudly, cackle cackle. Then he said, "I lost my reason long ago. I don't know why it turned out like this either. Initially, I only wanted revenge, but it didn't seem to go as planned. I was disappointed. Everything I started doing was because that bastard began to grow up, and things got even louder, turning into a vast ocean. Doesn't everyone have a story like that? Things they want to possess, things they want to taste, things they dream of." His whole body slowly moved as he said, "That brat is exactly that to me. Even though these eyes can no longer see, they always yearn to see him." Maxivu placed his hand over his blind eye. "Hey, do you want to see this?" Hearing this, Zhang Du-Hoa paid attention to where he placed his hand. "Something flashing from my eye?" He lowered his hand, smiling with interest. A golden light flashed, shining into her eyes, causing her to hurriedly raise her hand to cover them. Zhang Du-Hoa thought, "Is it a bronze mirror?" At this moment, Maxivu's figure in front of her gradually blurred. She cursed inwardly, "Damn it, my vision." Maxivu's laughter rang out incessantly. "Cackle, cackle, cackle. I didn't expect you to be so easily fooled." Then he rushed forward, shouting, "Now is the time." Behind her, Bak Lai Quan also flew up, raising his longsword high. He shouted, "This is for you, Shandong Zhang Du-Hoa." Zhang Du-Hoa, covering her eyes with her hand, immediately fell into a passive position, attacked from both front and back. She immediately channeled her energy, Jade, Grotto 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Flash Art. Bak Lai Quan's entire body was struck by the electric current. Maxivu was also affected, crying out in pain. Arg. Bak Lai Quan in the air also suffered considerable pain. Ugh. At this moment, Zhang Du-Hoa's vision gradually cleared. She saw Maxivu lying on the ground, his hand still in the posture of executing a move. Then Zhang Du-Hoa said, "To withstand this move of mine, you are quite something." Bak Lai Quan then shouted angrily, "It's because you're still stalling with me, isn't it? My fiancé died because of that murderous devil your demonic cult raised. I will take your head, and then the head of that vicious hung on the poisoner, so Yin's soul can find peace." Hearing this, she raised her head in anger. "I didn't want to take your life, but seeing how you want to end this, I guess if I don't kill you, this will never end." Suddenly, Zhang Du-Hoa noticed something unusual. In her blurred vision, she saw Maxivu using the same trick again. Those sharp steel needles shot towards her again. Zhang Du-Hoa cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I have to be careful." Without giving her a moment to think, he unleashed his move. Heavenly Sail, Sword Art. A sword strike slashed down powerfully, severing Zhang Du-Hoa's arm. Bak Lai Quan's cold gaze was clear in her eyes. Zhang Du-Hoa had now completely fallen into a passive position. The old man looked at her with interest. In the dim space, the two Thursday brothers of the Dar Pavilion were facing Tun Tri. He rushed forward, seemingly sensing something, and immediately leaned sideways to dodge Tun Tri's attack. Then, the old man seemed to spot an opening, thrusting the hilt of his sword towards the elder of the two Thursday brothers. However, he blocked it with his fist, then pushed the old man away. Seeing this, Tun Tri muttered, "Zhang Du-Hoa's people really live up to their reputation. I guess they aren't your average bodyguards, are they?" The elder brother, radiating killing intent, said, "I won't let you get near the cult leader." Hearing this, the old man replied, "Humph, I wonder if that's true." At this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. As the energy of the 5 Thunders Flash Art gradually weakened, the elder brother hurriedly turned his head back, his furious pupils beginning to show streaks of blood. He shouted, "Cult leader." Zhang Du-Hoa was clutching her arm in pain, coughing slightly. The elder brother was filled with rage, cursing with murderous intent. "Bastard! How dare you!" A sword strike swept across. Tun Tri took the opportunity to attack him. The old man sneered. "Where are you looking?" "Over here." Max Sivu dragged his feet, saying, "Cutting off my legs years ago, even though there was nothing wrong with them, to replace them with prosthetics was truly the right decision." He stood in front of her, smiling grotesquely. "All that power. The servant of justice is kneeling before me." Then, Max Sivu looked at Bok Lai Quan. Tin Long did well too. He intended to say a few more words, but seeing him sitting there motionless, he stopped. "Fainted? Then he can sleep peacefully." After that, Max Sivu looked at her and said, "I believe Bok Lai Dung will be satisfied with this merchandise." "Which is you?" Zhang Du Hoa remained silent, reached out to grab the steel needle stuck in her abdomen, ignoring his words, and forcefully pulled it out. "He will definitely overlook the fact that I disobeyed his order to go to Lanchi village." She threw the steel needle to the ground with force, blood splattering, and cursed Max Sivu. "You are an animal." Zhang Du Hoa angrily channeled her power once more. "You dare? Do you think cutting off on my arms means I'm defeated?" He acted like a good person, saying, "I advise you not to use too much internal energy right now." Zhang Du Hoa didn't understand yet. But at this moment, blood began to flow ceaselessly from the corners of her eyes, nose, and mouth, horrifying her. "My prosthetic legs and the steel needles inside were all made by the Tang family. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhang Du Hoa gritted her teeth, saying each word. "Poison?" Max Sivu smiled and replied, "Correct. The Tang family's specially made poison, intended to capture you. With your current condition, if you use the move from earlier again, I'm afraid your life will be hard to keep. So you'd best stay as you are. Maybe he will spare your life out of consideration for the old relationship between you and me." Hearing this, she replied with difficulty, "I would rather die than see that." Zhang Du Hoa roared, electric currents appearing around her body. "Your actions are indeed not beyond my expectations." Seeing this, he took a defensive stance. He didn't say, "I had to bring you back alive," either. At this moment, from the air, the younger of the two Thursday brothers swooped down, shouting, "Cult leader." Both of them instinctively looked up. The younger brother held Zhang Du Hoa tightly. She was suddenly grabbed, her face full of confusion. Then, he flew away holding her. Seeing this, Max Sivu shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Zhang Du Hoa also looked angrily at the younger brother, carrying her away, yelling, "What are you doing?" He exerted himself to fly, holding her tight as he replied, "Cult leader, you cannot die here. You must think of those who believed in and followed you. This entire area has already been surrounded by the Zhuge gang." Zhang Du Hoa, who was resisting, heard this and calmed down somewhat. The younger brother gritted his teeth and said, "This is the only way this subordinate can protect you. Cult leader." She seemed to realize something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Wait, what about your brother?" On the other side, the elder brother was fighting off the others from the Zhuge gang alone. He glanced towards them, smiling reassuringly. Zhang Du Hoa only then realized she had made a mistake. As for the younger brother, holding her, tears couldn't help but stream down his face. Zhang Du Hoa shouted, "No, we can't leave him behind." He replied firmly, "You'll get hurt. Please forgive this subordinate for being rude." "No." The two of them plunged into the water, just like that. Max Sivu stood on the cliff, looking at the water below with regret. "TSK, how troublesome." Then he turned back angrily. "What are you doing? We just lost Shandong Zhang Du Hoa, just because you couldn't even handle those two." At this moment, the elder brother, now unconscious, was being held down by them. Hearing his words, they remained silent. Then, Max Sivu slowly walked over and said, "Send people down the stream, search the entire area thoroughly. She has been poisoned, they can't get far." Tun Tri heard this and replied, "Yes." He looked at Max Sivu with annoyance, thinking, this guy is completely ordering me around like a servant. Wasn't he the one who caused the mess in Lanchi village? If it weren't for the guild master's transactions. At this moment, Max Sivu, with a grotesque expression, looked at something below and muttered, "Even if you escape by some miracle survive, you will eventually fall into the palm of my hand." Her arm lay in a pool of blood. He laughed loudly. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Hiv, hiv, hiv. In the land of Sichuan. And Zhang's call rang out, "Poison dragon, poison dragon." And Zhang looked at Tan Tu Kwang and asked, "Why did you kill so many people? You don't look like the type of person who would do that." Hearing this, he remained silent and didn't answer. The two walked a long distance and entered an eatery. And Zhang asked incessantly, "Why is your leg lame?" Is it congenital? Tan Tu Kwong still didn't answer, just quietly drank water, walking the forest. And John continued asking, "What martial arts do you use? I've never seen you use martial arts." Suddenly, he felt he was asking too much, so he said, these questions seem a bit abrupt." Tan Tu Kwong remained silent. He let out a long breath. Seeing this, and Zhang smiled a bit awkwardly and said, sorry, am I talking too much? I'm just really curious about members of the demonic cult. This is the first time I've talked to someone like that. Hearing Zhang say this, Tan Tu Kwong immediately denied it. "I do not belong to the demonic cult." And Zhang seemed to understand and replied, "Is that so? But I heard you came from the demonic cult." Tan Tu Kwong asked back, "Does someone coming from the Qingchang sect necessarily mean they are a disciple of the Qingchang sect?" And Zhang looked enlightened. Now that you say it, I realize." He raised his hand to stroke his chin, thinking strangely. "Everyone says Poison Dragon is a member of the demonic cult, though. Impossible. Did Master lie to me about this too?" Tan Tu Kwong said to Zhang, "At times like this, you need to see for yourself to verify the truth. When I was in a similar situation to you, someone advised me the same thing." And Zhang looked at him and exclaimed, "Good advice. Who told you that?" Tan Tu Kwong looked up and said, "If you go to the sect I left, you will meet that person." And Zhang was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, After that, his face darkened, and he said, "That's a pity." Tan Tu Kwong heard him speak and was a bit confused. He asked, "What did you say?" And Zhang realized he had misspoken and hurriedly covered his mouth. "Oops." Then he quickly waved his hand and replied, "It's nothing." Then he let out a long Tan Tu Kwong saw the look on Zhang's face and became suspicious. Seeing this, and Zhang voiced the thoughts in his heart. "I don't know if I should tell you this. Master didn't give me any instructions, so I don't know if this is okay." Tan Tu Kwong immediately said, "Tell me." And Zhang immediately replied, I don't have the authority." Seeing this, Tan Tu Kwong propped himself up to stand. He looked on in confusion, and Zhang saw Tan Tu Kwong use a stone to draw a long line and curiously asked, "What are you doing?" He replied, "I'm dividing my territory." He asked again, "What territory?" Tan Tu Kwong replied, "The climate in this area are quite good, so I plan to stay here for 3 years." Hearing this, and Zhang was startled and asked, "But the order I received was to supervise you until you left this area. If you stay here for 3 years, what am I supposed to do?" His hand did not stop drawing the boundary. Tan Tu Kwong said, "Then tell me." He looked at Zhang and said, "The thing you are hiding." Seeing this, and Zhang looked at Tan Tu Kwong with a troubled and worried expression. Actually, the place you just left." Leaves rustled against each other, whispering. The sound of the wind carried a trace of sorrow. And Zhang told him, "Is about to cease to exist at the ravine of Gilin Lao Mountain." The younger of the Tuk Thursday brothers, An Zhang, Du Hoa, collapsed on the ground. At this moment, she was soaked, leaning against a tree, trunk gasping in pain, her hand clutching the wound on her remaining arm. Zhang Du Hoa bit her lip tightly, sweat and water streaming down her face. An arm in agony, bleeding ceaselessly. Zhang Du Hoa channeled her energy. Samadhi, true fire. A flame flared up violently. She endured the pain. The younger brother also woke up at this moment, calling out worriedly, "Zhang Du Hoa, leader." Hearing his call, she comforted him. "It's fine. This wound is nothing to me. It cannot compare to the pain of losing your elder brother. I'm sorry. Your brother sacrificed himself for me. It was all because I was careless. Today's mistake, today's feud, I will never forget for lifetimes to come." He lay prone on the ground, clenching his fists. Then, the younger brother propped himself up and said, "They will catch up soon. Where should we go?" She remained silent for a few seconds, then replied, "We return to Sichuan. We must start over from there." In the forest in Sichuan, Tan Tu Kwong shouted loudly as if he had heard terrible news. "What did you just say?" "The base I just left is about to disappear." And Zhang scratched his cheek, replying, I heard they're preparing to attack that place because it is the entry and exit point for important figures of the demonic cult." Tan Tu Kwong looked at Zhang and asked, "Are you talking about the Sichuan 3 great Orthodox sects?" "No, I'm talking about the Martial Arts Alliance. Those colluding with them will also go along. But regardless, I guess they can't ignore the Sichuan 3 great Orthodox sects. So the Amei sect will represent the 3 sects and participate in this attack as supervisors." And Zhang looked at Tan Tu Kwong and asked, "This news must not be pleasant for you, brother?" But since you said you don't belong to the demonic cult, surely you don't care? Tan Tu Kwang's hand unconsciously clenched tight, veins popping out. He replied, I do not belong to the demonic cult, but there are many people there who took care of me when I was near death. How can I stand by and watch my benefactors fall into danger without doing anything? Saying that, Tan Tu Kwang turned and walked away. He said, I have to go back there. Hearing this, Zhang said, I knew you would be like this. That's why I didn't want to say it. Please, brother, don't go back to the base. Zhang looked at Tan Tu Kwang and advised, one of my duties is to ensure you don't do anything foolish. But if you insist on going, we have no choice but to fight. He stopped walking and replied, no, I won't fight you. Hearing this, Zhang laughed comfortably. That's right, I knew you wouldn't. Before he could finish his sentence, a cloth bag suddenly flew over. At this moment, Zhang sensed danger and immediately opened his eyes to see a cloth bag flying towards him, only a few centimeters away. He immediately swung his sword and sliced it in half. Slash! Boom! A puff of purple smoke burst out, and Zhang was a bit surprised. Poison? And Zhang cursed silently. Damn it, I unconsciously inhaled it. Then, Zhang's voice rang out from within the smoke. How could you do that? Tan Tu Kwang replied. This stuff is just like what I used before, mixed from many types of poisons. Just inhaling a little is effective immediately. Please go back, steep some tea with green onions and lard, and drink it. Hearing this, Zhang shouted loudly, Ah, brother, you can't go. His shout echoed through the mountains and forests. Poison dragon. He limped away from that place. Tan Tu Kwang calculated as he walked. From here to the base, even riding the fastest horse would take 3 days. I must go without stopping, hoping it won't be too late. I have no other choice. In the thick smoke, Zhang pulled out a small bell and began to shake it. The sound of the bell rang out, spreading in all 4 directions. The demon-slaying cavalry emperor bell resonates. Tan Tu Kwang's entire body was affected by the bell sound. He halted abruptly, then collapsed to his knees on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Spurt. He shook the bell while saying, As long as I ring this bell, it can make demons and gods kneel and then slay them. This demon-suppressing bell is a type of sonic art that can subdue enemies, rendering them unable to resist. It is especially effective against those who use poison arts like you, brother. Tan Tu Kwang struggled to support his body at this moment. Clack, clack, clack. This is exactly why Master sent me. At this moment, he had no mind to pay attention to Zhang's words. Beginning to think. My head feels like it's going to split. My ears feel like they're going to explode. Is this sound? Meanwhile, Zhang kept speaking. If I let you go, many people will die. Therefore, I cannot let you go. Please, brother, say you give up on returning to the branch. Just say it, and I will stop ringing the bell. Tan Tu Kwang gritted his teeth, asking word by word. So you mean it's fine if people from the demonic cult die? Is that it? Zhang immediately denied. That's not it. But people of the demonic cult are all cruel, aren't they? Sacrificing the few to save the many. For them, it's a normal thing. Hearing these words, his face filled with rage. The images of Tatu, Bien Phuc, and Zhang Du Hoa appeared in his mind. Those people, to me, they are more important than this entire world. Extremely terrifying blood vessels began to emerge on Tan Tu Kwang's arm. At this moment, Zhang seemed to discover something. Tan Tu Kwang screamed in pain. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. You say you aren't a part of the demonic cult, yet it's as if you only sought their path when you were driven to a dead end. At this moment, Tan Tu Kwang felt an abnormality in his body. Is the flow of internal energy surging up? He propped himself up again. Spurt. Zhang immediately explained, Taoism is like water. The water flows gently, simply maneuvering around obstacles, so it flows forever without ceasing. The demon-suppressing bell follows the same principle. Please cast aside distracting thoughts. Erase your anger, killing intent, and intention to resist. Azure Dragon of the East, avoiding sins of the eye. White Tiger of the West, avoiding violence. Vermilion Bird of the South, avoiding tongue speech. Black Tortoise of the North, avoiding sickness. Kingdom of 10,000 people, Messenger of the Moon, Messenger of the Sun, Monarch of the Sun, Monarch of the Moon. Tan Tu Kwang's gaze gradually became weak. My body is losing strength. I am gradually losing consciousness. His eyes slowly closed. Is this my end? Is it really going to end like this? Not only can I not take revenge, Tan Tu Kwang's eyes slowly opened. I can't even protect those who treated me well. I don't want to end like this. I don't want to lose anything or anyone else. I must stand up. Tan Tu Kwong continued to struggle, not letting his eyes close. If I don't stand up, I won't be able to do anything. I won't be able to change anything. A snake crawled in front of him. Tan Tu Kwong immediately widened his eyes, his pupils dilating incessantly. It was as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Tan Tu Kwong immediately opened his mouth. Then with a crunch, fresh blood splattered. He had bitten the snake in two. And Zhang also stopped, sighing in relief. Phew! From now on, Poison Dragon surely understands. A crack appeared on the bell. The bell was now emitting smoke incessantly, and Zhang looked confusedly towards the direction of the attack. What happened? Tan Tu Kwong's hand was now constantly radiating power. Why is he? He seemed to see the thing in Tan Tu Kwong's hand and let out a loud scream. Tan Tu Kwong also propped himself up to stand. Could it be? And Zhang seemed to have realized something. He immediately said, "Could it be you used snake venom to break the sound? Truly an astonishing method. You are indeed worthy of the name Poison Dragon. But since things have come to this, I have no choice but to use more ruthless means." At this moment, a red whip lashed out, making a loud whistling sound, blocking the space between the two of them. And Zhang and Tan Tu Kwong both looked towards the attacker. He saw the arrival was an acquaintance and spoke up. "It is we who are interfering, because we saw someone bullying another." Tang Loi Sam held the brim of his hat and said, "You are a Taoist of the Qingchang sect, right?" And Zhang recognized them and was a bit unhappy. "Oh, you are the people from the Tang family at the inn earlier?" Tang Loi Sam replied, "Because the bell was too noisy, we couldn't pass through this area." Tang Halan behind him. At this moment, her ears twitched slightly, seeming to detect something. "Causing trouble again. It seems you are bothering others again. You ignored my words, didn't you?" Tan Tu Kwong, holding the severed snake, looked at them warily. Tang Halan looked on with some surprise. Then Tang Loi Sam pointed at him. "Hey, that guy, that thing." He asked, "Did you eat the thing in your hand?" He chewed on the snake while asking, "Does this thing belong to you guys?" Seeing Tan Tu Kwong like that, Tang Loi Sam could only curse. That lunatic. As for Tang Halan behind him, she covered her mouth as if about to burst into laughter. Chuckle. Then she laughed out loud. "Ha ha!" She held the brim of her hat and said, "I originally thought people were exaggerating when mentioning the Hung poison, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. You are indeed worthy of the name Poison Dragon." "Hey, Poison Dragon, do you know the name of the snake you just ate?" Clear Stream Bloodline Snake. It is almost a divine beast of the Tang family. Even for a martial arts expert, if bitten by it, their blood will boil from the inside and they will die immediately. But for a master of poison arts, it is the best divine medicine. Seeing you are unharmed, I guess you belong to the second category, right? Tan Tu Kwong looked at them and asked, "Did you not think that it would be a divine medicine for me?" Hearing him ask that, Tang Halan replied, "That's right. It was a test to see if you're worthy of the title Poison Dragon." Seeing this, Tan Tu Kwong asked further, "If I had been bitten to death, what would you have done next?" Tang Halan smiled, tilting her body to the side, not answering. He seemed to understand, and his expression became more ferocious. "So, if I died by your hand, I could only humiliate myself as someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth yet dared to test me. Is that right?" Hearing these words, Tang Halan stopped smiling and stared at Tan Tu Kwong. She radiated killing intent at this moment, saying, "A poison user from Sichuan discovered by the Tang family. You should feel honored. You couldn't even withstand that low-level sonic art. How arrogant." At this moment, and Zhang reached out to interrupt. Hey. He stood between them and said, "If you are from the Tang family, then you shouldn't interfere in the affairs of our Qingqing sect. Have you forgotten? I hope you will identify yourselves and leave here. If you continue to interfere, I will have to complain to the Tang family." Tang Halan held the brim of her hat, then agreed, "Fine, I will identify myself to you. I am Tang Halan of the Tang family." She took off her hat and looked towards Zhang. He was a bit shy at this moment, then let out an "ah" and clasped his hands to bow to her. "It is young Miss Tang. A pleasure. She looked at Zhang, smiled, and said, "I heard Taoist Master Bak Tian has an exceptionally talented disciple. Is that you?" Being praised, he was a bit embarrassed and replied, Yes, I am Zhang." Tang Halan looked at him calmly and said, "Taoist Zhang, can you stand aside? I need to speak with Poison Dragon." Facing her request, he immediately agreed. "All right." Then, Tang Halan looked towards Tan Tu Kwong and said, "Let's talk reality. You were almost subdued by this kid and almost captured too. That's why I released that snake. Although you could have died right after being bitten, you really did escape the sound thanks to it, right? Hearing her speak a whole string of words, he asked, do you want me to thank you or something? Tang Halan immediately replied, not just that. To be more precise, you owe me a favor. Tan Tu Kwang immediately denied. I didn't ask for your help. What about this? Tang Halan pointed to the side. Do whatever you need to do. I will keep this guy here. And Zhang, being mentioned, started and looked over. Seeing the situation, Tan Tu Kwang asked her, what do you mean by leaving me in a position of owing a favor? Tang Halan did not answer. Instead, she asked, it's already this time. Are you still curious about that? Don't you have urgent business? Then, seeing Tan Tu Kwang still not moving, she said, this is just something I did on a whim, nothing to worry about. Hearing that, he didn't ask anymore, turned around and left, leaving Zhang behind. And Zhang, seeing this situation from behind, said, hey. Then he shouted, brother, you can't go. Tang Halan immediately said, I said let him go. And Zhang was apprehensive, looked at her, and replied in a low voice, but I received orders from my master. Tang Halan immediately said, it's fine if you chase after him, but I hope you let him return to the base. Hearing this, he immediately shouted, absolutely not. If he returns, many people will die. Hearing this, she was a bit displeased and frowned slightly, being a fellow martial artist in Sichuan. And Zhang was speaking when his face turned pale. Tang Halan used a sharp gaze to look at him, as if Zhang would be dealt with if he said one more word. He was a bit scared, immediately bowed his head and gave an then compromised with her. Then, I will chase after him, but I won't stop him. After he left, Tang Loi, Sam finally spoke up. Halan, we should also go back to the Tang family. Hearing this, she held the brim of her hat, turned to walk in the direction Tan Tu Kwang had just left, and said, no, let's observe a little longer. Hearing Tang Halan say this, he was a bit confused. She recalled with interest. Tan Tu Kwang's eyes at that time were full of blood, but within them lay the fighting will of a wounded beast. Is that the poison dragon? Twilight gradually fell. A foot stepped on a treetop to move, and Zhang executed his lightness skill, gliding quickly through the air. He looked down at the ground below and thought, we have been running nonstop for 2 hours. Even without young Miss Halan's words, I'm starting to get curious why. Below, Tan Tu Kwang kept increasing his speed, running towards the sub-branch of Zhang Duhoa. A moment later, he even threw his luggage to the ground to run. And Zhang discovered one thing about Tan Tu Kwang. He was extremely desperate. His staggering legs, due to not paying attention, tripped over a stone protruding from the ground, and his whole body tumbled forward. Tan Tu Kwang painfully propped himself up. Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwang's gaze froze. Looks like you chased quite fast. In front of him, and Zhang stood tall, looking at Tan Tu Kwang. I couldn't help but want to ask, what makes you have to run so desperately? He replied while propping himself up. I told you, didn't I? There are people there I owe my life to. And Zhang looked at him and advised, even if you sprint like this, you might not make it in time. And if you do make it, with your body's current condition, you won't be able to do anything. Tan Tu Kwang panted with difficulty and replied, I know. And Zhang asked further, then why? If you were just a killer, you absolutely wouldn't need to risk your life running like this. The hand supporting his body suddenly paused, then clenched tight. Tan Tu Kwang replied, actually, I'm not really sure either. Everything that has happened to me up to now is truly about to drive me crazy. And I feel that my path of revenge is still very long. But if I am indifferent to what is about to happen now, I feel I will forever lose something important. Therefore, I must go. If I don't find out what it is, I will never know in this lifetime. Please make way. And Zhang saw the sincerity, urgency, and desperation in his eyes and fell silent. Then he scratched the back of his neck and sighed. Phew. And Zhang said, I don't know if doing this is right. But Zhang still knelt down, turning his back to Tan Tu Kwang, and said, get on. Tan Tu Kwang asked in confusion, what are you doing? And Zhang immediately replied, didn't you say you have to get there now, or you won't know for the rest of your life? I'm also very curious, so I'll go with you. Although I don't know if doing this is right for a Taoist. The image of Baek Tien angrily lecturing, and Zhang appeared. He said, you cannot just use your eyes to look at the Jianghu, you need to use your whole body to understand. A fool like you needs to taste the bitterness that the Jianghu endures. And Zhang spoke up, what you told me about using your own eyes to find the truth, my master also said the same thing. So I guess I have to follow my master's teachings, right? At most, I'll just have to face the wall in cultivation for another year. He said this sentence with a face clearly full of uncertainty. And Zhang said, let's witness the end of this matter together. At a villa, Tuda held a vase, opened the door, and looked around. Then, her expression changed drastically, becoming panicked. The vase into Tu's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. She slumped to the ground, covering her mouth tightly with both hands, because she saw Zhangdu Hoa and the younger brother of the Tuk Thursday, hidden pavilion brothers, fainted on the ground. It seems from the beginning they had no intention of handing over Tianlong. The Jia Cat gang set a trap, and Tianlong also joined hands with Maxi Vu. Tu's eyes filled with tears. The others also showed expressions of grief. I had long thought they would definitely do this, but Maxi Vu is stronger than I imagined. At this moment, Zhangdu Hoa had changed into new clothes, sitting on the bed, recounting the incident to her subordinates. She said, "It is my fault, for I did not foresee this would happen." As for the younger brother of the Tuk Thursday brothers, he was unconscious at this time, his whole body wrapped in bandages. Hearing this, the soldiers around immediately showed extreme anger, cursing, "Those bastards! I knew they would do this. We cannot let this slide. We must gather the entire force of the secret society and launch a counterattack." Bien Phuc turned around at this moment and said, "Stop, don't act rashly. Since the Jia Cat gang is involved, it means the Martial Arts Alliance has also participated." Then he looked towards Zhang Du Hoa and said, "Leader, I speak presumptuously, but there have been reports of suspicious movements everywhere. It is also heard that the sects in Sichuan colluding with the Martial Arts Alliance have gathered at one location. They don't look like they are just gathering. Leader, what is suspicious is that this is happening simultaneously with your current condition." She was weak all over at this time. Hearing this, she replied, "I don't know if their plan included my return here." Bien Phuc looked at Zhangdu Hoa and asked, "What should we do?" She immediately replied, "Clear the room. I need to recover my power quickly." Zhangdu Hoa's gaze sank. "You all get out of here quickly." Everyone heard this and looked at her in astonishment. "What did you say?" Then they clamored, "We cannot go." Zhangdu Hoa explained to them, "Actually, since they have gone this far, it means they are determined to exterminate this place. But if I stay here to lure them, you can leave Sichuan." Then Zhangdu Hoa looked at them with a calm demeanor and said, "Don't worry, I will defeat them, then chase after you." One of them spoke up at this moment, "Leader, have you forgotten? The day you accepted me, I swore to dedicate my whole life to you. I will not leave you alone." One person spoke up, and the others chimed in, "Us too. If needed, we will fight side by side with you." "And me too, leader." Seeing them like this, the corner of Bien Phuc's mouth also curled up into a smile. Then he spoke up, "In our secret society, there are no cowards who would abandon you and run away." Seeing this scene, she looked at them in amazement. Tuda held onto the bed frame, also looking at Zhang Du Hoa with teary eyes. Finally, with a pale face, she said absent-mindedly, "I am truly a sinner. To keep myself alive, I have caused so many deaths. How many more lives must be sacrificed for me? Thank you, everyone." At the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance in Jiangxi Province, Hung Chan Nan held a cup of tea, saying, "That's why nothing is ever finished." Zhangdu Hoa's arm was placed in a box lined with dry grass. "You said you would bring back a carp. Why do I only see a fin now?" Bok Lai Dung heard this and replied, "I am very sorry. It seems I trusted a dog too much." Hearing this, the old man said, "That's because you couldn't act yourself and had to wait for a dog." "I already know." Hung Chan then took a sip of tea in his hand and said, "But if it could survive after you use so many tricks, I guess it is a smart dog." "I heard we have been asked to carry out the next step." He replied, "Yes. All the sects in Sichuan colluding with the Martial Arts Alliance have started to act. As long as the three kings of Sichuan do not refuse our request, together with them, defeating the Shandong Zhang, Du Hoa won't be difficult, even if she only has one arm left." Bok Lai Dung was silent for a few seconds, then said, "The Amaze sect will only sit aside and watch. Since they sent a Buddhist believer, it seems they intend to act according to our intentions." Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. I understand. An observer, how interesting. Ever since the Amaze sect joined the Martial Arts Alliance, their political stance has been very clear. You say these ideas were all thought up by him?" Then the old man asked, "His name is Maxi Vu, right?" He replied, "Yes." Then Hung Chan Nan said, "I should find time to meet him." Then he looked at Bok Lai Dung with a strange expression and said, "Don't kill him." Hearing the old man say this, the teacup in his hand was suddenly squeezed tight. "Oomph, it seems you have a plan for everything. I am temporarily satisfied with this." Then Hung Chan Nan reminded Bok Lai Dung, "Next time, I hope to see the whole body, not just an arm." Hearing this, he replied, "Yes." In Zhang Du Hoa's villa, Noise rang out everywhere. Everyone was rushing back and forth, some packing things, some carrying things, as if preparing for a great battle. To put her sword into a chest. An arm was raised, and a carrier pigeon flew away. Bien Phuc prayed silently. Everyone, you must arrive on time. As if sensing something unusual, he started, then turned around, gritting his teeth tightly. Impossible! Are they here already? A group of people looking like monks were entering their residence. Seeing this scene, the people in the courtyard immediately shouted the alarm. They're here. The enemy is here. Our enemy is here. Hearing this, those who could not fight immediately found a safe place to hide. Everyone, prepare for battle. Zhang Du Hoa, resting alone in her room, heard the commotion and felt uneasy. Sweat pouring out endlessly, her face looking extremely miserable. A cloth shoe appeared, followed by a squad of monks appearing aggressively. Seeing this scene, Bien Phuc's face darkened. Just a bunch of small fry. He immediately asked loudly, "Did you come to fight us? If you came to fight, then come fight us, you sons of bitches." The aggressive group, being provoked, did not say another word, only staring silently at them. Bien Phuc saw this scene and said, "TSK, a bunch of mutes arrived? I guess today will be tough." Though he spoke like that, he knew they wouldn't speak casually, meaning someone with authority was restricting their actions, not letting them act on their own. What is going on? Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out. "Evildoers of the demonic cult in Shandong's Zhang Du Hoa, you have no way out. You are surrounded. Obediently surrender and accept the judgment of the Martial Arts Alliance." Bien Phuc heard this and replied, "You don't seem qualified to say those words, do you?" The person got angry, gnashing his teeth, asking, "What did you say? Know your place, you lowly demonic cult animals." Then he loudly introduced his name. "I am the Southern Sichuan gang leader, Yin Wang. What you just said seems disrespectful to us, Sichuan martial artists, as well as the Martial Arts Alliance." Bien Phuc heard this, shouted, "Don't waste your breath. We have no intention of surrendering. If you want us to kneel, then come and get it." That person showed his white teeth and smiled. "Why do you need to kneel?" "Because we will do as you wish, killing you all one by one." Suddenly, his eyes widened. Whoosh whoosh. Zhang Du Hoa appeared before him with difficulty, but her aura was not inferior. "Guests have arrived. How can I rest?" Seeing her appear, they all shouted in worried tones, Cult leader." Zhang Du Hoa looked at him, then spoke. Only a hand covered by orange-red cloth was seen, tightly gripping the yellow silk ribbon attacking Jia Cat Yin Wang. A nun smiled, strangely looking at her. Zhang Du Hoa called out, "Buddhist believer." She smiled pervertedly looking at them. She is a nun of the Amei sect, wearing a yellow hat on her head, named Buddhist believer Dihong. Zhang Du Hoa said with difficulty, "Buddhist believer of the Amei sect. If they sent you, a person who cultivates Buddhism by dancing with a sword while beheading enemies, that means this time the Martial Arts Alliance has certainly made up its mind. It's natural for dogs to be afraid." Dihong softly chanted Amida Buddha. Then she said, "The matter you mentioned is long past. Now I have a Dharma name, Dihong. If you could call me by this name, I would be extremely grateful." Then she relaxed the silk ribbon in her hand. Zhang Du Hoa retracted her weapon and said, "For someone considered to have surpassed the worldly things of an Arhut, to be obsessed with a name, truly a joke. You have taken a Dharma name, but are still here. Isn't it because you still want to slaughter living beings?" Dihong heard this, clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and replied, "Eliminating evil and promoting good, demonstrating justice for the world, has always been the way of Buddhism. We only have the right to eradicate those swallowed by evil and harming others." She heard these words and guessed, said, "It seems you are determined to break the pact of the Sichuan Three Kings, wanting to cause a rain of blood?" She replied, "Very unfortunate. Today only I came to watch. If you don't use a fatal blow on the Southern Sichuan gang leader, I won't interfere." Zhang Du Hoa heard this, slightly angry, gnashing her teeth. "But you still did. You can't say you were just observing now. I hope you can understand my decision, because I had no other choice but to join Buddhism." What dirty trick is the old hag of the Amei sect playing now? She was angry, killing intent rising, gnashing her teeth. "Don't play tricks with me." She saw this scene, somewhat interested, said, "It seems you are indeed as rumored." She smiled pervertedly looking at her, and said, "Surely the things I tried to teach you, you find very hard to understand." Then she ordered, "Southern Sichuan gang leader, do what you need to do. I dare say, the girl Zhang Du Hoa over there can't handle it." Yin Wang heard this, stammered, "Thanks, Nun Di Hong." He immediately shouted, "You plan to despicably attack us? You should be ashamed of yourselves." Then he ordered, "All the crimes the demonic cult has committed until now. Now we will make you pay for your sins. All right, brothers. Charge," he roared, aggressively shouting to level the demonic cult. The soldiers received the order and immediately rushed up. Bien Phuc didn't want to be outdone, shouting loudly, "Do not retreat, protect the cult leader." Thus the two sides fought each other. Men and horses on both sides swung swords. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, falling one by one. Bien Phuc also kept attacking others. At this time, Di Hong drew an iron axe from her hand, saying, "Do you recognize this? Since beginning ascetic cultivation, I haven't used it." She looked at the sword with some nostalgia. "Long time no use. It has become blunt. Now this sword can't even cut a piece of tofu." Di Hong revealed a strange expression, raising the sword. "Only when I have killing intent can it cut through everything." Ironically, its name is the non-killing sword. My belief is shown on my sword. If you weren't involved in this battle, this non-killing sword wouldn't be used. Saying so, she shed a few tears, saying, "But if you force me to intervene, then go ahead, kill them all. If you want to use your fatal moves to harm them, then come." Jiang Duhoa heard this and didn't reply, just stared at her. Next, a monk stood in front of a room shouting, "Over here! There are a few hiding in here." Jiang Duhoa heard those words, looked over with worry, shouting, "No, that place is..." Di Hong saw this and spoke up. "Are you planning to take the move?" She pointed the sword at Jiang Duhoa. Jiang Duhoa glared at her angrily, eyes full of disgust. "Seems I have no other choice but to fight you." Finished speaking, Jiang Duhoa rushed towards Di Hong. The powerful silk ribbon suddenly swung down. She looked at Jiang Duhoa, saying, "You are using those fatal moves again." Jiang Duhoa attacked while breathing heavily with difficulty. Next, the silk ribbon started wrapping towards Di Hong. She laughed. "This level can't take me down." Then, she used a move Disordered Wind Flying Sword to cut the silk ribbon, intending to wrap her body. Di Hong suddenly attacked her. Jiang Duhoa immediately used the silk ribbon to block the frontal attack, struggling to defend. Suddenly, she rushed close to Jiang Duhoa, then slashed hard towards her. At this moment, the sword was stained with fresh blood, killing intent constantly radiating. Di Hong shouted, "Oh, quite fast." At this time, Jiang Duhoa had moved to the roof of a house. Ugh. She looked at her continuously bleeding wound, saying, "What kind of demonic swordsmanship is this?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Let him go." A girl hiding in a room saw the monk grabbing the unconscious brother of the Wu family's dark department and spoke. "You plan to attack an unconscious person?" The monk scolded, "Shut up. We will not only kill him, but also kill you all. You have no right to worry about him." Tada stood nearby listening, looking annoyed. Then, the little girl rushed up and hugged the monk's leg tightly. Seeing this, he lost patience, saying, "Don't bother me," then raised his sword shouting, "Get lost." He used the sword hilt to smash hard onto the two's back. The other girl saw this, immediately rushed up grabbing his hand, saying, "Stop, you bastard." Another girl hurriedly pulled the little girl away. Tatu and the others also scolded, "Animal." The girl wearing yellow clothes tightly grabbed his hand, saying, "How dare you do this?" Slash! Fresh blood splattered. A moment later, that girl fell in a pool of blood by the door. Other monks also rushed up, shouting loudly, "Too slow. Kill them all." Jiang Duhoa at this moment was self-blaming and helpless, cursing, "Damn it." Then, she transmitted sound to Bien Phuc inside. "Go save the people inside." Bien Phuc seemed to receive the signal, immediately looked over. Is it the cult leader's sound transmission? Then he looked towards the room surrounded by monks, cursing, "Damn it." Next, Bien Phuc shouted, "Everyone still alive, follow me. We must go help them." At this moment, a person walked over asking, "Where do you plan to go?" Yin Wang held his sword, walking in front of him. Bien Phuc saw this, cursing, "Damn it, don't block my way." Jiang Duhoa saw this. Even though her whole body was in pain, could only helplessly look over. At this time, Di Hong spoke up, "Seems you aren't focused on dealing with me." She had unknowingly gotten onto the roof, the sword in her hand, constantly radiating killing intent. Di Hong looked at her, saying, "Body in that condition, yet not focusing on the battle. This is a sign of arrogance. Waiting for them to die, will you only then wake up?" Jiang Duhoa heard this, silently looked to the side. Then she replied, I understand. If you want me to use my full strength, then I will satisfy you. Next, Jiang Du Hoa immediately executed the Jade, Cave, 9 Lights, and 5 Thunder Zen art. She saw this, let out an "oh," shouted, finally preparing to fight fair and square. Jiang Du Hoa looked at Di Hong with cold eyes. I will make you pay 100, no, 1,000 times for harming my family and brothers. Suddenly, Jiang Du Hoa spat out a mouthful of blood. She saw this, as if discovering something. Jiang Du Hoa held her body, cursing silently. Damn it, the Tang family's poison hasn't been neutralized yet. Di Hong stepped closer step by step, then spoke her doubts. Seems you're still enduring other problems, invisible from the outside. If your body was intact, perhaps we would see how the battle continues. But thinking back, finishing you in this miserable state is truly an insult. She placed the sword against Jiang Du Hoa's neck. Just finished speaking. Di Hong shouted like the Grim Reaper. Go to the Yellow Springs and rest in peace. Her sword swung down. Everyone around held their breath. Tutu was also injured, but still very resilient. At this moment, the little girl was struggling to support her body. A strong light shone down. Amongst neck was suddenly pierced by something. Di Hong felt something abnormal, immediately looked over. The sword in her hand was also shaken by a strange force. Jiang Du Hoa and Bien Phuc both looked over with some surprise. Di Hong looked uncomfortably at her sword, which was just attacked by something, then asked, "Who are you?" Tan Tu Kwong appeared with murderous intent in front of the door of Jiang Du Hoa's residence. Tan Tu Kwong coldly spoke. I discovered a flaw in my way of doing things. Now I have awakened. I was wrong to turn a blind eye to the injustices happening because I was too obsessed with revenge. As he spoke, staggering forward, but that couldn't stop what Tan Tu Kwong wanted to do. He just raised his hand. The neck of the person in front was immediately pierced by something. Screaming in pain, ugh. In Tan Tu Kwong's hand appeared 3 sharp needles, eyes dangerous, saying, I apologize for abandoning those I should have protected. Then he waved his hand. Others standing nearby were immediately pierced by needles in the neck, screaming ugh, ugh, one by one. Tan Tu Kwong continued, I apologize for my arrogance and ungratefulness. At this moment, he seemed angry at himself, gnashing his teeth, saying, because of me, people around me have to suffer, implicated by me, the importance of things around me. Di Hong heard this, looking towards Tan Tu Kwong. Now I know. I apologize for waking up too late. A monk noticed the abnormality, rushed up asking, who is this bastard? Stop being arrogant there. He stared at that person full of killing intent. That person saw this, froze in fear, inhaling a cold breath. Strong killing intent radiating from Tan Tu Kwong made him struggle to support his body in pain. Ugh. Then he seemed poisoned, clutching his neck, crying ugh, ugh, white foam at the corner of his mouth. Di Hong stood on the roof, observing him for a while, starting to ponder. After gaining rich experience, deep understanding, and awareness, the desire to kill becomes obvious. I once thought, a person doesn't need killing intent to kill. But at the same time, relying solely on killing intent to kill makes it meaningless. Killing intent is paradoxical, rendering the killing intent itself meaningless. Then, she gave a strange smile. Once the killing intent a person possesses surpasses visible killing intent, would they reach the realm of observing killing intent? The poisoned cultivator stood unsteadily, bumping into the corpse of the person killed by Tan Tu Kwong with a poison needle earlier. He immediately collapsed. Ugh. Suddenly falling, he hurriedly used his hands to support his body. Ugh. He looked down at the corpse he had just held on to. That person's entire face had turned a terrifying pale green. He screamed, poison. It's poison. Finally, someone realized and shouted, is it Poison Dragon? Is that person Poison Dragon? The surrounding cultivators also shouted, Poison Dragon has appeared. Others hearing this were also shocked. What? Jiang Du Hoa, having no strength left, heard this and looked over. Poison Dragon? Tutu also looked. Is he Poison Dragon? Bien Phuc shouted in surprise. Yin Wang shouted loudly at this moment. You trash of the demonic cult, you dare use these dirty traps to hinder us? Tan Tu Kwong's face remained gloomy, saying, answer this question of mine. On what basis do you attack and kill people here? Yin Wang looked at Tan Tu Kwong and replied, eliminating the demonic cult in Sichuan, maintaining justice, is the duty of the Southern Sichuan Orthodox sect. He affirmed, You are dead. Surely you can't reason anymore, right? That person was surprised. What? Tan Tu Kwong looked at him and replied, if you trust in your beliefs that much, even killing for them, then placing your own life in danger is also obvious, isn't it? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. You arrogant bastard. Then, he swung his blade towards Tan Tu Kwong. He shouted, you dare lecture me? Just as he rushed forward, Tan Tu Kwong shot a poison needle. The blue veins on Tan Tu Kwong's hand also turned purple like the poison, as if radiating from within his body. The poison needle pierced straight into that person's neck, causing his blue veins to bulge. He knelt on the ground in pain. Ugh! Tan Tu Kwong looked at him and said, from now on, I will kill all of you bastards. He looked at the cultivators who were ceaselessly killing, saying, because you believe that what you are doing is just simple killing right before your eyes. Bloodshot streaks gradually appeared in Tan Tu Kwong's eyes. I will punish you. Suddenly, behind him, Di Hong's voice rang out. Is that so? Tan Tu Kwong was startled and immediately struck behind him. She was standing quite far from him at this moment, hands clasped together like a Buddhist disciple, chanting, Ba. So you're a poison dragon. A pleasure, a pleasure. I am Di Hong of the Amei sect. She then said, according to what you said, it sounds like I am also among those you are about to punish. Am I right? Tan Tu Kwong remained silent. Di Hong continued, if so, I will also return those words intact to you. Zhang Du Hoa propped herself up on the roof and shouted, Buddhist believer. Tan Tu Kwong heard her voice, his eyes glancing over. Zhang Du Hoa said to her, your main purpose in coming here is that supervisor. If you intervene for my sake, your purpose is already achieved. You should abide by the promise of one of the 3 kings of Sichuan. Di Hong looked up at her, smiling in response. Unfortunately, I just discovered the seeds of evil. I cannot turn a blind eye. Zhang Du Hoa heard this and shouted, is this the principle of the 3 kings of Sichuan? Do you think after this, people will still praise the martial arts of the Amei sect as righteous? Who is the person you are talking about? She drew the non-killing sword again and said, if no one survives here, no one will be able to recount what happened today. Am I right? At this moment, Di Hong's entire face became like a demon looking at them. Zhang Du Hoa was worried, looking at her, not expecting Di Hong to change like this. What? At this moment, 2 needles flew towards her. Di Hong, while smiling, also sensed the danger, but the non-killing sword quickly blocked them. Then, Tan Tu Kwong rushed towards Di Hong. Seeing this, she humphed. Tan Tu Kwong rushed up, shouting Vajra sword. Di Hong immediately raised her sword to block his attack. Tan Tu Kwong rushed up and slashed heavily, clashing strength with her. I don't intend to spare you either. Very good. Di Hong saw this and muttered, suppressing greed or deceiving others, suppressing oneself from falling into personal emotions, suppressing desires. Then, she pushed Tan Tu Kwong away but continued chanting, suppressing following the evil deeds of others or helping them, suppressing covering for others, even if you are complicit with them, suppressing things that can intoxicate the human heart. This is everything I have kept since deciding to become a nun, but it is too complicated. Di Hong pointed her sword at the sky, her expression vicious. To easily follow these precepts, I must eliminate from the start the things that complicate them. To me, things that complicate matters are extremely evil. The sword was covered in blood, rust stains clearly visible. Then, she continuously swung her sword, creating many slashes. Evil must be uprooted, must be condemned. Many streams of red energy from the sword attacked towards him, facing the fierce attack of the red energy. Tan Tu Kwong constantly dodged. Suddenly, a stream of energy hit him, causing him to cry out in pain. Ugh! Di Hong shouted, I won't let you escape. Others standing within the range of their battle were hit by the red energy, screaming in pain. Ah! A group of people shouted. The Amei sect nun has gone mad. Everyone run. She laughed loudly with a distorted face. Ahaha. Then, Di Hong chanted, Ba. Her eyes immediately turned red, and blood-colored light appeared around her. Suddenly, a voice rang out. One of the 5 precepts is not to kill. Tan Tu Kwong heard this and looked at her. Suddenly, a bell rang, and that person's voice rang out simultaneously. Isn't that the precept you should follow the most? How can you only chant all other precepts, yet omit the only precept that teaches you not to kill? And Zhang stood outside the door, shaking a bell, looking reproachfully at Di Hong. His expression at this moment was extremely unpleasant looking at her. Time went back a few hours in the forest. Ugh, poison dragon, really. And John was a bit angry, puffing his cheeks. Promised me so many times not to run around while resting. How could you leave alone when I was dead tired? And John stepped on a tree branch to fly, grumbling while moving. Really? At this moment, and Zhang's face carried a trace of fatigue and surprise. Huh? Before his eyes were corpses lying scattered on the ground. What is this? And Zhang thought to himself, even if they are bad people, part of the demonic cult, how can they be so cruel to people without weapons in their hands? And Zhang saw women with empty hands also slashed and covered in blood. Moreover, the battle seems to be over. Could it be the nun of the Amei sect, who was supposed to only be responsible for observing? At this moment, Di Hong was slaughtering everywhere. Ugh. And Zhang saw Di Hong, a bit surprised. That person, what is happening? Then came the scene of a Zhang standing at the door speaking up. One of the 5 precepts is not to kill. Isn't that the precept you should follow the most? How can you only chant all other precepts, yet omit the only precept that teaches you not to kill? None Di Hong. Di Hong looked at Zhang and asked, "You are the little Taoist of the Qingshan sect, right? Why stop me?" He heard this and replied, "Because you are doing something a supervisor shouldn't do." And Zhang immediately condemned her. "You should minimize casualties, but you're causing greater losses. Because most of them have been driven to a dead end, you should, as a supervisor, find a way to mediate. They might surrender without fighting. Why do you let this massacre happen?" Di Hong heard this, answering with some impatience. "Punishing evil is the duty of a practitioner." He immediately retorted, "Practitioners also need to show tolerance." "Evil has," she said halfway, looking at Tan Tu Kwong, who was struggling to prop his body up, "become so base that it is no longer worth sympathizing with." And Zhang heard her say this, silent for a few seconds. Then, seeing she was about to strike again, he immediately said, "Poison Dragon has decided to follow me. If you let him go, I guarantee he won't kill anymore and will follow me." Tan Tu Kwong heard this, speaking with difficulty. "Taoist and Zhang, before punishing everyone here, I don't intend to leave this place." And Zhang heard this, calling him somewhat awkwardly, "Poison Dragon." Di Hong changed her attitude, her voice becoming stern. "Taoist." She was neither hot nor cold, but looked at him gloomily with killing intent, asking, "Are you kidding me?" He heard this, stammering in reply, "No, it's not like that. I just don't want any more meaningless killing." She was annoyed, turning to leaving his sentence. "Out of respect for the Northern Heaven Taoist master, I spare you this time. Remember, there won't be a next time." And Zhang heard this, shouting, "No, please stop." Di Hong completely lost patience at this moment, turning her head back and saying, "I said there is no second time, right?" A force pressed down from above in Zhang's head. Ugh, his face turned a bit pale. The killing intent is terrifying. "I can't breathe." And Zhang gradually lost consciousness. Ugh, cough. Looking at your appearance, covering for the evil claws of the demonic cult, she saw his expression, saying, "You must have been infected too. Since that's the case, I have no other choice. I can only..." While Di Hong was speaking, Tan Tu Kwong rushed up from behind, still holding a dagger. However, even from behind, she still blocked it accurately with her sword. Tan Tu Kwong was a bit surprised at this moment. Di Hong looked at him with contempt, smiling and saying, "I have seen through these little tricks." The corner of her mouth curled up. Naturally, at this moment, a beam of light flew over. She just shook her head slightly to dodge quickly. 2 sharp needles were dodged by Di Hong, then fell to the ground with a clang. Then she looked at Tan Tu Kwong and said, "Including this." He still didn't give up, holding another sharp needle in his hand. However, he was still caught by her in just a few seconds. After catching him, she looked at Tan Tu Kwong with blood-red eyes, asking, "Is this all the skill you have?" Saying that, Di Hong kicked towards him. Demon-subduing kick. Cough. Along with that kick, Tan Tu Kwong also spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body flying out and hitting the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. She then said, "I originally hoped you could have a spectacular fight, since you possess significant killing intent. But this is disappointing." Di Hong, with bloodshot eyes, rushed forward, then slashed down at Tan Tu Kwong. He used the weapon in his hand to quickly block her sword. Di Hong saw such a reaction from Tan Tu Kwong, laughing loudly. Aha! And Zhang, having been unconscious for a while, sweating profusely, had also regained some consciousness at this moment. His eyes were hazy. Ugh. At this moment, and Zhang was gradually regaining consciousness. Beside him were Di Hong and Tan Tu Kwong, constantly attacking each other. She was extremely delighted, laughing loudly. Ah ha ha ha, that's right, wonderful. You are satisfying my craving belief. Tan Tu Kwong looked at those attacks, and the power constantly increasing, attacking towards him, thinking to himself, I used the maximum power of the Blood Rage art, but against her attacks, I can only do this much. The power constantly attacked towards him, cutting wounds on Tan Tu Kwong's flesh. He thought, no, I can't even block her attacks. Di Hong seemed to catch a flaw, laughing loudly and jumping into the air. Huh, Tan Tu Kwong saw this, a bit helpless, unable to step forward to fight. But thinking of something, he reached into his shirt. I must use poison powder to slow her down. Then, Tan Tu Kwong threw a cloth bag towards her sword. The cloth bag hit the sword, but did not tear. Instead, it was knocked away by her sword. Di Hong immediately spoke, this non-killing sword. Seeing this, he was slightly surprised. She rushed forward with a terrifying expression, shouting, without killing intent, nothing can be severed. Tan Tu Kwong immediately channeled his strength, firing it from his little finger. Thunder wind severing fingerbolt. Seeing this, she immediately dodged to the side. Boom! After that strike, the cloth bag instantly tore open, releasing a plume of purple smoke. Hiss! The smoke became thick, enveloping the person inside. Di Hong immediately covered her nose with one hand, speaking disdainfully, dirty tricks. It contains some kind of poison to disrupt the opponent's senses. He sees the opportunity to attack her. While she inhales it, I'll finish her off immediately. Tan Tu Kwong gripped his weapon tightly and rushed towards Di Hong. However, within the smoke, she extended a hand towards him. Tan Tu Kwong was shocked to feel a surge of power from his chest. Looking down, he saw her palm placed against his chest, executing the restoration palm. And Zhang sat up at this moment, holding his forehead and groaning, ugh. Tan Tu Kwong's body was blasted into the wall behind Zhang. Bam! A loud noise startled Zhang. His face turned pale as he looked behind him. And Zhang saw Tan Tu Kwong sitting there unconscious and called out loudly, Poison Dragon! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the pitch-black night, the wind howled. Tan Tu Kwong slowly lifted his head, blood still staining the corner of his mouth, and spoke, It seems I have truly seen clearly now. Brother Poison Dragon, are you all right? And Zhang called out to Tan Tu Kwong. Hearing his voice, he said, If you still have the strength to move, then run quickly. I will hold her off. If you leave now, she won't catch up. And Zhang looked at Tan Tu Kwong and replied, I cannot leave you here alone. You ended up like this because you saved me. Hearing him say that, Tan Tu Kwong asked, Then why did you intervene? And Zhang asked, somewhat confused, What? I just felt that Di Hong was going too far. Tan Tu Kwong gasped for breath with difficulty, asking, Didn't you tell me this before? That it is better to lose a few than for everyone to lose their lives. Do you still think that now? Hearing this, he asked, What? Tan Tu Kwong repeated the question. Do you consider the people losing their lives here to be enemies? Do you really think it is better for a few people to die? And are those people righteous gentlemen? Numbers cannot decide who is right and who is wrong. At least here, they are the benefactors who took me in and cared for me when I was heavily injured. Hearing this, Zhang fell silent, knowing he could not deny it. He thought for a moment, then replied, I understand why you are risking your life to protect them. Even so, Nun Di Hong is still one of the 3 martial arts masters of the Amaze sect. Fighting her is no different from suicide. After recovering for a moment, Tan Tu Kwong propped himself up and slowly stood, saying, I cannot let my benefactors be slaughtered without cause, their bones crushed by outsiders who call themselves the righteous faction. And Zhang seemed to want to say something, but he called out his name, ascetic monk in Zhang. Being called by name, he looked silently at Tan Tu Kwong. His solitary back appeared before Zhang's eyes. Tan Tu Kwong left behind one sentence. There are some battles where simply retreating does not end things. At this moment, Zhang seemed to remember something, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. The image of his master, Baek Tian, appeared. That day he had said, You must experience it yourself to understand the Jianghu. He looked at Tan Tu Kwong's departing back, thinking to himself, Master, I think I understand your meaning now. Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out, startling Zhang. Ah, I seem to hear something. Di Hong rushed out from the poison mist, her expression bizarre. It is the voice of evil spirits. I must eliminate it. A red light shone upon her sword. Bam! Tan Tu Kwong had dodged her attack just in time. The powerful sword strike slashed into the ground, startling Zhang. Seeing Zhang sitting motionless, Tan Tu Kuang shouted, "What are you staring blankly for? If you don't intend to block her with me, then run." Witnessing the power radiating from Di Hong's sword, and Zhang gritted his teeth in pain. Di Hong, her eyes bloodshot, spoke up, "Too late, for I have decided to level this place." Then, she swung her sword towards him, "Starting with you." She stared at Tan Tu Kuang, saying, "I will use these hands to finish everyone," he shouted, using shallow thinking to judge others. "Is this the demeanor of a Buddhist disciple?" She immediately retorted, "A murderer who kills without blinking is teaching me how a Buddhist disciple should be." After that, Di Hong executed the iron slash technique. Tan Tu Kuang spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. Cough. After one move, she unleashed a second one. Raging wind, fury, slash. Di Hong laughed loudly. "Ah ha ha. In the name of the three jewels compassion, I will sacrifice your life." He was beaten until he coughed up blood, and Zhang called out loudly, "Poison dragon." She shouted in excitement, "Oh, please have mercy on this poor soul." Tan Tu Kuang fell into a completely immobile state, no longer having the strength to resist. The non-killing sword was about to touch him when it suddenly stopped, as if blocked by a force. "Ugh!" Di Hong cursed. "Damn it." Then she called out loudly, "Ascetic monk." And Zhang was now striking two wooden boards together, replying, "I won't let anyone else lose their life." She looked at Zhang, saying, "Wait until I finish Poison Dragon, then it will be your turn." "Can't you wait quietly for your turn? This little sound art is nothing to me." He tapped while chanting, "Go subduing twin clappers." Whack! A force struck her temple. And Zhang continuously shouted, "Go subduing twin clappers." And in Zhang's thoughts, "Master, it seems I still haven't understood this world." He used all his strength to chant, "Go subduing twin clappers." But from now on, I will try even harder, following the guidance of my heart. Di Hong clutched her head in pain, crying out, "Ugh!" He looked at her and said, "Give up." None Di Hong. At this moment, she was in extreme pain, lifting her head to the sky and letting out a loud scream. Spurt. A pool of blood sprayed out, and Zhang was so shocked that even the clappers he was tapping stopped. What? Did she destroy her own eardrums? Di Hong slowly pulled her hands away from her eardrums, ignoring the bleeding ears, and said, "No matter the barrier, I must eliminate evil." After that, she swung her sword towards Zhang, shouting, "Accept your judgment." Raging wind, fury, slash. The blade swept across his body, also slicing through the wooden clappers in his hands. And Zhang was attacked unexpectedly. He coughed up blood. Di Hong's expression at this moment was terrifying, seeing her rushing over again, and Zhang immediately went into a defensive stance. Then, he executed a move learned from the Qingsheng sect, unleashing the heavy azure palm, sending dust flying and stone fragments scattering everywhere. Tan Tu Kuang sat slumped on the ground, only a few shreds of consciousness remaining. Will all end like this? Will I fail to save anyone again this time? Suddenly, a voice rang out. "It is still too early to give up, young warrior. There is still a way to turn the tide." Hearing the sound, Tan Tu Kuang shifted his gaze, looking up at the roof. Zhang Du Hoa was using sound transmission to speak to him. "First, take the yellow spring pill." Although she did not open her mouth, her eyes looking at Tan Tu Kuang had begun to instruct him. "Then I will teach you a move. This is the best I can do for you right now." The name of this move is... Following Zhang Du Hoa's instructions, Tan Tu Kuang took out a yellow pill, slowly put it into his mouth, and bit down hard. On the other side, Di Hong was fighting Zhang. She looked at him and said, "It seems that ascetic monk of Bac Tian has taken in a decent disciple. You actually blocked my second sword with a palm technique, but that is as far as it goes. Once the whole Jianghu knows that an ascetic monk of the Qingsheng sect has joined the demon cult, they will be very busy." Hearing this, and Zhang looked up, Di Hong breathed heavily. She paid no mind, continuing to talk to herself. "Out of respect for you being one of the three sects of Sichuan, I will spread the news that you were killed by Poison Dragon. You can rest in peace." As soon as Di Hong finished speaking, she sensed a dangerous aura. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, and the illusion of a giant python appeared within electric light. And the person wielding this power was Tan Tu Kuang. His eyes were filled with hatred and coldness, a gaze that seemed to pierce through to the bone, fixed firmly upon her. The moment Tan Tu Kuang followed Zhang Du Hoa's instructions and took the pill, his soul was transported to another space. There, Tan Tu Kuang was standing in the middle of a body of water. Tan Tu Kwong looked around and asked, "Where am I?" Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwong heard a voice. He turned around, and before his eyes appeared the spirits of a squad of monks, marching towards him with majestic dignity. Seeing this, Tan Tu Kwong instinctively raised his hand to cover his face. The place where we offer sacrifice is also where the energy veins converge. Under the guidance of the vanguard, he now discovered that those spirits walked straight through his body without harming him, so he relaxed slightly. Follow the bearer of the great hammer, raising the dragon flag amidst the clouds. Wait until the emperor is seated on the dragon carriage. When the bell rings, we will gather at the Seven Treasures Hall, and the emperor will preside over the great banquet there. As everything before his eyes became blurry, if you can persist in your search, you will soon find the truth you have always been pursuing. The current of water carried Tan Tu Kwong to a door. The voice rang out again. Only those who realize the truth can enter the Seven Treasures Hall. I will find the truth I have always been pursuing. Suddenly, he discovered something. In the rippling water, a sparkling pearl appeared. What is that? Tan Tu Kwong picked it up to examine it. I can sense a terrifying internal force from this thing. Suddenly, the pearl emitted a blinding light, seeping deep into his arm. This is pure internal force that has become a part of you. I ask you, where have you been summoned to? Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwong was a bit confused and did not rush to answer. Then, he recalled the place the voice had just mentioned and replied, "The place where the banquet is held, the Seven Treasures Hall." The voice rang out again. The human body has three dantians, the upper dantian, the middle dantian, and the lower dantian. Among those three places, the place that helps humans connect with the universe is the Baihui acupoint in the upper dantian. The voice spoke again. "It is a pity that you are wrong. The Seven Treasures Hall is where the emperor holds banquets, not where he resides. Since that is the case, it is a position lower than the middle dantian. At the heart meridian, the energy will be guided." The pearl in Tan Tu Kwong's hand began to slowly melt, entering his chest. There, a powerful current of water surged, and Tan Tu Kwong fell into a coma. A type of toxin has formed in your body. If this newly formed toxin is broken, that stream of internal force of yours will now only rush down to your ankles. His eyes at this moment seemed to have achieved a breakthrough, shining brightly. "I will surge for you like a great flood." A moment later, Tan Tu Kwong propped himself up and sat. "Correct. This is the greatest power that I, Zhongdu Hoa, can pass on to you. The Five Thunders Zen Art. Jade Cave 9 Lights and Five Thunders Zen Art." Tan Tu Kwong's entire body radiated an incredibly powerful aura. Di Hong saw this and was somewhat astonished, and Zhang also called to him, "Poison Dragon?" She looked at Tan Tu Kwong, who had just been unconscious but had now become so powerful, and said, "What a surprise. I didn't expect you to have trick up your sleeve. But now, no matter what you want to do with that body, it is too late. Doing so will only make you die a more miserable death." Tan Tu Kwong ignored Di Hong's words. He felt the changes in his body. Strange, the heart-rending pain from before is gradually fading, and the bulging blood vessels are also slowly vanishing. Replacing them is a refreshing and abundant energy. His palm radiated a powerful source of energy. Then, Tan Tu Kwong clenched the surge of power in his palm. Relying on this strength, he moved his hand, clearly feeling the dexterity of his hand when deploying the golden needles. At this moment, she rushed forward. "Don't you already know it's useless? Just die quietly." Tan Tu Kwong looked coldly at Di Hong and replied, "Fine." Then, he launched a golden needle, carrying the power he just obtained, flying toward her. The needle hissed, terrifying her. Di Hong's pupils contracted, and she instinctively raised her sword to block his needle. Thwack! The needle flew whizzing like an arrow. Clang! The sword blade emitted a puff of blue smoke, but it seemed the needle had pierced through the blade. By now, it had embedded itself straight into Di Hong's eye. A hole appeared on the blade of the sword. Only now did she feel the pain, rolling her remaining eye to look, then screaming ah. Then she roared ferociously, "Arg! My eye! My eye!" Di Hong clutched her eye with one hand, screaming in fury, "You dare do this to my eye? I will kill you." The others, seeing Di Hong acting like a madwoman, looked at them with some fear. "I will kill you," she kept screaming. "I must personally destroy the source of this evil demon." Tan Tu Kwong calmly replied, "It's still too early for that. You've lost." He explained the poison he used to her. "I soaked that needle in the blood of the green blood snake. Once the toxin enters the body, even the blood of a martial arts master will boil, leading to death. This is what I have learned." Hearing this, Di Hong shouted, "You think just this can scare me? It's not over yet." Tan Tu Kwong looked in a direction. A shout rang out, "Hurry, save our friends." Hearing this, she turned her head to look while still holding her eye. Outside the wall, soldiers of the demonic cult rushed in, shouting loudly, "Capture all these people from the Martial Arts Alliance. Don't let a single one escape." The monks were surprised by the raid and screamed, "Where did they come from?" They rushed forward, killing the remaining monks. The two sides engaged again, but the advantage had flipped. On the roof, a man landed in front of Zhang Du-Hoa. He asked, "Leader, are you all right?" She looked up at him and asked, "You are?" As if knowing what she intended to ask, he immediately replied, "Subordinate is the fifth leader, Yuniao from Shaanxi." He then cupped his fists and said, "We received news from Bien Phuc, reporting that the situation here was critical, so we came to reinforce. Although our forces aren't very strong, besides us, people from nearby secret guilds have also come to support." Bien Phuc saw the situation turn around and breathed a sigh of relief, truly coming back from the dead. Seeing this, Di Hong was extremely furious. At this moment, Tan Tu Kwong also spoke up to remind her, "The situation has changed." She gritted her teeth. Di Hong began to think. Should she follow her instincts and wipe out the remaining people, or retreat now and fight another day? Then, she threw her head back and laughed loudly. Next, she rushed forward with a furious gaze. Tan Tu Kwong immediately took a stance, preparing to fight. However, Di Hong flew right over his head without attacking. She landed on the roof, turned back, and shouted loudly, "Poison Dragon, I will remember you. Just you wait, there will be a day I personally send you to the underworld. That day will definitely come." She roared at Tan Tu Kwong, then disappeared from the roof. A voice called out to him, "Brother Poison Dragon, you did it." The ascetic monk in Zhang, now covered in wounds, held his hat and smiled at Tan Tu Kwong. Seeing a Zhang like that, Tan Tu Kwong asked, "Why didn't you run?" Hearing this, he replied, "I don't know either. My body just moved on its own." Then, and Zhang asked, "Is the battle over?" Tan Tu Kwong listened and replied, "Not yet," but he fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "But the day it ends won't be far off." In the cold night, at Zhang Du-Hoa's faction, swords and blades fell to the ground one by one. A voice rang out, We surrender. Please spare our lives, my lords." The monks were now kneeling on the ground, weapons scattered everywhere. Looking at Bien Phuc and the others, saying earnestly, "We were only following the orders of the Alliance. Please show mercy, my lords." A member of Zhang Du-Hoa's faction heard this and scolded angrily. "Now you pretend to be pitiful, hoping we'll spare your lives?" He raised his sword in fury. "Go meet the king of hell, all of you." Zhang Du-Hoa stepped forward and called out, "Stop." She was being supported by Bien Phuc. Seeing Zhang Du-Hoa, the others respectfully called, "Leader." Her face pale, she spoke. "Enough blood has been spilled today. As for them, I dare say they knew nothing, only coming here under alliance orders. Those who do not know are not guilty. We were once blindly like them." A monk sitting nearby heard these words and looked over in astonishment. Breathing with difficulty, she said, "But that does not mean you are innocent of the wrongs you have done. Anyone who is killed must pay the price." "As you command." Tan Tu Kwong was sitting in a corner, regulating his breathing. Zhang Du-Hoa walked up to him, looking at him sincerely. "Thank you, Poison Dragon. It is all thanks to you holding off that Buddhist believer, buying us time to survive. I never expected the secret society would see a day when we needed your help." Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwong looked up at her and replied, "Without your help, I couldn't have done anything either." Zhang Du-Hoa heard this and explained, "That was my last resort. Fortunately, it still had an effect." Tan Tu Kwong looked at her, expressing agreement. "That was also the life-saving straw for all of us." Then, Tan Tu Kwong bowed his head, but seeing the others lying cold and bloodied on the ground, he said coldly, Because I prioritized personal goals and hesitated, I couldn't protect everyone. Hearing this, Jong Do-hoa denied it. That is not your fault. She grasped the shoulder where her arm used to be, saying, they and I were all determined to walk this path. As long as one is a member of the secret society, one must get used to such things. But this differs from our original intention. Then, Jong Do-hoa looked at him and said, what you did was not wrong. She directed Tan Tu Kwang's gaze toward the others, saying, look, everyone here survived thanks to what you did. Although grieving for the departed is important, Jong Do-hoa then looked at him. But right now, I hope you can be proud that you protected those still standing here. Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwang remained silent. He recalled his past. Tan Tu Kwang's life was exchanged for the sacrifices of many people, and that he could stand up again was entirely thanks to their help. They were also a part of the path of vengeance he had chosen. No matter what happens, they're the ones walking with him on this journey of vengeance. At this moment, Tuda stepped forward to treat Jong's wounds. Tan Tu Kwang remained immersed in his thoughts. If living with a purpose is the way a monster exists, then living solely for revenge is also his way of existing. Thinking this, he unconsciously clenched his fist. I don't want to lose anyone important to me ever again. Tan Tu Kwang's eyes were now filled with determination for his decision. From now on, I will protect them and complete my vengeance. I can definitely do it. Suddenly, a voice called him, Brother Poison Dragon, have you found it? And Jong looked at Tan Tu Kwang, asking cheerfully, the reason you had to come here. Tan Tu Kwang looked at him, silent for a few seconds, then replied under the moonlight, yeah, I think I've found it. I dare say, they won't stop just because of this attack. They absolutely won't give us a chance to breathe and will bring even more reinforcements. I'm afraid we'd best leave here before the enemy comes again. Yu and Ao gave a few reminders. Jong Do-hoa heard this and replied, thank you, sir, for lending a hand. Yu and Ao replied politely, think nothing of it, and please forgive us for not being able to help more. She looked at them happily and said, you also have things to protect. Hurry back and do the work you need to do. Hearing this, they immediately cupped their fists respectfully, bowed, and replied, as you command. Jong Do-hoa watched them leave, then spoke up. We, she looked at the people behind her and instructed, must cross through the Qinghai area, then choose a destination from there. She looked at Bien Phuc, Tatu, and the others, saying, once we leave Shandong territory, enemies will be on all sides. We cannot lower our guard. Suddenly, she clutched her head, her body swaying. Seeing this, everyone cried out in alarm. Leah, leader. A hand caught Jong Do-hoa's arm. Tan Tu Kwang looked at her and said, I will go with everyone. Hearing this, Bien Phuc started grumbling. What? I thought you said the secret society meant nothing to you. Being told this, Tan Tu Kwang denied. When did I say that? Hearing this, Tatu immediately rushed over, happily hugging both of them. Seeing this, Bien Phuc and Jong were both helpless and surprised. Jong Do-hoa looked at the little girl, then sighed, as if accepting this. This trip is going to be long. The next morning, Tun Tri cursed with an impatient tone. Damn it. Then, he looked at Max Si-vu and roared, didn't you say that if we mobilize those Buddhist believers, along with the Righteous Martial Arts Alliance in Sichuan to come here, we could easily destroy Jong Do-hoa? Hearing this, Max Si-vu nodded. Seeing that, the old man said, and the result? He spread his arms and said, don't talk about Jong Do-hoa's shadow. There isn't even a single person from the demonic cult. His men spread out to check the surroundings. Max Si-vu stepped forward, clicking his tongue. TSK, I told you from the start we should have caught them at Mount Lao. The old man huffed unhappily. Max Si-vu walked toward the monks tied up under a tree, muttering, it seems there are still a few survivors among them. Max Si-vu looked at one of them and asked, speak. What happened here? The person being questioned looked up and answered, initially, we used all our strength to corner the demonic cult crowd in one place. The nun from the Amei sect defeated the servant of justice. Victory was right before our eyes. However, Poison Dragon, who should have been on his way to Sichuan, suddenly returned and ruined everything. The old man heard Tan Tu Kwang's name and immediately paid attention. After that, The Ame nun was heavily injured from fighting Poison Dragon, so she retreated. The demonic cult's reinforcements arrived, using their numerical advantage to turn the tide. If the servant of justice hadn't shown mercy, we would have gone to meet our ancestors long ago. Tun Tri walked over, heard this, and asked angrily, "That poison dragon defeated even a Buddhist believer?" Then he roared, "In other words, you let them all escape?" The person replied, "Yes, my lord." Mak Si-vu stood to the side, laughing until he spat, completely ignoring Tun Tri's extremely unpleasant expression at this moment. Damn it, how am I supposed to explain this situation to Big Brother? He was flying into a rage, but seeing the person next to him laughing, he glanced over in annoyance and asked, "Is it that funny?" Hearing this, Mak Si-vu waved his hand. Not at all, please forgive me. I had some issues practicing martial arts before, so sometimes I laugh like this for no reason. Then, the old man continued to be immersed in his thoughts. I didn't expect him to have grown to this extent, able to defeat even a Buddhist believer. Finally, some good news. Tun Tri looked at Mak Si-vu, feeling speechless. Mak Si-vu laughed until tears came out. He thought, but what makes me happier is, did he return to protect that demonic cult bunch? Mak Si-vu chuckled alone at his thoughts. The mood of a wealthy man forced to move house is completely different from that of a beggar doing the same thing. The key lies in how great the price they have to pay is. As for Tun Tri, he looked at the old man, annoyed to the point his mouth twitched a few times, looking like he wanted to curse. Mak Si-vu moved his fingers, thinking to himself, since ancient times, the more things a person wants to protect, and the deeper his bonds with those things, the more chaotic his heart becomes. The higher the level of chaos, the more it will eventually lead to obsession. But obsession will turn into suffering. He looked like he was calculating something, finally clenching his fist. The wound will eventually lead to a crack, which will become the weakness that defeats him. In the end, his bloody life. He clenched his hands, looking up at the sky. Is that so? Bak Lai Quan stood in the distance, at this moment observing Mak Si-vu with crossed arms. He stared at the old man, as if pondering something. Suddenly, a call from another direction rang out, attracting Bak Lai Quan's attention. Orthodox advisor of the Martial Arts Alliance, Lord Mak Si-vu. In the distance, two people wearing conical hats, covering their faces and wearing red cloaks shouted, "We need you to come with us to a place." Mak Si-vu heard this, didn't turn back to look, only tilted his head slightly. Tun Tri saw this and asked, "Which sect do you belong to? State your names." The two mysterious people in conical hats heard this and replied, "We are from the Tang family." Mak Si-vu heard this name, his face pensive. "The Tang family, huh?" Then he said, "But you can see, I am handling official business here." Seeing this, they immediately used a special signal to speak to him. Tun Tri didn't understand, so he said, "Is it secret sound transmission?" Then, he saw Mak Si-vu preparing to leave, so he chased after him and asked, "Advisor Mak." The person being called back said, "I have to be rude then." Then Mak Si-vu turned around, smiling. "It seems I have urgent business. I must pay a visit to the Tang family to see. I'll leave the matters here to you." After speaking, the three of them left immediately. Tun Tri could only chase after and call, "Wait, Advisor Mak, what on earth is this guy thinking?" Bak Lai Quan looked at their backs, looking like he wanted to say something at this moment, but held it back. Mak Si-vu and the two subordinates of the Tang family flew quickly through the air. At this moment, the old man spoke. "I always thought this day would come, but I didn't expect it to be today." Humph. Mak Si-vu gave a strange smile, then looked at them and asked, "What does Rakshasa want me to do?" On a desolate road, a convoy of carriages was constantly moving forward. "We've been leaving for nearly 10 hours, yet haven't encountered a single enemy. It seems the god of luck has favored us." However, inside the carriage, Bien Phuc looked at Njong and asked, "Why is this ascetic monk brat from the Qingchang sect tagging along too?" Njong sat in the middle, hugging his conical hat, startled when his name was called, looked at him and stammered, It happened too suddenly, who knew?" He looked at Njong, teasing, "I know, you also want to join the secret society, right?" Njong reacted very quickly, denying, "What? No such thing. I am a disciple of the Qingchang sect." Bien Phuc heard this, his expression of teasing a child becoming clearer, saying, "Is that so? You are a friend of Poison Dragon, and even fought with a nun from the Ame sect." Njong heard this, tense to the point of stammering, Wait, when did that happen?" He saw Njong state, sneered and replied, "I saw it with my own eyes. Just these things alone are enough to be expelled from the sect." Njong heard this, scared and replied, Can I be expelled from the sect for this?" I thought at most I would be punished to face the wall for a year. He looked worriedly at Bien Phuc and explained, but I feel I did the right thing. He heard this, clicking his tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're done for. You'll definitely get a scolding when you get back. Bien Phuc felt teasing him wasn't enough. So he added, not only will the meridians in your limbs be crippled, but even your dantian will be gone. And Zhang heard this, feeling like he was struck by lightning, his whole body in pain and pale. He immediately hugged his arm, crying out, "Oh, Lord, please help me put in a good word with my master. Say that I didn't do anything wrong." No. Bien Phuc heard this, turned his head away, and said, "You ascetic monk are quite cunning. Where did you get the nerve to push this deadly matter onto me? If I were to step foot into the Qingchang sect, this head would have moved house long ago." Then he asked, "Or maybe you should consider joining the secret society?" "No, I can't, even though the secret society is very different from what I thought." Zhang Duhua, sitting opposite, opened one eye at this moment, looking over. She was sure Tan Tu Kwang was looking at her, so she called out, "Young warrior, it seems you have something to ask me. Can my martial arts be of any help to you?" He frankly replied, "Yes." She immediately responded, "All right. It's better to pass it all to you, since we don't know when we might be swept into battle again. The move I taught you when fighting that Buddhist believer is the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art." And Zhang, who was arguing with Bien Phuc, heard the name of the move, startled, and looked over. He surprisingly grabbed Bien Phuc's collar and shouted, "What? The Zen art in the ancient Taoist arts? This move has great power, but also many consequences, so one must consider carefully before cultivating. How do you know this move? Who did you steal it from?" Bien Phuc impatiently removed in Zhang's hand, while saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? The Zen art is originally a move of our cult leader's sect." He was skeptical, immediately denying, "Impossible. How can the Zen art be taught in the demonic cult like in the martial arts sects?" Zhang Duhua continued, "The founder of our sect happened to be an outer disciple of Taoism." She closed her eyes to rest and replied, "After obtaining the Zen art, worrying about its consequences, none of us cultivated it." And Zhang, surprised, let out an "Oh," then asked, "You mean your sect was founded by an outer disciple of Taoism?" Hearing him ask, she recounted, "Because for a very long time, the Zen art was only passed down orally, so no one could comprehend it. It wasn't until the previous generation appeared that things changed. Its origin lies in encountering the 5 Thunders heaven-moving art." He looked surprised, eyes wide, then said, "Isn't the 5 Thunders heaven-moving art a heterodox evil art?" She replied, "That's right. The 5 Thunders heaven-moving art is a vicious evil art of Tibet. But when we combine the Zen art and the 5 Thunders heaven-moving art, the power of the move was much stronger than the original. After adjusting a few points of the 5 Thunders Zen art, it became the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art. What I passed to him is a part of this improved move." And Zhang held his head, screaming along, in pain from receiving information beyond his imagination. Evil art combined with Taoist art. What on earth am I hearing? Zhang Duhua saw him like that and asked, "Is it hard to accept?" And Zhang honestly replied, "Hard enough to die." She looked at him with gentle eyes, saying, "The person who created the Jade, Cave, 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art and eliminated its biggest weakness and consequences is the Qingqing sect leader, high-ranked Taoist Vo Nam." And Zhang, holding his head, heard this, stopped, then looked at Zhang Duhua in astonishment. "You said it was the Qingchang sect leader who improved that evil art?" He didn't dare to believe it, immediately denying, "Impossible." She didn't argue with Zhang, only saying one sentence, "It is the truth. If you want to verify, go ask your master." Hearing this, he replied with some fear, How can I ask about this?" At this moment, Zhang Duhua closed her eyes, turned her head away, and said, "I suddenly feel tired. Let's talk next time." Seeing this, and Zhang immediately said, "Wait, if you sleep now, what about my curiosity?" Bien Phuc saw him being noisy, gave a light cough, and said, "Ahem, little monk, don't make noise when you're on the carriage." Tan Tu Kwang sat in contemplation. The story I once heard about a sect's manual being stolen and destroyed is the story of Tai Nuong herself. Could it be that the misfortune of the servant of justice stems from the very martial art I learned? Just like that, the convoy traveled another long distance in the forest. On a cliff, a group of people wearing orange monastic robes appeared. The nuns of the Amei sect were observing, speaking up at this moment. "Found them. Zhang Duhua and Poison Dragon are in that carriage." That nun immediately ordered, "No need to observe anymore. Attack as planned. Suddenly, a person wearing a green cloak and a conical hat covering his face gently tapped his staff on the ground, shouting, "Stop!" This startled the Amei group. She slowly turned her head to look, thinking, I didn't sense his existence at all. Then she asked, "Who are you?" The man with his face covered by the hat didn't answer, but said, "In that carriage there is my disciple." At this moment, they also knew who this person was, so they bowed. "So, is Taoist Master Baek Tien? That's great. If you can join us in chasing that carriage and rescuing your disciple, nothing would be better." He neither agreed nor refused, instead bringing up another matter. "I have heard about Nun Di Hong's matter. My disciple injured her, so after rescuing him, should we hand him over to the Amei sect?" The nun heard this and replied, "Ascetic monk in Zhang is a key figure in this event, clearly related to the demonic cult. We need you to join hands to handle this." Baek Tien heard this, grinding his teeth in anger. "Speaking of the Amei sect, you should have only been outsiders, responsible for observing and maintaining a neutral role in the event and doing nothing more." Then he roared, "You not only intervened for personal gain, but now want to blame other sects?" The aura emanating from Baek Tien was terrifying, making the three Amei nuns startle. That nun gritted her teeth and said to Baek Tien, "Although your seniority is deeper than ours, we also belong to the three great sects of Sichuan. Isn't such a reprimand a bit too much?" Hearing this, he replied majestically, "Although my disciple is young, he also belongs to the three great sects of Sichuan. You arresting him to Amei as a witness. What kind of decorum is that? Is that not too much?" That nun heard this, frowned, and replied, "A brat who has just passed the full ordination. How can he compare with us?" Baek Tien immediately used his aura to reply, "This old man is one who has thoroughly understood the heavenly laws, meditatively penetrated the 6 desire heavens, 18 heavens of form, for heavens of formless, for Diana heavens of the upper realm, 3 pure realms, up to the entire great atmosphere. You lot of practitioners, most of whom haven't even passed the full ordination. What right do you have to raise your heads and speak to me?" The nun heard this, shouting loudly, "Stop making excuses. Every word you say is full of resentment. What grudge does our sect have against you to make you despise us so? It is you who have disgraced the 3 great sects of Sichuan." He tapped his staff hard on the ground. Di Hong intervened too deeply and even assisted the martial arts alliance, surely to curry favor with them, harboring selfish motives. "I will not let you take my disciple away." He pointed his staff at them, threatening, "But if you want to chase after that carriage, don't blame me for being unpolite." The nun heard this, though angry, still took a step back, replying, "We give up, but today's humiliation we will definitely not forget." He replied fearlessly, "I'll be waiting." Then the Amei group left. A voice rang in Baek Tien's ear, attracting his attention. "It seems that brat escaped this time, but you can't protect him forever." Tang Halan held her conical hat in her arms, looking at Baek Tien, and said, "The truth remains that ascetic monk and Zhang once fought side by side with Poison Dragon to resist the Buddhist believers." Baek Tien gave a slight humph, replying, "This is the last time I bail out my stupid disciple. But I thought only the Amei sect was here. I didn't expect the Tang family to have this interest too." Hearing this, she denied, "That's not it." He heard this and asked, "Then what are you here for?" Tang Haolan replied, "We're here for something else." Hearing this, he also followed her gaze to look at the convoy. "Something else, huh?" She looked at the convoy, thinking to herself, that person always confronting enemies many times stronger than himself. Hung Ung Dak of Yunnan, Deng Fuang, Zhuge Gang, Tin Long, and now even the Buddhist believers, truly risking his life. If fighting them, the probability of losing one's life is very high, anyone would say so. But he always stands his ground, never stepping back. He walks alone on the path of fighting to the end with the enemy and winning the final victory. Whether it is the blood flowing in his veins or the martial arts he uses, nothing belongs to the orthodox sections. He climbed to today's position entirely thanks to his steadfast will. That will of his. Tang Halan looked up at the sky, thinking to herself, where on earth does it come from? A moment later, seeing she didn't answer, he said, I don't know who you people are targeting, but I'm sure that person is very interesting. Hearing this, Tang Halan looked at Baek Tian in confusion. Baek Tian explained, not just anyone can catch the eye of the Tang family's young lady. Hearing him say that, she asked, care? Then Tang Halan denied it. You're joking. Who would care about a monkey that knows how to play tricks? Baek Tian heard this, laughed loudly, and turned to leave. Ha ha, monkey huh? That's right, but I only speak what I see. Don't be so quick to get angry. The wind rustled, stirring her hair. Tang Halan silently watched the direction he left. Tang family citadel, inner city. I finally arrived. Maxivu stood before the city gate, looked up, and exclaimed. He looked at the towering architecture before him, thinking to himself, the Sichuan Tang clan is the power behind manipulating the entire martial arts situation. Even within the sect, only a few chosen ones can enter this inner city. This is a place ordinary people never have the fate to set foot in their entire lives. Yet here I am, invited to such a place. The city gate opened, and a woman dressed in Tang family attire spoke. Please come in. Maxivu looked for a moment before stepping inside. Boom! The city gate closed, and inside, he stared in amazement at a corridor with endless foot traffic, a scene of bustling activity. Here, there were people carrying process scrolls, going to where they belonged. Carrier pigeons flew back and forth incessantly. Furnaces were always burning bright. No wonder it's the center that holds the world. Maxivu looked around with interest, chuckling. At this moment, the person leading him seemed a bit impatient, calling out, "What are you still standing there dazed for?" Maxivu seemed to snap out of it, hurriedly following. The guide urged, "Move faster." A man with a long beard, hair like a lion's mane, and a face with a somewhat ferocious look. This was Rakshasa Ao Lapback and I, the head of the Tang family, the Lion of Sichuan, a strategist, the one who set absolute rules. Although he had many nicknames, the most widely known was Rakshasa Ao Lapback and I. This title was reserved for him because he was the one who held the power of life and death in his hands, even though that was a matter only heaven should have the right to decide at will. Rumor had it that he had retreated behind the scenes after resigning as the Tang family leader 10 years ago, but standing behind the current leader, he still held the power to decide all matters of the Tang family. Thinking for a moment, Maxivu arrived at Ao Lapback's desk. He spoke up, "First time meeting you, I am Maxivu." At this moment, a person beside Ao Lapback and I stepped forward to report. The experiment in Bin Nam has failed, my lord. The person reported that 80% of the population was poisoned, and of those, 3.5% died because the poison couldn't be cured. Ao Lapback and I immediately ordered, "Dispose of them all." The subordinate obeyed, replying, "Yes, my lord." "What about the Tung and Gung side? How should it be handled, my lord?" He replied, "Tell them to dispose of the base carefully in return. Dispose of all 30 people in Tung and Gung as well." The subordinate continued to ask, "Then how should Fong Quan, who is in charge there, be handled?" At this point, Maxivu had lost patience, looking at him, seemingly wanting to say something. Ao Lapback and I continued answering the subordinate. "Ignore him for now. I want to see how he resolves it. After this purge, sell off our shops in Hebei as well. Just hang a sign until someone offers at least 50,000 taels of silver. No more, no less." A moment later, seeing Ao Lapback and I paying him no heed, Maxivu sighed. He looked at Ao Lapback and I and said, "It seems the Five Sons pill is not very stable yet." The subordinates around looked at Maxivu as if looking at a fool, thinking he was truly audacious to speak when Rakshasa was busy and hadn't given him permission. They just stared at Maxivu, wanting to see what would happen next. Rakshasa Ao Lapback and I now began to pay attention to him. After a moment of silence, he replied, "True, it's still unfinished after all." Maxivu, hearing Ao Lapback and I say this, immediately responded, "If you give me an unfinished product, it will significantly affect my work." He asked back, "Do you think just any kind of poison can deal with internal energy moves that have undergone 1,000 years of tempering?" Hearing this, the old man replied, "If we fail using poison, wouldn't that invite unnecessary trouble?" Ao Lapback and I heard this, glanced at Maxivu, and asked, "Trouble for me, or for you?" The old man replied, "I am merely stating the facts." Hearing these words, Ao Lapback and I said, "We have anticipated the things that could happen, including the incident with Deng Fuang last time, so don't have any opinions. What catches my attention is that you damaged important assets of the Tang family. Your heart is truly vicious." Saying this, He pointed to a box that a subordinate brought over and said, "Take it, this is the fear strength drug." Ao lapped back an eye explained to Max Sivu, "It is beneficial for a body with blocked chi channels due to injury or severed limbs. If you use it, you will gain about 20 years of internal energy." The old man looked at the medicine bottle in the box and replied, "All right, I happily accept this gift, but I came here to report a few things to you." Hearing this, he immediately refused. "I don't want to hear it." Ao lapped back and I continued working, handing approved scrolls to his subordinates. He spoke while working. "I had you come here only to give you that thing, as you have the merit of bringing that poison dragon back. The undefeated divine sword has always been very cautious. We have absolutely no chance to investigate the poison sect internal cultivation method of his family. Bak Lai Quan is a not bad target." Max Sivu replied while putting away the medicine bottle. "If Bak Lai Dung knows about this, he will certainly put a bounty on my head." It seemed that while we discussed my life and death, the fierce strength drug seems a bit meager. Ao lapped back and I heard this and analyzed for him. Fierce strength drug usually costs 20 taels of gold. That much is enough. "Don't be too greedy, Leave." Max Sivu listened and denied. "I'm not being greedy. I'm just trying to negotiate." Hearing this, he said, "There is nothing to negotiate. The decision power lies with me. I am the one who decides what terms the agreement includes and the material value attached. That's all." Max Sivu ignored Ao Lapbackne's words and continued speaking. "I don't know if I could play matchmaker and tie some knots of fate. For example, the old man once again successfully attracted Ao Lapbackne's attention. He smiled strangely. The marriage of Miss Tang Halan and Poison Dragon. Ao lapped back and I heard this and stared at Max Sivu. "What are you calculating?" A few seconds later, a steady burst of laughter rang out. "Ha ha." Ao lapped back and I laughed heartily. "Ha ha." He laughed while saying, "Interesting, beyond my expectations. In 10 years, only your proposal has truly interested me." "Ah." Max Sivu seeing Ao lap back and I like this felt a bit worried. After a long burst of laughter, he slammed his fist hard onto the table. Boom. Poison Dragon is currently being hunted by the General Martial Arts Alliance and is even traveling with Zhang Du Hoa of Shandong. The Tang family absolutely does not allow a person from the demonic cult to join. After saying a string of words, Ao lapped back and I looked at Max Sivu and asked, "How do you intend to resolve this?" The old man unhurriedly offered his brilliant idea. "We can say Poison Dragon comes from one of the medicine sects in Yunnan, the White Flower Valley of the Sorrow sect. That is, he originally comes from an Orthodox sect. If this news spreads, the Tang family cannot help but acknowledge this son-in-law." Hearing these words, he leaned forward and said, "If he comes from the White Flower Valley of the Sorrow sect, then he is certainly related to Hung Ung Dak, which is your old sect. And that was the time Bak Lai Dung had to intervene to mediate. I see Poison Dragon's fate is truly rugged. What do you think?" Max Sivu heard this, showed agreement, closed his eyes, and nodded. "That's right. Although Poison Dragon and I have some debts to settle, Bak Lai Dung's head is also one of the things Poison Dragon wants to take. Becoming an enemy of Bak Lai Dung means being an enemy of the leader of the Hung Chan and Alliance faction, which is no different from becoming an enemy of the General Martial Arts Alliance. And the Tang family, as a member of the General Martial Arts Alliance, still needs to maintain relations with the Alliance. What plan do you have for this?" Hearing this, the old man instructed, "First, we must cause a conflict to arise between Hung Chan Nan and Bak Lai Dung." Hearing these words, Ao lapped back and I asked further, "Then what?" Max Sivu replied, "I will, in the capacity of the leader of the General Martial Arts Alliance, make a proposal to Bak Lai Dung. Then shouldn't we cut ties with the General Martial Arts Alliance?" He looked at the old man and asked. Max Sivu heard this and replied, "No." The old man said with a sinister face, "To be precise, that is the best time to cut ties with them." Hearing the answer made Ao laugh back and I extremely delighted inside. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha! I am very satisfied with what you just said. Even though I only guessed half right, I am still extremely satisfied." Then Max Sivu said again, "Why did Hung Ung Dak attack the medicine sect? Who was the mastermind behind it? Hung Ung Dak is just a bunch of low-class sects. Apart from obeying orders from the poison sect, they have no other choice. After coming here, I realized a few things. Without your consent, not only Hung Ung-dak, but even the Central Plains region couldn't do such a thing. And I just realized, after attacking the medicine sect, Hung Ung-dak must have obtained that thing. A.O. Lapback and I seemed a bit annoyed, saying, "Stop, don't waste time repeating things everyone knows. Enough, because there are too many corrupt officials in the state apparatus. Controlling this crowd is truly a mess. Moreover, because the winter snow this year is double that of last year, snow has piled up into mountains on the peaks. When spring comes, that pile of snow will melt. Additionally, during this year's summer monsoon, a massive rainfall that occurs only once every 4 years will also appear." The old man listened to him speak a long string of words, looking confused. "If the Yellow River breaks its dikes, submerging houses, livestock, and fields, eventually everyone will starve to death. When they lose their homes and wander everywhere, rats will dispose of those corpses, become fat, and the Central Plains region will experience an unprecedented epidemic throughout the summer. At that time, the highest death record in history will be broken. Perhaps even the martial arts experts of the 10 great sects will hardly escape." As if realizing something, Max Si Vu's eyes widened. The old man recalled the past. "The instructions when I received the 5 Sons pill from the Tang family. If you can prove the efficacy of the elixir, we will provide you with an unlimited quantity. With those things, we will certainly support you more wholeheartedly." Max Si Vu sank in a deep thought, surmising, their goal isn't just to improve the 5 Sons pill and turn it into a weapon. It's been a long time since there were riots or civil wars. It seems something even more terrifying than I thought is happening. Ambition to rule the world? Could this be the goal Rakshasa wants to achieve? A moment later, A.O. Lapback and I threw a jade pendant towards the old man, saying, "Take it. This is proof that you will receive the full support of the Tang family." The exquisitely carved jade pendant fell to the ground, representing the power its owner enjoyed. "Make good use of everything I provide, then put all your effort into doing it. Even if you find it exceeds moral standards, it doesn't matter." Max Si Vu bent down to pick up the jade pendant while asking, "Exceeds moral standards? Does this mean I can proceed with what I said earlier?" He interlaced his fingers, resting his chin on them with a solemn face, saying, "I'll tell you the truth. I value you even more than that poison dragon. That is why I accepted your proposal regarding Poison Dragon, to lure you into a trap. After you bring him back, whether you want to marry him to Halan or not is fine. I don't care. You don't need to ask for my permission on this matter. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." After speaking, A.O. Lapback and I waved his hand, as if dismissing a guest. Seeing this, the old man also turned to leave. Max Si Vu held the jade pendant in his hand, pensive, as if thinking about something, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "Oomph." Then, the old man's steps quickened. Bam! Max Si Vu slammed the jade pendant hard onto A.O. Lapback's desk. He looked down at the old man's hand, then raised his head, his face full of anger. "What do you think you are doing?" Max Si Vu looked at him and shouted, "Rakshasa, the thought that you would follow my words makes me even more disgusted than I imagined." A.O. Lapback's face was full of anger at this moment, staring right at him. A silence hung between the two. A.O. Lapback and I and Max Si Vu glared at each other, as if something big was about to happen. A.O. Lapback's gaze looked at him, then looked down at the table. The jade pendant was lying in Max Si Vu's hand. A moment later, a smile bloomed on the corner of A.O. Lapback's mouth. He began to speak. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. "Hung Chan, Nan is about to summon you. That is the time for you to show your ability. So I hope when that time comes, you will not disappoint him." Max Si Vu received the answer he wanted, breathing a sigh of relief as he replied, "Understood." After that, he turned and left. Max Si Vu began to think. He didn't respond to my provocation, so it's clear. As long as I carry this with me, I can cross any barrier I want. Of course, I have Rakshasa backing me. Even if he makes me do something for him, it doesn't matter, because this power is a huge help to my plan. Thinking of this, he smiled smugly. This is the biggest bargain I could have gotten. After exiting the high tower, Max Si Vu laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. In the forest, at an inn at this moment, both people and horses were exhausted. Zhang Du Hoa stroked the horse, breathing heavily with difficulty, and said, "It's like we just stopped a riot." She looked at Bien Phuc's group and instructed, "Before we continue on our way, let's rest here for a while." That night, Zhang and Bien Phuc slept together. The boy slept so soundly that he rested his leg on Bien Phuc's face. Tuda also slept soundly in her bed. Only Jong Do-hoa remained sitting on the bed, using internal energy to recuperate. At this moment, she sensed someone arriving and said, "Come in." Tan Tu Kwong walked in, saying, "Excuse me." Hearing this, Jong Do-hoa teased, "The young warrior is quite brave, daring to enter a woman's room in the middle of the night." He replied frankly, "Didn't someone tell me to come find her at the hour of the rat?" Hearing this, she lost all interest and complained, "Not cooperative at all. Men are so boring." Tan Tu Kwong saw that Jong Do-hoa was walking with some difficulty, so he said, "It seems your physical condition isn't quite stable yet." She replied, Tang family's poison. Without their antidote, it's hard to neutralize." Hearing this, he asked, "Tang family's poison? Did the Tang family also have a hand in this battle?" Jong Do-hoa nodded and replied, "Not necessarily, because where I was poisoned and where I lost my arm are not the same place. To tell the truth, before the battle, where I took you to that village." She looked toward Tan Tu Kwong. "Maxi Vu came to negotiate with me." Hearing this, he was a bit confused. After listening to the whole story, Tan Tu Kwong looked angry. "If so, the culprit who caused you to end up like this is..." Jong Do-hoa nodded. "That's right. Jing Long and the Zhuge gang were both mobilized and set up an ambush and wait. It seems he predicted that we would split up." He felt a bit frustrated at this moment because he had left at that time. Seeing this, Jong Do-hoa said, "I know your personality, so I will say this. You don't need to blame yourself for this. Ending up like this is my own fault." Her trembling hand held the handle of the teapot as she said, "Because from the start, I didn't intend to go along with his proposal either." Jong Do-hoa held the teapot, intending to pour for Tan Tu Kwong. "Will we have to endure much more pain to get what we want?" He saw she was having trouble holding the teapot, so he reached out. Then he took the teapot and poured into his own cup. Jong Do-hoa looked at Tan Tu Kwong, who was so understanding, and sighed. "By the way, I have a few things I want to say to you, which is why I called you here at this hour." She looked at him seriously. "Regarding the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and the Five Thunders Zen Art, I want to pass on all the remaining experience to you." Tan Tu Kwong heard this and replied, "What I learned wasn't everything, right?" Jong Do-hoa confirmed, "Correct. What I taught you before was only a part, not yet complete." He fingered the teacup and said, "I heard you tell the story hidden behind the Five Thunders Zen Art. On the way here, I had a few speculations. The hardships you endured in the past stemmed from this Zen art, the martial arts move of your family's poison medicine sect. I'm very curious. Is this a move you can easily pass on to others? Why pass it to me, someone who belongs neither to the secret society nor your sect?" Hearing this, she replied, "For you and for me. You chose to stay instead of leaving. Surely after the recent battle, you have gradually felt a sense of responsibility toward us." Tan Tu Kwong lifted the teacup for a sip, listening to Jong Do-hoa speak. "I should have told you that you don't need to take responsibility. But right now, both the secret society and I are in a situation that isn't very optimistic." Her hand holding the teacup trembled so much she had to lean on someone else. "Passing it to you, you can help us deal with the current difficult situation. This power is also to protect us." Then, Jong Do-hoa looked at him. "But I am passing it to you not so you can fight for us. Mastering the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and Five Thunders Zen art will certainly be very beneficial to you. Remember what I said about your body's condition? If you use the Blood Heaven explosive art, your life force will decrease drastically. If this continues, you won't live past 3 years. But there is still a way. The Jade Cave 9 Lights and Five Thunders Zen art is a move that can erect a barrier in certain parts of the body. That barrier will accumulate internal energy, then burst out all at once." She explained to Tan Tu Kwong about the new move she intended to teach him. When you have that barrier in your body, if you can use the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and Five Thunders Zen art to erect 9 more walls, they will open a single path that can eliminate the after effects of the Blood Heaven explosive art, meaning your lifespan will be extended. This is all the advice that I, someone who has erected 5 walls, can give you. The 6th wall will require the help of the Qing Cheng sect leader, the high-ranking Taoist Master Baek Tien. I believe with your personality, you will definitely be able to do it. Tan Tu Kwong looked at Jong Do-hoa and replied, "If this is your plea for help, then I agree." "Plea for help, huh?" She sighed and looked at him. "It seems our thoughts don't quite align. If I teach you a few more moves, I might very well make more requests." Tan Tu Kwong also admitted the truth. "With my current strength, if I don't take Bak Lai Dung's life, I certainly cannot defeat him." Jong Do-hoa heard this and was about to say something, but remembered the events of that day. "Later, even if it is the person you want to kill, if I ask, please spare him. Just that one time." She looked at him and asked, "You already knew?" Tan Tu Kwong replied, "I just guessed. Everyone thinks he is a chivalrous warrior, but in reality, he is a corrupt and depraved person. Your obsession with the Bak clan, plus the previous request, and the reason you're teaching me this martial art. I always thought my revenge was for the medicine sect, that I had to kill Bak Lai Dung to clear their name. But I will accept your request. I will personally bring Bak Lai Dung before you, to make him pay for his crimes. Because I promised to accept your request." A silence passed. Zhang Duhua nodded slightly. Then she spoke, "Thank you for not forgetting." In a room with dim light, a call rang out. "Master, please listen to this disciple for a moment. Deng Fuang's death has other hidden circumstances." Bak Lai Quan stood outside the door, looking earnestly at Bak Lai Deng. Tam Ha stood by the side. Seeing this, he intervened. "Lo, Lord, please step back." Bak Lai Quan did not listen to him and continued to shout loudly. "If there was your involvement, surely, I beg you to let the alliance reinvestigate." Tam Ha continued to block him. "My lord," Bak Lai Deng finally spoke, "is that all you have to say?" Hearing this, he immediately knelt on the ground. "Your child is extremely sorry for not obeying your orders and going to Yunnan on my own. I heard the news that the killer of Deng Fuang was there, so I couldn't think much. So you also know what you have done." He brought the teacup to his mouth and said, "I don't want to hear anything else. Get out." Hearing this, Bak Lai Quan shouted, Master, no, father." Hearing these words, Bak Lai Dung looked at him with cold eyes. "I told you to get out." Seeing this, Tam Ha advised, "My lord, now is not the time. Please come back another day." Saying that, he escorted Bak Lai Quan out. As for Bak Lai Dung, he continued to pour more tea into his cup, drank another cup, then looked down. The box containing Zhang Du Hoa's arm was placed on the table. On the lid, a piece of paper was pasted, presumptuously returning this. "Since the head and limbs are not complete, please supplement and send it back." He sank into thought. Early morning, at the inn where Zhang Du Hoa's group was resting, and Zhang clutched his head in horror. Brother, what are you saying?" The others from his secret society also revealed similar looks of astonishment. "What the hell are you saying?" Bien Phuc scolded loudly. "Are you crazy?" Tan Tu Kwong stood in front of them and repeated, "It seems there are still people who didn't hear clearly. I will say it again. We will return to where we belong. Return to the Qing Chang sect in Sichuan." Hearing Tan Tu Kwong say this, everyone stammered. Qing Chang sect? You're telling us to go to the Qing Chang sect now?" They were all in an uproar. "Why make such a decision?" Bien Phuc also worriedly said, "If we return there, we will have to confront the enemies hunting us everywhere head-on." The others were also a bit impatient, saying, "It was hard enough to escape. Now you want us to walk into the tiger's den?" And Zhang's face also turned pale. Then, they looked toward Zhang Du Hoa and asked, "Cult leader, do you also agree with this?" She calmly replied, "Yes." Everyone immediately asked, "Why?" Tan Tu Kwong explained, "We must face reality. Most people were heavily injured in the previous battle and haven't had enough time to recover. Therefore, our movement speed will slow down. Currently, although we have shaken off the enemy, they will certainly not give up the pursuit. In this situation, whenever we encounter them, the casualties will surely be catastrophic." Hearing this, everyone shouted, "That's why we have to avoid them. We can't go back to the enemy's lair." He said seriously, "Now is the best time to deceive them. They consider themselves hunters, chasing us as we flee from Western Sichuan." Tan Tu Kwong affirmed to everyone, "They will absolutely not pay attention to people entering Western Sichuan." Everyone looked at him in astonishment upon hearing this. Tan Tu Kwong proposed a plan. "We will disguise ourselves as a merchant caravan to enter Western Sichuan, then go straight to the Qingcheng sect. That way we can shake them off completely." Hearing this, everyone whispered among themselves, "That makes sense. The martial arts alliance won't enter the Qingcheng sect. Even if they discover us, they wouldn't dare make a scene there." And Zhang, hearing something related to his sect, hurriedly asked, But no one guarantees the Qingcheng sect will take everyone in." Tan Tu Kwong looked at him, and Zhang saw him looking at himself and looked back in confusion. Then, Tan Tu Kwong clasped his hands and said, "Please help us." And Zhang was startled. "What?" Tan Tu Kwong said earnestly, "To tell you the truth, I want to go to the Qingcheng sect precisely to use you. As long as you are in our hands, wait until we get past the Qingcheng sect. I think the Qingcheng sect surely won't attack us." Hearing this, and Zhang's eyes filled with tears, looking at him heartbrokenly, "I have to be your hostage? I don't know how eldest senior brother and the junior brothers will be, but my master won't let this go easily." Tan Tu Kwong heard this, said, "When the time comes, I will try my best to negotiate with him. But if he still refuses to yield, then we have no choice but to fight." Hearing this, he felt as if struck by lightning. "You want to make a move on my master?" After a series of shocks, Zhang let out a weak sigh. The others discussed among themselves. "It seems it's not too risky." "That's right. If we keep going like this, sooner or later the enemy will easily catch us anyway." Tan Tu Kwang and Zhang Duhoa looked at each other, and both nodded. A convoy of carriages entered the mountains. Bien Phuc rested his elbows on the windowsill, looking out and muttering, thinking about having to transport so much grain back and forth in broad daylight. It feels like we're just going sightseeing. Tan Tu Kwang was sitting outside, acting as the carriage driver, traveling with the convoy. Suddenly, his eyes flickered slightly, seeming to have noticed something. In the distance, a plume of white smoke rose up. "They are here." Hearing this, the others held their breath in tension, afraid of being discovered. Zhang Duhoa also tried to suppress her aura. "Everyone stay calm. Just act naturally." A squad of cavalry galloped towards them. They just passed by the cavalry squad safely. A while later, the cavalry squad had gone far, and they were still watching, but breathed a sigh of relief. After that, everyone cheered in joy. It was really a success. We passed the checkpoint. Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwang turned his head and said, "It's not over yet. Later, when we meet the remaining small squads, we still have to do the same. No one will catch us." Bien Phuc sat in the carriage, chuckling softly after hearing this. To be able to come up with such an idea in a short time, truly a wonderful friend. Under the starry night sky in the forest, a group of people lit a campfire to rest. Everyone did well. Tan Tu Kwang sighed and said, "Although we were all disguised, having to act naturally in the midst of danger must not have been easy." Zhang Duhoa sat beside him, listening and looking at Tan Tu Kwang, smiling. "Although you do not belong to the secret society, you saved everyone's lives. They certainly trust you very much." She looked towards everyone resting. Bien Phuc was still continuing to tease Zhang, making it to giggle beside them. Seeing this, he also felt a wave of peace in his heart. Suddenly, Zhang Duhoa stood up. She said, "Before we set off for the Qingcheng sect, there are still a few days. During this time, I will impart the entire Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art to you." Having said that, she looked at him. "You want to go to the Qingcheng sect's territory to pay respects to high-rank Taoist Vonam, correct?" Tan Tu Kwang nodded. "I will explain to you first about the moves that constitute the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunder Zen art. As I told you before, Zen art is a move of the Taoist sects. Its cultivation method is to make internal force surge like a breaking dam, then release it all at once. As for the 5 Thunder Zen art, it is a move heavily used by the demonic sect. Through cultivation, it causes power to flow in 5 different places to amplify it. It can also be said that this is the origin of the Blood Heaven explosive art you are using. The 5 Thunder Zen art is a combination of Zen art and 5 Thunders Heaven moving art, using it to strengthen those 5 reservoirs, then forming something like a vortex, thereby amplifying the internal force in the body. But the worrying thing is when blood vessels accumulate internal force like a reservoir, you will suffer severe internal injuries. The vortex of the 5 Thunders Heaven-moving art can damage the blood vessels. At this time, Tatu and Zhang were leaning against each other, sound asleep, leaving only Zhang Duhoa and Tan Tu Kwang discussing the moves. She said, "No matter how strong a martial artist is, it is often said that using this cultivation method for a long time can cost one their life. And the idea to compensate for one's own shortcomings eventually gave birth to the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunder Zen art. The Jade Cave 9 Lights involves 9 parts of the body." She just explained to him like that from early morning until dusk. "You will need to build not 5, but 9 reservoirs and utilize the vortex to diffuse the energy. That way, you will have more stable power. Since you have concentrated energy in one of the 9 reservoirs, which is the middle dantian, you already possess 1 reservoir. First light." Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwang understood in his heart, looking at Zhang Duhoa. 2 days later, in West Sichuan, at the Qingcheng sect, a voice rang out. "Eldest senior brother, several people have intruded into our Qingcheng sect territory. It seems to be the merchant caravan within Zhang. What should we do? Baek Tian looked as if he had just woken up, squeezed the nape of his neck, and remained silent. And Zhang at this moment was so anxious that his teeth kept chattering. Seeing him like this, Bien Phuc said fearfully, "You are too tense, calm down." Hearing this, his voice weak and his whole body trembling, I really dare not think about how Master will punish me. Tan Tu Quang looked at Zhang, asking, "What kind of person is Taoist Master Baek Tian?" Zhang Duhoa looked out the window and replied, "He is the representative of sect leader Vo Nam, who does not wish to reveal himself. As the representative of the sect leader, his power is not small. His temper is very hot, and his pride is harder than his liver. Therefore, those who dislike him often call him a moving rock. There is a rumor that the Qingcheng sect did not join the martial arts alliance precisely because of his stubborn temper. He is not easy to deal with, so if possible, it is best to avoid him." Then she smiled slightly, but the relationship between me and him was already not good. Hearing this, he looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, Tan Tu Quang felt his whole body become heavy, the surrounding air seeming to be compressed. Bien Phuc immediately screamed, "Ah, a severe pain struck this. What is going on?" And Zhang hurriedly covered his mouth, crying out in horror, "He is here." Tan Tu Quang gritted his teeth tightly to resist, his body feeling as if it were being crushed by a wave crashing down from the sky. A stream of internal force carrying terrifying pressure. Zhang Duhoa also bit her lip tightly, supporting her weak body, saying, "It seems what we just mentioned has come true. Everyone get out of the carriage quickly. Since he has arrived, we cannot pretend not to see and pass by." Outside the carriage, a black shoe had blocked the convoy. The people around had already prostrated themselves on the ground. From the carriage, he was the first to step down. Tan Tu Quang looked ahead. That person was indeed Taoist Master Baek Tian, and Zhang tiptoed over, looked at him, and called, "Master." Baek Tian spoke up at this moment. "I said, do not cross my line again. If you cross it one more time, I will not spare you." And Zhang raised his head in confusion. Zhang Duhoa took a step forward and spoke. "Long time no see, Taoist Master Baek Tian." She looked at him and asked, "Is eldest senior brother, high-ranked Taoist Vo Nam, still well?" Hearing her mention that name, his face was full of anger. "That name?" Baek Tian roared. "I told you not to mention it again, didn't I?" Under that pressure, ordinary people immediately could not withstand it. Zhang Duhoa struggled to support her swaying body. Ugh! He staggered forward. Tan Tu Quang had blocked in front of Zhang Duhoa. Seeing a figure shielding her, she raised her head. He looked at Baek Tian fearlessly, his eyes full of killing intent. "It seems I know who you are." Baek Tian looked at Tan Tu Quang, continuing, "You are Poison Dragon, right?" The surrounding air instantly stagnated. At this moment, Baek Tian lowered his head. Zhang Duhoa struggled to stand up. Seeing this, he sighed in disgust. "Sigh, look how pathetic the talented beauty of the past is now, to the point of needing help from my little disciple." Then, Baek Tian turned to Zhang, shouting, "You." He was startled, dragging out a yes. He immediately scolded like pouring water. "As a disciple of the Qingchang sect, are you stupid enough to let yourself be a hostage and let outsiders easily enter this area?" And Zhang was scolded until he was slightly dizzy, stammering in reply, "Yes, about that. I really didn't mean to, but..." Baek Tian didn't want to hear it, immediately saying, "Stop making excuses. Rebellious disciple," he said angrily. "I told you to watch over Poison Dragon, not to let him do stupid things. And what was the result? You even helped him injure a high-ranking nun of the Amei sect. What is the meaning of this? Do you know how difficult a position you have put the Qingchang sect in? Not only that, you also let a group of people being chased by the Martial Arts Alliance and the Amei sect here. Are you crazy?" Hearing this, and Zhang stammered an apology, "Master, I was wrong." He looked over there with eyes full of disappointment, scolding, "Useless, rebellious disciple. From now on, I am no longer your master. Without you, I am not sure disciples." Hearing this, he cried soundlessly. After scolding his disciple, Baek Tian looked at them and said, "As for you taking in Zhang hostage and fleeing to our territory, I will not pursue it. I will spare you this time, because it was caused by my stupid disciple." Then he used his staff to point at a small wooden house in the distance, saying, "That small temple is where I cultivated Taoism when I was young. You go there to recuperate until you fully recover. I will not ask what you do there." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But Baek Tian used his staff to draw a line. "You're not allowed to cross this line." Zhang Duhua was silent for a moment, then replied calmly, "As you wish." Having finished, he turned to leave. At this moment, Tan Tu Kuang's voice rang out, "I do not agree." Hearing this, and Zhang anxiously covered his face. Zhang Duhua also looked over in confusion. Hearing the voice, Baek Tian turned back with sharp eyes and asked, "What did you just say?" He immediately said, "We came here to live, not to die." Hearing this, he replied, "Did I tell you to go die?" Tan Tu Kuang immediately stated his speculation. "You said you would not interfere with what happens outside the line, which means we can only fend for ourselves here. That is not merely a line drawn on the ground. Isn't that the Qingchang sect implicitly implying that no matter what happens, you will just stand by and watch? That is why you drew the line and left. Your intention is for us to die here. Since you have accepted us, please take responsibility for all movements on your territory." Baek Tian seemed to have heard a ridiculous joke, letting out a ha. Then he said, "Very cunning. Indeed, just like the rumors about you, Poison Dragon. Fine. As you said, as long as you are within the territory of the Qingchang sect, I, Baek Tian, guarantee not to let anyone near you. But before that, I have a test. To see." He walked up to Tan Tu Kuang and said, "Do you have enough weight to make such a shameless proposal to me?" Baek Tian immediately stated the rules of the challenge, consisting of 3 rounds. "If you do not leave your current position by a single step until the end, I will acknowledge your ability." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "Then what if I can't?" He replied, "I will still keep my promise." Hearing this, Tan Tu Kuang hesitated and said, "Then what if I win?" Baek Tian seemed to hear crazy words, immediately saying, "Don't dream." However, he still persisted in asking, "But suppose I really win, can you listen to a request of mine?" Hearing this, he laughed. "You are truly an interesting fellow." Baek Tian tapped his staff hard against his hand, replying, "Fine, I will listen to that request of yours." Hey. And Zhang was so worried he bit his hand, then shouted, "Ah, Poison Dragon, why did you bet like that? I didn't expect Master to pay such attention to him." Hearing his disciple say that, Baek Tian pointed his staff at him, scolding, "Shut up, proud of what you caused. Still dare to lift your face up?" And Zhang was suddenly scolded again, shrinking his neck back and replying, "Yes." He had placed his hand on the wooden staff in the old man's hand. He lowered his head in confusion. Seeing this, Tan Tu Kuang spoke up, "This is the first round." Hearing this, Baek Tian looked at him with even more confusion. Then he roared angrily, "Are you kidding me?" Tan Tu Kuang's voice replied calmly, "I've been very serious from beginning to end." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "You dare use such low methods?" Baek Tian looked at him and asked, "You want to focus power into something and end it in a few moves, huh?" Tan Tu Kuang looked at him and said, "I'm just going all out to win this bet, whatever method works." Hearing this, Baek Tian immediately said, "If so, I won't be polite anymore. Second round, take your stance." He withdrew his hand, replying, "No need to be polite." He heard that, frankly replied, "I won't be. You must ensure you don't take your eyes off me for a moment." Tan Tu Kuang immediately took a defensive stance. 72 Shadow Swords. A powerful attack rushed towards him. After that blow, countless sword marks appeared, attacking Tan Tu Kuang. 72 Shadow Swords, Baek Tian explained, consists of 72 slashes in the blink of an eye. This is only 16 slashes out of 72. He gritted his teeth, enduring the severe pain. Then, Tan Tu Kuang channeled internal energy into his legs, stomped both legs firmly into the ground as pillars, letting out a long scream. Baek Tian immediately said, "Time to end this." He asked Tan Tu Kuang, "What do you plan to do?" "The final move, I will use full power." 72 swords. And Zhang behind shouted worriedly, "Poison Dragon, stop." Tan Tu Kuang ignored his advice, looked at him, and answered, "Yes, according to the agreement, I still have the third round." And Zhang shouted worriedly, 72 Shadow Swords is a move that takes lives. Stop quickly, or you will lose your life." He asked fearlessly, "So what?" Hearing that, he was incredibly anxious. Tan Tu Kuang spoke up, "Since always, because of my incompetence, I have been near death countless times. Just because I have to face another challenge doesn't mean I will give up." Baek Tian heard that, laughed, and said, He's right. Learn from him, my stupid disciple." Those are eyes that have carved the principles of the Jianghu deep into the bone marrow. How much terrifying chaos has he gone through to have such resentful eyes? Before starting the final match, I want to ask you one thing. You said you have a request. What is it? He didn't answer, only said, "Wait until I win. I will naturally tell you." Baek Tien heard that, sighed helplessly. Truly hopeless, constantly provoking my pride. Looks like you have a scheme. Let's start this round. I attack you first. The final round, you use one move, poison or whatever, just go all out. Tan Tu Kwong heard that. Said, "You said that. Why still hold that stick?" He heard that. Looked down. "This useless thing? I'll throw it away. You think my hands are empty so the Ching Chong sect swordsmanship will be weaker? Come on." He looked at Baek Tien, replied, "I have already started." Veins bulged all over Tan Tu Kwong's body. He roared in pain. Waves of power radiated from Tan Tu Kwong's hands. "I saw that and intended to spare your life. But it seems even if I ignore it, you will lose your life. Fool, you're using that very power to destroy yourself." Suddenly, he discovered something. He can actually compress and control the surging internal energy, seeming to know what it was. Baek Tien was a bit surprised. This power, could it be? He shouted, "Zhangdu Hoa." Baek Tien looked towards her, speechless. He didn't let him continue. Immediately used a sharp poison needle to launch an attack. At this moment, Tan Tu Kwong shot the poison needle clamp between his fingers towards Baek Tien. The poison needle was only inches from his face. Baek Tien noticed, gently swatted it away with his bare hand. Seeing that, he immediately switched hands, swinging the other fist towards him, a flash of hatred in his eyes. The two began hand-to-hand combat, and Zhang stood watching, said, "That is the power poison dragon used to defeat Di Hong." Baek Tien exchanged blows with Tan Tu Kwong. At this moment, he felt his combat power, thought to himself, didn't expect him to be this strong, speed matching the 72 shadow swords. This guy can really use the 5 Thunder Zen art. But relying just on this is not enough. Baek Tien's palm was about to touch Tan Tu Kwong's chest. His eyes quickly looked down, then blocked that blow. Tan Tu Kwong gritted his teeth in pain. Ugh! Baek Tien's palm was also bleeding. He also felt a sharp pain from his palm. Baek Tien turned his palm up to look, blood flowing endlessly, and in his palm, a small needle was stuck. "You played a trick again. Looks like I have to teach you a proper lesson for you to learn." Saying that, he immediately rushed forward. Tan Tu Kwong observed, finally grasping the opportunity. "Here it comes. 72 shadow swords." Baek Tien immediately shouted the move name. The two fought fiercely. "You attack, I defend. I defend, you attack." He looked at him provocatively. "Look at you breathing like you're about to die. You still aren't used to this power, right? I don't know why Zhangdu Hoa passed this power to you, but..." Baek Tien shouted loudly, "You are not worthy." Slash! Slash! Sharp streams of sword chi grazed past Tan Tu Kwong's body, fresh blood splashing. "Hold on a bit longer. Must stand firm." His legs, though slashed painfully, remained firmly planted, not moving at all. Zhangdu Hoa saw this, worriedly called, "Poison Dragon." And Zhang, watching, also shouted, "Poison Dragon." Yanfuk also yelled, "Like this he's done for." Tada worriedly clasped her hands, praying, "Oh, no." Baek Tien attacked continuously, now also in thought, such terrifying will. "Whatever move I use, he doesn't yield." Thinking this, he said, "Like this you will lose your life. Is it worth it for you to do this?" Tan Tu Kwong gritted his teeth, resisting, replied, "There is no success without sacrifice. I am just using everything I have to seize victory, to take revenge for the medicine sect that died unjustly." Slash! A horizontal cut across his body, blood splashing. Ugh! After that slash, Tan Tu Kwong, though in pain, his legs still didn't move. Blood dripped from his face, drop by drop hitting the ground. Baek Tien looked at Tan Tu Kwong and said, "I originally thought you were an assassin of the demonic cult, but it seems you were just a person with your own goal. Fine, I acknowledge you. For the sake of your resilience, I spare your life." He immediately denied, "No, I won." Even with little strength left, Tan Tu Kwong stubbornly raised his head to look at Baek Tien. He saw that, said, "Brat, don't be too arrogant. You surely realized I intentionally held back." At this moment, he seemed to mention something. "Did you forget? The result of this duel isn't to see who dies, but who doesn't take a step back." Then, Tan Tu Kwong requested him, "Lift your left foot." Although confused, Baek Tien still looked down at his foot, then followed and lifted it. If you hadn't moved that foot at all, the sole couldn't be stained with blood. And Zhang screamed in surprise. What is happening? My master lost? Bien Phuc was equally surprised. How? How is it possible? He propped himself up, struggling to stand. Analyzed. Before starting the final match, you threw away the weapon in your hand. That is the reason your attack range changed. To execute sword art like before, other than stepping forward, there was no other way. In the needle stuck in your hand, it was soaked with countless toxins, all types that dull the senses. Fighting in this state, I am sure. You mean, I unconsciously moved forward bit by bit? He laughed lightly. Tan Tu Kwong immediately replied, correct. Then he asked, do you admit defeat this time yet? Hearing this, Baek Tien immediately began thinking, analyzing the cunning of the 5 Thunder Zen art. This guy arranged for me to move from the start, then calculated every gap in my consciousness. But thinking for a moment, he spoke up. I said, you have to make me submit to count as winning. I didn't say, you making me move is winning. Then he asked, am I wrong? Tan Tu Kwong nodded. You aren't wrong. After intentionally pushing me forward, causing chaos, you made me take an extra step. Now you want to say, the standard of victory is not moving. Surely you think, because of your reason and my pride, I will admit defeat. But using someone else's trust as a hostage is no different from that despicableness. Baek Tien immediately scolded. You can't act recklessly just because there is no justice and chivalry left in the Jianghu. If you value your goal, you must be even more so. According to the rules we set, I cannot lose. But if you insist that, according to Jianghu custom, I was defeated by you, I also won't deny it. Therefore, I will accept your request. As for Zhangdu Hoa, he turned to her. Since you returned, go solve the trouble you caused. Untangling your own chaotic fate yourself, asking others for help isn't honorable. Saying that, he turned and walked away. Ugh. After he left, Tan Tu Kwong's whole body seemed to lose all strength, staggering about to fall. Zhangdu Hoa immediately stepped forward to support him. You worked hard, Poison Dragon. Everyone cheered and ran over. So amazing. Didn't expect you could even beat Master Baek Tien. I won't see this scene again in this lifetime. Too wonderful. And Zhang looked at Tan Tu Kwong, said, though it was just a bet, I really didn't expect you could defeat my master. You are too amazing, Poison Dragon. Tada looked at him about to cry. He lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and said, if Master Baek Tien used full power, I couldn't have won. Then, Tan Tu Kwong opened his eyes. Don't overthink it. Besides, his last words sounded like scolding, but surely he was giving me advice. As expected, deep in Master Baek Tien's heart, Zhangdu Hoa also glanced in the direction Baek Tien left, smiled, and replied, yes, if he changed his mind, we couldn't even enter here. Master Baek Tien looks fierce on the outside, but is always soft-hearted, never cruel to anyone. Seems that temperament hasn't changed. I don't know how to thank you properly, Poison Dragon. Thank you for fighting for our secret society. We bought more time. You saved everyone. So rest assured, at Tang Family City, what did you say? Duong Halan took off the hat on her head, while looking at the servant and shouting, where did you get the gall to strip my title, and even confine me from going out? She looked at the servant asking, is it grandfather's order, or grandmother's? The servant fearfully replied, no. Duong Halan saw that, immediately asked, then whose is it? Is my order? She heard a familiar voice, frowned. Max Sivu, an old man, stepped out from the room. Duong Halan saw that, asked, what right do you have to do that? Max Sivu heard that, replied, I have received permission from your elders. Since ancient times, the Tang family before marriage, regardless of male or female, are considered men, must further develop their abilities. The old man laughed strangely, called Duong Halan. From today, you won't need to live in the shell of a man anymore. From now on, you'll be a beautiful bride. She heard that, extremely shocked. Duong Halan, after the shock, asked, bride? She asked impatiently, stop talking nonsense. What is your purpose? Maxivu immediately replied, I have no scheme. I'm just a matchmaker for you. Before closing my eyes, I want to be a bridge for a couple. Matchmaking? Why are you my matchmaker? Maxivu looked at her, laughed, and said, because I decided to play the god of love for once. Then he asked, are you ready to meet your groom? She heard that, stared blankly at Maxivu. asked. He is here? Correct. The old man extended his hand toward the door, called, just go ahead and enter. A man dressed in rags walked in. Duong Halan saw this, her face full of disgust. Max Sivu approached that man, introducing him. This is your bride. He looked at her, cheeks blushing, not believing his ears, asked, are you telling the truth? You mean this beautiful young lady will be my wife? The old man immediately affirmed, that's right. Go talk to her. Hearing this, he immediately revealed a perverted manner, approached her, calling, ah, beauty. Duong Halan heard this, fury flaring up, hand gripping the whip at her waist tightly, then lashed out hard at that man. He cried out in pain, ugh, then fell to the ground. The maid nearby saw this, screaming in terror, oh, my heavens. Maxivu looked at her. It seems you're not satisfied with the person I chose for you. How disappointing. But since you've done that, I will find someone else to replace him. Duong Halan heard this, immediately scolded. There must be a limit to humiliating me. What exactly do you want? Speak now. As if he had achieved his goal, the old man threw something towards her. Duong Halan reached out to catch it. It was a small white bottle. She looked at Max Sivu in confusion. Having thrown it, he explained, this is the antidote for the poison on my prosthetic leg. I received news that the demonic cult guy is with the Qingshang sect. Just use the excuse of giving this to Zhang Du Hoa to approach them. Then go seduce your groom, Poison Dragon. Max Sivu smiled and said, that is exactly what I want you to do. Hearing this, she boiled with anger, eyes streaked with red, gritted her teeth, and asked, what did you just say? You have some nerve, daring to treat me like a brothel courtesan? Duong Halan's hand, gripping the whip, trembled with rage. You want me to bring that thing to home? It seems you're tired of living. She furiously swung the whip up. Just then, a jade green pendant appeared before Duong Halan's eyes. She froze instantly. The Rakshasa tablet. How can this be? Why do you have this? The old man said with a sinister look, in the entire Tang family, no one can disobey the order of the one who possesses the Rakshasa tablet. Understood? Bring Poison Dragon back here to me. Otherwise, your next groom will be an old man suffering from leprosy. Saying this, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That laughter didn't scare Duong Halan, but the thing in his hand made her unable to believe her eyes. Grandfather, how could he treat me like this? At Mount Qingsheng, and Zhang's hand and Tan Tu Quang's hand touched each other. Linking hands means using one's hand to connect with the opponent's hand. He was practicing the blue move with him, meaning both sides maintain connection, not letting the opponent fall. At the same time, seeing through the opponent's intent. Assist keeps the two hands always stuck together. The two constantly struck back and forth. Chase is sticking close to the opponent's every movement, making the hands inseparable. Finally, the last move, both spread their arms wide to the sides. Joint locking technique is the foundation to focus on cultivating the linking hand techniques. Blue. Assist Chase. And Zhang listened to Tan Tu Quang explain. This isn't simply punching, kicking, suppressing, or pushing. He rubbed his arm and heard him reply, understood. The goal is to see through the opponent's intent and direction of force, staying one step ahead of him. Tan Tu Quang looked at his arm, then said to Zhang, shall we practice a little longer? And Zhang heard this and said, wow, Poison Dragon, your focus is truly admirable. He looked at him with admiration. We haven't rested for a moment since morning, you know. Bien Fu called out to them from afar. Hey, stop it. Think about others a bit. Look there. He pointed at Tatu and said, this girl brought cool water for you too. She's gone back and forth to change the water 3 times already. Soon, the tea tray was placed on the ground. Tan Tu Quang sat next to Zhang and said, when I fought with Master Baek Tien, all my strategies failed. So I intentionally exposed a weakness to injure him. From now on, I will have to face martial arts experts like that. I can't always rely on luck. He raised the cup of water and said, I hope my plan will be effective when needed. I must find more methods. And Zhang drank the cup of water dry, responding refreshingly, don't be too impatient. Then he looked at him and said, if it's you, brother, you will surely improve very quickly. Bien Phuc stood smoking afar, heard this, and added a sentence, practicing day and night. I heard whenever you're free, you're researching something. I bet you're concocting some poison again. Truly tenacious. As if remembering something, he asked, right? Why haven't you returned to the sect yet? And Zhang, being asked, awkwardly replied, that is because inside the Qingshang sect, a furious curse rang out. You still have the face to return? Unless the sect dissolves, don't you dare step foot in here, you fool. Baek Tien held a stick, chasing and scolding him, and Zhang clutched his swollen head and ran away. He recalled that scene, answering, "Because my master flew into a rage." Then Zhang hugged to the seeking comfort, saying, "It seems master is really angry with me. So for this period, I will stay with everyone." Tan Tu Kwang looked at him, smiled, and said, "Thank you. I have learned a lot from you." And Zhang, as if remembering something, exclaimed, "Ah, so do I get free room and board here? Ha ha ha." On a cliff, a person dressed in green was observing them. It was Baek Tien, leaning on his staff, quietly watching them. In the evening, inside the wooden house, Tan Tu Kwang was practicing a new move. At that moment, a voice spoke up, "Wonderful." Zhang Du Hoa happily said, "You have now broken through the first light of the Jade, Cave 9 lights, and the 5 Thunders Zen art. It seems the second light is not far off. Since Master Baek Tien has agreed to your request, you will meet the high-ranked Taoist soon," she said, then coughed lightly a few times. Cough, cough. "But before that, we must be fully prepared." Cough, cough. Tan Tu Kwang heard this and replied, "I have a good master, so it will surely be useful." Zhang Du Hoa, while coughing, also laughed upon hearing that. "Why are you suddenly saying such nonsense? Is it because I look pathetic? When my internal energy reached the peak of pure clarity, poison meant nothing to me. But now, I am paying a heavy price for my arrogance." Tan Tu Kwang heard this and asked, "Can you no longer detoxify yourself?" She immediately replied, "This poison has seeped deep into my bone marrow. If I force it out, my blood vessels will be permanently damaged. Therefore, I'm using a burning method to slowly push it out, but because of that, my internal organs are being damaged. I have never heard of this type of poison." Hearing this, he suggested, "May I examine your body?" Zhang Du Hoa heard this and replied, "I know my own condition." But she did not refuse Tan Tu Kwang's help. "However, all right, come here." He placed his hand on her chest, channeling energy to check. True to her words, the poison was like hungry leeches clinging tightly to the body, refusing to let go. These symptoms, I remember seeing them somewhere. Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwang opened his eyes wide. Withdrawing his hand, Zhang Du Hoa saw Tan Tu Kwang's reaction and asked, "Did you discover something?" He immediately looked at her and replied, "I once witnessed with my own eyes a type of poison that caused similar symptoms when I faced Dong Fong. This poison is contained within the anti-poison pill. She used it to avoid being affected by my poison. Your symptoms are exactly like what happened after Dong Fong fell. She tried to use the method of gathering internal energy to force the poison out, but because the poison had seeped deep into the bone marrow, it eventually tortured her to death. I fear Mac Si Vu had a hand in this. Dong Fong's death was his calculation targeting me." But Zhang Du Hoa looked at him and said, "The poison in my body also comes from Mac Si Vu. If so, do you mean that Mac Si Vu himself gave that anti-poison pill to Dong Fong?" "It is very likely." She looked in one direction and said, "He conspired with Bok Lai Dong. But his official faction is the poison manufacturing department. The anti-poison pill comes from this department, and that old man is the advisor there." Tan Tu Kwang heard this and felt something was wrong, immediately saying, "But Tin Long also used a pill similar to Dong Fong's." Zhang Du Hoa looked at him and said, "I really don't know why he did that to Dong Fong. But why did even Bok Lai Dong's adopted son, Tin Long, get involved?" Zhang Du Hoa looked at him and said, "It was Mac Si Vu who brought him back for treatment." Tan Tu Kwang looked at her with some confusion, saying, "I also don't understand why he did that. Truly incomprehensible." Zhang Du Hoa held her head. "I really don't know what is going on in that guy's head. Truly a terrifying enemy." He looked at her in surprise, thinking, "Although I don't know exactly what happened, that guy is definitely not an ordinary person. We can't hide at the Ching Chong sect forever. But with the talented lady's current condition, taking her to Shandong would be very dangerous. We must quickly find a solution." The next morning, at the Qingqing sect, 2 Qingchang disciples were yawning while standing guard. Suddenly, a figure appeared from afar, looking at them. They immediately became alert and shouted, "Halt! Unauthorized entry is forbidden here. State your name immediately." Duong Ha Lan spoke gloomily, hand over poison dragon. The 2 Qingchang disciples looked at her in confusion. Duong Ha Lan, losing patience, gritted her teeth and shouted, "If you want to save Zhang Du Hoa, then hand over poison dragon immediately. Hurry up," she yelled at them. "I heard the young lady is looking for me." Tan Tu Kwang stepped forward and asked, "Can you really save the servant of justice and righteousness?" Duong Halan, being asked, replied, "Yes, I have the antidote here. It can eliminate the poison in her body. Everyone heard this and buzzed with discussion. What? Can she really use that to save the cult leader? Tan Tu Kwong heard this and asked, I'm afraid the young lady won't simply hand it over to us like that. She replied, of course. There is a condition. Duong Halan held the medicine bottle in her hand and shook it slightly. Duel with me for 1 round. If you win, the antidote is yours. He heard her say that, asking back with some disbelief, a duel? Duong Halan replied, just to see if you're qualified. Tan Tu Kwong, even more confused, pressed, what qualifications are you talking about? She impatiently gripped the medicine bottle tightly. Stop talking nonsense. Do you accept the duel or not? Decide quickly. He silently observed her. At that moment, a person wearing Ching Chong sect attire walked up and spoke. Do you think this is a place where you can say whatever you want? The two heard the voice and looked back. Back Tian led 2 disciples forward. This is the territory of the Ching Chong sect. We are not outsiders either. We are all people of the Tang family. I will not let you cause trouble here. Duong Halan looked at him and replied, it's just a duel. Does this also require permission? Back Tian immediately replied, I don't think it's that simple. Because I see your eyes are full of killing intent. You are very different from the last time I met you. What happened? Her eyes became dangerous as she replied, nothing. The issue is whether he accepts the duel or not, right? He crossed his arms and looked. As a Taoist, I cannot stand by and watch, especially when someone brings killing intent here. At this moment, he turned to look at him. Please allow me to duel. I'm not sure why there is this request, but she once saved me from Taoist and Zhang, so I owe her a favor. Moreover, I really need that antidote bottle. So no matter what she wants from me, I will agree. Baek Tian heard this and said, I always wondered how you escaped from my stupid disciple. So that was it. If this is the arrangement of fate with the high heavens witnessing, then... And Zhang stood next to Tatu, heard his name, and laughed weakly. Ahaha, we also cannot go against it. I agree to this duel, but I will act as the observing referee. A while later, the two stood in a clearing. Baek Tian stood in the middle. As you know, the essence of a duel is to exchange martial arts and friendship and learn from each other. Compared to taking lives, this is a way to restrain oneself before making a mistake. Duong Halan, having lost patience by now, said, no need to repeat those restrictive rules. Today I came here, not just to exchange moves. Hearing this, Tan Tu Kwong spoke up, exactly what I had in mind, because I wouldn't know how to go easy on you anyway. She snorted softly at this. Are you trying to act like you're not nervous? He immediately replied, no, you are an opponent that if I don't give my all, I would be hard-pressed to defeat. Duong Halan asked in confusion, an opponent that if you don't give your all, you'd be hard-pressed to defeat? What does that mean? Tan Tu Kwong immediately said, if I want to get the antidote, I must use my full strength. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth and replied, you have absolutely no idea what frame of mind I came here with. I have no interest whatsoever. And you, are you only interested in winning and getting the antidote? If that's the case, I will carve this day deep into your bones, so you see clearly who I am. Duong Halan shouted furiously, swinging her whip. At this moment, Baek Tian signaled, I have lived in this world for many years. Things I shouldn't see, shouldn't know, and didn't want to see. It seems today I have the chance to witness them. Before we begin, I'll say one last thing. No matter what happens, do not do anything you will regret. Having said that, he waved his hand. He charged forward holding needles. On the other side, she was not to be outdone, holding a dart in her hand. The two threw them at each other simultaneously. Tan Tu Kwong shouted, 12 flying arrows style. As for Duong Halan, she executed the flash giant style. The two weapons collided, emitting a crisp clang, then both fell down. Next, a whip lashed out, striking the spot where he was standing. Tan Tu Kwong quickly dodged that blow. Duong Halan immediately changed the whip's direction. The whip quickly lashed onto his body, making Tan Tu Kwong grunt in pain. She did not stop swinging her whip, accompanied by a scornful tone. You can't even dodge this move, yet you want to defeat me? Today, I will teach you a lesson. So you know the price of not seeing your position clearly. By now, he had been beaten flat onto the ground. Lifting his head, the whip attacked once again. He gritted his teeth and propped himself up. Dust flew blindly. Those around saw this and raised their hands to shield themselves from the dust. In a cloud of dust, Tan Tu Kwong incessantly dodged her whip strikes. In pain, he ran while looking back. Ugh, attacking relentlessly like this, it's impossible to create distance between us. At this moment, Duong Halan saw Tan Tu Kwang only running, so she provoked. Do you intend to run forever? She bit her lip in anger. Someone like you. How are you worthy? How are you worthy to become? He analyzed while running. This point is exactly like when fighting Deng Fuang. Meaning, a sudden long-range attack will be the key to victory. While Tan Tu Kwang was distracted, the whip wrapped around his ankle. Tan Tu Kwang was yanked, startled. Duong Halan caught him, saying with a hint of joy, "Caught you." She pulled him into the air. Tan Tu Kwang looked at Duong Halan, clenching his teeth. She suddenly slammed him hard onto the ground, saying as she threw him, "Be shattered." Bam! He was thrown heavily, immediately coughing up blood. Baek Tien stood by observing, frowning slightly. Everyone around was worried for Tan Tu Kwang. Duong Halan silently looked into the cloud of dust. At this moment, the dust gradually settled. She said, "It surely won't end like this, right?" He also slowly stood up from within the dust. Tan Tu Kwang's entire body was now submerged in shadow, his movements unclear. He used the dust cover to shield himself, extending his hand toward her. Thunderwind finger. An arrow of light shot towards her face. Duong Halan snorted disdainfully, then used her hand to gently brush that arrow aside. Tan Tu Kwang was astonished seeing this. She looked at him and said, "This isn't the first time I've watched you fight for real. I knew you would use darts in combination with that move. I know exactly what you will do." Saying that, she whipped towards Tan Tu Kwang again. The whip gently grazed his face, leaving a wound. "But you..." Duong Halan looked at Tan Tu Kwang with eyes full of hatred. "Know nothing about me." Sharp spikes appeared on the whip. The whip immediately changed direction, cutting deeply into his body. Blood splattered. Drops of blood scattered across the ground. She was now staring at Tan Tu Kwang. He clutched the wound on his shoulder, supporting his body. Seeing this, Duong Halan said, "You turned your body reflexively. Just in a split second. Huh? If that blow had hit your head, you would have been done for. However, surely you're starting to realize it too." Tan Tu Kwang panted heavily, sweating profusely. "Your attacks are completely useless against me. Furthermore, I am stronger than you." She looked at him with scornful eyes. "Admit defeat." Tan Tu Kwang breathed silently, not answering. Duong Halan looked at him, eyes full of disgust. Just as she thought, he was completely unworthy to be her husband. Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwang sprang up, saying loudly, "No, I haven't given up yet. The thought of defeating you remains." Hearing this, she was surprised. "What? How much stronger you are than me no longer matters. I fight, not because I'm certain to win." His entire body was surrounded by electric currents. "I fight because I must win. Get ready. Now it's my turn." Baek Tien stood by observing, seeing Tan Tu Kwang's entire body ceaselessly radiating immense power, and muttered, "It seems the real battle is only starting now." Hearing this, Duong Halan immediately swung her whip. In his eyes now flashed a current of electricity. Tan Tu Kwang could sense every path of his opponent. "I can see your attack." When she swung the whip towards him, Tan Tu Kwang immediately tilted his head to dodge. Her entire whip trajectory. This is something I couldn't see through before. Duong Halan's arm worked harder and also began to feel more pain. "Ugh," she shouted. "I understand that move of yours clearly. It's in the palm of my hand. Don't think having a few more streams of internal energy makes you special." He paid no attention to her words, focusing on his thoughts. Must dodge all her attacks before she turns the whip tip again. Tan Tu Kwang's eyes gleamed sharply. "I must rush in." He stomped hard on the ground. "Ankle lock." Baek Tien observed, somewhat astonished. He is focusing the internal energy of the 5 thunders, Zen, art into his legs. Wait, impossible. Jade Cave 9 lights and 5 thunders, Zen art, second light. Eternal gate, acupoint. Duong Halan was extremely surprised by Tan Tu Kwang's sudden action. Full body joint locking technique, fierce dragon devour. His whole body lunged towards her. Duong Halan only now realized the danger, thinking, too fast. But she immediately jumped up. "Even if you get close, I can still retract the whip." She immediately retracted the whip, then swung it out again. "Take this." As the whip swung down, Tan Tu Kwang's hand grabbed the whip. "What?" Duong Halan opened her eyes wide in shock. He actually grabbed the whip with his bare hand? Then he suddenly pulled hard, making her scream in pain. Ugh. Her entire body was dragged forward by Tan Tu Kwang's pulling force. Duong Halan's body flew into the air. She looked at his arm, which was getting into position, shouting, "That move is useless." Both swung their palms toward each other. She was knocked back, flipping a few times before falling heavily behind. After Tan Tu Kwang landed, her eyes immediately turned towards him, and Tan Tu Kwang also looked warily at Duong Halan. The two rushed at each other again. She attacked, he blocked. Tan Tu Kwang attacked downwards. Duong Halan blocked. He swung a fist. She used her hand to block. Then Duong Halan used her other hand to attack. Tan Tu Kwang also managed to block. The two struggled for a while. At this moment, she spoke up. "I'm afraid you miscalculated one step." Duong Halan immediately launched a palm strike towards him. "If you think I'm not good at close combat, you are greatly mistaken." Her palm struck straight onto Tan Tu Kwang's chin. Duong Halan thought joyfully, "Success." His palm hit the right spot. Suddenly, his fist appeared in front of her face. Duong Halan immediately tilted her head to dodge. "Ugh, truly a stubborn guy. But in terms of speed and technique, I'm still far superior to you. If you still won't back down, I will send you to the west." Tan Tu Kwang was beaten until he coughed blood. Baek Tien observed, remarking, "Compared to a duel, this looks more like a brawl." She observed him now, thinking to herself, he is injured quite badly and is losing blood continuously. If he fell down now, it wouldn't be strange. But why is he still standing? Clearly this move. Suddenly Duong Halan realized something. She immediately backed away. Her feet dragged on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. No, it's not that. His true strength is that we'll never give up. Duong Halan only remembered now, her face also turning slightly pale. "You." Hearing a sound, she suddenly startled. "Didn't you say you wanted to test me?" Duong Halan looked in confusion. "But it seems you are the one being tested." Tan Tu Kwang asked, "Why are you so angry?" "Why am I angry?" At this moment, as if touching a sore spot, she gritted her teeth. "You, what do you know about me?" She clenched her fists, then shouted loudly, "I loathe you." Then she rushed towards him again. "Stop pretending. You don't even know where you stand. And don't block my way. I hate you, Poison Dragon." In Duong Halan's memories, she had once wanted to become the queen of the Tang family. The Tang family has ruled Sichuan for centuries, and she was the one who inherited the purest bloodline of the clan, the pride of the clan leader. Although born a girl, that had never been a limit for her. Now the person holding power in the family was no longer her grandfather, but her great-grandmother, Duong Bak Osi, Lady Plum Blossom. Those who didn't understand her often mocked her as just a puppet of Rakshasa. But if her grandfather was the hidden root supporting the Tang family, then her great-grandmother was the sturdy trunk above ground. With a keen eye and gentle leadership, she influenced the entire clan. She was the one truly leading this family. Duong Bak Osi patted her head, calling Halan. She said, "In our family, if a woman holds great power, her greatest success is ascending to become the family head." Having such a talented grandmother by her side, a fire had ignited in her heart since childhood. Must go beyond Sichuan, dominate this world. Becoming the Tang family sect master, bringing the clan to the peak, that had always been her dream. But over time, she realized she didn't have the ability to do it. But I didn't lose heart, because she believed that as long as she tried twice as hard, one day she would realize that dream. She had thought so. But the image of Max Si Vu that day appeared. "Go seduce Poison Dragon. Use all your means." But in the end, she was still just a weakling who couldn't win against fate. If her fate was destined to end like this, were all previous efforts meaningless? She hated her family, those who always abandoned her. She also hated her grandfather for handing her over to someone like Max Si Vu. At this moment, Duong Halan furiously rushed towards him. "You, the one destined to be bound to me just because of Max Si Vu's thoughts. You, the one who rose up against everything. Why don't you give up even once, even when facing despair? You, who know nothing at all." Her tightly clenched fist was currently bleeding ceaselessly. Tan Tu Kwang watched silently, not answering. After a moment of resentment, she thought, "I know." Duong Halan's gaze gradually became weak. "The reason I am angry is not because of you. Actually, I'm only angry at myself for coming here just like that without any resistance." Then she raised her head. "Perhaps I'm truly very jealous of you." Duong Halan saw his resolute face looking at her. Then Duong Halan said, "I lost." Duong Halan knelt down in front of Tan Tu Kwang. He silently looked at her, not answering. She also silently bowed her head, saying nothing more. Everyone now gradually returned to normal, asking, huh? So it's over? Poison Dragon defeated that girl from the Tang family. Baek Tian heard this and replied, that is no ordinary girl from the Tang family, because the Tang family always keeps their movements secret when acting outside. Very few people know. The strength of that young lady can be compared to the 3 divine dragons and 4 great birds. Poison Dragon has defeated such a person. Then, as if thinking of something, he said, although Duong Halan seemed not to use her full strength to fight. A while later, she spoke up. As promised, I will hand the antidote to you. But before that, I have a request. Duong Halan looked up in distress and asked, can you accept it? Tan Tu Kwong heard this, looked at her in confusion. She immediately explained, I was ordered to bring you back to the Tang family to marry me. But that is not my intention. Moreover, I do not want to carry out such an order, but I have to give up this thought of mine. If I return to the Tang family empty-handed, I will definitely be executed for disobeying the Rakshasa order. Therefore, please agree to become husband and wife with me. I will do everything to help you. He silently looked at her, not answering. Baek Tian understood by now and spoke up. I was wondering why she fought to this extent, so it turns out to be this. At this moment, Tan Tu Kwong spoke up. I have repaid all gratitude and grudges to you in this duel, young lady. Even if it is a request you make, in this situation, I can hardly accept marrying anyone. I will consider it as if I haven't heard it. Then, he reached out his hand towards her. Hand over the antidote to me quickly. Duong Halan watched silently, then placed the medicine bottle in Tan Tu Kwong's hand. Yours. Then she stood up. If you don't accept me, what should I do? Her face was full of helplessness. Suddenly, Duong Halan heard a noise and turned around. Seeing his painful face, she worriedly asked, you, how are you? What happened? Tan Tu Kwong threw the medicine bottle hard onto the ground. The liquid inside splashed out a strange black color. He looked at her angrily and asked, are you sure this is the antidote, young lady? She heard this, feeling disbelief. Impossible. Maxi Vu, at the Tang family. A stammering voice rang out. You, what did you say? The medicine bottle the young lady took away was not the antidote. The Tang family pharmacist heard Maxi Vu say this and screamed, what on earth is going on? Maxi Vu calmly replied, how would I know? I just grabbed whatever I saw in the cabinet and gave it to her. The Tang family pharmacist heard this, holding his head and wailing, if it was in the headquarters cabinet, I don't know what it is, but it definitely has poison. If Zhang Du Hoa dies, the young lady will be in danger. At this moment, the old man sighed and replied, oh, I told you already. If the poison was effective from the start, we wouldn't have these troubles. The Tang family pharmacist heard this, looked at the old man and asked, what? Maxi Vu looked at him and said, the matter of Deng Fuang and Tin Long has caused quite a lot of pain. In short, the poison was too poor, and we even missed Zhang Du Hoa. To clean up this mess, I have to use the beautiful young lady of the Tang family as bait. The Tang family pharmacist heard this and shouted, how dare you do that? The old man saw him react like that and comforted him, don't panic like that. Zhang Du Hoa will die from a different poison, so Duong Halan will be fine. I guarantee it. But what happens from now on is what's important. This time, get the right poison. The kind of poison that kills immediately upon contact. The Tang family pharmacist heard this and said, there is no such poison, especially against a martial arts master who can circulate energy to enhance life force. For them, purifying internal energy is as easy as turning over a hand. Poisoning them is not easy. Maxi Vu looked at him and said, if toxins have no effect on the internal energy of martial arts masters, then wouldn't everyone be invulnerable to all poisons? Who hasn't heard of the Tang family's 8 great rare poisons? You're talking nonsense. He waved his hand, signaling the physician beside him to leave. The physician understood, bowed, and left. The Tang family pharmacist heard this and asked, how can we use those 8 great rare poisons? With my status, I absolutely cannot get them. The old man heard this, held up a piece of green jade pendant and said, this token will bear all responsibility. Therefore, bring them here to me at all costs. The Tang family pharmacist saw this and cried out in horror. R.A., Rakshasa token? How is it possible? The old man laughed and said, there will be even more absurd things later. First, that 1,000-year-old ancient castle will soon turn to ashes. The Tang family pharmacist heard this and immediately guessed. Thousand-year-old ancient castle. You mean the Qingcheng sect? The Qingcheng sect will turn to ashes? But before that, we must visit the Amei sect first to discuss how to deal with that thousand-year-old ancient castle. Saying that, the old man propped himself up from the bed. If the Amei sect doesn't listen to us, then eliminate them all. At that time, we might need Bak Lai Dung's help, but the risk is also quite high. I have deceived Bak Lai Dung several times before. Suddenly, Max Sivu burst out laughing. Wait, don't I still have to meet the alliance leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? The Tang family pharmacist, learning this shocking news, was sweating profusely from astonishment. Rakshasa has thoughts about the alliance leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? The Tang family pharmacist heard this, sweating even more. Then he knelt down. I will go bring the items to you right away. I will definitely do my best to obey Lord Rakshasa's orders. The old man got what he wanted, smiled and asked, Understood? Go prepare the strongest poison of the Tang family for me. It must be a deadly poison enough to finish off the supreme martial artist. Do it well. If you fail again, the Tang family will be considered to have one foot in the gates of hell. Saying that, the old man laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Night on Qingqing Mountain. The sound of footsteps clacking rang out. Baek Tian walked slowly. He arrived in front of a pavilion where a dark figure was sitting. A moonless night, warmth and cold air blended together. Baek Tian quietly looked ahead. This atmosphere was completely different from when the dawn broke, dispelling the night. Even though I can't see it with my own eyes, I can still feel it. A man wearing the Taoist robes of the Qingchang sect was sitting in meditation, his demeanor extremely peaceful. At this moment, Baek Tian called out, Sect leader, this subordinate has a matter to report. That man replied, I heard the story of the Tang family young lady coming to propose to Poison Dragon, even bringing poison as a betrothal gift. Do you know what poison it is? He heard and replied, just some mild poison made from cobra venom. The man called sect leader heard this and said disdainfully, How lowly. It seems she has been cold-shouldered. At this moment, Duong Halan was sitting under a tree, burying her face in her arms. So where is she now? She's with Poison Dragon. The two of them seem to have known each other from before. Baek Tian looked at the man in front of him and called out, Junior brother, things are a bit unstable. Why do we have to treat the people of the Tang family like this? I worry that. Before he could finish speaking, the other man replied, That's right. I'm afraid a violent storm is about to rise. The man's eyes were covered by a strip of blue silk, but could not hide his handsome appearance. That person was the sect leader of the Qingchang sect, the high-ranked Taoist Vonam. Full moon night on Qingqing Mountain. Vonam said to Baek Tian, Not long ago, I had a chance to talk with the abbess of the Amei sect. She said the times have changed, so the Amei sect decided to take a step ahead, entering the new world. Baek Tian hugged the staff in his hand and said, Why bother with the words of those who deviate from the classics and rebel against the way? The truth is the Amei sect separated from the Martial Arts Alliance long ago. He heard Baek Tian say this and smiled in reply. Everyone has a different perspective. People often say Buddha is not one body. But even if there are 18,000 different thoughts, as long as their common goal is to seek the good path, that is nirvana. Baek Tian heard this and said, It's just superficial glitz. I won't oppose the Amei sect anymore. Afterwards, he sat down next to Vonam. Vonam heard this and replied, That is the good path that you want to seek, senior brother. Baek Tian replied, I don't like the words and actions of that abbess, but I can't ignore them. Then he looked at Vonam and reminded, If this matter is about to turn into a violent storm, Junior brother will soon have to make a decision, lest you regret it later. Vonam heard this and remained silent. Inside Qingqing Mountain, I have a question. Tan Tu Kwong stood in front of Duong Halan, who was burying her head in her knees in pain, and asked, Max Sivu, what is his relationship with you? She did not look up at Tan Tu Kwong, only replied, He has served the Tang family for a very long time. To acknowledge him, my grandfather fully supported him. Now he has the Rakshasa token in his hand, representing Rakshasa, with full authority to do whatever he wants. Tan Tu Kwong heard this, feeling something shady. Duong Halan continued, I came here also because of his will. Tan Tu Kwong heard this and asked, Why did he tell you to come here? Only then did she look up at Tan Tu Kwong and reply, That is also what I wonder. Then, Duong Halan asked, What exactly did you do to make him have such a deep obsession with you? Being asked like that, Tan Tu Kwong told her, 9 years ago, Max Sivu attacked my sect in the 100 Flowers Absolute Valley of the Maxao sect, slaughtering all my family and sect members. Then he took me, the only survivor, to test poisons. To take revenge, I killed him. I thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he is still alive. I also just discovered this a few months ago in Lanchi village. He is my enemy. He thinks I was the one who took everything from him, so he hates me. But I will definitely kill Max Sivu with my own hands one more time, because I swore never to let any enemy of the medicine sect survive. Duong Halan listened, seeing Tan Tu Kwang's reaction like that. She only silently looked at him, not saying anything more. Then, Tan Tu Kwang moved towards her. Moreover, I originally thought that everything Max Sivu did was just his own will. Tan Tu Kwang looked at Duong Halan. But just now you said Max Sivu and the Tang family have allied. He asked, what position does Max Sivu hold in the Tang family? She hesitated, looking at Tan Tu Kwang, replying, I cannot reveal family secrets to outsiders. I must keep my mouth shut until death. Tan Tu Kwang suddenly swung a palm strike at the tree trunk right above Duong Halan's head, making her startle and look up at him. The two looked at each other. Tan Tu Kwang coldly asked, what is the goal of Max Sivu and the Tang family? His murderous gaze seemed to say, tell me. She was suffocated by his gaze. Then, Duong Halan replied, Max Sivu is carrying out poison tests throughout the Jianghu at the request of the Tang family. It is a mass-produced poison, effective on everyone. Tan Tu Kwang heard this. His face, which was already gloomy, became even darker. He thought to himself, could it be that the poison used on Deng Fuang, Tin Long, and the fragrance and color-talented girl is that type? Then he asked, the Tang family already has many poisons. Why do this? She replied, that is a different matter. We have collected herbs capable of destroying internal energy condensation. To be more clear, we have researched a toxin that even martial arts masters cannot resist. Tan Tu Kwang felt it was unbelievable, saying, how can that be? Duong Halan's hand involuntarily clenched her thigh, replying, there are some things in there that I am not clear about either. She bit her lip tightly, looking away, because grandfather never breathed a word to me. Tan Tu Kwang heard this. Silent for a few seconds, then said, Sichuan Tang family. At this moment, Duong Halan knew she had told everything to Tan Tu Kwang, so she mumbled, I disobeyed the Rakshasa order and also broke the family rules. Better to die. When I return to the clan, the punishment awaiting me will be even more terrifying than death. Didn't you say you wouldn't accept me? Thinking of this, she stuck out her tongue, preparing to bite it to commit suicide. Then the only choice left for me is, just at this moment, Tan Tu Kwang realized her intention. Splat! Fresh blood splattered. The Tang family is full of suspicious people, so I don't trust someone from the Tang family like you either. But Tan Tu Kwang used 2 fingers to stop her from biting her tongue to commit suicide. At this moment, blood had soaked his fingers. Tan Tu Kwang said, don't end your life in front of me like that. Seeing this, Duong Halan pushed his hand away forcefully and said, if you don't accept me, then just let me kill myself and be done with it. Her hands trembled with anger. I don't know why they abandoned me, nor do I know what to do in the future. I don't know anything. Tan Tu Kwang looked at his bleeding hand, then looked at her. I don't know what your current situation is. Tan Tu Kwang propped himself up and slowly stood up, saying, but if there's still something weighing on your mind, you just need to keep fighting until you understand it, right? At this moment, he stood against the light, looking at her. If you have the courage to commit suicide, then use it to lift your spirits. Keep fighting. Only you can prove that the path you're taking is correct. Duong Halan buried her face in her clothes, tears flowing ceaselessly. At this moment, a figure in red clothes appeared in the distance where they stood. Tada walked over carrying a tray of white rice. Seeing them still talking, she didn't know whether to advance or not. The girl hesitated a bit. The scene shifts to a small house. Zhangdu Hoa was resting. Hearing a noise, she asked, you're here, young warrior? Tan Tu Kwang pushed the door open and entered, replying, yes, I finished talking with the Tang family lady and came back. Hearing his tone, she immediately knew something had happened and said, it seems you discovered something. Tan Tu Kwang pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at her and replying, they're researching the mass production of a highly toxic poison that can take down anyone. Maxi Vu is also participating in the research of that poison. Perhaps the poison that troubles you is the result of the Tang family's research. Zhang Du Hoa heard this and replied, the Tang family has always researched poison making. This is nothing surprising. Tan Tu Kwang looked at her and said, at first I thought so too, but the more I think about it, the more contradictory their actions seem. Hearing this, Zhang Du Hoa, a bit confused, asked, what do you mean? Tan Tu Kwang replied. Depending on each person's constitution, poison either has no effect or becomes a medicinal pill for them. Therefore, the more the poison focuses on universality, the less effective it will be. He explained, moreover, martial arts experts like you can avoid toxins destroying internal energy. But the truth is, Deng Fuang, and even you have fallen victim to it. She slowly opened her eyes and replied, this is indeed a mystery. Tan Tu Kwang rested his chin on his hand, looking at Zhang Du Hoa, and said, how could this happen? It's all just my speculation. But based on what the Tang family lady said about the herbs, I think this is related to the massacre of the Central Plains medicine sect. Hearing his analysis, she was a bit surprised. Medicine sect? Are you talking about what happened 10 years ago? Tan Tu Kwang replied, yes. I heard old Bien say that a great war broke out between Hung Ung Poison and the Central Plains medicine sect. Hung Ung Poison was the victor in that battle, and the Tang family was the leader of Hung Ung Poison. I suspect the Tang family started tampering with the medicine sect's transaction ledgers from that time. Hearing this, Zhang Du Hoa repeated the key point, transaction ledgers. Tan Tu Kwang then analyzed for her. Most of the herbs grown and collected by the medicine sect were used to trade with local pharmacies, which were the sects there. Therefore, in the medicine sect transaction ledgers, the types of herbs used by each local sect would be recorded in detail. Hearing this, Zhang Du Hoa looked at Tan Tu Kwang in astonishment. If sects need to use herbs, they will choose the type most suitable for their sect's internal energy cultivation method. Hearing this, she replied, I understand. If they grasp the types of herbs that sects usually use for trading, they can know which herbs are beneficial or harmful to the internal energy cultivation of each sect. Zhang Du Hoa put her hand to her forehead. Even for martial arts experts, they will eventually be countered by their own sect's internal energy cultivation method. If that document falls into their hands, they will become prey to the poison. Those poisons are optimized, specifically used to deal with those with weakened internal energy, and there are even types specifically targeting master-level experts. She seemed to realize something terrible. Her eyes suddenly widened. Tan Tu Kwang looked at her, as if confirming the matter once again. What crazy thing is the Tang family doing after all? What are they plotting with that kind of poison? In a prison cell, a black-haired man covering his face roared, ah, who are you people? Why did you capture me here? Outside the iron bars, a dangerous pair of eyes looked inside, talking to the person next to him. When was the last time he took the medicine? The person next to him immediately replied, gave it about 2 hours ago. Internal energy must have recovered almost completely. The man locked inside roared, do you think you can get away with this? The man standing outside the iron bars called out, Van Phi Yin, 35th generation disciple of the Sun Hoa sect. Your master is Ham Quan. The internal energy move you learned is the purple sun illusion moon. Hearing this, Van Phi Yin cursed, bastard. You knew I was a disciple of the Sun Hoa sect and still dared to do this? He asked, who are you exactly? A.O. Lap Back and I replied, Purple Sun Illusion. Moon is an internal energy cultivation method based on the Purple Sun Illusion. Rumor has it that if one is not the sect leader, one cannot learn this ultimate skill. Is that right? At this moment, he seemed to recognize the person, hesitating a bit. Wait, you, I have met you. He stammered in surprise. No, impossible. Rakshasa? Van Phi Yin, his hands tightly bound, looked around at the four walls, his face panicked. What exactly is going on? Why is the Tang family treating the Sun Hoa sect like this? He didn't know yet that he had long been considered a test subject by the Tang family, but he was still tough with his words. You don't understand anything about me at all. A.O. Lapback and I stood in the distance, laughing strangely. He continued, I have helped you recover your power. Stand up, stop talking nonsense. The subordinate stepped forward to unlock the chains. But Van Phi Yin didn't believe it. You think we will easily let this go? You'd better prepare a legitimate reason for kidnapping me. A.O. Lapback and I seemed to hear a joke. What did you say? Before he could recover from his surprise, A.O. Lapback and I said, I didn't say I would let you go. Only seeing him stand in front of the cell door, spreading his arms wide. But from now on, I will give you a chance. I am your only way out. Find a way to escape. This statement was no different from a naked provocation. Use whatever internal energy you want. Van Phi Yin, challenged by the opponent, gritted his teeth in anger. I don't know what you want to do, but he used the Kwang flying kick move, and immediately 3 figures identical to him appeared. disappeared. I didn't expect you to dare challenge a disciple of my son Hoa's sect. I will make you regret it. Rakshasa. Saying that, Van Yin rushed forward swiftly, only seeing his agile body, using ancient dragon finger and 5 elements force, attacking from multiple sides, simultaneously clenching his hands into fists and kicking with his legs. Ao lapped back and I remained motionless from beginning to end, quietly observing the opponent's actions. But in reality, he had grasped every movement in his heart. He only needed one move to capture Van Yin immediately. Luckily, he dodged it, jumped up, one hand turning into a giant fireball, shouting loudly while attacking. But sure enough, Ao lap back knee's strength could not be underestimated. He only needed to swing his arms, and Van Yin was immediately knocked flying. He looked at the scene before him, his face bewildered. He blocked my attack just by channeling internal energy. Next, a move stabbed straight into his neck. Then he fell to the ground. Agile skills, but nothing at all. Van Yin crawled on the ground, tried to retreat backward. Ao lapped back and I stepped forward step by step, speaking. Is this all the skill you have? Actually, from the very beginning, he had ordered his subordinate to inject something into Van Yin's body. The needle stuck in your body has poison. He refused to submit. With the purple sun illusion here, this little poison is just a small matter to me. As soon as the words were spoken, Van Yin foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. Ao lapped back, and I watched this person slowly endure the pain, smiling with pleasure. Impossible. How can I not resist this kind of poison? The smile on his lips grew wider. Ao lapped back, and I raised his head and shouted. The day to counter your purple sun illusion is not far away. The scene shifts to a forest with a large lake in the middle. A hot scene. Tan Tu Kwong with a toned chest is bathing. Even so, he was still thinking about the Tang family people in his head. Don't know what their purpose is, but the Tang family is currently mass-producing a type of poison that can take down all martial arts experts. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly. Impossible not to suspect that their production of poison is related to the massacre of the Central Plains Medicine sect 10 years ago. In his memory, that place had become a pile of rubble, not long after the Central Plains Medicine sect disappeared. The medicine sect in Yunnan was also destroyed. Is all of this really just a coincidence? Tan Tu Kwong looked at the water in front of him. To take revenge, I must investigate the truth of these matters clearly. He thought to himself, to do that, I must. Unexpectedly, a figure nearby had been watching him all along. Tan Tu Kwong also sensed someone looking at him. He glanced over. It turned out to be Duong Halan. Duong Halan, being discovered, was a bit panicked, her cheeks still blushing. Sorry, I didn't know you were bathing. Saying that, she turned her face away, hiding behind a tree trunk. Tan Tu Kwong thought she came here with something to say. Is something wrong? Duong Halan just wanted to find him to confide. Nothing, it's just... Her voice trailed off. I want to say thank you. She was extremely grateful for what you said to me yesterday. Last night, I thought a lot about how to prove I am on the right path. Her eyes were a bit sad. Compared to now, the Duong Halan of many years ago was closely monitored and shunned by everyone. Because I thought that if I wanted to be recognized and become the sect leader, I had to loyally obey the family's orders. I never thought about resisting to myself. She repeated his words from yesterday. You said if I have the courage to end my life, then I should have the courage to stand up and fight. Just like you said, I can still do a lot of things. You made me realize that, just as she was about to turn around to say thank you. Tan Tu Kwong had walked over at some point, making her stunned for 3 seconds. Before she could recover, she heard Tan Tu Kwong's voice. So what do you plan to do now? She talked about the next plan. I will go back. Frankly tell them that I cannot marry the poison dragon, then negotiate further on this matter. Of course, saying is always easier than doing, but Tan Tu Kwong thought this was a dangerous thing. Max Sivu used the Rakshasa token to order you to bring me back. Does that mean your grandfather, the sect leader, has agreed to let me be his grandson-in-law? Duong Halan hesitated and glanced at him. I think so. The Rakshasa token cannot be casually given to others. Tan Tu Kwong finally came to a conclusion. Then it seems accepting the marriage with you would be better. Hearing this, she was surprised and said loudly, What did you say? Wait, why? Why suddenly change your decision? He told her what he was about to do, especially the reason. That way I can infiltrate the Tang family. I heard the Tang family's treasure is surrounded by countless walls as solid as a fortress. The plan I came up with is to use the identity of a grandson-in-law to enter. If I marry you, I can freely enter and exit that place. Maybe I can even meet the Rakshasa. This action is no different from entering Tiger's Den, but I know clearly whether I do this or not, I still want to personally confirm a few things of the Tang family. For example, what exactly are they plotting, and what does that have to do with the massacre of the Yunnan medicine sect? Duong Halan initially thought these words were true, but hearing these words from his mouth, she felt a bit heartbroken. Even so, she couldn't show it outwardly, only silently clenching her fists. Are you planning to use me to do that? Tan Tu Kwong didn't want to force her. If you allow it, then yes. If not, you can't complete your orders either, right? Duong Halan felt this was like a play. Truly incomprehensible. Initially, I came to propose to you, but when I gave up, you act like this. Duong Halan lowered her head sadly. Didn't you say you have no feelings for me? At least I can guarantee to fulfill the duties of a husband. She couldn't take it anymore. Perhaps because of this sentence, her anger flared up even more. Fulfill a husband's duties to me? So that includes the wedding night. Do you think you can consummate the marriage with me? Tan Tu Kwong felt this was very simple. If necessary, I will do it. She was truly speechless, her cheeks flushing red like a tomato. Only a sound like a slap was heard. Duong Halan slapped him across the face. The words you just said. It seemed she was very angry. One side of his cheek turned red, but that was from being hit. Do you know how cruel that is? Tan Tu Kwong didn't dare to go against her wishes. That is why I said, only if you allow it. Duong Halan was speechless. Her hands still clenched tight. I don't know how to treat you. Should I hate you or be grateful to you? Or, she sighed, bringing a hand to her forehead. Tan Tu Kwong remained silent, listening. Time passed, neither of them speaking a word, until she spoke up. All right, I will cooperate with you. She also wanted to participate in this plan of his. I think I owe you a favor. I also want to know what the Tang family and Max Si Vu's goals are. Tan Tu Kwong saw the other party had agreed, so he quickly prepared to set off. Then it's decided. Let's go together. He reached out his hand, intending to shake hands on the cooperation, returning to the Tang family. Duong Halan looked at his outstretched hand, didn't respond, only using her hand to tap lightly against it. Fine. The sky had turned dark. Everything in Sichuan remained peaceful. Mauname, in a room, a voice rang out. Junior sister, calm down. You can't do this. On the bed, a nun was being held down by two others. After this humiliation, how much longer must I stay here? Let me go. I must go find that poison dragon and chop him into 100 pieces. The two people beside her used all their strength to hold the nun back. The toxin in your body hasn't been fully eliminated yet. You cannot move much. Abbas Dihong resolutely refused to listen, trying to struggle. I don't care. Suddenly, someone walked in from outside. Interesting, truly interesting. I heard Abbas Dihong lost very miserably, but it seems not only was she defeated, her eye isn't much better either. His voice was full of mockery. The person who entered was an old man. One of his eyes was also blind like Abbas Dihong's. Perhaps this was why he spoke with such sympathy. Looking at the person in front of her, Abbas Dihong was quite frightened. Who are you? State your name. Guard, throw this stranger out. Outsiders are forbidden here. How dare you barge in? The old man just introduced himself. I am Max Si Vu, advisor to the Poison Division of the Martial Arts Alliance General Assembly. Abbas Dihong didn't believe it at all. This reason is still not enough for you to come here. At this moment, a voice echoed from outside. Junior sister, no need to be so tense. This is our distinguished guest. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, staring wide-eyed at the person entering, who was the sect leader of the Amaze sect, Mother Superior Tuesday Van. Tuesday Van explained. Lord Max Si Vu specially took the time to visit junior sister Di Hong's condition. Shouldn't we thank him? Old Max Si Vu also nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. Thank you for not holding a grudge over past matters. Saying that, he suddenly leaned in close. Let me take a look. Abbas Dihong shouted. Where are your eyes looking? He deliberately poked at her pain. You must be suffering greatly, right? This sentence directly enraged her, coupled with his expression. You bastard. The atmosphere in the room immediately became gloomy, killing intent radiating from Abbas Dihong. Are you mocking me? She warned. If you don't disappear from my sight immediately. Suddenly, Tuesday Van spoke up. Junior's sister Dihong. She was startled by that cold voice, not daring to say another word. Maxi Vu saw someone standing on his side and continued, Me mocking you? How could that be? He said with a concerned expression, Look at me. I understand your pain better than anyone. The one who reduced you to this state did the same to me. Abbas Dihong was a bit skeptical. Impossible. Max Sivu uttered a name. It was Poison Dragon. Saying this, his expression suddenly became full of murderous intent. A long time ago, he destroyed one of my eyes. Max Sivu hated Poison Dragon immensely, because he not only cost the old man an eye, but also crippled his leg. Having a common enemy, he quickly won her trust. So, don't you think I am the one who understands you best, Abbas? You must have endured a lot of suffering. You must still be tormented, because even now, that pain still dulls in my bones. Then, he continued, but what gives me a headache is, even though I know exactly where he is, I am powerless. Hearing this, the Buddhist believer asked sternly, Why is that? Maxivu, the old man informed her that their enemy was being protected by a few Taoists from the Qingchang sect. They had almost left Sichuan, then secretly returned to Mount Qingchang to hide. The purpose of his trip was to rally more sects to defeat Poison Dragon together. No matter how much I want revenge on him, right now I am powerless, because I am working under the Tang family. The Buddhist believer was completely blinded by hatred. That Poison Dragon is at Mount Qingcheng, she screamed in pain, eyes wide as if wanting to devour her enemy alive. Sect leader, please let this useless one go there. I will immediately go to Mount Qingcheng and make that Poison Dragon pay a heavy price. Otherwise, the fire of hatred in my heart will never be extinguished. Tuesday Van stood aside, watching the drama calmly, as if it were nothing major. If you continue to provoke her like that, Max Sivu said bluntly, it doesn't matter, because this knot in her heart will soon be untied. I'll be straight with you, the old man said, smiling cunningly. I intend to destroy the Qingchang sect in the name of justice. Is the Amei sect interested in lending a hand? Everyone was frightened by his demeanor. Only sect leader Tuesday, Van maintained a terrifyingly calm composure. She just smiled and asked, Is this the Tang family's plan? Maxi Vu took out a token engraved with the words Tang family. Correct, with the supreme authority in my hands. Tuesday Van immediately agreed. She smiled and said, If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's start right away. Elsewhere, Bien Phuc suddenly heard the shocking news. What? He couldn't keep his cool and blurted out, Get married? You intend to marry the young lady of the Tang family. Tan Tu Quang replied, Yes. Bien Phuc still wanted to confirm it once more. Really? I can't believe it. A poison dragon like you could actually say such words. The children heard this and cheered excitedly. Congratulations, big brother. Poison Dragon, how come there's such good news? Tan Tu Quang didn't hide his purpose, because I discovered this is the easiest way to infiltrate the Tang family. As soon as he finished speaking, sure enough, he was scolded. You're getting married just for this? Are you crazy? He tried to reassure everyone. I thought very carefully before making this decision. Just then, Zhang Du Hoa stepped forward. It seems you're the type of person who would sacrifice to this extent for others. I understand why you're doing this, but it's too dangerous. If possible, I hope to stop you. Although she really wanted to stop him, seeing that he had everything prepared, she guessed, You've even packed your luggage. I'm afraid whatever I say is useless. Tan Tu Quang didn't want to delay for another moment. You know my personality, right? I must investigate what the Tang family is plotting and how it relates to the medicine sect. Zhang Du Hoa had to accept it. All right, since that is the path you have chosen. He also promised her, I will definitely bring the antidote back from the Tang family for you. But Zhang Du Hoa refused. No, investigating the Tang family alone is enough to keep you busy. Don't worry about me. However, what she was worried about was, you still haven't met the high-rank Taoist Vonam, even though the Northern Heavenly Taoist Master said he would keep his promise to you. It's a pity that the two sides have to part ways before meeting, as you no longer have time to wait. It seems both will have to schedule for another occasion. Suddenly, a sound from behind made them both turn around. Tan Tu Quang was completely stunned, because the little girl Tutu and all the villagers had arrived. The little girl was even holding 2 items. Tutu. The villagers looked at him with affectionate eyes. We heard you are leaving soon. Everyone will be very sad when you go. Tan Tu Quang was moved by everyone's affection. Thank you for everyone's help. Please take care. The little girl handed him a ball of rice wrapped in leaves. Tan Tu Kwong took it, speaking gently to the little girl I'm always very grateful to you. Duong Halan stood, watching from a distance. Suddenly, the little girl brought over another rice ball. Seeing Tu's action, she guessed, "For me too?" Tita nodded in agreement. Duong Halan shyly accepted the rice ball, saying, "Thank you." Zhang Du Hoa, on behalf of the villagers, instructed, "Please definitely take good care of Poison Dragon. He is a very precious person to all of us." This was entirely the villagers' affection for Poison Dragon, and also an entrustment hoping Duong Halan would help. Finally, Zhang Du Hoa said, "You too remember to take care." Tan Tu Kwong also replied, "Everyone too." After that, the two set off for the Tang family. "Well then, see you again." The two walked along the mountain path. Duong Halan spoke first. "I can feel how much they trust and rely on you. Did you join the demonic cult while I wasn't paying attention?" Tan Tu Kwong looked straight ahead, his steps not ceasing. "Not yet, but in my heart, the villagers help means a great deal. They have helped me a lot. Before, I only thought about revenge, but I realize that isn't everything. If I have to measure it, just as they see me as a treasure, they are just as precious to me." He realized her words were a bit unusual. "But why are you suddenly being so polite to me?" Duong Halan immediately found a reason. "Poison Dragon, I'm just playing my role well. Since you said you would fulfill the duties of my husband." Tan Tu Kwong worried that if they kept addressing each other like that, they might be exposed, so acting normal would be best. She pretended not to hear. "I already said, I'm just playing my role well." He didn't stop her anymore, "But I just hope you change the way you call me. I'm a bit shy with the title Poison Dragon." Duong Halan was out of ideas. "Hayes, I really don't know how to talk to you. What should I call you?" He suddenly spoke a name, Tan Tu Kwong. He was afraid she wouldn't understand, so he explained, "That is my name." Thinking back now, it seems she had never called his name. Duong Halan came up with an idea. "Then, how about calling you Warrior Tan?" Tan Tu Kwong was quite satisfied with this address. "That works too." She continued to call his name Warrior Tan. Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwong asked her, "How long until we reach the Tang family?" Duong Halan calculated. If we use movement techniques, it only takes a day to arrive. But unexpectedly, he didn't know how to use them at all. Duong Halan was astonished by this news. "Then how could you travel such a long distance?" "Actually, to get there, I didn't use any moves. I walked." Duong Halan joked. If the world knew the renowned Poison Dragon doesn't know how to use movement techniques, they would certainly be very surprised. "That means we have to walk the rest of the way." Tan Tu Kwong came up with a bright idea. "How about you carry me?" She was driven mad by this guy. What nonsense are you spouting?" "But it's not like I haven't done it before. Last time when I returned to the battlefield, Taoist and Zhang carried me." Duong Halan firmly refused. "How could you ask me to do such a thing? How could you ask me, an unmarried maiden, to do something so unseemly?" Tan Tu Kwong gave her an option. "If you don't want to, then fine, we walk." Duong Halan had no choice but to keep walking. "I really can't stand you." Soon, the sun began to set, revealing dark clouds. Tan Tu Kwong looked up at the sky. "It's getting dark. It's not safe to continue. Let's rest at the next village." They walked for a while until night fell. Luckily, there was a small village nearby, so they decided to rest temporarily. Just as they arrived at the door, a voice called out, "Welcome, guests." The shop waiter came out to greet them. "Do you need 2 rooms?" "I'm terribly sorry. All rooms are booked today, so we only have 1 room left." Duong Halan looked at him. "What should we do?" Unexpectedly, he decided right away, "Then give us that room." She couldn't react in time. Duong Halan's face turned as red as a tomato, speechless. "Really?" She looked at the room before her. Such a big inn, and only 1 room left? Tan Tu Kwong found it quite normal. They said a merchant guild booked the whole inn, so there's no choice. "We should be glad there's still 1 room." Saying that, he walked towards the bed. "Looks like this room is big enough for both of us to sleep soundly." Duong Halan hurriedly said, "Wait, is this something to be decided so casually?" Tan Tu Kwong asked innocently, "Weren't you the one who mentioned the wedding night first?" She fell into an awkward position, "But that's only to be considered after we actually get married." Tan Tu Kwong started putting down the bag from his shoulder, saying, "I mean, if you already want us to become husband and wife, aren't you being too tense?" This sentence was very effective, immediately rendering her speechless. "Don't worry." Turns out he had no intention of sharing the bed with her. He consciously took his bag and laid down on the floor. "I'll sleep down here." Night fell. Everyone drifted into sleep. Only Tan Tu Kwong remained awake. At the same time, another person was tossing and turning. The room sank into silence. Suddenly, Duong Halan sat up and sighed. He didn't move at all. Can't sleep? She saw Tan Tu Kwang's eyes were open. You too, aren't you? He replied, I'm just thinking about a lot of things. She was quite curious. Thinking about a lot of things? Tan Tu Kwang opened up. I've been avenging the medicine sect for a long time now. Hung Ung Dak, the Imocho sect, the Martial Arts Alliance, and now the Tang family in Sichuan. The deeper I go into this, the more I discover and the more doubts arise. Tan Tu Kwang posed a question. I don't know who I should be taking revenge on anymore. To him, everything was very vague. Finding the answer to this problem is my purpose for coming to the Tang family this time. But if I gain nothing even there? In short, what confused Tan Tu Kwang the most was, perhaps I have to rethink what to do in the future. Duong Halan mocked slightly. How surprising. I didn't expect someone like you to know how to whine and complain. Tan Tu Kwang's thought was very simple. I am human too. She was silenced by this remark for a long while before speaking up. Hey, I already told you. Duong Halan continued. We are going to become a couple, a groom and a bride. Her words seemed to carry a hint of shyness. Even if it's just a fake marriage, I don't feel like I know much about you. Your personality, the life you've lived. Tan Tu Kwang felt his life had nothing interesting. Even so, she still wanted to hear it. Just tell me. He was silent for a moment, as if reminiscing, thinking about where to start. The story begins 9 years ago. The place Tan Tu Kwang mentioned was the White Flower Absolute Valley of the Imocho sect, a desolate and remote place filled with unhappy memories. Back then, his mother was foaming at the mouth, her eyes rolled back. Afterward, he had to struggle desperately to survive in a forest full of insects. Tan Tu Kwang recalled that many things happened back then. He was just a child, but had to work exhaustingly hard. Growing a bit older, he found a way to escape that place. Sometimes, Tan Tu Kwang himself fell into a state of madness. There were times when the scenes were filled only with blood and tears. He grew up little by little on his own, becoming stronger. Duong Halan heard the story, her expression turning fearful. How could such things? Tan Tu Kwang had told her beforehand. I told you it would be very boring, didn't I? He turned away, pausing the conversation. It's late. I'm going to sleep. Duong Halan covered her mouth with her hand, still not recovering from the story. She looked at Tan Tu Kwang's back. This man's life was even more tragic and miserable than she had imagined. Her hand trembled. If she hadn't heard this story, perhaps she would have still mistakenly thought that his resilient will was innate, not because he had no other choice but to become stronger for revenge. His life had been different since childhood. He had never experienced happiness, something everyone else takes for granted. As for him, a person who lived his whole life only for revenge. Soon, a new day arrived. The two continued on their journey. Today we will walk all day, so before departing, let's gather all necessities. Duong Halan kept thinking about the story she heard yesterday. She felt some empathy, hoping that one day he can find happiness, even if just a little. Then she walked behind him, constantly telling herself in her heart, that day will definitely come. The sun rose again from the mountain peak. Over at Mount Amei, the sect leader was discussing the situation. Junior sister Di Hong is much better now. It is all thanks to your efforts. The Amei sect will remember this favor. Maxi Vu pretended to say, we still have to achieve merits together next. This small matter is nothing. The old man took a sip of tea as he spoke. If your junior sister is better, I shall take my leave first. Tuesday Van asked further. It's fine if you stay a bit longer. Is there urgent business? Maxi Vu let her know, because the Tang family is about to host a major life event. Hearing that, Tuesday Van stood up abruptly, clapping her hands in congratulations. Amit Ba, is it a grand wedding ceremony? The Tang family is having a joyous event, right? Whose is it? The old man just smiled. It is of the granddaughter, Rakshasa Duong Halan, and the poison dragon. It seems the poison dragon has accepted the Tang family's proposal and is on his way to us. Her eyes began to turn sinister, scrutinizing the person in front of her. Indeed, persistent enough, she intentionally hinted, doesn't the world often say that marriage is due to fate, either decided by the two themselves or originally enemies, united because of the other's ruined home and family? After speaking, Tuesday Van laughed again. Anyway, it seems I must keep this a secret from Di Hong. Maxi Vu did not intend to refuse. If your junior sister wants to come as a guest, no one will stop her. With this sentence, the plan was considered a success. Do you need me to go with you? In another corner on the water surface in the teacup, a vicious face appeared, completely different from her gentle appearance. We ascetics cannot casually meet outsiders, so I will enjoy watching others get married then. I want to see how they will turn out. Tuesday Van thought, I also have to pay respects to Lord Tang Tong. After all, it's been a long time. Maxi Vu suddenly mentioned her junior sister. Then what about Di Hong? How could she let the main character of this event leave? She isn't someone who would miss such a big event. Hearing that, the old man became excited. I wonder how many people will come to join the fun? He was looking forward to that day immensely. This will certainly be a great, joyous event. Time passed. 2 days later, the two stopped before a small piece of land. Tan Tu Kwong looked up at this place. In front of them was a city gate with red as the dominant color. Is this the Tang family's city? Duong Halan replied, yes. She continued, from this moment on, this vast city is your home. Hearing the news, the servants came out to welcome them. Eldest young miss, you have returned. The sect leader is urgently preparing for your wedding. A subordinate stepped forward, stopping Tan Tu Kwong from proceeding. They seemed to be intentionally separating the two. Miss, please come this way. Duong Halan kept looking back, her face worried. He realized her mood and comforted her. See you later. Hearing that, she just nodded slightly, then followed the crowd. From here, the two went separate ways. Tan Tu Kwong was escorted by 3 subordinates. Duong Halan entered the inner chamber. Looking at the ceremonial robe, she realized it was the phoenix crown and wedding robe used for the bowing ceremony. Before her surprise ended, a maid came to convey the sect leader's order. The sect leader orders you to put on, then wait here. Duong Halan bent down to pick up the wedding robe. Getting married has never appeared in the dictionary of my life. Thinking about having to wear this outfit to survive. But suddenly a thought flashed. Is bowing with Warrior Tan really okay? She knew her situation well. A marriage not for affection, but for the purposes of both sides. A marriage full of calculations. Looking at the brilliant phoenix crown, countless thoughts rushed into her heart. What confused her was, what do I really want? On Tan Tu Kwong's side, after being taken to a separate villa by the subordinates. You stay here. Please change into the outfit prepared inside. They finished their task and withdrew. After everything is ready, we will come and call you. He stood still on the spot. Suddenly, a weird laugh rang out. That sound was very familiar. He recognized it as soon as he heard it. The arrival was none other than that guy Maxi Vu. The last time we met wasn't very pleasant, was it? We haven't had a chance to talk normally like this for a long time. The old man spoke while entering from the door. Are you satisfied with the fiancé I gifted you? Seeing the enemy in front of him, Tan Tu Kwong couldn't suppress his anger, and Maxi Vu intentionally added fuel to the fire. I hope you like her, he said sternly. Maxi Vu, the old man pretended to be a saint. Although your life has always been obsessed with revenge, I still hope you can experience many other things. That is why when you reached marriageable age, I couldn't ignore it. I spent a lot of effort, you know. Maxi Vu's words were like bestowing a favor upon him. You might not know, to bring you here, I had to spend an unknown amount of effort. The old man intentionally provoked Tan Tu Kwong. During that process, I was always worried you would give up halfway, but you did very well, just as I expected. The old man became more smug as he spoke. Why look at me like a soulless person? Speak your thoughts, or if you want to settle the score with me, that's fine too. Tan Tu Kwong's eyes were already filled with killing intent, wishing he could attack the opponent immediately. Maxi Vu kept rambling beside him. No one cut your tongue. Why just stand there like a statue? He tried to suppress the anger in his heart. The old man also sensed it. Has the anger subsided? Tan Tu Kwong spoke up, thought for a moment, then tilted his head, speaking sarcastically. I don't need to waste my energy on someone who only knows how to sponge off the Tang family. Maxi Vu was stunned by this sentence. It took a long while to understand his meaning. You brat. The fire of anger had now shifted to the old man. But suddenly the old man laughed out loud. I almost lost control. Maxi Vu held his head and said, Sai, I didn't expect to be so weak at this age. How embarrassing. I know you deliberately use humiliation to provoke me, but you know, we shouldn't treat others like that. Even though he covered his face with his hand, that look of hatred was still there. Instead, one should bare fangs and claws, tearing the opponent into pieces. That is what I want. The old man brought up the past. Where's the one who shot me with a needle back then? Who was it that said I should choose my own prey? Tan Tu Kwong couldn't be bothered with him. When I am hunting a better prey, this matter makes me very uninterested. Hearing this, Maxi Vu seemed to find some amusement. A better prey? I understand. That is the reason you came here, isn't it? Tan Tu Kwong continued. You are wrong. Even when hunting weaker prey, a beast will use its full strength. He himself was like a wild wolf seeking prey in the green forest. The one who decides their prey is not the beast. As for me, I never wanted to become a beast. Tan Tu Kwong turned around. I'm going first, waiting for the summons. When the time comes, I will find you later. Max Sivu saw him preparing to leave his sight, so he snapped his fingers. How boring. Perhaps I should find something for you to do? Just as the old man snapped his fingers, immediately after, a figure rushed out from behind him. That hand closed in. Tan Tu Kwong reacted in time, pulling a needle from his pocket, but he was still a second too slow and was heavily pinned to the ground by the person behind him. Long time no see, Poison Dragon. He turned his head to look. Do you still remember me? You are. Indeed, it was the junior sister who lost an eye at Mount Amei, Di Hong. Her eyes seemed to turn red. The taste of revenge is truly sweet. I have waited for this day for a long time. She seemed to turn into a mad woman. I heard you came here to marry the young lady of the Tang family. Do you remember what I told you before I left? She spoke while leaning close to his ear, whispering, I will definitely send you to the heavens with my own hands. But before that, out of nowhere, Di Hong pulled out a needle. I will let you taste my pain. Suddenly, his eyes turned white, simultaneously emitting a stream of electricity. The sky also turned pitch black because of it. Max Sivu stood by the side, watching with interest. Yes, that is exactly it. A person's nature cannot be easily changed. No matter how hard you try, you are ultimately just a wild beast. The old man stepped forward, grabbing Di Hong's hand. I confirm that this is enough. Put this matter aside for now. Huh? She naturally did not listen. Are you ordering me? The old man warned. You're going too far. If the wedding turns into a blood feast, the Tang family will not be happy. This is a reminder. You are just a guest here after all, right? If this goes on, the Amei sect will face trouble. No matter how angry Di Hong was, she did not want to affect the Amei sect. Then, when can I vent my anger? Suddenly, a light radiated from his body. She luckily jumped to the side to dodge it. Reluctantly, she could only use words to provoke. Don't challenge my patience, Poison Dragon. Max Sivu clicked his tongue in praise. You didn't flinch at all, still finding a chance to counterattack while being restrained. Why are you still the same as before? Fortunately, you still kept this nature. The old man provoked. This is just the beginning. Just wait and see what happens next. Tan Tu Kwong interrupted. No, nothing else will happen. He stood up, speaking coldly. Because from this moment on, I will make you lose all interest in everything. After speaking, Tan Tu Kwong silently stared at the old man. The old man just smiled. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Seeing that the subordinates of the Tang family had arrived, Max Sivu had to give up. But unfortunately, it seems we have to talk another time. It is time. The palace mate spoke up. Lord Rakshasa invites you. Tan Tu Kwong could finally meet the master of the Tang family. Night fell, highlighting the red color of the citadel. Tan Tu Kwong finished changing his clothes and followed the direction of the palace maid. Please come in. He walked in, slowly pushing the door open. Immediately, a guest spoke up. Greetings. You are the famous Poison Dragon, aren't you? That man said, we have heard much about you. Thank you for coming all this way. The two introduced themselves. We are Halan's foster father and foster mother. Tan Tu Kwong just silently evaluated these two people. A cozy meal they ate and chatted. You surely know, to join this sect, you must change your surname. No matter where you come from, you must change to the Tang surname and officially become a person of this sect. The two people called foster father and foster mother of Duong, Halan smiled kindly. We will choose an auspicious day for you two to get married. But if you need anything else, just tell us. Tan Tu Kwong paid no mind, still reaching out to pick up food. His action surprised them a little. It seems you are very hungry. The foster mother advised, eat more. He ate voraciously while saying, it is not because I am hungry. After speaking, Tan Tu Kwong kept eating incessantly, saying nothing else, making the two feel a bit awkward. Is it because we are not pleasing to your eyes? No. Tell us, if there is anything that makes you dissatisfied. I'm not sure either. The foster mother spoke again. Then can you tell us your date of birth? We just want to check to choose a day for the wedding ceremony. Suddenly, he slammed his chopsticks down on the table with a loud clack. They were startled by Tan Tu Kwong's action. The foster father could not endure it anymore. He tremblingly pointed at his face and shouted, we have tolerated you enough. Don't be too excessive. Sooner or later we will be your elders. Why don't you respect us like that? Tan Tu Kwong could not stand it anymore. He stood up and said, "You asked why I'm dissatisfied, right?" The foster father used the status of an elder to lecture. "Correct. If there is something displeasing, just say it. Your rudeness is not right." He did not intend to hide it either. "I don't like the way the Tang family treats guests." The two fell into a state of extreme confusion once again. Tan Tu Kwong had long seen through that they were fakes. No need to act anymore. A door behind opened. It was the Tang sect master, and it seemed there was also an uninvited guest. Indeed, Ao Lapback and the sect leader of the Amei sect appeared together. "See, I told you would find out." "That's right. It seems my dog has to go hungry today." A group of soldiers stepped forward, but luckily I don't need to throw him to them. But looking closely, these people seem to have been controlled. Ao Lapback said to the other two, "You two withdraw." Then he turned to him. "Poison Dragon, is this what makes you displeased?" Tan Tu Kwong still turned his back, only speaking up. "I can sense killing intent." He was pointing at these assassins. "We tried to hide it, but still couldn't hide it completely. Being so full of killing intent towards a guest. Is this the etiquette of the Tang family?" Ao Lapback laughed and said, "Those are all experts within the Tang family. Their ability to hide killing intent is top-notch." He just didn't expect Tan Tu Kwong to be able to detect it, which made him look forward to it even more. "But unexpectedly, you still detected it. Not bad." He continued, "Moreover, there's a faint scent of orchids here. It's just that the scent is not from the food, but I tasted it. None of the dishes contain orchids." All these things made Tan Tu Kwong affirm. "Therefore, I assume there's someone hiding nearby, observing everything, and that person is enjoying tea. Moreover, if the Tang family want me to be his son-in-law, shouldn't you be the one to appear first?" Tan Tu Kwong asked the Rakshasa fellow. Ao Lapback's intentions were completely exposed. "To put it bluntly, you want to receive treatment worthy of your title, Poison Dragon, don't you?" He signaled with his hand. "I have heard of your cunning reputation for a long time. Let me see." Having said that, the assassins rushed forward en masse. In a foreign land, what can you do? They obeyed the order, swooping in from all four directions, tightly surrounding Tan Tu Kwong. Just seeing Tan Tu Kwong activate his body, a powerful aura immediately erupted. Even Tan Tu Kwong's eyes became bright. Countless sparks of electricity flashed. Ultimate technique, light chi. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. He used lightning while counterattacking. Ao Lapback stood by watching with great interest. Tan Tu Kwong was still focused on fighting, thinking to himself, "I had anticipated this long ago." His eyes were still directed towards the sect leader of the Amei sect. But who was the person standing next to him? Tuesday Van? Realizing Tan Tu Kwong's gaze was directed at her, she thought to herself, "It seems he is curious about my identity." She responded, "Little brat." Just at that moment, Ao Lapback answered the question in Tan Tu Kwong's heart. "Two of the three Sichuan tyrants. You have met them, haven't you?" Tan Tu Kwong heard that and immediately thought of the three tyrants of Sichuan. So it was Tuesday Van. "A pleasure, Poison Dragon. I am the sect leader of the Amei sect, Tuesday Van. Hearing that the Tang family has a happy event, I specially came here to see." Tan Tu Kwong had heard of this name. The Amei sect, one of the 10 great sects in the martial arts world, is a Buddhist sect with a reputation equal to the Shaolin Temple. Why is she here? She pretended to be regretful. If only all three of the three tyrants of Sichuan gathered here, how good that would be. Ao Lapback understood the implication. Are you talking about the Qingxing sect? Those Taoists are truly a bunch of troublesome pests. I also heard that the high-ranking Taoist named Vonam has decided to live in seclusion and rarely reveals himself anymore. She continued, "I have met that high-ranking Taoist." "Oh, met him and even gave him some advice." Ao Lapback showed interest. "What advice?" Tuesday Van replied, "The times have changed. Their Qingchang sect should also change accordingly. But he's not that easy to advise. They have to taste suffering to regret when it is too late, to know that they were wrong in the past." Tan Tu Kwong was fighting fiercely on this side, while they were calculating on the other. So when should we teach them a lesson? He was extremely confident. Probably soon. It seems Max Sivu has grasped a few things. Surely it will be useful. At the same time, Tan Tu Kwong had also finished dealing with that group of people. He stood in the middle of the encirclement, surrounded by countless corpses. Are the Tang family, anime, sect allying to overthrow the Qingqing sect? He understood their purpose. You want to eliminate the obstacle before overturning the whole martial arts world. Ao lapped back and I praised. Smart. But why is the amazed sect eyeing the Qingqiang sect? Tuesday Van replied. Does this world change just because one person leaves? As she spoke, she reached out her hand. If this world has become filthy mud, then we must enter that mud puddle to save the world. That is what an ascetic monk should do. Every word of Tuesday Van was like that of a Buddhist disciple. Whether it is a Buddhist sect or a Taoist sect, as long as one wants to become a living Buddha or a deity, the path leading to the truth will not be a place where suffering exists. Speaking of this, her eyes gradually changed, like an evil demon hiding under the shell of a monk. The Qingqiang sect is already backward, completely obsolete. Tan Tu Kwang was a bit surprised, not expecting a Buddhist disciple to be so cruel. Ao Lapback and I felt there wasn't much time left. The explanation is too cumbersome. Everyone has things to do, don't waste time anymore. Then he changed the subject, it seems. The bride has just arrived. The door slowly opened. Shall we begin the purpose of this trip? Tan Tu Kwang just turned his head back and saw her, who had appeared at some point, wearing a bridal gown. Halan wore splendid clothes, with a sparkling phoenix crown on her head. She called out, Warrior Tan. Tan Tu Kwang turned around, his eyes glancing at her somewhat coldly, as if he had something to say but couldn't put it into words. A long while later, he spoke in a deep voice. Before that, I have a question. Tan Tu Kwang lowered his face slightly. 9 years ago, because of the massacre caused by the poison sect in the White Flower Valley of the Max Sao family, my family members either lost their lives or became slaves. He clenched his fists in hatred. Other medical sects in Yunnan were also destroyed by the poison sect, dying in agony. His gaze became terrifying, bloodshot streaks gradually appearing. He asked in a tone full of murderous intent, Did your Tang family have a hand in that? Hearing these words, Duong Halan immediately turned pale with fright, her round eyes widening. Tuesday Van just sat there, resting her chin on one hand, witnessing everything without making a sound. Tan Tu Kwang suddenly fell silent, slowly turning towards where Ao Lapback and I was standing solemnly. Suddenly, he curled his lips into a strange smile. Then said arrogantly, Did you come all this way just to ask about this? Tan Tu Kwang gradually lost patience, roaring in anger. Answer me. He replied in a calm voice. That's right. I was the one who gave the order. Tan Tu Kwang seemed unable to believe what he just heard, his face turning pale. He trembled in confusion. Why did you do that? Facing a barrage of questions. Was it to exploit the medical texts of the medical sects to create new lethal poisons? Ao Lapback and I laughed loudly and replied, I didn't expect you to know quite a lot. I really want to recruit you more and more now. He raised his arm high, preparing to strike, but the man coughed a few times. But if you didn't come here to marry Halan, then I have no choice but to finish you off. What should I do? You not only have enough strength to become the Tang family's son-in-law, but your will is also incredibly strong. So I don't want to treat you badly. Tan Tu Kwang ground his teeth, veins popping out on his face, revealing unconcealable anger. As for Ao Lapback and I, he continued to propose. All right, I'll give you 3 choices. He raised his eyebrows. The first choice, return to the Qingqiang sect, tell them you accept our death sentence, and then die with them. Seeing Tan Tu Kwang stunned, Ao Lapback and I seemed smug. Don't like it? I guess your relationship with them isn't good enough to die for them, is it? Next, the second choice is to marry Halan. You must change your surname to Tang and swear loyalty to the Tang family. If you promise to forget the past and start a new life, the Tang family will be responsible for whatever happens to you in the future. But Ao Lapback and I was naturally not that simple. Do you think this is the best choice? Swear loyalty to the family of your sworn enemy? Tan Tu Kwang remained silent, not saying a word. Ao Lapback and I suddenly threw a knife towards him. This is why I give you the third choice. Consider it a gift for you. The handle of the knife hit the sole of Tan Tu Kwang's shoe and stopped, the sharp blade flashing with cold light. He looked down at the weapon, listening to Ao Lapback Knee's demand. Use it. He even emphasized, self-castrate right here. Duong Halan covered her mouth with her hand, terrified to the extreme. If you could do it, I will give you 3 types of lethal poison and some rare weapons. You will also be taught the supreme techniques of the Tang family, which are ultimate arts passed down only to orthodox descendants. descendants. Unease began to arise in Tan Tu Kwang's heart. You can see it as a stepping stone, not only to take revenge and finish me off, but also to eliminate anyone you want. Ao lapped back, Ni's laughter grew louder. How is it? Is this the most attractive choice? Tan Tu Kwang stood there, staring at the knife, then reached out to pick it up. Halan was astonished by this seemingly impossible action of his. Tan Tu Kwang's hand stopped in midair due to a sudden affirmation, a true disciple of the Tang family's internal energy techniques. Duong Halan shouted with a worried look. The Tang family's martial arts can only be passed to those of Tang origin. This is an unbreakable iron law of the Tang family. Her words were extremely firm. Anyone who breaks the rule must be fully prepared within 100 days, otherwise they will be expelled from a sect. In other words, if you learn the Tang family's martial arts, my grandfather will take your life within 100 days. Do not agree. Tan Tu Kwang pressed his lips together slightly, but in the end he decided to pick up the weapon, as if confirming his promise further. I agree. Duong Halan was stunned with shock. If it is for revenge. Tan Tu Kwang raised the knife. A few small sparks of electricity flashed on the blade. I am willing to bear all risks. In the blink of an eye, the weapon appeared in front, the tip of the knife just a few centimeters from Ao Lapback Ni's nose. But immediately, a hand quickly grabbed the wooden handle, preventing the knife from stabbing his face. That person was Tuesday Van. Ao Lapback and I laughed aloud. Is this your answer? But this wasn't among the choices I gave you. Tuesday Van let go of the hand holding the knife, suddenly realizing something. Tan Tu Kwang stood still, his hands still in the throwing posture, his eyes full of rage. Tuesday Van suddenly smiled. The knife was not lowered, but raised again, surprising Ao Lapback and I. He looked down at her arm. He made a sound, then asked in disbelief, "What are you doing?" Tuesday Van narrowed her eyes and smiled, proposing, "Give me some time to say what I want, okay? How about this? I'll give you one more choice." The next words made Tan Tu Kwang's jaw drop in surprise. I give you a choice to take Rakshasa's head. He held 2 poison needles in his hand, asking in surprise, "Why would you do that?" She calmly replied, "Just to save the world that is sinking in suffering. But if you want to choose this, you must answer my 3 questions. She held up one finger. The first question, if Rakshasa dies and the Tang family is destroyed, who will oppose the Tibetan demon cult? Tan Tu Kwang was extremely surprised. Tibetan demon cult? Tuesday Van leisurely explained. Sichuan and Tibet are currently in a standoff. If the demon cult wants to dominate the world, they must first destroy Sichuan. Until now, the martial artists of the martial world have always been in charge of suppressing the demon cult and have grown strong enough to be famous in the realm. This is also how Sichuan can stand firm in the martial world. And the people of the Tang family have always been the force standing on the front line. Next is the second question. Who will control the northern Sichuan evil sect? At the same time, the evil sect is divided into 2 factions. One faction is led by Zhongdu Hoa. The other is the northern evil sect that retreated to the north long ago. The northern weather is extremely cold, so poisons are ineffective. But ironically, that is also why the northern Sichuan martial artists have very weak resistance to poison. Tan Tu Kwang felt a twinge of worry. That means the existence of the Tang family prevents the northern Sichuan evil sect from infiltrating the martial world. Tuesday Van kept a gentle smile on her face. Finally, the third question, if Rakshasa is gone, who will control Hung Chan Nan? Tan Tu Kwang paused for a moment, calculating carefully before deciding to ask, why do I need to care about those things to take revenge? Tuesday Van was extremely blunt. You have to. Is your target of revenge an individual, a group, or an entire system? Tan Tu Kwang's eyes were full of thought. My blade of revenge has always pointed at the poison sect, Yunnan, and Baklai Dong. If the Tang family is also on this list, when will I ever finish my revenge? A hesitation rose in his heart. Just killing Ao Lapback and I is enough to stop, or must I take the lives of many more people? Tan Tu Kwang asked himself, do I have to draw a line, restrain myself at the right time, so as not to turn into a bloodthirsty demon? As the thought ended, he spoke up. You mean the Amei sect colluded with the Tang family to dominate the martial world, just because the Tang family plays an important role in the martial world? Tuesday Van looked nonchalant. The important thing is not dominating the martial world, but the call of this era. If this is what everyone wants, then we can only follow. That is the fate of those who want to hold the whole world in their hands. Seeing this, Tantu Kwong angrily retorted, I do not agree with your method. No one is allowed to kill or play tricks on others for their own desires. Saying that implies everything must have a reason. He tried to argue, no matter what reason you use, you must follow the righteous path. Ao lapped back Ni's lips, and his thick, fiery red beard curled up high. So what do you want to do? Step on the path of justice and chivalry. Or something else? Tantu Kwong admitted without hesitation. That's right. Both he and Tuesday Van were momentarily surprised by this blurting answer. Then Ao lapped back, and I suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly, looking extremely amused. Hith hith, Mutmun, that is beyond your ability. Tantu Kwong's face became gloomy, full of murderous intent. So do you want to taste a blade from this madman? Tuesday Van withdrew her hand holding the weapon, while the man beside her continued to provoke. Then he quickly stepped towards Tantu Kwong, blocking his way, and growled, Fine, let me see how capable you are. Tantu Kwong glanced at him, warning, You will regret it. The two sides confronted each other. Murderous intent rose in waves. Tantu Kwong and Ao Lapback and I emitted two powerful auras clashing against each other. Suddenly, he bared his white teeth, speaking in a hoarse voice. Ha ha ha, this is a reward for amusing me. His pupils immediately lit up. I will handle you personally. As soon as Ao Lapback and I finished speaking, Tantu Kwong had slipped behind him, giving a low roar, his hands gripping two poison needles. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The space in front turned a dark blood red, countless streams of convection light wrapping around Ao Lapback's body. Those streams of murderous intent simultaneously attacked Tantu Kwong, gradually corroding and suppressing him, until that small figure completely fell into the abyss of despair. Then, the powerful murderous intent ravaged Tantu Kwong's body until it was no longer intact. Blood flowed from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, causing the owner to grit his teeth and groan in pain. Ugh. Duong Halan screamed in fear. Warrior Tan. As for him, he collapsed to his knees, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. Only Ao Lapback and I stood there laughing weirdly. Hith hith, he said, did you think defeating those flies meant you could defeat me? Tantu Kwong trembled, thinking to himself, does he possess such power just from poison? Ao Lapback and I plucked one of his beard hairs, emphasizing, it seems you still don't know your place. I will teach you a lesson. That hair immediately stood straight, turning into a needle. Before Tantu Kwong could react, he felt a severe pain spreading from the top of his head throughout his body. His forehead cracked, his eyes bloodshot. Amidst a series of terrifying sounds, Tantu Kwong struggled wildly in pain. Ao Lapback and I witnessed the scene caused by his own hands, smirking and laughing loudly. Hith hith. As for the boy, he kept screaming, Ah, it hurts so much. Duong Halan, in panic and fear, begged to save him. Grandfather, please stop. At this rate, he will. But she received an extremely stern refusal. You stay there and don't move. This command, like a heavenly mandate, forced her to obey despite her reluctance. Ao Lapback and I bowed his head slightly, gently stroked his beard, then slowly commented, logically speaking, you should have fainted by now or be living a life worse than death. Is it due to your constitution? You endured longer than I thought. How interesting. Tantu Kwong lay on the ground, using all his life strength to struggle to stand up. But the more he tried to stay awake, the more he felt like he was being burned by hellfire. Ha ha. His face was covered in blood, struggling incessantly. Finally, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of thick black blood. Tuesday Van suddenly appeared beside him, using one hand to strike hard on the back of his neck. Her lips moved slightly, as if she only wanted him to hear. Who do you want to take revenge on? In Tantu Kwong's surprised gaze, she continued to demand, after finding the answer, come to the Ame sect to find me. But his eyes had rolled back. His body gradually went limp, because in this world, there are no permanent enemies, nor permanent allies. Tuesday Van knocked Tantu Kwong unconscious, then turned to Ao Lapback and I, cheerfully scolding, You're too naughty if you joke too much. You will ruin him. His expression looked incredibly cruel at this moment. Don't you also quite like this brat? Hee. It's been a long time since I met someone so interesting. Maxi Vu has brought me a quite useful little devil. Duong Halan was running fast towards them, calling out incessantly, "Warrior Tan." In the past, people like him were not few, but now they are rare. She shook Tan Tu Kwang's body violently, pleading, "Wake up!" Duong Halan heartbrokenly embraced that blood-stained body, 2 rows of tears rolling down her exquisitely made-up cheeks. Ao lapped back and I was naturally unmoved, ordering the subordinate behind him, "Take him to the repository." Tan Tu Kwang's skin was now as pale as paper, but the pain seemed to have subsided significantly. "I will give him a final chance." Warm sunlight shone through the window into the room. A long while later, Tan Tu Kwang slowly opened his eyes. Because his body still had wounds, he gritted his teeth to endure the pain. He lowered his head to look at his hands locked by iron chains, looked around the quiet space warily, and asked himself, "Where am I?" Suddenly, someone from afar spoke up to answer. "This is the Tang family's repository." After attracting Tan Tu Kwang's attention, the person continued to explain. "This place stores 35,000 Buddhist scriptures and ancient manuscripts, 20,600 bamboo slips, 28,000 wooden slips, and 5,500 martial arts manuals," along with the sound of slow footsteps approaching. "Descendants of the Tang family have cultivated knowledge here since childhood." That man clasped his hands behind his back, his expression extremely solemn. "You're finally awake. Don't tell me you don't remember me." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a radiant smile. "I am Duong Loi Sam. Last time we met, the Taoists of the Qingchang sect and Halan were also present." Tan Tu Kwang asked suspiciously, "Why am I here?" He answered in a calm voice, "Don't remember? You fought Rakshasa and were miserably defeated. According to Duong Loi Sam's description, you were then disarmed and imprisoned here. This is a forbidden area. Only people of the Tang family are allowed to enter. It seems Rakshasa thinks you can learn something here." Tan Tu Kwang gradually felt confused. "Now, I will pass on Rakshasa's words to you." Duong Loi Sam saw him silent. So he said straight out, "To become the Tang family's son-in-law, you are still far from qualified. I give you 10 days. Go into the repository to find and learn the supreme technique." He quickly pointed behind him as a guideline. "This is everything of the Tang family. Do you understand Rakshasa's intention in making you learn all these things?" Tan Tu Kwang tried to stand up. "His meaning is, I have to choose between becoming a member of the Tang family or facing life-threatening danger because I am an outsider but proficient in Tang family martial arts, right?" Duong Loi Sam laughed loudly and replied, "Correct. You look quite relaxed." Tan Tu Kwang adjusted his clothes, blurting out a sigh. "Panicking won't change anything. Knowing that I can keep my life for the next 10 days is enough." These words seemed to have touched Duong Loi Sam's pride. "You arrogant brat." He suddenly changed his attitude, his tone angry. "Do you know why I came here to teach you? Because I want to see what your true self is like." Every word he spoke was to mock the opponent, just relying on the title Poison Dragon or that bit of potent poison skills to show off. "You don't deserve this title, and you are even less qualified to step in here." Tan Tu Kwang pursed his lips slightly, just listening silently. "This challenge will show me your clumsy abilities. I really want to see what kind of state you will be in 10 days later." Outside, the sunlight was gradually disappearing behind the majestic mountain ranges. "I really don't know what Rakshasa wants to do." The subordinates were bewildered, even for a rare genius. Mastering a supreme technique within 10 short days is impossible. Duong Loi Sam replied in a deep voice, "Rakshasa wants to subdue this guy. That's why he gave him such an impossible mission." He frowned slightly. He hasn't tasted failure yet. If he hasn't realized his own weakness, we won't let him join. The person next to him heard this and asked curiously, "So hope he loses. Then what?" He suddenly smirked. Duong Loi Sam despicably revealed the plan. "We will break his limbs, then throw him into the dense snake cave. In a state where he cannot move, he will have to constantly dodge the pecks of the snakes. When hungry, he has to bite and eat those very snakes. But there are parasites on the snakes. The more he eats, the more his stomach will hurt. After being in that pain for a month, finally, the hidden cave will welcome Tan Tu Kwang." The subordinate heard this and was terrified out of his wits. "Hidden cave? I only heard vaguely about that place. Will he still be able to keep his sanity?" Duong Loi Sam appeared certain. "That is exactly what Rakshasa wants. destroy his mind, then retrain him from scratch. The person next to him was a bit stunned. What if halfway through he decides to join us? Back in the room, just now, Tan-Tu Kwang's heart was filled with 100 thoughts. Even if they are really here, I don't have enough information to find those moves. He was flipping through the huge bookshelves. But what I need right now is not those supreme techniques. Tan-Tu Kwang carefully flipped through the old pages. Must find that silver path to escape this place. The book just flipped to the middle section. Tan-Tu Kwang's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. While his limbs were fumbling, suddenly someone launched a strong kick at Tan-Tu Kwang's chest. He fell off the wooden ladder because of it, dragging a few books down to the ground. It turned out to be Duong Loi Sam. He seemed to still be angry about Tan-Tu Kwang's performance, cursing loudly. Unbelievable. You were beaten like this without uttering a word. Truly a stubborn fellow. Finally, he calmly turned away. But time is running out. I guarantee that as soon as this ends, I will immediately fix that arrogant nature of yours. Those people left amidst mocking laughter, ignoring the miserable Tan-Tu Kwang and a mess behind. He sighed in depression, but his demeanor showed he didn't care at all. He struggled to stand up again, calculating silently. They took all the weapons and poison powder I prepared. Only a little medicinal power stored in my dantian remains from before. He pulled his sleeves, dusting off the dirt. But even being imprisoned like this, after knowing their conspiracy, I have no intention of leaving. I will destroy their entire conspiracy. The fabric on his shoulder was quite frayed due to the consequences of the battle, because no one will expect a perfect plan. Tan-Tu Kwang clenched his fist, telling himself firmly, I am ready. The scene shifted to a place not far away. That man stood in the garden, leisurely enjoying the morning weather. That guy named Tan-Tu Kwang has been in the repository for 9 days. Tomorrow is the 10th day, as agreed. I really don't understand why Rakshasa locked him in the repository. Countless different thoughts appeared in his mind simultaneously. Perhaps Rakshasa wants to turn him into a Tang family person, or simply wants to torture him. The knuckles of his interlaced fingers tightened slightly. Either way, in the worst case, he will lose his life in the challenge. Max Sivu's old face was full of wrinkles, looking extremely annoyed. He is just a tool for Rakshasa's amusement. In that case, aren't all my efforts wasted? Damn it. He gradually calmed down, making a judgment. Right now, he is probably waiting calmly. What on earth did he do to interest Rakshasa so much? Suddenly, the image of Abbess Di Hong appeared in Max Sivu's mind. Maybe I should let Di Hong act first? If I instigate that nun to sneak into the repository and capture him. But he immediately denied it. No, that sect leader is by Di Hong's side. She will see through all my plans. The more he thought, the more confused he got. Max Sivu held his head helplessly. Who should I use after all? Suddenly, an uncomfortable sensation struck my eye. His inner self seemed to be awakened. Max Sivu suddenly laughed, cacklingly, looking extremely excited. This stinging pain must be due to that brat playing tricks again. On the other side of the wall, a column of black smoke was rising. Indeed, you didn't let me down. Max Sivu was happy to the point of madness, his mouth constantly muttering, come back to life, live a little longer. Hurry up and make me happy. Satisfy me, Tan-Tu Kwang. At the Tang residence, the subordinates shouted in panic. Fire! A flame erupted from the basement of the repository. Duong Loi Sam stood amidst a group of subordinates, staring blankly at the scene before him. The fire is starting to spread upwards. Hurry and get water. Don't let it spread. What exactly is going on? His expression seemed to still not accept the truth. We clearly confiscated all flammable things, and even used luminous pearls to replace them. How could it catch fire? Suddenly, a thought accidentally flashed. Could it be that guy inside? Tan-Tu Kwang was turning his back to the main door of the repository, and the move he was executing was also the move he had just learned from those documents. Twin Chilin Blaze. Duong Loi Sam finally realized the dangerous situation. That trash, he should have been stuck in that pile of martial arts manuals, not doing this superfluous thing. But inside was a desperate panic. The repository stores countless historical classics of the Tang family. Not only will those things turn into ashes, but if the fire spreads to the Tang family's trading room, a large amount of ledgers and money will be burned, and the Tang family's business will also vanish. Veins popped up on his arms. Moreover, Rakshasa hasn't allowed him to die yet. If we lose both the repository and Poison Dragon, I will be the first one thrown into the hidden cave. Absolutely cannot let that happen. Thinking of this, he immediately used both hands to snatch a bucket of water from a servant nearby. The cold stimulation made his mind sober again. Duong Loi Sam sternly announced to all subordinates around, "You guys follow me." At this moment, the fire had spread to the main door. He led a team of soldiers quickly advancing to the repository. Just stepping in, he heard Tan Tu Kwang's familiar voice. "Arrive, huh? I'm waiting for you guys." Duong Loi Sam determinedly said without hesitation, "Is it you playing tricks?" He replied calmly, "Who else could it be? More importantly, looking at your anxious, searching appearance, you probably aren't looking for the supreme manual of the Tang family, right? I guess the so-called supreme manual doesn't exist at all, right?" Hearing this, he flew into a rage, shouting loudly, "Bastard, get out here!" Facing the warning, "Hurry and find him for me." He has exhausted his resistance. Tan Tu Kwang, hiding behind the bookshelf, remained strangely calm. "But I still have martial arts." He widened his eyes. The first move he learned when he just stepped in here, a move that only needed internal energy to start a fire, gave him a glimmer of hope to escape. Duong Loi Sam pushed the bookshelf while shouting, "Do you intend to set fire to the repository?" "Ah, that's right." He prepared 3 small needles clamped between his knuckles. Once the fire burns, it will naturally attract butterflies. 12 flying darts. Finishing his words, he launched himself forward strongly. 3 steel needles plunged into the napes of several soldiers. They groaned in pain. "Ah! Ugh." One of them was caught by Duong Loi Sam with his bare hands. He gritted his teeth. "I clearly confiscated all your weapons." The soldiers who were hit instantly collapsed to the ground, their faces turning purple, mouths gaping like fish lacking water, causing Duong Loi Sam to be terrified. Poison. Tan Tu Kwang took that opportunity to reveal himself. "I smashed a few bookshelves, used their shards. Don't forget, there are many ways to hide poison in items." He leaned his back against a nearby pillar, looking at the enemy and continuing, "Didn't you want to teach me a proper lesson? I'm right here." Duong Loi Sam gritted his teeth, momentarily provoked, his body trembling involuntarily. "I have gone through so much bitterness to climb to today's position. Even though I'm always looked down upon by others as a descendant of a collateral branch of the Tang family." Duong Loi Sam couldn't suppress it anymore, taking the initiative to step forward. "You brat, do you dare to destroy everything I have built?" He unleashed the 3-yang poison palm. Cursing, "Go to hell." Tan Tu Kwang on the opposite side calmly took a defensive stance. The move he executed was the twin Qilin Scorch Palm. Just as the two sides were about to clash, the power in Tan Tu Kwang's palm suddenly converged, looking like a block of cold ice. Duong Loi Sam paused in midair, wanting to retract his move, but it was too late. A shockwave exploded, and the entire repository shook. Dust flew blindly, and amidst the chaotic scene, a few coughs rang out. "Cough! Cough!" Duong Loi Sam covered his mouth with difficulty. "This is," Tan Tu Kwang immediately explained, "something made from pollen, mold, rotting wood, and dead insects left outside for a long time." "Dust." Duong Loi Sam glanced over, seeing a silhouette looming behind the thick smoke, while that voice continued to transmit steadily. "This is my second hope." Blood began to flow ceaselessly from a certain spot. Dust is a natural poison, often used to attack the lungs, causing breathing difficulties. Depending on the user's intent, as well as the environment or circumstances, it also causes infection and irritation to the eyes. "Nose," Tan Tu Kwang said in a mocking tone. "I didn't expect you all to drop your guard just because I had nothing on me. Looks like you're just a second-rate poison tester after all." Duong Loi Sam saw the enemy was already outside the door and stammered, "Where are you going?" He answered coldly, "If you search through that pile of books now, there's still time. Who knows? You might find a technique to help you escape." Ignoring the protest, "Wait, I'm not done with you yet." The wooden door slowly closed before Duong Loi Sam's astonished eyes. "Stand right there." Poison Dragon. The sky turned a gloomy color. Duong Halan stood in her room, her heart restless. The noise outside was incessant, and the maids by her side had all left. She raised a hand to touch her nose. There was a faint smell of smoke in the air. "Don't tell me Warrior Tan did something." Suddenly realizing something, Duong Halan turned around, asking hesitantly, "Warrior Tan?" A figure stood right at the main door, but it was none other than the old Mac Si Vu, his whole body covered in blood, the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. Duong Halan frowned in surprise. Speaking up, Mac Si Vu, then she turned her head, looking straight at him with a gaze of utter disgust. "Why are you here?" As the old man approached her, he replied, "No need to be so defensive. I didn't come here to eat you alive." The sound of footsteps broke the silent atmosphere. "I just want to say a few words." But this unexpected question made Duong Halan momentarily confused. "What do you think of Tan Tu Kwong?" Mac Si Vu smiled cruelly. "At first you fiercely opposed this marriage, but in the end, you followed my wish to bring him back to marry. I've always wondered, has your heart changed at all?" The old man spoke bluntly. "Have you gradually developed feelings for him?" Seeing this, she looked displeased. "Why are you so curious about this?" Mac Si Vu dragged a cloth bag carved with the Tang family characters, holding it out in front of her. "Because depending on your answer, I will decide whether to give this to you, for you to pass on to him or not." She clumsily opened the cloth bundle, and the contents immediately shocked Duong Halan. "This is..." Mac Si Vu casually listed each item. "Antidote for the Jiangdu flower and the fierce bear drug. There's one more thing, but I don't know what it is. It looked useful, so I just took it." Duong Halan carefully picked up the object to examine it. "This is the Flying Soul Arrow, one of the 10 supreme weapons of the Tang family." Then she looked worried. "But to bring it out, did you touch the Tang family's treasury?" Hearing the name of the item, Mac Si Vu suddenly became much more excited. "Is it the Flying Soul Arrow? Seems my luck isn't bad." Everyone was distracted by the events outside, so there weren't many guards left, but I still killed one or two. Duong Halan suddenly erupted with a furious aura. "What did you say? You dare to be in Tang family territory, killing our people and stealing things?" The old man replied without hesitation, "Urgent matters. Tan Tu Kwong." The next words completely shattered Duong Halan's heart. "Set fire to the repository and escape." "Warrior Tan, why is your face so pale?" "That smell of smoke is..." Before the person beside him could finish, Mac Si Vu interrupted. "That's right, he did it. He knew he wasn't a match for Rakshasa, so he surely fled far away long ago." From beginning to end, his eyes were always observing every expression of Duong Halan, trying to get a hold on her. But now there are dozens of people chasing him. Sure enough, she had no doubts, seeming to completely believe the man's words. He needs help. The old man didn't even care about Duong Halan's changing expression, only emphasizing, "I really wanted to help him, but due to personal suffering, I have to leave here. That's why I brought these things here. Hope they will be useful." "Hope so." His voice suddenly dropped. "Well, want to help him." Faced with the urging, "If you don't decide fast, he'll lose his life," Duong Halan just stood silently, biting her lip, seemingly still very hesitant. A chaotic chain of thoughts flashed through her mind. "I completed the Rakshasa order bringing him here. If I help him now, I will become a traitor, expelled from the Tang family." Sweat began to seep out on her beautiful face. "I also won't be able to fulfill my dream of becoming the Tang sect master anymore." The answer is already too clear, isn't it? Duong Halan gritted her teeth tight, but her eyes were filled with thought. Mac Si Vu stood calmly by the side, waiting for her to make a decision. The fire at the repository was not only not extinguished, but burned even more fiercely. A.O. Lapback and I witnessed everything from afar, unable to help but exclaim, "He really is too much." He twisted his face in annoyance. "This brat, you have crossed the line." His heart was a tangled mess. "The fire has spread to the Tang family's trading house. We won't be able to handle business for a long time. Just this alone is enough to cause a significant deficit in the treasury." A.O. Lapback Knee's eyes were lined with blood vessels. "But more importantly, the biggest loss is our reputation, letting a brat strike against the Tang family." Then he muttered to himself, "Seems you weren't joking about the level of your madness. Now I understand clearly." From behind, the assassin sent out earlier returned to report. "What is it?" Lord Duong Loi Sam was ambushed by Poison Dragon and went into the repository, but we have lost contact with him. Due to the thick smoke, we cannot approach to investigate, and the firefighting efforts are not going very smoothly. A.O. Lapback and I hurriedly asked, "Where is Mac Si Vu?" The person took out a piece of paper. "He has gone missing." There was a letter in the room. He took the letter, reading the contents sternly. "Spare his life. I will offer this whole world to you." He suddenly burst out laughing. Turns out I made a huge mistake. Poison Dragon was just bait. He crushed the paper in his hand. From the start, he was the prey, not the bait. Seems the madman isn't just Poison Dragon. The assassin spoke up again in confusion. "My lord, do we need to send a squad to pursue?" Ao Lapback and I replied bluntly, "No need. Max Sivu won't betray the Tang family. He knows too many secrets. Even if he wanted to switch sides, he would be discovered quickly." He judged coldly. Instead of risking more, he must keep his promise to me. The one we need to catch is Poison Dragon, not Max Sivu. The subordinate understood upon hearing this and hurriedly left. "Yes, my lord." Ao Lapback and I then continued to look towards the firelight. "Good, keep resisting. You filthy brat. Eventually you'll be no different from the maggots squirming on the ground." He was extremely furious. "I will show you. That filthy worm is completely helpless against this Rakshasa." The mortals in the underworld buzzed with noise. "Get water to put out the fire. Hurry up. Do you want the repository to turn into dust?" A maid went to the leader, reporting anxiously, "We still aren't allowed to use the north sector." This made him even more terrified. "Then go ask for orders, quickly." As for Tan Tu Kwong, he was currently standing behind a large pillar, observing everything before him. They're all distracted by putting out the fire. He immediately changed direction. Since only a few people of the Tang family are allowed in here, most of them won't recognize me. Tan Tu Kwong silently speculated. "But I can't guarantee I can walk around freely without being caught. Must quickly find the fastest way to escape this place." Just like that, he quietly left the area. Just then, on the city wall, the nun was calmly witnessing it all. "He is here." Di Hong gripped the weapon in her hand. "You can hide from others, but you can't hide from me." Poison Dragon. Her face was full of arrogance, looking extremely interested. Having said that, she immediately flew off. Tan Tu Kwong gradually sensed a strong killing intent approaching. He abruptly turned towards the culprit. A loud explosion rang out, flinging Tan Tu Kwong far away, while simultaneously shattering the surrounding rocks. Di Hong spoke strangely. "You think you can escape with me here?" Her heart was poisonous, but her mouth always chanted Amida Buddha. Tan Tu Kwong gritted his teeth, gripping his cloak. "No matter how you run." Di Hong opened her mouth, roaring despicably. "Eventually you must meet your destined one." Suddenly, Tan Tu Kwong's cloak flew forward, blocking Di Hong's first attack. As for him, he quickly retreated, his feet landing firmly on the ground. She gritted her teeth in anger, shouting, "Just a dirty trick." Tan Tu Kwong looked quite panicked, trying to find a way to turn the tables. Di Hong used her strength to tear the cloak apart. "This thing is useless against me." Having said that, she swung her sword to slash, but was suddenly blocked by an iron chain. The clash of sword and chain let out an ear-piercing clang. Di Hong sneered, "That thing can't block the non-killing sword." The impact caused the weapon in Tan Tu Kwong's hand to vibrate. "That chain will break soon, just like your little life." Facing this weak resistance, Di Hong was ceaselessly contemptuous. Even Buddha would find it hard to save you. Just as she was smugly cursing, "Go turn into a wandering ghost." A red rope suddenly flew from afar, wrapping tightly around Di Hong's arm. She turned around in surprise to look in the direction of the strange attacking object. Tan Tu Kwong was also bewildered. Someone had intervened to help, saving him from a fatal blow. The arrival was dressed neatly, with striking red hair. "Warrior Tan, I'm here to save you," Duong Halan said with a smile. Tan Tu Kwong looked extremely astonished at this moment. "Miss Halan." Di Hong observed the enemy carefully for a long while to make sure she wasn't seeing things. "Did I hear wrong?" She raised an eyebrow slightly. "You just said you came to save him?" Duong Halan replied firmly, "Yes." Di Hong was extremely shocked upon hearing this. "Isn't he the criminal the Tang family is hunting? Why do you?" The opposite side suddenly fell silent, making her momentarily confused. But finally, she returned to the main issue. "I originally thought the Tang family accepted this trash because of some plot. Seems that's not the case. I didn't expect you to betray the clan for romantic feelings." A thick killing intent suddenly radiated from Di Hong, and she gritted her teeth in warning. "Seems I have to teach you a lesson." Duong Halan realized the critical situation and hurriedly shouted, "Pardon the offense, but I won't accept preaching from a believer like you." Having said that, she immediately channeled power in her long whip. Di Hong's restrained arm instantly spurted blood, terrifying the nun. The prolonged pain made her uncomfortable. Isn't that the divine weapon tortoise silk whip of the Tang family? Her train of thought was quickly cut off by a figure rushing in like the wind. Duong Halan focused power into her knee, unleashing a heaven-shaking strike to Di Hong's face. She flew backward, simultaneously separating from Tan Tu Kwong, rolling a few times on the ground before hitting the stone wall. Duong Halan hurriedly ran to Tan Tu Kwong's side, asking worriedly, "Can you still move?" She took the bundle prepared by the Tang family out of her bag and handed it to him. "Great! Take it. What is this?" Duong Halan explained sternly and suggested, "Zhang Du Hois antidote. I will deal with Di Hong. You get out of here quickly." Tan Tu Kwong saw this, full of questions. "Why do this? You don't owe me anything anymore." She lowered her head. Her face slightly sad, replied, "I didn't come here for that." Just as she was about to explain, "I am just." In the thick smoke, a light flashed. The dusty haze turned into a violent whirlwind, rushing straight at the two of them. Duong Halan swung her weapon instinctively. With just one whip strike, she stopped the thing in the smoke. Duong Halan glanced angrily, ordering Tan Tu Kwong, "Go quickly. There is no time to explain. The commotion here will soon attract everyone." But he still stood frozen there. "You still have your own business to attend to, don't you?" Suddenly, Di Hong's shrill voice rang out. "I am still here, and you two dare to chat? You dirty, deceitful slut." At this moment, she looked like a madwoman. "Looks like you're rotten too. I will deal with you, along with that poison dragon." She gritted her teeth, staring at the two. Duong Halan ignored the nun's words, continuing to counterattack. But this time, the old woman quickly dodged that blow. Di Hong's eyes widened, veins bulging. Duong Halan's face darkened, starting to channel more power into her arm. This move inadvertently created a terrifying shockwave, covering the space ahead in dust. Heavy footsteps trampled the ground. Di Hong took advantage of the obscured vision, intending to attack, rushing forward like the wind. Suddenly, she sprang up, unleashing the ghost-slaying kick, stomping hard onto Duong Halan. She couldn't react in time and was kicked away. A series of loud explosions made the wounded Tan Tu Kwong shout in panic. "Miss Halan!" She groaned in pain, gritting her teeth, her strength draining away. Di Hong didn't stop, continuing to rush toward Duong Halan. Tan Tu Kwong could no longer stand by and watch. Just as Di Hong gripped her long sword with both hands, eyes flashing with killing intent, swinging it down hard, Duong Halan's face turned pale. She could only watch death approach. Tan Tu Kwong immediately unleashed the Jade Cave 9 Light Seal Breaker, but Duong Halan didn't say a word, which suddenly made him realize something. She used her long whip to block Di Hong's sword, shouting loudly, "Don't worry about this battle anymore. Go quickly." Duong Halan's attitude was extremely determined. "I'm just a bearer of the bloodline of the family that ruined your life. This is how I atone for my sins. So please continue on your path." Tan Tu Kwong shouted unwillingly, but before he could finish, Duong Halan interrupted. "You being here only gets in the way. I am a direct descendant of the Tang family. She cannot kill me." Her voice gradually became urgent. "Please." Her hands trembled, seemingly unable to hold on much longer. Tan Tu Kwong felt conflicted for a moment. He squeezed his eyes shut, torn inside, but finally decided to leave. Di Hong stared at his retreating back in shock, hurriedly trying to break free from Duong Halan. "You think I'll let you escape?" But she quickly grabbed Di Hong's sleeve. "Neither will I. I won't let you chase after him." Di Hong was so angry her veins popped. "What is this stubborn, meaningless nonsense? You say I can't kill you because you are one of the direct descendants of the Tang family? I told you, I will destroy everything related to that devil." The corner of Duong Halan's mouth lifted into a smile as she replied, "Yeah, I know you don't care about that. I just lied to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left." Seeing this, Di Hong gritted her teeth and let out a cold snort, then lifted her foot and stomped hard on Duong Halan's chest. Di Hong stood there like a demon, looking at her and speaking in a threatening voice. "Are you ready to go to hell?" Duong Halan was pinned down, suffocating, mouth gaping, trying to gasp for air. A slut consumed by lust. Hatred swallowed Di Hong's reason. Repent in suffering, then cultivate your Buddha nature. Hanging by a thread, a woman suddenly walked up to her side, using a hand to stop her. "That's enough." Di Hong immediately recognized this voice, but still wanted to confirm the arrival. It turned out to be Tuesday Yun with a radiant smile. I do not allow you to kill her. The words were soft but carried unquestionable authority, terrifying her. What? Sect leader, don't stop me. She placed her foot on Duong Halan's chin, making her whole body tremble as she struggled. Di Hong kept stomping while waving her arms, screaming, she helped the poison dragon. She doesn't deserve to live. She must die. Damn it. Tuesday Yun held her head helplessly, sighed, and chanted a mantra. Seeing the fist approaching her face, she used all her strength to scream. I won't compromise this time. I will finish her off myself. The fist connected with her face. She crumpled. Di Hong's eyes widened. Tuesday, Yin didn't even look, throwing a punch that sent the insolent one flying. She flew through the air like a soulless body, clutching her head, daring not to face reality. Duong Halan also held her breath, watching that figure. That person smashed through several walls. Who knew if she still retained a human form? A large hole appeared at the base of the wall, dust flying everywhere. Tuesday Yin maintained her original posture. Although beaten painfully, she quickly propped herself up with her staff. Sect leader senior sister, what are you doing? Tuesday, Yin slowly approached, explaining, that is not good. I told you it wasn't allowed. Since when did you become so stubborn? Tuesday Yin walked, while smiling like a living bodhisattva, asking gently, have I been too lenient with you lately? She was fuming, eyes wide, gritting her teeth. But does that mean I have to be humiliated once again? Even if senior sister stops me, right now I cannot. Before she could finish, 5 fingers made intimate contact with Di Hong's cheek, slapping her face 90 degrees to the side. Covered in wounds, she couldn't believe her eyes, screaming, Sect leader! Another slap to the other cheek, making both sides symmetrical. Then, Tuesday Yin slapped her until she was about to achieve enlightenment. It seems you are still not awake. Tuesday Yin remained expressionless, as if nothing had happened, but her hands moved very fast, saying, I told you, don't let emotions control you, right? If you keep acting like this, how will others look at our Mei sect? Di Hong was attacked from all angles, having no strength left to answer. Afterward, she knelt at the sect leader's feet. Tuesday Yin smiled with narrowed eyes again. I need someone to take responsibility for the poison dragon's escape. That is why I said we cannot take Miss Tang's life. While she was struggling and coughing violently, Tuesday Yin suddenly turned her face away, changing her attitude. The poison dragon has escaped. If we kill the person who helped him, regardless of the truth, won't the Tang family point their spears at us? Duong Halan lay motionless on the ground, breathing with difficulty. How shameful. They have become a pair of ill-fated lovers. Tuesday Yun, with an aura of murderous intent, spoke words that seemed to send people to hell. Miss Tang, you will be expelled from the sect, just like the poison dragon whom you exchanged your life for. What a pity. If he hadn't tried to escape, things would have been much better. If he escapes successfully, Western Sichuan will turn into a sea of blood. Di Hong clutched her neck, trying to beg. Please let me go hunt him down. I will catch him, crush him, drag him back. Tuesday Yin just frowned slightly and said, we are waiting for that bloody battle to happen. Why bring the poison dragon back? She was sweating profusely, drops falling, looking dazed. Duong Halan found it hard even to breathe, but still managed to speak. Is this the Amaze sex conspiracy? Tuesday Yun smirked. Remember this. If you want to save the poison dragon, you'd better learn to keep your mouth shut. Duong Halan closed her eyes tightly. The capital was engulfed in flames. The night was late, the full moon hidden behind clouds. In the quiet room, someone was pacing anxiously. A.O. lapped back and I walked in circles, causing an older woman to remark, good heavens, it's been a long time since I've seen brother so restless and hesitant. Big brother. He frowned, looking extremely impatient. How can I be at ease? Something big has happened. Even though I tried my best to stop people from talking, the whole Jianghu surely knows by now. There's a mess here, and that guy disappeared without a trace. I really don't understand. She laughed with interest. He. This woman was the head of the Sichuan Tang family, Lady Plum Blossom, Duong Bok O.C. She clasped her hands together, asking, should I take responsibility? Let others blame me. A.O. lapped back and I turned around and replied, you think I'm like this because I'm afraid of being blamed? The repository has burned to ashes. We can't do anything about it. Then what is it? His pupils contracted to a small point as he looked up and replied, once we no longer have the repository, I should have monitored him from the start. I locked him in the repository for him to prove his worth. If he provoked me, but still proved himself, I would have tamed him, turned him into a useful tool for me. Her eyes lit up as she continued. But brother not only failed to tame him, but also let him escape all your restraints. He looked as if he had been poked in a sore spot, eyes blazing. I will not let this go. Especially Halan. I will not forgive her for letting that guy go. Duong Bak OC lowered her head and asked, if brother thinks so, then isn't all of this Max Sivu's plot? That old man left the dangerous work to Halan while he fled far away. He spread his arms, raising his voice. That is the problem. A descendant of the Tang family falling into such a stupid trap. Ao lapped back and I paused, taking a deep breath to calm down, then continued. How should we deal with Halan? You understand the family rules better than I do. Just speak your mind. She bowed her head, pretending to ponder, then said, betraying the sect must be met with appropriate punishment. Even a direct descendant is no exception. And she must be locked in the underground dungeon immediately because she helped the poison dragon escape, going against the will of the sect. She sat outside the iron bars, sternly accusing. And for the act of handing over the family treasure, the flying soul arrow, to an outsider, you will have to stay behind these bars. Duong Bak OC clenched her fist, the corners of her mouth drooping. And because you could not control your emotions after giving your heart to the poison dragon, you are forced to continue wearing the phoenix crown and wedding dress as punishment until the poison dragon is caught. If we don't do this, the Tang family's reputation will be gone. Duong Halan, accept your punishment quickly. This is the responsibility of one born to dedicate herself to the clan. She knelt on the ground, head bowed, saying not a word. Finally, Duong Halan still had to speak. Yes, grandmother. A moment later, they left, leaving her alone in this gloomy place. Suddenly, Duong Halan collapsed to the ground and burst out laughing. Ha ha! She lay motionless on the spot, saying, a prisoner in a wedding dress. I really have become part of a pair of ill-fated lovers. Her dark eyes were filled with sorrow. Warrior Tan, have you left safely? She fell silent again, gazing into the distance. For the great cause of revenge, you didn't even hesitate to set yourself on fire. At first, I was just curious about you because I didn't understand why you had to go to such lengths, why you were so desolate. And in any battle, you never backed down. When I realized how different we were, I gradually sympathized with you more and began to be curious about what kind of person you were. After hearing that story, I once hoped you would find happiness. But could it be that the Tang family is also involved in all of this? When you asked Ao Lapback and I, he answered cruelly, yes, I gave the order. At that moment, Duong Halan was terrified. The one who took away your happiness was the very family I swore to protect with my life. I am your sworn enemy. She closed her eyes tightly. Tears fell down. From the start, I had no right to hope for your happiness. Then Duong Halan lay there in pain, tormenting herself. Helping you escape was the least I could do to atone for the clan's sins. You cannot be caught again. You have lived a life of suffering. You must be repaid. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists. A feeling of emptiness gnawed at her body. But being left behind like this, I am so lonely. Miss Halan, a voice pulled her out of her stupor. She groggily opened her eyes. A familiar figure was standing outside the iron bars. Duong Halan sat up abruptly. Impossible. Warrior Tan, he was hiding in the shadows, quietly watching her. Tears of surprise still lingered in the corners of Duong Halan's eyes. She asked, I'm not dreaming, am I? Why are you here? Tan Tu Kwong smiled and replied, I left traces of an escape, but actually, I hid right within the walls of the Tang family. He stood there, looking at her unblinkingly, explaining, they didn't know I could use lightness skills, so they surely thought I had fled far away. Recalling that moment, while they were busy putting out the fire, I grasped the layout of the other structures inside the citadel walls. When I knew you were imprisoned here, I disguised myself as a guard to infiltrate. Duong Halan grabbed the iron bars like a madwoman, shouting, that's not what I meant. Why did you come back? Why didn't you run? Tan Tu Kwong looked at her affectionately, replying, because if I ran, I would be caught soon enough. Staying here offers a greater chance of survival. Moreover, I couldn't leave you behind. Hearing this, her cheeks began to heat up, her face frozen. He seriously repeated, on the day we were to be married, the Amay sect leader once told me, asking if my goal of revenge was ultimately an individual, a group, or an entire system. She advised me not to be obsessed with revenge, as it always blinds the eyes, but to focus on the objective. I hope my vengeance targets only a single face. Recently, Bien Phu also said similar words, that I shouldn't simply view a collective as a group because it is made up of many different lives. The two faced each other. Tan Tu Kwong continued, "You are from the clan I consider my enemy, but you did not participate in a massacre of the medicine sect. You felt guilty about that and bet your life to help me." He paused for a moment, so I decided not to leave you behind. Duong Halan could not speak a word, just looking at Tan Tu Kwong unblinkingly. Then she grasped the iron bars and said, "If only it were for another reason. But this answer is a decision you wanted to make yourself." She lowered her head, letting the tears fall. "Thank you for not forgetting me, for not discarding me after I lost all value." Tan Tu Kwong smiled. Suddenly, she let out a cry. "What's wrong?" Duong Halan awkwardly sat down on the ground. Because I sat in one position for too long, my legs are numb." He also squatted down, sighing, "Are my feet a bit bigger than a normal woman's feet?" She took off her shoes. Tan Tu Kwong massaged her while innocently replying, "I don't know. I've never seen a woman's feet before." "It would be strange if you had." Duong Halan's cheeks blushed again. She gently asked, "Do you know what it means if a woman lets a man touch her body?" Unexpectedly, he answered immediately, "I know." She was startled. "You know? Then now, apart from marrying you, I have no other choice." Tan Tu Kwong remained focused on massaging her legs, continuing, "I remember, that was the reason we came here." Duong Halan looked away. His hands didn't stop kneading her smooth calves. "So, what do you plan to do next?" "They will soon discover you are here. Honestly, it's impressive you haven't been caught yet," Tan Tu Kwong said with an expressionless face. "They have already discovered me. But I dealt with all the guards, so now in this dungeon, only I remain. People outside will certainly notice something is wrong soon, but they will only be wary or hesitant about me, so what happened in the storage room won't repeat itself." She looked worried. "Then aren't we cornered? This place doesn't look like it has any secret passages I don't know about." His expression remained unchanged. "Correct. I checked the structure here. There really isn't anything. But in return, I discovered this. So don't worry, we can get out." Duong Halan pursed her lips tightly, looking at Tan Tu Kwong unblinkingly. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. "Strange. Normally I would find this impossible, but now hearing you say it, I feel reassured." Only then did she notice the object on his wrist. Tan Tu Kwong held up his fist to show it off. "This is the thing inside the bag you gave me. I didn't know how to use it, so I just wore it like this for now." Duong Halan looked at it and explained, "It's called the Flying Soul Arrow, similar to my tortoise silk whip. It is one of the 10 great divine weapons of the Tang family. Do you see that bracelet? If you channel internal energy into it, it will shoot out tiny threads invisible to the naked eye." He followed her instructions. "They are sharper than any divine sword, capable of cutting through anything they touch. Even techniques like copper skin iron bones or the golden bell cover cannot stop them." Duong Halan smiled gently and said, "From now on, it is your weapon. It seems we still have a little time. Let me teach you how to use it. I will also pass on a few Tang family techniques for self-defense." Tan Tu Kwong narrowed his eyes, silently looking at the bracelet. In the Tang family master's room, the man received the news and called the messenger back. "What did you say? That guy is in the dungeon?" "It seems so. Several of our guards went for the shift change." The messenger was a bit worried, discovering the guard from the previous shift had all collapsed on the ground. At the same time, a large amount of poisonous creatures was found at the dungeon entrance. They realized an outsider had intruded into the dungeon. He must definitely still be there. The man angrily crumpled the paper in his hand. "So that's it. We turned all of Sichuan upside down and couldn't find a trace of him." Ao lapped back, Knee's inner mind surged, veins bulging on his face. "But why did he choose to hide in the dungeon? Don't tell me he has developed those useless feelings for how long. Whatever your purpose is, this time do not dream of succeeding." Night fell. At the entrance of the Tang family dungeon, the people and horses of the Tang family had gathered in full force. "Sister, have you been here since earlier?" Duong Bak Oc turned to Ao Lapback and I. "Elder brother, you've arrived? Why make things difficult for yourself by coming personally?" She turned completely towards him and spoke. "If that person is the grandson-in-law elder brother has chosen, I think I should at least see what he looks like. But he doesn't seem to intend to come out. He's playing hard to get, forcing me to come here." Ao Lapback and I roared like a madman. Otherwise, why would he barge into the dungeon so blatantly? Just thinking about him stirring everything up is annoying. His whole body radiated a murderous aura that could not be underestimated. Inside the spiral staircase came a clumping sound. The ground began to shake. The man and woman holding hands stopped walking. It's grandfather. Tan Tu Kwong looked up, frowning. I think the person we were waiting for has arrived. Time to go out. She nodded slightly. He seriously instructed, what is about to happen might make you uncomfortable. Do you trust me? Duong Halan firmly replied, I trust you. The two looked at each other, preparing to rush out to the other side. Ao lapped back and I strode to the prison door. The door slowly opened. Duong Bak Osi looked at him, calling Ao lapped back and I. The entrance was silent, as if nothing had happened. He sighed, I have come as you wished. This time, whatever trick you play. Suddenly, he fell silent, his eyes widening in extreme shock. She frowned, hesitating. Ao lapped back and I, that is. Inside, a group of prisoners, still wearing shackles, lined up in a row, everyone wearing a look of resentment. Ao lapped back and I saw this scene, only cursing softly. Damn it. He was angry to the point of exploding, gritting his teeth. You damn worm. What the hell kind of trick are you playing? Tan Tu Kwong and Duong Halan walked out side by side. He clenched his fist, lips moving slightly, saying, Rakshasa, I want to make a deal with you. Tan Tu Kwong's eyes flashed with light. The other person froze for a second. What did you say? You want to negotiate with me? Ao lapped back and I found another reason to scream. Brat, I am a supreme Rakshasa. In my hands, I hold the power of life and death that only the heavens should decide. An ant like you wants to do that too? He calmly replied, I stand corrected. This is a threat, not a negotiation. Tan Tu Kwong tilted his head slightly. Provoking. Let me and Miss Halan leave here. The other person smirked triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. Are you crazy? Being so confident just to make such an absurd demand? He decisively raised a hand, wearing the weapon. Countless tiny threads shot out from it. Look clearly, the things wrapped around these people's necks. Ao lapped back and I stared in wide-eyed shock. Flying soul, arrow. His face immediately turned black, while the crowd behind began to whisper, ridiculous. So what if you take these prisoners as hostages? He growled, you're crazy. Just 3 words made the two faces turn pale. Tan Tu Kwong looked at him and said, because the Tang family is not the government. These people are in prison here not because they violated the imperial court's laws. This means they're sinners of the Tang family, people who directly oppose the Tang family. His eyes lit up, but why does the Tang family, which treats killing people like cutting grass, keep them here? Because these people cannot die, are not allowed to die. Being alive is more useful than being dead. That is why the eyes of these prisoners are empty. If they all died here, wouldn't it affect the Tang family's future schemes, big and small? Duong Bak Osi laughed out loud. You truly did not disappoint me. Tan Tu Kwong raised his fist, sneering. Furthermore, if rumors of the Tang family abusing prisoners spread, it will be very difficult for the Tang family to hold prisoners in the future. Because if they know that getting caught means death, they will do whatever it takes to avoid becoming prisoners. The other person opened his eyes wide, teeth visible behind his long beard, laughing. Very sharp. But do you dare use the flying soul arrow to kill these innocent people? I know very well. You have decided to follow the righteous path. He coldly replied, I will strike because they have allowed me to do so. Ao lapped back, knees, brows furrowed even tighter. Absurd. I apologize, but it is the truth. Rakshasa, an elder with white hair and beard, stepped forward as a representative to speak. This young man has heard our story and said he would take responsibility for everything. He promised to take your head on our behalf. The scarred-faced elder smiled and said, rather than being imprisoned here, becoming a burden to the sect and clan, I would rather bet on this young man. Ao lapped back, knees. Patience seemed to have reached its limit. The rest shouted in unison, seeing you yield is enough for us. We are willing to bet our lives for that. Duong Halan had remained silent until now, just frowning in thought. Grandfather is someone who weighs the pros and cons in everything he does. His judgments and actions are all for his own benefit. Unexpectedly, the poison dragon is using his own methods against him, even threatening grandfather. He is using grandfather's trick to deal with grandfather himself. But an invisible sword has stabbed towards the person opposite, completing everything without wasting any effort. She glanced at him with some worry. He disguised himself as a guard, but didn't come to find me immediately because of this matter. He said, I have stated my demand. Let me and Miss Halan leave here. Ao lapped back, knees, face darkened. Then he smiled cunningly. Ha 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 ha. He threw his head back and laughed ceaselessly. Ha 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 ha. Fine, I agree. Hearing this, everyone smiled. Only Tan Tu Kwong smirked. He continued to speak words even more shocking. I allow you to become the son-in-law of the Tang family. The young man gaped, unable to expect this. Ao lapped back and I happily proposed. I acknowledge that you are worthy. You have courage and decisiveness, and you are very intelligent. Even your ability to weigh pros and cons surpasses me in my youth. I allow you to bear the surname Tang. You will become my sword, conquering this world. You will surpass me, becoming someone even more formidable. The faces of all the prisoners turned extremely unsightly. Duong Halan's face was also taut as a bowstring. The storage room? No problem. Prisoners like them. You can have as many as you want. He laughed uncontrollably. This is my gift to you. So pull those threads. Tan Tu Kwong gritted his teeth in anger. Why is it like this? Someone like me, to Rakshasa, clearly has less value than these people. Those people turned to whisper among themselves. He clenched his fists, thinking painfully, but by making me more valuable, he has rendered the pawns in my hand useless. Just like that, the situation of the transaction has reversed. Ao lapped back and I smiled smugly, glancing over to ask, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull the strings. Or was everything you said just a bluff?" Tan Tu Kwong looked distressed, still unable to think of a countermeasure. Is this the true power of one who holds the world in his hands? Suddenly, the old man from before spoke up. "Young man, we are ready." He was slightly startled. The old man turned fully toward him, saying, "We never expected to survive under Rakshasa's hands. He is not such an easy opponent to deal with. But for people who had long given up, just waiting to die like us, you have given us hope, so do not worry." Tan Tu Kwong frowned, intending to retort, but another woman laughed and interjected, "Rakshasa will not spare those who have betrayed him like us. You will keep your promise to us, won't you?" He remained silent. Tan Tu Kwong bowed his head, articulating every word. "I swear, I will definitely take Rakshasa's life." They all looked at him with satisfaction and smiled. All right. On the other side, Ao lapped back and I was still laughing madly, shouting, "Why are you all just standing there? Is it all a trick? I knew it. Someone like you." He shouted loudly. "Five Elements Sect Master, Wugwa." He and Duong Halan bowed their heads, avoiding the gruesome scene. Head after head was severed from its neck. Ao lapped back, and I was no longer laughing. His expression stiffened. "You want me to become your sword? If you want me to submit, even if you try to force a sword into a mold." His voice went hoarse, fists clenched. "You will also have to live your whole life in anxiety of having the sword point pointed at your head." Sangbo troop leader, Li Wei Xing's successor of the Gue Wei Merchant Association, Hung Bei. One by one, heads fell to the ground. Leader of the Wu Mountain Fortress, Song Shanren. Abbot of Long Mountain Temple, Xiagon. Butler of Nanmin Manor, Wang Han Fu. His eyes shone as he clearly read each name. The old man stood frozen, asking dumbfoundedly, "Why are you suddenly calling their names?" Sect Master of Ding Tian Sect. Leader of the Yuan Long Farming Association. He roared, "I am asking you." The young man smiled, but his face was drenched in tears. "These are the names of the people who died for me today. I will etch their hatred onto this sword." Tan Tu Kwong's hand was bleeding. Even if the sword is sheathed, they will not be forgotten. The old man was furious. "You brat." His hand trembled uncontrollably. "He must die. He is too dangerous. I cannot tame him." Ao lapped back and I thought with bloodshot eyes. Even if I have to abandon my plot to conquer the world, even if I have to break my word and lose face, I must crush him, finish him off before he is fully fledged. He burned with rage. She warned, "Yuan, danger, if grandfather attacks." Ao lapped back and I. This address made him stop immediately. Duong Bok O.C. chuckled, reminding him, "If it is a double-edged sword, isn't its use still decided by the master?" Ao lapped back and I thought for a moment. Energy still surging around his body. "It's fine. It's just a sword. Only the master has the right to decide what it can do." He tried to calm down. Was I just defeated by the provocation of that terrifying bloodlust I haven't seen in so long? He spoke slowly Correct, that is enough. Having said that, Ao lapped back and I stepped back. I leave the rest for the sect master's younger sister to handle. She smiled and replied, very well. Duong Bak, OC spoke up. All right, shall we end this conversation now? In front, a handsome man and a beautiful woman stood close together amidst a field of corpses, both wearing expressions of determination and resentment. Entrance to the Tang family dungeon. All right, Duong Bak, OC ordered, except for the captain of the Flying Soul Squad. Everyone withdraw. They simultaneously clasped their hands and bowed. Yes, madam. She smiled and signaled. Due to the circumstances, only now can I introduce myself. I am Ha Lan's grandmother, Duong Bak OC. You must be Ha Lan's husband. You are. He frowned, not very friendly. I am Tan Tu Kwong. Ah, right, Warrior Tan. She giggled again. It's been a long time since I've seen my elder brother so angry. Truly interesting, thanks to you. Ha Lan. You're no stranger to this either, right? She cleared her throat. Grandmother. He said nothing, just narrowed his eyes observing. Duong Bak OC naturally noticed. No need to be so wary of me, as I am considering letting you two go. Duong Halan looked astonished, while he calmly said, I stand my ground. I will not accept anyone's kindness without reason. She explained, at first glance, I have no reason to let you go, but I believe this is what I should do. All my life, I have protected the family rules to prevent them from going astray and maintain proper laws. Duong Bak OC closed her eyes slightly. My elder brother suddenly decided to recommend you as a successor. If that actually happens, I will have a huge headache, because the hierarchy and rules in the house are very strict. But you requested to leave with Halan. However, there are some things you must slowly get used to. She looked delighted. She became serious. It seems my elder brother has reached some transactions with you. If lucky, perhaps you can delay your punishment, but Halan cannot. If within 100 days she does not correct her mistake, assassins will be sent. They will chase you two to the ends of the earth. Her face immediately darkened. Tan Tu Kwong's steely assurance made her blush. I will handle that. Duong Bak OC sighed and smiled. If so, I have nothing more to say. Halan, come here. She hesitated a little. She removed a ring from her hand and gave it to her. This is... Duong Bak OC held Duong Halan's hand and instructed, I originally intended to put this on you myself on your wedding day, but it seems that is impossible now. Sell this. It's enough for you two to live on for a while. If within these 100 days, your heart changes. She clutched the ring, interrupting, It won't, grandmother. My mind is made up. She paused to think, then said, All right. Duong Bak OC tilted her head and spoke to the person beside her, captain of the Flying Soul Squad. This is my final request to you as a family member. I hope you escort them to wherever they wish. Is that all right? He bowed, as you command. She smiled until her eyes curved into lines, saying, I hope you two live happily. Duong Halan looked at her with emotion. Arriving at a desolate mountain forest, the sky was still dim. She ran playfully ahead, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha! He silently followed behind. Duong Halan laughed until tears flowed. I have never felt this free. I don't need the Tang family anymore, nor do I need to be any sect master. Tan Tu Kwong asked sadly, Are you very happy? She turned around to share the joy in her heart. I didn't expect that only after everything ended could I experience this feeling. It seems I should have let go sooner. His sparkling eyes looked at her, saying nothing. She rushed forward again, speaking incessantly. But we can't just wander around like this. Duong Halan lifted the hem of her dress to check. Entering a village will attract many curious eyes. She smiled, hair blowing in the wind, laughing softly. Let's change clothes. They produced 2 sets of clothes from somewhere, holding them while walking and talking. She asked curiously, I thought this suggestion was very impulsive. I didn't expect you to follow it without a word of complaint. He said reluctantly, I also felt we should change a bit. Ahead was a river. Duong Halan suggested. This is where I usually come after finishing a mission. We can't let blood stain our new clothes. Let's bathe first. She tilted her head and asked, Bathe together? Tan Tu Kwong asked innocently, What? She grinned. Why so surprised? Back at the inn, weren't you very thick-skinned? He said awkwardly. But that time and now are different, you dummy. As they spoke, a noise suddenly rang out. Both looked in that direction. It turned out 3 beautiful young women had already occupied the spot, bathing and laughing happily. They hid behind a bush. Seems someone got here before us. Duong Halan turned to him unhappily. He was staring blankly ahead. Then she used both hands to pinch his cheeks, twisting them back and forth. She pulled Tan Tu Kwang's face closer to hers, blushing as she demanded, "Don't look anywhere else. Look at me." She opened her eyes wide, as if wanting to hypnotize him. "Look only at me, until they leave. Then what? Do you accept?" "I don't know. I'm still thinking." He broke into a sweat. "What's wrong? Just accept it. Didn't the guy say he likes you?" "But I'm not ready yet." He hesitated a moment, then confessed, "This is the first time I've been face to face with someone for so long without it being for a fight." It was Duong Ha-Lan's turn to be stunned. Then she burst out laughing, startling the girls, who hurriedly covered themselves. Duong Ha-Lan rolled on the ground, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, there's someone there." She laughed until tears streamed down, saying, "Oh heavens, you really are a fool who only knows how to fight." "Ha ha ha." Tan Tu Kwang didn't understand and pouted. Then Duong Ha-Lan sat up, looking toward the stream bank. "I think they were scared away." "Our turn." She stood up and said, "At first I was thinking if we should bathe together, but I changed my mind. Stay behind that rock. Keep your eyes on me at all times." "This is punishment for making me laugh." "Punishment again." Duong Ha-Lan slowly took off her clothes, revealing her white shoulders, smiling as she said, "Because if you don't consider this a punishment, I'll be angry." In a cave, a voice rang out, "You must be tired today." The two of them had changed clothes, sitting before a fire to warm up. "Because you had to listen to me." "Not at all." Tan Tu Kwang turned slightly to her, saying nothing. "Just say frankly that you are uncomfortable." Duong Ha-Lan stiffened, as if her secret thoughts had been hit. "No need to force yourself. It's all right." She immediately bowed her head, hugging her knees. "You found out? Seems I showed it too clearly." Then she opened her eyes, the firelight reflecting in them. "Although that place was always where my heart was directed, when I actually left, it wasn't happy at all. I was born there, grew up there, was taught there. The Tang family is my life, the place I dreamed of, my everything. But I can never return." Duong Ha-Lan held out her hand to look, asking, "Do you know what this is?" He replied, "Is it the ring your grandmother gave you?" This ring is bestowed upon Tang family women for many reasons. When someone marries a Tang woman, they will live their whole life as a person of the Tang family. She took off the ring and continued, "But if that man does not come from the Tang family, no one can say for sure when he might have a change of heart and betray the Tang family. Therefore, the clan teaches us how to control our men. Inside the ring, there's another layer, the fulfillment technique, which can capture a man's heart and soul. And there is even an aphrodisiac used for that technique." Tan Tu Kwang looked at her intently, not speaking. Duong Ha-Lan poured all the pills from the ring out. "Giving this to me means the clan hasn't given up on you yet. They probably want me to make you mine, then return to the Tang family together. But I won't do that." She looked at her palm and smiled softly. "Because I have already given up my clan, and also because I have fallen in love with you." Duong Ha-Lan turned to him and said, "Although I shamelessly followed you, I will become an obstacle on your path of revenge. If that happens, and you choose to leave me behind, I will understand. From my position, I cannot demand anything more from you." Suddenly, he grasped her hand. Tan Tu Kwang swallowed all the pills into his mouth without hesitation, causing her to turn pale with fright. "Warrior Tan, what are you doing?" He gulped down the pills. Tan Tu Kwang looked at her steadfastly. "I will not leave you behind. Never." Duong Ha-Lan stood as if frozen. She opened her eyes wide, looking at their hands gently touching. "I knew it from the start." The two kissed passionately. "The most dangerous man to me." The young lovers embraced tightly, unwilling to part. The sky gradually brightened. The next morning, the sun peeked out from behind a mountain. Duong Ha-Lan groggily woke up after a long sleep, covered only by a thin blanket. Seeing him approach, she immediately sat up. "You're awake," Tan Tu Kwang said, bringing back a pile of fruit. "I thought you would be hungry when you woke up, so I found some food nearby." She looked at him with a smile, her cheeks blushing. The fire that had burned all night was now extinguished. Duong Ha-Lan was dressed neatly, picking up an apple to wipe it clean. For some reason, she seemed pensive, not saying a word, puffing out her cheeks as if sulking at someone. He ate with great appetite, while she sat still without moving. He then asked, "Aren't you hungry?" "No, it's not that." Duong Ha-Lan lowered her head in embarrassment, stammering, "It's because I'm thinking about last night." Tan Tu Kwang innocently ate his apple and asked, "Do you regret it?" "I don't regret it, it's just..." She looked straight at him and replied, "I feel a bit strange because you've never treated me like that before." "Warrior Tan, have you ever liked me?" Tan Tu Kwang stopped chewing his apple. He thought for a moment, then answered decisively, "Probably yes." She stiffened. her face showing clear disappointment. Probably yes. How can you say that? He confessed, because this is also the first time I've had this feeling. But it certainly isn't a momentary whim. Tan Tu Kwong recalled the past, saying, actually, at first, I thought you were a weird girl. First releasing snakes, then demanding to duel with me. Duong Halan felt both embarrassed and angry. His affectionate gaze continued. But after going through so much with you, your image in my eyes became different. You listened to me with all your heart and even risked your life to help me. I don't know if that's why, but despite facing death countless times, you were always very strong. That made a deep impression on me. Tan Tu Kwong closed his eyes. I don't know when it happened, but I have fallen in love with you. The first time I saved you, I absolutely had no other intentions. But I have never regretted that choice. At this moment, she had softened, immersed in the sweetness of love. In other words, he smiled gently and replied, yes, I love you. Is this answer acceptable? Duong Halan cleared her throat shyly, avoiding his gaze. Tan Tu Kwong sighed, looking at her with a smile. Duong Halan was flustered, pouting as she said, when I heard your story, I hoped there was something that could make you happy. But now, since you have chosen me, she smiled. From now on, I want to become your happiness. Tan Tu Kwong couldn't help but smile along with her. The Martial Arts Alliance, the Grand Azure Dragon Sword Sect. Various martial arts groups were advancing toward the Qingcheng sect. Maxivu squinted his single remaining eye and laughed. Soon, Qingcheng Mountain will be crowded with people. Tam Ha was surprised and hurriedly turned to ask, why Qingcheng Mountain? Shandong Zhang Du Hoa is being held at the Qingcheng sect. He was stunned into silence. Didn't she vanish after escaping Sichuan? Now you say she is in Sichuan? He hurriedly asked. So those martial arts groups heading to Qingcheng Mountain are there to... The old man calmly sipped his tea, replying that they were coming to save Zhang Du Hoa. I spread the rumor about Zhang Du Hoa to the martial arts groups in Shandong. Maxivu laughed smugly. Shandong's Zhang Du Hoa was betrayed by her subordinates and then imprisoned on Qingcheng Mountain. Something like that. Tam Ha was furious, roaring, Zhang Du Hoa was betrayed? The old man paused for a moment and said, of course, it's a fabrication. Maxivu grinned broadly. But those who hear this news will rush to Qingcheng Mountain seething with murderous intent. However, the people of the Qingcheng sect are protecting Zhang Du Hoa, so they cannot attack the Shandong mob. In a situation where both sides are at a standstill like this, he was still astonished, asking, what does that mean? Is the Qingcheng sect refusing to release her? Or does Zhang Du Hoa not want to come out? Maxivu laughed uncontrollably. Impossible. She cannot escape. All women of the Tang family carry an antidote. If used to neutralize poison, all acupoints will open to expel the toxin, rendering them unable to move until the full moon. Tam Ha felt an itch all over his body and said nothing. The old man savored the last drop of tea. Eventually, those sent to Qingcheng Mountain will begin to suspect after not seeing Zhang Du Hoa, while the people of the Qingcheng sect will only waste time uselessly without achieving anything. Then, the last drop of tea fell, and he stuck out his tongue to catch it all without missing a drop. When the Qingcheng sect is accused of colluding with the evil sects, Maxivu raised his hand to wipe his mouth. I will swallow the entire Qingcheng sect. Tam Ha jumped up in panic. The Qingcheng sect, Shandong's Zhang Du Hoa, will also die along with the people of the Qingcheng sect. Incidentally, we can also clean up the evil sects, truly killing two birds with one stone. He slammed the table in anger, asking, but do you think the three tyrants of Sichuan will stand by and watch? The old man calmly replied, I have already made agreements. Just waiting for the Martial Arts Alliance to act. Maxivu reassured. It is just that those people of the Qingcheng sect are stubborn, hesitating to join the alliance. This is merely a problem I must solve now. Tam Ha held his head, looking confused. But this is not something Lord Bach can decide. We need to report to the alliance leader. The old man watched the scene, asking calmly, can I not do that? He maintained his posture and replied, recently, Lord Bach and the alliance leader have had some conflict. So Zhang Du Hoa's arm, which the alliance leader sent, was returned after being salted. Although it is in the past, it seems he does not know about Lord Bach's affairs. The old man's eyes widened. Heavens, Lord Bach must have been very angry. He turned around. You should take good care of him. Tam Ha was stunned. Are you leaving now? I still have my own plans. I cannot sit here and wait just because you say no. He saw the old man to the door, calling out after him, please take care, sir. Once done, he turned and tiptoed back to the room, finding it filled with ominous black energy that scared him into a cold sweat down his neck. Tamhar reported in panic. Lord Bach, Lord Max Sivu arrived as you said. He requested to speak with you. It was a bit difficult to send him away. The person had long hair hanging down, obscuring his face, and replied, "Very good." Tamhar remained outside the door, asking hesitantly, "But are you sure you do not want to hear about these major events yourself? I know what he is thinking, so there is no need. Please forgive my presumption. How long do you intend to stay in seclusion? Handling your affairs recently makes my heart feel like it's going to jump out." The person spoke slowly. The blade is not yet sharp enough. The person sat cross-legged, cultivating as he spoke. When the time comes, everything will be completed. The room was surrounded by cracks, furniture in disarray, and black energy engulfed the room. Bak Dung opened his blood-red eyes. The time has come. Scene change. Sichuan, Qingcheng Mountain. Several tents were set up in a large forest. The whole group happily came out to welcome him. Poison Dragon Tan Tu Kwong, eyes sparkling, smiled. "Everyone, I'm back." Duong Halan stood shyly beside him, cheeks blushing. "There are rumors that the Tang family is in chaos now," Zhang Duhoa said. "I was always worried something might happen, but seeing you two return safely is wonderful. And you brought back the antidote for me. I truly do not know how to repay you." He sighed softly and replied, "No need. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have done it." She looked at Duong Halan. "I'm also extremely grateful to you, Miss Tang." Duong Halan smiled and said, "All these matters are unrelated to the Tang family." She continued bashfully, "Moreover, I'm already Hero Tan's person, so his affairs are also mine." Outside, people were whispering, "I wonder how they escaped the Tang family. Are they a couple now?" And Zhang whispered, but everyone heard. "You mean Miss Tang, Duong Halan, has become Poison Dragon's woman?" At first in the Tang family, they were quite distant, but I guess something happened during the trip. Looking closely now, Poison Dragon's eyes aren't as gloomy as before. Tada pouted, looking extremely bored. Behind them, someone was observing the entire discussion. Inside, three important figures sat down to confer. Zhang Duhoa spoke first. "As I said before, you two should give up on revenge." He replied, "I remember." She avoided his gaze. "Living a quiet life with the person you love isn't bad. My whole life has been swept up in a vortex of hatred. Thinking of that person, her eyes became sad. Those days of mine were lived in ambiguity, so I often recall old memories. I wonder, if I hadn't met them, how my life would have turned out. If I weren't Sam Mang's daughter, if I had married someone else, would I have had a different life?" Just then, Bien Phuc suddenly knocked on the door, calling anxiously, "Miss Big Trouble." The Qing Chang sect. The three of them turned their heads simultaneously, stunned. "What is it?" Zhang Du Ho's eyes widened, but there was no spirit left in them. Her lips moved with difficulty. "I didn't expect you to come personally." The children faced him, stunned into silence. High-ranking Taoist Vo Nam stood there with majestic presence, pursing his lips slightly. She received him alone. "Welcome, high-ranking Taoist Vo Nam." Zhang Du Hoa bowed and asked, "Is it because of the Northern Heaven Taoist master?" Vo Nam replied, "Yes, because Northern Heaven said he wanted to resolve the problem he caused." He turned to her, asking hesitantly, "I heard you lost an arm. At this moment, I am truly fortunate that I cannot see, so I do not have to witness your suffering appearance." Zhang Du Hoa held her arm, her face revealing sorrow. "You're always like that. The world always has light and darkness, but you always try to hide. Not looking at that darkness." Vo Nam said seriously, "It is not that I do not like looking at darkness. It is just that I do not want to see you suffer." She looked at him intently and asked, "In that case, when my sect was attacked, leaving me heartbroken, did you still decide to close your eyes because you didn't want to see this world anymore? Do you think doing that makes me happy? Have you ever thought about what would happen to the people in your sect if you did that?" Vo Nam pursed his lips tightly, deep in thought. She clenched her fist and continued, "When I heard the news that you were blind in both eyes, I was very heartbroken. I never thought I would cause you such great injury." Vo Nam smiled and said, "Don't worry. That time was because I devoted too much affection to you. If I could go back to that moment, I would still do the same." He asked, "Then again, it is a matter that troubles you. You haven't changed a bit." She lowered her head and said, "I just heard that Warrior Tan and Miss Tang have confessed their feelings to each other. I really admire them. If it were before, I would have had the courage to do as they did. If I had chosen a different path, perhaps things would have been better." He smiled again. "It is not too late now. We cannot reverse time. but we can always change our hearts. Zhang Duhua suddenly stood up. I also told Warrior Tan that, but in the end, I still couldn't do it. She continued as she walked. If I forgive Bak Lai Dung, forget everything and start over. So then, she stopped walking, looking straight at him. Will you accept me? Vo Nam stammered at this sudden question. She reminded him, please be cautious with your words. You are now the sect leader of the Qingchang sect. Many people will not allow you to do as you please. He grinned radiantly. Duhua, I am very strong, the strongest in the Qingchang sect. If I no longer want to be the sect leader, who dares to stop me? She sighed, lowering her eyes. I used to hate this way of speaking of yours, both childish and improper. Her eyes looked sad, but I was wrong. If you were a superficial person, you couldn't have been so consistent from beginning to end. Vo Nam reached out his hand to suggest, how about changing your residence? From a mountain gate, go straight up to the Qingchang sect. There, you will recuperate better than in this temporary place. She coldly refused. I have caused too much trouble for the Qingchang sect. I cannot trouble you all any further. Finally, she continued walking. Please go back, and don't come looking for me in the future. He pressed his lips together, not very happy. Vo Nam stepped up, walking alongside her. When they reached the door, Zhang Duhua spoke again. Then, she said very softly, wait until my heart is no longer heavy. I will come find you. Just that one sentence was enough to make him overjoyed. I will wait for you. Yin Fuke stood outside, not knowing who he was peeping at, looking very tense. 1 master, 2 Buddhas, 3 lords, 2 kings, 8 strongs, representing the current martial arts world. High-ranking Taoist Vo Nam, one of the 3 lords, does not often show his face. Just then, he walked out calmly. He stood curiously next to Tan Tu Kwong, wondering if there would be any commotion. The Northern Heaven Taoist master approached and said, let's go, junior brother. The group in the distance watched without hiding it. Tan Tu Kwong said nothing, just stared at their retreating figures, thinking to himself, the Northern Heaven Taoist master and high-ranking Taoist Vo Nam appearing together means that my request to him will soon become reality. As he walked, he turned his head back to glance. Back to the silent forest night. Tan Tu Kwong was also focusing on practicing his cultivation. His eyes were closed tight, but his thoughts were churning ceaselessly. The toxins of the Jade Cave 9 lights are in 9 places. The lower dantian, middle dantian, upper dantian, 2 wrists, 2 ankles, the perineum point, and on the upper back. He used his imagination to outline these points. His whole body radiated a ghostly power. The 3rd poison accumulation point is my back. When I was in the Tang family territory, I couldn't cultivate further, so I have to try harder to accumulate the poison again. Thinking of this, he involuntarily frowned slightly, the discomfort making Tan Tu Kwong unable to help but open his eyes. He gritted his teeth in anger. A part of my internal energy is constantly dissipating. Why is that? Someone was watching from behind a tree, poking their head out to remind him. How can a bucket with a hole hold water? Reduce inhaling. The amount exhaled should be double the amount inhaled. You should a drop of sweat. Inhaling is to enhance absorption and stimulate your organs to function. Tan Tu Kwong followed the first breathing exercise. Reduce inhaling and calm your mind. You'll quickly feel dizzy again. It was Vo Nam. He approached, slowly instructing. Now, the amount exhaled is double the amount inhaled. Stop breathing. Try to focus. Channel internal energy to your perineum point. Tighten your lower abdomen. Straighten your back. Open the Baihui point. His words were hypnotic. Finally, relax the perineum point. Water ascending, fire descending. Let the cold energy circulate up and down in your head. Continuously let the heat follow closely behind, then rise and fall together to maintain balance. I feel peaceful and relaxed. Only when a person can maintain the circulation of yin and yang. At this moment, Tan Tu Kwong felt as if he was alone in the vast universe. When yin and yang conflict, they will exploit each other. Both always depend on each other, while always watching the other. Because yin and yang constantly weaken and then regenerate themselves, they will blend perfectly. If you reach the highest realm at this level, yin will become yang, yang will become yin. You will reach the primordial balance, no longer needing to separate yin and yang. Wuji will also divide into yin and yang. Then yin and yang will try to return to Wuji. That is the origin of Taiji returns to one. Tan Tu Kwong didn't know when he had started crying, black tears dripping from his chin. Oh ho, truly a greedy fellow. Vo Nam, though unable to see, could sense it. You actually grasped both conflict and independence in one go. truly worthy of your reputation. He stood in front of him, asking incessantly, but why skip a transitional step? TSK, too impatient. Stop, you can't reach Taiji returns to 1 today. Have some self-awareness. Hurry up and stand up. Vo Nam brought his face close to him, grinning. I told you to stand up. If you don't get up, I'll touch your little brother. Tan Tu Kwong seemed to wake from a dream, opening his eyes slightly. He looked at the black droplets on his hands, wondering, that is turbid energy, just like the fluid discharge from your lower body. Because he used a method of water ascending and fire descending. Don't worry, they will recede on their own. He rolled up his sleeves, asking bewilderedly, why do I have to do that? He replied, why do you think I taught you the yin-yang method? Tan Tu Kwong lowered his head slightly in thought. If I eliminate the impure energy, my lower body will become clean. But using the blood heaven explosive art inherently destroys the user's acupoints. If the lower body suddenly relaxes, I will be in danger. In short, it is the turbid energy of the lower body. He frowned, telling himself, it chose to be secreted and solidify around the lower body to protect me. Is this the way my body chose to regulate yin and yang due to this special situation? He clasped his hands behind his back, as if seeing through his thoughts, saying, you comprehend quite quickly. Since that's the case, you know how to return the body to normal, right? I must reach the realm where yin becomes yin, yang becomes yin. Correct. Thank you for the guidance, high-ranking Taoist Vo Nam. He grinned mockingly again, whispering, what, want to formally pay respects to me? At the Qing Sheng sect, voices were clamorous. Why wouldn't you let us in? An obese man acting as the representative spoke with both anxiety and urgency. We had to hide from bands of robbers and travel a long way to get here. The soldiers guarding the gate blocked them, replying, recently we have orders not to let outsiders in. You mean to tell us to go back? If the Qing Sheng sect does not take us in, we will all lose our lives. A woman with hair covering her face even had to soothe the child. Don't cry, child, we will be fine. The guard remained firm, not yielding. This is an order from superiors. The man got angry. If you don't take us in, then at least let the elderly and the weak in. They seemed a bit hesitant. We will report to the sect leader. They turned to discuss with each other like two fools. Will they change their minds? But we can't ignore the elderly and the weak. But right now, the most important thing is, while they weren't paying attention, that man grabbed a dagger and lunged forward, striking as fast as lightning. But the one who got hit was the man himself. A sweeping blow struck his waist, sending the weapon flying. Northern Heaven scolded angrily. Causing trouble like this, when will you ever achieve enlightenment? Do they look like good people? Master Northern Heaven. His eyes lit up. Get lost, you vermin of the evil sect. The group immediately revealed their true forms, their eyes flashing with a fierce glint. His face was as grim as iron. I knew it was you lot. No matter how you disguise yourselves, you cannot hide the evil aura. Storm Soldier, once arrested in Shaanxi for robbing civilians, then fled to Shandong. The leader from earlier clutched his arm, his attitude annoyed. Treacherous nun, famous for the art of ventriloquism to charm people's hearts, able to use the cry of a child to make martial arts masters reveal their secret manuals. The child in the woman's arms turned out to be a puppet, a corrupt soldier, a Korean, one of the 8 heavenly demons. The rest were all well-known warriors of the evil sect. Northern Heaven approached step by step, saying, this is the headquarters of the Qing Sheng sect, also a sacred place. We welcome anyone who wants to come for guidance, but unfortunately not for all you evil sect warriors who have lost your way. He stood between the 2 guards, striking his staff firmly on the ground. Get the hell out of here immediately. She laughed scornfully. To be recognized by the Northern Heaven Taoist master. What an honor. But you saying we emit an evil aura is a bit contradictory, isn't it? If you are so noble, why are you imprisoning our cult leader? His face became stern. What did you say? She questioned seriously. We heard that the cult leader was betrayed by subordinates and is being imprisoned here. We came to confirm the news and rescue her. Northern Heaven said calmly. She came to find us for a place to recover from her injuries. We have never imprisoned her. You mean this is just a misunderstanding? Then good. Let us see the cult leader now. Storm Soldier refused to yield, saying, we will leave once we see she is safe and sound. Northern Heaven hesitated a moment, but still said, I cannot let you see her. What do you mean? She has gone to a secluded place to recuperate. Because she has the antidote, she needs to open all her acupoints to expel the poison. If she moves now, it will cause irreversible damage. Treacherous nun tilted her head and smiled. Do you think we will believe that? Storm's soldier rudely interrupted. Enough. That's enough talk. He began cracking his knuckles, threatening. Since we're already here, and we don't know how the cult leader is doing now. Things have come to this. He rushed towards northern heaven, preparing to strike. We have no other choice but to fight our way in. He used only one punch, enough to subdue this insolent fellow. That guy fell to the ground with a thud in front of everyone. Northern heaven shouted loudly, absurd. Do you think with that meager kung fu you can defeat me? The people behind were scared pale, unable to say a word. Storm soldier stumbled as he crawled up, still fine, worthy of being the one authorized by the Qingsheng sect leader. But he gritted his teeth and said, "We swore to protect the servant of fairness and justice. We will absolutely not abandon her." Northern heaven frowned slightly, glancing at him. He immediately turned around and ordered, "Dealing with you is not difficult, but if I do that, I won't be able to face Zhongdu Hoa. She has entrusted herself to us." His face was grim, very unhappy. "Her isolation process will be completed in 15 days. At that time, I will let you see her. I swear in the name of the primeval Lord of Heaven." He clasped his hands behind his back, speaking while walking slowly. "Before then, do whatever you want." After Northern Heaven finished speaking, he disappeared like a gust of wind. This matter is truly strange. He frowned, deep in thought. It's as if someone deliberately leaked Zhongdu Hoa's location to lure the evil sect warriors here. On the peak of Qingxing Mountain, with the clear moon and cool breeze, two people stood talking. "Do you know how to play Go?" "No," Vonam enthusiastically suggested. "I'll teach you." Tan Tu Kwong replied with a reluctant expression. "What I want to learn is not how to play Go." He smiled and asked, "I know what you want. Details about the Jade Cave 9 lights, right? This is an opportunity for you to know all the details. I will tell you everything you want to know. So, playing a game of Go isn't acceptable?" He pondered for a moment, then decisively sat down. Vonam said with satisfaction, "Isn't that better?" He began to explain, "If you know how to play Go, your entire worldview will change. Can you play even without seeing?" Vonam replied, "Of course I can. Didn't Northern Heaven tell you I became the sect leader thanks to playing Go?" He chuckled softly. "And here are the pieces. Take one." Tan Tu Kwong picked up a piece to examine closely. It was a seashell. He also picked up a similar one, pointing at it, the corner of his mouth curling up. "I carved them into Go pieces. Because I cannot see, I have to hear the sound clearly to determine where the opponent places the piece." He clenched the piece in his hand and instructed, "Therefore, do not go easy on it." The object in his hand crumbled. When he opened his palm again, the seashell had turned into a normal Go piece. "Use all your strength to grind it." Vonam placed the piece on the board. He said, "I will make the first move at the 3 to 4 point. You should also start from the 3-4 point." Tan Tu Kwong looked at the seashell in his hand, his brow furrowed, unwilling to comply. The old man immediately urged him, "What are you doing? I already told you how to do it. Why haven't you done it yet?" The young man looked up and asked, "Is Go usually like this?" "This is just the introductory guidance." Vonam had to explain again. "You may not know what Go is, but it has many forms. For example, a master teaching another, only to lose to them later. There are games that last a very long time before a winner is decided. A senior of our sect once had an opponent, and they played for a very long time. He and that opponent played a single game that lasted 20 years. The young man asked in shock, "You mean they took 20 whole years to finish one game of chess?" They placed the board in a remote place where no one went and would come to make a move every few months, which is why it took so much time. Tan Tu Kwong asked curiously, "What was the final result?" Vonam calmly recounted. Unfortunately, 20 years later, his opponent never placed a stone again, so they could not finish that game. He smiled. The world of Go is profound and mysterious like that. There are many types of games. If you understand, then place your piece. The young man looked at the shell in his hand, still having to think for a moment. Then, Tan Tu Kwong used all the strength of his life, clenching his fist while using his consciousness to control it. Opening his hand, the shell was crushed to powder. "It's truly difficult," Vonam said seriously. "I heard you caused quite a bit of trouble for the Northern Heaven, so I had high expectations for you. Is this all the skill you have? It seems I listened to the rumors and trusted you too much." You are not yet desolate enough. The young man's face darkened, and he retorted, unconvinced. I have lived a life of desolation to avenge the medicine sect. How can you use this stone-grinding task to judge me? Vo Nam smirked again. I say this because you did not do it well, and this is something you are perfectly capable of doing. The young man frowned. I don't think ghost suits me. Let's talk about the Jade Cave 9 lights. Tan Tu Kwong looked straight at him and said, for my revenge and survival, I must know the details of the Jade Cave 9 lights and the Five Thunders Zen art. If you do not wish to teach me, then... The old man interrupted. You fool, I already told you. Tan Tu Kwong fell into confusion, not understanding what was happening. Vo Nam pointed at the chessboard and said, the details are here. The young man looked in bewilderment, still understanding nothing. The old man stood up while Tan Tu Kwong remained stunned. If you understand my words, you will comprehend it. But if you don't understand, then give up and leave Qingqing Mountain. He grinned mockingly. It all depends on you. Try your best. Then he burst into laughter. At this moment, the young man had to think seriously. His eyes widened, repeating every word in his head. Jade, Cave 9 lights, Five Thunders Zen art. Then he looked down at the chessboard again, asking himself, is it this? It was still the same scene. The wind rustling. Tan Tu Kwong clenched his fist, his expression grave with thought. Unless high-ranking Taoist Vo Nam said that intentionally to confuse me. He opened his palm. It was the crushed shell again. That means the way to play Go is related to the Jade, Cave 9 lights, and the Five Thunders Zen art. But even if I use the least amount of internal energy possible, the shell still can't withstand it and shatters. How on earth can I succeed? He pressed his lips together tightly. I can only keep trying until they turn into chess pieces. Tan Tu Kwong looked at the box full of shells in front of him. In a flash, the sun had risen behind the mountain. The sky was clear blue, clouds drifting lazily. Then came another late night with a bright moon and cool breeze. The hand holding the shell trembled, calloused, but the result was still shattered fragments. Damn it! The young man helplessly smacked his hand against his head, sighing. I've tried all day, and still nothing. Is it my fate not to learn the Jade Cave 9 lights? The Five Thunders Zen art. Remembering Vo Nam's scornful smile. You are not yet desolate enough. His determination kindled again. No, that's not it. I was able to survive the mines precisely because I was desolate enough. That is why I could walk the path of vengeance. Now, think carefully. Tan Tu Kwong made up his mind, placing his hand on the table. The high-ranking Taoist could easily turn it into a chess piece. There must be a trick I haven't realized. He suddenly stopped, discovering something. Gentleness. High-ranking Taoist Vo Nam is a martial arts master, far superior to me. If a master like him used the least amount of internal energy possible, the force he used would be so small that the naked eye couldn't see it. But when he crushed the shell, I clearly saw the flow of internal energy. Before him lay piles of shell fragments. He reached in a box again. This is a meticulous task. It seems I must use less internal energy. But what if that's not it? Tan Tu Kwong concentrated intensely again, gripping the shell, thinking to himself, if that's the case, I will use as much internal energy as possible. A small circle appeared around where he sat, kicking up the fine dust nearby. He was overjoyed, though his eyes remained closed. This is it. When channeling internal energy, my senses become sharper. Tan Tu Kwong squeezed his eyes shut tighter, tiny beads of sweat forming on his face. I can feel every ridge on the shell. But to carve it into a chess piece, I must apply even more internal force. To use the 3 types of poison from the Five Thunders Zen art to envelope myself, my internal force is still insufficient. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, pupils contracting in shock. It's turbid energy. Tan Tu Kwong looked at his empty hand with a confused expression. The realm where yin becomes yin, yang becomes yin. The mutual transformation of yin and yang. If I can use the turbid energy of the lower body. The entire tower was enveloped in a flow of energy. A new day arrived, birds chirping happily. The shape of the shell is still not quite right. Vo Nam appeared with a bright smile, radiant as a flower. But you tried your best to grind them. That is the desolation I spoke of. He clasped his hands behind his back, leaning down as if he had seen through everything. It seems you have comprehended that point. Tan Tu Kwong hung his head dejectedly. On the chessboard filled with broken shell pieces, the chess piece from yesterday remained. Let us make the next move. Vo Nam placed a piece on the board while explaining. If you move like that, all those pieces there will be mine. Place it opposite the move you just made. Moving like this, it will be very hard for the opponent to capture your pieces. Now you have pieces in all four corners of the board. You have both strengthened your position and blocked the path of this piece. Tan Tu Kwong realized Vo Nam was trying to capture as many pieces as possible while he was blocking him. That's right. The board was soon nearly full. This is the final move. He used 2 fingers to pick up a piece. Regarding go, that is all I can teach you. The piece landed perfectly in the empty spot. Vo Nam said solemnly, "In the past, I came to this place by chance, and in order to comprehend the Zen art, I always had a question. That is why a Taoist sect would possess such an evil technique." He continued, "The danger that comes with learning such great power is not small. This is not something a Taoist sect should have. Therefore, I speculated that the version of the Zen art being passed down was probably not intact." Tan Tu Kwong's eyes shone as he looked at him. "In that case, where did the original version come from?" After many days of thinking, I happened to meet someone from the Hell Worship sect and discuss this matter with him. Tan Tu Kwong broke into a cold sweat. Hell Worship sect? Isn't that the evil cult of Tibet? After a long period of debate, we came to the conclusion that the Zen art of the Ching Chong sect and the Jade Cave 9 Lights of the Hell Worship sect are the same type. Our Zen art was missing the root word. It does not have mantras like the Jade Cave 9 Lights of the Hell Worship sect. Some sects in Tibet chant mantras when channeling internal energy. The root word is a special type of language containing the power of the user. The Zen art clearly still has traces of the root word, but the martial arts world and the Hell Worship sect became enemies long ago, so all cultivation methods of this sect were considered unrighteous demon arts and were discarded. Vo Nam said while clearing the chessboard, "The Zen art originally had both root words and mantras, but it can also be assumed they disappeared naturally, because no one wanted future generations to know they had learned demon arts. We decided to combine those 2 techniques, teaching what we knew to others, creating the Jade Cave 9 Lights and the 5 Thunder Zen art. But I still cannot perfect it. I became the Ching Chong sect leader, and the situation in the martial arts world was not very good either." Tan Tu Kwong pressed his lips together, not saying a word. "But the friend who created the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art with me has perfected it, because the last message I received from that person was about this matter. If you want to perfect the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunder Zen art, you should go find that person, not me." Tan Tu Kwong's eyes immediately lit up as he asked, "Where is that person now?" Vo Nam picked up a chess piece and said, "I heard that person is imprisoned at the Martial Arts Alliance in Huizhou. Take this chess piece with you. When the time comes, you will recognize that person." Tan Tu Kwong accepted the glowing chess piece, bringing it close to his eyes to examine it carefully. Then, Tan Tu Kwong clenched it in his palm, speaking earnestly. "You said the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art lie on this chessboard," which is absolutely correct, because the story of the 2 people playing chess for 20 years, the main characters were you and that friend from the Hell Worship sect, in a place surrounded by mountains, with trees growing thick beside the rocks. Groans echoed from deep within. Someone had just spat out a mouthful of blood, hands clawing into the ground. It was Max Sivu. A pool of blood still stained his clothes as he coughed incessantly. Moaning, the pain felt like it was tearing his heart and liver apart. His face turned gloomy as he calculated in his mind. "To master the blood heaven explosive art and become stronger, I must endure countless side effects, along with the myriad side effects from divine medicines that do not suit me. I don't know how much time I have left. Am I disappointed?" Max Sivu suddenly smirked triumphantly. "No, not one bit." He struggled to sit up. "These were all my own choices. I have no regrets. Isn't it thanks to these choices that I could climb to the peak?" He looked toward the cave entrance, surmising. Duong Halan fell in love with Tan Tu Kwong and fled the Tang family. Therefore, not only is the Zhuge clan standing behind Tan Tu Kwong, but even the Tang family is insignificant now. Rumors about the tense relationship between the evil cult and the Ching Chong sect have begun to spread. I also discovered that Bak Lai Dung and Hung Chan already disliked each other. Even the heavens are helping me. He finally crawled out of the cave, welcoming the sunlight. Max Sivu smiled radiantly, but his face was now crumpled, looking devoid of humanity. "I'll go take the life of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. How about that?" At the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters in Jiangxi Province, Two people walked and talked. You arrived late. The alliance leader is waiting for you inside. Max Sivu smiled politely in response. My apologies. This humble one has never been to the headquarters, so I got a bit lost. The other person pointed the way. Please go this way. He suddenly spread his arms wide, confusing the other person. What are you doing? Max Sivu widened his eyes, looking oblivious. Aren't you going to search me? The other person replied awkwardly. You are one of the 3 superiors of the martial arts. There's no need for that. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he thought. 3 superiors of the martial arts? 1 emperor, 2 monks, 3 venerables, 2 kings. Those are the leaders of the evil cult, the demon cult, and the orthodox sects. The leader of the mysterious order, the Northern Heaven Master, and the martial arts alliance leader. I thought people like me were nothing in the eyes of these big figures. Max Sivu pretended to lower his head and sigh. You are right. Please go inside quickly. It's not good to keep the alliance leader waiting. He took out his bundle and said, in that case, while I go inside, could you trouble yourself to hold this for me? It's dried beef and cakes for me to eat on the way back. The other person looked unhappy and grumbled, Hey, this isn't my job. Letting me meet the alliance leader smelling like food. Isn't that very disrespectful? Max Sivu smiled and manipulated with words. There's a jar of wine inside too. If you're thirsty, feel free to take a sip. It's good wine. You'll definitely like it. If you're bored, having some cakes is fine too. The other person seemed to be swayed, his expression softening. The door opened, and Max Sivu stepped into the room. He bowed his head respectfully to report. This subordinate, advisor of the poison manufacturing department of the Martial Arts Alliance, Max Sivu, sends his respectful greetings to the Lord Alliance leader. The other party interrupted. Enough. I am no alliance leader. No one wanted to do it, so I just temporarily took the position. Hung Chanan, though advanced in age, was still quite agile in his movements. Come in quickly. You must be tired from the long journey. Not at all, my lord. Just the thought of paying respects to you makes any hardship insignificant. Hung Chanan suddenly asked sternly, Then why did you arrive late? I missed you quite a lot. Max Sivu smiled with amusement. Haha, please forgive this subordinate. I have an illness. My body isn't what it used to be. TSK tisk. That's why you shouldn't eat things that just look delicious. The old man paused for a moment, then replied. But the reason my lord summoned this subordinate is... Hung Chanan laughed and said, I heard you did something quite interesting. News from Bok Lai Dung's place. You not only provoked Zhongdu Hoa, but also his adopted son. Bok Lai Dung must be furious. Then he waved his hand. That's why I found you interesting. I was curious to know who could spin the great official Bok Lai Dung around like a top. Oh, how would this subordinate dare to tease him? Hung Chanan stroked his long beard while frowning. That fellow Bok Lai Dung has had everything go too smoothly. He needs to taste some bitterness. To achieve great things, one must taste failure. That is why I salted his wife's arm and sent it back. Wasn't it because he practiced forbidden arts? I guess so too, but that is enough. Max Sivu was surprised. Just a guess. How should I put it? Saying that his ambition to seize the alliance leader position is too great, perhaps. His face darkened. As he just said, you're only temporarily sitting in this position. Or perhaps, do you also enjoy this temporariness? Hung Chanan froze, as if his true intentions were hit. You're indeed good at seeing through people's hearts. Please forgive this subordinate for asking irrelevant questions. Hung Chanan got bored of sitting and stood up. As long as he has enough qualifications to be the alliance leader, there is nothing to say. To you, what role does the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance play? Hung Chanan closed his eyes and said, The role of the Martial Arts Alliance leader is to create a territory of his own. He will use that place to create as many positions in the martial arts world as possible to maintain peace. A place where people are so immersed in work that they have no time to think about the hatred in their hearts. A place where even talents from afar want to come. If every position is filled with his own people, it wouldn't be good, so it must be distributed evenly. If the operations of such a place are maintained, everyone will recognize the efforts of the Martial Arts Alliance. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower ones will be in chaos. Hung Chanan poured a cup of tea, smirking slyly, and asked, What do you think? Max Sivu quickly used both hands to receive it, replying, But wouldn't there be people dissatisfied with that? Then we just need to eliminate them. Hung Chanan looked straight at Max Sivu and said, We must leave enough empty spots so others don't lose hope. Sometimes, reducing a few spots to relax a bit and watching them fight amongst themselves isn't bad either. that will make them focus on keeping their positions rather than worrying about us. The old man thought to himself, the duty of the alliance leader is to create his own territory, truly a fresh perspective. He smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. The alliance leader has truly opened this subordinate's eyes. Hung Chan then asked, so now do you know what qualities are needed to become an alliance leader? Maxi Vu laughed incessantly. This subordinate truly does not know. Hope you can enlighten me. Hung Chan Nan smirked. Knowing how to judge people is a necessary quality of an alliance leader. To be able to put the right person in the right place, you must be able to see through that person. Hung Chan Nan raised a teacup to take a sip and said, that is why I will keep an eye on you during this time. Since you have traveled a long way here, I will assign you a position I deem suitable. The old man was stunned on the spot, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? I try not just once, but like this, he will give it to me. Does he intend to use me to control Bok Lai Dung? Maxi Vu put on a dangerous air, drinking tea while replying, I fear there is nothing this subordinate can do, even if I wanted that position. But Hung Chanan's words made him pause. Don't worry, you are fully capable of overcoming all difficulties. I notice you looking at me a bit too much. The reason, huh? Hung Chanan's eyes were yellow like someone with liver disease. Shall we find out the truth while it's hot? The old man's pupils dilated, revealing eyes full of wrinkles. Let me see. The old man seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. The devil that always held its head high proudly like a creation immortal had a pair of glittering, seductive golden eyes. Seductive golden light? These aren't normal eyes. They can see through people's hearts, see through truths, lies, and even more than that, they can see through human motives. Seeing a person's weakest side is also very important. With every word Hung Chanan spoke, Max Si Vu's expression worsened. Everyone has things they cannot hide. Your weakness is right here. Sweat poured down the old man's face like a shower. Humans often overlook the most basic part. Do you feel like they're a burden clinging to you? But the truth is not so. The rims of Mac Si Vu's eyes became wet. Do you feel tears slowly flowing from your eyes? The old man helplessly raised both hands. Your right eye knows I just touched its tear duct, even though it unconsciously held back the tears. Because I wanted to see where your limit lies when you can only use your good eye. Conversely, I don't need to look at your left eye. The moment I touched it, tears gushed out. Simply put, the left eye does not obey your will. Which means now, tell me the truth. The old man almost roared. Everything this subordinate said is the truth. His pupils looked as if they wanted to bulge out. Ah, I see it. Is your enemy very terrifying? Maxi Vu could not hold back his tears. They flowed like rain. The martial arts you must cultivate. If left alone, your enemy will destroy everything. Is he the reason you became cruel? To fight against that villain. The old man bared his teeth, even his corn kernels, and laughed. Maxi Vu finished crying, then burst into laughter like a madman. I didn't expect you to see even this point. Yes, I will be the one to destroy him. You are truly pitiful. Because he never even considered you worthy of his attention. Your current state is merely due to your obsession with him. Maxi Vu became even more confused. But you know, even that. He clutched his head in pain as his inner self was continuously being seen through. Pitiful, truly pitiful. The old man covered his ears tightly with his hands and screamed loudly. But before he could do anything, a blood-curdling scream made him freeze. Maxi Vu chuckled, his eyes flashing with a glint of light. My chance has come. I hid poison in the bundle I gave to that guard. That is light fungus poison prepared from the berserk war mushroom. Once light fungus poison is swallowed, blood will not stop flowing from the 7 orifices. Furthermore, he will fall into a state of frenzy, killing continuously until death. If a disturbance occurs around the alliance leader, even a little, that is my cue to start. Max Si Vu suddenly stood up abruptly, putting all his strength into a kick towards that eye. You say you can see through people's hearts? He had gone completely mad. Then surely you saw this coming too? How wonderful! Light radiated as if from the Buddhas of the 10 directions. A loud explosion, blinding light, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The room instantly turned into rubble. Max Si Vu had a few scratches on his face, but they were insignificant. He still smiled maliciously. The old man, pitch black like a chimpanzee, sat in a corner. He saw that scene and burst out laughing, only his 2 pupils glistening. He grinned from ear to ear and shouted, I did it! The body of one of the 3 supremes of the martial arts. I was just testing you. Have you ever been caught by someone crazier than yourself? It was as if thousands of pupils were staring at Max Sivu. So this crazy old man, his face became more pitiful, looking foolish. What do you intend to do now? Cornered, he still tried to force a smile. Hith, dumb nute. He thought to himself, did that guy trick me? I clearly ordered him to prepare the strongest poison. The golden eye narrowed, replying, Imperial Cauldron poison. Indeed, the strongest poison of the Tang family. But to take my life, you need a higher grade poison, such as the 3 kills poison. If I knew they had the ability to take my life, I would have eliminated them long ago. Max Sivu froze, looking up at Hung Chan-nan. He knows about the Imperial Cauldron poison too? Oh, I told you already. I can see through you. The old man was so angry his veins popped, grinding his teeth, but he only dared to think it in his heart. Since it has come to this, it is my turn to act. That pupil continued to speak. Don't waste your effort in vain. Don't you see no one is coming in? Max Sivu's face was expressionless, but his eyes darted back and forth, thinking, hearing him say that, even though I caused such a big commotion in the heart of the Alliance leader's place, why do I not sense any movement? Truly an ideal place. Since when, outside, there was indeed not a single soul. The old man realized just then. Turns out I was his puppet from the start. Now, tell me one thing. After knowing everything, give me a reason to spare your life. Max Sivu sighed softly. Well, does the Alliance leader intend to be merciful to this subordinate? Because I, the Alliance leader, do not want you to die here. A stream of energy radiated from around the old man. Get out! A powerful blast of energy surged forward, forcing Max Sivu to defend. The opponent started to go crazy. Get out! Run like a beast, then die miserably in some corner. A monster like you must not die a decent death. This is my judgment for you. The rage of that pupil did not diminish at all. The door was blown apart, and Max Sivu was shot out like a ball. He fell sprawled on the ground miserably, dragging his body across the earth. Max Sivu hugged the ground to support his body. He turned his head frantically and shouted, I just want to know one more thing. How did you know I intended to assassinate you? Hung Chan-nan stepped out from the hazy smoke, replying, didn't you write a letter to the Tang family, luring them to Mount Qingshan? Afterwards, I visited Bak Lai Dong. With small needles stuck all over his body, Hung Chan-nan calmly added, you probably, like everyone else, know that Bak Lai Dong dislikes me. But that was exactly my purpose. Bak Lai Dong is very sharp. He quickly realized my intentions. That is the reason he had to enter closed-door cultivation. Max Sivu struggled to sit up. I don't understand what is happening anymore. Hung Chan-nan, expressionless, looked straight ahead and said, the arm of the talented woman Zhang Du Hoa that you sent, I was the one who brought it back from Bak Lai Dong's place. Max Sivu's pupils contracted, extreme shock appearing in the depths of his eyes. He thought to himself, I heard the Martial Arts Alliance leader confiscated Zhang Du Hoa's arm from Bak Lai Dong and took it away. After that, Bak Lai Dong immediately went into closed-door cultivation, so it's not hard to see the discord between them. Why did he sprinkle salt on the arm? He looked at it. It couldn't be a trap. Why was there a line on the box containing the arm? Since it lacks a head and body, please forgive me for having to return it. Hung Chan-nan stroked his long beard and said, I anticipated that between me and Bak Lai Dong, at least one person would intervene. The old man became more terrified as he listened. My decision to assassinate had no effect. He intended to use me from the very beginning. I don't know if the Tang family's Rakshasa lied, or if Hung Chan-nan is the oppressor. Your superior will have a way to make you submit. Seeing he doesn't intend to say who he bribed, it seems he has more than one spy in the organization. Hung Chan-nan suddenly raised his hand to suggest, it seems everything is settled, so let's end it here. Then Hung Chan-nan pressed his palm to the ground, then flipped over. The surrounding earthen walls cracked. One of Hung Chan-nan's eyes turned gold again. See you again. We will definitely meet again somewhere. In the underworld. I will definitely hold Qingshan Mountain in my hands. Max Sivu froze again. His eyes looked dazed, not yet recovered, as if an invisible force was pressing down. The tower was cut across the middle, collapsing with a roar. Chaos all around. Hurry, the Alliance leader is in trouble. Then he bowed his head, letting bricks and stones fall on him, letting the tower collapse, as if he himself was also in danger. I was played by that old man. He frowned, thinking to himself, I thought he wanted to recruit me, then control Bak Lai Dong. Because Bak Lai Dong always misses Zhang Du Hoa. I tried very hard to infiltrate the Tang family, but without Hung Chan-nan, it still wouldn't work. Go find the Alliance leader. Hurry, the smoke and dust are getting thicker. But Bak Lai Dung discovered it, so he intended to catch me in the act and then discard me. When Hung Chanin spoke out, Bak Lai Dung already knew. That moment was my chance. That is, Bak Lai Dung was determined to lower himself to play the leader, and Hung Chanan is also trying to build a solid foundation. Truly a greedy old man. How much longer does he want to hold the position of alliance leader? The news that the leader of the martial arts alliance was attacked quickly spread everywhere. A martial arts world that was peaceful throughout the Jianghu war is waiting to explode. A.O. Lapback and I received the news and laughed out loud. That crazy old man failed. Failed miserably. He was sitting at the Tang family headquarters in Sichuan, holding a piece of paper smugly saying, "I set a trap to catch prey. I am fully capable of handling it," but then wanted to use that trap to build a house. This crazy guy. A.O. Lapback and I laughed incessantly. The martial arts alliance is a monster, and a beast without prey will starve. Since then, how many dare to attack the martial arts alliance? Duong Bak O.C. calmly said, "It seems that to expand influence, it needs to be more chaotic." He agreed. That's right. Didn't our Tang family use Maxi Vu to do this? He. She also smiled, speaking intimately. But we didn't lose anything, right, brother? Not only did we not lose, we gained quite a lot. He slammed the table and laughed loudly. In this chaos, our plan will progress more smoothly than before. This guy said he would hand over the whole Jianghu to me. Turns out he wasn't boasting. The savage laughter shook the whole building. On the side of the martial arts alliance, Quang Hall, it was late at night. Tam Ha rushed in as if chased by a dog, reporting, my lord, he just ran for his life. My lord, no, it's bad. I just heard news that the alliance leader was attacked. My lord, did you hear that?" As soon as he arrived, the wall collapsed with a bang. Bak Lai Dung opened his mouth and said, "Now, after mentally preparing, it is time to settle scores with old friends." Late at night, Sichuan, Qingcheng Mountain, Qingchang sect. At the same time, due to the significant influence of the martial arts alliance, everyone was extremely surprised and began to devise countermeasures. Vo Nam said, "Everyone knows anyone who points their blade in the wrong place will not have a good ending." He looked up and continued, "And after I learned of a strange rumor, they are in a general meeting of everyone in the Qingcheng sect. All disciples were sitting below. It seems this time, our Qingchang sect is the one who swung the sword wrongly." Northern Heaven quietly glanced at him, and Zhang spoke up, "Master, this disciple truly does not understand. Clearly that Maxi Vu conspired to assassinate the martial arts alliance leader. Why did we become the threatened party?" Vo Nam just smiled, explaining, "The poison and weapons used were confirmed to come from the Tang family. But the Tang family gave a satisfactory explanation to the martial arts alliance. They confirmed that those things were stolen from the Tang family. So Maxi Vu has no connection to the Tang family. Moreover, they said that Maxi Vu wanted to settle an old feud between the medicine sect and the Tang family and introduce Poison Dragon to the Tang family. But the result was the whole clan was in turmoil. The entire Tang family claimed they might be accomplices." Northern Heaven interrupted. "I heard Maxi Vu was originally a member of the Holy Sword." He explained, "It seems the Holy Sword and Maxi Vu didn't get along very well either. Furthermore, when the incident happened, that guy was in secluded cultivation. He can rely on that to clear himself of suspicion. Regarding Lord Bak, he was trying to stuff food into his mouth, saying, in short, the matter has become that Poison Dragon is related to Maxi Vu, and Poison Dragon is currently at Qingcheng Mountain. The evil sect and the fragrant talented lady are both protected by the Qingcheng sect. The alliance leader demanded I hand over Poison Dragon and the talented lady to him." Northern Heaven sighed. "But we cannot do that." Vo Nam calmly said, "That is why we gathered here, preparing our minds and hoping for the wisdom of the seniors. Seniors, please allow us disciples to borrow your strength." The senior experts were a bit surprised. Then suddenly someone spoke up. For the first time in 20 years, we decided to respond to the summons. The bald old man, with two thick black eyebrows, asked curiously, "You called us out just for this small matter?" The man with two scars on his right eye next to him also continued, "Since Hung Chan then became the alliance leader, we had to be ready. Don't blow things out of proportion." They gradually urged, "Just do as the martial arts alliance wants. Just hand over Poison Dragon and Zhang Du Hoa to them. Is there a problem?" Vo Nam listened and smiled, replying, "Regarding that, I apologize, this disciple cannot do it." "Why?" He used a calm tone to say, "This disciple has feelings for Zhang Duhoa. That is a person I cannot easily hand over to anyone." The senior experts, upon hearing the junior's answer, all had their faces darken. The atmosphere became gloomy. Someone lamented, "Oh my, this child is crazy." Some even shouted, "Even if you cultivate pure heart your whole life, you cannot ascend to the immortal realm." TSK, TSK. The hardest relationship to sever is with women. Our sect fell into this situation today because of you, an incompetent sect leader always entangled in romantic feelings. Vo Nam scratched his head, smirking and explaining, "This disciple cannot control it. Is there no other way?" The seniors looked at each other in silence. No one said another word. Northern Heaven in the distance suddenly opened his mouth wide, shouting, "Do you mean we can only protect the Qingchang sect by bowing to the Martial Arts Alliance?" This disciple does not agree. Most of the high experts showed annoyance. "We don't need to go to that extent. Choosing the wrong sect leader is our fault, so let us handle it." Seeing this, he quickly replied, "So the seniors already have a brilliant idea?" Amidst the chaotic crowd, a hoarse voice rang out. Simply put, the Jianghu is about to have upheaval. An old man with a long beard white as snow, neatly groomed, slowly stepped forward. "This is what I foresaw." Vo Nam pursed his lips, doubtful. Can the Qingchang sect survive? The answer was also extremely decisive. The only one who can survive is Azura. Suddenly, one of the old man's arms slowly raised. Then he used chi energy to write a line of words in the air. Only this choice remains. The old man opened his good eye, slowly explaining, "If you want to find a path to life, answer this question of mine. Does the Qingchang sect have the ancient temple and Taoist teachings of Qingxing Mountain? Do we have disciples to take care of the Qingchang sect? What does the sect leader want to protect?" Vo Nam was silent for a while, as if pondering, then answered, "All things always change, but what this disciple wants to protect is the core character of the Qingchang sect that does not fade with time." The old man did not stop probing. "Weeds, even if you trample and pull them out, will always grow back. Even if their sprouts and leaves wither, they will still revive." The juniors below listened seriously. Such tenacious vitality lies in the roots of the grass. As long as the roots remain, no matter where they are, they can grow. The old man did not wait for anyone to speak before continuing. "The Qingchang sect will disappear from this place, but it is only limited to this area." The command, like a mandate from heaven, gave added courage. The Qingchang sect has not yet perished. High-ranking Taoist Vo Nam emphasized at this moment, "As long as you, disciple, decide, the Qingchang sect can exist." The old man calmly approved. "That's right." The corners of his mouth formed a relieved smile. "If so, in this disciple's heart, there are still many concerns, and I want to resolve them all before safely ascending to become an immortal." Northern Heaven suddenly sighed, his face full of reluctance. Younger brother is still stubborn with those worldly desires. The senior experts were also completely disappointed, having said that you cannot ascend to become an immortal. Just do what you want to do. Vo Nam did not care about those sarcastic words, seeming to have already mapped out a path for himself in his heart. Early the next morning, unbelievable sounds suddenly echoed in the dense forest. The Martial Arts Alliance leader was assassinated. You mean his fate is unknown? If he were alive, he would have appeared long ago. Most of the soldiers were agitated, whispering, "Without the Alliance leader, the Martial Arts Alliance will be in chaos." After the assassination, people everywhere were discussing excitedly, and this place was no exception. In the distance, for people, young and old, were observing. It seems the Qingchang sect has a heap of things to worry about. Bien Phuc turned to look at Tan Tu Quang, asking somewhat unsurprisingly, "Why did I hear that the assassin is related to you?" And the boy just replied calmly, "What I don't understand is why he was so persistent in assassinating the Alliance leader." He sat beside him, looking bored. There must be a mastermind who wanted to use the sage Hung Chan Nan to seize power. Bien Phuc frowned, recalling. But that mastermind's plan has a problem. That is, every move they make has a specific purpose. The current martial arts alliance is centered around sage Hung Chan Nan. But what if this center is lost? The martial arts alliance will act as if sage Hung Chan Nan has passed away, acting according to their own interests, even causing serious internal division. He said sternly, "This is the consequence that Max Si Vu's actions will bring." Tan Tu Quang was very confused upon hearing this, but I don't know what reason he has to do that. Suddenly, Northern Heaven led a lovely teenager, leaning on a cane, walking over, answering his question. What if that is not what Max Sivu wants, but what Sage Hung Chanin wants? Taoist Bien Phuc looked suspicious. What do you mean? He explained. Sage Hung Chanan is the #1 high ranker in the martial arts world. He is also the head of the 3 Supremes. Those 3 include the leader of my sect, high-ranking Taoist Vonam. Northern Heaven sighed. My martial arts are not equal to younger brothers, and he cannot compare to the first Supreme. Poison Dragon, do you think Max Sivu could be that strong? Tan Tu Kwang frowned seriously. I heard he has become stronger, but when fighting Du Hoa, he received help from the Zhuge clan and Green Dragon. I don't think he has become strong to that extent. Northern Heaven nodded in agreement. Correct, unless Sage Hung Cha Nan allowed it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to assassinate him. That is the meaning of being the #1 high ranker in the martial arts world. Bien Phuc's voice suddenly became stammering. Then why did he plan the assassination? Northern Heaven's next words certainly raised doubts in him. He wanted to rearrange everything. Rearrange? But isn't everything a mess right now? Sometimes one must give up a few things to reap sweet fruit. Tan Tu Kwang coldly judged. I'm afraid there's a conspiracy behind this. Northern Heaven fully leaned towards this view. That's right, the fact that the Shandong evil sect was sent here right when Du Hoa was in secluded cultivation is also related to this. Bien Phuc only now felt worried. Shandong evil sect? Northern Heaven paused for a moment, then recounted the events of a few days ago. People from the demonic cult arrived at the gates of the Qingcheng sect. They said they came to rescue Du Hoa, who was being detained by the Qingcheng sect. Hearing this, he jumped up and shouted, "What?" Northern Heaven believed that the Sage Hung Chan Nan had spread those baseless rumors. One of his feet moved slightly on the rubble-strewn ground. But regardless, the Qingcheng sect is still the best place to start cleaning up the household. Northern Heaven turned around, leaving a reminder. A violent storm is about to hit, and before it arrives. Before their eyes was a crowd lined up in a long queue, having gathered in quite large numbers. We have decided to leave Mount Qingcheng. The surrounding soldiers all looked at this scene with bewildered expressions. What is going on? Am I seeing things? Because this strange event was real. The Qingcheng sect is leaving Mount Qingcheng? Tan Tu Kwang looked at each person and asked softly, "Will the Qingcheng sect cease to exist?" Northern Heaven replied, without turning his head, "The Qingcheng sect will still exist, just not on Mount Qingcheng anymore. We will be somewhere else in the Jianghu." The young lad in Zhang sadly waved goodbye. This is a small token of the Qingcheng sect's heart. Once Du Hoa finishes her secluded cultivation, we will leave here. Northern Heaven leaned on his cane, leaving the crowd behind. If you wish to leave here, we are destined to meet again. Tan Tu Kwang and his allies stood there silently, momentarily unsure of what to do. By now, the sun had completely set behind the mountain range, leaving only a few faint rays of light. Villagers in the distance, seeing the Qingcheng sect group passing by, stammered in panic. "What is that?" They hurriedly whispered to one another. "The Taoists are leaving in droves. I'm afraid the rumor that the Martial Arts Alliance is coming here is true." Furthermore, someone shouted angrily. It was none other than Cole Wan. "Are you planning to run away out of fear of the Martial Arts Alliance?" Bao Fong Bin beside him also slapped his forehead and continued. "Then what is our sect supposed to do?" Northern Heaven could not hold back anymore, his teeth grinding audibly. "You should be grateful that the strongest person of the Qingcheng sect has decided to stay here." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd was astonished. "What?" Him Tu Nu asked softly. "The strongest person of the Qingcheng sect?" At the same time, in the underworld, Vo Nam was standing in the middle of the room, muttering to himself. "Impossible." The sharp blade was quickly unsheathed. He told himself, "It seems I must solve the problem caused by myself." On the outskirts of Sichuan, a group of strange soldiers was urging their horses to gallop fast. The leader was Tru Tan Khan, the yellow flash sword of the White Tiger Squad. Suddenly, something appeared in the middle of the road, accidentally catching his eye. Tru Tan Khan immediately raised his fist, signaling the entire army to stop. He tightened the reins and said, "I didn't know there would be people coming out to welcome us." Ahead, the Amei sect and the Tang family seemed to have been waiting for a long time. I wonder what wind blew two of the 3 great powers of Sichuan here. The leader of the pursuit squad, Duong Tam Tuan, solemnly declared, "It is common courtesy for the host to welcome guests." Jumuk of the Amei sect hurriedly clasped her hands in greeting. "Amit Ba, we have the responsibility to guide you all from here." finally urging, "Let's go." The two sides separated to stand in 2 rows, opening a path leading to the Qingqing sect. The space seemed to freeze for a long time. At this moment, True Tan Khan suddenly nodded and laughed. "Haha, as the commander of this battle, I am very sorry about the Tang family's affairs." A glint of contempt flashed in his eyes. "But if necessary, I have already sent a few words in advance. Today I can only accept your sentiments." Hearing this, Duong Tam Tuan took the initiative to say, "It's fine, we're just unhappy to see you so lonely. We heard that people from the demonic cult are gathering near the Qingchang sect. Perhaps you'll need us." True Tan Khan suddenly frowned slightly. "People from the Shandong evil sect cannot be arrogant in front of me unless they play tricks. We must arrive quickly to welcome them. So if you two would yield the way, I would be extremely grateful." Only then did Duong Tam Tuan slowly press the question. "Are you sure there are no problems?" Sichuan is treacherously unpredictable. The other party quickly retorted, "I heard that Sichuan is a vast land with many things, but I really look forward to you stepping aside." Having said that, he swung his horsewhip. "Go." True Tan Khan just rode his horse through the middle of the 2 rows of people. Duong Tam Tuan calmly watched him go. "Since we are Sichuanese, we have to show our intention to help." Jumuk felt extremely uncomfortable and replied, "I am completely dissatisfied with how the martial arts alliance is handling this matter." "True," Tin Khan warned. "We cannot interfere in the Qingqing sect's affairs. That attitude of treating us like fools." He lowered his eyes, looking quite helpless as he continued to listen. "The Martial Arts Alliance has long plotted to eliminate the 3 great powers of Sichuan, and the Qingchang sect is the first target." Then he opened his mouth. Using the word naive to describe this matter is most appropriate. Because first of all, as soon as the words ended, Duong Tam Tuan stopped walking, opened his eyes wide, and looked solemnly straight ahead. The sky was red as blood, creating an atmosphere full of fear. Sichuan is not so easily bullied. At the foot of Mount Qingcheng, someone inside shouted loudly, "What kind of ghostly trick is this? Impossible." Amidst a chaotic group of soldiers, 2 men were arguing for some unknown reason. "Call the cult leader out immediately. The rumors you heard are all fake. How could you think we betrayed the cult leader? Ridiculous." One of them was Bien Phuc. Unable to hold back, he roared, "Those are all traps set by others. I didn't expect you to believe in such rumors. A bunch of idiots. The cult leader is safe and sound." Suddenly, a warm voice echoed from afar, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Is there a misunderstanding?" Cole Wan frowned and stepped in front of the 2 men. "The cult leader lost an arm and was even hit by the Tang family's deadly poison. You call that safe and sound?" Bien Phuc immediately gritted his teeth, momentarily speechless, cold sweat pouring like a stream. That matter. Cole Wan did not give him a chance to explain, immediately asserting, "It is precisely because the people surrounding the cult leader are cowards like you that there is a problem." The people around seemed to gain courage, shouting in unison, "Hey, you're going a bit too far. We almost lost our lives fighting those great clans. Where were you, and what were you doing back then?" Cole Wan angrily waved his hand and shoved Bien Phuc aside, then roared, "Shut up. I don't believe you anymore. Only by meeting the cult leader directly can we confirm it." Bien Phuc, ignoring the hatred consuming his mind, hurriedly turned his head to look at him, stammering and shouting a reminder, "Hey, right now the cult leader is." He suddenly noticed something unusual ahead. It turned out to be the Taoist Vonam. Everyone present gasped in astonishment looking at him. Vonam simply stood there, completely silent. Cole Wan gritted his teeth, looking straight at the young man, as if warning him, "Step aside, we must protect the cult leader." Vonam revealed a cold expression and calmly replied, "Then try pushing me out of your way." Cole Wan quickly reached behind his back, intending to draw his weapon. "You think I can't do it?" Right at this critical moment, Tan Tu Kwong and his allies appeared, forcefully intervening. "Stop! Now is not the time for infighting." He solemnly looked up at the small house on the mountain peak. "Since that temple, the aura inside belongs to the talented lady. Although she is injured, just as Bien Phuc said, she is safe and sound." Tan Tu Kwong took the initiative to step forward. But the Martial Arts Alliance could raid at any time. The talented lady's current condition is so serious that even a slight agitation would affect her significantly. She currently cannot leave this area for a few days. During this time, let's discuss a plan to protect that temple. Bao Fong been seeing this, looked suspicious. What, a brat? Him Tu Nu beside him also chimed in. Never seen him before. Bien Phuc realized the situation was not good and hurriedly roared in justification. Hey, while you were away, this brat risked his life to help us. He hesitated not to declare. He is the poison dragon. The whispering around began to buzz. Poison dragon? The ringleader who caused trouble at the Juvi gang and the Tang family? But why does he look just like a child? Him Tu Nu stood among the soldiers, naturally curling her lips into a smile, full of interest. He looks quite handsome, actually. Duong Halan nearby heard most of the conversation and swept her eyes around with extreme annoyance. Bao Fong Bin suddenly walked up to Tan Tu Quang, crossed his arms, and said, Poison dragon. I'll just call him a fraud. The boy bowed his head slightly, remaining silent. I heard rumors about you in Shandong. They say you brat are a deity born from a river. Speaking to this point, Bao Fong Bin showed contempt. Humph. I will not listen to orders from someone weaker than me. Therefore, when the 4 words, know your place, rang out, it was also when he swung his giant fist, rushing towards Tan Tu Quang. The terrifying pressure made Tan Tu Quang stunned for a moment. Duong Halan's group witnessed everything, scared out of their wits by this unexpected situation, unable to intervene in time. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy rushed towards Tan Tu Quang like a wild beast. Then he suddenly stopped, looking very surprised, and whispered, All right. Bao Fong Bin's hand was only a bit away from Tan Tu Quang's face, but he had no intention of continuing. You're quite good. I admit you have the guts to stand up and give orders to us. Bien Phuc was completely terrified, almost screaming with hatred. What on earth are you doing? Bao Fong Bin remained in that posture, but his eyes seemed to shoot straight at Tan Tu Quang. Are you a member of a demonic cult? No. Then why do you always want to protect our cult leader? Under the astonished gaze of all sect members, he replied, Because she has helped me a lot. Bao Fong Bin seemed to have never thought this would happen, so he involuntarily felt a bit confused. Then he sighed, slowly retracted his expression, and even praised, Good. It doesn't matter if you are from the demonic cult or whatever. Bao Fong Bin turned around, simultaneously praising. I like your sincerity in repaying the cult leader's kindness because we are all the same. He walked quickly to Cole Wan, who was angrily objecting. Hey, this brat is right. Now is not the time for infighting. Bao Fong Bin persuaded for a long time. Seeing his attitude was still uncooperative, he sighed gloomily. After witnessing everything that is happening, I'm afraid we really have fallen into a trap. Whether this is right or wrong, we can consider it later. Right now, we all hope the cult leader is safe and sound. Vo Nam silently observed everyone reaching an agreement, only then revealing a relieved smile. The rubble-strewn ground shook slightly, a series of hoofbeats shaking the whole sky. Tru Tan Khan sat on his horse, but his heart was in turmoil. The headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance was originally in Gansu Province. In Sichuan, the major martial arts powers include the Tang family, a Mei sect, and Qingqing sect. With these 3 powers, Sichuan is located to the west of Yunnan. All demonic cults have been driven north by the Martial Arts Alliance. The Servant of Justice and Fairness commands the Shandong Evil Sect, while the Yangtze is managed by the Yangtze Sect. He silently calculated in his heart. In the martial arts world, the 6 strongest sects currently control the Jianghu. After the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance went missing, the 6 great sects quickly began to stir, finally coming to a conclusion. A violent storm stirring up the entire martial arts world is nothing more than a stepping stone for someone to advance to a higher level. Horsehooves kicked up blinding dust. Now is the time for the White Tiger Squad to prove its worth far surpassed that of the Azure Dragon Bunch. It had taken quite some time to reach the designated location. Tru Tan Khan gently patted his horse while signaling the soldiers behind him a halt. Before him now stood a gate situated within a gloomy forest. This place was too quiet. Beside a wooden pillar, someone was waiting and bowed respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, Taoist. I have been expecting you all. Tru Tan Khan immediately felt confused. Why is this different from what I know? Weren't you prepared for a life or death battle? That subordinate went straight to the point. I wish to consult with my lord regarding some information about the superiors. Hearing this, he let out a cold snort, then turned to order his subordinates. Hey, did you hear that? Move up. The young man hurriedly explained in a loud voice. There is no need for everyone to follow, sir. This is a sacred cultivation ground for Taoists. Please show the Qingchang sect some respect. Tru Tan Khan had no other choice. Though unwilling, he had to comply. I understand. Amidst the silent mountain ranges, the subordinate led True Tan Khan's team deeper into the area. That person's steps moved forward, one by one, with a steady rhythm, unintentionally giving True Tan Khan a vague, indescribable feeling. The subordinate led them to a large fortress before calmly announcing, "We have arrived. Please enter, my lord." True Tan Khan frowned slightly, his voice dropping low. "I don't know what tricks you're hiding up your sleeve." It turned out he had already ordered his soldiers to quickly surround the young man. "Did you think you could easily deceive me?" Flash sword True Tan Khan. He even emphasized, "The moment you finished leading the way, you were already trapped in our encirclement. Take off your hat and reveal your face." Tan Tu Kwang calmly replied, "Poison Dragon." "How did you recognize me?" True Tan Khan asked calmly. "Poison Dragon's recent title is the Malignant Poison. I heard you have a lame leg. Did you think I wouldn't recognize that limp of yours?" He declared, "I am now arresting the suspect in the assassination of the Martial Arts Alliance leader, which is you. If you resist, not waiting for the enemy to finish." Tan Tu Kwang calmly interrupted, "I would like to fight you personally, but right now, I am not your opponent." Suddenly, a voice called out from the high stone steps. "The White Tiger Squad Bunch." They spoke one after another, including Bok Lidung's faction, the leaders of the two armies of the Martial Arts Alliance, correct? Just as predicted, not a single one is missing. It turned out to be Ko Wan and Bao Fong Bin, both smirking fiercely. "Can we start warming up yet?" True Tan Khan showed no major reaction on the surface, but his heart began to waver. He maintained his posture, relying on his superior numbers to question them loudly. "Who are you people?" The two men looked at each other, looking at the shield on your back. "You must be Ko Wan of the 8 heavenly demons? Then the one standing next to you is surely Bao Fong Bin." Then they asked in surprise, "You know us?" True Tan Khan frowned slightly, his tone blunt. "Of course. You are the Martial Arts Alliance's most wanted criminals. You lot always hide in Shandong, so we couldn't root you out. But today is different." He ground his teeth, making a terrifying sound. "If that's the case, what has become of the Qing Chung sect's reputation? What does it mean that they put you demonic cult scum on the front lines?" Bao Fong Bin crossed his arms, waited for True Tan Khan to finish, then sneered. "You always talk about destroying us evil heretics, but aren't you also planning to eliminate the Qing sect? What a waste of effort." He then happily emphasized, "The Qing sect has already left this place." Hearing what the enemy said, he was shocked beyond belief. They left Mount Qingcheng? An indescribable anxiety suddenly rose in his heart. "Damn it, I originally intended to use the downfall of the Qingchang sect to claim a great merit for myself. But if they aren't here, then winning this battle is no different from hollow victory." Seeing his expression, the two men couldn't help but look smug. "Haha, you didn't expect that, did you? Those Taoists may be annoying, but they are quite smart." These words successfully agitated True Tan Khan's already shaken heart. But high-ranked Taoist Vo Nam is still inside. It seems they still want to preserve some honor for the Qingcheng sect. He adopted a yielding attitude and hurriedly asked, "He is inside?" Bao Fong Bin answered without hesitation, "That is correct." Hearing this, the killing intent around True Tan Khan immediately exploded. One hand gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Then, "That is excellent. Dragging in your corpses and that of Taoist Vo Nam will be enough to save face for me." The subordinates quickly received the order. "Poison Dragon, I leave him to you lot." "Yes, sir." He decisively slashed forward, releasing a powerful wave of sword energy. The two men could not react in time, momentarily terrified out of their wits by the sudden situation. They immediately leaped high into the air. That stream of power was like a giant python, sweeping across the spot where they had just been standing. Bao Fong Bin quickly regained his composure and dodged in time. Ko Wan, still shaken, only now realized, this guy's title is Flash Sword, isn't it? Faster than lightning. True Tan Khan realized he completely held the upper hand and spoke with disdain. "It is a bit too early to reach a conclusion." His face was distorted, his eyes alone brimming with cruelty. "That was just a small fraction of my power. Take this." The battle between the two sides continued, momentarily alerting Tan Tu Kwang, who was still surrounded by soldiers. "It seems things have started over there." His expression did not change, showing absolutely no fear, and he continued to provoke them. How long do you intend to just watch? The soldiers immediately showed annoyance at these sarcastic words. You, Poison Dragon, are famous for using poison and unexpected methods to confuse opponents. We are not the stupid type to rush in without a plan. Tan Tu Kwang's face was expressionless, his head tilted slightly to the side as if there was nothing to worry about. I regret to inform you that it is already too late, for all of you have been poisoned. The subordinates were all startled. What? The Qingchang sect has many ferns. I used them to create a poison and continuously sprinkled it on you as you ascended the mountain. Tan Tu Kwang explained coldly. Yilao were too focused on my limping gait to notice what I was doing. When one is poisoned by the fern, the eyes become congested and turn dark black. Your legs will go soft, your muscles will become paralyzed, and in some cases, it leads to death. Hearing this, they could not believe their ears and shouted in unison. What? Finally, Tan Tu Kwang calmly concluded. In short, you do not have much longer to live. Although frightened, the subordinates seemed to try to compose themselves, thinking the young man was merely bluffing. The leader snorted coldly and charged forward, shouting, "Kill him!" The whole group, as if re-energized, shouted in unison, "Charge!" The move they used was the White Tiger Assault, simultaneously swinging their swords to form a circle, trapping the opponent tightly until death. But strangely, despite their synchronized attack, Tan Tu Kwang's small figure was nowhere to be seen. The subordinates looked around, their faces showing disbelief. What? Where's he? Suddenly, one of them spat out a mouthful of blood, white foam forming at the corners of his mouth. It seemed Tan Tu Kwang's poison had begun to take effect. A few began to lose their footing, their heads tilting back, yet their mouths did not stop screaming, "I'm definitely going to die." The remaining soldiers were so panicked their whole bodies trembled. What is happening? Tan Tu Kwang seized the opportunity and quickly escaped the encirclement. Watching his retreating figure, the soldiers were completely shocked. Where did he go? Perhaps because the situation unfolded so quickly, they had hardly noticed that Tan Tu Kwang's wrist was holding countless threads soaked in deadly poison. He pulled with all his might. The other ends of the threads had wrapped tightly around the enemy's legs, causing them to lose their balance. What? A series of painful screams echoed through the area. Legs were torn apart, one by one, and most of the soldiers turned pale, falling into a state of panic. This is bad. That poison dragon. The threads were dyed blood red. Tan Tu Kwang's eyes looked like those of a demon. Is he really this strong? Back at the initial area, a violent bolt of lightning struck down, causing a massive explosion. Ko Wan used a shield to resist, but was quickly knocked away by the terrifying power. Seeing this, he shouted smugly, "It seems your lightning can't touch me." True Tenkan refused to yield. I just said you were concluding things a bit too early. I was certainly not wrong. Although it took a heavy hit, that shield did not have a single scratch. True Tenkan frowned slightly, guessing silently. Strange. Although I am a swordsman, I was very confident about this battle. But his shield is completely unharmed. What material is it made of? He retreated to a safe position. I must verify this. Then he suddenly rushed towards Ko Wan, the blade of his sword wrapped in a terrifying special energy. True Tankan shouted "Flash kill," while launching a blast of force straight at the shield bearer who was counterattacking. The two sides collided, the battle remaining undecided. True Tankan ground his teeth, seeming to have discovered something. That's it. He judged silently. When my attack touches it, he transmits internal force into the shield, then tilts it slightly, completely changing the direction of my attack. The two sides collided quickly. Ko Luan appeared from behind, shouting simultaneously, "Take this!" True Tenkan hissed through clenched teeth. I was wondering what tricks you were playing. He swung his hand to block the general's attack, then escaped Ko Luan's range. Ah, that is a technique of the Wudong sect mages. Are you smug because of a trick you picked up by eavesdropping? He smirked, looking unconcerned. Don't look down on me. Quite a few people have been dealt with by this move of mine. A cut flashed across True Tankan's cheek, and blood seeped out drop by drop, but he did not say a word, remaining silent. Even so, the killing intent radiating from him doubled. I admit your defensive move is very good, but now that I know all your secrets, don't get too smug. You cannot defeat me. Ko Wan replied casually. That is not the reason. Suddenly, Bao Fong Bin appeared out of nowhere, his eyes bloodshot, swinging his fist at the enemy while shouting, "Shall the two of us deal with you together?" Bao Fong Bin's unexpected appearance from behind caused a massive shockwave. True Tan Khan was knocked backward, the precious sword in his hand slipping from his grasp. The immense pressure caused True Tan Khan to vomit blood in pain. He ground his teeth and cursed softly. Damn it. Bao Fong Bin was determined to continue the counterattack, roaring his declaration. This time I won't slip up. True Tan Khan had not yet wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although near his limit, he still appeared fierce. You dare. Bao Fong Bin approached step by step. Now there was only a short distance between them, but he was immediately blasted away by a stream of power True Tan Khan had just unleashed. Just as he was still bewildered, a shield suddenly flew in from a distance. True Tan Khan was momentarily panicked. That shield hit the ground and bounced up, repeating this motion for several rotations. True Tan Khan completely failed to anticipate it and could not dodge in time. His whole body was dragged across the ground for a long stretch. He used every ounce of his strength to struggle back to his feet. But Cole Wan and Bao Fong Bin in front of him did not stop, rushing towards him simultaneously. True Tan Khan did not panic. He quickly clenched his fist. You filthy demonic cult scum. A sky-shaking explosion rang out. A massive blast occurred right there. True Tan Khan's arm hung helplessly at his side, while the other two retreated to a safer position. Cole Wan finally spoke up to mock him. Don't be so hot-tempered. Aren't you one of Bok Lai Dung's men? Bao Fong Bin followed up. Doesn't look much like it, huh? Or did you expect us demonic cult people to treat you nicely? Ignoring True Tan Khan's increasingly gloomy expression, he burned with rage, small sparks of lightning flashing like a madman. He gritted his teeth and replied, Don't get cocky too soon. That was just me being careless earlier. True Tan Khan's knees suddenly buckled uncontrollably. Now I'll use my full power. This unexpected situation shocked him to the core. What? My legs? Seeing this, Cole Wan laughed triumphantly. What are you doing? No need to kneel at our feet like that. Meanwhile, True Tan Khan fell into near despair. It's reached the limit. No, not like this. Bao Fong Bin stood by the side, crossed his arms and commented, looks like Poison Dragon's poison has taken effect. Did he really do this? Hearing Bao Fong Bin's words, he involuntarily looked up and asked in confusion, What poison? Why didn't I feel anything? Bao Fong Bin raised his hand, signaling confirmation. The truth is his way of using poison is unlike anyone else's. Isn't that why you call him Poison Dragon? True Tan Khan fell completely into a sense of helplessness. His mind began to go numb. The paralysis in his legs was getting worse. With the current situation, there was no way to handle those two. Suddenly, a giant bolt of lightning struck the top of his head. Cole Wan couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, that fast. It turned out True Tan Khan did that to distract the enemy, then ran for his life. Bao Fong Bin suddenly realized it, immediately chased after him and shouted, He wants to escape, using lightning to reduce the effects of the toxin. Meanwhile, he ran while thinking to himself, No matter how much poison I've taken, with so many people outside, the situation will be different. Perhaps they've already finished off Poison Dragon by now. The main gate of the underworld was right before his eyes. I must regroup with the forces outside and turn the tide. But the scene outside was far more tragic than True Tan Khan had imagined. Cold sweat poured down his distorted face, like a wild beast caught in a trap, unable to escape no matter what. He gasped in shock. Impossible, my white tiger squad. Tan Tu Kwong was sitting amidst a pile of scattered corpses, blood splattered everywhere, the air thick with the stench of gore. Did this guy alone kill all of them? His face was covered in blood, but his eyes were filled with killing intent, completely unlike a normal person. Just then, Bao Fong Bin slowly walked out from the underworld, speaking in a mocking tone. How pitiful. Seems like not a single one of his men is left. Cole Wan also didn't let him off, saying, Let me tell you something, the army you left down below won't survive either. This made True Tan Khan momentarily panic. What? Why do you think only the three of us are here? Every word was like a slap, striking hard against his already terrified mind. Impossible. Down below, a fierce battle had broken out under the command of Vo Nam's entire force. Duong Halan was also there coordinating the fight, using the heaven and earth palm to pierce through the enemy formation. Him Tu Nu also joined the fray powerfully, using strange sound magic to confuse a section of the soldiers. Vo Nam smiled mysteriously, then calmly drew his sword. His movements were extremely agile, like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he repelled countless squads, kicking up clouds of dust. A few who realized the critical situation shouted in panic to report, Damn it, we've been ambushed. They deliberately attacked while the commander isn't here. We'll fall here at this rate. The leader didn't want to hesitate any longer and immediately blew the horn, signaling everyone to retreat. The sounds of the battlefield immediately echoed through the mountains and forests, naturally startling True Tan Khan, who was standing frozen. He gritted his teeth. It's the retreat horn. The two men behind him showed looks of disdain. Looks like the battle is over. Did they decide to abandon their leader to save themselves? Tisk. Only True Tan Khan remained silent, his heart a tangled mess. It's all my fault. In my haste to claim credit, I underestimated the enemy. He lowered his head slightly, guilt consuming his mind. I should have dragged in other factions in Sichuan. Below, his knuckles gradually tightened, a strange power enveloping him. But it was too late for regret. He sank into despair. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through True Tan Khan's train of thought, shocking him to the extreme. You can leave too, Tan Tu Kwong said in a calm voice. What do you mean? I want you to leave alive. His pride wounded, the man roared upon hearing this. Are you joking with me? I, True Tan Khan, do not need the pity of an enemy. Even if I have to bet my life, I will not beg you. Tan Tu Kwong stood up, his face bearing a look of determination. Our goal has been achieved, which is to drive you people away. The ones who deserve to die are the troublesome enemies. We don't need to back you into a corner. His words rang out sharply. If you want revenge later, wouldn't that be better than dying here? A long while later, True Tan Khan finally calmed down. I apologize for denying the truth earlier, but next time there will absolutely not be an outcome like this. He frowned, warning firmly. If you fall into a similar situation, don't expect a shred of pity from me. Having said that, he vanished right before the eyes of everyone present. Cole Wan approached Tan Tu Kwong and asked skeptically, we had the chance. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate him right now? He answered frankly, if we kill him, the Martial Arts Alliance will send even more elite troops. He emphasized further, our only goal right now is to buy time for Du Hoa, so it's best not to make things worse. Tan Tu Kwong finally turned around. Let's go down the mountain now. I need to check the situation down below. The two men watched the young man's retreating figure, suddenly falling into deep thought. They looked at each other. He's clearly not the type of friend you'd like. Bien Phuc said the cult leader has invited him to join the demonic cult more than once. Tan Tu Kwong's silhouette, amidst the choked call of Poison Dragon, gradually disappeared behind the main gate. By now, it was late afternoon. A group of soldiers was gathering to eat and drink lavishly, celebrating the victory. Bien Phuc happily draped his arm around the person whose collar he had grabbed earlier, singing and dancing. Duong Halan sat wearily on the ground, next to steaming hot buns fresh out of the oven. Tan Tu Kwong observed from a distance, feeling a sense of relief. Luckily, everyone performed beyond expectations. The person beside him immediately replied, they aren't so weak that they need you to look after them. Du Hoa has trained them for a long time. Vo Nam said seriously, from now on, there'll be a period of peace. We have defeated the Martial Arts Alliance's people in Sichuan, and even neatly dealt with True Tan Khan's White Tiger Squad from Huizhou. He asserted, since something happened to the White Tiger Squad, the Martial Arts Alliance will be more cautious when engaging us from now on. Buying time until Du Hoa recovers seems much more likely. Tan Tu Kwong nodded slightly in agreement. You're right. This is probably the best time for you to leave here. Vo Nam suddenly changed the subject, pressing Tan Tu Kwong. You fight in the name of avenging the medicine sect, correct? But I promise to look after them. The conversation seemed to become lighter. What I'm about to say isn't telling you to abandon them. Whether it's for revenge or protection, strength is essential. Please enlighten me. Vo Nam involuntarily recalled. I think I told you about the White Tiger Squad in Huizhou. Now that the White Tiger Squad and the Qingchang sect are no longer there, the Martial Arts Alliance's surveillance will become difficult. His voice suddenly dropped. And in the Huizhou area, right now, in a dark and damp dungeon, there is him, Vo Nam recounted. That person not only perfected the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunder Zen Arts with me, but also discovered the final secret behind them. The demonic cult's strongest warrior, Duong Han Jia. Upon hearing this, Tan Tu Kwong was startled and terrified, his spine chilling, his whole body trembling. Vo Nam turned to the person beside him, as if reminding him, "Go find him. He will help you achieve your goal." Looking at the blazing campfire, Bien Phuc couldn't help but sigh and exclaim, "You leaving so suddenly like this is truly a pity." Tan Tu Quang said seriously to all his allies, "I apologize for leaving at this critical moment." Only Bien Phuc laughed heartily, waving his hand in response. "It's fine. You surely have your own difficulties. You must have thought this through very carefully before making this decision. You have proven your loyalty to the cult leader more than once." The entire army ceaselessly expressed their respect. "All the people of the secret society are extremely grateful to you. No matter when you choose to leave, we will smile and send you off." He quickly replied in a gentle voice, "But I will quickly finish what needs to be done, then return here." Bao Fongbin walked over from afar with his arms crossed, calmly advising, "You don't need to worry too much." Ko Luan, standing nearby, also added, "As soon as the cult leader comes out, we will leave here immediately. Who knows, by the time you return, this place might be completely empty." They all appeared very relaxed before the parting. "Poison Dragon, we will definitely meet again." After the brief farewells and cursory instructions, Tan Tu Quang went back to pack his luggage. He suddenly spoke to Duong Halan behind him, without turning his head. "You've had to suffer because you followed me." Hearing this, she exhaled, then smiled softly and replied, "It's all right. From the moment I decided to become your wife, I was prepared for that." He shifted his gaze. Glancing slightly, a strange object accidentally caught Tan Tu Quang's attention. It was Duong Halan. She blushed, using her sleeve to cover half her face, and explained shyly, "It's just a gift. The sleeves of the Ching Chong sect robes are too wide, making it inconvenient to use the flying soul arrows. I cut a part of my own clothes and made it into an outfit resembling the Tang family style." She gently shook the object in her hand, adding, "I thought this color suited you better, so I dyed it green. I've never done this before, so it was a bit difficult. If today hadn't helped, I'm afraid I couldn't have finished it alone. And it seems I accidentally hurt myself while sewing." Duong Halan's face clearly showed anticipation. "Although I didn't sew it very well, I hope you will wear it." Though surprised, Tan Tu Quang replied gently, "Thank you." He took the item, his lips curving into a radiant smile. "When I was small, my mother used to make clothes for me. I never thought there would be someone else making clothes for me like this. I am truly very happy." Duong Halan hesitated a moment, her eyes sparkling. "Should I tell you even better news?" Having said that, she leaned close to Tan Tu Quang's shoulder, her lips moving as the two whispered. Tan Tu Quang's expression was seen to be extremely astonished, his mouth gaping in stupor. Involuntarily stepping back a few paces, asking awkwardly, "Huh? What? That?" Duong Halan was made to giggle by Tan Tu Quang's expression. "Are you telling the truth? Ah, look how flustered you are." An unnatural feeling rose in his heart. He hurriedly justified himself. "Because I never thought this would happen." Seeing this, she asked curiously, "So you thought nothing would happen?" "That's not it," Tan Tu Quang emphasized firmly. "But I really didn't expect such a thing to happen in my life." Duong Halan calmly took the young man's arm, as if comforting him. "Me too, but I'm also very worried." She gently stroked her belly, where a small life was present. "Our child, will they be able to come into this world safely? Can the baby walk this thorny path ahead with us?" She bowed her head slightly. Duong Halan confided with a hint of sadness, "I know you have many burdens on your shoulders, and I understand you can't cast them aside." Duong Halan pursed her lips slightly, then leaned against Tan Tu Quang's back, exhaling and confessing, "I wanted to become someone you could trust and rely on, but now I'm afraid it won't be easy." Finally, she had to make a difficult decision. "So, I will not go with you." Duong Halan did not want to face reality, her gaze gradually becoming firm. "I will leave here and hide, doing my best to protect our child." Tan Tu Quang was very worried. "But the Tang family will still pursue you relentlessly. What if they find you later?" She gently shook her head and replied, "Have you forgotten how important the child is to the Tang family? If they know I am pregnant, they won't take my life." She reminded him, "Therefore, you must survive and return to me and our child." Tan Tu Quang suddenly fell silent, then took the initiative to step forward. His warm hand caressed Duong Halan's nape. Under the bright moonlight, lips parted slightly, and the two exchanged a burning kiss. "I promise, I will definitely return." A few days later, at the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters in Huizhou, the main gate was always guarded by sentries. Suddenly, a noise from the side attracted the guard's attention. He immediately turned his head to look. The street in the city was deserted. Only the sound of crackling fire could be heard. A few night guards began to feel sleepy, yawning repeatedly. Suddenly, a small iron needle flew from out of nowhere, aiming straight at one of the distracted guards. This unexpected situation gave the guy next to him no time to react to what had happened. He could only watch helplessly as his comrade's corpse fell. While he was still surprised, letting out a "huh," Tan Tu Kwang's dark figure seized the opportunity to rush in. The sound of slow footsteps echoed in the quiet space. Tan Tu Kwang walked past several damp cells. While searching the surroundings, he was suddenly startled. In the room on the right, a broad back was sitting facing forward. In front of that man was a Go board with black and white pieces clearly visible. He seemed to be playing chess against himself. Tan Tu Kwang carefully placed his bundle on the ground, a poison dart ready in his hand. The lock was immediately cut in half. That man did not seem too surprised, even showing interest. Soul Flying Arrow, it's been a long time since I've seen that. You are not an ordinary person, he said bluntly. Why break a lock that wasn't locked in the first place? Tan Tu Kwang replied as he opened the door and walked in. Is that so? I didn't know. The man went straight to the point, breaking in here in the middle of the night and even breaking the lock. You are indeed not ordinary. Why did you come to find me? Tan Tu Kwang suddenly sat down heavily. His proposal was a bit confusing. Let's play a game of chess. The man moved slightly, unknown if he agreed or not. In the opposite cell, someone immediately shouted a warning. Too arrogant, kid. Do you know who he is? Tan Tu Kwang replied in a calm voice. I only came to play Go. Do I need to know who he is? This quickly angered the other prisoner. Stinking brat. Do you want me to chop you into 100 pieces? Get lost. Teeth ground together, accompanied by an angry shout. Shut up. You are too noisy. The other prisoner stammered in fear as he complied. Yes, as you command, my lord. The man used his strength to lift the stone chessboard and placed it between the two of them. Go, huh? Fine. Tan Tu Kwang observed intently for a long while, then praised. Truly a unique chessboard. Duong Han Jia happily explained. This is made from the bones of those who didn't know their place and dare to challenge me to chess. Tan Tu Kwang heard his threat and immediately became serious. They bet their lives to play Go. Duong Han Jia smiled sinisterly. If you want to possess something that takes others a lifetime to acquire, shouldn't you at least bet your own life? His face was full of smugness. So, do you still want to continue? If you're scared, then leave. Tan Tu Kwang did not answer. He simply placed a chess piece on the board immediately in place of an answer. He said, I already said, I want to play chess. Duong Han Jia seemed very excited because it had been a long time since he played a game. Small sparks of magical lightning surrounded his body. Hope you can amuse me. Pitch black darkness enveloped the cold prison. Duong Han Jia continued chatting with Tan Tu Kwang. You also have quite a few tricks for emergencies. Hey, he placed a white piece into the encirclement of black pieces, maintaining a smug smile on his face. Infiltrating here, yet remaining as calm as you are you really okay? The sun is about to rise. Tan Tu Kwang examined the board position and blurted out, I intend to end this game before then. This made Duong Han Jia interested in teasing him. Haha, then can I drag out the time? The young man decided without hesitation. Then I will make it so you cannot drag out the time. While Duong Han Jia let out a burst of delighted laughter. Haha, the prisoner opposite wanted to intervene again. Don't fall for this kid's trap. This reminder, which looked very suspicious to him, not only failed to make him accept it, but also made him angrier. You lot. Duong Han Jia's roar was like thunder, striking straight into the opposite cell. All of you, shut your mouths for me, successfully returning the space to its former state. Although unseen, one could sense the other prisoner trembling in fear. Please forgive me, my lord. The white chess piece in his hand was crushed into fragments. Duong Han Jia asked curiously. Surprised? Tan Tu Kwang calmly replied, No. I just feel like I've come to the right place. Let's start. Seeing this, he also adjusted his posture. Let's start. Time passed just like that. Both sides were silent. Only the sound of chess pieces falling continuously could be heard. Duong Han Jia was self-satisfied. After all, until now, no one who challenged him had ever won. Meanwhile, Tan Tu Kwong remained calm, his face showing no emotion. Suddenly, the man's pupils dilated, showing extreme astonishment. The position on the board was currently undecided. You brat, Duong Han Jia only now realized. Is this what you meant by not letting me drag out the time? Who taught you to play Go? Tan Tu Kwong smiled and said, Taoist Vonam, the sect leader of the Qingchang sect. Aren't you curious about who is behind helping me? The sentence just now, as expected, surprised him. After a long while, he suddenly gave a strange smile. Hif. The two sides continued to clash. The sentence just now seemed to stimulate Duong Han Jia even more. Tan Tu Kwong did not show weakness either. When the enemy advanced, he defended. Suddenly, Duong Han Jia shouted in joy. It's still like this. At that moment, a thought flashed through Tan Tu Kwong's mind. This matter also caused Duong Han Jia to recall old memories. Just like the days he came here to play chess with me. The chess pieces quickly filled the stone board. All right, looking at the game for a long time, Duong Han Jia finally spoke leisurely and casually. Let's stop here. But just a second later, his face turned pale. Next is the move I've been waiting for a long time. Tan Tu Kwong, urged by the opponent, tightened his grip on the chess piece in his hand. Go! The image of Vo Nam appeared in his mind. I heard he's imprisoned at the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters in Huizhou. Take this chess piece to him. Duong Han Jia immediately noticed what Tan Tu Kwong was about to place on the board. Then he suddenly screamed like a madman. Move! Duong Han Jia's entire body turned into a strange black shadow, covering part of the gloomy, damp prison. The chess piece was placed neatly in the center position. Duong Han Jia's face turned pale at this action, and he hurriedly voiced a warning. Kid, don't joke around. His eyes were streaked with countless blood vessels, his teeth grinding together creating a soft friction sound. That spot, are you sure? Do you know what that move means? Tan Tu Kwong remained extremely serious. Yes, I'm absolutely certain. Hearing this affirmation, Duong Han Jia could not help but feel annoyed, scolding loudly. How shameful. Are you using this meaningless move to admit your defeat? His voice echoed in the cold stone corridor. You clearly had the upper hand. If that friend of mine were here, he would absolutely not do something so shameful. Speaking to this point, he suddenly choked up. But this is definitely. Duong Han Jia picked up the chess piece Tan Tu Kwong had just brought. His expression became unsightly, distorted by the action in his hand. He tried to regain his composure before beginning to question what happened to the Qingchang sect. He answered frankly, they have abandoned the Qingchang sect. That Vo Nam, he surely predicted the end of his life was coming. Tan Tu Kwong frowned slightly, his face full of doubt. Why do you think that? At this point, Duong Han Jia did not want to hide it anymore, confirming, I am a member of the Ken Kwong army. He explained in frustration, sending you here is equivalent to exposing our friendship to the world. So this is the most logical reason. In other words, the issue of exposing our friendship to the whole world is no longer important. He looked at the chess position before him. And this game of ours is the way to end our 20-year game. Tan Tu Kwong heard this and immediately asked, you mean Taoist Vo Nam can no longer play chess with you? Duong Han Jia fell silent, lowered his head slightly, and said, Vo Nam discarded this stone because he didn't want me to resent him. My best chess friend is gone. Tan Tu Kwong also fell silent for a moment. He scratched his messy hair in frustration and struggled to stand up. Right, you came here for the Jade Cave 9 lights and the 5 Thunder Zen art, didn't you? He risked sending you to his only friend, so he must have assumed you could accept it. The corners of his mouth curled up, concluding, then I will follow Vo Nam's dying wish. Standing up, come to my side. Tan Tu Kwong obediently followed the instructions. Pull up your right sleeve. Give me your hand. Duong Han Jia used his strength to grip the boy's arm tightly. His entire body immediately radiated a terrifying power. Chi was transmitted into Tan Tu Kwong's body through skin contact. I will let you know what the Jade Cave 9 lights and 5 Thunder Zen art are like. Blue veins began to bulge, as if fully triggered. An uncomfortable sensation rose, rushing straight to his brain. Tan Tu Kwong screamed in panic amidst extreme pain, even struggling violently. wanting to escape. Duong Hanjia had to use all his strength to suppress him. Stop resisting. Your arm will break at this rate. Use your Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art to respond. Although desperate, Tan Tu Kwong could only resist with weak groans. Vonam surely taught you before sending you here, right? The 4 words Jade, Cave, 9 Lights appeared in his mind. 5 Thunders Zen art. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of white lightning shot out from Tan Tu Kwong. Duong Hanjia suddenly spoke up. I wanted to say you did very well, but he emphasized the power you created is too ordinary. Just a glance at half of your person is enough to conclude. In Duong Hanjia's eyes, a purple light flashed. Let my power pour in, filling every poison-filled corner of your body. A power even stronger exploded, causing Tan Tu Kwong to throw his head back in convulsions. Thoughts raced through his mind. It feels like my chi and blood meridians are about to explode. The blocked chi and blood meridians in my body cannot contain such a huge force. Duong Hanjia watched with interest. Smirking, I have reached the realm of the origin. It is a great river and also a wide avenue. The technique of gathering power is like flowing water. Even if mud and sand flow into the river, they cannot cloud the water flow. A great river accepts 100 streams, just as a wide avenue tolerates every turn. That is the origin. Tan Tu Kwong's entire body felt like it was being torn apart from deep within. He howled miserably. His inner mind was spinning. The origin. From the teachings of Taoist Vonam that I understood. Tan Tu Kwong's face was drenched in cold sweat. Yin and Yang fusion. No matter what, I must expel the impure energy in my body, creating space for the massive internal force to circulate. The blue veins on his body bulged violently. Every drop of pure water turned the color of blood. Added to his screaming, the scene became even more chaotic. A few painful, labored groans rang out. Tan Tu Kwong opened his mouth wide and continued to scream loudly. The surrounding space was filled with killing intent radiating from the 2 men. Duong Hanjia noticed something unusual and let out a surprised grunt. This was the moment the 2 of them simultaneously separated. He looked at Tan Tu Kwong, who had fallen to the ground, and said, "You are truly interesting." Tan Tu Kwong gritted his teeth as he listened. "Now I understand why you couldn't reach the origin realm." Fresh blood gushed from Duong Hanjia's mouth and eye sockets like a fountain. He nonchalantly mocked. "That guy Vonam, what the hell did he send me?" His expression was incredibly wild. "It's unbelievable. Someone with an invulnerable to 100 poisons body like me actually got poisoned." Drops of bright red, toxic blood dripped down, forming a large pool of blood on the floor. Duong Hanjia calmly spoke. "The sealed energy in the left side of your body isn't simply impure energy." The corners of his mouth curled up to his ears, revealing his white teeth. "It is poison energy and a supreme kind at that. You have created a poison that can break even my invulnerable to 100 poisons constitution." A look of tension appeared in Tan Tu Kwong's eyes. "Where did you contract that poison?" He involuntarily recalled the past. "The fire-gathering cleansing pill he gave me before leaving caused my energy and blood to stagnate, preventing the 5-color insect poison from spreading in my body." He realized this was the reason for his poison resistance. Tan Tu Kwong looked down at his arm, covered in streaks of black fluid. "But it's not just that. How is it possible? The poisons that enter my body got trapped in the stagnant energy and blood, then were healed." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. In other words, Tan Tu Kwong finally vaguely realized. Starting from the 5-color insect poison, all the poisons that Mo Shiryu injected into my body. The first time I was poisoned at the Cinnabar Pit, the divine water of the whale serpent, the clear bloodline green snake, and countless poisons swallowed afterward, all of them combined into a supreme poison. Astonishment turned into fear, engulfing his entire body. All those poisons turned into poison energy, flooding the left side of my body. Duong Hanjia remained in his original posture, only intently observing the brat's expression, then said, "It seems you didn't realize this either." Huh? Hit. The person in the opposite cell suddenly shouted, "Chief, are you all right?" Hearing this, he spoke in a reproachful tone. "Don't call me. I don't even have the strength to speak right now." Then he turned back to Tan Tu Kwong and said, "But given the current situation, I'm afraid I can't use the previous method to teach you the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art anymore. Because before you fully understand how to execute the 5 Thunders Zen art, the poison will spread throughout my body." He stared blankly at the hand reaching out to him. The two seemed to have just reached an agreement. "All right." Duong Han Jia suddenly tensed his body, using all his might to shout to the entire prison, "Everyone cover your ears." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding space sank into a terrifying silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. He turned his head to look straight into Tan Tu Kwong's eyes, smirking strangely. "Since you already understand what the origin is, then I will teach you the attributes of this move." He clenched his teeth tightly, biting until they bled, but the man didn't seem to care. The steps to truly achieve the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art. Tan Tu Kwong felt a strange power rushing straight down into the top of his head. A series of ancient characters appeared around him, enveloping him along with the flowing energy. Duong Han Jia stood aside watching. Tan Tu Kwong was absorbing the power. "That's all. Everyone's origin is different." He lowered his hands and explained, "Your origin has also begun to form, so even if I don't explain in detail, you can understand the steps of the second half." Finally, he asked, "Do you have anything to ask?" Tan Tu Kwong uneasily replied, "The steps of the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art that I know are both similar and completely different from what you just said." Duong Han Jia turned to face the wall. "Naturally, Vo Nam and I specialize in different martial arts and interpret them according to our own perspectives." He emphasized, "The steps you learned are based on Vo Nam's interpretation. He understands the path better than I do, but he deliberately chose to express it differently." This momentarily astonished Tan Tu Kwong. Why would he do that? After a moment of hesitation, since things had come to this, he decided to tell everything. Because of the woman in his heart, Tan Tu Kwong was stunned to accept this truth. He gave a few examples, so she could understand the steps of the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art. Duong Han Jia added, he changed them to his liking. So, it's not strange that he couldn't complete the second half of the steps. Even though she was someone he devoted his heart to, that woman was just a stranger to me. Back in the past, I argued with him more than once about him teaching this art to her. Also because besides us, there was someone else who knew about the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art. The one who knew about this was bent on seizing it and intervened between us. In the end, both Vo Nam and I fell into the situation we are in today. Tan Tu Kwong hurriedly confirmed. "Is it indestructible holy sword Bak Lai Dong?" "Yes, you know him too?" Duong Han Jia glanced at him slightly. While approaching that woman, he also tried to obtain the steps of the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art. Because it was incomplete, he threatened me to hand over the second half. But I refused, so I was imprisoned here by him. Thus, he decided to use the game of Go that Vo Nam and I used to play to figure out those steps. Then he constantly sent people to play Go with me. Thanks to him, I gained quite a few good chess pieces. Tan Tu Kwong calmly questioned, "It might be rude of me to say this, but you don't look very imprisoned. This door isn't even locked." He tried to persuade him. "If you want to leave, you can leave here anytime." But the response was only silence. Duong Han Jia's voice became deep. "I stay here not because of that guy named Bak Lai Dong. I stay here," his robust figure shone in the dark cell, "because I wronged Vo Nam and the woman he loved." This is an unchangeable truth, but a ray of hope could be felt in his words. "Therefore, I wait for the day he can realize that and forgive me." He gently placed his hand on the formation. "But seeing that he sent you here without saying a word, I will end this game with no regrets." Duong Han Jia's face was full of determination. "Unless Vo Nam refuses to forgive me and wants to take my life, I don't need to stay in this place for his sake anymore." As soon as the words were spoken, the wall where his hand pressed quickly exploded. The man roared like a madman. "I am Jia Lut Hone, the mystic edict light." The explosion he created shook the entire space. As debris rained down on the ground, Duong Han Jia laughed triumphantly. 20 years. Finally I'm out. If I didn't go this far, it would have been truly shameful. Suddenly, the person opposite loudly announced, "Chief, it's time for meditation." He calmed down, turning his head to glance at that cell. "Oh, is it time?" He immediately sat cross-legged, assuming a meditation posture. "Then there's no helping it. I've waited 20 years. Waiting a few more minutes won't matter. Tan Tu Kwong gently explained. All the soldiers in Huizhou will arrive here soon. I think I should help you deal with those troubles, right? Duong Han Jia closed his eyes and blurted out. Do you think I'll let those flies disturb my meditation? Tell them to wait outside. Tan Tu Kwong just felt confused. Tell them to wait. Duong Han Jia seemed to have completely disregarded worldly affairs, wholeheartedly focusing on distributing power throughout his body. Tan Tu Kwong helplessly held his forehead and sighed. Ha, you owe me one. Duong Han Jia suddenly frowned and asked back, Isn't it you who owes me? You're a messenger. I gave my thing to you, only taking back what I deserve. He suddenly laughed excitedly. Ha ha, makes sense. I'm not one for empty words. Consider this time I owe you. The two sides exchanged some necessary information. What is your name? My name is Tan Tu Kwong. Duong Han Jia said word by word. I will remember this name. The cell returned to its original silence. The prisoner in the opposite cell grasped the iron bars with one hand and politely asked, Chief, what happened? Duong Han Jia calmly replied, Today is the day the true Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art officially opens the eyes of the world. Now that I have broken free from the shackles, Bak Lai Dung will soon witness my wrathful power. The prisoner asked curiously, Did that kid understand your meaning? He even said you owed him. He smiled and replied, He probably understood. That kid is very capable. It's almost dawn. By the time I finish meditating and go out, the battle should be over, because I gave him the power to do so. The sound of footsteps, slightly staggering, but incredibly steady and powerful, moved forward. It was none other than Tan Tu Kwong. Both his hands and eyes emitted electric light simultaneously, killing intent enveloping the entire space. He walked straight towards the soldiers, his expression gloomy, but his voice full of determination. I don't have much time. Everyone come at once. In a place not far away, a man was silently watching everything. That person suddenly reached out and caught a small bird. A scroll was tied to the bird's leg. He slowly opened it and read the content inside. There's a little brat who is a spy. Must be the brat released by Vonam. Then he cast flames, burning it all to ashes. You messed with the wrong person. But even this matter, a gentle breeze blew a few locks of hair on Bak Lai Dung's face. Should end today, at the entrance of the Qingshang sect, for people were standing in a sunlit spot in the mountains. A man with a scar on his nose noticed something and spoke up. Oh, look, someone is coming. Everyone curiously discussed in the direction he pointed. Who is it? Didn't they say we wouldn't be attacked during this time? Just one person, probably a Taoist coming to cultivate. He was about to shout a warning. We are. Suddenly, one person in the crowd spat out a mouthful of blood, head tilting back, dying on the spot. His companion exclaimed, in surprise, full of panic. Suddenly, something swept across his neck. He only had time to say 2 words, What the? Before his head was severed from his neck. Bak Lai Dung appeared out of nowhere, holding a sharp blade, dragging a long trail of blood behind him. Everyone present was stunned, terrified by the scene unfolding. And he raised his voice in a terrifying tone. You demonic cult scum, tremble in fear, because I have arrived. Bak Lai Dung looked at the soldiers with terrifying eyes, stepping on the crushed head of the man from before. The people of the stormtroops seemed to hear the screams too and began to panic. At the edge of a forest, a figure sat by the main gate. It was none other than Vo Nam. Him Tu Nu, Bao Fong Bin, and Ko Wan quickly rushed towards the noise. Screams were coming from the guard team below. Something must have happened. They panicked and urged each other. We must hurry. Suddenly, Ko Wan discovered something and grunted. Before his eyes was a figure standing arrogantly amidst countless corpses. The 3 quickly landed safely on the ground. Ko Wan exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible! A labored groan rang out. White foam at the corner of the mouth, coupled with the man's deep voice. I didn't expect you to come here personally, indestructible holy sword Bak Lai Dung. He gently snapped the person's neck with his hand. The opponent only made a gurgling sound before dying. He looked towards Ko Wan and the others, demanding, Where do Hoa and Vo Nam? Him Tu Nu waved her hand, shouted loudly, Come find him? You think we will let you get your wish? He replied in a calm voice, I came to find my wife. Do I need permission from you lot? She heard this and became furious. I know well what you did to him. How can you have the nerve to say such words? Bak Lai Dung looked up with an emotionless face. Those who block my way mean nothing to me. As soon as the words ended, He rushed towards Bao Fongbin. The sudden situation shocked everyone. He grit his teeth, eyes wide in disbelief, thinking, he's too fast. Bak Lai Dung frowned, speaking word by word to warn, because I didn't come for her. Bao Fongbin struggled to block the chow and Kuk Hong palm, feeling his whole body shatter. This palm strike looked gentle, but could send a large man like him flying very far. Him Tu Nu covered her face with one hand, screaming in panic. Bao Fongbin. The situation was critical. She blurted out a curse. You bastard. Then quickly executed the ghost howl art. Bak Lai Dung looked at him Tu Nu like an animal, sneering contemptuously. Such a vicious sound. Fresh blood immediately sprayed from her ears, her mouth gaping in shock and pain. Him Tu Nu glanced at her bleeding body part, a series of terrified thoughts flashing through her mind. He launched an attack with just a whistle. Just as she was still stunned by Bak Lai Dung's power, he appeared behind her. His eyes were cold, raising his sword high, slashing straight down at Him Tu Nu's back. But immediately someone appeared and pushed her away. It was Cole Wan. He quickly saved Him Tu Nu from the fatal blow and used a shield to block Bak Lai Dung's sword. At the same time, he loudly warned all his teammates, fall back. Bak Lai Dung frowned, looking at him. The general, though struggling to withstand the sword strike, smiled coldly. I am one of the 8 heavenly demons, Cole Wan. Hearing this, he decisively confirmed. You are the soldier who joined the demonic cult. Huh? He calmly replied. You know me? Bak Lai Dung maintained his posture, only shifting his eyes slightly. I've heard of you. You should have lived a peaceful life as a barbarian after being discharged, instead of wasting your life in this hiding place of the Jianghu. The two sides fought in a fierce battle. Move. If you insist on rushing in, then try to break my shield. Even a lightning sword couldn't break it. Bak Lai Dung refused to yield. You dare compare me to that trash? Son of Heaven's sword shadow. Cole Wan stared in shock at the blinding light on the other side of the shield. Bak Lai Dung executed the ascending heaven-yielding soul, his sword slicing Cole Wan's shield in two, even inadvertently grazing his body, blood spraying everywhere. Cole Wan spat out fresh blood, stammering in shock. How is this possible? He just knelt on the ground, but his mind wouldn't stop thinking. We were both generals of the Martial Arts Alliance. Bak Lai Dung raised his arm high, in the posture of an eternal victor. The intense pain made Cole Wan's consciousness blur. Why is the gap in strength so great? Suddenly, a row of short swords flew in from nowhere. Bak Lai Dung remained composed, using 2 fingers to gently clamp the blade tip. It turned out the short swords were thrown by Bien Phuc from behind, who also led a group of people. He shouted anxiously, Are you okay? We're here to help. Cole Wan, ignoring his wounds, quickly roared at Bien Phuc. Go to the cult leader. Quick, run. As soon as the word run was spoken, he was sliced in two by Bak Lai Dung. Bien Phuc was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes, screaming, Cole Wan. As for Bak Lai Dung, after killing the general, he coldly turned towards the remaining enemies. Bien Phuc trembled with rage, teeth grinding, only able to whisper in hatred, Bak Lai Dung. Elsewhere, at the edge of the vast forest, Vo Nam was intently meditating by the main gate. On the other side, Bak Lai Dung was carrying out a brutal massacre, showing no mercy. Miserable screams echoed through the area. Despite such loud noise, Vo Nam seemed completely unaware. Bao Fongbin, carrying the grudge for his murdered comrade, quickly rushed up to attack, Bak Lai Dung. But ultimately, his punch was blocked. Intense pain shot from his arm straight to his brain. Bao Fongbin widened his eyes in shock. You are a monster. The massacre continued, drowning part of the forest in the scent of blood. Just then, Vo Nam suddenly struggled to stand up, sighing sadly. It seems I can't wait for you to come out. Everyone is using their lives to protect you. I must go lend them a hand. Before actually leaving, Vo Nam stood silently for a long while, as if reminiscing about his past. He turned his head, a proud smile on his lips, slowly saying 2 words, take care, on the side of Bien Phuc and the others. They were now covered in wounds, exhausted, but their words remained tough. If you want to pass, you have to step over our dead bodies. Bak Lai Dung just stood there, surrounded by layers of corpses of Bao Fongbin's group who had been annihilated. His expression remained cold and heartless, mocking, truly a bunch of useless, stubborn fools. You already knew what the outcome would be. Suddenly, a strange but incredibly powerful killing intent appeared. The sky also turned gloomy, making him exclaim, "Oh, a high-rank celestial being." Bien Phuc gaped in astonishment. The one arrogantly on the throne, surrounded by subjects. This voice. Bak Lai Dung listened calmly. The one who requires us to thoroughly understand the sacred texts and Taoist arts. It seems he is calling me. He continued to ignore everyone, turning to walk towards the voice. By the time Bien Phuc and the others realized it, Bak Lai Dung had already walked quite a distance. Stop him. Bien Phuc ground his teeth in anger. Damn it, I didn't expect we couldn't even stall him for a little while. Bak Lai Dung moved as fast as flight among the large tree branches, gradually heading towards his intended direction. Each movement was accompanied by an exertion of power. Ahead was a large mountain peak that offered a panoramic view of the entire forest. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to shake and dust to billow up. Bak Lai Dung stood calmly in the haze. Suddenly, a tiny aura flashed past his eyes. Bak Lai Dung smirked, asking, "Are you afraid of me?" From the opposite side came a rapid response. "Me? Afraid of you? I remember defeating you once, but I don't recall you doing the same to me." Vo Nam gripped the sword in his hand tightly. "After that time, you were sick for months, don't you remember?" Bak Lai Dung heard him mention that, bowed his head slightly, lowered his eyes, and warned, "Then you should be afraid." As soon as the words ended, Vo Nam's two blindfolds were sliced apart. Bak Lai Dung's face was like an Azura from hell, pointing his sword straight at him, roaring, "Because I came, precisely to make you remember that." Light shining from behind the tall trees illuminated the sky. On the flattened surface of a massive mountain peak, a battle of the ages was taking place between two demons. Bak Lai Dung's sword technique rushed forward. Vo Nam stood still, pricking up his ears to listen to the chaotic sounds to judge the opponent's ambush position. The weapons of both sides quickly clashed. Truth be told, a single strike from Bak Lai Dung was enough to terrify the heavens. Only then did Vo Nam speak. "I have told you many times, if you make Du Hoa cry, I will absolutely not forgive you." He replied, "Yes, you said that a long time ago. That was when she and I got married, and you aggressively came to find me." He immediately retorted angrily, "A rich dandy coming from nowhere, stealing the woman I wanted to spend my life with. Do you think I could remain calm?" An indescribable flame of jealousy flared up in Bak Lai Dung's heart. "Want to spend your life together? You? The one about to become a high-ranked Taoist, and the orthodox head disciple of the sect leader who would never return to the mortal realm. Know your place." Vo Nam swung his sword madly, wanting to deal a fatal blow. I had decided to give up everything, and was planning to tell her this decision. Bak Lai Dung's face went pale, suddenly executing the Chow and Kuk Hong palm. But before he could do anything, he took the full force of Vo Nam's great god palm. Bak Lai Dung's eyes widened in shock. He grunted in pain through gritted teeth. Suddenly, an extremely blinding light flashed before his eyes. Immediately after was an explosion. His clothes were soiled, his strength exhausted. Bak Lai Dung grit his teeth, panting in fatigue. Exhaling with difficulty, his whole body looking like it wanted to collapse to the ground. But Vo Nam refused to stop, continuing to execute the wind wave blade, slashing towards Bak Lai Dung. Bak Lai Dung was slightly surprised, but quickly flew upwards, completely avoiding Vo Nam's attack. He gripped his sword with both hands, appearing above Bak Lai Dung's head, roaring, "Your ambition is too great. It has ruined everything." Bak Lai Dung wanted to observe, but the light emitted was too blinding. He had to shield his eyes from the sun to see Vo Nam's figure clearly. He managed to block that slash. Vo Nam put all his strength into his arms, tried to press down on the blade. "Therefore, I will absolutely not forgive you." He utilized a continuous attack ability, seeming to pressure the enemy to the point of suffocation. After landing safely, Vo Nam regained his composure, saying, "Perhaps it was you who chose to come find me, but I have waited for this day for a long time." He pointed his weapon forward, declaring, "You will pay for everything you have done." In the space covered by thick dust, no response was heard. A long while later, Bak Lai Dung's figure gradually appeared, asking loudly in return, "Pay?" Facing the question, Didn't the Dan family also ally with the ghost sect? This made Vo Nam extremely angry. You clearly know the truth is not like that. The next series of movements made him quickly realize the unusual situation. It turned out Bok Lai Dung had nimbly seized the opportunity, executing the son of Heaven's sword Shadow White would rise. Vo Nam clenched his teeth, his body countering, using the blue cloud flying mist palm to counter that move of Bok Lai Dung. He questioned while resisting. It seems you mean that I made it all up? Huh? A flicker of worry crossed Bok Lai Dung's face. Do you really think so? The one who caused all this destruction is her. Vo Nam naturally did not believe the enemy's words. Roaring nonsense. Bok Lai Dung also didn't expect things to turn out this way today, finding himself on the brink of life and death. Vo Nam executed the 72 Shadow Sword, inadvertently altering a few fragments of space. Bok Lai Dung covered half his face with his sleeve. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. But even with my status as the Bok Lai family head and an executive officer of the Martial Arts Alliance, he channeled the son of Heaven's Sword Shadow Cloud Windblade, shouting, "The Dan family, the second strongest family in the martial arts world. No one dares to deny it. To imprison them and cause their destruction is not easy." Bok Lai Dung emphasized, the reason for their family's destruction is the truth. Even if you don't want to believe it, the evidence is clear. Vo Nam had no choice but to accept. It was because of the secret letter between her and the ghost sect. Vo Nam trusted himself, completely unable to accept these accusations. He ground his teeth in anger. The two clashed again, blades colliding, producing a piercing sound. The ground around them shattered simultaneously, as if an earthquake had occurred. Vo Nam roared in anger. Who sent those letters? Bok Lai Dung smiled sinisterly with satisfaction. You know that person very well. At the same time, he quickly rotated the hilt of his sword. Your close friend. Vo Nam's heart shook. The one who created the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art with you. Because of that, he let his guard down and was slashed by Bok Lai Dung. Blood sprayed out endlessly. Bok Lai Dung said arrogantly, "Guessed who it is yet? None other than the warrior of light, Duong Han Jia." The bandage over Vo Nam's eyes snapped. He asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" The bandage finally fell silently to the ground. Duong Han Jia? Bok Lai Dung sheathed his weapon, the mockery in his voice evident. One of the 6 great hierarchs of the blood sect admitted it. This is the clearest proof. Nosebleed flowed out, staining the corner of Vo Nam's mouth. No, it's all fake. He absolutely could not do that. Bok Lai Dung didn't want to give his enemy any chance, ruthlessly kicking him in the stomach. Vo Nam was kicked away helplessly, accidentally enveloped by a cloud of dust. He used his hand to brace himself, stabbing his sword into the ground to keep from falling. Opposite him, Bok Lai Dung continued to poke at his pain. You were betrayed by Duong Han Jia, he concluded leisurely. Until now, you still hate me, don't you? But the truth is the fall of the woman you love. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes became strangely blurred. Vo Nam tried to gather his remaining strength. Bok Lai Dung tilted his head slightly, smirking, was caused by the best friend you trusted most. A long wound appeared clearly on Vo Nam's shoulder. I feel that you have wavered, haven't you? Although he remained silent, a storm raged within him. So that's it. I finally see through it all. So this was a reason. He recalled the words the talented woman had said before. Is that why you left me like that? Along with that was her cold face. Is that why you had to endure that tragedy? The hand gripping the sword drooped slightly. This is also my retribution. He involuntarily recalled the beautiful memories of the past. If only I could have been firm with my feelings for her back then. Vo Nam silently called her name in his heart. Hua Hua, Hua Hua. Everything could have stayed wonderful like that until that moment. Right at this moment, sparks of electricity flashed in his pupils, his eyes seeming to absorb energy from the high heavens. Seeing this, Bok Lai Dung laughed in satisfaction. Finally coming, is it? Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art. The power inadvertently affected the surrounding space, causing much of the dust to gradually dissipate. Vo Nam looked no different from a demon now, ready to tear apart anyone standing in his way. Bok Lai Dung stood still with a provocative expression, knowing the truth and still trying to compose yourself. At this moment, Vonam finally spoke back to him. Even if this heart is easily hurt after being betrayed, it is not enough for me to forgive the one who made Hoa Hoa suffer. Bok Lai Dung frowned, his tone decisive. What does this mistake have to do with me? Bok Lai Dung. As soon as the 3 words ended, a fierce slash containing immense internal energy exploded. Bok Lai Dung was stunned by this sudden attack, but was agile enough to counterattack immediately. Because of that, his face and body were slashed several times. He gritted his teeth, groaning in pain. While struggling in the chaos, Bok Lai Dung was suddenly astonished that the enemy had moved behind him soundlessly. He immediately turned his head to observe, but the opponent's counterattack was too frenzied, causing him to panic momentarily. The power in this sword strike of Vonam was indeed extremely strong. A whole patch of sky behind him was slashed apart. Huge boulders rolled down the mountainside. The attack just now successfully caused significant injury to Bok Lai Dung's body. Vonam seized the opportunity, shouted loudly, and thrust his long sword forward powerfully. Bok Lai Dung's weapon was instantly knocked away. His face showed clear astonishment. He had never thought he would be defeated so quickly. Vonam's hand was placed firmly on Bok Lai Dung's chest. Just a little more force could completely take his life. He declared gloomily, his voice bone-chillingly cold. This is the end. A burst of light exploded. Vonam channeled his power to execute the heart-shattering palm. This palm strike could shatter the internal organs and bring extreme pain to the enemy. Dust rose like a sandstorm. Vonam spoke calmly. Whether in the past or present, you are not qualified to be my opponent. Bok Lai Dung in front of him kept coughing up fresh blood. Die and repent for everything you did to Hoa Hoa. Bok Lai Dung smirked, emitting a groan, a soft "Ha ha." He exclaimed like a madman. Ha ha. As expected. It's not easy to defeat you. Vonam's hand on the enemy's body was grabbed and squeezed tight by a massive force. Have you forgotten? Bok Lai Dung's face was dark, his pitch-black pupils glaring fiercely, his tone becoming mocking. I am like you. I also know this move. Hearing this, Vonam retorted without hesitation. Useless. Have you forgotten who created the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art? Bok Lai Dung's mouth still held a sarcastic smile. After asking her, I learned you reached the 5th level of the 5 Thunders Zen art, but you haven't mastered the second half, so you've only reached the 5th level at most. These words fell on Vonam's ears like a joke. He emphasized with a contemptuous attitude, you think with just this little skill you can defeat me? Dream for another 1,000 years. Bok Lai Dung's mouth stretched into a cruel, blood-stained grin, saying, sorry for not telling you sooner, but I broke through to the 7th level long ago. By this time, Vonam was truly terrified. What? Bok Lai Dung violently bent his arm back, then used just a bit of power to sever half of his left arm, sending it flying. Fresh blood sprayed profusely. He was dazed, unable to believe what had just happened, and only a moment later felt the heart-rending pain, collapsing to the ground groaning. Arg! Bok Lai Dung acted arrogantly superior, as if looking down at a beast, then cleared his throat and said, you're right, she indeed did not collude with the ghost sect. Finally, he confidently revealed everything, because the person who sent her to Duong Han Jia was me. According to his explanation, I threatened her. If I didn't get the method of the Jade, Cave, 9 Lights, and 5 Thunder Zen art, I would tell everyone about you and Duong Han Jia meeting. Hearing this, Vonam wished he could tear the person opposite him into hundreds of thousands of pieces. Hearing that, she handed it to me without hesitation. Did she protect me with no choice but to go find Duong Han Jia? Vonam's eyes, already gloomy, trembled with rage. Vonam said word by word, Duong Han Jia, he never liked Hoa Hoa, because he thought a married woman like her was using charm techniques to seduce him to steal the secret manual. So when she came for the top secret technique, he certainly wasn't happy to see her. When she threatened that their relationship would be exposed, Duong Han Jia was extremely annoyed. This made him think she was a spy for the ghost sect. Vonam seemed about to faint from pain at this point, cold sweat pouring out, even breathing becoming difficult. He continued speaking. 20 years ago, he suddenly came to me, saying he would never appear in this world again unless I forgave him, and then left. He must have realized the truth about her back then. Bok Lai Dung glared and replied, that's right. After knowing who sent her to him, he went mad and wanted to take my life. But that didn't change the fact that he denounced her. He smiled and recounted, I asked him this. Did he want the Ching-Chong sect to end up like the Dan family, exterminated for colluding with the ghost sect? Or did he want his friends to know he was the mastermind who ruined that woman's entire life? After that, he came to us himself, hearing these treacherous words. Vo Nam struggled to stand up with one hand. I won't forgive him for ruining her life, but he paused for a moment, his eyes looking like they could kill. Vo Nam gripped his long sword tightly with his remaining hand, rushing towards Bok Lai Dung, roaring, If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Vo Nam screamed in despair. You clearly had enough power to protect her when she was falsely accused, yet you only treated her as a tool to seize the manual. Bok Lai Dung did not flinch. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, justifying. To say I have no feelings for her is a lie. He actually managed to block Vo Nam's sword strike with one hand, then continued, but I realized just by cutting off those feelings I could successfully cultivate. Vo Nam could not endure it anymore. Even though his body was exhausted, he cursed indignantly. So you mean, you animal? Suddenly, a filthy hand of the enemy pressed onto his head. Bok Lai Dung's face was manic. That animal has finally left you far behind. He immediately channeled dark energy, attacking from the top of his head. Vo Nam's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were all bleeding, and he even let out a heavy groan from the extreme pain. The cervical vertebrae were compressed to the limit. The pain caused Vo Nam to let out several miserable screams. In this hanging by a thread moment, a strip of golden silk flew from nowhere, wrapping tightly around Bok Lai Dung's arm, pressing on Vo Nam's head. He looked down in confusion at the object binding him, then turned his head to look where it came from. Vo Nam spat out a mouthful of blood, asking weakly why. It turns out to be Hoa Hoa. You came here. She immediately acted to save him upon arrival, shouting, Let go of Vo Nam. Bok Lai Dung didn't look surprised at all, and even exclaimed, Just in time, my wife, because he said the last words, Everyone I want to kill has arrived. Zhongdu Hoa remained firm in her stance, tightening the silk strip, warning, Stop it. Isn't this enough? Bok Lai Dung was unmoved, replying indifferently. Meeting again after a long time, and you say these words to me? Zhongdu Hoa was both angry and anxious, emotions spiraling out of control, hurriedly shouting. Then what do you want me to say to you? Let go of Vo Nam. Bok Lai Dung turned back, looked down at Vo Nam, and snorted coldly. Vo Nam's voice gradually became intermittent. He wheezed, wanting to express his feelings. Hoa Hoa, sorry. Zhongdu Hoa bit her lips slightly, her eyes becoming wet with sorrow, for not being able to protect you, for realizing everything too late. Hearing these words from the bottom of his heart, a salty tear slowly fell. And also, for letting you see this miserable state of mine. You don't need to apologize for anything. But Vo Nam continued, If I don't apologize to you now, there won't be another chance. Hearing this, Zhongdu Hoa roared in anger. Don't talk as if you're about to die. Then she sobbed silently. You will definitely live. I beg you. Unable to bear this scene of life and death separation any longer, Bok Lai Dung's ghostly, deathly voice rang out, intervening between the two. Seems like you still don't understand the situation. I am the one who decides who survives. His eyes widened, showing only whites for a moment. You must also see how much stronger I've become, right? Zhongdu Hoa suppressed the heart-rending pain to listen. Whether tearing him apart or trampling you underfoot, it's just a small matter to me. Bok Lai Dung suddenly changed the subject quickly, but before that, I have a few things to ask you. Zhongdu Hoa clearly didn't understand. What are you talking about? Bok Lai Dung didn't wait for her to finish before cutting her off. That poison dragon went to the Huizhou branch and met a warrior of light. He asked himself and answered himself, Huizhou has been thrown into chaos because of that troublesome brat. But why am I here? He rolled his eyes, observing Vo Nam's face, pale from excessive blood loss. If I have mastered the second half of the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art, while you have only trained up to the 5th light of the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art. Suddenly, the corners of Bok Lai Dung's mouth curled into an arrogant smile. But how exactly did I manage? He finally got to the main point. To break through that limit, huh? Both Vo Nam and Zhongdu Hoa felt as if they had awakened from a dream upon hearing this. A strange feeling began to spread in their hearts. Vo Nam could no longer keep his cool, roaring in anger. Bok Lai Dung, you bastard! Don't tell me. But the words couldn't leave his mouth. He could only speculate silently in his heart. His influence in the Jianghu is wider than I thought. Vo Nam thought to himself, exhausting his last bit of strength to channel his demonic arts, his goal being to ensure this man did not leave here in one piece. The silk strip that was wrapped around Bok Lai Dung's hand shattered into pieces at the same time. Vo Nam used his remaining arm to embrace his waist, shouting loudly, "Hoa Hoa!" Zhang Du Hoa lost her balance due to this sudden situation, and hearing the familiar call, she also felt astonished. Breath poured out from Vo Nam's 7 orifices, but he still shouted decisively, "Run!" Having been together for many years, Zhang Du Hoa knew exactly what he intended to do, and her expression immediately turned into one of horrified panic. Wanted to stop him? No. As the 2 words Vo Nam rang out, countless bolts of lightning immediately surrounded Bok Lai Dung and Vo Nam. The technique Vo Nam used was the Flesh Nightmare Rush, because he thought, if I die here today, the enemy won't leave with their corpse intact either. That stream of power was like a massive pillar of light, shooting straight up into the sky. The pressure radiating from the magic was incredibly terrifying, even startling the area where Bien Phuc was stationed. He was frightened into a daze, turning his head toward the source, asking in horror, "What is happening?" The others in the squad began to panic. The highest peak of Qingsheng, has it collapsed? Did that Bok Lai Dung do it? When this was mentioned, the Heme, too new, standing behind suddenly let out a moan. Her unusual expression couldn't help but attract the attention of the others. The scene before them seemed too horrific, which was why Bien Phuc appeared so terrified. The ground looked as if it was being churned by a monster from the abyss. Chunks of earth simply shattered and flew from their original positions. Bok Lai Dung's clothes became tattered, revealing a body covered in large and small wounds. Resistance is futile. Do you intend to keep this up until the very end? Suddenly, he sensed something, this killing intent. Just as he looked up, he discovered Zhang Du Hoa. She was still cursing with hatred. "Die, you devil!" One palm strike from Zhang Du Hoa successfully knocked Bok Lai Dung back several meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring with contempt. "You lowly scum." Even as his body was gradually being buried by rocks and soil, his mouth remained stubborn. "How dare you do this to me?" Several massive objects fell, finally burying this cruel devil, and no further movement was heard. Zhang Du Hoa landed safely. She began to look around, as if searching for a familiar silhouette in the hazy smoke. Zhang Du Hoa seemed to have also spotted Vo Nam's broken, blood-soaked body falling freely. She used all her strength to rush over. She reached his side, letting out a heart-wrenching cry of pain. "Vo Nam." But there was no reaction on that pale face. His lips moved slightly. Zhang Du Hoa heard the words "Hoa Hoa," and tears streamed down her face. Scenes from the past rushed back into her mind like the wind. "Go!" Vo Nam had turned his back coldly at that time. "I told you." Along with that was her own face, filled with utmost suffering. "When the time is right, I will come find you." Vo Nam smiled and said, "I have obtained what I wanted." His heart was surging, but he was too weak to speak the words. "So Hoa Hoa, go quickly. Please, you must live happily." He resolutely used his last bit of strength, pushing Zhang Du Hoa's hand away. "Without you, how can I be happy alone?" She could only watch helplessly as the body of the person she loved slowly left this world. Vo Nam ignored her desperate screams. In the end, she still couldn't accept reality. But even Zhang Du Hoa was powerless. Just a few short minutes felt as long as a whole year. As the dust and smoke began to settle, Zhang Du Hoa fell to the ground in agony, crying incessantly. Suddenly, a piece of green cloth flew down from above. It was the keepsake Vo Nam had left behind. It quietly touched her scratched hand, as if comforting her in silence. Zhang Du Hoa's eyes widened in disbelief. A few teardrops soaked into the cold earth. In the chaotic space, only the sound of sobbing remained. Zhang Du Hoa could not accept this pain, nor did she have the mind to care about how miserable she looked. She wailed each note with a sorrowful voice, crying for hatred, for her lover, for this romance that had to bid farewell before it could ever blossom. At this moment, where Bien Phuc and the others were waiting, a group of people approached. "Before we parted, I told you." Tru Tan Khan led the entire army. his face revealing extreme anger. Next time we meet, I won't be lenient. Bien Phuc was frightened by the killing intent. That Bak Lai Dung went to the trouble of causing this chaos himself, giving us the chance to reorganize the army. Did the White Tiger Squad choose this exact moment to appear? True Tan Khan drew his sword without hesitation, saying with a displeased expression, "It seems the greatest war merit has slipped away, so we'll use you lot to blood our blades." Suddenly, a loud explosion cut off the conversation, followed by a groan, which startled True Tan Khan. What happened? Beneath the skirt were patches of blood. Step slow and heavy. By doing this, I will definitely catch Poison Dragon, right? Then, a hoarse voice questioned, "Of course. I knew long ago that only revenge occupies his mind." Bien Phuc's group was stunned. As long as they are alive, he will show himself. Even True Tan Khan was extremely confused. "I guarantee it. I will be the one leading the troops." It turned out to be none other than Di Hong and Max Sivu. The two had different demeanors, but their intentions were the same. Today, with these words needing much prayer, the Buddha will surely be very pleased. True Tan Khan gritted his teeth anxiously, observed the two, and immediately roared in anger. "You lot. First you, Grand Advisor of the Martial Arts Alliance, Max Sivu, are the prime suspect in the assassination of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Next you, Di Hong, spurned by the world. While True Tan Khan was listing their crimes, we have no grudge against you." Two soldiers beside him were suddenly sliced in half. This unexpected situation left him unable to react in time. The culprit was naturally Di Hong. Wearing a ferocious face, he said with contempt, "Amit Ba, a monk inclined toward Buddha like myself needs no reason to do these things." True Tan Khan huffed angrily, momentarily unsure of how to act. He simply pointed his sword forward and ordered, "Don't just stand there. Counterattack." The soldiers immediately snapped back to reality and obediently obeyed. Yes. Seeing this, the other two revealed cunning smiles. A crowd rushed toward the pair, 2 against 10,000, yet not only were they unharmed, but they also held the upper hand, easily dispatching a squad of soldiers in nearly the blink of an eye. True Tan Khan couldn't help but stare wide-eyed in shock. He dares to oppose the army protected by the Martial Arts Alliance? He stood completely on the sidelines, witnessing everything from start to finish. Even though one of his legs is fake, my army cannot match him. Using just one move, Fan Windblade, he easily disposed of several people. Max Sivu smirked at this moment, exclaiming, "What a pity we are." Max Sivu stomped his foot heavily, accompanied by the power of the demonic arrow, successfully blasting away countless squads. People who never bow their heads to anyone. A series of painful groans rang out, while Max Sivu roared in excitement from the slaughter. "Ha ha!" True Tan Khan also gripped his long sword tightly and charged forward, thinking to himself, "Their strength far exceeds my imagination. I must also..." But suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, landing right beside him. A loud explosion quickly occurred behind him. True Tan Khan, startled, hurriedly turned around. "You, cult leader of Shandong." A woman appeared, thrusting her sharp iron hand toward him. That person was none other than Zhang Duhoa. True Tan Khan couldn't help but stare in shock at this reunited figure. His head had actually been twisted backward 180 degrees. True Tan Khan's entire body simply collapsed to the ground. His soldiers were so scared that their faces drained of blood, screaming in terror. The battle came to a rapid halt because of this gruesome scene. "Commander," they only saw a hazy gaze. All the subordinates screamed in horror. He died at the hands of Zhang Duhoa of Shandong. Bien Phuc looked at her hesitantly, saying, "Cult leader." Suddenly, someone among the soldiers shouted loudly, "Everyone retreat! Retreat quickly!" Some were even so scared they couldn't stand steady. "We must retreat." Only Zhang Duhoa remained standing still, her face cold. "Where do you think you're going now?" Max Sivu laughed maliciously, considering observing everyone's expressions as a form of entertainment, then cleared his throat and said, "Indeed, just as expected. Long time no see." The talented woman's demeanor remains the same, doesn't it? She replied coldly. "You are here too." Max Sivu spoke in a casual tone. "As you can see, we came here to lend the evil sect a hand. You could also say we were worried about you all." Zhang Duhoa frowned slightly. "You say help? I don't care. Your wicked heart is already famous. Don't think I will be deceived by your sweet words again." Hearing this, Max Sivu laughed heartily. "You mean your broken arm, the difficulties you faced, were all because of me? Being this guarded is fair enough. But you must know," the old man emphasized, "the Qingsheng sect has already been surrounded by the Lai family and other clans in Sichuan." A flash of surprise crossed the talented woman's face. To seize the opportunity that Bak Lai Dung created, not only this army, but also many other greedy individuals are here, Max Sivu said smugly. So they decided to launch a total attack. This place won't hold out for much longer. Then what will happen to the evil sect? Bien Phuc's group was also stunned. "Are we all to die here?" Max Sivu continued calmly. "It seems that Taoist Vo Nam decided to shake hands with Bak Lai Dung, didn't he?" Zhang Duhoa couldn't hold it in anymore, roaring in anger. "You still dare to mention his name?" Max Sivu said leisurely. "In any case, Monk Di Hong, and I will stand on your side. People say the martial world has no permanent friends or enemies." At this moment, Bien Phuc spoke up bluntly. "State your reason." While Zhang Duhoa warned, "He is no longer here," Max Sivu suddenly pointed at her. "It seems so. But as long as you are here, he will definitely come." His thick beard twitched indecently. "Instead of that, why don't you call him here?" His tone immediately carried a terrifying cunningness. "Because the candidate for Azura has already become Azura. He will rush here in a frenzy soon enough." "I can see that." Zhang Duhoa suddenly wanted to ask, "What if I refuse?" Max Sivu clasped his hands behind his back, replying without hesitation. "Then you will have to deal with both me and Monk Di Hong. Make sure you have enough ability and time." A feeling of extreme hatred rose in Zhang Duhoa's heart. She really wanted to tear these two apart immediately, but she couldn't defeat them. She clenched her fists, calculating silently. "Right now, I can only accept this strange request. If I continue to resist, I will only lose more precious loved ones." And so, at the Huizhou branch of the Martial Arts Alliance, a contemptuous voice rang out. "They're just that kind of trash." It turned out to be Yang Han Jia, who was walking out while lamenting. "You were actually planning to use the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and the Five Thunder Zen art to deal with them. How disgraceful." He stopped behind Qin Zichong, with corpses strewn about at his feet. Qin Zichong slowly turned his head and spoke calmly. "I have heard of your great name." But Yang Han Jia explained nonchalantly, "That is a skill you must master. Logically speaking, you should have already reached the realm of the flow by now." This left Qin Zichong somewhat astonished. "The flow?" He explained worriedly, "But I have only built 3 dikes so far. I must completely release the blocked energy in the left half of my body to be able to advance further." "Foolish." Yang Han Jia began to explain. "What is primordial chaos?" Primordial chaos is yin and yang. They are different yet not different, similar yet not similar. After hearing this, Qin Zichong had a sudden realization, thinking to himself, "So it is blocked yet not blocked. It is turbid energy, but it is also like the internal energy of holy energy." He looked down at his arm. "Turbid energy is poison, but I can use this poison to clear the meridians on my left side, and then let the power flow in." Yang Han Jia reminded him, "I taught you the Jade Cave 9 Lights and the Five Thunders Zen art out of respect for my friendship with Vo Nam. But the next time we meet, it will be a different matter." His expression was serious, whether as an opponent or a temporary ally. Qin Zichong just listened in silence. "I don't hope to see you again either." The sun gradually set behind the mountains. Qin Zichong walked on a small path full of flowers. "I've finally reached enlightenment and can become stronger." He calculated silently. "Now all that's left is the struggle with myself to build the 9 dikes." His lips moved slightly, telling himself, "Even if I never get the chance to climb to the peak in this lifetime, I will absolutely not give up." His figure under the sunset glowed with a brilliant radiance. "For the people who have believed in me and passed these techniques on to me." An exquisite little house stood by the bank of a wide river. Qin Zichong was extremely surprised. "That is," his wife's voice echoed in his mind. "My husband, do you remember the lake where we bathed together after escaping from the clan? There's an abandoned house nearby. Come and get me there after you're done with your business." Without any hesitation, Qin Zichong quickly headed toward that house, calling out, "Miss Alan, but his face suddenly turned deathly pale. In front of Qin Zichong was a chaotic scene, the floor covered in splattered bloodstains. He spoke in disbelief. That is, he carefully reached out to check the remaining traces. The blood hasn't dried yet. This isn't an old bloodstain. Qin Zichong began to worry about his wife's safety. Who is it? Miss Halan. Meanwhile, Tang Halan was tied to a tree trunk, with wounds on the corner of her mouth and her forehead. The mastermind said in annoyance, I deliberately left some bloodstains along the way. It's only a matter of time before he finds his way here. Well, Brother Bali has changed a lot, hasn't he? His tone was even a little sarcastic. To think you'd agree to take her hostage. This person was none other than one of the 3 killing dragons, Jiang Chuan, and the person he called Big Brother was sitting on a rock opposite him. Wrong. She is not a hostage. A deep voice rang out. I will in front of him, end Tang Halan's life. Jing Long by Li Jun of the 3 killing dragons, his eyes fierce, steeped in hatred. Only then can he feel a fraction of my hatred. After hearing this, Jiang Chuan asked doubtfully, Huh? You're going to kill the young lady of the Tang family? Are you sure there won't be any problem with that? Tang Halan may have betrayed her family, but one wrong move could cause a major incident between the Tang family and the Bai Li family. Bai Li Jun's face showed his anger. His hands clenched into fists. He said through gritted teeth, that bastard was ruthless to Sister Yin. On what grounds does he get to have a happy and perfect life with this woman? I will absolutely not let that happen. Jiang Chuan thought for a moment and asked curiously, did your foster father allow you to do this? He lowered his head and replied softly, I'm sure I'm about to be taught a lesson again. He has no intention of avenging Yin, so I have to take matters into my own hands. Jiang Chuan stroked his chin, grunted, and said, I originally came here for that poison dragon, but it seems the situation has become more interesting. He grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of shiny white teeth, his expression extremely excited. If you want to avenge her, isn't there a better way? Will he still be able to keep that sinister smile when he witnesses his beloved being torn to pieces right before his eyes? Just then, Tang Halan seemed to be gradually regaining consciousness, accompanied by a painful groan. She spoke in a calm voice. It's unbelievable. You cowards are the ones who represent the entire martial world, the 3 divine dragons, and 4 great birds. You lot only have a facade of skill, but you're not even as good as a dog. Despite being held captive, Tang Halan showed no signs of submission. How about changing Jing Long to Jing Go? Jiang Chuan couldn't take it anymore and furiously kicked Tang Halan straight in the face, causing her to spit blood. He glared, as if to warn her. Do you still not realize the situation you're in? He even casually hit Tang Halan a few more times. You still dare to act so arrogant at a time like this? I've heard that the women of the Tang family are good for nothing but their pride. It seems the rumors aren't wrong. She could only bite her teeth and endure helplessly, repeatedly telling herself, no, I can't let him harm a child. Bai Li Jun finally spoke up to stop him. Stop, before Jiang Chuan's surprised eyes. Bai Li Jun asked coldly, are you planning to finish her off before the poison dragon arrives? Having his fun interrupted, Jiang Chuan pouted, his expression mocking. Well, that makes this whole thing too boring. TSK. He finally turned around, shrugged, and said, fine, I'll go take a walk around and see if that poison dragon has shown up yet. Watching his back as he left listlessly, Tang Halan suddenly called out weakly, Jing Long, doing this won't bring back Young Feng. Bai Li Jun didn't seem surprised at all, and even calmly agreed, of course I know that. His already weary eyes were now filled with sorrow. But could you do it? Bai Li Jun painfully recalled his lover. The lover you once promised to grow old with returns as a cold corpse. You are helpless, unable to bring them back to life. Could you possibly forget? I can't. Then his eyes suddenly widened. Everyone says my reason is clouded by hatred, but I don't care. To me, continuing to live as if nothing happened is the real blindness. Hearing this, Tang Halan understood, but other than expressing infinite sympathy, there was nothing more she could do. While strolling leisurely through the vast forest, Jiang Chuan suddenly noticed someone appear in front of him. He grunted in surprise, and that stranger was none other than Qin Zichong. His entire body radiated a dense killing intent, his eyes like those of an Azura from hell as he advanced towards Jiang Chuan. That aura momentarily stunned Jiang Chuan, and by the time he came to his senses, he saw Qin Zichong rush past him like a gust of wind. He grinned, a sinister smile on his face, pointed his long spear at Qin Zichong, and lunged forward. But things didn't go as planned. His attack was instantly blocked by a small dagger. Seeing this, Jiang Chuan laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, you managed to block my spear? Not bad. Qin Zicheng coldly observed his expression and asked, You're the poison dragon? You're the one who kidnapped Tang Halan? He admitted without hesitation. Yes. So what? Jiang Chuan explained with a contemptuous look. I'm a close friend of Bai Li Jun's for many years. I just can't help him get revenge. Qin Zicheng's eyes widened in shock. Jing Long. He's the mastermind? Where's Tang Halan? Following the direction he pointed, Qin Zicheng looked towards the quiet little path. She and Bai Li Jun are on the mountaintop. Seeing the fight interrupted, Jiang Chuan asked blankly, Hey, where do you think you're going? But he continued walking without looking back. I don't have time to play games with you. If you're just following Jing Long's orders, then while there's still time, you should go back. Ignoring his opponent's helpless sigh, he continued, I will spare you. Whether it's the poison dragon or the Jing Long, why is everyone so boring? Qin Zicheng's heart wavered slightly. That guy, you saw what happened down there before coming here, didn't you? And you still want to spare me? Jiang Chuan's expression became incredibly cruel. What if I told you that I was the one who beat Tang Halan into a bloody mess? This sentence successfully shattered Qin Zicheng's last bit of composure. He quickly tightened his grip on his dagger and rushed towards his opponent. Although Jiang Chuan was startled, he still managed to dodge by a few meters, a carefree smile remaining on his face. He exclaimed, Now this is more like it. This is how you should be. Jiang Chuan shouted excitedly, I came here to fight you. You're the one from the rumors I've been hearing all this time. I'm very curious. Just how strong are you really? He skillfully twirled his long spear a few times. Next, I will use the black snake poison art. Don't disappoint me. Qin Zicheng moved nimbly between the dense slashes, but couldn't avoid getting a few wounds. Jiang Chuan had just blinked when he saw the blade was only a short distance away from him. He then smirked and praised, truly a wild one. Jiang Chuan's body suddenly turned into an illusion, and Qin Zicheng passed right through it. Just as he was still bewildered, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. The enemy said arrogantly, I am Jiang Chuan, Jin Long of the 3 divine dragons and 4 great birds. No one can catch up to me. I am the fastest under heaven. After that, he continued to execute his techniques. You have that title because your weapon is poisoned, right? But if you can't touch me, your poison is useless. Qin Zicheng was immediately surrounded by dangerous attacks, accompanied by a taunt. You want to touch me with just those sluggish moves of yours? He slightly bowed his head, seemingly contemplating something. Even Tang Halan, who is on the same level as the 3 divine dragons and 4 great birds, he just listened in silence. Couldn't even touch a single hair on my head. A few long streaks of blood soaked the green grass. All she could do was fall down in fear. The scene before his eyes gradually blurred, replaced by a hazy space, the air thick with the smell of blood. Tang Halan knelt on the wooden floor, clutching the wound on her stomach, becoming a sacrifice at the tip of his spear. Jiang Chuan once again tightened his grip on his weapon and launched an attack. You're no different from that woman. It seems I'll have to offend Bai Li Jun, that guy who's so bent on revenge. He suddenly kicked off a large tree to gain momentum, channeling all his strength into his legs, and shouted, This place will be your grave. Qin Zicheng still stood motionless, his eyes full of killing intent. His lips moved slightly, whispering 3 words. The fastest? Jiang Chuan's eyes suddenly bulged, even becoming bloodshot. Like a rocket, Qin Zicheng launched a devastating punch right into the middle of his face, leaving a deep gash. The moonlight tonight was unusually bright, surrounded by twinkling stars, both poetic and hazy. After taking a strike from Qin Zicheng, Jiang Chuan was lying on the ground. He coughed once, and fresh blood spewed from his throat. As soon as he regained consciousness, he dazedly struggled to sit up. What? Why am I lying here? Suddenly, a sharp pain from his throat shot straight to his brain. Jiang Chuan frowned tightly, thinking, in that moment, I couldn't see his attack clearly at all. This guy is truly a monster. He is on a completely different level from what Brother Bai Li Jun said. He looked around warily, searching for a familiar figure. Gulp. He's gone. Anxiety made Jiang Chuan gradually realize he needed to call for help. Fighting that kind of monster. I'm afraid Brother Bai Li Jun won't be able to keep his life. At the same time, Bai Li Jun was looking straight ahead, saying, You've arrived. Qin Zicheng had reached the place. Poison Dragon. Bali Jun spoke first, long time no see. From a small, poisonous snake, you become a poison dragon now? He replied indifferently. You can call me whatever you want. Tang Halan saw Qin Zichang appear. Could no longer maintain her tough appearance. Her eyes turned red, and she tremblingly called out, "Warrior Qin." He turned to look at her, smiling gently to comfort her. "I am here. You don't need to worry anymore." Tang Halan pursed her lips slightly and nodded in agreement. Changing the subject, Qin Zichang calmly said to Bai Li Jun, "Jing Long, what you're doing has crossed my line. Let Miss Halan go." He sneered and sighed. "Cross the line? The one who crossed the line first, wasn't it you?" Qin Zichang emphasized, "I already gave you the answer. I didn't kill Yongfeng Zhuge Yin. Based on the clues you brought, when Zhuge Yin fought me, she suddenly collapsed after taking the antidote. There must have been poison in that pill. After Miss Zhuge Yin fell unconscious, an assassin was sent to silence her." Clearly, Bai Li Jun could not accept Qin Zichang's explanation. "Do you think I would believe those devilish words of yours?" Although tied up, Tang Halan hurriedly interjected, "It's true. Our family researched that deadly poison, using it as a weapon against the Martial Arts Alliance." She loudly spoke the name of the strategist, Mo Shiwu. He supported this, saying it was a perfect opportunity to test it on the Zhuge clan before coming to Hunan. He gave her those deadly poison pills. By the end of the sentence, her voice choked up. "I don't know about the assassin, but I think it was sent by my grandfather to ensure all evidence related to this poison was erased." Bai Li Jun showed no attitude, only asking pressingly, "Do you have any proof?" Tang Halan seized the opportunity, trying to persuade, "No, but please believe me, Warrior Qin is not your enemy. Furthermore, this evidence is logical. Miss Zhuge Yin had a servant who served her for a very long time, named Gong Sin, who said she saw Miss Zhuge Yin die while fighting the poison dragon." A speculation flashed in Qin Zichang's mind. "It seems he insists I am the culprit." Bai Li Jun justified. "That is why I concluded that Miss Zhuge Yin died from your snake poison. Who do you think I would believe more? A servant who spent her whole life serving Miss Zhuge Yin?" He glared. "Or you, the one alleged to have betrayed and killed her?" Qin Zichang's hand quietly clenched. "It seems I have no other choice. It was like this from the beginning." Bai Li Jun gritted his teeth in anger, drew his sword, and warned sternly, "If you want to save Tang Halan, you must step over my dead body. If you lose, I will make you watch the person you love die in despair, just like I did back then." He suddenly attacked. Qin Zichang remained completely calm, simply raising his hand to block the slash, simultaneously forcing Bai Li Jun to stop. Bai Li Jun looked at his wrist in astonishment. "That thing is," Bai Li Jun said with a sneer, "after marrying into the Tang family, the dowry you received isn't bad, is it?" Qin Zichang pulled out the poison spider silk, seriously reminding, "Don't worry, this time it won't end like last time." Bai Li Jun huffed, kicked hard against the tree trunk, and rushed forward. He shouted, "Moon God Sword Art!" The ground cracked open. Qin Zichang quickly dodged, but Bai Li Jun did not stop, continuing to use the Moon God Sword Art. One attacked, and one defended. He lowered his head to dodge a horizontal slash. Bai Li Jun was like a madman, disregarding whether he was exhausted or not, frantically counterattacking. Whether it was the Moon God Sword Art or the Ghost God power, he unleashed everything he had. The corner of Qin Zichang's mouth curled up slightly, whispering the incantation. "Jade Cave, 9 lights, 5 thunders, divine art." His whole body transformed. Bai Li Jun looked in horror. Qin Zichang quickly seized the opportunity, striking a blow to the back of his neck. Bai Li Jun spat out a mouthful of blood, but his face was still full of disbelief. This move, Qin Zichang maintained the posture of extending his hand forward. "Why do you?" Before he could fall, Qin Zichang quickly launched a second strike. Putting all his strength into his arm, he dealt a thunderous blow to Bai Li Jun's broad back. Feeling as if his entire spine had shattered, he flew forward, his whole body slamming into a tree trunk. A long trail of blood dragged from high up down to the grass carpet. Bai Li Jun collapsed in a pool of blood. Bai Li Jun was covered in blood. This move, he recognized it. "This move is exactly like my master's." Qin Zichang heard this and did not refute, only calmly explained, "This secret technique never belonged to Bai Li Rome. He directly accused. He stole it from Miss Yu Hua and the others. Just for this, he framed his wife for treason, causing the deaths of countless people for his own selfish ambition. He continued, "That is the whole truth about the person you call adoptive father." Bai Li Jun's voice trembled. "After killing the person in my heart, you still dare to insult my adoptive father?" Qin Zi Chong shouted decisively. "You are just running away from reality now." Bai Li Jun could not bear it anymore. Opening his blood-filled mouth to curse, "Shut up," then rushed forward. Bai Li Jun completely rejected the truth. "You are lying." Qin Zi Chong had no other choice but to parry. Bai Li Jun continued to roar, the two fighting in a rage. "It's all lies." When he realized the issue, he saw Qin Zi Chong aiming straight for his abdomen. A punch from him was so powerful it turned Bai Li Jun's internal organs upside down. His eyes widened, bloodshot, his mind unconsciously recalling the scene of facing Bai Li Rong's sorrowful face earlier in the death of Zhuge Yan. Qin Zi Chong calmly advised, "He only used sweet words to lure you." Recalling the happy look on Zhuge Yan's face in his arms, Bai Li Jun swung his sword and shouted, "I won't be fooled by you." The 3 words, "It is over," rang out, signaling the battle had reached its end. Before Bai Li Jun's incredulous expression, Qin Zi Chong said loudly, "I won." Several strands of poison spider silk had quickly wrapped around his neck. Just a little force would be enough to sever his head. Jinglong Tang Halan's expression was utterly astonished. Too powerful. A few months ago, when they cultivated together, he wasn't this strong yet. Her heart was in turmoil. Now he could defeat Jinglong, the strongest of the 3 divine dragons and 4 great birds. This change was unbelievable. Bai Li Jun raised his hand, wanting to touch his neck. "You really have changed a lot, so much that I have to admit you are a different person." Qin Zi Chong glanced at him, asking, "You still refuse to believe what I said is the truth?" Bai Li Jun gave up in despair. Perhaps you were right." He sank into thought. "My marriage was arranged right after Zhuge Yan died." Zhuge Bang began to get closer to master. And when fighting Qin Zi Chong at Nanji Village, even though I took the antidote, I still had to stay at the Tang family manor for a long time to detoxify with acupuncture. He always felt this matter was more or less related to Zhuge Yan's death. He let the sword fall to the ground. Even so, the more I think about it, the more I cannot accept that the mastermind behind her death is my own adoptive father. Bai Li Jun continued awkwardly. "He adopted me. An orphan, took care of me, and taught me martial arts." He looked up at the starry sky. "So, always try to turn a blind eye, pretending not to know anything." Bai Li Jun's eyes were covered by a layer of sorrow. In the end, what can all of this change? An obedient dog cannot bite its master. He confessed. "To me, a believable lie is 100,000 times better than a cruel truth." Finally, he helplessly made a decision. "No need to go easy on me. This is my retribution. Finish me." Bai Li Jun closed his eyes, waiting for death to come, so he could meet Zhuge Yan again. This expression made Qin Zi Chong hesitate a little. Killing Bai Li Jun felt heartless, but if he didn't, the consequences would be unpredictable. The silk thread suddenly tightened. At the same time, Bai Li Jun's head was severed, rolling away from his body. Jiang Chuan had just returned, but what struck his eyes was the severed head of his ally. He was so scared his face turned pale, running over in panic. No matter how he screamed, the person named Bai Li Jun could never respond again. Qin Zi Chong was slightly surprised, whispering. Jinlong Jiang Chuan was determined not to give up. To avenge his teammate, he attacked aggressively. "Poison Dragon, you bastard!" Qin Zi Chong calmly entered a defensive stance, seemingly having accepted this battle in his heart. But Jiang Chuan ran past him. Before Qin Zi Chong's extremely astonished gaze, he quickly grasped the situation. Jiang Chuan held a sharp blade to the hostage's neck, laughing madly in triumph. "You were too careless. Poison Dragon." Miss Halan, certain of his victory, he calmly demanded of Qin Zi Chong, "Drop your weapon. From now on, I will avenge Bai Li Jun." His voice shifted from low to high-pitched. "If you dare try anything, I will immediately kill this woman." Qin Zi Chong was about to rush up to save her, but suddenly stopped. Jiang Chuan asked in bewilderment and curiosity, "What's wrong?" At this moment, Tang Haolan's voice rang out from behind him. "I already used a hidden hairpin to cut the rope long ago, hiding 1 or 2 needles. In the Tang family, even a 5-year-old child knows how." He was terrified to the extreme, fear spreading throughout his body. "Stupid Jinlong, Did you think I would let you do whatever you wanted? I was just waiting for a safe opportunity to protect myself and my child. Tang Halan frowned. But it seems I acted too well, so well that even you didn't realize it, right? As the word die was uttered, a cold hairpin pierced through Jiang Chuan's neck. He fell down, blood gushing out, and died just like that. Qin Zichong blinked, looking at the fallen body, tentatively calling out, "Miss Halan." Then he hurriedly rushed over. "Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere?" Although exhausted, Tang Halan gently reassured, "I'm fine. I'm all right," she said wearily. "I thought I found a safe hiding place. It seems these people have been following me since I left Mount Qingcheng. The reason I separated from you was because I didn't want to be a burden, but the result, I'm sorry." Qin Zichong had absolutely no intention of blaming her. On the contrary, he wanted to explain. "Burden? I am fine." Tang Halan replied very decisively. "You are walking on a blade. Just a slight slip and you lose your life." The space between them seemed to freeze, and my belly will get bigger and bigger. By then it will be even more inconvenient. But knowing that, Tang Halan still smiled and said, "Whenever things get difficult, I always think of you." She shed tears of grievance, hugging Qin Zichong tightly. "Thank you for coming to save me." Feeling his wife's warmth, he closed his eyes contentedly. Night fell, enveloping this love that was bearing fruit. A long time later, Qin Zichong finally spoke. "Bai Li Rong, did he go to the Qingqing sect?" Tang Halan replied uneasily. That guy said there was a great battle, so fierce that it could be seen from very far away from the Qingqing sect. Jiang Yuhua is probably still in secluded cultivation, so it must be that Bai Li Rong fought with a high-ranked Taoist Wu Yan." She added, "The Imei sect and the Tang family took advantage of the chaos to quickly surround the Qingqing sect. Bai Li Rong's whereabouts are currently unknown, so they haven't acted yet, but the situation is very tense." She worriedly asked, "What do you intend to do now?" Qin Zichong calmly said, "I promised them I would return, and I cannot abandon them just because the situation is bad. Now is when they need my help the most." He looked deep in thought. "But I need to figure out how to break the siege to reunite with them." Hearing this, Tang Halan suddenly had an idea. "If you want to reunite with them, I have a way." She began to whisper, "I told you already. Do you remember? The Tang family values their descendants highly, let alone my child, the direct bloodline of the Tang family. And you, a man who could defeat both Jinglong and Jinlong Qin Zichong, listen tensely. After letting the whole world know that both Jinglong and Jinlong were defeated by your hands, use that as a condition for me and the child to return," Tang Halan seriously suggested. "I will ask them to give up the siege on the Qingqing sect." He immediately objected. "But if you do that..." Before Qin Zichong could finish, she interrupted, "I know that returning to the clan I betrayed won't lead to a good ending." Tang Halan smiled gently. "However, as long as I have this child, the Tang family is the safest place for mother and me. If I do this, you can also unload a burden." Qin Zichong was speechless, hesitating indecisively. "You just need to come and pick me up before it's too late, Miss Halan." She bowed her head slightly, seemingly thinking about something, her cheeks blushing, eyes tearing up. "Please call me Tang Halan. I am pregnant with our child, aren't I? You'll keep your promise to come pick me up, right?" At this point, Qin Zichong didn't want to force it anymore, making up his mind. "I promise, Halan." At Mount Qingcheng, Sichuan Qingcheng sect, a few people were sitting in a small pavilion chatting. The Tang family has withdrawn their troops. It seems Tang Halan used her return to the clan as a negotiating condition. The man beside Jiang Yuhua spoke with a mocking tone. "The god of love has found a perfect couple, hasn't he? Since she is pregnant with the poison dragon's child, the Tang family must be placing high expectations on that child." Emo Shi Wu chuckled. That indestructible sacred sword really caused a heap of trouble. He dared to defy the Sichuan Martial Arts Alliance and charged straight to the Qingqing sect. He ignored both the Tang family and the Imei sect, just to destroy the Qingqing sect. He said word by word. And the Tang family could use that as an excuse, as a form of protest to withdraw their troops. They really hit two birds with one stone. However, Tang Halan made such a decision. And Mo Shi Wu finally concluded, "It seems everything will happen as I predicted. That poison dragon, he is coming here." Looking at the emotionless face of the woman, he showed a look of disgust. What a boring reaction. "How long do you intend to mourn for the dead? The living must continue to live." Jiang Yuhua looked at the sun gradually setting behind the trees and blurted out, "No, he isn't dead." Are you talking about Bailey Rome? Didn't they say the whole mountain collapsed and crushed him to death? He stroked his beard and exclaimed, "Oh my, I actually know someone who survived like that. He survived in a collapsed mine for 8 years, ha ha ha." Jiang Yuhua's heart wavered slightly, actually recalling the moment Bailey Rome was buried under the pile of rocks. He only managed to scream the 2 words, "Damn it," before his body disappeared in a flash. Anger surged. She furrowed her brows tightly, grinding her teeth. "If he's so capable, then let him come." Jiang Yuhua shouted to the sky, "If he dares to appear before me again, at that time I will definitely." She did not know that. On the mountain peak where the battle had just ended, a hand reached out from underground. Qin Zicheng thoughtfully looked ahead. That price, but they kept their word and withdrew. He calculated, although the Amei sect and the Zhuge clan of the Martial Arts Alliance still remain, they will need quite a long time to fill the gap left by the Tang family. Now is the best time to sneak into Mount Qingsheng. Suddenly, Qin Zicheng stopped, seemingly detecting something unusual. Across the forest, a man had been waiting for a long time. After a long silence, seemingly to judge the situation, Qin Zicheng took the initiative to speak. "Long time no see." The other party's voice echoed. "Long time no see. Qin Zicheng, Gongsin of the Zhuge clan. It has been a while since you appeared." Qin Zicheng was about to ask why he was here when he was interrupted. "That's right. Our clan has issued an order to prioritize your arrest." Gongsin emphasized, "The reason the Zhuge clan hasn't acted yet is that we had to wait 100 days for the Tang family and Tang Halan to handle their internal affairs. We had to act cautiously because we didn't want any unnecessary conflict with the Tang family." His eyes revealed a malicious look. "Now that Tang Halan has returned to the Tang family manor, our Zhuge clan no longer has any reason not to condemn you." Hearing this, Qin Zicheng silently calculated. The Zhuge clan appeared the moment the Tang family left. They really don't give a single chance. But his mouth still said, "Thanks for your warning." Gongsin radiated killing intent. "Do you really think I came all this way just to say these words?" His pupils dilated. "Who is the culprit that killed Miss Zhuge Yin?" The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became terrifyingly silent. Qin Zicheng pursed his lips. "I believe that." Facing Gongsin's disbelief, he coldly said, "It was the Tang family." Teeth ground together. "I thought you would know who the culprit was. Even knowing the Tang family was the mastermind, you still openly associated with the Tang family's bloodline." Gongsin's anger was evident. "Are you kidding me? Or were you a person of the Tang family from the very beginning?" His voice gradually turned from normal to hoarse. "Answer me." Qin Zicheng looked away, seemingly wanting to hide something, and only calmly replied, "Whether you believe it or not, Tang Halan is not involved in Zhuge Yan's death." Gongsin did not believe it at all, still stubbornly shouting, "Tang Halan is the niece of that person. How could someone like her not know anything?" "No, it doesn't matter if she knows or not, because in the end, she is still a person of the Tang family." Qin Zicheng decisively reminded, "You cannot condemn everyone just because they carry the Tang family's blood." Gongsin's skin flushed red, seemingly losing control. "The last time we met, you said you had someone more important than your own life. Back then, I try to understand your words." Finally, Qin Zicheng could only sigh helplessly. "I have nothing left to say to you." Ignoring Gongsin, who had started drawing his sword on the opposite side. "Hypocrite." His voice trembled, seemingly extremely agitated. "You said you understood me, so why did you kill Jing Long? You say one thing, but do another." Gongsin aggressively charged forward. "I cannot understand what kind of person you are after all." Qin Zicheng looked wearily at the enemy charging towards him. He blocked the counterattack using only one hand. This sudden and confusing situation astonished Gongsin. "What is this?" Qin Zicheng revealed a solemn expression. "Stop it. You aren't strong enough to beat me." Being suppressed, the hatred in Gongsin surged even more than before. He roared, "Don't mess with me," then swung his sword wildly. Qin Zicheng gently dodged each sword strike. Every time the enemy rushed up, he stepped back, trying to keep himself in the safest position. Gongsin's movements almost lost all patience, and his sword path began to become chaotic. Just then, a thread shot out from the weapon on Qin Zicheng's wrist. In the blink of an eye, Gongsin saw his sword cut in half, then felt a light pushing force on his chest. Qin Zicheng faced him. not saying a word. A loud bang rang out. Gongsun was knocked far away, his whole body slamming into a large tree, painfully coughing up blood. Qin Zichang coldly said, "Don't die so easily. Marrying a daughter of the Tang family doesn't mean I have given up on revenge." He warned, "If you die here, you won't get to see my revenge." Gongsun summoned all his remaining strength, struggling to stand up. "Tang Halan is pregnant with your child." He frowned. "Your connection with the Tang family is tighter than ever. Can you still take revenge?" Facing those contemptuous words, what you say are just empty words. Qin Zichang could only helplessly place his hand on his forehead. "Stop it." Through the gaps of his fingers, a hazy gaze was revealed. Gongsun raised the sword that had been broken in half high, shouting in frustration, "Qin Zichang, didn't you say you understood my feelings? I lost the person most important to me." Then, his expression gradually became frenzied. "Now I have no reason to live, nor enough power to avenge her." He pointed the tip of the sword at his own neck. Gongsun seemed unaware of how foolish his action was. "Then what is the point of living? A world without the person I love is no different from hell to me." He looked at the panicked Qin Zichang. "I will wait for you down there." Ignoring his shout of stop, Qin Zichang rushed towards Gongsun, but it seemed too late. A stream of fresh blood sprayed out, signaling the end of a life. Watching the body fall in front of him, Qin Zichang's steps gradually slowed. Complex relationships and emotions intertwined. He pondered, in the end, everyone has their own story and burden. Qin Zichang told himself, the burden he is carrying now is not just revenge anymore. He composed his expression, his gaze becoming distant. "Perhaps I have to carry it for a lifetime. Take care. See you again in hell." Mount Qingsheng. Inside a tent, the sound of people discussing rang out. "Have you received news from the Martial Arts Alliance?" An orange-haired man with a gloomy face pouted and said, "Reinforcement from Shangxi and Hegong will take some time to get here." How did the amazed sect reply? The amazed sect remained silent, firmly maintaining their stance that they will not attack the Qingsheng sect first. Vice Commander Zhuge's son and of the Zhuge clan coldly speculated, "That means we have to attack the Qingsheng sect ourselves." The orange-haired man beside him worriedly said, "It seems that is the situation. If we win, we can hold a grand celebration banquet." But some others interjected, "Fairy Jiang Yuhua is still alive. It will be too dangerous for us to attack alone first. If it's just our Zhuge clan." Zhuge's son enclosed his paper fan, concluding, "I need more time to decide. We can't stay camped in this area forever, can we?" An old man hurriedly retorted, "That won't do. My lord, providing provisions for hundreds of camps here is a very difficult problem." The elders behind also remained silent. Although the Martial Arts Alliance said they would provide everything we need, the news that the Poison Dragon wiped out the entire military force of the Martial Arts Alliance in Huizhou must have reached your ears. Amidst the noisy discussions, therefore, the transportation time is quite long. I cannot believe that no one in the Martial Arts Alliance foresaw this. What is the point of us sitting here, not even knowing why he is alive or dead? Zhuge's son and just kept silent. His heart began to waver. Our army's morale after these disagreements has almost hit rock bottom. This battle will be very difficult. At this moment, someone was approaching from outside. The gate guard noticed and immediately stepped forward to ask, "Identify yourself." But one of them suddenly turned pale, panic-stricken, turning back to shout loudly into the tent, "My lords, please come out for a moment." The tent flap was pulled open quickly. Not knowing what they saw, the eyes of everyone became fearful. Zhuge's son An's voice broke. That is the indestructible sacred sword. One could only recognize the complex gaze of the stranger who was intently observing everyone. Mount Qingsheng, the main camp of the major sects allied with the Martial Arts Alliance. A person wearing a brown cloak, face full of worry, said, "We are terribly sorry because there is a slight problem with the provision supply. So this is all we could prepare." The plate of food in front was half empty. "Please forgive us and wait patiently. We just hunted a deer." That person was none other than Bai Rong. He ordered while gobbling, "Tell them to bring it immediately." This greatly surprised the subordinates. "Do you intend to eat the whole thing raw?" Unbelievable. but they actually brought a raw deer, throwing it on the table in front of him. Everyone witnessed Bai Li Rong tearing the deer meat piece by piece, as if enjoying a delicacy. The person in the brown cloak turned pale with fear. Only Zhuge Sun and calmly said, "Please tell us what happened." Bai Li Rong bit a piece of meat, complaining annoyedly. "It's just because of that damn Taoist Wu Yin, stubborn until the very end, refusing to submit. He self-destructed and even collapsed the mountain. I was stuck in that rubble." He sighed. "Getting out was a bit difficult." Zhuge Sun and was confused. "That's almost impossible." Bai Li Rong smirked arrogantly. "I killed that Taoist Wu Yin with my own hands." The people behind Zhuge Sun and immediately changed their attitude, flattering. "Oh, one of the 3 emperors of the martial forest. He is too strong. With the indestructible sacred sword here, we don't have to fear anything anymore." Bai Li Rong gritted his teeth angrily. "I'm hungry right now. I can't do anything. Once I've eaten my fill, I'll clean up that demonic cult." Zhuge Sun and suddenly became serious. "Alliance leader, we have something to report." "What is it?" He appeared very respectful. "Jing Long is dead." But as soon as the words were spoken, it made Bai Li Rong fly into a rage. A terrifying silence covered the crowd. Those old men were so scared their faces were drained of blood. Cold sweat even broke out. A while later, Bai Li Rong asked, "Who killed him?" Zhuge Sun replied with obvious unwillingness, "Poison Dragon." Bai Li Rong's hand, covered in deer blood, suddenly stopped. He looked down at the scattered bloodstains. He was more like a good son than a skilled successor of mine. But at the same time, he was also an unreliable idiot. His eyes were hazy. He wasn't smart enough to survive in this cruel world. Bai Li Rong sighed. "He always made me worry." Zhuge Sun and, besides expressing sympathy, didn't know what to do. Hearing this bad news, "We are deeply saddened." Bai Li Rong suddenly fell silent, his face becoming flat and emotionless, making it hard to guess what he was thinking. He stared at the deer on the table, then softly uttered 2 words, "Poison Dragon." Veins popped out, the scene before him blurring with rage. The deer carcass, which was already cold, was now torn into pieces. Those old men dared not say a word, even as fresh blood splattered onto them. Everyone's face revealed extreme fear. Bai Li Rong continued eating, but his mind had drifted elsewhere. Poison Dragon. Every syllable was filled with anger, mixing with the sound of chewing and swallowing bloody flesh. The next day, at Mount Qingsheng, a group of people was moving through the forest, carrying a lot of provisions. In the distance, someone was watching. That person was none other than Qin Zichang. Back at Zhuge Sun's tent, everyone was still discussing animatedly. The enemy is not numerous, but it's best to avoid engaging them, as they are all elites. We should split into several teams of experts to attack, aiming to defeat and gradually weaken their forces without causing too much loss to ourselves. He emphasized, "Our remaining army will both stand guard and protect this area. If they flee, they will be cornered. According to the plan, I will use the 8 gates formation." Zhuge Sun and still hesitated a bit. "However, before I launch the attack, there is something I want to say first. Everyone sitting here must have heard about the unfortunate event in Huizhou." All the elders listened seriously. "Recently, there is news saying that Poison Dragon is on his way here." One of them suggested, "We only need a few people to deal with him." Bai Li Rong sat in the center, tapping his finger on the table, looking indifferent and disgusted. Zhuge Sun and suggested, "I think we should eliminate him first. I suggest using a new trap formation. We will dig a few pits." Bai Li Rong was tired of this nonsense. Since he is a cautious person, he will definitely come to scout. Bai Li Rong completely agreed. "You are right." Zhuge Sun and calculated, "Although our clan has no deep hatred against him, but I really want to offer his head to the indestructible sacred sword." Bai Li Rong pushed his chair back and stood up. "No, I don't need his head." He revealed the carefully bandaged wounds on his body. Instead, including his head, pulling out his fingernails, peeling off his skin, "I want it all." 4 days later, 2 people from the supply convoy were scouting around. One of them suddenly discovered something unusual, turning pale with fear. Outside, rapid footsteps were heard, accompanied by a panicked voice. "My lord." Soldiers shouted, "It's that bastard. Poison Dragon is here." Zhuge Sun was immediately shocked. "What? Speak clearly." The subordinate reported respectfully. "He just passed through the southwest of the camp, at the Harmony Gate." He asked again to confirm, "Are you sure it's Poison Dragon?" But the result remained the same. "We are certain." After recognizing him, we noticed one of his legs was injured. Hearing these words, Zhuge Sun smiled sinisterly. "Is it really him?" Is he heading straight to Mount Qingsheng, just as I predicted? However, the next sentence terrified everyone present. He is coming straight here. What? The old men in the back began to buzz with discussion. Truly a madman. What on earth is he thinking? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the tent. It seems what that Emo Sure Wu said was true. Poison Dragon's actions are completely different from ordinary people. That is why he has survived until today. Bai Li Rong calmly reminded, no need to worry about his plan. Since he is ready to rush into the tiger's den, we should also welcome him. Soldiers in the camp immediately lined up on both sides, making way for him. He was dressed neatly, his coat flapping in the wind, stepping forward one step at a time. Step by step, he walked with his head held high through Zhuge Sun An's army. Standing in front of Qin Zichong was Bai Li Rong and his group. He seemed to turn into a devil, speaking. The leader comes here yet remains so calm. It seems you are not afraid of death, Poison Dragon. Qin Zichong stood there, replying coldly. Glad you are still alive, Bai Li Rong, indestructible sacred sword, symbol of justice. The two looked at each other. 9 long years of waiting. Finally, I have the chance to meet you. Seeming to understand Bai Li Rong's thoughts, Qin Zichong said faintly, do you remember? What happened in Emo Sure Wu's damned laboratory? And the words he said before, I have decided. After investigating sects with mysterious activities, the Martial Forest Alliance will punish them severely. If you intend to do anything, be careful. Qin Zichong frowned. The consequences I had to bear because of your purge were too heavy. The old men behind were confused by these words, while Bai Li Rong rolled his eyes and replied, you are right. He recalled the past. My intuition was not wrong. That insect back then. Bai Li Rong stared at his sword, his eyelashes trembling. Qin Zichong at that time was covered in wounds, covering his mouth with his hand hiding behind the door. I was sure it was you. Bai Li Rong roared. How should I thank you? You really didn't forget to come here to find me. Qin Zichong's face was expressionless. I haven't forgotten a single day. The reason I stand here today, murderous aura radiated from him. It is to make you pay for your crimes. Bai Li Rong asked, what price do you want me to pay? He was furious. Just for this that you kill my son? Anger flared violently, hateful eyes looking as if they wanted to kill Qin Zichong. He only replied calmly, my battle with Jing Long has nothing to do with your business. Bai Li Rong immediately concluded, it means you also have to pay for your crimes. Qin Zichong quickly drew his weapon, agreeing, fine, the winner becomes king. The loser becomes a bandit. The old men of the Zhuge clan were all terrified. That madman. Impossible. Does he dare to run here to fight the alliance leader? Does that brat really think he's become an expert just because he defeated a few of the 3 divine dragons and 4 great birds? Bai Li Rong waved his hand at Qin Zichong. Come here. Qin Zichong rushed towards him at extreme speed. I'm coming. Having said that, he successively used the soft chopping art to slash forward. Bai Li Rong just stood there waving his hand to block, showing no sign of counterattacking. Even casually commenting, although the technique is poor, your foundation is quite good. Facing Qin Zichong's impatience, Bai Li Rong asked, is this all your skill? He clicked his tongue coldly, then stomped his foot hard on the ground, knocking Qin Zichong away. He quickly tensed his body to dodge, trying not to fall into a disadvantageous position, then wanted to counterattack again. Bai Li Rong calmly said, this kind of frontal attack, no matter how many times you try, won't succeed. Qin Zichong ignored his rambling, executing the Jade, Cave, 9 Lights, 5 Thunders divine art. Zhuge Sun witnessed it from beginning to end, shouting in disbelief. He disappeared. Bai Li Rong just stood there coughing lightly. Then his eyes suddenly widened, glancing to the side. Qin Zichong suddenly appeared in his line of sight, intending to strike, but he quickly blocked it with his sword. Amidst the chaotic scene, the words sure enough rang out softly. Bai Li Rong neutralized the moves one by one, saying, your moves are qualified to be called the Jade Cave, 9 Lights, 5 Thunders divine art. He suddenly lowered his voice, but only cultivated to the 3rd level. You are too weak. The sword blade swung towards the rushing Qin Zichong. He tilted his head slightly, panicked in the moment of imminent death. Although he dodged in time, Qin Zichong still got a cut on his face, fresh blood spurting out, his whole body staggering and falling to the ground. Bai Li Rong cast an arrogant glance, as if looking at an animal, nothing more, nothing less. Hot blood flowed down Qin Zichang's forehead. A bit shallow, he raised his arm, shooting out a strand of silk. This action also surprised Bai Li Rong a bit. That small thread wrapped into a loop on the ground. The problem isn't here. Qin Zichang pulled his hand back. Bai Li Rong also jumped into the air accordingly. He was full of confidence. You can't escape. The truth was exactly that. The silk thread was still wrapped tightly around Bai Li Rong's ankle. He was so astonished that a look of surprise was evident in his eyes. Qin Zichang gritted his teeth, seizing the opportunity to rush up, first slashing a powerful blow at Bai Li Rong. Those old men shouted in panic. Lord Bai Li. Qin Zichang's silk thread flew back, retracting into his wrist. He didn't stop, immediately rushing into the dust cloud in front of him. But Bai Li Rong suddenly spoke, causing all of Qin Zichang's actions to stop. You can only use a small part of the Jade Cave, 9 Lights, 5 Thunders divine art right now. A few small lightning bolts flash from within the dust. Let me show you. Bai Li Rong appeared with cold, gloomy eyes. What the true Jade Cave, 9 Lights, 5 Thunders divine art is like. Qin Zichang ignored the blood flowing on his cheek, gritted his teeth, and simultaneously used the Jade Cave, 9 Lights, 5 Thunders divine art. He shouted loudly to boost his morale, gripping the broken sword in his hand, stabbing forcefully forward. Bai Li Rong stared in shock at Qin Zichang rushing towards him. Although he dodged it, the back of his hand still got a cut. Qin Zichang used his leg as a pivot to stop, then suddenly turned around, facing the opposite direction. And at this moment, his face almost completely fell into the palm of Bai Li Rong's hand. His lips moved slightly, saying something. By instinct, Qin Zichang immediately recognized this as the Broad River Valley palm, and in the end, he took the full force of a strike from Bai Li Rong. The smoke and dust grew thicker, making vision blurrier. Bai Li Rong broke through the smoke and stepped out, declaring, "The battle ends here." His expression was cold. You fought me using only the 5 Thunders divine art. The purpose was just to make me lower my guard. But now I have discovered it. Qin Zichang lay sprawled on the ground. The disparity in power was too great to bridge. He used both hands to try and push himself off the ground, wanting to lift his body up. Unlike the desperate face Bai Li Rong imagined, he suddenly smirked excitedly. It doesn't matter, because I have already achieved my purpose in coming here. He was extremely astonished. What? Qin Zichang quickly pulled something out. While Bai Li Rong kept mocking it as useless, his eyes gradually turned fearful. The object in Qin Zichang's pocket flew toward Bai Li Rong, then exploded with a bang. The old men were both terrified and fearful, shouting loudly, "Sacred sword!" They only saw Bai Li Rong rush out from inside, flying toward them. They immediately rushed up, asking loudly, "Sacred sword, are you all right?" An old man with white hair and beard was astonished. What did that poison dragon hide? Bai Li Rong was silent for a moment before signaling to chase after him. On the back of his hand was a strange red mark. Thinking to himself, I can't move. Was that dagger poisoned? Inner thoughts began to surge. Is this the purpose he came here for? Bai Li Rong was calculating, ignoring this poison. Suddenly, he heard someone scream, "Ugh!" The people below had mouths full of blood. Some even fell to the ground, screaming in terror. What? It's poison. Run quickly. Bai Li Rong stared straight ahead, a figure faintly appearing beside him. Intuition told him something bad was happening. Qin Zichang stood in the smoke and dust, eyes bleeding, but his face remained full of determination, proving all his previous actions were correct. Amidst the chaotic scene, only his voice was heard. "This time, I just came to say hello." He pursed his lips slightly, making a resolution. "But the next time I come, I will definitely take your life." Bai Li Rong frowned and said, "You are too arrogant." Qin Zichang stood in the smoke, replying, "Then just wait and see whether this is ultimately arrogance or not." After speaking, he disappeared before their eyes. Those people saw this and immediately shouted, "Bastard! That bastard ran away. What do we do now?" Zhuge Sun and used a fan to cover his mouth, only now speaking slowly, "Sacred sword. The wind is blowing toward the mountain." Qin Zichang passed through the battlefield area. It seems Zhuge Sun and made a judgment. He intends to hide in the poisonous mist, then escape to the mountain behind. Thinking of this, they could hesitate no longer. He ordered all subordinates, "Catch him. He's in that smoke." But the entire army seemed to have been hit by deadly poison. Exhausted. "We can't, my lord. This smoke is too thick. We cannot get close." Zhuge Sun and heard this and loudly retorted. Then use bows and arrows to shoot. Do whatever it takes. Just don't let him reach Mount Qingsheng. Only Bai Li Rong remained silent from beginning to end. The smoke and dust gradually cleared at this time. Mo Shiwu used his hand to shield the sun, coughing once. Why is my eyelid suddenly twitching continuously? He grinned broadly. Right. Has my intuition about him ever been wrong? Twilight fell. Qingcheng sect. Jiang Yuhua was surprised by a sound echoing from afar. Finally it's time. Mo Shiwu walked over leisurely. I heard there's some excitement here. Who did it? It seems Poison Dragon just arrived, right? The injured people nearby were suddenly astonished and doubtful. Is it true? Among them was Di Hong, who also happened to hear it and immediately rushed out, just in time for Mo Shiwu to declare, Poison Dragon has arrived, so Abbess Di Hong and I will temporarily leave as agreed. What? She roared in anger. You bastard Mo Shiwu. You didn't say that before. Do you know what I've been waiting for this for? He turned his head back, sighing in response. I did indeed say I would help you take revenge on Poison Dragon, but I didn't specify the time. Moreover, his face looked smug. That doesn't count as breaking a promise, does it? Besides, wouldn't it be a pity for your years-long grudge to end so quickly? These words were like a provocation. Di Hong suddenly drew her sword, intending to slash at him. A large tree was swept by the power, snapping in half and falling to the ground. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured after this collision. Di Hong gritted her teeth in warning. You have angered this old nun. Mo Shiwu was very thick-skinned. Don't worry, just leave it to me to handle. He placed a hand on his chest, looking certain. I have planned meticulously so that Abbess Di Hong can make him live a life worse than death. Hearing these words, she turned away, snorting coldly. Remember your words. Waiting until the abbess left, the space returned to silence for a moment. Mo Shiwu happily said to the girl standing next to him, Oh, sorry to bother you with my personal affairs. I don't want him to get angry and ruin my escape plan. Jiang Yuhua frowned and asked, What is your plan? He turned away and said, The stage has been prepared. I just need to choose a good seat to watch clearly. Perhaps the front row. She silently watched Mo Shiwu's retreating back, an ominous feeling rising in her heart. In the distance, the mountain ranges where the sun was gradually setting. Qin Zichong solemnly walked up the steps, suddenly discovering something. It turned out that in front of him was a group of people, all injured, but their faces were radiant with joy, chanting loudly. It's true. He's here, coming in from the main gate. We knew you would come back. Jiang Yuhua stood there, smiling gently at Qin Zichong, and said, You're here. The young man also responded gently. Campfires flared up. The quiet atmosphere was broken by lively conversations. I heard about Venerable Wu Yan. Moreover, apart from the core members, everyone's morale seemed to have hit rock bottom. A few people sat gathered in the courtyard, happily recounting what had happened over the past few days. If only I had been here. I wish that too, but that Bai Li Rong, who would have thought he would act so rashly? Jiang Yuhua couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect him to be that strong either. Qin Zichong stood nearby, arms crossed, replying, I know. He explained faintly, Actually, on the way here, I already fought Bai Li Rong. Jiang Yuhua's eyes were filled with hatred. Is he still alive? She said softly, Anyway, for you to fight Bai Li Rong and still arrive here safe and sound, I am very surprised. She added, Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, when fighting Bai Li Rong, it felt like he had mastered the 7th level or higher of the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Divine Art. But it is not the same as the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Divine Art that I learned. Qin Zichong heard this and was hurriedly astonished. Is that so? He couldn't have obtained the latter part of the content. But Jiang Yuhua shook her head. I don't know either, but it seems Venerable Wu Yin realized that before he died, he just didn't have time to tell me. In this situation, her face clearly showed deep thought. You must have met him very smoothly. Qin Zichong listened. Since you already know the latter part of the secret manual, then he calmly agreed. You are right. Jiang Yuhua was suddenly curious. Did he pass it all on to you? After that, she could only sigh. In life, there are always times when we must accept reality, no matter how cruel. even if it is painful and difficult. A hand was placed on her shoulder as if to comfort her, because other than accepting and overcoming it, we have no other choice. Neither of them said another word, but in their hearts, they both understood what the other wanted to express. A moment later, Qin Zichang just lowered his head dejectedly. I am very sorry for everything that happened around you, and for the matters regarding Venerable Wu Yan. A gentle smile appeared on Jiang Yuhua's lips. She looked up at the starry night sky again, her voice becoming choked with emotion. I am very touched that Warrior Qin could overcome thousands of difficulties and dangers to come here and save us. But this place is already surrounded. The Martial Arts Alliance has surrounded Mount Qinsheng from all directions, and provisions are running out. The two conversed back and forth, seemingly out of options. You don't need to worry. I already have a plan. Qin Zichang seriously suggested, tell everyone to get ready. Then he turned and walked into the inner room, leaving only one sentence before parting. We will descend the mountain before dawn. The main camp of the great sects allied with the Martial Arts Alliance. Bai Li Rong sat in the center seat, with a physician beside him performing acupuncture on him. He asked coldly, is there any new news? Zhuge San replied in frustration. Although we could chase him to the cliff, due to heavy casualties, we had to retreat. His face was worried. He seems to have mixed many types of deadly poisons, creating a new type of poison. Although we don't know what the difference is, our ordinary soldiers certainly cannot withstand it. Bai Li Rong remained silent. In that case, he definitely reached Qinsheng sect safe and sound. But that doesn't mean my plan failed, because I successfully forced him to retreat in time. Zhuge San asserted that this was just the beginning. Fighting could break out any time, so I must go prepare a few things. Saying that, he turned and left, breaking his train of thought. Bai Li Rong had long seen through it. He was merely showing off his martial power and using me. Because these rats cannot intervene in a battle between masters. If they attack me, the leader, my subordinates will not be able to interfere. His true purpose was to create a situation where he could face me alone and somehow poison me. Looking at his hand, covered in acupuncture needles, he understood that poisoning me would cause panic among the soldiers, making them afraid to attack. That is why he attacked a position that everyone could easily see. His true purpose was to weaken my army's morale and poison me. Recalling Qin Zichang's arrogant appearance, the one who rushed into the midst of the enemy formation, betting everything on the plan's success, is this ultimately confidence or arrogance? Finally, he frowned and exclaimed, regardless, the confrontation with him should be very interesting. Suddenly, Zhuge San ran in from outside, shouting, Alliance leader. Bai Li Rong pursed his lips slightly, as if waiting for the next report, then lifted the curtain and stepped out, calmly calling out, everyone. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. Oh, Alliance leader, fortunately you are still safe and sound. Immortal Wu stood amidst the encirclement of soldiers, but his face was full of excitement. It seems the fate between us has not yet run out. It is truly an honor to meet you again. The soldiers simultaneously held their swords to his neck. Silent Valley's Zhuge San spoke up, you bastard, finally willing to show yourself. He roared in anger. You attacked the Alliance leader and still dare to show your face here? Immortal Wu raised his eyebrows, his tone nonchalant. Does coming to surrender and admit guilt require courage too? While Zhuge San was angrily about to retort, you bastard, Bai Li Rong waved his hand to stop him. Those people immediately lowered their swords. Seeing this, he exclaimed, oh, thank you. Immortal Wu mocked. But for those who mocked me first, I don't think I should thank them. He suddenly glared down. His prosthetic leg suddenly shattered. Bai Li Rong's eyes were empty, gloomily ordering, kneel down. Naturally, Immortal Wu, with a broken prosthetic leg, could not stand firm either. His knees collapsed to the ground, groaning with difficulty. Ugh. Bai Li Rong spoke again with a voice that seemed to come from hell. Because of your damned stubbornness towards him, he has escaped death by a hair's breadth countless times. My son is dead too. Immortal Wu feigned earnestness. This subordinate has heard the news. Please restrain your grief. He missed his beloved so much that he followed her to the grave. He stubbornly tried to explain, citing the reason that he acted selfishly on his own. Before he could finish, he received a brutal punch from Bai Li Rong. The piercing pain in his brain and the bottom of his heart made him want to scream. Bai Li Rong's eyes glared, full of resentment, veins bulging on his arm. He clenched his fist again, swinging at Immortal Wu. His body was now like a sandbag, letting Bai Li Rong vent his anger. Groans echoed across the wide courtyard. The elders witnessing it all, faces pale, hurriedly advised, "Alliance leader, please stop. Beating him only dirties your hands." Suddenly, someone stepped up and grabbed Bai Li Rong's bloody arm, shouting, "Pavilion Master Bai Li." He glared fiercely at the person who intervened. Zhuge's son, as a leader, could not just watch injustice. He tried to use the calmest tone to persuade. "Please spare his life. Let us escort him back to camp. Interrogate him for the real culprit of the incident. Please hand him over to us. We will handle everything properly." Immortal Wu, lying on the ground, suddenly struggled to sit up, bursting into cackling laughter, his tone somewhat contemptuous. "Don't you know why I came here, even though I knew clearly I would die?" Immortal Wu opened his bloody mouth, "Because this is the best place to enjoy his performance." After speaking, he continued to laugh like a madman, ignoring the confused looks around him. At the same time, in the deep, gloomy forest, Qin Zichang and his group were moving quietly. Bien Fu spoke to him. "I know you have some secret method, and it's because it's you that we are blindly following. But I really can't suppress my curiosity." He asked suspiciously, "Why are you acting at dawn and not during the night?" Hearing this, he nodded and replied, "The Zhuge gang has set up the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams formation, covering the entire Mount Qingchen. Even if I act stealthily at night, I cannot leave here safely." Bien Fu looked surprised. "You're right. But it's the same during the day, isn't it?" Qin Zichang emphasized. "No, completely different." "Why do you say that?" "A few days before coming here, I secretly monitored them. They were hunting for more food. It seems the supplies sent by the noble families were not enough. After that, I also poisoned the food sacks coming from the Purple Mist sect, Tai Hang sect, and the Wang Li family." Bien Fu couldn't help but be astonished. "What? Really? You put poison there?" Qin Zichang agreed. "Yes, but the poison I used only takes effect when the sun is out." Xian Xiaonu pushed aside the person blocking her way and asked, "Why go through such trouble? Just use lethal poison and wipe them all out in one go." Qin Zichang just glanced at her and replied, "Their small squads have different meal times. Do you think if one of them gets poisoned, the others will continue eating? I chose this method because I want to take down as many of them as possible." Jiang Yuhua bowed her head slightly, joining the conversation. "What about Bai Li Rong?" Qin Zichang speculated. "Bai Li Rong, he needs more time to recover to peak condition to deal with this battle. Because before coming here, I also used a special poison on him." "Special?" "Yes, poison from my own body." Suddenly, he waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. A few subordinates in the team whispered, "Why stop?" without noticing a tripwire for horses stretched across the front, which required very close inspection to detect. Qin Zichang was calculating which sect the assailant came from when suddenly his black pupils dilated, quickly catching an arrow flying swiftly toward him. The archers hiding behind the gloomy bushes saw the situation was bad and hurriedly tried to flee. Qin Zichang snapped the arrow in his hand, declaring, "From now on, we are in their territory." Then he said loudly to the anxious allies around him, "This is just the beginning. Everyone stay on high alert at the camp of Zhuge's son and the others." He touched the map lightly, saying with a solemn face, "He has acted." His teeth unconsciously clenched together in impatience, making a slight grinding sound. "Poison Dragon, I will definitely make you pay for the humiliation you caused me in Nanchang." All places in the area were defended, soldiers guarding strictly. But in the distance, behind the dense bushes on the mountain, the scene of Qin Zichang and his group being besieged fell into his hawk-like eyes. In the chaos, Bien Fu stared wide-eyed as each ally fell, lamenting in despair, "It's over." In the pitch-black night, countless sparkling lights signaled an endless battle. Thousands of arrows began to shoot toward them. Qin Zichang and the capable ones actively took on the responsibility of fending off the attacks. Bien Fu screamed in fear, "There are too many of them. I think protecting so many people while fighting isn't a good idea. I can't break through their siege, either." Qin Zichang remained extremely decisive. "The sun is about to rise. Just hold on until then." Suddenly, he sensed something unusual and immediately warned, "Watch out above. Not just arrows, but bombs too." Jiang Yuhua panicked for a moment, her whole body frozen as if in a blizzard, only able to scream reflexively, "Everyone back." Jiang Yuhua's silk ribbon wrapped around those bombs. They were scorching hot like lava, then exploded simultaneously. Jiang Yuhua's silk ribbon, thus, turned into ashes. Sun Ji appeared out of nowhere in front of everyone, speaking excitedly. It seems the Zhuge gang has pushed you into a dead end again. Shandong Fire Demon. Amidst their astonished gazes, he roared, "It is time for the Fire Demon to take revenge on this poisoned dragon." Sun Ji pointed, ordering, "Kill all these demon cult scums. Everyone charge." The subordinates obediently obeyed, attacking with full force. Bien Fu gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it." He turned to Qin Zichong, asking, "When will your poison take effect?" Just at this moment, dawn broke. The sunlight made Bien Fu unable to open his eyes. He let out a scream, "Ah!" But his expression quickly turned to horror. Sun Ji's soldiers suddenly screamed in panic. "My body, why suddenly? Ugh!" Even the old man himself felt extremely uncomfortable. "What is happening?" Qin Zichong calmly spoke. "This poison is extracted from the root of a highly toxic herb. It will cause you to go blind under sunlight," he said word by word. "That is why we chose to go against the light to descend the mountain." Sweat seeped from Sun Ji's distorted face. "The ones driven into a corner are the Zhuge gang, not us." The name Poison Dragon rang out full of resentment amidst the mountains and forests. Sun Ji's men screamed, "My eyes can't see anything anymore. What's wrong?" Sun Ji's subordinates hurriedly covered the sun with their hands, crying from the pain. Qin Zichong stared at them, thinking to himself, "They have lost their vision. They won't be able to catch up to me anymore." Before him was a winding path. In other words, the path from here to the Death Gate was very complex. The dark, winding path in front of Qin Zichong had turned into a bright, straight road leading to the destination. He thought, "It has become an easy, straight path." Bien Fu and the demon cult people were overjoyed. "Great. Time to counterattack." Hearing this, Qin Zichong looked at them and reminded, "Don't celebrate too soon. Do you not remember what I just said?" Bien Fu looked over in confusion. "The only exit is definitely at the Death Gate, right? Although using the degeneration root poison successfully caused chaos. Isn't the Death Gate located inside the View Gate? But this is only enough to stall them for a while. Daylight will make them more cautious and find a countermeasure." Jiang Yuhua and the others looked at him, listening to him say, "While they're stalled there, we must quickly run to the Death Gate. My top strategy is to run, not fight. I require everyone to stick to the formation. Do not fall behind." The wind howled in the mountain forest, and time gradually passed. Everyone from the demon cult rushed forward, running through Sun Ji's subordinates. Sun Ji felt something was wrong at this moment and shouted loudly, "You demon cult bastards!" He roared with tears streaming down his face. "At all costs, charge. Anyone who dares to break formation will be killed without mercy." The others obeyed, but because they couldn't open their eyes, they said, "But my eyes. I can't see anything." Hearing this, Sun Ji cursed. "Damn it." A hand appeared in front of him, swinging violently. Pow! The younger brother of the Dark Pavilion hand-folding brothers punched him in the face at this moment. He lifted his fist. The opponent's blood dripped from his knuckles. The old man fainted from pain. "Finally, I have the chance to avenge my elder brother." His expression was extremely furious. Splat! Fresh blood splattered. At the main camp of the factions allied with the martial arts alliance, Zhuge's son and was standing on a rampart looking into the distance. He thought to himself, "Strange, according to the plan, after the artillery attack, he should have proceeded with the others to the next gate, but there is no new news. It has been a long time." He placed his hand on the map. The flags of the deployed troops seemed to be in disarray. What happened there? Dawn gradually broke, the sun slowly illuminating the mountains. Suddenly, Zhuge San raised his hand to cover his eyes, crying out in pain, "What is this?" Baili Rong spoke up at this moment. "It seems it's his trick again. I also feel a bit of poison in my body." Baili Rong paced in the tent. "Although not dangerous, our troops must have been affected as well. Your plan has been ruined by him from the start." He said, "I must take action personally." Alliance leader Baili, there is still another way. If I reorganize the formation, deploy enough strong soldiers to resist the toxicity. He refused upon hearing this. "We cannot rely on the Zhuge gang and let them escape again. I'm going." Having said that, he disappeared. Zhuge San wanted to add something, but he was already gone, so he gave up. Then he angrily cursed, "Damn it," and punched the table hard. The table cracked down a line, then broke completely in two, collapsing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Based on his fighting style yesterday, he recalled angrily, he must have known the principles of the 9 Palaces' 8 trigrams formation, then used his own stratagem to break through. In other words, is he heading towards the life gate? While Zhuge San speculated, Qin Zichang had broken through all encirclements, rushing forward. "I don't know how you poisoned us, but do you really think you can escape after ruining the formation? Just wait, there is something special waiting for you." At this time, Qin Zichang and Bian Fu's group had gone through several fierce battles. Then, someone spoke up asking, "Is it this path? Why is there no one? We're the most elite troops in the trap." Qin Zichang was panting while silently thinking. Strange, he shouldn't have entered the life gate yet, right? Suddenly, Qin Zichang discovered something. "Everyone be careful." A slash came from the forest. Everyone exclaimed, "Whoa! Whoa." He immediately gripped the sword in his hand vigilantly. Then, Qin Zichang channeled the strength in his hand into the sword. Clang! He alone with one sword blocked the attack. The others were panic-stricken seeing this, turning around to find cover. Qin Zichang struggled in pain. Ugh! Suddenly, he discovered something else. A beam of light shone down from above. Qin Zichang immediately used his sword to deflect it. Bian Fu watched in stunned silence, while Jiang Yuhua was a bit worried. After blocking the blow, he exhaled, the area around his sword full of energy. Qin Zichang looked ahead, speaking up. "You people." In front of him, a group of monks wearing yellow robes, people from the Amaze sect. "What? Is it the Amaze sect? What is the Amaze sect doing here?" Everyone had the same question. Suddenly, a clear yet steady voice rang out. "Ba, we have come here at the request of the Martial Arts Alliance. Although after losing the Taoists, we no longer care about Mount Qingsheng, our relationship with the Martial Arts Alliance remains." Sect leader Abbess Hui Yun drew her sword and said, "Poison Dragon, since the grand wedding ceremony, this is the first time I've seen you again." She looked at him and asked, "Are you still well?" At the headquarters of the factions allied with the Martial Arts Alliance, inside a strictly guarded tent, Mo Shiwu was tied up inside, screaming in pain. "Since I'm going to die anyway, at least let me wait for death in a place with a view of the beautiful mountains." How boring. Suddenly, he heard a snippet of conversation. Then someone shouted, "What?" The 2 soldiers outside were slashed by a dark shadow, blood splattering, screaming miserably. That dark shadow lifted the tent flap and walked in. Di Hong looked at the old man, and Mo Shiwu spoke up at this moment. "I was worried I would miss the good show." He looked at her and smiled strangely. "Well then, it's time to act." Sunlight pierced through the forest canopy. The scene right now was tragic. The Amaze sect was different from other sects gathered at the foot of the mountain. They didn't have to worry about food. Qin Zichang gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, they show absolutely no symptoms. Those nuns had rosy complexions and were staring right at them. Whether they were affected by the poison or not didn't matter. He seemed to think of something. 1 nun, 2 Buddhas, 3 islands, 2 kings. With just one Amaze, 2 Buddhas here, the chance of escaping this place has decreased significantly. What should I do? Qin Zichang now used all his concentration to think. If everyone rushes in to cause chaos, should we use poison then? No. While the opponent is distracted, using the thunder sound absorbing demon art for a finishing blow would be more feasible. I took the initiative to open my mouth to ask, but suddenly Hui Yin looked at him and said, "Benefactor granting this little monk wishes of well-being, am I making things difficult for you? If that weren't the case, you would still be at those 2 villages right now." She looked at Qin Zichang with a gloomy expression. "Are you calculating how to deal with this old nun?" Hearing this, he looked at Hui Yun with a face full of surprise. Knowing he had been figured out, he spoke up, "I will hold them off. You all leave this place." Everyone in Jiang Yuhua heard this and were a bit shocked. "What?" Then Jiang Yuhua said, "Relying on the young hero's strength alone is not enough. I can't do it either." High-rank Taoist Wu Yan, Gulen, the stormtroopers, and many people in the Black Way. Think of those who bet their lives to protect the Orthodox way. Qin Zichang recalled every face that had fought side by side with him, saying, "Their deaths will become meaningless. I will face this alone. Currently, this is the best method." Jiang Yuhua heard this, pursed her lips tightly, unable to refute. A sneer rang out. Hith. Hui Yun, holding her long sword, looked at them and said, "You see, he should have known that it's impossible in just a short time. How childish. Think carefully." Her eyes at this moment seemed to be reminding him of something. For Ancestor Wen Fei Yin, that was the only way. Everyone heard this and looked at each other in confusion. He also looked at Hui Yun with some misunderstanding. First, if Ao Labo and I dies and the Tang family collapses, who will stop the Tibetan demon cult? He recalled a reminder from that day. Second, who will stop the Northern Heavenly Sect? Third, if Ao Labo and I is beheaded, who will stop Xing Junren? When you find the answers to these questions, come to Mount Amei at any time. This little monk has only one mission to fulfill in this world, the Sahao world. There are no permanent enemies in this world, nor permanent allies. She looked at Qin Zi Chong. Seeking the way? Seeking the way. He looked at Hui Yun and thought, does the Amei sect leader want me to answer the question she asked back then? Qin Zi Chong fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke. My answer remains the same as back then. To follow the orthodox way. To achieve that goal, there are certainly things that must be done, right? Hearing this answer, Hui Yun, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile, replying, there will certainly be people who become heroes. What is your plan? First, start by destroying Ao Labo and I. Everyone saw him answer so lightly and looked at her in surprise. She asked further, how? Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen Art. His whole body radiated a terrifying power. Then a giant black dragon appeared. 4 lights. Qin Zichong replied with great momentum. Using this power, everyone looked at him in astonishment. The monks of the Amei sect also instinctively grasped the weapons on their backs, staring at him. Seeing this, Hui Yun said, you have grown a lot, just as I expected. If it were just empty talk, I'm afraid your head would have long been separated from your neck. Very well. Since it is so, the benefactor must take responsibility for this. She turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence. Furthermore, power will be granted according to the benefactor's actions. Also, before I go, I want to mention one more thing. The power of a hero stems from fame. Those who wish to hold fame must understand the rules clearly. Those who hold fame must understand the rules. Before facing Ao Labo and I, understand the rules first. Ba. Then, the monks of the Amei sect disappeared. One of them spoke up. I was really scared. What on earth made that sound? Bien Fu shouted loudly. Hearing him say that, Qin Zichong replied, about that, I will explain in detail. It is a type of technique. He looked in the direction Abbess Hui Yun had left, pondering, it's just the rules. What sound is that? Zhuge, son, and at this moment also looked in the direction of the sound. Could it be that the Buddha has appeared? Why is it like this? He clutched his head, thinking, I once felt reassured because of the Amei sect, but now I can't believe they have betrayed us. There is nothing left to yield to this lot. Impossible. From now on, I will also personally be present. Behind him, drops of blood kept splashing out. At this moment, those drops of blood were getting closer. Zhuge, son, and also sensed it and turned his head to look. Di Hong suddenly pierced through his chest. Zhuge, son, looked in anger, coughing up blood. Cough. He could only scream weakly. Di Hong, why is it like this? You. Zhuge's son, Anne's pupils contracted. Could it be? You are a master? And Mo Shiwu stepped towards him one by one. Speaking up, I was here from the very beginning. This is what I wanted to say about the regenerative ability of the six-body ancient curse. You are an ungrateful wretch, aren't you? Old Mo Shiwu heard this, gritted his teeth, and said, dare to mention the blessings of the world to the likes of you? There will be blessings for people like you. Let's see. How about this? Mo Shiwu approached, preparing to take that flag. Isn't this the famous weapon of the Zhuge gang? Zhuge-san heard this and cried out. Old Mo Shiwu picked it up and waved it back and forth, like this, spinning it around. Then he burst into laughter. Ka. On a tree branch, a person was holding a spyglass observing. Then he shouted, Sect leader, there's a signal down there. It just appeared for a moment. But the master seemed to be hurriedly preparing to leave. On the ground, a few people were sitting in meditation. At this moment, that man opened his eyes and asked, what happened? Did the Amei sect say something? He thought for a while, then stood up and ordered, all right, act according to master's instructions. We will follow the sect's path. Those who are poisoned, follow me. He didn't know that in a bush, 2 people were watching them. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked in that direction. You are in a quiet forest. A a black shoe appeared. That person spoke up. Making it here, that's good. A figure with one high shoulder and one low shoulder appeared. That person wore the attire of the Qingchang sect. Speaking up, how could I pass by there to get to you guys? This is what I was always worried about. They stood in front of Qin Zichang and the group. Someone in Qin Zichang's team recognized who had arrived and shouted, "Northern Heaven Taoist." Master and Jiang looked at them, shouting happily, "Young hero Poison Dragon. Everyone, fortunately, you are all still alive." In a corner, Jiang Yuhua spoke up with some surprise. Why is the Qingcheng sect here? Northern Heaven answered at this moment, "I have taken the martial uncles and ancestors to a safe place, then gathered capable people here. The relationship between the Qingcheng sect and the Martial Arts Alliance is now like spilt water that cannot be gathered. Helping you guys a bit more won't hurt." At this moment, in another corner, people from the Martial Arts Alliance have been tied up by the Taoists of the Qingcheng sect. Northern Heaven recounted, "Remnants of Zhuge's son and are stationed at Qingcheng. Mount Qingcheng is a place we Taoists are very familiar with." As he spoke, Northern Heaven pointed to a path in the forest, saying, "From here, we will lead the way." Everyone heard this, overjoyed, unable to believe their ears. That means we really escaped successfully? Great, we all survived. We can return via the mountain path. This is so lucky. Bien Fu and the others happily put their arms around each other's shoulders. Then Zhu Su was embraced by Jiang and cried tears of joy. Jiang Yuhua walked over and called, "Northern Heaven Taoist." Northern Heaven did not look her in the eye, replying, "Sect leader's senior brother has returned. This is what he wished for." Jiang Yuhua heard this, her face looking a bit sad. Qin Zichang stood in a corner watching everyone, feeling happy as well, the corners of his mouth curving into a gentle smile. Suddenly, Qin Zichang sensed something. His gaze shifted from joy to fear. A feeling of collapse weighed heavily on him. Qin Zichang looked up, seeing a figure descending from above. Bai Li Rong, with an extremely dangerous expression, looked down, his voice ringing out, "Do you think you can escape from my hands?" Seeing this, Qin Zichang hurriedly shouted loudly, but the people around seemed unable to hear his voice. He looked at everyone and screamed, "Heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing song." A circle of power spread out with Bai Li Rong as the center. Terrifying power swept through the entire forest. Thick smoke quickly rose, covering the entire forest. Several large trees were cut in half and fell down. Bien Fu struggled in the rubble, one hand holding his painful forehead. What on earth is going on? He tried to observe the surroundings, only now realizing the situation. All the soldiers had died in this great earthquake. Suddenly, behind him appeared a tall, pitch-black figure, along with an angry voice. "Haven't played enough yet?" Bien Fu immediately turned around. "You lot are too much of a hindrance. Can't be left alive." Suddenly, another loud explosion rang out between the two sides. Jiang Yuhua quickly appeared, her breath exhaling white smoke, her body covered in scratches. Her teeth ground together, roaring, "Bai Li Rong." He was knocked back by the shockwave, but his expression remained extremely calm. "Finally met my wife again." He calculated silently. She can push me back without a direct attack, and even separated herself from that demon cult mob. Bai Li Rong asked coldly, "After all, do you still care about this trash?" He even spoke sarcastically. "Wu Yin and you are the same, clinging to these useless things." He used a provocative tone. That is why he had to suffer such an end. Jiang Yuhua was furious. "I will absolutely never forgive you. Never, ever." She immediately rushed up to attack, unleashing the Jade, Cave Nine Lights, and Five Thunders Zen art. But her hand was immediately blocked by a more terrifying power. Bai Li Rong frowned, his face expressionless. Only the strong are qualified to talk about forgiveness. You, with a severed arm, are no longer qualified to speak those words. One of Jiang Yuhua's eyes flashed with light, filled with extreme hatred. Bai Li Rong slammed her hard onto the ground. "If you love Wu Yin that much, then let me send you to meet him." Right at that moment, Northern Heaven suddenly appeared with a sword to relieve the siege. "Taoist, I will live and die with you." Bai Li Rong kicked Jiang Yuhua in the stomach, then quickly engaged the Taoist sect leader. Power like an earthquake surged. Two iron blades clashed, sparking fire. Bai Li Rong spoke with contempt. "The Qingcheng sect has neither strength nor reputation left. Old man, you should find a corner to hide and live out your days on past memories. Why risk your life like this?" Northern Heaven angrily replied, "Even if we lose everything, The will of our Qingcheng sect will still be passed down from generation to generation. Bai Li Rong looked disdainful. Will? Boring stuff. Northern Heaven roared loudly. Two sword arts, 753 and Moving Star 13, collided violently, creating a stream of sword chi and extremely strong gales. A few minutes later, when the mist gradually cleared, Bai Li Rong arrogantly declared, "Doing that only makes you die faster." An endless worry rose in Northern Heaven's heart. Monster, even though I raised it from 2 swords to 75 swords, I was still easily blown away by him like that. The cold blade swept past. Bai Li Rong stabbed through Northern Heaven's body, fresh blood splashing out. He even exclaimed, "You count as a not bad opponent." His voice dropped low. "Even your junior brother died in my hands. Do you still think you could defeat me?" The old man vomited blood, replying tremblingly, "Even if I have to risk my life, I must find a way to kill you." Bai Li Rong's face darkened. "I'm called Stone precisely because of this stubbornness." His arm, holding the sword, tightened, the sharp blade ceaselessly cutting into the internal organs inside. Northern Heaven, though near death, still determinately shouted, "This old man has never feared death in his life." 2 sounds of Poison Dragon rang out from behind. A small figure rushed forward. Qin Zichang had prepared countless poison-soaked steel needles clutched between his fingers, simultaneously shouting Bai Li Rong's name. Seeing this, he immediately channeled special ability from his palm, intending to counterattack. "Right, I almost forgot there was you, little ghost." Suddenly, a thin silk strip appeared from nowhere, wrapping around Bai Li Rong's hand that was gathering power. It turned out Jiang Yu Hua had taken action in time to assist. Qin Zichang seized the opportunity, spreading his arms, using full force to push countless flying needles forward. Bai Li Rong was slightly stunned. After all, he was facing intense pressure from both Jiang Yu Hua and Northern Heaven. He grunted in annoyance, then erupted with terrifying destructive power. The special ability shot straight up into the sky like a pillar of fire. Qin Zichang's whole group fell down. Only he was cruelly choked by Bai Li Rong. He lifted that small body up, his face furious. "You brat want to sneak attack again? I have to admit, your poison art is quite troublesome." Qin Zichang struggled hard. "You bastard." Sweat began to soak his immature face. In his subconscious, the figure of a man became blurred. Pupils contracted, brows furrowed tight. Bai Li Rong brutally unleashed the internal destruction palm. "I will end the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art that you take pride in, then destroy you from the inside out in the most painful way." Qin Zichang gaped, seeming to be in extreme pain, scratching and clawing with all his might, hoping the enemy would loosen up a bit. But Bai Li Rong became even more agitated. "It's useless. I know your tricks like the back of my hand." He emphasized, "Even if you increase the power of Jade, Cave, 9 Lights, and 5 Thunders Zen art, it won't do anything to me." However, Qin Zichang showed no sign of his vitality being drained. This astonished Bai Li Rong. Normally, he should die immediately from ruptured internal veins. How can a mere 4th rank resist my 7th layer chi? Moreover, this stream of chi is extremely strange. He glanced behind his back. Although he had dodged the dart shot horizontally, he was still injured not lightly. The wound suddenly turned into pale pink cherry blossom petals. Qin Zichang smiled smugly. "This is a flying needle technique I learned from a medical sect." "How do you know it?" "You never care about these small things." He recalled the scene of practicing with his family before, then revealed a triumphant look. "How does it feel to be hit by a move of the medical sect?" Bai Li Rong gritted his teeth unwillingly, roaring in anger. "You bastard." Qin Zichang unleashed an upper thunder kick, aiming at his head. Bai Li Rong tilted his head back, simultaneously staggering and letting go. In this forest full of miasma, Qin Zichang clutched his stinging neck, his body weak from exhaustion. Jiang Yu Hua hurriedly ran over, shouting worriedly, "Young hero, are you all right?" He regained his seriousness, replying hesitantly, "I'm fine." But that guy, Bai Li Rong, was towering in front. He was still very much alive. At this moment, he had fallen into a frenzied state. "Bastards, I will kill you all." Suddenly, just as the battle reached its climax, everyone heard a round of applause. A familiar hoarse voice exclaimed, "Truly an eye-pleasing match." The corners of the mouth gradually curled up. A wonderful performance. The arrivals were none other than Mo Shi Wu and the monk named Di Hong. The appearance of two villains made the space seem to freeze, leaving only the sound of smoldering fire. Emotion Wu used an arrogant gaze to look at each pained face. Qin Zichong was extremely astonished, daring not believe the scene before his eyes. As for Bai Li Rong, he angrily took the initiative to speak. "Why did you come here? Weren't you locked up?" Emotion Wu replied in a calm voice. "You want to lock me up with just those things?" Then, the old man forcefully threw a blood-soaked flag onto the ground, declaring, "I have cleaned up the people of the Zhuge gang, along with all his subordinates." Emotion Wu raised his hand. "The Amei sect has also withdrawn. No one can continue to besiege this place. Therefore, I offer you a proposal. That is, all the people here. This time, please spare them." Bai Li Rong just listened silently. "If you agree, I will provide a useful piece of news. This will certainly make you change your mind and be satisfied with the decision to spare them." He then gritted his teeth, his words sounding like they came from hell. "Emotion Wu, you are completely crazy." The two sides began to conflict. Do you really not intend to hear my proposal? Shut up, bastard. You think I will listen to someone like you? At the same time, Qin Zichong quietly prepared a poison needle. "Then that won't do. I'm afraid I have to stand on their side and oppose you." "You think I'm scared? On the contrary, I can take this opportunity to wipe out all you obstacles." Aiming for the right moment, the dart was fired, and at that exact moment, a tall figure glided over like he was flying. Emotion Wu knocked Qin Zichong to the ground, loudly mocking, "Oh, adults are talking, children don't interfere." Jiang Yuhua and Northern Heaven witnessed this scene, unable to help being panicked. Emotion Wu raised his head, his expression still determined. "Now, Alliance leader, please think it over carefully." Bai Li Rong intended to attack with his sword, immediately blocked by an arm hard as rock. Di Hong had blocked the fatal blow and resolutely faced Bai Li Rong. He angrily warned, "Stealing someone else's prey doesn't fit the rules at all." Alliance leader. Bai Li Rong's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze fierce. He recognized this was the demon monk. Emotion Wu used the calmest expression to warn, "Don't overexert yourself. You just fought with Venerable Wu Yin not long ago. The arm affected by poison hasn't fully recovered." Bai Li Rong's heart was in turmoil. In addition, that guy's blow just now cannot be underestimated. If you greedily want to swallow too many things at once, your jaw will break. Emotion Wu suddenly laughed loudly. "Since there is still a lot of work to do, it's best not to let anything happen here. I know a way that can help you fulfill that great ambition. Do you still not intend to listen?" His voice gradually dropped. "The way to become the successor Alliance leader of the Martial Arts General Alliance." Bai Li Rong heard this and was extremely astonished. Emotion Wu took the opportunity to look behind. "I will stay here with the Alliance leader, ensuring you don't take the chance to do anything stupid. Therefore, it's best not to try helping that demon cult crowd escape anymore." Jiang Yuhua scolded indignantly. "Bastard, this secret concerns the rise and fall of the entire martial arts world." Emotion Wu looked smug. "So what is your choice?" Bai Li Rong was silent for a long while, finally slowly deciding. "Fine, I'll spare them this time. Anyway, this lot, I can kill them whenever I want. But not today." Seeing this, Emotion Wu hurriedly praised with satisfaction, an extremely wise decision. Suddenly, a stream of special ability exploded within Qin Zichong, knocking away the two who were suppressing him. At this moment, he looked incredibly strong, inviolable. Bai Li Rong just glanced once, then snorted impatiently. "We will meet again soon, little ghost." Several desolate mountains lay amidst the forest full of miasma. Urgent footsteps rang out. The demon cult crowd simultaneously withdrew from the battlefield. Di Hong worriedly asked Emotion Wu, "Are you really just going to easily let them go like that? Then what about your promise to me?" But responding to him was only a bored sigh. The final conversation ended quickly. A moment later, a voice spoke up. "It's better to let him fight the demon monk another day. I see that the Taoists and monks don't like each other." Emotion Wu clasped his hands behind his back, exclaiming, "I also can't stay by his side to watch him forever." Bai Li Rong took the initiative to step forward. Considering the events this time, he was able to make the Tang family, Qing Chang sect, and even a Mei sect stand on his side. He pulled out the sword stuck in the ground. "He is becoming more of an eyesore. Best to eliminate him right now." Emotion Wu asked curiously, "Didn't you agree to let them go?" Bai Li Rong slightly rotated his weapon. "Now, only you and I are left here." He suddenly swung his sword unexpectedly, the blade resting on Emotion Wu's neck. Like a threat, Tell me the things that can make me agree with you. The old man immediately refused. Not yet the time. The alliance leader can only hear the answer after all of them have left. Not just him alone. Bai Li Rong frowned. A Mei sect, Tang family, Qingchang sect, Poison Dragon, an entire martial arts world. And Mo Shiwu opened his eyes wide in excitement. The alliance leader is still alive and very healthy. Ha Junjin is faking his death, silently observing everything. The old man explained. That means he is faking death and will not interfere in anything. Sooner or later, someone will step up to rectify the order of the Martial Arts General Alliance. And that person will be none other than the successor alliance leader. Bai Li Rong was very surprised, seemingly not yet fully understanding the meaning in the words. And Mo Shiwu gently stroked the blade. To rectify, one must see the chaos first. These people will be the necessary materials for you to become the successor alliance leader. He glided past Bai Li Rong. With your ambition to conquer the martial arts peak, I can completely help realize it. The hand holding the weapon gradually relaxed. With a swish, the sword was finally sheathed. Bai Li Rong turned around and ordered, "Let's return." And Mo Shiwu followed behind with satisfaction. On the other side, not far from them, an exclamation rang out. "He is stronger than I thought." A group of people were trying to heal their injuries, but there were still many victims who lost their lives, bodies lying scattered. Northern Heaven sat to one side, exclaiming, "He is no longer the Bai Li Rong I once knew." Behind, Qin Zichong was bandaging up. Facing that guy is no different from suicide, he thought to himself. Although I took advantage of the situation and could attack a few moves, it was completely insufficient to defeat Bai Li Rong. A stream of thought passed through his mind. The gap in strength between me and the enemy is too large to surpass him, but he can also use Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunder Zen Art. There is no other way. They're forced to cultivate to a higher level to become stronger. Qin Zichong suddenly asked, after leaving here, "Can we ask the Qingchang sect to take care of us?" He placed his hand on Northern Heaven's back. I also learned a lot from Venerable Wu Yan. To avenge the Venerable, I must defeat Bai Li Rong. Qin Zichong emphasized, "I want to learn the martial arts of the Qingchang sect to prepare for the battle with Bai Li Rong." He glanced at the boy. He's already calculating for the future, even though he just escaped death by a hair's breadth. Then he sighed, "Humph, for someone like you to inherit the Jade, Cave 9 Lights, and 5 Thunder Zen Art is already my dream. Yet you brat have obtained it and still want to learn Qingchang sect's martial arts." Jiang Yuhua smiled gently, observing the promise between the two. "All right, I will teach you, but remember to rest well." Just then, a figure approached with threatening words. "You all are celebrating too early." Everyone was immediately terrified. They say the most beautiful stage is when hope turns into helplessness. Di Hong looked frantic like a madwoman, the corners of her mouth grinning to her ears. "Amitba, my perfect opportunity has arrived." All the demon cult soldiers then realized in horror. Did she watch us this whole time? Di Hong's hands were already stained with blood, a look of triumph on her face. "You made a deal with Mo Shiwu, not with me. This poor monk has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time." Jiang Yuhua retorted angrily. "Didn't the Amei sect decide on a truce? Isn't what you're doing now against the abbot's will?" Di Hong calmly replied, "You are right. But what I do, what does it have to do with the Amei sect?" She continued, "Listen, those who witnessed this poor monk's behavior today." Her voice grew lower with a cruel expression. "If you are dead, then how can you tell others?" A bad premonition rose in Jiang Yuhua's heart. "We haven't recovered yet, fighting this demon monk in this state." Suddenly, Qin Zichong stepped forward from behind, asking everyone to step back 20 paces. "I will deal with her." Jiang Yuhua couldn't help but worry seeing this. But the kid was extremely determined. "Everyone hasn't fully recovered and cannot fight. Only I can hold her off." Di Hong observed calmly, then pretended to be extremely surprised. Qin Zichong gripped his weapon tightly. "If I lose this battle, I won't be able to become stronger." His small back glistened under the scorching sun. "Therefore, I must fight." Jiang Yuhua had no other choice, and had to accept it. "I understand." Those words made Di Hong laugh sarcastically until tears came out. "Huh, I'll destroy this old monk? Help you get stronger? You think you can do it?" Qin Zichong did not answer. just stood there silently, waiting for the battle to begin. Dihong's eyes became sharp. That arrogant attitude of yours. She stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum, then leaped high, shouting, I hate that look on your face the most. Don't provoke my anger. A few small bolts of lightning flashed around Qin Zichong. That was the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art technique. The blades on both sides clashed, immediately causing a loud explosion, pushing Dihong back. Perhaps she didn't expect to suffer a disadvantage in the very first attack. Qin Zichong keenly seized the opportunity. If you think I am the same as before, then you are wrong. He rushed towards Dihong, his fist right in front of her face in the blink of an eye. But her years of combat experience were not useless. One of her legs immediately kicked Qin Zichong in the stomach. The battle thus became undecided. Dihong planted her sword into the ground to avoid falling into a dangerous position and shouted loudly, Little brat, you should have been burned to ashes by the fires of hell. Then she unleashed the chaotic wind breaking point move. As long as you are alive, how can this old monk cultivate in peace? The energy connected, creating a gigantic net. Qin Zichong skillfully weaved between the tree trunks, temporarily unaffected by the attack power. If one looked closely, they could see a thin wire wrapped around his arm. Dihong gradually lost patience, shouting angrily, Think those petty tricks can stop this old monk's combo? Wherever Qin Zichong went, the energy followed. Suddenly, Dihong was slightly startled. In the forest she herself had destroyed, Qin Zichong's figure was no longer visible. What? She looked around everywhere. Where? Just then, a soft whistle sounded from a tree branch. Dihong looked up and discovered Qin Zichong. Is he using steel wires to fly in the air? He fired poison needles from between his fingers. Dihong was extremely panicked, hurriedly jumping far away, trying to keep the safest distance. But clearly, she still could not escape Qin Zichong's attack. Purple light exploded brilliantly, the blade light drawing a beautiful curve. The entire airflow began to shift. Sweat soaked Qin Zichong's face underneath. Dihong struggled to resist, and Zhang, witnessing the battle, was extremely excited. The situation this time is completely opposite to before. Poison Dragon is no longer at a disadvantage, and can even overwhelm that monk. Northern Heaven stood beside him, frowning in response. I don't think so. This surprised the juniors. Why do you say that? He explained seriously. Although Poison Dragon is indeed much stronger than before, that monk is not an opponent he can easily defeat after just a few months of cultivation, because she underestimated the enemy last time. Dihong is now acting very complacently. Poison Dragon took advantage of that to gain the upper hand. According to Northern Heaven's analysis, the fact that Qin Zichong used the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art right from the start speaks volumes, because he knows the longer the battle drags on, the lower his chances of winning. He quietly speculated, although the power of the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunders Zen art is unquestionable, it requires the user to constantly cultivate to master it. Unfortunately, that is something the current Poison Dragon has not yet achieved. What exactly will you do, Poison Dragon? Qin Zichong reached out to pick up a few scattered poison needles and threw them with force. The sharp needles were deflected, then flew in all directions because of the sweeping blade. The area around Dihong's attack cracked open, while Qin Zichong jumped up. His hand clutching the needle, he executed the flying sky 12 fingers, aiming at Dihong's head. She quickly tilted her head back, narrowly escaping death. Qin Zichong gritted his teeth, frustrated not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, a foot kicked straight at him. Dihong used the painting Shadow Demon kick to attack head-on. Qin Zichong was kicked away, rolling several times on the rubble-strewn ground. His body slammed into a large tree trunk, mouth spurting blood, his vitality depleting in an instant. Then suddenly he regained consciousness. In front of him, the chaotic wind/net created by Dihong was rushing towards him at a terrifying speed. Qin Zichong felt as if he was frozen. In the dense forest, a great earthquake erupted. Thick white smoke covered the space. A skinny figure appeared faintly in the smoke. Dihong stood there full of arrogance, saying, Using those petty tricks is useless. I know your intention is to aim for my blind spot. She looked at the fragments scattered on the ground, but I can easily dodge those poison-tipped needles. Qin Zichong was kneeling on the ground. Only when one doesn't understand the opponent's ability do they stay alert. His purple pupils shone, his mouth exhaling white smoke. You hit my weakness, but unfortunately, it backfired. Di Hong raised her blade. Now, I will finish you. Energy gathered into a brilliant light. The scorching wind almost covered the entire area. Qin Zichong, disregarding the brain-splitting pain, stubbornly resisted alone. Outside, everyone was frantically running to help. Di Hong smiled smugly, roaring with extreme delight. Umitba, finally. But life is not like a dream. Thinking Qin Zichong would die under the pressure. But no, he still stood firm like a stone wall. His face was darkened, his skin covered in wounds. Di Hong was astonished. He's still alive? All the demon cult soldiers were stunned. Di Hong was about to say, truly a type of demon, but was interrupted by Qin Zichong. I originally prepared this for Bai Li Rong, but seems I have to use it here. Open your eyes wide and see this clearly. While she was still bewildered. What nonsense are you talking about? Countless thin threads were already set up, glowing purple, moving according to Qin Zichong's will, all simultaneously locking onto Di Hong. The ability called Soul Lock coldly poured down. Fresh blood sprayed out, soaking the grass. Di Hong's body was tightly wrapped by the threads, trembling all over in pain. Now she was no different from a desperate prey in a spider's web, just waiting for the predator to come and finish her off. Qin Zichong slightly bowed his head, speaking coldly. I aimed for your weakness? Completely wrong. He maintained his arm posture, his face determined. I only made you believe that. The reason Qin Zichong flew back and forth was precisely to set up these steel wires. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up into a radiant smile. You didn't realize it all, because you were too focused on looking at your own weakness. And Zhang and Zhu Su beside them clenched their fists. No wonder he told us to step back 20 paces. Di Hong struggled hard, but her flesh burned even more. You think a few tiny threads can bind this old monk? Having said that, her eyes rolled back, her face twitching violently. Her whole body was enveloped by countless red petals. Qin Zichong explained, these steel wires are all soaked in poison, extracted from my own body. The more you struggle, the deeper they cut into your flesh, helping the deadly poison spread faster. The hatred in his heart rose to its peak. You wear the robes of cultivation, but kill countless innocent people. Then he shouted the sentence. Now, go down to the 13th level of hell and repent to the king of hell. All the threads appeared upon command, connecting powerfully with each other. Facing her own helplessness, the pain as her vitality gradually drained away towards death made Di Hong despair to the extreme. Two broken words, poison dragon, escaped her throat as if choked. The deadly poison ran from her nerves straight to her heart and brain. Black blood gushed out continuously, splashing to the right, then to the left. The zigzagging threads, like giant pythons, gathered back to their original position. Qin Zichong finally retracted his hand. The sound of tearing and falling to the ground echoed. Di Hong was defeated. Her body collapsed onto the cold ground. The mist covering the surroundings also gradually dissipated. All the demon cult soldiers and elders were completely astonished. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene before them. Only at this moment did Qin Zichong take the initiative to speak. I have taken another step forward. He turned around, giving a happy smile to everyone. There is no more danger. I need to rest a bit. Then he suddenly fainted. Those who witnessed it all panicked. A hand immediately reached out, catching his small shoulders. Northern Heaven calmly reassured the whole army. It's fine. He just fainted from exhaustion. The journey from Huizhou to here has consumed a lot of his physical strength. He looked at the boy with the strict eyes of a father, whispering, You've worked hard, Qin Zichong. From now on, leave it to us to handle. The sky gradually became gloomy and gray. In the distance, a figure approached, accompanied by an inquiry. Oh my, what is this? Di Hong could only weakly groan in reply. Is it you? The people of the demon cult had long since disappeared. And Mo Shi Wu exclaimed, Hey, still not dead? Why do you look so horrific after every battle? She weakly begged, Please, save me. I can't move, it's poison. He stood there with a mocking expression. Right, Bali Rong also told me about this strange drug. It seems that Brat has developed a new type of deadly poison. Ignoring Di Hong's weak pleas, she said, "Benefactor, do you hear my words clearly?" And Mo Shi Wu suddenly reached out his hand. "Yeah, my fault. I cannot free you from this pain." Di Hong fell silent, exhausted to the point of being unable to utter a word. And Mo Shi Wu brutally strangled her. "Why?" His face wore a cruel look. "Actually, I was quite fond of you, monk, but the Amaze sect has agreed to cooperate with Poison Dragon. If he lives, what meaning does this humble monk's existence have?" Di Hong rolled her eyes back. "I trusted you because we share the same pain. If only we weren't enemies, how good that would be." And Mo Shi Wu said with disdain, "But for you to snatch Poison Dragon away, I was truly very worried. You've suffered enough. Close your eyes, relax." Finally, she could not fulfill her wish, and just like that, breathed her last. Elsewhere in the forest, Northern Heaven led a group of people. "It is time to say goodbye," he added. "I will take this brat and the Qingchang sect to Shandong." Jiang Yuhua replied gently, "Thank you, Master Northern Heaven, for saving my life. I owe you too much." He suddenly closed his eyes, his voice lowering. "I once said I hated you very much. My junior brother's life was also ruined. I came here only to fulfill his wish." Jiang Yuhua bit her lip lightly. Junior brother, a younger brother of mine who was infatuated his whole life. But his next word surprised her. "Fate spans 1,000 miles. Northern Heaven clasped his hands behind his back, speaking solemnly. "You will realize it yourself." Jiang Yuhua smiled and instructed, "Please help me take care of that young hero." Qin Zichong was still sleeping. "I have become an obstacle on his path of revenge. It is best to part ways here." Then they gradually turned around, continuing their unfinished journey. Only the little girl Su kept looking back, as if regretting something. Northern Heaven was about to say, "Let's go too," when he suddenly saw Zhang trying to run off. He hugged Su tightly, crying soundlessly, speaking sorrowfully and endlessly. "We will definitely meet again." This scene made Bien Phuc sigh involuntarily. "This little Taoist, really." Northern Heaven shouted impatiently. "And Zhang, what are you still doing there?" He hurriedly chased after them. "Go quickly." "Yes, master, I'm coming." The summer wind blew past. Jiang Yuhua thought to herself, "Meeting is indeed for parting, but parting is sometimes for reunion." She gently left a parting word like that between soulmates. "Everyone, please take care." Subconsciously, Qin Zichong was lying in the middle of a vast lake, surrounded by cold, pitch-black darkness. He groggily woke up, sat up straight, thinking, "Why did I come to this place? Clearly I was." Suddenly, a hoarse, low voice rang out in the quiet space. "It was you who called me here." Qin Zichong was horrified, because in front of him now was a giant and grotesque creature, limbs long and slender like snakes, mouth full of sharp fangs, skin pale white. Qin Zichong started awake, eyes snapping open, gasping for breath relentlessly. He sat up, clutching his head, which hurt like it was splitting, wondering what happened just now. Just then, he saw Zhang and Northern Heaven enter from outside, carrying a basket full of herbs. "Oh, Brother Poison Dragon, you're awake?" Northern Heaven observed him once, confirming Qin Zichong was no longer in serious danger before speaking to explain the situation. "Those demon cult people have returned to Shandong. We are now in Sichuan." He also comforted, "But you don't need to worry. Only the Taoists of the Qingcheng sect know this place. Poison Dragon, it's best you stay here with us until you fully recover." Qin Zichong just silently bowed his head, sincerely expressing his thanks. Northern Heaven asked curiously, "So what do you intend to do next?" He replied gently, "As I said before, now I want to cultivate a few other types of martial arts." "And then what?" Facing the pressing questions of an elder, Qin Zichong became anxious. "With my current strength, I basically cannot defeat Bai Li Rong. I still have to return to the Tang family estate to save Miss Halan. When that time comes, it will be hard to avoid fighting Yama." He revealed a troubled look. He is also a tough opponent. Hearing this, Northern Heaven could not help but sigh helplessly. "Are you thinking something wrong?" Qin Zichong hesitated for a moment. "Before, I used to think, even if I had to sacrifice my life, I must kill my enemy. But now," he emphasized, "but now, after revenge, I still have a reason to live." Northern Heaven solemnly advised, "The path you must walk now has changed. You must act cautiously and preserve your life, right?" He made a judgment. "The Amay Abbess also gave you advice." The current martial arts landscape has changed due to a certain foundation. One who wants to solve this problem must first understand the whole picture. From her words, it can be inferred that you still do not fully know the whole truth. Facing this, Qin Zichong said decisively, "Then I will return to where it all began to find the truth." And Zhang suddenly asked pressingly, "Is it that place, eldest brother?" He did not answer, only silently pursed his lips, as if tacitly admitting the child's words were true. A long while later, he slowly declared, "After things here are finished, I will return to Yunnan." This greatly surprised the other two. Northern Heaven looked at Qin Zichong, as if looking at a stubborn child. Waking up and being able to talk comfortably like this, it seems you have recovered quite a bit. He turned to leave the room, leaving only one instruction: wait until sunset. If you feel better, come meet me. Before you go, I will teach you a few things. Qin Zichong nodded in agreement, showing he understood. Time passed quickly, and in a blink, it was sunset. Qin Zichong, changed into neat clothes, sitting seriously on a high rock opposite Northern Heaven, who was explaining. First, start with channeling qi and regulating breath. And Zhang leaned close to him, acting knowledgeable and commenting, "Eldest brother, an unsteady posture will affect your breathing. Moreover, your breathing is quite rapid and heavy. You must adjust it to be lighter and more ethereal." Before he finished speaking, he was struck a thunderous blow on the top of his head by Northern Heaven's stick, painful enough to make him cry out, "Ouch," tears about to spill. Northern Heaven crossed his arms, looking arrogant. "Now, are you the master, or am I the master?" The child resentfully rubbed the smoking bump. "Why is that? But I'm also very well versed in breathing techniques." Northern Heaven's voice became stern. "All right, then you practice with Poison Dragon too." Ignoring the child's complaints, after a while of observation, he finally had his own assessment. "My disciple is right. Your breathing technique is not simple." Northern Heaven tapped Qin Zichong's shoulder lightly with a stick, "But there's only a slight difference. Not completely wrong. Your way is not using the dantian to build a foundation of internal qi. Your method is quite like radiating true qi from the inside out, covering all things. The usual method is to guide natural qi into the dantian through breathing. This is the best way to cultivate before entering battle." Northern Heaven explained wholeheartedly. "However, your unique breathing method does not follow traditional breathing techniques. Since you cannot absorb qi, perhaps you can accumulate qi in the body in another way. But if you abandon the traditional method because of that, just because you cannot absorb qi in a usual way, then you will not be able to use qi effectively." He maintained his posture, because breathing can control the flow of qi in your blood vessels. That is why cultivating this type of breathing method to great success can help you minimize the damage received and accumulate a large amount of qi. Qin Zichong listened silently. "No need to rush. Try to feel your breath as much as possible. Through the canopy of trees, cast your gaze out to the whole forest. Let everything happen naturally." He began to concentrate his mind, as if looking into the forest from the darkness. A long time passed, and Zhang exhaled, pushed up his glasses, and announced excitedly, "Finally, it's my turn. I will teach you sound arts." Qin Zichong looked at the child kindly. "Seems you are very excited." "Haha, generally speaking." And Zhang composed his face, instructing loudly. "Sound arts is a type of martial art that uses sound to attack. Depending on the instrument you use, you can create thousands upon thousands of musical notes to attack the opponent. Therefore, it is more profound than any other martial art." The child rattled on. "The bell I used on Brother Poison Dragon last time was a sound art used to disperse the opponent's internal energy. And when dealing with the person named Di Hong, I used 2 sticks knocking against each other, creating a sound wave that disturbed the opponent's mind. Finally, he held an object high. Therefore, I suggest Brother Poison Dragon use sound arts, which will be very useful. And the thing I think you should use is this." "Ha!" Qin Zichong looked curiously. "A flute?" And Zhang was eager to perform. "That's right. Listen to this." He brought the flute to his mouth, blowing a long note. That sound made Qin Zichong's whole body tremble, his body involuntarily tilting slightly to one side. And Zhang said, "See? You just lost your balance for a second, right? The piercing sound from this flute has such an effect." The child handed the object to Qin Zichong. "Since Brother Poison Dragon's forte is using poison, I suggest you use this instrument to execute sound arts. It is most effective. Moreover, it is very compact, right?" He happily accepted it, praising endlessly. "Great, let's start practicing." Since that day, The three teachers and students began a process of arduous training, blowing the flute, then switching to practicing qigong, and meditation was also indispensable. Not until a week later did Njong speak up. It seems since arriving at the Qingchang sect, you haven't rested for a single second. The child lamented. Besides practicing sound arts, breathing methods, and other martial arts, you spend all your time gathering poisonous herbs. Qin Zichong did not turn his head but still answered, probably because I'm a bit anxious. What? He squeezed a handful of grass in his hand tightly. During the 8 years trapped in the mine, I never stopped digging a way to escape. After getting out, I always carried the thought of revenge. So just resting for a second, I would feel uneasy. He continued to put the grass in his mouth to chew. After learning the breathing method, my chi has improved significantly. It feels like I can master the 5th level of the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunder Zen art, but in the end, I still can't. And Zhang let out a surprised, "Oh, still can't." The child saw Qin Zichong's expression and burst out laughing. "Senior brother, can you slow down a bit?" Then I will follow your words." And Zhang chuckled. "Do you think eating any random poisonous grass can increase your chi amount? Before, you were very picky about which poisonous herbs to eat. Now you stuff whatever you see into your mouth." These words could not help but shake Qin Zichong's inner mind. "That's right, this grass has no toxicity, but I still ate it unconsciously, completely unaware. I'm a bit unstable." He did not mind the call of his fellow disciple. "Brother Poison Dragon, are you okay?" Northern Heaven, after hearing the whole story, frowned and replied, "That is the demon god." And Zhang asked pressingly, "Is it scary?" He answered, "Since the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunder Zen art are a combination of demon cult martial arts, naturally there will be side effects brought by the demonic arts." The faces of the two disciples were extremely worried. "That demon is also your greatest fear." A demon? So scary. In Qin Zichong's mind, the scene from a few days ago involuntarily appeared again. "So the thing I saw in the dream," Northern Heaven said solemnly, "that thing is born by absorbing fear and demonic chi when cultivating the Jade Cave 9 Lights and 5 Thunder Zen art. Besides affecting the body, it also erodes the human mind." Qin Zichong asked anxiously, "Is there a way to overcome it?" He explained, "All sins are born after pleasure is satisfied. After fasting, use meditation to purify your soul. In short, this is a process of enlightenment. Hunger will purify your body, but not purifying like washing." Qin Zichong calculated silently. "These words are an ancient method of Taoists. Let's try meditating in hunger. You will gain enlightenment." At this moment, he was standing in the forest, observing something. In front was a deep and dark cave. Qin Zichong, who had never known fear, simply walked in, as his whole body was gradually swallowed by the darkness. A giant boulder immediately blocked the cave entrance, and the person doing this was none other than Northern Heaven. And Zhang asked him from afar, "Will senior brother be okay, master? Starving for a few days won't kill him." Northern Heaven leaned against the wall. "On the contrary, right now it is best for him to fight the demon in his heart to save his life." He emphasized, however, once he fails, he will no longer be able to cultivate the Jade Cave 9 Lights and the 5 Thunder Zen art. In the darkness, only the sound of dripping water could be heard. Qin Zichong silently chanted, "Come here, demon god." As soon as the thought ended, he opened his eyes wide, staring straight ahead. The demon from his dream had appeared before him. It opened its wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, threatening to attack. And Zhang looked at the sealed rock in front of him, unable to help worrying. He has been in there for 15 days. "Senior brother Poison Dragon, will everything go smoothly?" Thinking of the appearance of those monsters, the child felt afraid again. Will he be swallowed by the demon in his heart? Senior brother Poison Dragon, save me. As for Qin Zichong, at this moment his body was gradually weakening from hunger. His mind was filled with all kinds of distracting thoughts. "Damn it, it hurts so much. It feels like there is a hole in my body." His trembling hand waved in the air. However, the moment he thought of hatred, he involuntarily clenched his fist. "This little pain is not enough to make me give up." Qin Zichong put a handful of cold soil into his mouth while telling himself, "Absolutely not. That demon was always watching behind his back. Before hunger swallows my mind, I must shift my attention to something else." Qin Zichang's face was full of fatigue, his eyes almost wanting to close. My enemies. A drop of water fell onto the blood-red lake surface. Those figures were always engraved in his mind. Ever since Qin Zichang became abnormal, I have had to simulate all their actions in my head to fight them. Amidst the soft hissing of the monster behind him, he tried to focus. I heard that many top experts can achieve great breakthroughs just by imagining combat. Push those images out of your head. The body obeys the call of the mind, and Qi also flows according to the mind. Outside the cave, and Zhang, who was standing there, suddenly screamed because of the abnormal movement of the boulder. Following, there were significant tremors in the surrounding area. Northern Heaven was busy with his own work when he heard his name called from afar. Master, it seems Senior Brother Poison Dragon is coming out. He leisurely walked out. Master, hurry up. Senior Brother Poison Dragon is about to come out of the cave. He cleared his throat, reminding his disciple, don't rush. And Zhang was about to run towards the boulder when he froze at the scene before him, stammering out a name, Poison Dragon. He only saw Qin Zichang standing tall at the cave entrance. His clothes were dirty and torn, his body visibly thinner. And yet, how could his aura be so explosive? But he just remained silent like that, without any other action. Northern Heaven noticed something unusual, so he grabbed his staff and took the initiative to step forward. Who are you? When the two looked into each other's eyes, he truly felt a cold chill run down his spine. Northern Heaven immediately unleashed the blue cloud slash, striking towards Qin Zichang. And Zhang panicked and cried out, Master! His staff was gently blocked by Qin Zichang's hand. Dust and smoke billowed around them. Qin Zichang moved his lips, intending to say something. Then the corners of his mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. Don't be tense, it's me, Qin Zichang. Northern Heaven's expression also gradually softened. That massive aura made me mistake you for being possessed by a demon. And Zhang behind them breathed a sigh of relief. I succeeded. Northern Heaven stepped forward, patting Qin Zichang's shoulder hard, clearly scolding but unable to hide his pride. You little monster. Returning to the room, he began to examine the situation. You have made a great breakthrough to the 5th level, haven't you? Qin Zichang bowed respectfully to Northern Heaven. Thank you, sir. So you are ready. He handed Qin Zichang a piece of paper, suggesting, take it. This is a letter from the Tang family sent to you. It must be from your wife. Qin Zichang took the item, choking up as he whispered 3 words, my wife. But inside were not sweet words full of longing, but only 2 words, summer water. Northern Heaven was a bit confused. We don't understand its message. Do you know what it means? It looks like it was sent very urgently, since there are only 2 words. Qin Zichang shook his head slightly. Sorry, I don't understand what it means either. He casually stuffed the letter into his pocket. Although I don't understand, I don't think she would send a meaningless message. But one thing is certain, before summer comes, I must prepare a few things. The next morning, the sound of conversation echoed on the mountainside. Are you planning to leave right away? Yes, perhaps I will admire this forest a bit more before I go. Hearing this, Northern Heaven sighed. Farewell to this forest. Now I understand why my junior brother likes you. In the end, you are still unwilling to say goodbye. Go. The wide world is waiting for you. In the Yunnan area, the sign that should have been hanging on the door was now lying on the ground, even cracked in several places. A figure appeared beside that pile of rubble. The gate was covered in dust. If one only glanced at it, they would surely think this place had no people coming or going. But inside was completely the opposite. There were many people staying there. The sound of whispering and discussing was incessant. The main door burst open, and a few people immediately noticed this strange face. They began to raise their guard, interrogating for basic information. Who are you? Where are you from? There was no reply. They only saw the man looking around, as if searching for someone. The crowd gradually lost patience, even waving their swords and cursing. Hey, are you deaf? Is this the Iron Mountain sect? This sudden question surprised them. What? But you guys don't look like people from the Iron Mountain sect. Appearing out of nowhere. What nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, a shirtless man with 2 cross scars on his chest, his whole body radiating killing intent, spoke up. It's too late for you to look for the Iron Mountain sect now. The Iron Mountain sect was wiped out half a year ago by a rather famous fellow. Qin Zichang looked up at him. Now, this place is our territory. The Green Forest. Seeming to have enough information, he blurted out, I know. A fragment of memory flashed in his mind. The former sect leader of the Iron Mountain sect was named Ge Lu Kong. He might know some things different from those in the poison sect, so I thought if I searched the Iron Mountain sect, I would find useful evidence. Qin Zi Chong asked, "So where are the sect's items and records?" The shirtless man suddenly hoisted his axe, laughing nonchalantly. Why should I tell you? His face became ferocious, his eyes bulging. Don't you understand that from the moment you stepped into this Iron Mountain sect, your little life has ended? If you still value your life, then while I'm still speaking nicely, hand over all your belongings. As soon as the words were spoken, an even more overwhelming killing intent washed over. In the blink of an eye, Qin Zichong's hand was placed firmly on the thug's bald head. Blood flowed incessantly from his mouth and nose as he stammered an explanation. "We sold everything at the black market. By now, the surroundings were full of stiff corpses, lying in disorder. Black market? Is there any way to get them back? Things related to the orthodox martial arts sects are all in Chongqing. You will find clues if you go to the black market there." Upon hearing this, Qin Zichong muttered one word, Chongqing. Seeing this, the thug asked curiously, "Are you on the same side as them?" Before, a few people also came looking for the relics of the Iron Mountain sect. He interrogated sternly. Who were they? The thug answered obediently. They said they came from Northern Heaven. Qin Zichong's train of thought became chaotic. Northern Heaven? Why would people from Northern Heaven run all the way to Yunnan to find this abandoned sect? His worry became increasingly apparent. There must be something hidden inside. Night fell, and the sky suddenly poured rain like a deluge. Beside a luxurious manor, a person wearing a straw raincoat was walking quietly along the corridor. Voices echoed around. It seems everyone has arrived. The one closest is always the latest to arrive. Then next time, let's just meet in Guangdong. In the warm room, a voice clearly showing impatience rang out. "Did you forget that among those present here, I am the busiest?" The person who just appeared in the corridor was Yama Olabori. The whole world knows how much of a workaholic Yama is. A fire was burning in the middle of the room. A person named He Chang smirked. "The conference of the Six Kings Assembly," Fast King Zhong. He sat down opposite, questioning at the same time. "What do you mean?" Quickly turning a normal conversation into an argument. "Why did you start a war with the Martial Arts Alliance?" "I haven't left anywhere. What is there to worry about?" Wisdom King crossed his arms, leisurely interrupting. "There is no special reason. Why did you take such a meaningless action? If we get suspected then?" Olabori roared in anger. "Don't you know that recently everyone wants to fight for the leading power in the Martial Arts Alliance? Intervening at this time, on the contrary, makes it harder to be noticed." Formless General hurriedly interjected. "Humph. If this fails, don't forget the responsibility lies with the Tang family." Black Master, who had been silent until now, explained, "Actually, besides this matter, there are many other concerns." Olabori observed the expressions of the high experts, sighing in boredom. "Did you gather here today to pressure me? Since things have come to this, I'll say it all." Seeing this, Black Master laughed, looking extremely smug. "No need to rush because the Six Kings Assembly is about to begin. We could talk slowly. Well then, let's start with the first problem." When the name Poison Dragon rang out, all the noise from just now instantly turned into silence. Everyone harbored the same question in their hearts. How should we deal with that guy?